You were too bored in the court, couldn't help but fiddle with the rope of the empress's dress, only to find that the quality of the rope was too poor and it was broken by you in one go. This scene made everyone in the court want to kill you, but what was unexpected was that the empress let you pull and tug, as if she was already used to it, and even gently stroked your hair. All of this was because you crossed over to the body of the most treacherous minister of the present dynasty and awakened the emotional system. As long as you trigger a change in the empress's emotions, you can receive system rewards. So, when you woke up, the first thing you planned to do was to tease this newly crowned empress in the court. At this moment, in the grand hall, a female emperor in a dragon robe sat on the dragon throne. The officials of the female emperor faction were planning to suppress your power under the pretext of a drought. The left censor Zhang Shua spoke first, saying that the granaries of the Ministry of Revenue should have more than enough food for tens of thousands of refugees. Why is there a shortage of food? Could it be that all this food has been eaten up by the Minister of Revenue Qin? Hearing this, Qin Xingyan was stunned, because Zhang Shua was originally a core member of his own faction, but now he was openly accusing him. Qin Xingyan instinctively looked at the empty seat next to you, then glanced at the female emperor on the dragon throne, sensing an unusual atmosphere. Is something going to happen? Sure enough, the next moment, officials of the female emperor faction stood up one after another to accuse Qin Xingyan of taking bribes. In an instant, civil and military officials all sensed the impending storm, instinctively looking up at the female emperor sitting high on the dragon throne, knowing that Her Majesty was about to make a move against the other party. Qin Xingyan was also a bit flustered, with no way out, and Zhang Shua, this treacherous dog, had turned against him at a critical moment. This time, his luck seemed to be running out. Qin Cheng, do you have anything to say? The empress's cold voice rang out in the great hall, and she was about to issue a severe punishment. Suddenly, a magnetic voice came from the direction of the main entrance of the hall. Minister Fang Xiu pays respects to your majesty. I see you standing there calmly, just giving Qin Xingyan a casual glance, then striding to the middle of the hall and bowing, saying, Your Majesty, the drought has not been resolved yet. I believe that even if we are to investigate the Minister of Revenue, we should wait until after the drought is resolved. As the voice fell, there was a whisper in the shop, but no one dared to refute it. Seeing this, the Empress couldn't sit still. How does the Prime Minister view the matter of Qin Xingyan accepting bribes and colluding with Chu Liang? You raised your eyes to the Empress, and after seeing her face clearly, you couldn't help but admire in your heart. She is truly the Empress of Dakian. Although she is only 16 years old, she already has the potential to be a beauty that can overthrow nations. However, no matter how good-looking she is, if she falls into my hands, she will have to obediently become a tool. I think this is just groundless talk. Zhang, do you have evidence to accuse Qin Xingyan? Zhang Shua saw you pointing the finger at yourself. His face suddenly turned ugly, and it took a while before he reluctantly said, I have no evidence. Without evidence, it's just baseless accusations and framing the loyal. Tell me, why are you doing this? Zhang Shua broke out in a cold sweat, not knowing what to say. The next second, the Empress's voice rang out. That's enough. Left censor Zhang Shua believed slander and baselessly accused the Minister of Revenue, so he is fined half a year's salary and dismissed. Hearing the Empress's decree, Zhang Shua felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and quickly expressed his gratitude. The Empress was full of anger in her heart, but her face showed no expression. Is this disposal satisfactory to Prime Minister Fang? You smiled slightly and said, Your Majesty is wise. Seeing your appearance, the Empress gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn traitor. A cold notification sound rang out, adding 1,500 to the emotional value. You raised an eyebrow, showing a bit of a temper. It's not over yet. After finishing that matter, will you end up angering her directly? The Empress took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in her heart. Prime Minister Fang, since you are already aware of the drought in Qingzhou, do you have a solution? You seem confident. Please rest assured. Your Majesty, give me 3 days, and I will be able to raise food to help the disaster victims. Although the Empress does not trust you, she knows you are not a fool. Once hundreds of thousands of disaster victims start to revolt, it may even overturn the entire Great Gan Empire. You will not allow this to happen. Therefore, the Empress did not ask much, just glanced around and asked if there were any other matters to report. As soon as she finished speaking, you took a step forward. I have something to report. I happened to obtain a divine steed yesterday and wanted to present it to your Majesty. After speaking, the prepared divine steed was brought to the hall. But when the Empress and the civil and military officials saw the so-called divine steed you mentioned, they all gasped in unison. This is not a horse at all. It is clearly a deer. This damn traitor. Does he want to force us to accept a deer as a horse? Who gave him the audacity to be so arrogant? The Empress's beautiful eyes were full of sorrow and anger. Her eyebrows couldn't help but twitch slightly, clearly showing extreme anger. At the same time, in Fang Xiu's mind, the system's beeps began to sound continuously. Emotional value plus 1,000. Emotional value plus 1,000. Inside the hall, the civil and military officials similarly fell into a moment of silence. The entire Fengtian hall was so silent that a pin dropped on the ground could be heard clearly. The vast majority of the 100 officials standing at the back lowered their heads, not daring to meet the Empress's eyes or speak out to rebuke Fang Xiu. Only a small portion of the young and exuberant civil officials stared at Fang Xiu with murderous eyes, but no one took the lead, and none of them could muster the courage to step forward. The minutes ticked by. A few moments later, Qin Xingyan, the minister of the household, suddenly stepped out and walked next to the deer. A look of excitement appeared on his old face as he looked at it. A divine colt. What a divine colt! Worthy of being Minister Feng, to find such a divine horse to honor His Majesty. With Feng Xiang in my Deqian Empire, it's like having Guanzhong Lui, so why worry about the day I don't rise? Emotional value plus 2,000. When the Empress heard these words, she only felt a depressed aura rise up in her chest in vain, and even breathing became a bit more difficult. With dog thieves like Fang Xiu and Qin Xingyan, sooner or later, the day will come when my great Qian Empire will fall. The Empress clenched her silver teeth and stared at Fang Xiu with a deadly stare, itching to eat him alive and swallow him into her stomach. At this point, the Minister of War suddenly stood out as well and walked over to the deer, reaching out to gently caress it, and then sked. The fine hair is smooth, just like silk. This is the first time my humble servant has seen such a horse. It is indeed a divine horse. The words fell. The heavenly official of the 6 ministries, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, also stepped forward and gave a burst of praise to a deer. This horse is not an ordinary horse. The house star is originally a star, knocking the lean bones forward, as if with the sound of copper. Even if it's a divine horse, it has to meet someone who knows how to appreciate it before it can realize its value. If it weren't for Fang Xiang's discerning eyes, this divine horse would have been buried and eventually died out. The heavenly officials of the 6 ministries have spoken. That's a horse. Not just a horse, or a divine horse, not but a divine pony. It was Fang Xiang's discerning eyes that realized that this was a divine colt. Where would the rest of the 100 officials dare to say anything else? Those who still had some reverence for the Empress just stood still, not saying a word. The members of the Fang party, on the other hand, came out one after another to sing praises of Fang Xiang's discerning eyes, spotting such a divine horse at a glance. The entire courtroom was filled with the sound of singing praises. The Empress sat on top of the dragon chair, looking at this incomparably absurd scene that was happening in front of her eyes. All I felt was a wave of dizziness. It took a while to snap out of the trance and the state of grief. Bloodshot eyes appeared in her eyes, and with incomparably indignant eyes, she stared at Fang Xiu with only one thought in her mind. Traitor! Traitorous thief! Traitor! Sooner or later, I will kill you with my own hands. Emotional value plus 10. 000. When Fang Xiu heard the system beep, he subconsciously looked at the Empress, and suddenly felt some apprehension in his heart. Would it be too hard to hit? What's the point of playing if you accidentally give the Empress gas hiccups? Fang Xiu was considering whether or not to lighten the mood. A grief-stricken roar resounded in vain within the great hall. Ridiculous! It's ridiculous! This is clearly a deer. How can it be a divine colt? Calling a deer a horse? Such a ridiculous thing. Even the greatest traitors of all time couldn't do it. Traitor Fang Xiu, even if I die today, I will impeach you. Fang Xiu, you're called Prime Minister, but you're really a traitor, coveting money and food, forming parties, framing loyalists, and doing no evil. 10 years of service as a Prime Minister has caused the people to suffer, and the country will not be a country. It's not too much to ask for a death by lynching for a disruptive son like you. When these words came out, the civil and military officials were all creeped out. Only a small percentage of the young and exuberant youths shouted in their hearts, "Good scolding." When Fang Xiu heard these scoldings, a smile appeared on his face. After waiting so long for a bold one, it's time to pull another fleece from the Empress. Fang Xiu turned his head to Zhao Zizheng, the Minister of Public Works who had scolded him. With a breezy demeanor, he questioned, "What this Prime Minister dedicated to His Majesty is clearly a divine colt, yet you said it was a deer," clearly referring to a horse as a deer and deceiving the king. This minister knows that you are not so bold alone. In front of His Majesty, you tell this minister clearly who ordered you to do this. When Minister of the Ministry of Public Works Zhao Zizheng heard this, he was so furious that his body trembled, stretching out his finger and pointing at Fang Xiu, unable to say a complete sentence. You. Fang Xiu frowned and let out a cold snort, raising his voice in vain and saying angrily, "You what you?" The late emperor's posthumous edict appoints this prime minister as a minister of state, granting him the imperial sword and the Danshu iron ticket. First decapitation. Imperial license. If you keep talking nonsense, This minister will behead you and no one will say anything. After saying that, without waiting for Zhao Zizheng to respond, he looked at the empress on the dragon chair. In an ice-cold voice, he said, "Your Majesty is wise and intelligent, with discerning eyes. Naturally you won't be compelled by a curmudgeon like Zhao Zizheng. I would also ask your Majesty to make a decision for me, and to state clearly what I am honoring, whether it is a deer, or a horse." As the last word exited, Fang Xiu took a step forward. The scarlet robe was embroidered with cranes, and with the temperament of a man who had been in a high position for a long time, it reflected his incomparable majesty. Although the empress was magnificent, strong-willed, and quite a bit tactful, but no matter what, after all, he was only 16 years old and had just ascended to the throne not long ago, and had not cultivated his own forces at all. The moment, facing the aggressive Fang Xiu, as well as the cold-eyed civil and military officials, a feeling of unprecedented powerlessness rose within her. A pair of crystalline eyes were bloodshot and filled with indignation. It took a while before he clenched his silver teeth and squeezed out a word. "Horses. Fang Iching honors a horse." After saying that, she could no longer endure this humiliation and stood up from the dragon chair in a prancing manner, and without a word, walked towards the back of the hall. If one looked closely, one could see 2 lines of crystal-clear teardrops falling from her white face. In the meantime, the system beep sounded again. Emotional value plus 20, 000, Zhao Zizheng, the minister of the Ministry of Public Works, looked at the empress's departing back and only felt that all the strength in his body had been drained. He stood frozen in place with mixed feelings. Anger, sadness, despair. The mix of emotions actually gave him the urge to hit the pillar and die. Right at this moment, Fang Xiu's voice sounded once again. "Humph, Zhao Zizheng, this prime minister is mindful of the fact that you're a first-time offender, so I won't bother with you in this matter today. You do your part well. Don't talk about this prime minister again. If you do it again next time, don't blame this prime minister for being merciless. No matter what, the minister of works was the only position the empress could take. It's really going to drive Zhao Zizheng to death." The empress was furious, and if anything else went wrong, Fang Xiu couldn't afford it. Plus, now Fang Xiu is no longer the same treacherous minister as before. For people like Zhao Zizheng, there was no need to drive them to extinction. As for leaving him alive, will there be any consequences? If even a small Zhao Zizheng could create a threat, then Fang Xiu, the auxiliary minister, the female emperor's phase father, should not work. "You, what did you say?" Zhao Zizheng was incredulous and subconsciously looked at Fang Xiu. He didn't believe that after this incident, Fang Xiu would let himself go. Aside, although Qin Xingyan, the minister of the household, did not know why Minister Fang had spared Zhao Zizheng, he did not ask much. He just said helpfully, "Prime Minister Fang's homely and kind heart is not something that a jumped-up clown like you can understand. Don't be quick to thank Minister Fang." When Zhao Zizheng heard this, his face was grim, but he didn't say anything and just retreated silently. At this point, the palace maid's shrill voice rang out. "Retreat! The day's absurd morning court is over here." The civil and military officials saluted in unison at the already empty dragon chair, and then left. On the way out of the palace, the party members of the Fang party were all happy and smug. The members of the non-party party, all with their heads bowed, did not say a word, not knowing what they were thinking. No matter what they think, after this time of pointing a deer as a horse, the power of the Fang party has sort of reached a new peak in the courtroom. The Sangunyan. After Fang Xiu came back, he sat down on the eunuch chair and opened the system to browse through it. Emotional value, 36,500. To be able to get so much emotion value in one morning court, it's really right to bind the empress. So much emotion value. What would be a good thing to replace it with? Fang Xiu thought and opened the mall. The mall is divided into 6 sections. Plants, animals, weapons, armor, miscellaneous, special. 6 sections with some items able to be redeemed. However, most of the items are in black and white. Fang Xiu observed for a while and also summarized the pattern. What you can buy now is what the Dechen Empire has, and what you can't buy is what you don't have. To get something that the Dacian Empire doesn't have, you have to unlock it with emotional value. A cannon only costs 20 emotion points, but it takes 10,000 emotion points to unlock it. This is too pitiful. I just don't know if I can just unlock the mall's cannons if I craft them in reality. I'll try it sometime. Fang Xiu looked at the mall for a while and realized that there wasn't anything worth exchanging either. After all, as the Prime Minister of the Great Qian Empire, as long as the Great Qian Empire had it, he could get it. If that's the case, what's the point of exchanging it? As for food exchange, for the time being, it's not necessary. For the relief of the disaster victims, Fang Xiu already had a plan, and the system was just a backup. There's nothing to change at the mall. Look at the raffle. Feng Xiu opened the system's lottery interface. The draw screen was also found to be partly able to draw and partly grayed out. 100 emotional values at a time. 1,000 emotional values at a time. 10,000 emotional values. Further on, the interface that requires 100,000, a million emotion values is grayed out. Feng Xiu casually clicked on a jackpot, looked at it for a while, and also summarized the pattern. There are good and bad things you get from a raffle. Good prizes, generally worth 10 times the amount of the draw. For example, the prize pool of 10,000 has Lu Bowen's summoning card, which is placed inside the mall and belongs to a special category, and it takes 100,000 emotional value to redeem it, which happens to be 10 times the amount of the prize draw. Poorly, and thanks for the patronage. Look at it this way, raffles are highly rewarding, but also risky. Anyway, there's a lot of emotional value right now, so why don't we give it a try by pumping it? Feng Xiu looked at the many attractive prizes inside the prize pool and quickly made a decision. Draw 10,000 once. Draw 1,000 5 times. Will you consume 1,000 emotional values to complete the lottery? Yes. The raffle begins. An electronic beep sounded. A virtual circular prize disc suddenly appeared in front of Feng Xiu's eyes. From left to right are. Thank you for your patronage. 1,500 emotional value. Qin Hui summoning card. Winged Cavalry * 100. Thank you for your patronage. Shadowguard * 50. Thank you for your patronage. Ibuprofen capsules. Sweet potato seedling * 1. And Sinjijin * 100. Out of 10 prizes, the first thing Feng Xiu saw was the sweet potato seedlings. It is important to realize that the Dacian Empire does not have crops like sweet potatoes that are productive and fill the stomach. If this sweet potato seedling could be taken down and cultivated successfully, then within 10 years, the population of the Dacian Empire could at least triple. But soon, he realized, sweet potato seedlings are not what one lacks the most right now. What he lacked most right now were guards who could keep him safe. Those guards in the Sangha mansion have no problem dealing with some hooligans, but when they really need a master, they will be out of luck. As for those gatekeepers recruited, although their martial arts skills were better than the mansion guards, their loyalty was a problem. If we can get those 50 shadow guards, in a short period of time, he wouldn't have to worry about being assassinated by the Empress or other enemies. Feng Xiu was still thinking about what prize would be most appropriate. On the disc, the needle had begun to turn slowly. A moment later, the needle began to slow down as it pointed to Shadowguard * 50. Feng Xiu tensed up all of a sudden. Stop! Stop! The pointer continued to move forward, soon crossing over the shadow guards to, thank you for your patronage. No thanks to patronage. Don't stop! Don't stop! Feng Xiu looked at the position of the pointer and couldn't help but curse in his heart. What kind of crappy drawing is this? Thanks for patronizing the first time? The pointer was still moving at a very slow pace and eventually crossed over to thank you for your patronage and stopped at the next frame. Get ibuprofen capsule * 1. Ibuprofen capsules? What's the point of having that? You can't use it for major illnesses. You don't need it for minor ones. Feng Xiu shook his head with some disappointment and continued to draw. Do you want to consume 1,000 emotional values to complete the lottery? Yes. The raffle begins. Soon. Feng Xiu completed 4 draws. Receive thank you for your patronage * 1. Get Shadowguard * 50. Receive thank you for your patronage * 1. Get ibuprofen capsule * 1. Ding. 5 draws completed. Starting to reset the prizes. 5 drawings, 2 thank yous for patronizing and 2 ibuprofen capsules. Feng Xiu was a bit skeptical. Good thing there was also a shadow guard drawn once. 50 shadow guard, put in the mall to be redeemed for 10,000 emotions. On top of that, it takes 50,000 emotes to unlock, so the 5 draws combined are pretty profitable. Feng Xiu glanced at the value of the prizes. A smile appeared on his face, and he retapped the lottery again. This time it was the 10,000 emotion value draw screen. Feng Xiu tapped the disc for the lottery and began to look forward to it. The next step is to see if the 10,000 prizes give a damn. The prize of 10,000 emotions is likewise 10, clockwise from left to right are. Thank you for your patronage. One more time. Great Snow Dragon Rider * 1000. Lu Bowen summoning card * 1. One more time. Shangguan Haitang summoning card * 1. Building, Dragon Protector Villa. 12,000 emotional values. Random Martial General summoning card * 1. And, Shadowguard * 500. The prizes for 10,000 emotions are of high quality compared to the prizes for 1,000 emotions. It was just that Feng Xiu only had a total of over 30,000 emotion values on him. and he still had to leave some of them behind to deal with unexpected situations. Therefore, it is only going to be smoked once. God forbid it should ever be thanks for the patronage. Fang Xiu looked at the various attractive prizes, folded his hands, and prayed silently. As long as it wasn't a thank you for the patronage, the other 9, he'd be fine with it. Does it consume 10,000 emotional values to complete the lottery? Yes. The raffle begins. The pointer starts to turn. It was fast at first, and gradually slowed down later, pointing to the Lu Bowen summoning card after a few moments. Follow the experience of the previous 5 draws. Unsurprisingly, the prizes this time should be one of, once more, Shangguan Haitang summoning card, and Dragon Protector Villa. Waited a few more moments. The pointer stopped steadily and eventually pointed to a location that just happened to be the Shangguan Haitang summoning card. Shangguan Haitang? Is that the owner of the #1 manor in the world? The #1 secret agent of Xianzi, Shangguan Haitang? Fang Xiu looked at the image of the summoning card in his backpack, and a look of delight appeared on his face. If I remember correctly, this Shangguan Haitang not only knows everything about astronomy, geography, medicine, divination and astrology, but her martial arts skills are also the best in the world. It's not too much to say that he's a top expert. Moreover, this person has a tough character, loyalty and righteousness, and in the face of the orders of the Divine Marquis of the Iron Guts, he would do nothing less than go through fire. With her around, I can safely form my own intelligence network. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu no longer hesitated and used the summoning card. Do you use the Shangguan Haitang summoning card? Yes. Next, a white light appeared in Fang Xiu's room. A moment later, the white light faded away. Shangguan Haitang appeared in front of Fang Xiu, a white robe and a feathered fan, bright eyes and white teeth, beautiful eyes. Just standing there, there is a kind of dashing and suave demeanor. My humble servant Shangguan Haitang, greetings to the master. Shangguan Haitang closed his folding fan, clasped his hands and bowed. Fang Xiu looked at her and said with a straight face, Haitang, this minister will give you 20 dead soldiers and 100,000 taels of silver. Within a month, you have to establish the prototype of Dragon Protector Villa within this great Qian Empire, and within a year, establish a second Dragon Protector Villa. Can you do it? Although Fang Xiu was the prime minister before he crossed over, his power was only limited to the imperial court, or to be precise, to the group of civil officials, those lords and military officials. The reason why they tolerate Fang Xiu. On the one hand, they were more cautious about the newly crowned empress, fearing that after she finished cleaning up Fang Xiu, she would turn her spearhead on them. On the other hand, it was also because Fang Xiu didn't have much of a conflict of interest with them. The civilian group obeyed what they were told, and the martial arts group did not do anything. It is reasonable to say that a powerful minister is already at the top of his game when he can do this. But, what Fang Xiu wanted now could be more than that. He wants the entire Deqian Empire. It is to make the Deqian Empire stand at the top of all nations. To do this, having a strong intelligence network is essential. That was why Fang Xiu was so eager to have Shangguan Haitang re-establish Dragon Protector Villa. Shangguan Haitang's handsome face revealed a confident smile as he returned. Master has underestimated my humble position. Within half a year, my humble position will be able to expose everything in this Deqian Empire to the master's eyes. Yes. Fang Xiu smiled and said, in these 2 days, you will first stay in the residence to protect the safety of the Shanghua mansion. In 2 days, this minister will hand over the dead soldiers and silver to you, and you let go of them as you see fit. Master. The characters summoned by the system had various values that Fang Xiu could view at any time. Shangguan Haitang's loyalty is full. Giving her the matter of establishing an intelligence network, Fang Xiu had no worries. Shangguan Haitang has summoned it, and the next is the 50 shadow guards. Although the Sangha is large, the appearance of 50 shadow guards at once will inevitably attract attention, so it's best to find a place outside the city to summon them. Thinking so, Fang Xiu looked at Shangguan Haitang and commanded, Haitang, prepare a car, this minister is going out of the city. Master. Chang'an City, somewhere in an inconspicuous courtyard, Zhang Shuo, the left capital royal historian, stood under the tree and looked at the rest of the few people with a serious face as he asked, are you sure that Fang Xiu has left the city? And with only one escort? A middle-aged man in a robe with an anxious face returned. Lord Zhang, that's what I saw with my own eyes. It's true. There's no way it's half-faked. This time is the best opportunity to kill that traitor. If you miss this time, I don't know when you'll have to wait for the next time. The middle-aged man was also in a high position and was the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, also a core member of the Fang Party. Just, during Fang Xiu's coma, he and the left imperial historian Zhang Shuo made the same decision. The proconsul turned over the account books of the Ministry of Revenue, as well as some evidence of the Fang Party's crimes, to the Empress. I thought that Fang Xiu never woke up this time. He can use this evidence, based on the Ministry of Households. Even further, replacing Qin Xingyan as the Minister of the Household. Who would have thought that later for some reason, Fang Xiu surprisingly woke up again, and also played a game of pointing a deer as a horse in the courtroom, instantly pushing the Fang party's power to the top. He was aware of Fang Xiang's methods. Once it is found out that there is his participation behind the impeachment of Qin Xingyan by the Metropolitan Police Department this time, he's definitely not going to get away with it. Since this was the case, it would be better to let go and strike first and find a chance to assassinate Fang Xiu. Since that morning court, the gatekeepers of his residence then kept an eye on the Sangunyan residence, looking for an opportunity to assassinate Fang Xiu. I didn't expect that less than a day would make him wait. Lord Zhang, opportunities don't wait for anyone. If we miss this opportunity, where will you and I get the next one? Can't you and I, the gatekeepers of our mansion, plus the constable of the Metropolitan Police Department, kill a Fang thief who only has one guard? Make your decision quickly. Lord Zhang. The pale face of the Minister of the Household was filled with anxiety. The left imperial historian Zhang Shua is no better, pacing back and forth in the courtyard. It was only after a while that he finally made up his mind and clenched his teeth. You must be careful in this matter. Since there is only one guard, the constable from the capital will not go, and will only send you and the gatekeeper from my house, and it must never have been seen in the capital. You should know what this official means. The Minister of the Household still wants to persuade again. It's already this time. What's the point of worrying so much? As long as we can kill Fang Xiu, even if it's known that it's the two of them who did it, what's wrong with that? However, seeing Zhang Shua's expression, he dismissed the idea, just nodded his head and said, just do as Lord Zhang said. On the outskirts of town, somewhere in a small forest, Fang Xiu took out the Shadow Guard summoning card. Does it use Shadow Guard *50? Yes. Next, a white light enveloped a clearing not far away. A moment later, the white light dispersed. 50 Shadow Guards shrouded in black robes and carrying curved swords appeared in front of Fang Xiu. Greetings, Master. The 50 black-robed Shadow Guards saluted in unison, their movements neatly organized as if they were one person. At a distance of 10 paces, Fang Xiu could feel a murderous aura from their bodies. These people are coming out of a sea of blood. Each one possesses great strength. Not to say that he could stop 100 with one. It was still no problem to beat 10 ordinary soldiers. With this power in place, no one in the entire capital could ever threaten Fang Xiu's safety again. Even if the Empress sends out the feathered guards to surround the Sangoku mansion, these 50 people were also able to kill their way out and escort Fang Xiu out of danger. Fang Xiu looked at them with a satisfied expression on his face and praised. Good. At that moment, Shangguan Haitang behind him seemed to have sensed something. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his eyes, like autumn water, gazed in a certain direction. After making sure my senses were not wrong, she quickly walked to Fang Xiu's side and whispered, Master, there are assassins. There's an assassin? Fang Xiu was stunned. Then a cruel sneer appeared on his face. Just in time. Just take them and moisten the Shadow Guard sword. 1,000 paces away, left Capital Royal historian Zhang Shua's protege, Blood Sword Zhao Lu, suddenly stopped in his tracks. His brows furrowed, his face grim, and he whispered, something's not right. Off to the side. His companion wondered, what's wrong? Blood Sword Zhao Lu said in a deep voice, don't you think that this forest is too quiet? The words fell. The dozen assassins all changed their faces. They were able to become the proteges of the dynastic princes, so they naturally had a few tricks up their sleeves. In the Jianghu, not to say that it is the top master, but it is not too far from the first class. At this moment, when they heard Zhao Lu's reminder, they all realized that something was wrong. This forest is too quiet. It was so quiet that not even a bird chirped, which is not normal at all. Why don't we pull out? It was suggested. When the crowd heard this, they were all silent, and apparently also backed off. Just then, there was a sudden crack in the air. Electricity. A few quick-reacting disciples either dodged sideways or rose up in the air to avoid the sudden concealed weapons. The remaining people, before they could figure out what was happening, were hit by Shangguan Haitang's concealed weapons and flew backwards. There's a concealed weapon. One of them was hit by a concealed weapon and slammed on the ground, and only had time to utter the words before he fainted. Shit! When Zhao Lu saw this scene, how could he not understand that they had fallen for the ploy of inviting the king into a jar? Withdraw! Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Lu turned around and ran. At this point, one more second of hesitation could get you killed. He had just turned around when he saw several swordsmen shrouded in black robes standing in front of him. Those swordsmen, whose entire bodies were shrouded in black robes, leaving only a pair of eyes, were gazing at themselves coldly. He'd never seen eyes like those. It was cold as if it had no feelings. He subconsciously tried to back away, only to find that such black-robed swordsmen had surrounded them. Zhao Lu looked at these swordsmen who were full of a stern and murderous aura. His heart went cold and his mind was filled with only one thought. It's over. Just when he was in a state of utter despair, behind the knife man, a young man in fancy dress walked out idly and slowly. Who sent you to assassinate the Prime Minister? Fang Xiu stood behind the shadow guards, expressionlessly looking at the surrounded assassins, and opened his mouth to ask. The assassins were all confused when they saw Fang Xiu. Zhao Lu was also stunned, and then an unbelievable expression appeared on his face. These terrifying swordsmen were all under the treacherous Fang Xiu? It is said that the treacherous minister Fang Xiu only flatters the king and deceives the top and the bottom. Who would have thought that he would have cultivated such a terrifying force in the dark? These swordsmen, each one of them is a first-rate expert. There was also the man who used a concealed weapon, easily killing a dozen people in a flash of lightning. To say it's top-notch would be an understatement. How could these people be the men of the treacherous Fang Xiu? Most importantly, how come they had never heard before that the traitorous Prime Minister Fang Xiu had such powerful henchmen? Zhao Lu stared at Fang Xiu in a daze, only feeling that his mind was in chaos and he couldn't say a word. The few remaining gatekeepers who were still alive also remained silent. The left imperial secretary and the minister of the household, who usually took good care of them. They certainly don't betray their masters lightly. The most important thing is that some of them still have their wives and children left in the capital. If he betrayed his master, he would surely involve his wife and children. So, when a few people saw Fang Xiu, a look of determination appeared on their faces, wanting to pull out their swords and cut their own throats. It's just a shame that they're so slow. Before he could do anything, Shangwan Haitang knocked out his weapon with a concealed weapon. Want to die? It's not that easy. Fang Xiu snorted coldly with a breezy look and commanded. Haitang, within 3 days, I want to know whose people they are. Who else is behind this assassination? Shangwan Haitang closed her folding fan and bowed. Master. In fact, less than half a day. Shangwan Haitang then pried open the mouths of those assassins. According to the assassins, they came from the Zhang residence of Zhang Shuo, the left imperial inspector, and the Lu residence of Lu Sanli, the minister of household. This assassination of Fang Xiu was also an order from both of them. As to whether anyone else is involved behind the scenes, these gatekeepers are not of high status and are not aware of it. Zhang Shuo, Lu Sanli. Fang Xiu sneered twice when he heard these two names. Both of these guys were originally his own people, and it's only been a few days that they've turned on each other and conspired to assassinate themselves. It's just ridiculous. In fact, that morning at the court, when Zhang Shuo turned his back on the Fang party and aimed his spear at them, Fang Xiu then thought about finding a chance to clean him up. I didn't think that they would be able to hold back before they had a chance to do so. In that case, it's just as well to take this opportunity to let everyone know. He, Fang Xiu, is still the same auxiliary minister, the female emperor's Fei's father, holding the imperial sword in his hand. He beheads the fainting ruler at the top and the sycophants at the bottom. Anyone who messed with him would have to pay a heavy price. Even the highly placed left imperial minister and the minister of the household are no exception. When Fang Xiu thought of this, he no longer hesitated and looked to Shangwan Haitang on the side and ordered, "Release invitations to my people. Tomorrow at noon. Meet at the Fang mansion." Because of the system, Shangwan Haitang knew both Fang Xiu and the Dechen Empire well. Needless to say, she knew which ones were the master's men. She had a good idea of who to invite and who not to invite. Master. Shangwan Haitang saluted and left the room. Fang Xiu sat alone on the Taiji chair, his eyes glittering, planning what to do with the two dogs. The next day, at noon, the main hall of the Sengoku mansion, Fang Xiu sat in the first seat. The core members of the Fang party, including the minister of the Ministry of Appointments, the minister of the household, the minister of war, the minister of justice, the left imperial secretary, and the junior secretary of the Delizi, were seated on the left and right sides. Fang Xiu's deep gaze swept over their bodies one by one. Picking up his teacup, he took a sip and slowly said, "What do you gentlemen think should be done about the drought in Qingzhou?" The dukes glanced at each other and arched their hands in unison. We all listened to Minister Fang. Fang Xiu put down his teacup and said expressionlessly, "The drought in Qingzhou involves a great deal, and if hundreds of thousands of victims were to mutiny, what kind of consequences would arise? And all of you know this well. Since this is the case, this prime minister will not beat around the bush with you. This drought allows you to take out 50,000 taels of silver to purchase food and provide relief to the victims. Is there a problem?" The words fell. The princes all looked at each other, and no one spoke for a while. Although they are all in high positions, the Dacian Empire is not rich, and they cannot covet much even if they covet. 50,000 taels of silver was not a small amount for them, almost equal to half of their family fortune. Seeing this, Fang Xiu sneered in his heart. When they are greedy for money on weekdays, they are more active than anyone else. But when things really go wrong and they need to bleed, they play dumb again. But such a situation he had expected. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and faintly said, "This time, the drought in Qingzhou affected a wide range of people, and this Prime Minister, as a Minister of State Aid, naturally can't stay out of it. This Prime Minister has decided to donate 100,000 taels of silver for the relief of the victims." When the princes heard this, they were all stupefied. Everyone knew that Feng Xiang had never been a master of just getting in and getting out. "What's wrong with you today that you're willing to offer so much silver?" With Minister Feng leading the way, "It looks like we can't escape this time without donating silver." The gentlemen are still thinking. Qin Xingyan, the Minister of the Household, suddenly stood up and said with an impassioned face, "Minister Feng loves his people like a son. He is truly a model for us." Facing hundreds of thousands of disaster victims, Minister Feng's heart is burning with anxiety. As court officials, we should naturally share Prime Minister Feng's worries. For this disaster relief, my humble servant is willing to offer 80,000 taels of silver. When the rest of the princes heard this, they all glared at Qin Xingyan, thinking, "You're the one with the long mouth," hesitated for a while. The Minister of the Ministry of Justice, the Minister of Justice and others have also made a decision. My humble servant listens to Minister Feng in everything. Since Minister Feng asked my servant to offer 50,000 taels of silver, my servant will offer 50,000 taels of silver. I am also willing to offer 50,000 taels. The core members of the Party of Parties spoke up. The only two people who didn't know what they were thinking were the left imperial historian and the Minister of Household. And they didn't speak, but just drank tea from their teacups. If one were to look closely, one would notice that their bodies were trembling slightly and they were cold and sweaty. Good. As long as you gentlemen are willing to provide relief, the drought in Qingzhou will not be a problem. Feng Xiu put down his teacup and slowly got up, his expression suddenly becoming serious as he said in a cold voice, "In that case, this official will speak about this second matter." When the princes heard this, they were stunned. The second thing? Aside from the drought in Qingzhou, is there any other major event in the courtroom that is worthy of their deliberation? Which one of the princes is able to sit in this position is not more than a fox. Soon they thought of what happened in yesterday's morning court, and all of them turned their gazes to Zhang Shuo, the left imperial historian, who was shivering. Now someone's going to be out of luck. The same thought flashed through the minds of all the males. Feng Xiu got up and slowly walked to the center of the left capital royal historian Zhang Shuo and the minister of the Ministry of Revenue Lu Sanli. "Do you gentlemen know what this minister met yesterday when he left the city?" Feng Xiu stood in front of the two, looking down on them from above, with an eerie chill in his tone. When the gentlemen heard this question, they were again struck dumb. Then they seemed to associate something, and they all looked at Zhang Shuo, the left imperial historian, with some hostility in their eyes. Feng Xiu let out a cold smile and slowly opened his mouth. "This prime minister has been out of the city for only a short period of 2 joss sticks, but 19 assassins have attacked this prime minister. Please ask Imperial Minister Zhang and Servant Lu to guess who these assassins are under the orders of, to be so bold as to come and assassinate this prime minister." The moment Zhang Shuo and Lu Sanli were no longer able to restrain their inner fear, and their entire bodies went limp on the ground as if their strength had been drained. My humble servant has a sincere heart for the Sangha. Even if I were to lend my humble servant 10 guts, my humble servant would never dare to assassinate the Sangha. There must be someone who falsely accused the subordinate official. Please be clear about it. Minister. With words having been said to this point, how could Zhang Shuo and Lu Sanli still not know what Feng Xiu meant? The two men flung themselves to their knees and rose up in tears. "Oh, someone falsely accused you?" A cold smile appeared on Feng Xiu's face, and with a wave of his hand, he said, "Then this minister will let the person who falsely accused you confront you face to face, and let all the princes see if this minister has wronged you or not." The words fell. The shadow guards then escorted the tortured assassin to Feng Xiu. The assassin was then thrown in front of Zhang Shuo and Lu Sanli. When the two saw them, their faces instantly turned white, their whole bodies trembled, and they couldn't say a word. It's not just them. The princes also sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw the shadow guards with an aura of solemnity and the assassins who were tortured beyond human form. They had never imagined that Feng Xiang's methods would be so severe. Just one day to find out who was behind the assassins. The moment. All the dukes brought a touch of awe in their eyes when they looked at Feng Xiu. "Looks like you guys don't have much to say." Feng Xiu looked down at the two and said in a cold voice, "Plotting to murder the prime minister of the dynasty. This alone is enough to bring you all to ruin. Men, escort them to the heavenly prison. After this minister reports to His Majesty will dispose of them." "Yes, Sangha." Two shadow guards stepped forward and dragged the two, who were like dead dogs, out of the hall. Things have come to this. Where are the princes in the hall who still don't understand? Feng Xiang is making an example of him. Although they didn't take things to the extreme like Zhang Shua and Lu Sanli. However, during Feng Xiang's coma, most of them had also risen with different thoughts. For example, when Qin Xingyan was impeached, surprisingly none of them came forward to plead for Qin Xingyan. Doesn't that tell you something? By disposing of the two Zhang Shua in front of them this time, Feng Xiang was telling them, don't be dissolute, or this is what you'll get. As the princes looked at the bloody assassin at Feng Xiu's feet, they all began to recall in their minds if they had done anything excessive during this period of time. After Feng Xiu finished dealing with Zhang Shua and the two of them, he sat back down on the eunuch chair and said with a smile back on his face, His Majesty doesn't know whose slanders he's been listening to in recent days, and he's always wary of this minister and all the princes. This is something that I'm sure you all realize. Although this minister and all the princes only have a heart of loyalty and love for the country, more slanderous words will inevitably affect His Majesty's judgment. Therefore, this minister would like to tell you all that the more we come to such a time, the more united we must be. Don't let anything similar happen to the two dog thieves Zhang Shua and Lu Sanli after today. Well, that's enough talk for today. This Prime Minister also has to go into the palace and ask His Majesty for instructions on how to deal with these two dog thieves. The princes must also return to their homes to raise money and grain for the relief of the victims. The Prime Minister will not keep you gentlemen. The words fell. The princes rose and saluted in unison. I am excused. Afterward, one by one, they left the Sangoku mansion with trepidation. Moments later, Feng Xiu was the only one left in the main hall. Feng Xiu looked at the departing backs of the princes, thought for a moment, and commanded, prepare the car. This Prime Minister wants to go into the palace to face the saint. The palace, the Hall of Nourishment. Empress Wu Mingkong was sitting on the dragon chair, reviewing the Sangha. Brain. The image of the finger pointing at the deer keeps coming up. It took her a long time to calm down. On the side, the maid Lin Wanner looked at the Empress, her eyes filled with worry. After hesitating for a while, he opened his mouth to advise. Your Majesty, Imperial Dr. Lu has said that you have not recovered from the wind chill and should recuperate. You, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Wu Mingkong. I'm fine. Despite what she said, her face was incredibly pale. Ever since that morning court, she had contracted a wind chill and was weak. The imperial physician looked at it and said it was overworked and should be rested. But Wu Mingkong knew in his heart, she was pissed off by that traitor Feng Xiu. It was only in his anger that he contracted a wind chill. She'd thought about a retreat, too, but as soon as she rested, Feng Xiu's treacherous face kept surfacing in her mind. Then a pent-up air rose in his chest, which could not be swallowed, could not be spat out, and could only be held in his heart. Wu Mingkong felt that the only time he could be in a slightly better mood was when he was reviewing the Zhang. Therefore, most of the time in these 2 days are sitting in front of the paperwork, reviewing these folders submitted from the state capitals. As the maid who had accompanied the Empress since she was a child, how could Lin Wanner not know how the Empress felt in her heart? Just seeing the Empress in this haggard state, she still couldn't help it and wanted to persuade again. Your Majesty. She had just opened her mouth when she suddenly heard a magnetic voice from outside the Hall of Nurturing Heart. I, Feng Xiu, beg to see Your Majesty. When Wu Mingkong heard Feng Xiu's voice, he violently raised his eyes to the doorway, his eyes filled with indignation. How dare this traitor come to see me? He's really not afraid that I'll lay an ambush and burn with him. The Empress took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger within her, and said in a cold voice, Yun, thank you, Your Majesty. Feng Xiu pushed open the door of the Hall of Nurturing Heart and walked in. He was taken aback when he saw the Empress sitting behind the paperwork. I haven't seen you for a day. Why is your face so white? Your Majesty, you must take care of your dragon body. When Feng Xiu saw that the Empress was pale and incomparably haggard, the words he was about to say were hard to hold back, and he even forgot to salute. The Empress saw him like this, but she felt that he was deliberately provoking him, and the anger in her heart increased by 1 point. Emotional value plus 100. Hearing the system beep, Feng Xiu was stunned. What do you mean? Can't you just care? At this point, the Empress's nonchalant voice rang out. I'm in good health, so I won't bother Feng Xiang. When Feng Xiu heard this, he couldn't say anything else. He arched his hand and bowed, righting himself. Your Majesty, I've come this time because of the drought in Xinzhou. Xinzhou drought is very involved. Hundreds of thousands of people are displaced and starving. I only feel anxious and sad. Therefore, I have decided to sell my family's property worth 100,000 taels of silver, and exchange it all for food to be sent to Luonan province for the relief of the disaster victims. When the Empress heard this, she was first stunned, and then her face, which was pouring with dust, revealed an unbelievable expression. Did she hear right? This traitor is willing to donate 100,000 000 taels of silver for the victims? When did he become so compassionate to the people? Emotional value plus 1000. When Feng Xiu heard the system beep, he subconsciously glanced at the Empress. After seeing her questioning and shocked expression, she was a bit offended. It's only 100,000 taels of silver. Why do you have to make this face? Do you really think I'm an evil traitor? On second thought, what he had done before, it seems that none of the things he had done with the treacherous ministers. So, without dwelling on it, he continued, under my call, the Minister of Revenue, the Minister of Households, the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Rights, and a dozen or so other second and third ranking officials are also willing to do their part for the victims of Qingzhou. Unsurprisingly, within 3 days, I will be able to raise 1 million taels of silver. I think that 1 million taels of silver is to buy grain from neighboring countries at a high price, and it will be able to resolve this crisis. Wu Mingkong sat on the dragon chair, looking at the young face in front of him that was not much older than himself, while breathing a sigh of relief. An unprecedented coolness rose in his heart. Ever since she knew about the drought in Qingzhou, she had been wondering what to do about it. Thinking about it, I couldn't find a foolproof solution. The best method she could think of was to transfer some military food from the border Yangzhou for emergency purposes. Who would have thought? Feng Xiu had surprisingly solved this problem, which seemed incomparably tricky to her, in just one day, and in a way that borders on cutthroat by calling on ministers to donate money and food. What a terrific rallying cry! What a terrible influence! No wonder he was able to call a stag a horse in front of his own face. It turned out to have such terrifying strength. The thought of fingering a deer for a horse. The Empress's anger that had just subsided rose a few more points. Emotional value plus 1000. Emotional value plus 500. I'll be grateful to Minister Fong for this drought in Qingzhou. In any case, Feng Xiu, the traitor, had done something good in favor of the people. The Empress forced herself to hold back her inner displeasure and opened her mouth to praise. Feng Xiu smiled and returned. I'm just a silver porter. It's not considered hard work. It's your Majesty who works hard. I see that your Majesty's face is not very rosy. I think that you have been overworked over the drought in the past few days. As the father of His Majesty's phase, there are some things that I must still say if the others do not. I ask that your Majesty must take care of your dragon's health. You must know that His Majesty's dragon body is not His Majesty's alone, but involves millions of people, and my great Qian's kingdom and country. Feng Xiu looked at the Empress with a sincere face, his eyes filled with concern. Mentally, I'm betting on you. You're going to have to live until you're 80 anyway. And if you get tired of hiccups at 16 and the system doesn't work, who am I going to talk to? When Wu Mingkong heard the word Sangfu, he immediately broke down his defenses. The white face twitched gently, obviously angry to the extreme. Finally, he couldn't help but crack up in his mind. You traitor, have the nerve to call yourself my phase father. Obviously only 12 years older than me. If it weren't for my father's stupefaction, a traitor like you, not to mention Prime Minister, would be serving me tea and water, and I wouldn't even care. Emotional value plus 1000. Emotional value plus 1000. Who dash? It took Wu Mingkong a while to calm down and look at Feng Xiu, saying in a cold voice, does Minister Feng have any other business? If there is nothing, then retire. In reply to your Majesty's words, I do have one more thing. Feng Xiu thought to himself that the wool hadn't been gripped enough, so how could he leave? He took a list of names from his arms and spoke. Your Majesty, I have here a list detailing the crimes of certain curmudgeons in the court who have committed treason, stolen and sold public lands, and embezzled without integrity. I implore your Majesty to decree that they be sent to the heavenly prison and beheaded in the fall. All family assets, all confiscated. On the side, Lin Wan'er busily stepped forward, took the list in Feng Xiu's hand, and presented it with both hands to the Empress. Empress Wu Mingkong looked at the list in her hand, a look of disdain on her tilted face. She really thought the traitor had cleaned up his act. It turns out that he was just using the disaster relief issue to exclude dissenters. Then again, to talk about treason and corruption is not straight. In the whole of Deqian, who can compare to you? Feng Xiang, emotional value plus 500. With this thought, Wu Mingkong turned over the list in his hand. Seeing the name on it instantly stunned me. Zhang Shuo, the left imperial historian. Lu Sanli, minister of the household. Zhao Ming'er, the head of the Ministry of Revenue. Qian Tangjiang, minister of public works. If I remember correctly, a good portion of these people are partisans of this traitor, aren't they? The Empress looked at the list with a puzzled face. She doesn't understand. In good time, how could this traitor lay hands on his own party? But, though it was hard to figure out why Feng Xiu was doing this, but by doing so he is weakening himself. The Empress was begging for it, so how could she refuse? Without hesitation, Wu Mingkong nodded and said, Let's do this matter as Feng Xiang said. Feng Xiu saluted. Then the minister will take his leave. He was about to turn around and leave after saying that. He had just turned around when he heard a gasp from behind him. Your Majesty. Feng Xiu subconsciously turned his head to look. Suddenly the Empress was found fainting on the case. His heart skipped a beat. He was fine just now. Why did he suddenly pass out? I don't think I've messed with her much today. He was about to yell for the imperial doctor before he could speak. He saw the Empress, who was lying on her back on the case, lulled back to life. Willow brows were slightly furrowed with a hint of fatigue between them. Aside. Seeing this, Lin Wanner busily brought the long-prepared medicinal soup and anxiously said, Your Majesty, you should drink this medicinal soup first, and the slave girl will go and call the imperial physician. Wu Mingkong's strong body waved his hand and said, No need, my body. I know myself, but it is just wind cold. Headache this a while will also be good. Although she said so on her lips, a look of pain appeared on her face. Obviously a headache. Wind chill? Feng Xiu was stunned. Suddenly I remembered that I had 2 more ibuprofen capsules in my backpack. Just enough to relieve pain and anti-inflammation and reduce fever and fever. Your Majesty, as an old minister, and as the father of the late Emperor's hand-picked minister for Your Majesty, I must remind Your Majesty, His Majesty's body is the foundation of the kingdom. Don't be careless. As the Empress listened, she only felt her head hurt more and more, not even bothering to pretend. He glared at Feng Xiu with an indignant look. Lin Wanner was also a bit angry. His Majesty is like this, and this man is still talking nonsense. It's really an abomination. Emotional value plus 1,000. Feng Xiu, however, as if he didn't notice, took out 2 ibuprofen capsules from his pocket and opened his mouth. This item is a miraculous medicine that I sought from a divine doctor, and it is miraculous for treating wind cold. Today I will honor them to Your Majesty. The Empress listened. A pair of starry eyes widened in vain, staring at Feng Xiu with a deadly stare. Silver teeth clenched as if they wanted to eat him alive and swallow him again. This traitor is trying to poison me. He doesn't even bother to pretend. Emotional value plus 2,000. Feng Xiu was a bit puzzled when he heard the system beep. Why did you suddenly add so much emotional value? Is it because it's moving? At this moment, the Empress' cold as ice voice slowly sounded. I appreciate the good intentions of Minister Feng. It's better to leave this divine medicine to Minister Feng himself. When the Empress spoke, she also purposely emphasized the word kindly. When Feng Xiu heard this, how could he not know that this Empress thought that he was harming her? He thought for a moment and spoke again. I know that Your Majesty doesn't trust me, so I'll simply make it clear today. I have nothing in my breast but a fervent heart of loyalty and service to my king. Everything I do is for Your Majesty. Your Majesty is still young, and Your Majesty may not yet be able to appreciate the good intentions of my minister. But I believe that one day Your Majesty will realize that I have always been on Your Majesty's side. Wu Mingkong sneered twice and didn't bother to pretend anymore. Sneering back, in that case, Feng Xiang's pointing at the deer as a horse is also a piece of good intention. Also for my own good? Feng Xiu was immediately choked, but he quickly returned to normal, with a brazen look, arching his hand and saying, Exactly. Emotional value plus 2,000. Get out. Get out of here. No longer able to restrain the anger that had been suppressed in her heart, the Empress slammed the table and yelled. Feng Xiu raised his eyes to look at the Empress and said in a flat tone, This wind chill cannot be delayed. I will watch Your Majesty take the divine medicine before I leave. The Empress clenched her silver teeth, itching to call the feathered guards to come in and put this traitor to death. But she knew in her heart, Feng Xiu, the traitor, is powerful. I'm afraid that all the lieutenants of the Featherwood Guard have been secretly bribed by him. Even if she gave the order, the people of the Featherwood Guard might not be able to listen to her. One thought to this. Infinite sadness and powerlessness rose in her heart, solely breaking the pot. She stretched out her slender hand and pointed at Feng Xiu and cursed. The Minister of Works is absolutely right. You're called a Prime Minister, but you're a traitor. You treason. What do you want to do? The Empress's voice came to a screeching halt, because she saw Feng Xiu had arrived in front of her. Your Majesty is absolutely right. I am the traitor. A warm smile appeared on Feng Xiu's rather handsome face as he slowly said, It's just that Your Majesty has to understand. Even if I am a traitor, then I am still an auxiliary minister and Your Majesty's phase father. The only person Your Majesty can rely on. Without my minister, with Your Majesty's strength, you may not be in a better position in the court than you are now. Even if Your Majesty doesn't believe in my character, you should believe in my means. If I wanted to jeopardize His Majesty's life, there are 10,000 ways to do so, and I would not bear the infamy of regicide. As Feng Xiu said this, he placed the ibuprofen capsule in his hand on the Empress's case. So I implore Your Majesty, take your medicine obediently. The Empress sat on the dragon chair and looked at Feng Xiu. who was close at hand and looked like a devil. It just felt like a heart was clutched by something so tightly that she could barely breathe. Such a heavy oppressive feeling she had experienced just a day ago. She knew that she was no match for this traitor at this stage. But, no matter what, she was the emperor of the great Qian Empire. It's the king of a country. How could this traitor do this to her? The empress could no longer restrain her inner fear and aggression, and her watery eyes filled with tears. Emotional value plus 10. 000. Fang Xiu saw that the empress was again angry with herself and cried. This empress looks quite strong. Why does she cry so easily? Forget it. Let's just woolgather today. Don't make a scene if you go overboard again. Fang Xiu thought of this and backed up to where he was supposed to stand. With a bow and a return to his natural tone, he said, I just want to ask your majesty to take the dragon's body into consideration and not to overwork it. The medicine that I offer to your majesty is also indeed a miraculous cure for wind cold. I still have to go and raid the family properties of those curmudgeons today, so I will leave first. Fang Xiu left. The empress and Lin Wanner all breathed a sigh of relief. For a moment just now, she was really afraid that Fang Xiu would do something treasonous to her. After all, a traitor like Fang Xiu did bad things. For him, regicide is not out of the question. That damn traitor. Sooner or later, I will cut him into 1,000 pieces. Wu Mingkong's tilted face was filled with indignation. But, after Fang Xiu made such a mess, she did feel like she had exhaled quite a bit of the pent-up air in her chest. Though the confrontation, in the end, was her downfall. But anyway, it's always a way of shouting out what you've been holding in your heart. The empress sat on the dragon chair, recalling what Fang Xiu had just said, her expression regaining its firmness. I can't die yet. I will also see the day when that traitor Fang Xiu is put to death. To see the day when the great Qian Empire prospers. Can't keep sulking like this. Be cheered up. One day, you will be able to defeat the traitor Fang Xiu. Wu Mingkong mentally cheered himself up. A moment later, she exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked to Lin Wanner, who was at the side, and commanded, Wanner, have the imperial catering room make congee, I want to have a meal. When Lin Wanner saw that the empress had regained her spirit, her face showed joy and she busily said, Yes, your majesty. Having said that, he was about to leave. Suddenly, he saw the empress's body swaying again. Lin Wanner was alarmed. Your majesty, your wind chill can't be delayed any longer. Slave girl, go call the imperial physician. The empress waved her hand and said, No need. I have good medicine. Good medicine? Lin Wanner was stunned, seemed to have thought of something, subconsciously looked towards the 2 crystal clear divine pills on the dragon case. Next, she hasn't reacted yet. She saw the empress pinch up a divine medicine and put it into her mouth. Your majesty, Lin Wanner exclaimed again. This medicine is a gift from Fang Xiang. Who knows if it's poisonous? The empress, however, looked unconcerned and waved her hand. I know in my heart that if that traitor wants to harm me, there's no need to use such a clumsy means. With that, he swallowed the capsule he had in his mouth. I don't know if it's an illusion or if it's real. After taking the medicine, in less than an incense stick of time, the empress felt that her headache had eased a lot. This one medicine was actually more effective than the imperial physician's 10 bowls of medicinal soup. The empress looked at the one remaining ibuprofen capsule in her hand, and her eyes showed intense curiosity. I wonder what this medicine is made of, that it has such a miraculous medicinal effect. When the day comes for that traitor to be put to death, he must be tortured. Somehow, a picture suddenly emerged in the empress's mind. Himself with a long whip full of spikes in his hand. Fang Xiu, that traitor, was prostrate in front of her, trembling and trembling. In a voice filled with fear, he cried out, Your Majesty, spare your life. Think about it. A blush involuntarily appeared on her fair face, and she suddenly felt motivated to fight. In the meantime, Fang Xiu, who had already returned to the Shangguo mansion, inexplicably sneezed. The system's voice in his head sounded at the same time. Emotional value plus 1,000. One didn't need to think about it to know that it must be the empress cursing herself behind her back. Fang Xiu glanced in the direction of the palace and instead of being angry, he was very happy. Curse all you want as long as it adds to the emotional value. The harder I curse, the more I earn. Fang Xiu thought so and opened the system. Emotional value, 41,600. Going into the palace once added nearly 20,000 more emotional values. A satisfied smile appeared on Fang Xiu's face. Decided to draw the prize twice more. Does it consume 10,000 emotional values to complete the lottery? Yes. The raffle begins. The pointer began to turn, slowing down after a few moments and eventually stopping at a certain position. Obtain random general summoning card *1. The Dechen Empire is now lacking generals who can lead troops and fight in wars, so it would be a blood moneymaker if they could summon a commander-in-chief. Fang Xiu looked at the rewards that had arrived and was somewhat looking forward to who would be summoned. He thought about it, but decided to open the card after the drawing. Does it consume 10,000 emotional values to complete the lottery? Yes. The raffle begins. The second raffle begins. The pointer turned and finally stopped at the position of Shangwan Haitang summoning card *1. Fang Xiu was slightly stunned. Why is this again? Is it hard to summon a second Shangwan Haitang? The party amended its doubts. The system's beep suddenly sounded. The prize is a special item and has been randomly replaced with a prize of equal value. Get Shadow Guard *500. 500 Shadow Guards. Blood money. When Fang Xiu saw the prize, he couldn't help but grin and laugh. He had seen the toughness of the Shadow Guards before. Each Shadow Guard is a terrifying killing machine. Put it on the battlefield. It's not a problem to fight one for 10. 500 Shadow Guards were equivalent to 5,000 ordinary soldiers. This force was already considered top-notch when placed in the capital of the Great Qian Empire. Even the imperial family's featherwood guards could only avoid their fronts in the face of more than 500 Shadow Guards. Make another trip out of town sometime. Now open the summoning card first. Fang Xiu took a deep breath and looked at the randomized Martial General summoning card in his hand. And surprisingly, he was a bit nervous. It would have been acceptable if we had opened Gainin Stream. After all, the prizes at the same level are Lu Bowen and Shangwan Haitang. I'm afraid to open a General Xing Daorong. That's really no place to talk. Whatever. You have to admit whatever you're offered. Do you use random general summoning cards? Yes. Fang Xiu's words fell. The system tone then sounded. Obtaining a Dianwei summoning card. Is it used? Surprisingly, it's Dianwei. When Fang Xiu saw these two words, a hanging heart instantly relaxed. Although Dianwei was not a commander-in-chief, his personal force was extremely strong. Legend has it that Dianwei could even fight tigers and leopards with his bare hands. Just standing there sends shivers down your spine. Cao Cao called him ancient evil. Most importantly, he was not only brave, but also loyal. Historically, Dianwei died of exhaustion from protecting his lord. This is a tiger general in the truest sense of the word. 10,000 emotion value in exchange for such a loyal and righteous tiger general with extremely strong force. How to look at it was all earned. Summon. Fang Xiu didn't hesitate and chose yes. The familiar white light reappeared in Fang Xiu's house. Wait for the white light to dissipate. A fierce general clad in heavy armor appeared in front of Fang Xiu. He was 8 feet tall, stout in appearance, with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, and carried 2 iron halberds on his back. It's really majestic and makes you cringe just looking at it. Fang Xiu looked him up and down and couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Worthy of being ancient evil. If it weren't for the fact that his loyalty is 100, I'd have to be terrified standing in front of him. When Dianwei saw Fang Xiu, he immediately arched his hand and saluted. My lord, Dianwei, pay respects to the lord. The heavy armor clunked and gave a great sense of oppression. Fang Xiu nodded with satisfaction and commanded, you rest for a while, and after the unspecified time, follow this minister to copy the house. Yes, my lord. Chang'an City. Streets. Fang Xiu brought along Dianwei and 100 shadow guards, as well as a dozen carriages, hulkied up and headed for the Zhang mansion. The people around them saw this and stepped out of the way. A few of the bold ones are still whispering. So many people. It looks like something big is going to happen again. I heard it's to raid the home of the left imperial historian, Lord Zhang. I've heard my uncle say that Lord Zhang and Lord Prime Minister are in cahoots. So how could Lord Prime Minister raid his house? Ha! A dog bites a dog. I don't think so. Perhaps this Prime Minister of ours has come to his senses and wants to do something good for the people? Ha ha ha. If he can do good for the people, even a sow can climb a tree. The Great Qian Empire has been in decline for so many years. Whether it is Chang'an City, or the rest of the people of the state capitals, all of them loathe Fang Xiu, the treacherous Prime Minister, to the bone. At this moment, when he heard that he was the one who led the raid, he naturally didn't think it was a good thing. Sure, Fang Xiu didn't care what the people thought now. He believes in just doing things the way he wants to do them. One day, the people of the Deqian Empire would regard him as a god. You have to eat your food one bite at a time. One thing at a time. That reputation has to be turned around little by little as well. Fang Xiu rode his high horse, and in no time, he led his men to the Zhang mansion. Dianwei, lead the men to blockade the Zhang mansion. No one is allowed in or out. Yes, my lord. Dianwei rolled over and dismounted, leading a group of men to rush into the Zhang mansion. In a flash, the entire Zhang mansion resounded with the sound of ghostly cries. It was a while before the voices finally calmed down. Only then did Fang Xiu enter the Zhang mansion with the remaining shadow guards. Inside the courtyard, nearly 100 people up and down the Zhang mansion stood in a row. Both men and women, young and old, all of them had a look of fear on their faces, and they were all terrified. Fang Xiu only glanced at them before ordering the shadow guards to copy the family. As long as it's worth something, carry it all on the wagon and take it away. Master. The shadow guards arched their hands in unison, and in the next second, they were drilling into all corners of the Zhang mansion. Fang Xiu walked to the front of the Zhang house crowd and said in a cold voice, "The guilty minister Zhang Shua is treacherous and corrupt, and has been escorted to the heavenly prison to be beheaded in the fall. By His Majesty's decree, this minister has come to the Zhang mansion to confiscate all of the Zhang mansion's assets. All members of the Zhang clan, the men will be sent to the mines, and the women to the Ministry of Education." The words just fell. The Zhangfu clansmen then began to ghostly cry again. "We didn't do anything when the eldest made a mistake. Why should we be sent to the mines? The slave girl doesn't want to go to the Department of Education. I beg your excellency to be gracious and spare the slave girl. My lord, have mercy." When some of the women heard that they were going to be charged to the Department of Education, one by one, they knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness from Fang Xiu. The crying was beyond miserable. Hearing this, Fang Xiu sneered and said, "When you guys were enjoying your blessings, how come you didn't say you didn't do anything? Do you think that all the silver spent on weekdays falls from the sky? Having been favored by the sinful minister Zhang Shua, it is only natural that you should also be subject to his guilt by association." When Fang Xiu said this, he didn't bother to pay any more attention to them and said with a big wave of his hand, "Jian Wei, press them down. Anyone who dares to clamor again will be directly escorted to the heavenly prison and beheaded along with the guilty minister Zhang Shua." My lord. Dian Wei took a step forward and stood in front of the Zhang clan. The ferocious appearance made the Zhang clan members tremble in fear, not daring to say another word. Fang Xiu, on the other hand, wandered up inside the Zhang mansion. "Why isn't this vase on? There must be a cellar here. Pry it open. And these flowers and plants, they are all valuable varieties. They can be taken out and sold for a few taels of silver. Don't leave them out. This, and this." Fang Xiu pointed as he walked. Soon, the shadow guards had pretty much moved the Zhang mansion. Seeing this scene, the Delizy chief booker following Fang Xiu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "I thought, this is the real goose that plucks the feathers. Not to mention the cellar. Even the flowers and grasses are not spared." Just when he thought that was pretty much it, Fang Xiu suddenly spoke. "Is everything moved? Come on, pry up these floors and take them all with you. And the wigwam." Fang Xiu looked to the Delizy's chief bookkeeper on the side and said, "You'll transfer someone from the Delizy tomorrow and get it sold." The Delizy's chief bookkeeper couldn't help but flutter his eyelids for a few moments, and he was too busy to salute. "Yes, Master Sang." After he responded, a cold sweat broke out uncontrollably on his forehead. As the chief bookkeeper of the Delizy, the scene of the raid has been seen quite a bit over the years, but it was the first time he had seen it like today. Woman sent to the Ministry of Education. Men sent to the mines. Flowers and plants plucked away. Floorboards pried away. Even the wigwam had to be moved. After today, I'm afraid that this house will never be able to find another object that costs more than 1 or 2 silver pieces, worthy of the Sangha. Tough enough, the head of the Delizy said in his mind. Seeing that he didn't look too good, Fang Xiu stepped forward and patted his shoulder, saying, "First time?" The head of the Delizy hadn't had time to reply. "Just hear Fang Xiu Dao. It's fine. There will be plenty of similar opportunities in the future, so you'll have experience if you copy it a few more times." When the head of the Delizy heard this, a heartbeat went through him. "Swear in your heart, no matter what happens in the future, never provoke this minister Fang." About an hour later, up and down the Zhang mansion, but anything that was worth a bit of silver was moved onto the carriage. Fang Xiu stood in the middle of Zhang Fu's courtyard and looked around, seeing that there was really nothing left to copy. That's the end of it. A big, spirited wave of the hand. "Go! Next house." 2 whole days, Fang Xiu did nothing and took the shadow guards to raid the house. A carriage came empty and left full. At first, the people on the sidelines would clap their hands. By the end of the day, it's all numb. And the civil and military officials in the court were informed of this. It was all a heart attack. In the past, when they made mistakes and were copied, they could still hide some gold and silver treasures to leave to their descendants, so that they could be a rich family. Now, not to mention the gold and silver, we can't even keep the people. Sighing at the same time as Fang Xiang pulled out the hair of the goose and left the skin of the beast. No one dares to tamper with the Qingzhou drought relief money anymore. Fang Xiu's plagiarism has just ended. The relief money donated by civil and military officials was then sent to the Ministry of Revenue. Together they add up to nearly 800,000 taels of silver. According to the purchasing power of the Dacian Empire, the silver was more than enough to convert it into food and provide relief to hundreds of thousands of victims. Just what Fang Xiu didn't expect was this. The day after the relief money came in, the minister of the household, Qin Xingyan, then hurriedly came to the Shanghua mansion. As soon as he saw Fang Xiu, he put on a sad face, calling out the suffering, "Minister Fang, My humble servant did the math yesterday according to the market price of grain. This 800,000 taels of silver converted into grain and sent to Luonan province is still quite a bit short. 2. What do you think this is going to be like? Fang Xiu's brows furrowed slightly, and a pair of stern eyes looked at Qin Xingyan as he said in a cold voice, 800,000 taels of silver, plus my prime minister's 100,000 taels, that's 900,000 taels. There are only 700,000 Qingzhou stragglers in Luonan province combined. Even if we calculate it according to 1 stone of grain and 1 or 2 pieces of silver, it's still more than enough. How can it not be enough? There was a chill in his tone. When Qin Xingyan heard this, he instantly understood. Fang Xiang is suspecting him of embezzling the money and grain for the relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and was busy explaining. Minister Fang, the price of grain in the capital has been rising ever since the drought in Qingzhou. Nowadays the price of a stone of rice has more than tripled in the market. That is, 3 taels of silver can't even buy a stone of rice. When Fang Xiu heard this, his brows furrowed even tighter. You should know that jacking up the price of food is a capital offense. Where did these grain merchants get such audacity to speculate the price of grain to 3 times at this time? Aren't they afraid of being beheaded? Aside, Qin Xingyan seemed to have seen Fang Xiu's thoughts and spoke again to explain. Minister Fang, according to our Daqian law, if this grain price rises to 50% of the imperial court's pricing, you can already be questioned. The problem is that most of these grain merchants are not my Qian people, but Wu people. More than half of my grain in Daqian comes from Wu. These Wu grain merchants, relying on the fact that they have grain, are ignoring our Daqian laws and wantonly inflating the price of grain. It's just that the court can't do anything about them. After all, if they were all beheaded, not to mention how Wu would react, my Daqian would have to fall into a food shortage crisis first. Hearing this, Fang Xiu's face revealed an angry expression as he looked at Qin Xingyan and questioned. The great Qian, can't even provide for my own food? For the feudal empire, agriculture is the foundation of the country. Only with enough food can we feed a population large enough to develop commerce and technology and grow ourselves. If it can't even feed itself, then the empire is not far from falling apart. This is why, among the scholars, farmers, and merchants, agriculture comes second. Qin Xingyan was the minister of the household, in charge of fields, money and grain. Food is not self-sufficient and he is the primary person responsible. Fang Xiu had thought that Qin Xingyan would be sincerely terrified when he heard his rebuke. However, after glancing at him, I realized that his expression was a bit strange, as if he wanted to say something. Fang Xiu frowned and said in an unkind manner, say whatever you want to say. When Qin Xingyan heard this, he dared to say, Minister Fang, in fact, my Daqian's grain was originally self-sufficient, but 5 years ago, Wu sprang up to make sweet wine from grapes. And the same land, if planted with grapes, is far more expensive than grain. So then some of my farmers in Daqian switched to grapes, and all the grapes they grew were sold to Wu. Over the years, the price of grapes has fallen every year, and those farmers have gone back to growing food. It's just that the deficit of food in the Ministry of Revenue over the years can't be made up for in a while. Fang Xiu was instantly speechless as he listened. It's not a brain-dead idea to let farmers switch to grapes. If you can't see such an obvious conspiracy, why are you still the minister of the household? This, Qin Xingyan didn't know what to say for a moment and had a coy look. It took a while before he carefully said, this is not the meaning of the subordinate officer. In fact, at that time, the subordinate officer also advised the late emperor. Just, that said, it ended abruptly, giving Fang Xiu a strange look. Fang Xiu saw his expression and eyes. Sudden reaction. Who can decide on such an important matter but himself? The prime minister? In other words, that brain-deficient person was none other than myself back then. Fang Xiu looked at Qin Xingyan and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After all, it was such an obvious plot that even Qin Xingyan, who was a traitor like himself, could see it and try to dissuade it. My own self at the time was bent out of shape, so much so that it had planted such a big hidden danger for the Daqian Empire. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu couldn't help but curse the previous one in his heart. What a complete idiot. Ahem. Fang Xiu picked up his teacup, gently took a sip, and continued. This matter, this prime minister knows. You first take out 50,000 taels of silver, buy some grains and coarse chaff from grain merchants, mix them together and send them to Luonan prefecture in case of emergency. As for the problem of grain traders jacking up grain prices, this minister will find a way to solve it. Speaking of which, his tone suddenly became stern, his stern eyes gazing at Qin Xingyan. Minister Qin, this minister has a word of advice for you. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. If you still want to live a few more years of glory and prosperity, don't get any ideas on this matter. This time, even if a single penny of the 900,000 000 taels of silver for the relief of the victims is not used on the victims. This Prime Minister will punish you. I think you understand the methods of this Prime Minister. If I let this minister know that there is still a single victim starving to death after the court began to provide relief, Zhang Shua and Lu Sanli's today is your tomorrow. When Qin Xingyan heard the words water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn a boat, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He subconsciously glanced at Fang Xiu and suddenly felt in his heart. Fang Xiang had become a little less different since his last awakening. But what was different? He couldn't say. But, of one thing, he was certain. This time to provide relief to the victims, Fang Xiang was serious. If something really goes wrong, he'll be the next one to get goose-stepped. My humble servant understands. My humble servant will definitely live up to Prime Minister Fang's trust. If one of the Qingzhou victims dies of starvation, my humble servant is willing to take all the blame. A solemn color appeared on Qin Xingyan's pale face as he solemnly said. Fang Xiu nodded and waved his hand. Okay, go down. I am excused. Qin Xingyan saluted and left the Xianghua mansion. Fang Xiu sat on the Taisher chair and began to think about how he could fix these grain merchants. It's not these grain merchants that are the problem, and it lies in the kingdom of Wu behind them. If they didn't have Wu backing them up, if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't have dared to inflate the price of grain to 3 times the price. One thought to this. Fang Xiu summoned Shangguan Haitang and commanded, Haitang, send some people to inquire about Wu. Inquire as much as you can and report to me. In the past few days, Shangguan Haitang had been busy establishing an intelligence organization. There have been a few glimpses so far. There are a number of Wu traders in the Qian kingdom. These merchants are the most well-informed. You should be able to get a lot of information about Wu from them. Fang Xiu looked to see if he could find some useful information from it as a breakthrough point in solving the food price problem this time. Even if you can't find it, it doesn't matter. Fang Xiu still had one last card, the system mall. The big deal is to exchange some food from the mall to fill the vacant relief food. As for those Wu merchants who jacked up grain prices, sooner or later, Fang Xiu would make them pay the price in blood. One day later, Shangguan Haitang, who had finished gathering intelligence, stood at Fang Xiu's side and reported, Master, according to those Wu merchants, the reason why they are willing to come to the barren Qian kingdom to do business is because Wu is at war with the Yu kingdom to the south. Yu is located in the southern border, and its national strength is far superior to Qian and Wu. This time it's the state of Yu that took the initiative to attack the state of Wu, wanting to forcefully take over the good land in the southern part of the state of Wu. The war between the two has just begun, and it will last for at least a year without any surprises. Fang Xiu's eyes lit up when he heard this. If that's the case, wouldn't it be possible to let go of punishing those Wu merchants who inflate grain prices? Fang Xiu pondered for a moment and made a decision in his mind. For these unruly dogs who take advantage of the fire, they should be properly cured with heavy punishment. Let them know too. A gentleman loves his money and takes what he can get. There are some fortunes that are not theirs to make. A stern light flashed in Fang Xiu's eyes as he commanded, Haitang, put other things aside for the next 2 days and focus on collecting evidence that these grain merchants are jacking up grain prices. Without the slightest hesitation, Shangguan Haitang arched his hand and said, Master, Chang'an City, North City, somewhere in the grain store on South Wind Street, a man around 30 years old, holding a child, stood in the doorway, his face filled with indignation, and exclaimed, What's wrong with you guys? This liter of yellow rice was only 28 when yesterday, but today it's gone up to 35 won. How outrageous! There's no such thing as a price hike like yours. The people around them were all filled with righteous indignation as they listened. That is, this time last year, a liter of yellow rice was only 9 cents, and in just 1 year, the price has gone up 4 times. Where in heaven's name is there one like you? If things go on like this, people won't be able to afford to eat even the coarse chaff that pigs eat, not to mention the yellow rice. How can you let us poor people live with such price increases? When that rice store fellow heard this, a look of disdain appeared on his face as he pinpointed. If you can't afford it, don't eat it and starve, let alone a 4-fold increase, or even a 40-fold increase. That's just as much for people to buy, just as much for people to eat. You can't afford it. Why don't you think of it as your own lack of ability? Not capable of feeding yourself, but blaming it on us. The people around them were even more upset when they heard this. What do you call that? According to our Dakian law, the price of grain shall not rise by more than 50% of the official pricing. You've gone up so much. Aren't you afraid to kill your heads? The words fell. Before the fellow could reply, he saw a large-bellied merchant walking out of the grain store. What's all the noise this early in the morning? The large-bellied merchant stretched out his stopper, a look of impatience on his face. When the man holding the child saw him, he shouted, Traitor, if you don't lower your prices, we'll sue you at the government office. When that merchant heard this, it was as if he had heard some great joke. couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha, sue me in court? Go ahead and sue and see if your official lords will pay any attention to you. At this point, there was a pause, and he continued. Half of your Qian kingdom's grain is transported from the Wu land by us, the Wu people. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't even be able to eat. It's just as well that you don't appreciate it, but you're going to sue me. I tell you, it's your emperor who's here today. This grain will still be at this price. Too expensive? Go buy it somewhere else. Don't come here. Speaking of which, with a big, condescending wave of his hand, the people on the sidelines saw this, and only felt a wave of anger held in their chests. Unable to spit, unable to swallow, they know it in their hearts. This Wu guy is right. The land of Dakian is barren. Unlike Wu, which is full of good land, the food produced is simply not enough to eat. Plus previous years, under the slanderous words of that treacherous minister Fang Xiu, the dim-witted ruler made some farmers switch to grapes again. There's even less food in this great Qian. The price of food has been going up for a few years now, only it's still within their reach. Bite the bullet and you can afford it. But now, because of the drought in Qingzhou, the grain harvest in one state is extinct, and the price of grain has risen 3 or 4 times. Even if they gnash their teeth, can't afford to eat it either. These Wu people are really hateful. Don't even lose your face for silver. It's just that they don't provide relief to the victims in times of drought, but they even take advantage of the opportunity to jack up the price of food, which is simply worse than pigs and dogs. In the crowd, a few cold school scholars saw the scene, and the same look of indignation appeared on their faces. They looked at the high and mighty, incomparably arrogant Wu grain merchants and couldn't help but break out in curses. That you Wu people should be so greedy as to be like a hungry tiger meeting a sheep, or a fly seeing blood. Shameless, vile and lowly. When that grain merchant heard those words, instead of getting angry, a sneer appeared on his face. This relief for the disaster victims is clearly the business of your Qiangua court. How dare you scold us Wu people as well? How ridiculous. Even if you all curse the heavens today, I won't drop a penny for you. If you think it's expensive, don't eat it. If you want to sue the authorities, go ahead. If you can't afford it, there's always someone who can, so don't get in the way here and affect my business. With that, he turned to leave. Only a few fellows were left standing in the doorway. The people looked at the grain merchant's back and only felt their chests clogged. Many people's eyes showed blood in their eyes, obviously angry to the extreme. At this point, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "It's downright deceptive. We can't let him be so arrogant. Go, let's go to the police together." The words fell. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Someone sighed and said, "It's useless to report to the officials. The only reason these people dare to be so arrogant is because they have the imperial court standing behind them. If it weren't for the tacit approval of the imperial court, they would dare to do this kind of head-killing thing. That is, half of the silver from this price increase, I'm afraid, has fallen into the pockets of the courtiers. Furthermore, they are from Wu. Wu is strong and Qian is weak. The imperial court wouldn't dare to do anything to them." Many people stood under the hot sun. Their bodies were obviously hot, but their hearts were cold. Almost everyone's mood hit rock bottom. Even some people want to. If only I could have been born in Wu, there would be no need to endure hunger and be looked down upon by the Wu people. As is the case today, a few of the chili readers hadn't eaten for a day or two as well. At the moment, although they felt desolate, they were more indignant. 10 years ago, Mai de Qian was a powerful country. Now it has fallen to such a state. It's really pathetic. It's all because of Fang Xiu, the traitorous minister, who holds the government, flatters the dim king, and does many absurd things, resulting in my Dakian becoming weaker and weaker. And the country will not be a country. Traitorous minister Fang Xiu, everyone should be executed. By the way, to frame the prime minister of the day in this manner is a capital offense of killing the head. But the people around them all acted as if they hadn't heard it, saying nothing, and no one clamored to report it to the police, simply because they are just like these readers, hated Fang Xiu to the bone. That's just it. There's still some yellow rice left in the house, so if you eat less at one meal, you should still be able to cope for a few days. I've heard that in a few days, the court will be providing disaster relief, and by that time, the price of food should be able to drop a bit. The man holding the child said this with his mouth, but in his heart he understood. According to past experience, it is impossible for the court to provide relief to the victims. Fang Xiu, that treacherous face, might even make another fortune under the guise of providing relief to the victims. Didn't he lead a group of people to raid the house yesterday? I heard that 100 wagons couldn't hold the gold and silver treasures that were found. Hey! The man holding the child sighed mournfully and turned to leave. Just then, not far away but suddenly a high voice came. By order of the Prime Minister, arrest Wu Deyu, the grain merchant of Wu. Idle people, all retreat. The people on the sidelines subconsciously turned their heads to look. Not far away, several green-clothed constables held chains and came at a brisk pace. Each one had a solemn expression, with a stern chill in their eyes. Arresting the grain merchant Wu Dio? The people were slightly stunned. Then they all revealed a look of exhilaration. God has eyes. The court has finally stepped in. These abominable crooks. They should all be put in jail. That guy wasn't so arrogant just now. He said it's useless to sue the officials. Let's see if he can still be as tough-talking once he's in the slammer. The people on the sidelines looked at the aggressive green-clothed constable and only felt that they had taken a vicious breath of air. In the grain store, Wu Dio pushed out the door again, his face filled with anger as he roared. A bunch of unruly people. It's not over yet. If you make trouble here again, I'll report you all to the police and have you arrested. On the side, the fellow from the grain store saw this and busily came to Wu Dio's side. Carefully, he said, "Boss, the officials are here, saying they want to arrest the grain merchant Wu Dio." Arresting the grain merchant Wu Dio? Wu Dio was stunned, as if he didn't react to what was happening. Wait for those constables to come a little closer. He just suddenly reacted. These constables are here to arrest him. A flash of panic appeared on his face, but when he thought of his status as a Wu man, he became emboldened again. He looked at these green-clothed constables in front of him with disdain in his eyes. "Who sent you? Don't you guys know I'm a Wu?" One of the green-clad constables stepped out, with a cold smile on his face. He stared at Wu Dio with the eyes of a dead man, his voice carrying a senile chill. "This constable is under the orders of the Prime Minister. Arrest the grain merchant Wu Dio. I advise you not to resist and obediently go with this constable, so that you don't have to suffer the pain of flesh and blood." When Wu Dio heard this, he was stunned again and muttered, "By order of the Prime Minister?" If it was an ordinary person, he would have nothing to fear based on his identity as a grain merchant in Wu. But this Prime Minister of Qiangui is different. After all, in the Qian Kingdom, the status of that Prime Minister was almost equal to that of the Emperor. What he says is close to the equivalent of Holy Writ. It's no joke that he's going to arrest himself. Wu Dio's expression became a little flustered and squeezed out a smile as he asked, "Are a few officials mistaken? I have no friendship with the Prime Minister, and even more so, I have never offended the Prime Minister. So why is the Prime Minister arresting me?" The green-clothed constable at the head sneered, "Raising the price of grain. This alone is enough to cut off your head 10 times. Why did you say you were being arrested?" Wu Dio was stunned and subconsciously tried to defend himself, but he hadn't had time to speak. The constable was heard snapping, "Don't clamor. If you have anything to say, go into the courthouse and talk to the magistrate." With that, he drew the saber at his waist and put it on Wu Dio's neck. Seeing this, Wu Dio immediately silenced himself, not daring to make the slightest sound. 2 other constables came forward, chained him up, and escorted him toward the next grain store. The head constable stayed behind. He stopped where he was, looked around at the people, and spoke aloud, "By order of the Prime Minister, with immediate effect, the Chang'an Prefectural Yamen will strictly investigate the treacherous traders who inflate grain prices. Any grain store whose grain price rises more than 50% of the official pricing can be questioned. If you all find that there is any price gouging of grain, you can report to the Yamen. The prefect will surely punish you severely." After saying that, he arched his hand towards the onlookers and turned to leave. When the people on the sidelines heard this, they first fell silent, and then broke out into a loud cheer. Finally, the day has come. God has eyes. With Lord Prime Minister's orders, I'll see who dares to inflate grain prices again. 1,000 years, Prime Minister. The moment. For the first time, these people felt that the Prime Minister was not useless, at least when it comes to matters that jeopardize the fundamentals of the people. It is still taken very seriously. Humph, that traitorous minister has finally done something good. I only hope that this time, the strict investigation of food prices will be carried out from the beginning and not halfway. The cold scholar who had just scolded the traitorous minister, when he heard the green-clothed constable's words, his face became slightly more relaxed. There were 1 or 2 people who were even willing to put in some good words for Fang Xiu. Only, compared to the common people, they are a bit more knowledgeable. They know, cracking down on grain traders is not an easy task. Even if the Prime Minister steps in, he may not be able to do it from the beginning. After all, the Qian Kingdom itself was barren, and half of the grain was transported from the Wu land by these Wu merchants. High food prices. The drought in Qingzhou is only a causative factor, the lack of arable land is the root cause. Without solving this problem, it's useless to arrest more Wu grain merchants, and they'll have to be released in the end. Sure, these things were not something that they, the Chile scholars, should be worrying about. As long as the Prime Minister is willing to step in and crack down on the grain merchants, it's a good thing. At the very least, it allowed the people of Qiangui to see the attitude of the court. The court of Qiangui will also look out for the people. One short day. Similar scenes were staged dozens of times in front of various grain stores in Chang'an City. The grain merchants who were arrested by the Chang'an Prefecture's constables added up to a total of 36 people. The rest of the grain merchants had long since trembled in fear at the sight of this. While it was still dark, they met in a secluded compound to discuss what to do. It looks like the Chenghua court is going to get real this time. What can we do about this? A big-bellied grain merchant paced back and forth in the room, sighing long and hard. The rest of the grain merchants also looked sad, as if they had died as their own fathers. Only a few people still acted chipper. Among them, the middle-aged man sitting in the first seat even looked like he didn't care. Everyone else was frowning and screaming in misery, but only he was still holding his teacup and sipping his tea. And, of all the brocade garments in the room, only the clothes he was wearing were made of coarse cloth. It looked rather solid, but in reality, he was the most powerful one among these many Wu grain merchants. His name is Yuan Juinja, and he comes from Gusa province, the capital city of the kingdom of Wu. 2 to 3% of the grain in the entire city of Chang'an came from him. Yuan Juinja gently sipped a mouthful of tea and said in a breezy manner, "The sky hasn't fallen yet, so why panic?" When the grain merchants around him saw him so calm and collected, their original panicked moods eased a bit. They all looked at this giant from the Gusa province for advice. What does Lord Yuan have to say? Yuan Juinja put down his teacup and slowly said, "This time, the court of the Qian kingdom is raging, and it looks like it wants to wipe us out, but in reality, in my eyes, it's just doing superficial work. There are so many people who have been arrested. Or is it just cosmetic?" The grain merchants looked puzzled and asked, "What is the meaning of Mr. Yuan's words?" Yuan Juinja said lightly, "Have you all ever thought that the grain price of this Qian country has always been at a high level, and that the prime minister of Qian country has always turned a blind eye to it? So why are you suddenly making trouble today?" The people looked at each other in dismay, but finally they arched their hands and said, "We are stupid. Please ask Lord Yuan to teach me." Yuan Juinja let out a light laugh and said, "It's nothing more than to maintain one's prestige. You may not know that a few days ago, this prime minister of the Qian kingdom was still pointing at deer in the courtroom, making a great show of bravado and laying down the tough words that the drought in Xinzhou will definitely be solved within 3 days. The words have been said. If they cannot be done, how will the civil and military officials in the court look at him? And what does the newly crowned empress think of him?" His sudden outburst today, arresting the grain merchant, is nothing more than to establish prestige. The Qian kingdom is barren, and if you want to feed such a large number of people, you must ultimately rely on me, Wu kingdom, and on me, Wu Shang. That's why I say that he can only play the fool and make a show of it. As long as we drop the price of grain a little and give him some steps, he will have no choice but to stop. The words fell. The grain merchants looked at each other, and they could all see the excitement in each other's eyes. It was obvious that they extremely recognized Yuan Juinja's words. And so, there was a flurry of words. Lord Yuan is truly insightful. At a single glance, he saw through the nature of that prime minister of the Qian kingdom. In the face of the crowd's compliments, Yuan Juinja just drank tea and smiled without saying anything. In the blink of an eye, it was the following day. Chang'an City, North City, Gongchen Street, in front of the grain store. The people who learned that the price would be reduced today were waiting at the gate early. They say the price of food is going to come down, and I don't know how much it's going to come down. Lord Prime Minister said that it must not exceed 50% of the grain price set by the government, so I guess it can go down quite a bit. The Prime Minister is truly wise. The people stood in front of the grain store and talked, all in anticipation of the grain store opening its doors. A few moments later, the door to the grain store finally opened. At the same time, a sign with the price of food went up. Rice, 30 cents a liter. Millet, 25 a liter. The people on the sidelines were all dumbfounded when they saw the price of grain on that wooden sign. Rice, 30 cents a liter. Millet, 1 liter 25. That's not the same as not dropping. They had to wait here early for what? It's not as if we want this food prices to go back to normal. A liter of rice at 30 cents is cheaper than a liter of rice at 40 cents. Though, but they, the poor people, still can't afford it. In a split second, the people who have been waiting here for a long time feel cheated and insulted. One stared at the grain store fellow with wide eyes and indignation. Didn't we say the price reduction would start today? Why do you need 30 cents for a liter of rice? Do you have any integrity at all? The fellow from the grain store skimmed his lips in disdain. 40 cents yesterday, 30 today, and that's not a price cut? Not even willing to pay this much. Is it not giving you the grain that satisfies you? What the hell? When the people heard this, they became even angrier and said in a tit-for-tat voice, "Yesterday, the officials made it very clear. The price of grain must not increase by more than 50% of the price set by the court. 31 for a liter of rice. How many percent has it all gone over?" Knowing that he was not in the right, The grain store fellow did not tangle with them and waved his hand. The court told us to lower the price. And we did. Anyway, that's the price. You can buy it or not. After saying that, no matter how much the people underneath screamed and cursed, they never said a word back again. Seeing this, the people who bought the grain knew that these people were playing the rascal and were indignant. It's downright deceptive. Go! Let's go to the government and sue them. A group of dozens of people left the grain store and marched towards the Chang'an government office. A few moments later, arrived at the Chang'an government office. They just found out. They are far from the only ones who come here to sue the government. The moment. Hundreds of people had already gathered in front of the gates of the Chang'an prefectural yamen. These are people who buy grain, realize the price is wrong, and come to sue the government. A group of people crowded in front of the yamen, all yelling about the price of food. For a while, the entrance to the courthouse was full of people. In the lobby of the courthouse, Chang'an prefect's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he paced back and forth. Seeing the constable coming to report, he asked busily, "How many people have gathered outside?" The constable arched his hand and said, "Back to your honor. There are already 1,000 people." When the governor of Chang'an heard this, he sweated coldly, looked worried, and muttered in a low voice, "The people who have reported to the authorities have sued almost all the grain merchants in the entire city of Chang'an. This official can't arrest all the grain merchants. Ugh, what a way to go." As the words fell, an unfamiliar voice suddenly came from not far away. "Prefect." When the constable heard the voice, his cold hair stood straight up and he quickly drew the saber at his waist and looked in a certain direction. There, a white robe stands in place, the hands of the folding fan lightly shaking, dashing and suave. It was Shangguan Haitang. When the governor of Chang'an saw her, it was like seeing a savior. Reprimanded the constable. "This is Mr. Shangguan from the Sangunfu. Put the knife away. You ungrateful thing." "Yes, my lord." The constable, hearing that it was someone from the Sangunyan, was busy putting away his sword. Shangguan Haitang idly walked up to the Chang'an prefect and questioned. "The prime minister has ordered that anyone who inflates the price of grain, regardless of their status, will be questioned. Nowadays, outside the yamen, so many people report to the government. Why does the governor ignore it?" This, Chang'an prefect had a difficult look on his face and replied, "It's not that my officials are ignoring it. It's just that there are too many people who have reported this to the officials, and it involves almost all of the grain merchants in the city. If we arrest them all, my humble servant is afraid of chaos. On top of that, there are simply too many grain merchants involved in this case, and even if they were to be arrested, there aren't enough constables in the prefectural magistrate's office." Shangguan Haitang snorted coldly and said, "The prime minister ordered that the pros and cons of this have naturally been taken into account. You just follow orders. Where is this much concern? As for manpower, if the manpower of the yamen is not enough, then let the people from the Sangunyan go on. As long as the price of grain is inflated, arrest one for one, and one for two. Go ahead and do it. And if anything happens, the prime minister will take care of it." When the Chang'an prefect heard this, a hesitant look appeared in his eyes. The lesser of two evils. Since we offend people back and forth, let's offend the less powerful ones. In any case, the prime minister is still the biggest in the courtroom. The Chang'an prefect thought of this, made a decision, and saluted. "My humble servant understands. My humble servant will send someone to arrest the suspects involved. Guarantee that none will be spared." Outside the yamen, the people who reported to the police waited for a long time without seeing anyone. One by one, they're getting a little disheartened. "Hey, I knew these officials, and the grain merchants were all in cahoots. What strict investigation of adulterers and what yamen reporting to the government are just coaxing us common people. When it really comes down to it, they're still toward the grain merchants." Someone said indignantly, "If they do this, they're not afraid that the prime minister will punish them." "Ha! That traitorous minister arrested a few people and you really think he's sympathetic to the people? It's just for show." The words just fell. The door to the courthouse suddenly opened. Dozens of constables rushed out. When the people saw this, they were all startled and backed away. At that moment, the constables were instead lined up in a row and stood in the doorway. A middle-aged man in official robes walked out and said in a righteous manner, "My official, Chang'an Prefect Zhao Zhenron, by order of the Prime Minister, lead a team to investigate the matter of raising grain prices. The traitors who inflate the price of grain will be severely punished." The words fell without waiting for the people to react. He then took a step toward the outside. Dozens of constables were following him. The people who reported to the police were stunned for a moment and finally reacted. His Excellency, the Prefect, is actually going to personally lead a team to arrest those crooked merchants. Moment. The crowd boiled over. "Your Excellency the Prime Minister is wise. Lord Prefect is mighty." These thousands of people were all showing excitement. Following behind Zhao Zhengrong, He wanted to witness the scene of those crooked merchants being caught. The group set off in a rather large scene. The prefect of Chang'an is nothing in the imperial court, though, but at least it's from the 4th grade. He is in charge of the local affairs of the capital. The fact that he had come out in person had naturally caused quite a stir. Especially, one short day, the governor of Chang'an went so far as to lead a team and arrest 327 grain merchants. Nearly caught the grain merchants of Chang'an city empty. After this news spread throughout the city of Chang'an, the people naturally cheered and clapped their hands. Chants of great joy. The civil and military officials in the courtroom, however, were shocked and furious. After all, a significant portion of the silver earned by these grain merchants is sent to their houses. Grain merchants were arrested. It's the same as having their money pot smashed. How can they not be shocked and angry? Beyond that, most of the grain merchants who were arrested were from Wu. And that's something that makes them sit up and take notice. I was afraid that Wu would rise to the occasion. One time, sonnets of impeachment against the Chang'an prefect were sent to the empress' desk like a river of carp. The next day, the palace, Fengtian Hall. The morning court has just begun. Then an imperial historian stepped forward and shouted, "Your Majesty, I have a book to present." Wu Mingkong sat on the dragon chair and faintly said, "Granted. I want to impeach Chang'an prefect Zhao Zhengrong for abusing his power and acting arbitrarily." In just one day's time, 327 grain merchants in the capital were arrested for unfounded reasons. This has left the people of the capital in a situation where they have no food to buy. The words fell. A dozen more of the civil and military officials stood out and said in unison, "I second the motion." The dragon chair, Wu Mingkong's bright eyes, gazing at them, had no expression on his face. In his heart, he was feeling ridiculous. She had read all the papers sent up yesterday. The reason behind it. She also sent someone to investigate. The facts are clear. Every grain merchant arrested by the governor of Chang'an is a crooked trader who inflates grain prices. And the evidence is very strong. These people have the nerve to come forward and say that the grain traders were arrested on trumped-up charges. It's just ridiculous. It is nothing more than the fact that the Chang'an prefects have arrested these people to their detriment. That's why they jumped out so impatiently and swarmed against the Chang'an prefect. Sure, Wu Mingkong also understood. A small Chang'an prefect. Lend him 100 guts. Also dare not do this kind of obvious will be civil and military officials group attack. But he favored it. There is only one reason behind it. The person who let him do this thing, in his mind, has more power than the 100 officials in this court. There was only one such person in the whole of Deqian. As Wu Mingkong thought of this, her beautiful eyes looked toward Feng Xiu, who was standing at the very front, and the corners of her mouth curled into a smile of watching a good show. Of the 100 officials in the court, 3 out of 10 can collude with these grain merchants. Even if you are a powerful minister, smashing these people's money pots will surely be attacked by the group. I'd like to see how you'll respond. Wu Mingkong, though Feng Xiu had done something very appreciative and agreeable this time, but she would never stand up for Feng Xiu until the last moment. The reason is simple. Women hold grudges. The Empress is no exception. She also wanted Feng Xiu to experience what it was like to be swarmed by civil and military officials. Only until the last minute, Feng Xiu couldn't withstand the pressure from the 100 officials, so she stood up to speak for Feng Xiu. When Wu Mingkong thought of this, he turned his gaze to the body of Chang'an prefect and said in a voice filled with majesty, "Minister Zhao, is there any such thing?" Chang'an prefect Zhao Zhengrong stepped forward, bowed and saluted. "Back to your majesty. I did arrest many grain merchants yesterday, but every single one of those arrested was justified. According to our Dakian law, if the price of grain rises by more than 50% of the court's pricing, you can be questioned. If it exceeds 10%, you can be executed. Which of these people that I arrested did not inflate the price of this grain to 30%? 40%? I'd like to ask the imperial magistrates. I lead Chang'an prefect, in charge of the local affairs of the capital city. In the face of these blatant violations of the laws of Dakian and repeatedly unrepentant treacherous merchants, do not even have the power to arrest and convict." The words just fell. The imperial historian who had impeached just now then said in a tit-for-tat manner, "Since Lord Zhao has always enforced the law impartially, why did he surprise the grain merchant with a cold arrow and arrest him just yesterday? Could it be that the price of food has risen in one day, and that the price of food in Chang'an City has always been in accordance with the laws of Dakian? If not, why didn't Lord Zhao arrest him before and wait until now?" Speaking of which, he looked at the Empress on the dragon chair and said with a straight face, "Your Majesty, I would say that it's more than normal for this grain price to be high compared to the court's pricing. There are 3 reasons for this. For one thing, I have a large population in Deqian, but the arable land is barren. Even in a year of great abundance, the food produced may not be able to feed many people. Secondly, the grain of Dakian, 50% from Wu. Chang'an grain merchants also 70% are Wu. Wu is so far away from Chang'an. Wu merchants back and forth grain transportation. High loss, high risk. Arrived in Chang'an, grain prices naturally to be high. It is human nature for merchants to emphasize profit over righteousness. If there is not enough profit, there will be no Wu people willing to ship grain to my Diqian, and my Diqian will fall into a crisis of lack of grain. Thirdly, it is this drought in Qingzhou. The grain harvest in one state is extinct, and it is only normal that the price of grain fluctuates. The price of grain is set high. The prefectural magistrate can be persuasive to those merchants and traders. Why use this heavy punishment? This is a convincing statement. The civil and military officials are all showing their approval, shouting in their hearts, "Well said." The prefect of Chang'an stood in place, his brows furrowed, and for a moment he actually didn't know how to retort. He could only look towards Fang Xiu, who was standing at the very front. The heart cried out, "Prime Minister, save me." The moment. He was panicking. If Fang Xiang sells him out, he'll be screwed. If you move the interests of the courtiers, you have to be eaten alive. As time passes, he looked at Fang Xiu's back and a heart gradually fell to the bottom. It's over. Fang Xiang is trying to make me a scapegoat. Just when he was in despair, the back in front of him suddenly moved. At the same time, Fang Xiang's magnetic voice rang out. According to you, the price of this grain, even if it sells for 100 taels of silver a liter, is still humanly possible? That imperial historian was slightly stunned when he heard this. Not that that's a bad rebuttal. It just didn't occur to him. Things have come to this. It was surprising that Fang Xiang would even come down in person. Is he going to break with the courtiers over the price of grain? It's not just that royal historian. Empress Wu Mingkong and the civil and military officials likewise showed great surprise. The situation at hand is clearly more dominant for the royalists. Undoubtedly, the wisest decision at this time was to push Zhao Zhengrong out to be a scapegoat as a way to save himself. Actually, this is what Fang Xiang did when he met similar things in the past. Just see that the general trend is irreversible. Fang Xiang would then stay out of it and act as if nothing had happened. What's going on today? What's he going to do? Does he think that he can still use his power to overwhelm people this time? Wu Mingkong's pair of beautiful eyes, gazing at Fang Xiu, for a moment surprisingly could not understand what he was thinking. The suppression of grain merchants, however, touches on the interests of the princes. Even if he was powerful, it was impossible for him to use his power to suppress others this time. And what does it matter to him if the price of food is even higher? He is the prime minister, the auxiliary minister. The power is immense. The glory and wealth are endless. For him, going against the princes in this matter was a total loss. Even so, he stepped forward. What's he in for? Can it be that it is really for the countless poor people who are starving? The empress looked at Fang Xiu, puzzled while her heart rippled. Emotional value plus 2,000. In the meantime, Fang Xiu spoke again, his tone becoming harsh and vain. According to this minister, the Chang'an prefect is not only right in this matter, but very right. Those treacherous merchants who inflate the price of grain and do not treat the poor people as human beings should not only be arrested, but also killed. There's one, kill one. There's a pair, kill a pair. This statement was made. The civil and military officials were all shocked. A murmur of whispers then resounded in the Fengtian hall. Even Empress Wu Mingkong didn't control her expression. A look of astonishment passed over Tanqing's face. If there's one, kill one. If there's a pair, kill a pair. He's so tough in the face of such a huge interest group. Wu Mingkong looked at Fang Xiu and became more and more puzzled as to what he was doing this for. Emotional value plus 2,000. The imperial historian who had impeached Zhao Zhengrong only felt a ball of anger rise in his chest when he heard such strong words. He took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and looked at Fang Xiu and asked, Fang Xiang is wrong. Those grain merchants are certainly guilty, but they are not guilty of death. Before the words could be spoken, they were interrupted by Fang Xiu. According to our Dacian law, jacking up grain prices is a capital offense. Don't you know this, being a royal historian? Fang Xiu looked at the royal historian with a chill in his gaze. Seeing this, that imperial historian, unwilling to show weakness, took a step forward and said, just now, my official said that the price of this grain is higher than the price set by the government, which is normal. Normal? Fang Xiu sneered and said, do you know what the price of the same grain produced in Wu is when it is placed in yen? That imperial historian was stunned for a moment when he heard the question. The price of grain in yen? How does he know that? The rest of the 100 officials were also puzzled, not understanding what Fang Xiu meant by suddenly mentioning yen. That imperial historian hesitated and returned. I don't know. Fang Xiu laughed coldly and said, yen is also short of food and is equally distant from Wu. Yet this Wu grain merchant transports grain to Yan's capital and only sells it for 12 cents a liter. The same grain is sold for 41 in the Qian capital, more than tripled. Such a contrast is considered normal? This It was also the first time that imperial historian had heard of this matter, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. 100 officials were also talking when they heard such a big difference in grain prices. The dragon chair. When Wu Mingkong heard this figure, a flash of anger passed through his eyes. If what Fang Xiu said was true, then these grain merchants of Wu were just lynched to death, because they didn't put the chin in their eyes at all. There was no dryad in sight. When the imperial historians heard this figure, they looked at each other in dismay, neither daring to answer. This time, one of the ranks of the military officials stepped forward. The old minister thought that the yen state was strong and the yen people were martial, and that the Wu grain merchants had priced it this way in order to stabilize the yen people in case they invaded. But my Qian kingdom is different. Compared to yen and Wu, my Qian kingdom is weaker. So Wu grain merchants won't need to worry too much when pricing. If the court follows the example of yen and punishes the Wu grain merchants with heavy penalties, the Wu grain merchants will not be able to make any profit and will not want to come back to sell grain, and the court will fall into a crisis of food shortage. By then, I'm afraid the people will be even more miserable than they are now. Although the words of the old minister are not pleasant to the ear, they are also the words of the old minister's heart. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. There weren't many people in the entire courtroom who dared to speak in such a tone. This time it was no one else who stepped forward. It was none other than Lieutenant Tian Ruinyu, the head of the military officials. The words fell. There was another round of whispers from the civil and military officials. What the lieutenant said, though a little hard to hear, is true. Yen is strong and my Dakian is weak. Comparing yen to my Dakian is not appropriate. The root of this grain price is grain. Without grain, killing as many grain merchants as possible is useless. Yes, penalizing grain merchants is, in the end, just a headache and a footache. And it doesn't solve the problem at all. They are ostensibly taking these words at face value. It was actually said to Fang Xiu and the Empress. These guys didn't dare to confront Fang Xiu and the Empress head-on, so they could only express their opinions in this way. In a nutshell, Chen Gui is weak. Wu Guiqiang. These grain traders can only be pacified, not punished. Anger surfaced in Wu Mingkong's eyes as he listened to the arguments of the 100 officials. These dogs, on the surface, appear to be impartial and considerate for the court. It's not really about the little bit of self-interest. Those Wu merchants were too bold to quadruple the price of grain. Behind them must stand the 100 officials of the court. There is no telling how much of this 3- or 4-fold benefit has gone into their pockets. High food prices. It will not have the slightest effect on these 100 officials, but will make them a lot of money. But it is the people of Dakian who suffer. One thought to this. Wu Mingkong could no longer restrain his inner anger and prepared to open his mouth to retort what the lieutenant said. Just as she opened her mouth, she heard a thunderous, angry shout resound from within the Fengtian palace. What the lieutenant said is bullshit. Fang Xiu was furious, his voice resounding. According to what the lieutenant said, my Daqian is weak, so I can be bullied? Even a group of tiny grain merchants, people who don't make the grade, can ravage my Daqian's laws, trample on my Daqian's dignity, and bully my Daqian's people? In that case, what is the point of the court's existence? What is the point of the courtiers standing here? According to this prime minister, with the captain's insight, instead of talking about it here, why don't you go home and raise pigs and farm the land, and save some food for the benefit of the people? That's kind of playing up some of the only value the lieutenant has left. The lieutenant had lived for 70 to 80 years. When had he ever been scolded with such anger? His eyes widened as he stretched out his finger and pointed at Fang Xiu, his voice trembling with anger and his entire body shaking. You what you? Fang Xiu did not give him any face at all, and with a sneer on his face, he said, what this minister said is not pleasant to the ear, but every word is from the bottom of his heart. What? His Majesty can hear this advice. This minister can hear it. All the court officials can hear it, but only the lieutenant can't hear it? You, me. After all, Lieutenant Tian Ruinyu was in a high position of power. Where had he received this kind of anger? Being 70 or 80 years old again, he actually felt that he couldn't catch his breath under his anger. Dry arm, pointing at Fang Xiu, trembling. You and I half a day. A word could not be said. Fang Xiu glanced at him and sneered. It's only human for a lieutenant to be in a high position, at the top of the military officials, not knowing the hardships of the people and not knowing firewood, rice, oil and salt. Just, this knowing is knowing, not knowing is not knowing, and not knowing but still having to talk highly of it is a bit of a stretch. The lieutenant just said that if the Wu grain merchants are punished with heavy penalties, the Wu grain merchants will become unprofitable. I don't know that a few years ago, the situation of my country, Dakian, was no different from now, but the price of food was not much different from that of yen. The fundamental reason why the price of grain has risen to what it is now is because of the acquiescence and connivance of people like the lieutenant. Punish the grain merchants. The grain merchants will not be unprofitable. The unprofitable ones are just assholes like the lieutenant. This statement was made. The Fengtian Hall was silent. The civil and military officials all lowered their heads and did not say a word, obviously being told what was on their minds. They couldn't have imagined it in any way. This kind of filth that should have been hidden in the shadows would be brought out into the open by Feng Xiu. The moment. What the civil and military officials wanted was not a rebuttal, but a bright idea. Each and every one of them was silent, fearing that they would be the next person to be targeted by Feng Xiang, the entire temple of Fengtian. Only the bright-eyed beauty on the dragon chair Empress Wu Mingkong's brows blossomed into a smile, but only for a moment before she resumed her expressionless state. There was no expression on her face, but in her heart, she praised the traitor she hated so much, chanting, "Good scolding." In the meantime, a system beep sounded in Feng Xiu's head. Emotional value plus 5,000. Degrading. The lieutenant's face flushed red and he held his tongue for half a day before stifling such a sentence. In return, only Feng Xiu's disdain and the cold eyes of the civil and military officials. Even His Majesty, who was seated high in the dragon chair, had an attitude of watching the fire from the other side of the river, and did not say a word from beginning to end. After recognizing the situation, Lieutenant Tian Ruinyu only felt a wave of dizziness and sadness. Think of him as a lieutenant, the head of military officials. It is amazing that someone who is half in the ground should be caught in a situation where he is late in life. It's pathetic, lamentable. The more he thought about it, the more he felt his chest tighten and an inexplicable sweetness in his throat. Under his anger, he even violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Put. This time can really put Wu Mingkong and the civil and military officials were stunned. Imperial physician. Call the imperial doctor. A royal historian shouted in panic. Feng Xiu, who was alongside the lieutenant, was also taken aback. It's not so bad to scold you a few times, is it? A man of 70 or 80 years old is so bad at raising qi? After a burst of chicken and dog jumping in Fengtian Hall, the imperial physician finally arrived. He came to the lieutenant's side, put his hand to check his pulse, and after a moment, he got up and saluted. Your Majesty, the lieutenant is just anxious and attacking his heart. There is no serious harm. Go home and rest for a few days to heal. It's good that it's okay. Wu Mingkong nodded and waved his hand. Men, send the imperial captain back to his residence. The words fell. Then some guards entered the hall and carried the lieutenant out of Fengtian Hall. The empress resumed her seat in the dragon chair. The civil and military officials each stood at attention. Soon order was restored to the Fengtian Hall. It was just a column of military officials, with the foremost position vacant. This time, whether it was the civil and military officials or Empress Wu Mingkong, the way they looked at Feng Xiu changed a bit. Feng Xiang, this traitor, did nothing but scream and curse. And surprisingly, he angered the hallowed lieutenant to the point of vomiting blood. It's really horrible. Many of the magistrates even brought some reverence in their eyes when they looked at Feng Xiu. The way to debate is to attack the heart. Minister Feng has really taught us a good lesson today. Feng Xiu himself, however, felt that the more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was not playing well. It would have been nice to swear more before he spat blood. Maybe we can just send the old bastard away. That would be a great joy. The nation celebrates. After all that, for a while, no one dared to be a standout either. Wait a while. It was only then that a royal historian spoke with discretion. What Minister Feng has said is very true. These grain merchants are reckless and greedy. They should be punished. It's just that, there's one thing that I don't know about. I wonder if Minister Feng can clear up the confusion for me. Feng Xiu looked at the royal historian and said indifferently, "Speak." Only then did the imperial historian say, "My humble servant thought, if after this incident, the Wu merchants will no longer come to my Dakian to trade grain, what should we do?" Speaking of this, it seemed that he was afraid that Feng Xiu would misunderstand that he was trying to overturn the grain merchants' case. He added immediately afterward, "Of course, my humble servant knows that businessmen emphasize profit over righteousness, and as long as there is profit, even if that profit is not large, they will certainly do it. It's just that each of these merchants is treacherous. They've tasted sweetness over the years, and I'm afraid it won't be easy to get them to do hard business again. I, Dakian, am not able to feed myself at the moment. What if they join together and give up a small portion of their interests as a threat to the court? What this royal historian says is indeed a problem. In any case, not enough food is the current national situation of Diqian. If people don't do your business, you can't force them to do it, can you?" Once the conflict between the court and Wu's grain merchants intensified, it is still these Wu grain merchants who hold the initiative. After all, Diqian didn't have the strength of Yen. There is no "if you don't sell me food, I'll send an army to rob you." When the civil and military officials heard this question, they all looked towards Feng Xiu. Many people still had derision in their eyes. Wanted to see how he would solve this almost insurmountable problem. Even if you are powerful, you are only in Diqian. What can you do about these Wu people? Those 100 officials who backed up the grain merchants did not have any expression on their faces, but in their hearts, they were laughing coldly. Feng Xiang, no matter how skillful you are, this final victory still belongs to us. The dragon chair. When Wu Mingkong heard this question, her willow brows furrowed slightly as she similarly fell into deep thought. She had been thinking about this since yesterday. After thinking about it all night, I couldn't figure out a solution. So, her idea for today was just a slight punishment for those grain merchants and the backers behind them. Let them know that the Diqian court is not as they imagined it to be, and can be held at their mercy. As for food prices, if we can drop 20% to 30%, we will have achieved our goal. AI. Although Tai Fu's words are not favorable, what he said is true. Diqian is weak, and the initiative in many things falls into the hands of the bystanders. Even the small grain merchants, the court can do nothing with them. I only hope that in these years since I became a dynasty, I can reverse some of the situation and make Diqian rich and strong again. As Wu Mingkong thought of this, he subconsciously looked at Feng Xiu. Before today, she originally thought that if Daqian wanted to get on the right track, the first thing to do was to kill Feng Xiu, the traitor. But what this traitor has done these days, apart from calling a stag a horse, really has some of the appearance of a prime minister. As a result, the Empress's thoughts have changed a bit. If you can think more about the people as you did today, I can keep you alive and let you be a eunuch serving tea and water by my side. Wu Mingkong's pair of bright eyes, gazing at Feng Xiu, thought so in his heart. In the meantime, strange images popped into her mind again. Picture. Feng Xiu was wearing the clothes of a eunuch and stood beside himself respectfully. He himself is at the beck and call. If he's told to add tea, he has to add tea. If he's told to pound his back, he has to pound his back. If he's told to squeeze his legs, he has to squeeze his legs. The image, just thinking about it, was incredibly relieving. As the Empress thought about it, a faint blush appeared on her tilted face again. Emotional value plus 2000. The moment, an incredibly confident voice suddenly rang out, pulling her back from her fantasies. This matter is not enough to worry about. This prime minister has his own way of solving it. The words fell. The Empress and the civil and military officials all looked surprised and subconsciously looked at Feng Xiu. Does he have any idea what he's talking about? The biggest problem in dryland is not the trend of growing grapes that sprang up some years ago. Rather, the land is barren and there is not enough arable land. Until this problem is solved, the court will have to rely on Wu for food. And the problem of barren land, it's not something you can just move your lips about. Sure enough, not more than a few seconds after Feng Xiu's words fell, Zhao Yuting, the newly appointed minister of the Ministry of Revenue, couldn't sit still. He stepped out, bowed, and then said, Minister Feng, the matter of grain is not a small matter. If not with full certainty, I hope not to speak lightly of the word solution. The Ministry of Revenue is in charge of money and food. He, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, naturally understands the current situation of grain and Daqian very well. He's very clear. According to the existing arable land and farmers, Shen wants to get rid of Wu and achieve self-sufficiency in food, which is simply a mirage. Feng Xiang's words, in his opinion, were just nonsense to save face. Even so, he had to step up. After all, the facts were more important than refuting Feng Xiang's face. The court has already made one big mistake about food. This time it must not be wrong. Feng Xiu didn't get angry when he heard Zhao Yuting's words. Still looking confident, he asked rhetorically, does Servant Zhao think that without complete certainty, this phase Ruo would dare to talk about resolving this matter? After that, without waiting for Zhao Yuting to speak, he faced the Empress and spoke aloud. I have a thing, named Sweet Potato, that I want to honor your majesty. When Wu Mingkong heard the word dedication, the image of calling a deer a horse immediately appeared in his mind. Tilting's face twitched slightly, but at the same time, she was curious. This red rat is a thing. It's not just her. The civil and military officials all held the same curiosity and doubt and looked at Feng Xiu. I wonder what Feng Xiang is going to do this time. Is it to follow the example of the last time we pointed a deer at a horse and a rabbit at a mouse? At this point, Feng Xiu had someone fetch a sack, and a large pot, as well as a number of firewood. When Wu Mingkong and the 100 officials saw this, they were even more puzzled. Is this to boil water and cook rats in the Banjin Hall? Feng Xiu ignored their strange looks and took out the sweet potatoes from the sack on his own. Raising it high in his hand, he exclaimed, Your Majesty, this is what I want to honor, sweet potatoes. The Empress and the civil and military officials looked at the sweet potato in Feng Xiu's hand in unison, and their brows all furrowed. What the hell is this? Why have you never seen it before? Wu Mingkong deliberated for a moment and spoke. Can Minister Feng explain to me what this red rat is? Fang Xiu held up the sweet potatoes and said aloud, "Sweet potatoes are a grain with a sweet flavor and an extremely satiating feeling. Adults can be satiated by eating just one, and children only need half." The civil and military officials looked at each other. They have lived for so many years that they only know that there are 5 kinds of grain: rice, millet, jasmine, wheat, and beans. And where did this sweet potato come from? Wu Mingkong's brows furrowed slightly. Apparently it was also the first time he had heard that there was such a grain as sweet potatoes. The moment she had begun to wonder, is this traitor Fang Xiu going to make fun of himself again? At this point, Fang Xiu continued, "Whether or not this product is as sweet and satiating as I have said, Your Majesty and all of you will know once you taste it." After saying that, he had people bring in firesides and flints, and set up a cauldron in this Fengtian hall. Then take this sack of washed sweet potatoes and throw them right into the pot. When the people in the Ministry of Ceremony saw this scene, their expressions were all stagnant. Is this a disrespectful act before the king? They subconsciously looked at the Empress on the dragon chair, wanting to say something, but it was found. The Empress was peeking out, staring at the pot of sweet potatoes with a curious look on her face. His Majesty didn't care, so they naturally had nothing more to say, so they kept silent. A few moments later, the water boiled and gurgled. Fang Xiu stood aside, estimating that the sweet potatoes were almost cooked, and had someone fetch the porcelain bowl that had been prepared long ago. A sweet potato was divided into 2 halves and served in a porcelain bowl, which was distributed to the Empress and the civil and military officials. There are not many sweet potatoes brought today, so each of you will have half a sweet potato. The Empress and the civil and military officials reached for the porcelain bowl and spoon, and when the sweet potatoes cooled a bit, they dug into them with the spoon and ate them. Sweet potatoes are just entering the mouth. The refreshingly sweet flavor then swept across the taste buds, making the civil and military officials present all light up. Wu Mingkong savored the taste of sweet potatoes. His bright eyes lit up, and he only felt that the taste of this sweet potato was far superior to the 5 grains. Most importantly, after only a few bites, I felt my stomach fill up with food and was full. Even though Wu Mingkong held great hostility towards Fang Xiu, he couldn't help but sigh at this moment. I really didn't think that this traitor Fang Xiu would be able to find such a good thing. Emotional value plus 2,000. Inside the Fengtian Palace, the civil and military officials ate sweet potatoes and all felt the same way. The flavor is light and sweet, extremely filling. This sweet potato is indeed a grain, and it's a better grain than grains. Surprisingly, everything Fang Xiang said was true. All the civil and military officials could not help but praise it. My humble servant is truly ignorant, having lived for 47 years before realizing that there is such a delicious grain in the world. The flavor is sweet, the mouth is soft and sticky. Very good, very good. After the praise, it was quickly challenged. The flavor of this item is really good. I just don't know how the yield is. If the yield is not as good as rice, I am afraid that it is only useless in relation to my dakian. And this thing tastes very good. If you want to plant it, I'm afraid you'll need a lot of nutrients. My dakian land is barren. Even the good land that can grow rice is very little. Most of the arable land is planted with millet and corn. If I planted this, I'm afraid that there will be no harvest. The dragon chair. When Wu Mingkong heard these words, his previously fiery heart instantly cooled down quite a bit. Yes, the land of Daqian is barren, and this sweet potato is just as good as it is difficult to grow. Even if it is planted, the yield will not be high enough to press for a solution to the shortage of food. When Fang Xiu heard this, he was raising an eyebrow. It took him a whole 10,000 emotions to unlock the high-yield sweet potato. Paying so much isn't for the sake of Wu. What the 100 officials took into account, he certainly took into account. Ahem. Facing the questioning of the 100 officials, Fang Xiu cleared his throat and said aloud, "The reason why this prime minister dares to say that the problem of food can be solved is because compared to traditional grains, sweet potatoes have 2 unique advantages. For one thing, this is not like rice or wheat, which must be grown on fertile arable land. If you give it a burial in the earth, even if the soil is poorer, even if there is little rainfall to moisturize it, it will grow well and bear fruit. Secondly, it is far more productive than the grains. Normally, an acre of sweet potatoes yields 20 times as much as millet and 15 times as much as rice. Today is the season for planting sweet potatoes. As long as farmers are mobilized to plant this on their vacant land, they can produce food in half a year. From now on, everyone who is a citizen of my great Qian will have food to eat. No longer will the court have to struggle with food shortages. Emotional value plus 10,000. The words fell. Wu Mingkong and the civil and military officials all stared with wide eyes, revealing unbelievable expressions. As long as there's soil, you can plant it. Yields 15 times as much rice. How is this possible? When Wu Mingkong heard Fang Xiu's words, he nearly couldn't restrain himself from jumping up from the dragon chair. after forcibly suppressing the shock and excitement in his heart. She looked at the sweet potato in Fang Xiu's hand with burning eyes and opened her mouth to ask, "Has what Fang Xiang said ever been verified?" Even though Wumingkong tried his best to act calm, Fang Xiu could still hear a slight tremor in her voice. He looked at the Empress and said confidently, "I will not take such a great matter as a child's play. As a matter of fact, this thing has long been planted in overseas lands, and every word that I said just now is the experience summarized by those millions of overseas farmers." These words exploded in the minds of Wu Mingkong and the civil and military officials like a stone breaking through the sky, because they know, even if Fang Xiang was more ridiculous, he could not have taken the national fortune of Deqian as a child's play. In other words, the description of sweet potatoes is most likely true. Just yielding 15 times as much as rice is a bit of an exaggeration. If there really was such grain under the sky, how come it hadn't been discovered by Fang Xiang until now? Zhao Yuting, the new minister of the Ministry of Revenue, hesitated for a while, but still opened his mouth. My official was in a bit of a trance, and didn't hear what Minister Fang said. Fang Xiang is saying that the yield of this sweet potato is 15 times that of rice? Fang Xiu glanced at him and said, "What? You don't believe in this minister?" Zhao Yuting was busy saying, No, my humble servant wouldn't dare. If you don't dare, it means you don't believe." Actually, he was not the only one among the civil and military officials who did not believe. But anyone with some knowledge of farming was extremely skeptical of Fanshaw's claims. After all, 15 times that number is too much. If it was only twice or 3 times as much, they would still be able to accept it. Fang Xiu also knew. These people could not have believed that high-yielding sweet potatoes could produce 15 times as much as rice if they had not seen it with their own eyes. From the beginning, he had no intention of convincing these people. That's just the way it is. And it doesn't make any sense for them to believe it or not. He's the prime minister. It's the auxiliary minister. Growing sweet potatoes is something he has decided to do and no one can change it. Fang Xiu glanced at Zhao Yuting and ignored him, instead looking at the Empress on the dragon chair and said with a straight face, "In fact, this sweet potato, I've been sending people to plant it in the cloudy mist mountain, and now it's already quite large. I ask your majesty to issue a decree ordering the Ministry of Revenue to distribute the sweet potato seedlings planted by the minister to the farmers and teach them how to plant them." In fact, those sweet potato seedlings were the ones he had exchanged with his emotional value 2 days ago. When the time comes, it will go directly to the Ministry of Revenue and no one will say anything. There shouldn't be anyone idly traveling all the way to Cloudy Mountain to see if there are sweet potato seedlings or not. I can't believe he started planting sweet potatoes so long ago. In that case, everything that happened today was expected and plotted by him? Wu Mingkong's pupils contracted slightly, suddenly feeling that this person Fang Xiu was becoming more and more mysterious, more and more terrifying, and more difficult to figure out. He could spend years planting sweet potatoes in the cloudy mountains without anyone noticing, and he can certainly do other things without anyone noticing. Maybe there are private soldiers he keeps hidden behind some mountain, just waiting for him to give the order to come and revolt against me. Wu Mingkong's mind spun rapidly. One thought came to her mind. For a moment, excitement, fear, anger, trepidation and many other emotions swept over her, making her dizzy again. In the meantime, Fang Xiu's mind resounded with the system's cold beep. Emotional value plus 20, 000. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat confused. What's with the mood swings when it's just for her to give the order? Just as Fang Xiu was puzzled, the Empress' voice finally sounded. Granted, only one word though, but reveals an unmistakable firmness. The 100 officials listened and instantly understood. In this matter, His Majesty and Minister Fang are in agreement. So it seems that His Majesty is also determined to fix those Wu grain merchants. The 100 officials who originally wanted to dissuade them thought for a moment before finally choosing to give up. After all, those grain merchants aren't worth the risk of losing their heads even if they give them more silver. They've been kind enough to pull this back and forth for so long today. At this time, Zhao Zhengrong, the Chang'an prefect who had just been impeached, suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty, I dare to ask, after today, what should I do with those Wu grain merchants? When Wu Mingkong heard this question, he thought for a moment, looked at Fang Xiu, and asked, what does Minister Fang think should be done about it? These are the people Fang Xiu wants to catch. It is natural to ask his opinion on how to dispose of it. Fang Xiu revealed a chill in his eyes and said, I thought that this matter should be handled impartially. According to our Dacian law, those who inflate the price of food, causing it to rise by 10%, shall be executed. The words fell. All the 100 officials were shocked. Over 300 grain merchants, all executed? If we really do this, and the news gets back to Wu, the Emperor of Wu will not let it go. Even if it was to quell Wu Shang's anger, the Emperor of Wu will also surely take this opportunity to lash out at the court. By then, Won't the court be riding a tiger? It was important to realize that although Wu didn't revere force like Yen did, when it came to a real fight, it was still much stronger than the weakened Qian kingdom. Your Majesty, you mustn't. Never. The imperial historian who had impeached Zhao Jingrong earlier was shocked when he heard Fang Xiu's words and busily stepped forward. After all, those grain merchants are predominantly Wu people, and if this heavy-handed punishment is applied to them, the Emperor of Wu will not let it go. If this causes the Wu kingdom to turn on each other, what can be done? On the side, an imperial historian concurred. What imperial historian Zhang said is very true. If there were only 1 or 2 Wu merchants, there would be no harm in using this heavy punishment. But there are more than 300 Wu merchants involved. If so many people are decapitated, it will surely cause dissatisfaction throughout the kingdom of Wu. I also hope that your Majesty will not show off your anger and intensify the conflict between the court and Wu. I ask your Majesty to think twice. The words fell. A dozen or so royal historians bowed in unison and said, I ask your Majesty to think twice. On the dragon chair, Wu Mingkong looked at these imperial historians and felt puzzled. A nameless fire rose in his heart. It wasn't me who said that I would be beheaded. It's that traitor Fang Xiu. Obviously it was him who said the words. But you guys are targeting me. Do you think I'm better than that traitor? Emotional value plus 2000. Wu Mingkong took a deep breath, suppressed his inner anger, and said in a cold voice, I do think. Why not? Since those Wu grain merchants dared to inflate the price of grain to 30 or 40%, they should have expected that there would be such a day. You guys are mouthing off. Emperor of Wu. All of Wu. But have you ever thought about it? If we let them off lightly just because they are from Wu, how should the people of Diqian look at me? How will the people of Diqian look at me? How will they look at the court of Diqian? When Wu Mingkong said this, he could no longer restrain the anger in his heart and stood up from the dragon chair in a chilling voice. In my opinion, the fact that the Qian kingdom is weak is not because my Qian people are not industrious, nor is it because my Qian people are not courageous, nor is it because my Qian land is barren. In the final analysis, the court is weak. The officials are weak. A bunch of tiny grain merchants, according to the law, should have been decapitated. It is surprising that I and Minister Fang have to spend a whole hour or 2 on this matter, arguing with all the lords. Even now, there is no way to reach a consensus. Could it be that, in the eyes of all of you, in the eyes of your lords, the laws of Diqian, which my ancestors and millions of people have defended with countless hours of blood and even their lives, are not even as good as a group of tiny Wu grain merchants? When Wu Mingkong said this, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with sarcasm. She had always thought that the traitor of the state was the traitorous Fang Xiu. After getting rid of the traitorous minister Fang Xiu, the Qin kingdom will be peaceful and prosperous. Whoever thought? When it came to the critical moment, the one who stood with her was instead this national traitor Fang Xiu, and the ministers she thought she could trust were on the opposite side of the fence from her, and from the people of Diqian. How ridiculous! How sad! When Wu Mingkong thought of this, he was filled with anger and burst out, scolding with a stern voice. I'd like to ask the lords, is it my Diqian court or the Wu court that you all have in your hearts? This was said with extreme severity. The civil and military officials present, with the exception of Fang Xiu, were all terrified and knelt down. I am guilty. Wu Mingkong's icy cold eyes swept over their bodies. Although he felt unrelieved, there was nothing he could do. After taking a deep breath and calming his emotions, Wu Mingkong sat back down on the dragon chair, waved his small hand, and said in an undeniable voice, this matter will be done as Fang Xiang said. All imprisoned grain merchants shall be executed by decapitation. Chang'an Prefectural Court. In the dark and damp dungeon, Yuan Juanjet and a dozen grain merchants were crammed into the same cell, feeling that there was not a single piece of his body that was comfortable. Mosquito bites, plus a pungent stench. It makes these normally pampered grain merchants miserable. Each one is as good as dead. I really can't stay in this hellhole for a moment. When on earth will we be released? Can it be that the Prime Minister of the Qian Kingdom is really planning to behead us? This statement was made. The faces of the dozen or so grain merchants all became even more ugly. This Prime Minister of the Qian Kingdom, whom they had heard a little about before, acted without any rules and could do anything. What if they really want to cut them down? Just as the crowd was on edge, the head of the Wu merchants, Yuan Juinjia, has come forward again. He looked around the week with a calm demeanor and slowly said, don't panic. What this Prime Minister of Qiangua thinks about is nothing more than silver in power. Taking us into custody has brought his power in the Qian Kingdom to its peak. But if he were to take it a step further and put us to death, it would surely cause dissatisfaction in our great Wu court. He doesn't have the guts. Someone from the side said. Then why is he still imprisoning us here? It's already the 3rd day, so it's reasonable to say that there should be a decision on how to punish us, right? A confident smile appeared on Yuan Juinjia's face as he said, This is the second point I was talking about. The silver. Qiangua Prime Minister, this kind of person. I have traveled for decades. I have seen a lot. His little calculations, I know at a glance. It's just to use this matter to want to us to ask for a bribe. I believe that in a few days, that Prime Minister of the Qian Kingdom will send someone to visit us in the dungeon. And by then, we will be able to leave here in no time as long as we send some silver. What Mr. Yuan said makes sense. With these words from Lord Yuan, we are relieved. Many grain merchants listened to what Yuan Juinja said and felt that what Yuan Juinja said was reasonable and convincing, and all of their faces showed smiles. After all, what kind of person was this Prime Minister of the Qian Kingdom? They had been in the Qian Kingdom for many years as businessmen, and they knew it very well. It's nothing more than trying to extort silver, and as long as you can get out of here, consider it fed to the dogs. But there are also a number of grain traders who think otherwise. If it was just extorting silver, why would there be such a big fuss, making everyone in Qiangua know about it? How can you ask for a bribe when you're so visible? And, just 3 days ago, this Yuan Juinja also swore that as long as the price of grain is slightly reduced to give the Prime Minister of Qiangua some steps down, this matter can be settled. And the result? But all those who listened to him, one by one, were caught in this dungeon. To put it bluntly, it is Yuan Juinja who belittled the Prime Minister of that Qian country in this way, which made them fall into this situation. Yuan Juinja listened to the compliments of the crowd with an inscrutable smile on his face, as if it was all in his hands. Just then, the clatter of chains suddenly came from the direction of the dungeon door. The crowd subconsciously looked over. Several green-clothed constables stood there with various kinds of wine and food in their hands, looking serious. When the crowd saw this scene, they seemed to have thought of something, and all of them felt a chill in their hearts. Only Yuan Juinja's eyes lit up as he confidently said, "See, that person who demanded a bribe for the Prime Minister of the Qian Kingdom is here." When the people around him heard this, they all subconsciously looked at him, eyes like they were looking at a fool. Who would ask for a bribe in front of so many people, and dressed as a constable with a drink in his hand? This is clearly coming to give them a broken head. Lord Yuan, why do I see that the situation is not quite right? One of Yuan Juinja's lapdogs swallowed his spit and trembled. Yuan Juinja raised his eyebrows and said in dissatisfaction, "What's wrong with that? A few days ago, we ate food like pigs and dogs, but today, that Prime Minister of the Qian Kingdom sent someone to bring wine and food. Isn't this telling us that we can do whatever we want as long as we pay the silver?" With skeptical eyes, that dog-legged man glanced at Yuan Juinja and said in a trembling voice, "But how did I hear that all the severed head meals in this prison are also served with wine and food?" When Yuan Juinja heard this, his entire body was violently stunned. A severed head? He subconsciously looked at the meals in the hands of the constables and the serious expressions. A heart instantly sank to the bottom, as if he had lost his mind. His body bones went limp and he stumbled back a few steps, muttering, "Broken rice? How could it be broken rice? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be." The moment. The surrounding grain merchants are also almost certain. The wine and food that these constables held in their hands was their severed head meal. One by one, they wailed, "We have only made the same mistake that grain merchants all over the world make. Why do you want to use this heavy punishment on us? My father is Uncle Sinan of Great Wu. You cannot kill me. If you kill me, my father will definitely report to His Majesty and let my Great Wu King's division swing north. We want to see the Prime Minister. See the Prime Minister." For a while, the entire dungeon was in chaos. The constables, however, just looked on with cold eyes, as if they hadn't heard anything, and said in an icy voice, "By His Majesty's decree, you have committed a felony by jacking up the price of grain, and shall be executed by decapitation according to the law. This is the last meal for you and others in the world of the living." Half an hour later, the beheading will take place at the entrance of the vegetable market. Having said that, the constables put down their meals and turned to leave the dungeon. One time, the whole dungeon was like a death, a ghostly cry. Half an hour later, Chang'an Prefecture, the food market in the southern city. Thousands of people were waiting early, from 60 to 70 years old, down to 12-year-olds. They all looked at the executioner on the stage with hopeful eyes. Early this morning, they heard rumors in the neighborhood. After the Prime Minister's strong arguments, the court made a decision to behead all 327 grain merchants who had inflated grain prices. At first, they thought it was a rumor. After all, those grain merchants have been acting as a bully and oppressing the people for more than a day or two. Even the prefectural magistrate couldn't do anything about them, so how could they have been beheaded so easily? Even so, with a glimmer of hope, they made their way to the food market. Who knew that I would actually see machete-wielding executioners here? For a moment, there was a little more hope in his heart. Even if not all of them are beheaded, just one or two, to give those hateful crooks a warning, and they were satisfied. With the passage of time, vegetable market entrance gathered more and more people. Wait until noon. Has been inside a layer outside a layer. Squeeze cannot be squeezed in. Just then, someone shouted in an excited voice, "It's coming! It's coming!" When the people looked up, they saw a grain merchant on a prison wagon, coming to the market entrance. Each of these grain merchants was dressed in the clothes of a death row inmate and looked as if they had died with their heads hanging down. Just for a moment, the people just exploded. The clamor of discussion boomed throughout the entire southern city. It's true. It's true. The court is really going to behead these dogs and thieves. After living for 60 or 70 years, I finally waited for such a day. The heavens have eyes. The heavens have eyes. My mother, my sister, were all starved to death. These things that are worse than pigs and dogs, cutting off their heads is cheap. They should be chopped up piece by piece. The people on the sidelines stared at these crooked merchants dead in the face, their eyes filled with hatred and anger. These grain merchants were escorted to the high platform with this death by 1,000 cuts. On the high platform, the supervisor of the beheading was Zhao Zhenrong, the governor of Chang'an. He lifted his eyes to the sky, and when he felt that the time was almost up, he rose, walked to the people, and said in a voice full of majesty, "This official is ordered by the Prime Minister to supervise the beheading of a major criminal. All executioners obey. The hour of noon has come and gone. Execute them at once." The executioners heard the order and without the slightest hesitation, their hands rose up and their swords fell, and countless heads fell to the ground. Boom! Next, mountains of cheers erupted among the people. Good chop. The Prime Minister is wise. 1,000 years Prime Minister. The Sagittarius Mansion. In its tranquil courtyard, Fang Xiu did not yet know that his name was being celebrated by countless people in the capital. The moment, all of his attention was focused on the prize tray in front of him. That's right. After a few days, he once again chose to draw. He earned more than 40,000 emotional values in the last dynasty meeting, plus the original 20,000 emotional value saved, minus the emotional value for unlocking and purchasing the sweet potato seedlings. There's about 50,000 left. Enough for 5 draws. Sure, according to the usual practice, Fang Xiu also had to leave 20,000 as a reserve, so he could only draw 3 times. Does it consume 10,000 emotional values to complete the lottery? Yes. The raffle begins. Fang Xiu's mind moved. On the prize board, the needle slowly turned. Martial arts cards. Warlord card. Fang Xiu was fully concentrated and had a tense face. A few moments later, the pointer stopped, and a system tone followed. Gaining 12,000 emotional value. A flat 2,000 is acceptable. Again. Does it consume 10,000 emotional values to complete the lottery? Yes. The raffle begins. Get one more time *1. Ding. 5 draws completed. Starting to reset the prizes. Fang Xiu was somewhat speechless when he heard the system's beep. 2 draws in a row and a lonely one. I was expecting to win another random general summoning card and summon a famous general to deal with a possible conflict with Wu. Now it looks like it's a no-go. I also wonder what's so great about the reset prize tray. Fang Xiu thought and clicked on the prize disc. Buildings, Bronze Bird Terrace. One more time. Trapped Camp *1000. Wei Zhongxian summoning card *1. Thanks for your patronage. Shenlian summoning card *1. Random Beauty summoning card *1. Fusilier Lance design drawing *10. Hai Rui summoning card *1. Aspirin tablet *20. 10 prizes. Still as good as last time. And in Fang Xiu's opinion, of these prizes, none is more valuable than the hair summoning card, because the Qin dynasty court is currently the most lack of such as Hai Rui, both clean and capable, and not with the people of the officials. True, in the eyes of many people, Hai Rui has a lot of problems. Too dogmatic, too old-fashioned, not knowing how to adapt to everything. These are the comments of certain later generations on Hai Rui. But what about the virtues of the many people who know how to be flexible? The vast majority of them are merely relying on the fact that they are more capable than the poor people, and they are playing with the rules and seeking personal gains. It has to squeeze the last bit of grease out of the people before it stops. Full of benevolence and morality, but behind their backs, they are all doing male thieves and female prostitutes. There are simply too many of these for the Dakian court. Even the former Fang Xiu was one of them. But Hari is different. Hari is a purist. Just and upright. Clean and honest. Selfless. These are all qualities that Hari possesses. Such a person is what the Dakian court lacks. It would be nice to have Haley to help. It was much easier for Fang Xiu to fix the Dakian court. Sure. In addition to Hari summoning card, if you can draw Random Beauty summoning card, it wasn't like Fang Xiu couldn't accept it. Waking up to the power of the world and letting the Dechen Empire flourish was Fang Xiu's ideal. Drunkenly lying on the knees of a beautiful woman and living a free and happy life was also Fang Xiu's ideal. There is no conflict between the two. Actually, although Fang Xiu revered people like Hai Rui, he never wanted to be a person like Hai Rui. As a prime minister of a country, he could not be a person like Hai Rui either. After all, there are no fish in clear water. As the prime minister under one person and above 10,000 people, what he has to do is to find the most suitable balance between clarity and turbidity. God forbid, give me a hair summoning card. If you can't, beauty summoning cards will do. Fang Xiu thought so and started the lottery. The raffle begins. The pointer turned slowly and stopped after a few moments. The pointer was pointing at a location that was unbiased and just happened to be the Hari summoning card. It's not easy. After so many draws, I finally got a shot. Fang Xiu looked at the rewards in his backpack with a look of excitement on his face. 2 more rounds while your hand is good. The raffle begins. Get random beauty summoning card *1. Holy shit. Fang Xiu couldn't help but burst out as he listened to the system's beep. Is today a day of Ouija possession? Fang Xiu was filled with excitement as he looked at the remaining 30,000 or so emotion values and thought about whether he should take advantage of the Euromaster possession and smoke them all at once. But there doesn't seem to be anything worth drawing for the rest of the prizes, except for 1,000 traps and aspirin. Forget it, it's better to keep 20,000, lest we meet any emergencies and don't have the emotional value to exchange. Fang Xiu thought about it and decided to follow the original plan and draw again. The pointer turned and stopped after a few moments. The location pointed to is Fusilier Design Drawing *10. Drawings of flintlock designs? There doesn't seem to be much use in wanting this now. Fang Xiu looked at the drawings in his backpack and was somewhat helpless. The Great Qian Empire didn't even have much of a handle on gunpowder. Not to mention the cannons. Not a shadow in sight. This level. What's the point of asking for flintlock design drawings? No one can read it at all. Even if you read it, trying to make it and mass produce it takes a lot of time in between. In other words, this thing was not the least bit useful for the rise of the Qian Empire in the short term. But that's the way it is with sweepstakes. There are gains and losses. And that's normal. Keep the drawings for now. And after some time, when the situation stabilizes a bit, gather the skilled craftsmen and see if you can build the flintlock pistols. With that thought, Fang Xiu took out the Hari summoning card. Summon Hari first. Wait for the night. Then summon the beauty. Do you use the Hari summoning card? Yes. Fang Xiu's mind moved. A white light suddenly appeared. A moment later, the white light faded away. A middle-aged man with a goatee and decent features appeared in front of Fang Xiu. He seemed like an emerald bamboo, standing straight in place, his rough clothes full of patches. See Fang Xiu. He made a bow and said in an unassuming voice, "My humble servant, Hai Rui, pay my respects to the Prime Minister." Fang Xiu had wanted to say something witty to liven up the atmosphere and bring him closer. But, sought as one form and patchy clothes, the original joke, however, was stuck in his throat and could not be spat out. Hai Rui seemed to be able to see what was on Fang Xiu's mind as his thin face revealed a smile and said aloud, "I know that the situation in Dakian is not like that of Daming, and I also know that the Prime Minister's situation is not like that of Emperor Jiajing. Moreover, I know that the Prime Minister is in a high position and needs to consider all aspects of this court and the people. Unlike the grasshopper, who is all alone and has no worries, the sages say, when the water is clear, there are no fish. These, too, the grasshopper understands. If the Prime Minister has any difficulties, he may or may not use the grass people. I have no complaints." When Fang Xiu heard this, he felt a warm current surge through his chest and was somewhat moved. He thought for a moment and squared his shoulders. "Hai Rui, since this Prime Minister chose to summon you, naturally he will not abandon you for dead. It's just that you don't have a title of merit in your body. Even if this Prime Minister is in a high position of importance, he can't let you enter the court immediately. In a few days, this Prime Minister intends to implement a new policy in the court. Since it is a new policy, it naturally needs a place to try it out, and at that time there will be a place for you to use it." Hearing this, Hai Rui once again saluted. "The grasshopper thanks the Prime Minister." Fang Xiu nodded and was about to invite him to have lunch with him. "Haven't even opened my mouth yet." A shadow guard walked into the courtyard, bowed and saluted. "Master, Minister of Household Qin Xingyan seeks an audience. What's he doing here?" Fang Xiu was stunned and said indifferently, "Let him in." "Yes, Master." The shadow guard saluted and turned to leave. A few moments later, Qin Xingyan arrived at the courtyard where Fang Xiu was and saluted before saying, "Minister Fang, my humble servant has something important to report." Fang Xiu picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said faintly, "Speak." This, Qin Xingyan didn't say anything, but looked at Hai Rui who was on the side. The meaning is clear. It's not a good thing to talk about with outsiders. Fang Xiu glanced at him and said, "This is Hai Rui, one of our own. There's no harm in saying what you have to say. Fang Xiu had said so Qin Xingyan couldn't say anything else. A smile appeared on his pale face as he looked towards Hai Rui and said, Mr. Hai, I am Qin Xingyan, the Minister of Households. Hai Rui arched his hand and said, a man of cloth. Hai Rui, meet Lord Qin. The two of them, this is considered a greeting. Sit down with what's going on and take your time. Fang Xiu glanced at the two and said, Hai Rui, you sit as well. Thank you, Minister Fang. The two men saluted in unison and sat down. Qin Xingyan organized his language and spoke. Minister Fang, my humble servant has come this time for the matter of drought relief. Hear the words drought. Fang Xiu's brow furrowed as he looked toward Qin Xingyan and said with some dissatisfaction, another incident with the relief grain? No. Fang Xiang misunderstood. Qin Xingyan hastily waved his hand and explained, my humble servant is asking who should be assigned to host the disaster relief. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows and said, didn't this minister say with you that it would be sufficient to select a person of integrity from the household department? Fang Xiang did say this. Just, when Qin Xingyan said this, his old face showed embarrassment and he couldn't go on. When Fang Xiu saw this expression on his face, he was first stunned. Then he widened his eyes and said in astonishment, it's not possible that the entire Ministry of Households can't find a single incorruptible person, right? The large Ministry of the Household could not even find a single incorruptible official. Then what kind of rottenness must the Dakian court be? Qin Xingyan said with some embarrassment, it's natural to look for them, but they are all too young and have little experience, and I'm afraid that when they arrive in Qingzhou, they won't know how to act. Providing relief to the victims is not as simple as one might think. To Qingzhou, how to distribute food so as not to cause confusion, who to distribute food to in order to make the best use of it, what to do when local officials shirk their responsibilities. There is a lesson in each of these things. If you send a rash person over there, even if he or she is incorruptible, he or she may mess things up, but if you send experienced officials, it's hard to ensure that they don't move their minds if they've been loose for all these years. This time, Qin Xingyan was putting his head on the line. If the people who were sent there, because of corruption and bribery and enrichment, messed this up, he didn't send to explain to Fang Xiu. Experienced ones don't work. Inexperienced ones even less so. We can't have the head of the household department himself, can we? Qin Xingyan tangled in the house for a whole day. Really cannot find a suitable candidate for disaster relief, which is why he thought to come to the Fang house to ask for help. When Fang Xiu heard this, he was speechless with anger. He looked at Qin Xingyan and said in a good-natured manner, Minister Qin Xingshu can really be a good tactician. Having been in charge of the Ministry of Households for 7 years, he couldn't even pick out a person to provide relief for the disaster. Qin Xingyan said awkwardly, my humble servant is guilty. My humble servant. Well, don't tell this Prime Minister that nonsense. This Prime Minister doesn't want to hear it. Fang Xiu waved his hand, a thoughtful look on his face. Who is the right person to send to Qingzhou for relief? The one before him had been Prime Minister for 10 years, but had spent most of his time eating and drinking. It's good to have the names of the courtiers in your head. Who among the 100 officials is capable and who is more incorruptible is pressed into service without the slightest impression? Think for a moment. He suddenly thought of something, and a brilliant light erupted in his eyes, fiercely looking at Hai Rui, who was sitting on the sidelines. Hai Rui, how about letting you go to the disaster relief? The words fell. Qin Xingyan and Hai Rui were both stunned, or Hai Rui reacted faster, got up and said, Grasshopper, a man of cloth, no merit in the body, this matter is afraid to be inappropriate. Fang Xiu waved his hand and said, identity is a small matter. This minister can just report to His Majesty. The big deal is to go to Qingzhou to supervise as a special envoy. When Hai Rui heard this, he opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Before he could open his mouth, he was interrupted by Fang Xiu. Don't say anything else. Just tell this minister. Can you get the disaster relief done by sending you to Qingzhou? Hari thought for a moment and said with certainty, yes, that'll do. Fang Xiu looked at Qin Xingyan and said, letting Hai Rui handle this matter. Do you have any opinions? Although Qin Xingyan didn't know Hai Rui, but seeing that Fang Xiu trusted him so much, he naturally couldn't say anything more and arched his hand and said, my humble servant has no opinion. Fang Xiu nodded and said, good, then this matter is settled. After saying that, he picked up his teacup and took a gentle sip. It means, the words are over. Get lost. Qin Xingyan saw this but did not leave, but wanted to say, Minister Fang, there is one more thing that my humble servant would like to report to you, said the man, eyes looking up at Hari. Fang Xiu glanced at him and said lightly, I told you, Hai Rui is one of our own, so if you have anything to say, there's no harm in saying it. My humble servant understands. Qin Xingyan took a deep breath, organized his language, and said with a straight face, "Prime Minister Fong, my humble servant ordered someone to verify the account books of the Ministry of Revenue yesterday, and found that there was a discrepancy with the actual silver deposited in the treasury." Fong Xiu's brows furrowed slightly as he looked at Qin Xingyan and said, "Straight up, how much is the difference?" Qin Xingyan hesitated for a moment and truthfully said, "The treasury should have had 14 million taels of silver, and after verification the actual silver stored was 3.17 million taels." When Fong Xiu heard this, he almost spat out his tea. Couldn't help but mentally curse. It's amazing that there can be a difference of more than $10 million between what's actual and what's on the books. No wonder when Zhao Zizheng shouted for disaster relief, this dog reacted so strongly. It turns out that he knew in his heart that the national treasury couldn't get the silver for the disaster relief. Fang Xiu was tempted to question Qin Xingyan about what all the silver had been spent on, but seeing the look on his face and in his eyes, you don't have to ask. It must have been gotten away and squandered by his own traitorous prime minister. 10 years, 10 million taels. When you do the math, you have to spend 1 million taels of silver a year. At this very moment, even Fang Xiu couldn't help but admire himself. Defeated to such an extent. Bull. Fang Xiu took a deep breath and calmed himself before asking, "Why did you suddenly think of verifying the account books?" Qin Xingyan truthfully said, "It is His Majesty who is worried that the Wu Kingdom will cause trouble at the border due to the grain merchant matter, which is why he asked my servant to verify the treasury's stock of silver in case of an emergency." Without waiting for Fang Xiu to ask, he took the initiative to add, "This matter, my humble servant has not yet reported to His Majesty." Fang Xiu listened with a contemplative face. A moment later, he looked at Qin Xingyan and asked, "If His Majesty asks about this matter, do you know how to answer?" With a look of understanding, Qin Xingyan said, "There are too many account books in the Ministry of Revenue, and it is not a moment that can be verified clearly." Fang Xiu nodded and said, "Good. This matter, this minister knows. You go down." Qin Xingyan was a bit surprised when he heard this. "I thought, this is more than 10 million taels of silver. How can Fang Xiang act so calmly? Does he still have a backhand?" Somehow, he suddenly thought of what had happened in the courtroom in the past 2 days. The heart grew more and more certain. Fang Xiang must have had a countermeasure in place. Only he didn't tell anyone. He couldn't help but feel relieved when he thought of this, and rose to salute. "My humble servant excuses himself." Then he turned and left the Sagittarius house. After he left, Fang Xiu told Hai Rui to go down and rest as well, leaving himself alone to sit in the courtyard. Brainstorm. What to do to fill the big hole. In just a few moments, he figured out what to do next and didn't give the matter another thought. Instead, he opened the system. It's almost dark, too. It's time to put the beauty summoning card to use, and I don't know who I can summon. Anticipation appeared in Fang Xiu's eyes. With a thought, a system tone then sounded. "Do you use the random beauty summoning card?" Fang Xiu restrained his inner excitement and opened his mouth. "Yes, get Dodgy summoning card." "Is it summoned? Dodgy?" Fang Xiu was slightly stunned and somewhat curious. "Is it the one with the tail on the back? With or without a tail is secondary to how well your body can hold up." Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows and fell into thought. In just an instant, he made his decision. Not just little Dodgy. If you can't top it, you have to top it. So decisively, he chose to summon. Summon! The familiar white light reappeared and faded after a few moments. A graceful figure appeared in front of Fang Xiu. A coquettish voice followed. "Dodgy, meet your master." Fang Xiu raised his eyes and looked, finding himself standing in front of a young girl with a beautiful figure. She was clad in a purple sari, arms as white as tender lotus roots, hanging down at the waist. The long, straight jade legs were faintly visible. The setting sun was like blood, reflecting diagonally on her cheeks, and her splendor was unbelievable. Fang Xiu took a look at her from top to bottom, but in the end, he couldn't hold back and returned his sight to the center. Nothing. Not a fox. Dodgy noticed Fang Xiu's eyes and let out a pout. "Master, where are you looking?" "Ahem." Fang Xiu coughed and changed the topic. "You've come just in time. There's something this minister wants you to do." Dodgy's bright face revealed a blush and muttered in a small voice. "People just got here. They don't know anything yet." With such words on his lips, a pair of watery eyes were secretly sizing up Fang Xiu. Looked at it a couple times. A satisfied smile appeared on her tilted face. Anticipation began to shine in his eyes. At this point, Fang Xiu stood up and walked over to her with a big smile. "It's okay if you don't know how. We can learn. If you can't learn, this minister can still teach you." When Dodgy saw that Fang Xiu was only a step away from her, instead of retreating, she pressed forward. The innocent face showed a curious look of ignorance. "What does the master intend for people to learn?" "Learn this." Fang Xiu took out 3 books from his arms and waved them in front of Dodgy's eyes. Dodgy was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked at the 3 books. The 3 books are From Left to Right, Heavenly Works, The Way of Business, and The Laws of Survival in the Workplace. Seeing the title of the book, she was confused. Master is asking people to learn business? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows, a smile on his face as he asked rhetorically. What did you expect? Daji said sharply. I thought. There was a pause, and his tone became depressed. People think it's business, too. Fang Xiu's heart jumped when he saw a sultry expression on her tilted face. What a foxy girl. Look at it this way. One's fears were not unwarranted. He restrained his inner fluttering and spoke. This minister intends to open a few stores in the capital to sell refined salt, monosodium glutamate, soap, and other items. These stores need someone to take care of them, and there aren't many trustworthy people around this minister, and you're the only one who's still idle. Trustworthy people. A smile reappeared on Daji's delicate face. Daji understands. Daji will definitely help her master take care of the stores and earn all the silver in the world for her master to spend. She said this with conviction, as if making military orders. When Fang Xiu heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. This time, as if she had no bones, Daji stuck to Fang Xiu's place again, revealing a look of anticipation between her brows as she asked, Master, if Daji does well, is there any reward? Fang Xiu's heart skipped a beat as he asked rhetorically, what reward do you want? Daji didn't say anything, but just looked Fang Xiu up and down with her big watery eyes. The corner of Fang Xiu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. What's that supposed to mean? Think of yourself as a reward? Fang Xiu's forehead veins throbbed twice, and in the end, he was unable to hold on to his heart. He glanced at Daji and said, Get in the house. Teach you knowledge. A smile appeared between Daji's eyebrows, and after answering her master, she followed Fang Xiu's back in a frenzied manner. Every character produced by the system is a flesh and blood person. Their character, habits, and conduct are not so different from what they were. The only difference is that they turned out to have all sorts of aspirations and ideals. When I came here, the ambition and ideals were still there, but there was an additional, more important task, that is to assist Fang Xiu. For example, Jian Wei, appearing in this world, is still loyal and still thinks about fighting and killing the enemy. It's just that his allegiance has changed from Cao Cao to Fang Xiu. Then there's Hari, who came here as pure and clean as ever. It's just that the object of his guardianship has changed from poor people to Fang Xiu plus poor people. When the two clashed, he would still choose Fang Xiu, only his motivation to do things would drop drastically. Daji is the same thing, the other did not change, only the object of seduction and devotion has become Fang Xiu. So, all night long, Fang Xiu poured it out. He taught Daji everything he had learned in his life. This includes, but is not limited to, how to make refined salt, how to make soap, how to make perfume. Daji's learning ability was also extremely strong, and in one night's time, it had gone from ignorance to understanding. Towards the back, there were even a few hints of being antagonistic and wanting to teach Fang Xiu. It is good that the devil is 1 foot tall and the Tao is 10 feet tall. Fang Xiu ended up taking the reins between master and disciple. With a strong stance, she told Daji that she had a lot to learn. Anyway, overnight, Daji has acquired a lot of knowledge, and probably understood what he was going to do next. It's nothing more than controlling stores behind the scenes and opening up a range of businesses such as refined salt, monosodium glutamate, soaps, perfumes, and so on, all over the continent. All this without her throwing her weight around. Shangguan Haitang and the Shadow Guard, both of whom would provide her with support. All she had to do was to run the store and give the silver she earned to Fang Xiu. And this silver is also the capital for Fang Xiu's future development. The next day, sunrise, Fang Xiu got up and looked back. Daji, who had been studying all night, still had tears on the sides of her cheeks because she couldn't solve the difficult questions. There was exhaustion on his brow. Fang Xiu looked a little distressed, so he didn't shout her up and walked out of the house alone. Just as he pushed the door, he saw a white coat standing outside. Master! Shangguan Haitong's face was expressionless as he arched his hand and saluted. Fang Xiu looked at her, inexplicably feeling a bit embarrassed, and asked, When did you come? Shangguan Haitang remained expressionless and said lightly, My humble servant has just arrived. Just arrived just fine. Fang Xiu scratched his nose and asked again, Something wrong? Shangguan Haitang nodded and said, Some of the refined salt and monosodium glutamate you ordered yesterday have been made. Please take a look. With that, he took out 2 bamboo tubes from his arms and presented them with both hands. I didn't expect Shangguan Haitang to be so efficient. What is commanded in the evening is done early the next morning. Fang Xiu looked at her and said heartily, Hard work. Shangguan Haitang arched her hand and said, To do one's best for one's master is Haitang's duty. There is no talk of hard work. When Fang Xiu heard this, he was inexplicably a bit touched, but he didn't say anything else. He reached for one of the bamboo tubes and poured the contents into the palm of his hand. White as snow. Crystal clear. Nice. Watching the refined salt being made, Fang Xiu's eyes lit up, dabbed a little on his finger and licked it. The flavor is very pure, with no semblance of bitterness. It's good refined salt. Fang Xiu nodded in satisfaction and reached out to receive another bamboo tube. As it was, I tasted the flavors on my tongue. Plenty of flavor. In one word, fresh. It doesn't take much thought to realize that the introduction of refined salt and monosodium glutamate, MSG, would be a sensation and a big seller in this era of scarcity of condiments. Fang Xiu looked at the two bamboo tubes, a smile appeared on his face, and instructed, "This minister will allocate another 100,000 taels of silver to you to build a few workshops in the countryside for the production of salt and monosodium glutamate, and perfumes and soaps, too. Get a grip and try to build a batch in the next 2 days. Salt, message, perfume, soap, they were all things that could often be used in daily life, and if they could open up sales, it wouldn't take long to earn a large amount of silver. Sure. As of now, the ordinary civilian population is not in a position to consume these. It is still mainly sold to the dignitaries." Shangguan Haitang arched his hand and said, "Yes, master." Fang Xiu nodded. "Well, if there's nothing else, go down." Shangguan Haitang saluted and said, "My humble servant excuses himself." When he finished, he turned to leave. Fang Xiu stood in place, looking at her back as anticipation began to rise in his heart. "And I don't know before I flipped with Wu. Can these things make enough for 10 million taels of silver?" 3 days later, the palace, the hall of nourishment. Empress Wu Mingkong sat on the dragon chair, looking at the Zhangji in front of her. Her white face revealed a color of anger. In just half a year, there have been 5 peasant riots in Xuzhou, Yangzhou, and Xinzhou. With the drought in Xinzhou, it is understandable that the people have no food to eat and are venting their anger on the government. Why are there riots one after another in Xuzhou and Yangzhou, where the winds and rains are favorable and food is plentiful? Wu Mingkong looked at the Zhangzhang, only feel a nameless fire rising in the chest. Spit cannot spit, swallow cannot swallow. Not before taking the throne. She thought that as long as she was diligent in politics, she would surely be able to make the Dechen Empire grow and prosper day by day. But the reality is, the longer she sat in this position, the more she realized, one's own diligence is pressed into service with little significance. Most of the time, when confronted with the problems posed by the zoetrope, even if one tries hard enough, one cannot find a solution. Even if a solution is found, its implementation will not achieve the desired results. Putting in the effort and not being rewarded. It's just devastating. Obviously I have compressed my rest to the utmost. Even when I eat, I'm reviewing the papers. Why did it end up like this? The more Wu Mingkong thought about it, the more lost he felt. The mood was as low as it could get. She put down the medallion in her hand, only to feel a powerful sense of powerlessness rising up all over her body, and her whole body was very tired. Somehow, at this time, the figure of Fang Xiu once again surfaced inside her mind. That traitor is not always thinking of usurping power. I might as well just let him have the position. Let him also experience my difficulties. Let's see if he'll say anything else in the future. The thought only appeared for a split second before she immediately dismissed it. Can't think like that. Pull yourself together. You can't be made a fool of by that traitor. Wu Mingkong took a deep breath and slapped his cheeks, trying his best to pull himself together. After resting for a few moments, he picked up the Sangha again and reviewed it. In the face of the riots, all she could do was ask the local authorities to enlist the militia to quell the rebellion. After all, the vast majority of Dakian's army was deployed at the border to defend against the neighboring Zhou, Wu, and Yan. It is impossible to draw out troops for counterinsurgency. Let's just hope that this riot, like the previous ones, is nipped in the bud and doesn't trigger too many consequences. The Empress thought this in her mind. This time, a clear voice suddenly rang out. "Your Majesty, it's time to eat." The Empress's personal maid, Lin Wanner, carried a bowl of white porridge and walked over. "So soon it's noon again." The Empress, somewhat in a trance, spoke. "Leave it here." "Yes, Your Majesty." Lin Wanner placed the white kanji in front of the Empress, looked at the Empress with expectant eyes, and softly said, "Your Majesty, today's white kanji is different from previous days. Do you want to taste it first?" The Empress had wanted to wait until she finished reviewing the Sangha before having her meal, but once she raised her eyes and saw Lin Wanner's somewhat expectant eyes, she couldn't bear to refuse. At the same time there was some curiosity in his heart. It's just white porridge. How can it taste different from the old days? With that curiosity, the Empress picked up the spoon and took a taste. The white kanji enters your mouth and the sweet flavor spreads instantly across your taste buds. With it came a flavor that had never been tasted before and was hard to describe. Just thought it was delicious. The Empress's eyes snapped open and she sighed. It's a lot sweeter than usual. When he finished, he picked up the spoon again and dug in. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. In no time at all, half a bowl of white porridge had entered the Empress' stomach without her realizing it. Aside, when Lin Wanner saw this scene, a delighted smile appeared on her face, thanks to the sugar and MSG sent by Fong Xiang. Otherwise, His Majesty doesn't know when he'll be able to have a proper meal. To know, it had been a long time since she had seen His Majesty with such a good appetite. A few moments later, a bowl of white porridge was wiped clean by the Empress. She put down the spoon, surprisingly with some intent. Seeing this, Lin Wanner busily said, "Your Majesty, should we have the Imperial Catering Room boil another bowl?" The Empress shook her head and said, "I've eaten enough today. I can't eat even if I boil another bowl." Lin Wanner keenly caught the details in the words, "can't eat," instead of not wanting to eat. In other words, His Majesty actually still wants to eat, just that his stomach won't allow it. A smile blossomed between her brows as she said, "Then wait for an hour, and the slave girl will order again." When Wu Mingkong heard this, he didn't open his mouth to stop him, but looked at Lin Wanner and asked curiously, "I see that there is no difference between today's white porridge and the previous days, so why does it taste so different?" She couldn't figure it out. "It's just white porridge. It's nothing more than rice and water, and you can't make a flour out of it. Why is today's different from the past?" When Lin Wanner heard this question, the corners of her mouth hooked into a smile as she replied, "Back to your Majesty. It's because the Imperial Catering Room added 2 new seasonings to the white porridge today, called sugar and monosodium glutamate." Sugar and MSG? The Empress was stunned. Sugar. She does know. What is white sugar again? And MSG? How have I never heard of that before? Aside, seeing that the Empress looked puzzled, Lin Wanner explained, "Your Majesty, the slave girl heard from the cooks in the Imperial kitchen that this monosodium glutamate and white sugar are both excellent seasonings. Any food becomes incredibly flavorful with the addition of these 2 things. It's like the white porridge that His Majesty ate today, which was bland and tasteless, but with the addition of these 2 things, it immediately became much sweeter." When Wu Mingkong heard this, he seemed to have thought of something, and a brilliant light erupted from his eyes. If it's true what Wanner said, any food becomes incredibly flavorful with the addition of these 2 things. Wouldn't that mean that only by mastering the method of making them would you be able to make a lot of silver from various countries? When Wu Mingkong thought of this, his mood suddenly became excited. She looked at Lin Wanner and asked somewhat impatiently, "Wanner, do you know where these 2 things came from?" "The slave girl knows." Lin Wanner replied, "It was sent by Fong Xiang's man." "Fong Xiang?" Wu Mingkong was slightly stunned, and his face instantly turned not so good. "It's that traitor again. How is it that everything has to do with him? If he built these 2 things, then I'm afraid it won't be so easy for me to intervene if I want to." The Empress was lost in thought as she thought of this. A few moments later, she decided anyway, first, she would try to get her hands on the manufacturing methods for sugar and MSG. After all, as long as we can master the manufacturing method of these 2 things, and then follow the example of the salt and iron official camp, we can earn a lot of silver for the court. The problem of an empty treasury could then be greatly alleviated. In other words, this matter, if it could be accomplished, would be of great benefit to the court. Think about it. Wu Mingkong looked at Lin Wanner and asked again, "Then do you know where Fong Xiu obtained this item?" Lin Wanner shook her head and said, "The slave girl doesn't know." The Empress heard this and was lost in thought. There are tons of business opportunities within these 2 things. There's no way that traitor Fong Xiu didn't notice. If that's the case, why did he send these 2 things to the palace? And what was his purpose in doing so? Does it mean that these 2 things, he bought them from someone else, and he doesn't know how to make them? Hold that thought. Wu Mingkong looked at Lin Wanner and commanded, "Go and check if there are any stores in the capital that sell this white sugar and monosodium glutamate." "Yes, Your Majesty." Lin Wanner's expression became a bit more serious and she nodded heavily. 1 hour later, Lin Wanner returned to the Empress with the latest news. "Your Majesty, there is indeed a store in the capital that sells sugar and monosodium glutamate, and its name is Jumbo Jai. The name was just changed 3 days ago, and I've heard that the proprietor behind it has also changed. But to whom? No one knows yet. So to speak, this Jumbo has come out of nowhere, as has white sugar MSG." Wu Mingkong's eyes showed deep meaning, and he said in a deep voice, "Send someone to make a trip to Jumbo Jade, and have their proprietor come to see me." When Lin Wanner heard this, she showed hesitation and said, "Your Majesty, the proprietor of this Jumbo Jade has always been hidden behind the scenes. Even if he sends someone to summon them, the ones summoned may only be insignificant people. If that's the case, then I'll go and see for myself what's behind this Jumbo Jade." Wu Mingkong raised his eyebrows and said so. In fact, even if this matter was more involved, there was no need for her to make a personal appearance. The reason she made this decision was just that she had been bored in the palace for a long time and wanted to go out for some air. In the meantime, let's see what kind of changes there are in the capital after the beheading of the grain merchant. When Lin Wanner heard this, she wanted to open her mouth to dissuade her, but when she saw the Empress's expression full of anticipation, she chose to give up. Yes, Your Majesty. In the Dacian Empire, it was common for the emperor to make private visits. The palace guards were experienced in how to protect in secret. So, in less than an hour, Empress Wu Mingkong arrived at the southern city where the Jumbo Jade was located. On the bright side, there was only Lin Wanner by her side. Secretly, however, there were an unknown number of disguised guards. Take a few steps. Lin Wanner, who was dressed as a man, suddenly stretched out a finger and pointed it at the noisy crowd not far away. My lord, there's the treasure shop. Wu Mingkong looked in the direction of her finger. There, hundreds of people huddled together, making noise and shouting something. A closer look reveals that the clothes these men wore were woven of silk and were of great value. See this scene. The Empress frowned slightly and asked, what are those people arguing about? Lin Wanner said blankly, the slave girl doesn't know either. The Empress said, go over there. Yes, my lord. The Empress and Lin Wanner, one after the other, walked towards the crowd. A few moments later, the sounds of the argument gradually became clearer. Shopkeeper, give me a caddy of sugar and a caddy of MSG. This is silver. Dog-like things. Didn't you hear the shopkeeper say that there's a limit of 2 taels per person? You want a farting caddy? What's all the squeezing back there? Don't you know who comes first? Don't you have any quality? Don't push. Don't squeeze. It's on my foot. Who stepped off my shoe? All make way. I'm looking for my shoe. The Empress and Lin Wanner were all confused when they saw this scene. Thousands of people huddled together, noisily, to buy sugar and monosodium glutamate. Those who didn't know thought that silver had fallen from the sky and was waiting for them to grab it. With a pair of good-looking eyes, Wu Mingkong looked at the scene in front of him, and for a moment, he actually didn't know what to say. Honestly, before coming here, she had guessed that sugar and MSG would sell like hotcakes, but I didn't expect it to be as hot as this. In the short time it took to burn incense, she even saw 2 groups of people fighting over the purchase of this sugar and monosodium glutamate. Such a scene is a bit too much. Wu Mingkong stood in place, looking at what was happening in front of him, somewhat bewildered. She came here mainly because she wanted to meet the proprietor behind Jumbo Jade, discussing the royal business, but now it seems that, not to mention the proprietor behind the curtain, she may not even be able to squeeze into the store. Aside, Lin Wanner was also subdued by the scene before her. Dumbfounded, she looked at the crowd that was still looting, and only after a while did she regain her senses and come over to the Empress's side, asking in a low voice, my lord, what do we do next? At the moment, it seems that the proprietor behind the curtain is definitely out of sight, but it can't be standing here all the time. Although they were surrounded by guards disguised as traders and people to protect them, who could guarantee that there would be no accidents in such an environment? When the Empress heard this question, her face showed hesitation. It always feels like a loss when you come out and don't see anything, but there didn't seem to be any point in staying here. Wu Mingkong is torn. A familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Yo, which family's handsome young man is this? He's got a great face, just the type I like. When Wu Mingkong and Lin Wanner heard these words, they both revealed angry colors and subconsciously turned their heads to look. Lin Wanner even let out a chortle. Bold. But, in the next second, after seeing the face of the person who spoke, both of them were stunned in place. I can't believe it's him. Damned traitors. Wu Mingkong was first stunned, then his face became even more ugly. A pair of beautiful eyes, glaring at Fang Xiu who was not far away, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Emotional value plus 5,000. Lin Wanner stood behind Wu Mingkong, looking at Fang Xiu and then at the Empress. If the one who molested Her Majesty just now was any man other than Fang Xiang, she would all have her guards, hidden in the shadows, cut him down. But it was Fang Xiang, holding the imperial sword in his hand. Fang Xiang, who beat up the fainting ruler and beheaded the sycophants. Not to mention her, even His Majesty can't do anything about him. Think about it. Lin Wanner could only choose to play dumb and pretend that she hadn't heard anything. This time, Fang Xiu, however, walked over, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile, pretending not to recognize them as he'd sked and praised them. Face like the moon in mid-autumn, color like the flower in spring dawn, eyebrows like ink paintings, face like peach petals. This gentleman is really born with a good skin. Wu Mingkong's silver teeth clenched, originally wanting to open his mouth to rebuke, but on second thought, the damnable dog thief was too horny to recognize himself. Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if he opened his mouth and revealed his identity? So, forcibly suppressing the anger inside, He turned around as if he hadn't heard and was about to leave. When Feng Xiu saw this, he raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect this little empress to be quite tolerant. He stepped forward and stopped in front of Wu Mingkong, his folding fan lightly shaking as he whispered, "Don't go away. Mr. Gong, how about making a friend? Emotional value plus 10. 000. It's all so close. This traitor would surely recognize himself even if he was blind. In that case, he's still like this. It means he did it on purpose. What audacity! How dare you molest the great Qian heavenly prince? Abominable. It should be killed." Wu Mingkong's silver teeth clenched tightly, a pair of beautiful eyes, staring deathly at Feng Xiu in front of her, coldly said, "I don't have a broken sleeve fetish, so please have some self-respect for this gentleman." She said this almost through clenched teeth, and made a point of emphasizing the word self-respect. Feng Xiu, however, looked unimpressed as he raised his eyebrows, the corners of his mouth hooking into a smile as he frivolously said, "Before I met you, I didn't have a broken sleeve fetish. Dragon in Yang's favor. Who taught you to be born too beautiful, making it hard for me not to be moved? Emotional value plus 10. 000. When Wu Mingkong heard this, his white face turned red with anger and he cursed in his heart. How can there be such shameless people in this world? Seeing the smile on Feng Xiu's face, if anything, Wu Mingkong finally couldn't help himself and cursed. "I've never seen someone as brazen as you." When Feng Xiu heard the icy system beep, instead of getting angry, he smiled even more happily and said back, "Then the gentleman will see it today." Finally, Lin Wanner on the side just couldn't stand to watch and whispered, "Minister Feng, this is Mr. Wu." Wu is an imperial surname in Dakian and is hard to see in the capital. Those who stayed in the capital and still had the surname Wu could be said to be very few, and at this age, there was only Wu Mingkong left. Sure, Lin Wanner also knew that Feng Xiu was playing dumb and deliberately flirting with His Majesty, but she was afraid that if Feng Xiu said a few more words, His Majesty wouldn't be able to hold back and directly raise his sword to cut people, and then everyone would not look good. That's why I opened my mouth to warn. "Oh, Mr. Wu." Feng Xiu pretended to be taken aback and intentionally took a step forward, sticking closer to Wu Mingkong. Seeing that Wu Mingkong was about to raise his sword to slash, Feng Xiu knew that he couldn't molest any further, or else something would really happen. He stepped back and saluted. "So it's Duke Wu. My eyes are bad. I was too far away just now and didn't recognize your appearance, so I hope you won't be offended if I offended you." Wu Mingkong forced down his inner anger, sneered twice and asked, "How is it that my lord has never heard of Lord Feng's bad eyes before?" Feng Xiu replied, "There really wasn't any before. It's all because he was busy with the disaster relief matter in the past few days and didn't have time to rest, resulting in an eye disease." This statement was made. Wu Mingkong could no longer restrain his inner rage and cursed, "Shameless." Feng Xiu pretended not to hear and said to himself, "Doing one's best for your excellency is one's duty. Your excellency is flattering." Now, Wu Mingkong was considered completely speechless, exasperated. He wanted to laugh a little. She sort of understood. When dealing with such a shameless person, you should just pretend you didn't see him. The more you talk about him, the more he comes on. Who dash? Wu Mingkong took a deep breath to calm himself, and not bothering to bother with Feng Xiu anymore, he took a step to leave. "Wan Air, let's go." Before Lin Wanner could speak, Feng Xiu's voice rang out. "Wait." Wu Mingkong stopped his steps and turned his head to look at Feng Xiu without speaking. "Feng Xiu Dao, this time." Mr. Wu went out of the house. "But for sugar and monosodium glutamate?" The Empress raised an eyebrow when she heard those 4 words. These 2 things are really related to him. After thinking about it, she decided to stay and have a chat with Feng Xiu. "The traitor. The jumbo shop is your store?" Feng Xiu shook his head. "Not really." When the Empress heard this, her brows furrowed slightly and she was about to get angry when she heard Feng Xiu then say, "It's not my store, but it's not far off. The boss and the guys are my guys." Sure enough, Wu Mingkong's pair of beautiful eyes, gazing at Feng Xiu, asked, "Do you know how much revenue this MSG and white sugar can bring?" Feng Xiu asked rhetorically. "Doesn't Mr. Wu think this is nonsense? If I didn't know, why would I spend a lot of money to open a workshop?" Wu Mingkong was choked speechless and could only scold this dog thief fiercely in his heart. Emotional value plus 2000. When Feng Xiu heard the system beep, he revealed a satisfied smile and said, "It's crowded here. If Mr. Wu has something he wants to say, it's best to find a secluded place." When Wu Mingkong heard this, he wanted to refuse, but on second thought, no matter how bold this dog thief is, he only dares to show off his tongue, and regicide, he should not dare. In that case, why don't we listen to him and find a secluded place to talk? Let's see if he's willing to cede a portion of his sugar and monosodium glutamate interests to the court. Think about it. Wu Mingkong no longer refused and asked, "Where to?" Feng Xiu raised an eyebrow and said, "Runju." Izzy residence. That sounds good. Wu Mingkong nodded and said, just listen to you. Lead the way in front. Okay, Mr. Wu. Fang Xiu had a warm smile on his face as he stepped forward. While walking, he said, the environment, wine and food of this Yiren residence are all excellent. Mr. Wu will know when he arrives. Wu Mingkong skimmed his mouth, thinking, can the environment be as good as the Palace of Nourishing Heart? And can the food be as good as the Imperial Catering House? Have not seen the world. A few moments later, Fang Xiu led the two Wu Mingkong to an attic. Guests in fancy dress come and go. Dainty, colorful dancers come in and out. Wu Mingkong stood in place, looking at the 3 words on the plaque in Dragon's Flight Yiren residence. Always feel, there's something strange about this tavern. When the boy at the entrance of the pavilion saw Fang Xiu, he busily greeted him with a fawning smile on his face. Mr. Feng, the elegant room has been reserved for you. Please come inside. Good. Fang Xiu nodded, didn't say anything, and followed the boy inside. Although Wu Mingkong and Lin Wanner felt that this restaurant was a bit strange, neither of them thought much about it and followed them in, guided by the boy. The 3 quickly arrived at the elegant room on the 2nd floor. Compared to the noisy environment outside, it was much quieter. There was a window on the left and right sides, which provided both a view of the outside of the building and a view of the dancers on stage. Mr. Feng, can this wine and food be served? The boy stood respectfully and opened his mouth to ask. Fang Xiu nodded. Yes. All right, then I'll go to the back kitchen to hurry. The boy bowed and turned to leave. For a while, only 3 people remained in the elegant room. The atmosphere had inexplicably become somewhat subtle. Lin Wanner stood behind Wu Mingkong, looking at the Empress and then at Fang Xiu, always feeling a bit awkward. A few moments later, it was Fang Xiu who broke the silence and smiled. This Yirenju, I also came for the first time. I heard that the wine and food here are excellent in color and flavor, and the dancers' dances and ditties are even better. Wu Mingkong found a chair and sat down. Hearing this, he frowned slightly and said, why are there so many dancers in the tavern? Fang Xiu looked at Wu Mingkong and smiled. I never said that this Yirenju is a restaurant. If it's not a tavern, what else could it be? Wu Mingkong didn't have the good sense to say. Fang Xiu looked at her and didn't say anything. When Wu Mingkong saw his expression, he was slightly stunned, then suddenly reacted. Is this Yirenju a so-called greenhouse? Think of the dancers who came and went just now, dressed in colorful and enchanting postures. She became more and more certain of her suspicions. This dog thief even took me to a greenhouse. Reacting to this, Wu Mingkong's tilted face appeared red from anger and stared at Fang Xiu with wide eyes. Emotional value plus 5,000. Seeing her blush like she was about to explode, Fang Xiu actually felt a little cute. For a while, he didn't quite bear to tease her anymore, and with a raised eyebrow, he said, this Yiren residence is actually a hookah, but it's just a bit more luxuriously decorated. At that, there was a pause and a knowing question. Is it hard to believe that your majesty thinks this is a greenhouse? In this world, hookahs serving dignitaries were usually built indoors and would also serve alcohol and food. This Irina residence is actually a hookah. Fang Xiu didn't say anything, deliberately wanting to tease the Empress and earn some mood value. That dog thief. Wu Mingkong caught the catch in Fang Xiu's eyes and instantly understood what he was thinking, coldly saying, then why didn't you say anything just now? Fang Xiu was unimpressed and said, His Majesty didn't ask just now. For a moment, Wu Mingkong actually did not know how to retort. Emotional value plus 2,000. The system beep sounded. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows, and the thought of teasing the Empress rose again. At this point, instead, there was a knock at the door. Enter. The words fell. The door was pushed open, and the green-clothed boy walked in with a variety of delicacies, and after placing them on the table, he saluted. Enjoy your meal, Mr. Feng. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, he turned around and left the elegant room. Wu Mingkong glanced at the green-clothed boy's back and then at Fang Xiu and teased. It seems that Minister Feng didn't run here too often during his weekdays. Fang Xiu returned. Do your best for the court, as you should. Wu Mingkong really couldn't figure out what going to the hookah to listen to music had to do with doing his best for the court. But soon she reacted. No matter what he said, this guy in front of him could find a reason to say that he was serving the court. Wouldn't you be playing right into his hands if you asked? So, simply without asking, he picked up his chopsticks, picked up a piece of pastry, and ate it. At this moment, Fang Xiu was a bit confused. Your Majesty does not ask me why I say so? When Wu Mingkong saw Fang Xiu take the initiative to mention it, he raised an eyebrow, and in his heart, he finally felt a sense of getting the game back. She looked at Fang Xiu and said nonchalantly, I know that no matter what Fang Xiang does, he can find excuses for himself to shrug it off. In that case, what difference does it make if you ask or not? Yoo-hoo! This little empress is improving fast. When Fang Xiu heard this, he was a bit surprised and didn't continue to dwell on this issue. The conversation turned and said, His Majesty today, a private visit, is not to think of the jumbo, to discuss the sugar, monosodium glutamate official camp? The words fell. Wu Mingkong's heart was shocked. Although this traitor is detestable, his brain is indeed powerful. He could have guessed it before I even said it. Think about it. The Empress' expression became serious as she looked at Fang Xiu in front of her and said in a deep voice, Sugar and monosodium glutamate are very much involved. If they can be run by the government, it will be a good thing for Jumbo, and for the court. I know that you will definitely not hand over the formula of these two things easily. Here, I promise you that as long as you agree to the sugar and monosodium glutamate government camps, 10% of the proceeds will go to you. Sugar, MSG official camp. It means that from now on, these two things can only be manufactured and sold by stores designated by the government. In other words, it is monopolized by the court. In this way, Jumbo Jade will not have to worry about competition from other stores. Lying down can make silver. Sure, since it was government run, most of the profits naturally had to be paid to the court. But, compared to what a monopoly gets, a 10% split is actually pretty good. Such a split ratio was also something that the Empress had already thought of long ago. She believes the person behind Jumbo Jade would not refuse such an offer. When Fang Xiu heard these words, but a smile appeared on his face as he looked at the Empress in front of him and spoke. Has it ever occurred to your Majesty that all the silver earned by Zhenbazai, if it were not officially run, would be mine? Wu Mingkong said, but likewise, Jumbo Zhai will also face competition, and the profits will surely be snatched away in part by other stores. Fang Xiu asked rhetorically, Does your Majesty think that the production of this white sugar and monosodium glutamate is as easy as your Majesty imagines? Wu Mingkong didn't know much about these two things, and when he heard this, he chose to remain silent. Yeah, if these two things were so easy to make, why did they not come out until now? Just when Wu Mingkong was thinking about whether or not to increase the share some more, Fang Xiu's voice sounded again. In fact, it's easier to make this white sugar and monosodium glutamate than your Majesty imagined. It took me only 3 days from the time I discovered them, to mastering the method of making them, to opening the workshop. This statement was made. The Empress was instantly confused. Easier than I thought? The Empress was stunned for a while before she saw Fang Xiu's narrowing eyes and reacted that she had been molested again. Emotional value plus 2,000. This time, the Empress finally couldn't bear it and said angrily, Fang Xiu, I am here. Fang Xiu looked at the Empress with a warm smile on his face. This smile fell in Wu Mingkong's eyes and actually caused her to have an illusion. Is this traitor deliberately trying to offend me, so that I can scold him? The Empress looked at Fang Xiu, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case, and gritted her teeth in her mind. That traitor, want to see me get angry? Want me to curse? I won't let you have your way. Wu Mingkong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner anger. He similarly revealed a smile and praised in a sincere tone. I didn't realize that such precious white sugar and monosodium glutamate would be worthless in the eyes of Minister Feng. Truly worthy of being my Prime Minister of Deqian, a pillar of the nation. With Fang Xiang around, why would I worry about my great Qian's rise to power? When Fang Xiu heard this, his entire body was a bit confused. He didn't hear right. The little Empress is actually praising him? And to call him a pillar of the nation? What the hell? A ghost is possessed? Fang Xiu looked at Wu Mingkong with a worried expression between his brows. Your Majesty, you're not sick. Ah no, are you okay? When Wu Mingkong heard this, another ball of anger rose in his chest. This traitor is so angry. If your heart is clear as ice, the sky will not fall. No offense. No offense. Wu Mingkong tried his best to control his emotions and squeezed out a smile as he returned. Minister Fang doesn't have to worry. I'm fine. No. Fang Xiu shook his head, looking serious, and said in a serious manner, I don't think you're good. Damn traitors. Damn it. Abominable. Damn it. Wu Mingkong could no longer restrain his inner rage. With a pair of beautiful eyes, she glared viciously at Fang Xiu. With what little willpower remained, he restrained the urge to curse. Emotional value plus 5,000. An icy electronic beep sounded. Once again, a satisfied smile appeared on Fang Xiu's face. Comfortable. He raised an eyebrow and spoke. Your Majesty, let's talk about the official camps for sugar and monosodium glutamate. You're clearly the one who has been looking over your shoulder. How do you make it seem like it's my fault? Emotional value plus 1,000. Wu Mingkong felt that sooner or later, he would be exasperated by this traitor. She took a deep breath to calm her emotions and returned. How many % of the split does Minister Fang intend to ask for? Fang Xiu showed a thoughtful look on his face, and after a moment returned, I think, just as your Majesty said, 90% for the court and 10% for me is good. In fact, He didn't care about the so-called split. After all, when this silver reaches the treasury, he can still use it just as much as he wants to. Wasn't the 10 million taels of the treasury deficit squandered by the previous one? For a powerful man like him, treasury equals petty cash. When the Empress heard this, she was first stunned, then revealed a joyful expression and asked, "Is Feng Xian's statement true?" Feng Xiu was tempted to say, "Just kidding," but seeing the Empress's big watery eyes full of hope, instead, the words clogged in his throat and he couldn't get them out. "It wasn't that I was afraid that the Empress would be sad and lost. After all, I've done it before. I'm not afraid of this." He was mainly afraid that the Empress wouldn't be able to withstand repeated blows and burp in place. And so, he nodded and affirmed. Seriously, the words fell. The Empress' tilted face suddenly bloomed into a bright smile. But in just an instant, he resumed the majesty of the Emperor. And with a cold as ice look, he spoke. "Then I will thank Minister Fong for the people of this world." Her words had just fallen. Feng Xiu then stretched out a hand and interrupted. "Your Majesty, wait." The Empress was stunned and looked towards Feng Xiu. Her heart was actually a little apprehensive for a moment. "It's all been promised. You're not going to go back on it, are you?" The moment. Feng Xiu opened his mouth as if he could see through what was going on in the Empress' mind. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I am not trying to backtrack. I just have two conditions. Your Majesty promised me before I could agree to let the Jumbo official camp." When the Empress heard this, she did not hesitate and said, "Speak." Feng Xiu stretched out a finger and said with a straight face, "The first condition. After the Jumbo Jade official camp, no one is allowed to meddle in the Jumbo Jade's operations, including His Majesty. All the running of the Jumbo Lounge is in the hands of the Jumbo Lounge's treasurer. All Jumbo Jade needs to do is to regularly send 90% of the proceeds to the Ministry of Revenue." As Wu Mingkong listened, a thoughtful look appeared on his white face. The fact that this Jumbo Jade's boss can make monosodium glutamate and white sugar a household name in just 2 days shows that he has great control, and there's nothing wrong with still letting him run the show. Think about it. Wu Mingkong nodded and said, "I promise you." The words fell. Feng Xiu stretched out his second finger and said in a serious manner, "The second condition. I want to hear Your Majesty call your minister as your father." When he said this, he looked serious, as if he was talking about something of great importance to the people of the world. The Empress was slightly stunned, thinking she had heard wrong, and asked, "What did you say?" "I said that as long as Your Majesty calls me Sangfu, I will agree to the Jumbo official camp." Feng Xiu still had a righteous look on his face and said with a straight face. The Empress was stunned. Then a ball of anger rose in her chest and shouted in her mind, "Damned traitors! Deception!" Wu Mingkong's good-looking eyes glared at Feng Xiu as he gritted his teeth and said, "You're dreaming. Even if I die, I will never call out to you even if I jump from here." Emotional value plus 10,000. Feng Xiu raised an eyebrow and asked, "Shouting what?" Phase. Wu Mingkong was about to blurt out, when he suddenly realized something and changed his words. "Traitor." Feng Xiu shrugged his shoulders, unconcerned. "I said last time that I am the traitor." Emotional value plus 5,000. Wu Mingkong glared at Feng Xiu with eyes that seemed to want to kill. It was like a swollen pufferfish, gasping for air and not saying a word. When Feng Xiu saw this scene, he raised an eyebrow and said, "If Your Majesty does not agree, I will not force myself. It's just that I'm sorry that I can't agree to the matter of the Jumbo official camp." Having said that, Feng Xiu picked up the wine pot and poured himself a glass of wine. After taking a sip, he looked to the dancer on stage. Enjoy it with gusto. When the Empress saw this scene, she only felt like her lungs were going to explode. Her pretty face turned red and she held her tongue for half a day, unable to say a word. It was just a lot of screaming and cursing. This damn traitor only takes advantage of people's danger. Vile, shameless, nasty. One day, when I hold great power in my hands, I will make you kneel at my feet day and night. The moment. A picture suddenly appeared in the Empress's mind. She sat high above the dragon chair, wine cup in hand, looking down on Feng Xiu, who was kneeling on the ground. And Feng Xiu was trembling and terrified, shouting over and over again under his breath, "Father Jun, spare your life." Thinking about thinking. Surprisingly, she felt less angry. Another moment passed. She finally calmed down and spoke. "Change the condition. As long as it's not too much, I'll agree to you." Feng Xiu turned his head to look at the Empress, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "Really?" With a serious face, the Empress nodded. A gentleman has no words. A smile appeared on Feng Xiu's face as he opened his mouth. "Please, Your Majesty, call the minister 3 times Sangfu." Moment. Emotional value plus 10,000. Feng Xiu, don't go too far. With murderous eyes, Wu Mingkong stared at Feng Xiu and squeezed out such a sentence from between his teeth. Feng Xiu glanced at her and faintly said, I still say that I don't force myself. After saying that, he picked up his wine, took a sip, and continued to enjoy the dancing of the dancers downstairs. Damn traitors! Wu Mingkong stared at Fang Xiu, her silver teeth clenched. Next, she seemed to have made some kind of decision, and she got up violently, striding over to Fang Xiu and snatching the wine jug from his hand. In one swift motion, he slammed 2 gulps into his mouth. Cough cough cough. The wine went down his throat and he coughed violently. Your Majesty! On the side, Lin Wana was startled when she saw the scene, and she was too busy to come forward to assist the Empress. Fang Xiu was also startled by the Empress' sudden move and subconsciously looked at her. The Empress's willow brows were frowning, her white face appeared red, and she covered her mouth and kept coughing. This wine, cough, why is it, cough, so spicy? When Fang Xiu heard this, he was speechless. Crap, this is a 42-degree distilled spirit produced by the system. It's not the same as those wines you usually drink. Fang Xiu stood up and looked at Wu Mingkong, whose face was red in front of him, and said somewhat helplessly, Your Majesty, you. Just as he opened his mouth, he heard an angry cry from the Empress. Shut up, listen to me. Fang Xiu, looking at Wu Mingkong whose face was turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fang Xiu immediately realized that she was drunk. 2 sips and you're drunk? If it's so undrinkable, why are you grabbing it? The party amended its doubts. Next, seeing the Empress' righteous indignation, she instantly understood. It's all about the booze. Sure enough. Next, Wu Mingkong then waddled over to Fang Xiu and gritted his teeth. One day, I will kill you. Traitor! Aside. When Lin Wana heard this, her face showed an uneasy expression, fearing that if Fang Xiang was unhappy, he would directly take His Majesty's place. Minister Fang, His Majesty is drunk. Don't take it to heart. She busily went forward to support the Empress, looked at Fang Xiu, and explained. Fang Xiu waved his hand, signaling that he understood. Lin Wana was relieved to see this. Okay. She knows. Really fight. The palace guards are no match for the private soldiers of the Sangunian. Lin Wana just breathed a sigh of relief. Next, the Empress's crisp voice sounded again. Who said I was drunk? I am not drunk. I am now very sober. Fang Xiu looked at the Empress in front of him whose eyes had all become a bit mesmerized, and surprisingly felt a bit helpless. This woman is a real pain in the ass when she's drunk. Fang Xiu sighed and said, Your Majesty, you are drunk. I will open a compartment for you. Rest early. He said that he was going to call for the boy. When the Empress saw this, she was the one who jumped ahead of him and stopped in front of him. A pair of mesmerizingly beautiful eyes stared at Fang Xiu, and her silver teeth clenched as she said, I said, I'm not drunk. Well, Your Majesty is not drunk. I am drunk. I want to go back to rest. Please Your Majesty don't get in the way. Fang Xiu said helplessly. In his 2 lives, this was the first time he had seen someone drunk like this. Most importantly, it only took 2 sips of wine to get this drunk, even if it's highly distilled. It shouldn't be. Fang Xiu sighed in his heart. It seems that this Empress can't really hold her liquor. It's just as well that you can't hold your liquor. You have poor taste in alcohol. Take a sip or 2 and go crazy on alcohol. And you're not drunk. At this moment, the Empress suddenly stretched out her delicate little hand and pointed at Fang Xiu Dao. Don't try to trick me. I am smart. I know. It was a deer, not a horse. I also know that each and every one of you wants to see me laugh. When Fang Xiu heard this, he looked at the Empress. At this moment, Wu Mingkong seemed to recall sad memories, and her tilted face was filled with grief. And I don't know if it's because of the sadness or the alcohol. A pair of starry eyes became watery. Somehow, seeing such an Empress, Fang Xiu actually felt a bit of heartache. He also stopped thinking about the emotional value and coaxed softly. I know. Your Majesty is very smart. Your Majesty. Before he could finish, he was interrupted again by the Empress. You shut up. The Empress' watery eyes, mesmerized, looked at Fang Xiu and gritted her teeth. You don't know anything. You only know how to bully me. Fang Xiu listened without comment. The Empress grieved. I don't understand why I can't get rewarded for all my hard work. The local government deceives the top and colludes with the gentry to make private profits and enrich themselves. Up and down the court, civil officials and military generals, they have formed parties, embezzled money and grain, and framed loyalists. The people are in dire straits, and it is only human to place the blame on me. But what have I done wrong? So lonely, so hard, so sad. Speaking of which, she couldn't hold it back any longer and bawled her eyes out, tears falling down her cheeks like broken raindrops. On the side, Lin Wana couldn't help but shed a tear when she heard this and said sadly, Your Majesty. Fang Xiu was somewhat speechless as he looked at the crying master and servant duo and wanted to go forward to persuade them. Before she could speak, she saw the Empress raise her eyes sharply, the mesmerized eyes, once again staring at Fang Xiu, blurted out. Fang Xiu, haven't you always been thinking about my throne? I'll let you have my throne today. I'll also let you realize what it means to not be able to do what you want. When Lin Wanner heard this, she was shocked and advised, Your Majesty, you mustn't. When Fang Xiu heard this, he raised an eyebrow and said, Your Majesty, you're really drunk. I said, I'm not drunk. I also know that you, the traitor, are a colorful man. You only know how to stare at the dancer's thighs. Wu Mingkong said this and looked out the window. Downstairs, enchanting dancers displaying beautiful dance moves to the tune. Wu Mingkong glanced at it, snorted coldly, and said disdainfully, Not that I'm saying, your vision is really poor. This dancer is not just wearing less. On the looks, on the posture, on the legs, which one is as good as me? What's there to see? When Lin Wan'er heard this, she subconsciously tried to cover her face, but on second thought, it's useless to cover one's own face. It's better to cover His Majesty's mouth. Your Majesty, the slave girl helps you to rest. Lin Wan'er was afraid that if the Empress continued to make a scene, she would make a bigger joke and assisted her to leave. Wu Mingkong was tired after making a mess for a while. Combined with the alcohol, the whole thing had fallen into a daze. Wait, with what little consciousness was left, Wu Mingkong's eyes looked towards Fang Xiu in a mesmerized manner, and his voice gradually weakened as he said, Traitor, what you just said, does it still count? Fang Xiu was slightly stunned and didn't react to what was said. Seeing Wu Mingkong's somewhat evasive eyes, he suddenly reacted. What was said just now meant that she was told to call herself her face father. The moment. Look at the Empress's evasive eyes. A heart suddenly throbbed in Fang Xiu. Ahem. He cleared his throat and said seriously, Of course. Fang Xiu waited for a while, but he didn't hear the voice of Father Sang. Looking over at the Empress, he realized that she had fallen asleep. Her exquisite body was nestled in Lin Wan'er's arms, eyes tightly closed, long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Pretend to sleep, or are you really asleep? Fang Xiu looked at the Empress, raised an eyebrow, and called out, Your Majesty? The lashes fluttered a few more times as she tilted her face. Seeing this, Fang Xiu immediately had a number in his heart. Playing this trick with me at the end of the day. Trying to cheat? Not even a door. The corner of Fang Xiu's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Walking up to Lin Wan'er, he faintly said, Let this Prime Minister come. Lin Wan'er was stunned, then said with trepidation, Minister Fang, it's better for the slave girl to come. Fang Xiu Dao, the compartment of the Yiren residence is on the 4th floor. Can you carry her? Lin Wan'er didn't know that the Empress was pretending to be asleep, and when she heard this, she was slightly stunned. Then her face showed hesitation. Though His Majesty's body is light, but it still wasn't realistic to have her, a weak woman, climb from the 2nd floor to the 4th floor with her in her arms. But we can't let His Majesty sleep on the floor without sending him to a compartment. Can we? His Majesty's wing cold has not yet healed, and if his condition worsens as a result, what should we do? Lin Wan'er is torn. Fang Xiu's voice sounded again. Don't worry, this minister will not offend His Majesty. Send His Majesty to the compartment, and this minister will leave. Lin Wan'er hesitated and looked at Fang Xiu. The three-dimensional features were as three-dimensional as a carving, and the eyes were clear and bright, as if they didn't carry the slightest impurity. It was the first time that Lin Wan'er had come into close contact with Fang Xiu, and when she saw his handsome face, she was stunned for a moment, and a ridiculous thought suddenly popped up in her heart. Actually, in terms of looks and status, Minister Fang and His Majesty are quite compatible. It's a pity that Fang Xiang only thinks about how to bully His Majesty all day long, and it's impossible for him to commit himself to His Majesty. Was in a trance. She suddenly saw Fang Xiu in front of her open his arms. When Lin Wan'er saw this scene, she almost subconsciously pushed the Empress in her arms out. It was only in the next second that she suddenly snapped back to her senses. Men and women are different. Even Fang Xiang can't touch His Majesty. Think about it. Lin Wan'er reached out her hand to try to pull the Empress back, but it was too late. As soon as Fang Xiu took the Empress from his arms, he lifted her up in a horizontal hug. Then he looked at Lin Wan'er and faintly said, Follow. After saying that, he just hugged the Empress and headed out. Fang Xiu's arms. The Empress's delicate body trembled slightly, and her breathing became disorganized and much faster. The effects of the alcohol were making her mind a mess. There is only one thought in my mind, this damnable traitor. How dare he do this to me? Thinking this in your mind, acting it out is, close your eyes tightly and pretend nothing happened, except for pretending to be asleep. She didn't know what else she could do. I don't know. In Fang Xiu's eyes, she had long been exposed. Even in Fang Xiu's mind, the system's beeps didn't break for a moment. Emotional value plus 10,000. Emotional value plus 5,000. A few moments later, Fang Xiu hugged the female empress, who was dressed as a man, and walked out of the elegant room. The green-clothed boy from before was carrying a fruit plate and coming this way. When he saw Fang Xiu, he was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked at the empress he was holding in his arms. Isn't this the handsome-looking male from the party? He was first stunned. Then he seemed to have thought of something. His face showed fear, and he busily lowered his head. Mr. Fang. The green-clothed boy was carrying a fruit plate. His head lowered, standing in the aisle, feeling incredibly awkward. In his heart, he was still thinking, what a perverted game Duke Fang was playing. Fang Xiu glanced at him and said indifferently, empty the rooms on the 4th floor and leave one more room empty. The green-clothed boy was stunned and said with a hesitant face, Mr. Fang, many of the compartments are still occupied by guests. Do as my lord says. Fang Xiu said in an undeniable tone. When the green-clothed boy heard this, he was first stunned, then hesitated for a moment and responded, I understand. Mr. Fang, please wait a moment. With that, he left the aisle at a brisk pace. After he left the aisle, he didn't head to the 4th floor, but found the shopkeeper and relayed Fang Xiu's words. When that shopkeeper heard that, his face showed disdain and he coldly snorted, empty the rooms on the 4th floor? Who's this guy with such a big mouth? The green-clothed boy said, I only know the surname Fang. Looking young and very elegant. I'm not afraid to laugh at you when I say it. When he speaks, the little one doesn't even dare to breathe. Last name is Fang. Very young. Very classy. It's also majestic. The shopkeeper was first stunned. Then he seemed to think of something, and a look of panic appeared on his face. Looking toward the green-clothed boy, he said in an urgent tone, quickly, find a few more people and empty the compartments. The green-clothed boy was stunned. What? The shopkeeper glared at him and scolded. Deaf, I told you to empty the compartments. You weren't the one who just said people have big mouths. Now you're blaming me. Somehow, the green-clothed boy belabored, but he didn't dare to say so on his mouth, and only responded, I'll go do it now. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. This time, the shopkeeper called him back. Later, the green-clothed boy stopped his steps and looked at the shopkeeper with a puzzled face. The shopkeeper looked at him. His expression became very serious, and he said with a straight face, no matter what that Duke Fang says or does, you do it, and if you can't do it, find me, and don't offend him. Understand? When the green-clothed boy heard this, he became even more puzzled, thinking, what exactly is this Mr. Fang's origin? Just a casual remark made the shopkeeper take it so seriously. You know, the Irenium is one of the biggest hookahs in the capital. It is the general lifer lord. Into the Irena residence, also have to follow the rules. It was strange that the shopkeeper would offend so many customers for that Mr. Fang. He thought so in his heart, but he didn't dare to ask more questions, just nodded heavily in response. I understand. After the green-clothed boy left, the shopkeeper stood still, his face showing apprehension, and paced up and down, secretly praying in his heart. If that's really the one, there can't be any mistakes, or else there are 10 heads, not enough to chop. 2nd floor. Fang Xiu held the empress in his arms and waited for half an incense stick of time before he saw the green-clothed boy panting and running. Gasping a few mouthfuls of rough air, he respectfully said, Mr. Fang, the 4th floor has been cleared out, and has also found you a compartment that no one has stayed in for a few days. You see what else you want? Fang Xiu glanced at him and said indifferently, for these 3 days, no one is allowed to enter the 4th floor. The damage caused will be doubled by this gentleman. There's the boss's orders. Although the boy felt that this request was a bit excessive, he didn't hesitate for a second and responded, I understand. Fang Xiu nodded and didn't say anything else as he carried the empress and went up to the 4th floor. Seeing this, Lin Wanner busily followed, but her mind was still thinking about what had just happened. What a way to push His Majesty out. It's over and done with. His Majesty will kill me when he wakes up. 4th floor, compartment. Fang Xiu placed the empress, who had fallen asleep in his arms, gently on the bed and covered her up. Looking at the still tear-stained, inclined face, he sighed inwardly. At 16 years old, in the time he originally lived in, he was still in high school. It should be a carefree age, but to bear the heavy responsibility of saving the people from fire and continuing the throne of Qian, this little empress, too, does seem a bit pathetic. But, pity is pity. It's time to bully or be bullied. After all, it is for the sake of millions of poor people in Qian. With this thought, Fang Xiu glanced at the empress again and was ready to turn around and leave. This time, the empress's crisp voice suddenly rang out. Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu turned his head to look. Wu Mingkong's delicate face. Her brows tightened, as if she had dreamt of something extremely terrible. Why are you calling my name in a nightmare? Fang Xiu looked at Wu Mingkong, somewhat speechless, and was about to turn around and leave. At this point, Wu Mingkong's expression changed again. Not knowing what he had dreamed of, he actually giggled. Giggling all the while. All the while, he kept muttering something. Fang Xiu took a step forward and came closer, hearing her muttering her name still. Now, Fang Xiu was truly confused. Having nightmares about calling his name is understandable. After all, the psychological shadow caused by a single-fingered deer is really big. But hey, giggle in your dreams. Why do you call his name too? Inexplicable. Looking at Wu Mingkong, who was lying quietly under the covers, Fang Xiu shook his head helplessly and thought to himself, look away. At least go to bed without kicking the covers off. He looked to Lin Wanner on the side and commanded, take care of his majesty. When Lin Wanner heard this, she thought, Fang Xiang, your not being here is the best care for his majesty. Thinking so in his heart, his mouth didn't dare to say so, but only bowed and saluted. The slave girl understands. Fang Xiu nodded and didn't say anything as he turned around and left the compartment. The backyard of the Izzy residence. The Irenju shopkeeper kept pacing, his heart filled with apprehension. If that man is really the Sangha, he won't blame me for poor hospitality, will he? Ask later if those dogs have angered the Sangha or not. The pal is being apprehensive. An icy voice suddenly rang out. This is compensation. The shopkeeper was startled when he heard the ghostly voice and turned his head to look. Not far. A swordsman shrouded in black robes placed a silver ticket on the stone mill. Saw the black-robed swordsman. The shopkeeper was instantly energized. A few days ago, when Prime Minister Fawn led a raid on his house, he took a look at it from afar. Those guards of the Sengokudo are dressed like this. One's guess was right. That Mr. Fong. That's Prime Minister Fong. The shopkeeper looked at the black-robed swordsman in front of him and let out a long breath in his heart. Secretly, I'm glad that I made the right decision. My lord, this silver check. He extended his hand and was about to excuse himself, and before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized that the black-robed swordsman had disappeared. Comes without a shadow, goes without a trace, worthy of being a guard of the Sangunian. The shopkeeper sighed in admiration in his heart, walked to the graphite, and was overjoyed to find that it was a 500 taels silver ticket. This time, not only did he escape the crisis, but he also earned more than 200 taels of silver for nothing. It is said that the Prime Minister is tyrannical in nature and eats people without spitting out bones. It all seems to be anecdotal now. The Prime Minister is still very reasonable. The shopkeeper took the silver ticket, and an easy smile appeared on his face. The Sangunian. It was already dusk when Fang Xiu returned to the courtyard. Daji was sitting alone in the courtyard, holding a book in her hands, reading it with unparalleled seriousness. Not bad, kinda learning. Fang Xiu praised in his heart and stepped forward to Daji. 2 steps away. Daji didn't even realize that Fang Xiu was standing in front of her, still looking at the book in her hand. The flirtatious face showed a thoughtful color. Seeing this, Fang Xiu became even more curious and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask, what are you looking at? So mesmerized? Coldly, he heard Fang Xiu's voice. Daji was so startled that she almost jumped up from the stone bench. Master, you're scaring people. Daji gave a delicate rant. Her small, delicate hands, covering her chest. Fang Xiu subconsciously glanced at it. Ripples. At this point, Daji raised the book in her hand and waved it in front of Fang Xiu's face as she replied. People are reading the laws of survival in the workplace. The rules of survival in the workplace? How can you read such a boring book and be so mesmerized by it? Fang Xiu had a puzzled look on his face. It seemed to have seen Fang Xiu's doubts. Daji explained. It says that in order to survive in the workplace, you have to figure out what's going on in your boss's mind and think of him in every way. There are many specific ways to do this. Such as, Daji said, her eyes moving downward. The innocent face, still ignorant and unknowing, but the eyes were flirtatious. Fang Xiu couldn't believe that there was such a passage in the book. Ahem. He cleared his throat and said with a straight face, how are the proceeds from Jumbo Jade today? Hearing Fang Xiu mention Jumbo Jade, Daji also collected her winks and replied, as expected, there are 7,000 taels of silver. At that, there was a pause to explain, because the workshop side can only produce 7,000 taels of goods now. 7,000 taels. According to this calculation, it is more than 2.5 million taels a year. It's almost equal to the silver in the treasury. And that's just in the capital city. The capital city. Sure, there were not many cities in the Deqian Empire that could afford to consume refined salt and MSG. And those big families that buy it once can eat it for a long time. Even so, taking out the not-so-high costs, the returns on refined salt and MSG are also frighteningly high. If a few more workshops were built, the Great Qian Empire would be able to feed all the people just by producing sugar and monosodium glutamate. Sure, Fang Xiu knew very well that that wasn't how the score was settled. Without a strong industrial and agricultural base, even if commerce and trade are more developed, they will eventually come to an end. The Southern song is a very typical example. Master. With peach blossom eyes, Daji looked at Feng Xiu and asked, should we let Shangguan Haitang build a few more workshops? Feng Xiu pondered for a moment and shook his head. She has more important things to do. There is no hurry about expanding the workshop. Wait until the market in the capital is completely saturated in a few days. Well, listen to the master. Daji's brows were filled with smiles as she stood up and walked over to Feng Xiu, just about to plunge into the arms. Next, her upturned nose twitched as if she had smelled something unusual. When Feng Xiu saw this, he was a bit of a thief. Nothing happened with the Empress though, but just last night, after teaching Daji, he turned around and spent the day with another woman. There does seem to be, probably, maybe, something to be said for that. Daji smelled the faint scent of wine and tallow coming from him, and her willow eyebrows suddenly raised. Peach blossom-like eyes stared at Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu was a bit furious by her stare and wanted to turn away. Before he could move, he heard Daji's clear voice ring out. Master, there is some knowledge that people have not yet learned. Can you teach people again? Feng Xiu's heart jumped when he heard this. A vein throbbed on his forehead. For some reason, a cooking utensil suddenly popped into my head. Cam, if you can't top it, you have to. Feng Xiu looked at the seemingly clueless Daji in front of him and said expressionlessly, get in the house. The Prime Minister teaches you new knowledge. Thank you, Master. Daji's peach blossom eyes revealed a triumphant smile, and harass followed. The next day, the refreshed Feng Xiu pushed open the door of his room, and the first thing he saw was a white dress standing outside the door. Master. Shangguan Haitang stood outside the door, as last time, expressionless, arching his hand in salute. Once you're back in the game, you're back in the game. Feng Xiu didn't bother to care when she arrived and directly asked, what is it? Shangguan Haitang took out a letter from his bosom and handed it to Feng Xiu, saying with a straight face, Wu has sent a mission that will arrive in Chang'an within 2 days. Feng Xiu reached out and took the epistle, skimming it from top to bottom. The letter is very clear. After the incident with the grain merchant reached the capital of Wu, Wu was outraged. The emperor of Wu was even outraged and decreed in front of the civil and military officials, sounding out Feng Xiu, the prime minister of the Qian kingdom. At the same time, a mission was sent to the Qian kingdom to discuss the payment of compensation. Feng Xiu looked at it for a while, raised his eyes to Shangguan Haitang, and asked, is there any information on this mission? Shangguan Haitang said, I only know that the leader is the son of Wu's chief minister, Hu Shifan, a member of the Ministry of Rights. It's not a good thing by the sound of the name. Feng Xiu spat out a sentence in his heart, thought for a moment, and then asked, how is the war between Wu and you? Shangguan Haitang replied, it's still burning. Yu has already occupied a quarter of Wu's good land, and the emperor of Wu is calling on the gentry to donate silver and raise troops. A quarter of the good land is occupied by others. You still care about a bunch of grain merchants? Aren't they afraid of offending the Qian kingdom and putting themselves in a situation where their backs are against the wall? When Feng Xiu heard this, his brows furrowed slightly, somewhat unable to understand the brain circuits of the entire Wu kingdom. Shangguan Haitang seemed to be able to see Feng Xiu's doubts and said with a hesitant face, Master, as far as my humble servant understands, the reason why the kingdom of Wu is still sending out missions at this time is because of what? Shangguan Haitang hesitated for a moment and said, because in their eyes, the Qiangua court has always been weak and must not dare to offend Wu. As long as a mission is sent and pressure is exerted, the court of the Qian kingdom will surely back down and sign an agreement on reparations. Shangguan Haitang said it cryptically, but Feng Xiu heard it. The so-called court of the Qian kingdom actually referred to one person, the powerful minister Feng Xiu, that is, himself. It seems that the previous one was a harborer. He only knew how to bully his own family, and when he went outside, he turned into a soft and aggravated person. How else would the Wu kingdom, which is still stuck in the mud, dare to send an envoy at this time? It's just that this prime minister isn't the same bullying bag of tricks he was before. As long as they dare to come, they'll have to leave a piece of meat before they leave. As Feng Xiu thought of this, a brilliant light erupted in his eyes, and a resolution was already made in his mind. He looked at Shangguan Haitang and commanded, let's put other things aside beforehand. Investigate the Wu envoys with all our might. In 2 days, this prime minister will want to see information on each and every one of them. Shangguan Haitang said with a straight face, yes, master. The next day, early morning, a glimmer of light on the eastern horizon. In the hall of feeding the heart, a dragon-robed Wu Mingkong sat on the dragon chair, his small hands propped up on his head, staring blankly at the Zhang in front of him. The eyes, however, were a little lax, a distracted look. She woke up yesterday in her bed in the Izumi residence feeling a headache. The image of the memory lingered on the scene where the guy picked himself up. What happened after that is not remembered at all. It would be fine if I couldn't remember everything that happened at the Izzy residence. The memories of the time before he entered the compartment were inexplicably deep. It was like that image was imprinted in her mind. Lingering. The thought of showing such weakness in front of that guy even came close to calling him Faye's father. Wu Mingkong then couldn't control his toes to grab the ground, and couldn't wait to bury his head in the zhang. Your Majesty. Lin Wanner stood behind the Empress, glanced at the sundial outside the hall, and reminded in a low voice, "It's time for the court." The Empress looked as if she hadn't heard, staring blankly at the zhang, her mind distracted. Seeing this, Lin Wanner raised her voice and reminded, "Your Majesty, it's dawning time." It's dawning? Wu Mingkong was startled and raised his eyes to look out the window. The sundial was aligned, and it was indeed the hour of dawn. She took a deep breath, shook her head, and resumed her cool demeanor as she faintly said, "Go to court." Having said that, standing up, he walked towards the Fengtian Hall. A few moments later, inside the temple of Fengtian, Wu Mingkong sat high on the dragon chair, dignified instrumentation, cold expression, like an iceberg, inaccessible. Off stage, the civil and military officials were flanked on both sides, absent from 2 morning court meetings in a row. Lieutenant Tian Ruinyu is finally back at the top of the list of military officials. That scolding from Feng Xiu directly caused him to be bedridden for as long as a week. I was just a little better today, so I couldn't wait to get back to the court, because the day before, he had just learned a message. Wu sent a mission that arrived in Chang'an within 2 days. One is to vocalize Feng Xiu, the second is to negotiate a payout. He dragged his still-healed sick body back to this Fengtian temple just to take a look. Feng Xiu, this dog, how will he face the reputation of Wu? The 100 officers stood still. Next to the Empress, the palace maid shouted in a sharp voice, "Enlighten me with the book, and retire without it." The words just fell. Zhou Zhang, the junior secretary of the Honglu temple, then stood out and exclaimed, "I have a book to present." The Empress's clear and cold voice rang out. "Granted." Zhou Zhang saluted and then said, "Your Majesty, yesterday, the kingdom of Wu sent a letter, and it says that they will be sending a mission to visit our great Qian today." When the Empress heard this, her brows furrowed slightly, and in her heart she had already guessed the purpose of the Wu delegation's visit to the capital, but she still asked, "What is it about?" Zhou Zhang hesitated for a moment and said, "It should be about the questioning and decapitation of the Wu grain merchants." The words fell. A lively murmur rang out in the Fengtian Hall. I knew that the Wu court would never let up after all 300 grain merchants were beheaded. Although the Wu people don't promote martial arts, but they are rich in produce and powerful. If the Emperor of Wu makes up his mind to stand up for those Wu merchants, what should I, De Qian, do? The war between the court and the Zhou kingdom has just ended, and if there is another war, I fear that the country's capital will be shaken. When war comes, it is the people who suffer after all. There is only one way out for the imperial court nowadays, and that is to agree to the demands of the Wu envoys and avoid the recurrence of war, even if we take the blame. We can't afford to suffer the people anymore. Above the courtroom, the 100 officials were talking. It is amazing that not one of those who spoke advocated being tough on Wu. All the people opened their mouths and closed their mouths. Do not lightly start the war. Do not suffer the people. Wu is strong. Qian is weak. A kind of words. The dragon chair. When Wu Mingkong heard these words, his brows furrowed slightly. And she knows it. The court does not have the capital to fight with Wu right now. But, right now the Wu delegation has not arrived in the capital. The court officials have a count one. Actually were scared out of their wits. It's like facing an unstoppable flood. It's unsettling. Wu Mingkong looked at the spittle-flecked 100 officials and only felt a heart sink to the bottom. Just then, Lieutenant Tian Ruinyu suddenly stepped out, made a trembling salute, and shouted in a pale but powerful voice, "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Wu Mingkong saw that Tian Ruinyu had stepped forward, and a point of hope flared up in his heart. No matter what, Captain Tian Ruinyu was the head of the military officials. At this time, his stance is especially important. Wu Mingkong looked at the pale face on the stage and opened his mouth. "Captain, please speak." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The lieutenant coughed twice, gazed at Feng Xiu on the side, and gritted his teeth. "I'm going to say it. At the last court meeting, I have already pointed it out. My Qian kingdom is weak. How can I stop the Iron Horseman of Wu? A certain thief didn't believe me and insisted on provoking trouble, causing the situation to deteriorate to this point. In my opinion, if the war opens, this thief is the unquestionable culprit." As Tian Ruinyu said this, he averted his gaze from Feng Xiu's body, took a step forward, and exclaimed, "I implore Your Majesty to issue a decree to execute this thief, to set the record straight, and to give an explanation to the Wu envoys." The words fell. The entire Fengtian Hall was silent. Anyone could hear that the certain thief in the lieutenant's mouth was referring to Prime Minister Feng Xiu. The 100 officials glanced at the two men standing at the front and said, "It seems that since the last court meeting, the lieutenant is at loggerheads with Lord Prime Minister." Subsequently, they all lowered their heads and didn't say a word, as if they hadn't heard anything. The gods were fighting, and they, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, didn't dare to get involved. The moment. Above the courtroom, there were only a few individuals from the core of the Fong party, glaring at Tian Ruinyu. He looked at him angrily, as if he wanted to eat him alive. The dragon chair. When Wu Mingkong heard this, his face instantly grimaced. How she didn't expect it. Dang. The lieutenant, the head of the military officials. It is surprising that he would say such words as not being able to stop the iron cavalry of Wu and giving an explanation to the delegation of Wu, which would destroy his own morale and boost the morale of others. She took a deep breath, forced down the anger within her, and was about to speak. Qin Xingyan, the minister of the household, suddenly stood out. With wide eyes and an angry look, he stretched out his hand, pointed at Tian Ruinyu, and cursed, "Old dog Tian, if you have something to say, you might as well say it explicitly. What kind of a thing is it to make insinuations and spit blood here?" Tian Ruinyu did not expect that he would be called old dog by someone pointing at his nose. He glared at Qin Xingyan, gritting his teeth and about to strike back. Only, before he could open his mouth, he heard Qin Xingyan raise his voice. "You were just talking about this thief. Unbeknownst to us, in our opinion, the biggest traitor in Deqian is you, old dog. The hall's lieutenant, the head of the military officials, only knows how to be a slave and has no half-bones. You claim to be thinking of the court, but have you never thought about why the bullet-ridden land of Wu has made you feel like an enemy? In the end, it is you, the head of the military officials, who are incompetent." So much for incompetence, and a mouthful of grandiose words. As a lieutenant, I should have done my part. Fight the enemy. At this moment, it is blaming the others and leaving itself out of the picture. This kind of brazenness, even a dog would be ashamed to see it. The words fell. There was silence in the Fengtian Hall again. Next, the Fengtian Hall suddenly became noisy. Immediately, Sun Zhengying, the Minister of Justice, stepped out, pointed at Tai Fu, and cursed, "Old dog." This official originally thought that, as a veteran minister of 3 dynasties, you would have a high opinion when you came before the king. But I didn't expect that you would speak such vulgar words. Since you are an incompetent minister, you can only crouch down and try to feed and clothe yourself. How dare you speak out in front of Minister Feng? The white-haired man, old thief with a pale beard. You're about to die in the 9 springs. When you do, what face will you have to see the 11 generations of Qin dynasty emperors? The civil and military officials were all confused when they looked at the 2 second-ranking officials who suddenly stood out and pointed at the lieutenant to scold him bitterly. These 2 people are the public officials. How to scold people. So fierce. But, it is indeed enjoyable to listen to. You guys. The lieutenant looked at the 2 Shangshu who suddenly stood out and felt a ball of anger rise in his chest, reaching out his hand and pointing at them, but he couldn't say anything. This time, the Minister of War suddenly stood out as well. A pair of sharp eyes, staring at the imperial captain, his voice high. "Shut up, old dog. You've lived 79 years in vain. You've never accomplished a single inch in your life. And you're only wagging your lips and helping Wu to do evil. A dog with a broken spine. How dare you snarl and bark in front of Minister Feng? This official has never seen someone as brazen as you. You, me. This kind of angry scolding was something that even a young man with an open mind might not be able to withstand. Not to mention a 70 or 80-year-old lieutenant. Under the attack of anger, Tian Ruinyu had a familiar feeling again. I can't get a breath out of my throat. He stretched out his dry arm, pointing at the 3 people in front of him. Trembling, "You and I half a day." A word could not be said. This time, the party had berated his minister of the household, the minister of justice, and the minister of war, as well as the remaining 10 or so officials of the 3rd and 4th grades. They stepped out, saluted in unison, and shouted. Captain Tian Ruinyu is unable to distinguish between right and wrong, turns black and white upside down, is cynical and envious, and is a scourge to the court. I implore your majesty to issue a decree to execute this thief, to set the record straight, and to return Minister Feng's innocence. More than a dozen of the great officers, with neat movements and loud voices, were obviously prepared. When the rest of the 100 officials saw this scene, a great sense of fear rose in their hearts. They never thought about it. The Feng party's power in the dynastic hall had actually become so powerful. The hall's lieutenant, the head of the military officials, just came out to say a few words about Feng Xiang, and was scolded by Gun Gong. It is as if in the hearts of the people of the world, this man is already worse than a dog or a pig. If the lieutenant is still like this, what about other people? Think about it. The 100 officials subconsciously looked at the straight figure standing at the very front, to the beginning and to the end. He didn't even stand up and say a word, yet he had the situation firmly under control. Truly scary. At this moment, trembling and terrified, not only the 100 officials of the Nanfang party, even Empress Wu Mingkong was in deep shock at this moment. She had been on the throne for half a year, and had thought that she had seen the storm. The means of all the princes have been made clear. But now, seeing such a scene, she realized that she was too young compared to Feng Xiu and the princes, too naive. At this very moment, looking at the neatly organized gunners in front of him, there was only one thought in her mind. Feng repaired this thief. It's scary as hell. Emotional value plus 20,000. And on the side of the gentleman, Lieutenant Tian Ruinyu only felt a wave of dizziness and sadness. After this incident, he, who was half in the ground, was considered to be a complete late bloomer. At the end of the day, it's still a curse in the history books. The more he thought about it, the more he felt his chest tighten and an inexplicable sweetness in his throat. Under the anger, another mouthful of blood was violently sprayed out. Put. Blood spurted out. He only felt a blackness before his eyes, and his body was no longer under control as he fell forward. It hit the ground with a thud. Compared to the last time the chickens came home to roost, this time, it was extraordinarily quiet in the Fengtian Hall. The 100 officials stood in their respective positions, heads bowed, not daring to say a word more. The princes still bowed and saluted, and none of them rose. The fainted lieutenant was just sprawled out on all fours, life or death unknown. The atmosphere was serious and tense. For a while, a magnetic voice resounded in the hall. Drag them down. Don't dirty His Majesty's eyes. The one who spoke was Feng Xiu. The words fell. The guards outside the Fengtian Hall looked at each other in disbelief and hesitated for a moment, but still entered the hall and dragged the fainting lieutenant out of the Fengtian Hall. On the dragon chair, Wu Mingkong watched this scene and his mood became incredibly complicated. Even the palace guards don't dare to disobey what he says. If he really wants to usurp the throne, I'm afraid no one will be able to stop him. There was silence for a while. Wu Mingkong sighed in his heart and finally chose to compromise, slowly saying, Captain Tian Ruinyu is cynical and envious of the virtuous and envious of the talented, wreaking havoc with the dynasty. The 3 divisions of the court will be investigated and this case will be investigated and dealt with. The words fell. The princes said in unison, Your Majesty is wise. That's when he got up and retreated to his original position. No doubt about it. If the Empress does not dispose of Captain Tian Ruinyu, they would just keep bowing until the Empress agreed. The males retreated behind Feng Xiu. Silence once again fell in the Fengtian Hall. No one in the entire courtroom dared to wag their tongues on the matter of the Wu delegation anymore. Even the imperial inspectors of the Duca Academy had their heads bowed and did not say a word for fear that any of their words would offend Minister Feng. So much for that. Compromise was almost a foregone conclusion in the face of the Wu mission. After all, as per past experience, in the face of a foreign enemy, Feng Xiang's choice has always been to cede land and make reparations to settle the matter. Last year, when Zhou invaded Yangzhou, the final peace talks were hosted by Feng Xiang. The result was that Daqian paid Zhou 1 million taels of silver and ceded half of the land in Yangzhou. At that time, the reigning emperor was still the late emperor. At the time of signing the agreement, the empress stood aside, looking at the arrogant and smug look of Zhou's emissary, and she had sworn in her heart, when she ascends to the throne, she will never sign such a disempowering agreement again. Who would have thought? Just 6 months apart, the same thing happened to her. When Wu Mingkong thought of this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, looked at Feng Xiu, and opened his mouth to ask, what does Minister Feng think about the matter of the Wu delegation? She knew Feng Xiu's answer must be to compromise with Wu, but there was no alternative to asking him. The original expectation that the lieutenant would advocate resistance to the enemy now seems to be a joke. The empress's words fell. Feng Xiu stepped out, saluted, and said in a light-hearted manner, I thought that if the Wu delegation comes, it's not necessary to pay attention to it. When these words came out, the Fengtian Hall was silent. The civil and military officials were all stunned, and then subconsciously looked at Feng Xiu with incredulity written all over their faces. Did they hear right? Feng Xiang said that there is no need to pay attention? According to common sense, shouldn't Minister Feng be thinking about how to appease the Wu delegation at this moment? Does it say, Feng Xiang wants to turn against Wu? How is this possible? For a while, the civil and military officials were confused. Not only the civil and military officials, Wu Mingkong on the dragon chair was also stunned and subconsciously repeated himself. Don't have to pay attention? Feng Xiu nodded and said, Yes, Your Majesty. A puzzled look appeared on Wu Mingkong's face as he asked, Then how will I reply if the Wu delegation wants to see me? Feng Xiu said indifferently, Your Majesty's body of 10,000 gold. Is it not something that a jumping clown from a small assortment of countries can see just because they want to? This statement was made. The civil and military officials were again shocked. Immediately, a whispering sound resounded in the Fengtian Hall. When Wu Mingkong heard this, his pupils also shrunk slightly, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Feng Xiu, this traitor, has always been weak in his treatment of foreign enemies. Why is he so tough today? What the hell is he trying to do? With a pair of beautiful eyes, Wu Mingkong looked at Feng Xiu in front of him, his mind in a state of confusion. Shocked, more than anything else, he was puzzled. This time, Zhao Zizheng, the minister of the Ministry of Public Works, stepped forward. First, he bowed and saluted, then looked at Feng Xiu and asked, "There is one thing that I do not understand. I wonder if Minister Feng can clear up the confusion for me." Feng Xiu glanced at him and said indifferently, "Speak." Zhao Zizheng hesitated for a moment and spoke. Unsurprisingly, the visit of the Wu delegation is to ask about the beheading of the grain merchant. What if His Majesty does not see the Wu legation and the Wu legation becomes enraged? Feng Xiu snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Jumping clowns, why should I care?" The civil and military officials looked at each other in dismay. Wu Guiqiang, Chen Gui is weak. If he really did what Feng Xiang said, I'm afraid that this matter could not be resolved. It seems that Minister Feng is determined to fight Wu this time. The dragon chair. When Wu Mingkong heard this, but his eyes lit up. From the beginning, she had never wanted to compromise with Wu. Even if you compromise, you can't compromise that wimpily. The toughness Feng Xiu showed at this moment was exactly what she wanted to see. Emotional value plus 5,000. Zhao Zizheng listened and showed hesitation. After thinking about it, he asked again, "Then what if the Emperor of Wu becomes enraged and wants to fight against my Deqian?" This time, Feng Xiu didn't say anything and just stood with his hands covered as if he didn't care to answer. Just when the 100 officials thought that Feng Xiang had nothing to say, Qian Haonan, the Minister of War, stepped forward and said in a certain tone, "Wu wouldn't dare to go to war with my great Qian." When these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. Lord Qian is too sure of himself with these words. Although the Wu people do not promote martial arts, they are rich in produce, have a strong military, and are several times stronger than my Dacian. So how could they not dare to go to war with my Dacian? As the ancients said, do not make light of the enemy because the three armies are numerous. Not to mention that the current situation is that the enemy is strong and we are weak. Even if you are determined to fight, you should prepare in advance and save for a rainy day. When Feng Xiang spoke, they didn't dare to refute. But when Qian Haonan spoke, it was different. At this moment, hearing this assured reply, the 100 officials spoke up. The central idea is that even if you have to fight, you can't take it lightly, much less drop it. This time, Qian Haonan, the Minister of War, suddenly spoke up. This is not what this official said, but what Minister Feng said. The moment these words came out, the Fengtian Hall instantly quieted down again. The few royal historians who had just spoken were all confused when they heard this. One by one, they all stared at Qian Haonan with indignant eyes, cursing in their hearts, "You dog! You didn't say it earlier. It really killed us and others." The dragon chair. The Empress heard this, but her eyes lit up. After all this time together, she thought she knew something about Feng Xiu. No, when Feng Xiu did something, it seemed absurd, but in actuality, it was all well thought out and would never be done without a purpose. He must have something to go on if he dares to say that. Sure enough, next, Feng Xiu took out a letter from his bosom and presented it with both hands. "I have a letter here. Please read it, Your Majesty." A palace maid came forward, took the letter in Feng Xiu's hand, and presented it to the Empress with both hands. The Empress opened the epistle and skimmed it from top to bottom. As she watched, her expression changed. First dismay, then surprise, and finally excitement. A letter to read. Wu Mingkong could no longer restrain his inner excitement and exclaimed, "Good." Off stage. When the 100 officials saw this scene, they all revealed a look of curiosity. What exactly was written in the letter that could make His Majesty lose his temper like that? The dragon chair. Wu Mingkong clutched the epistle, reading and rereading it for a while before calming himself down, handing it to the courtesan at the side and saying, "Take it to all the lords to see." "Yes, Your Majesty." The courtesan respectfully received the epistle, walked to the dukes, and handed it to the minister of the ministry. Before going to the court, all the princes had already read the letter in the Sangunian, and only took a general look at the letter and passed it on. Soon, the officials who were qualified to stand inside the Fengtian Hall all read the epistle, and their faces all showed excitement. The kingdom of Wu is deep in the mire, and if it goes to war with my Dacian again, it will be caught in a situation where it will be attacked from the back. That Wu emperor is even more dim-witted, but he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. The kingdom of Wu is already struggling to protect itself. How dare it send an envoy to denounce my Dakian? It's simply a joke, let alone ignoring that Wu delegation. What can be done if we send people to hang and whip them? The 100 officials spoke up, in a relaxed tone, and no one doubts the authenticity of the letter. After all, even if the Prime Minister were to be more ridiculous, he would not joke about such a major event that concerns the fate of the nation. No wonder Lord Prime Minister is acting so tough. So it turns out that he has been informed of the news a long time ago. How far away you is from Dichien? And I don't know how the Prime Minister got such detailed information. I don't know why, but since the last time I pointed a deer at a horse, I've always felt that the Prime Minister is not the same as before. In the past, the Lord Prime Minister only knew how to desperately raid the people's fat and wealth, and when dealing with foreign enemies, he was always weak, and even when the country was stronger than the other, and conflicts arose, he often compromised. Today's Prime Minister, no longer amassing wealth without restraint, treats enemies inside and outside the court with toughness, and if he doesn't make a move, he'll put them to death. Most importantly, no matter how ridiculous the Prime Minister's words are, they always come true in the end, as if everything under the sun is under control. Such a Prime Minister is feared, but also admirable. Let people love. At this very moment, many officials looked at the upright figure standing at the very front, their eyes bursting with excitement. Not everyone, who studied hard for 10 years, did so in order to join the court as an official and then fish and flesh the people, oppressing the good and the good. These people, when they first entered the court, which one is not spirited, ambitious, want to benefit the people of Dichien, open the peace of the world? However, ideals are always plentiful and reality is always cruel. Being in such a situation, a lot of things are out of your control. Where is it so easy to clean yourself up and make it out of the mud? Let's not talk about the fact that they can't support themselves further in the court without being greedy or taking advantage of the situation. Let's just say over the years, how many righteous and honest officials have been suppressed by Minister Fong who are unwilling to be complicit in the corruption? Over the years, they had followed Prime Minister Fong and learned nothing else but one thing: if they wanted to gain a foothold in the imperial court, the only way out was to harmonize with the light. It was expected that they would be like this for the rest of their lives and would only be cursed in the history books. Today it seems that the situation has changed. Prime Minister, change. Face this change. Some people are intimidated, others are uneasy, but there are those who are excited. There are those who are uplifted. At this very moment, these people looked at Feng Xiu, who was standing at the front, and their hearts were incomparably excited, filled with only one thought: sky, it's finally lit. It's not just the 100 officials. The way Wu Mingkon looked at Feng Xiu also changed. It shifted from being loathed, hated, and feared to being less loathed and hated. Awe as always. On top of that, there are some unspoken emotions. Maybe it's dependent? Wu Mingkong himself couldn't tell. At this very moment, she looked at Feng Xiu and spoke. Since Feng Xiang is quite knowledgeable about the situation in Wu, the matter of the mission will be left to Feng Xiang's full responsibility. What does Feng Xiang think? Somehow, she always had a feeling that by leaving things to Feng Xiu, she could have peace of mind. It seemed like no matter what he met, Feng Xiu could handle it with ease. It's like the last Wu grain merchant. She had thought that she was going to cause a storm of bloodshed in the Fengtian Palace. However, he didn't expect that he hadn't done anything and was easily solved by Feng Xiu. She was sure that this one was no different. Off stage, Feng Xiu, however, didn't notice the change in the Empress' eyes, and just saluted. I obey the decree. After the morning court, Feng Xiu returned to the Shanghua mansion in a carriage. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Shangguan Haitang standing there. Master. When Shangguan Haitang saw Feng Xiu, he walked over and presented a letter with both hands, saying, "This is the intelligence from the Wu mission." Feng Xiu reached out and took the epistle, opening it and reading it. Realizing that there was simply too much content, he put it away first, looked at Shangguan Haitang, and said, "Pick some key ones to talk about." "Yes, Master." Shangguan Haitang thought for a moment and said with a straight face, "The main envoy of the mission is Hu Shifan, a member of the Ministry of Rights, who is the son of Hu Song, the chief minister of the cabinet, and is quick-tempered, arrogant, and greedy for money and sex, but has a good knowledge of the world, and is quite talented." Saying this, he paused, hesitated, and still said, "It was his idea to entice the farmers of Qiangui to switch to grapes." This statement was made. Feng Xiu's face changed as he coldly grunted. So it's this dog. He had originally planned to leave the envoys alone for a few days, then take advantage of Yu's attack on Wu to ask for some favors, and then let them go back. But, I heard that this guy is the culprit who caused Qiangua's grain production to decrease. Feng Xiu's thoughts changed a little more. Gotta straighten him out. Take it out on that dumbass from before. Thinking so, Fang Xiu looked at Shangguan Haitang and asked, "Is there more?" Shangguan Haitang nodded and continued, "The deputy envoy of the mission is Li Zhang, the head of the Ministry of Households. This person is not of high rank, but has a steady character. Hu Song sent him to be the deputy envoy to make up for the defects in Hu Shifan's character." When Fang Xiu heard this, an idea suddenly burst into his mind and a strange smile appeared on his face. He looked at Shangguan Haitang, took a step forward, leaned over to her ear, and whispered. It was the first time Shangguan Haitang had gotten so close to a man, and a blush appeared on his handsome face, a gust of hot air that reached his ears. It made her feel numb inside with an indescribable feeling. But what Fang Xiu said quickly detached her from this inexplicable feeling. As she listened, her expression became very strange, her mouth slightly open, wanting to speak. For a while, Fang Xiu spelled out the plan. Taking a step back, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "What does Haitang think of this plan?" Shangguan Haitang looked at Fang Xiu with a strange look in her eyes, wanting to speak for a while before she held back 6 words. "My humble servant." Breathtaking. When Fang Xiu saw her expression, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is it because you think that this minister is too mean and underhanded?" Shangguan Haitang shook his head and said with a straight face, "I thought that no means is too much to use when dealing with the enemy." Speaking of this, a blush appeared on her face and she whispered, "My humble servant is just curious." Curious about what? Shangguan Haitang held her tongue for half a day, but she didn't have the heart to ask, and just said, "It's nothing." Fang Xiu glanced at Shangguan Haitang, somewhat speechless, but didn't pursue the matter further. The system produces flesh and blood people who have their own personalities, their own habits. As long as there was absolute loyalty, Fang Xiu didn't bother with the rest. "Then do as the Prime Minister says." Fang Xiu waved his hand and said. Shangguan Haitang's expression became serious as he arched his hand and saluted. "Yes, Master." The next day, on the official road outside Chang'an, between the willows, 2 lavishly decorated carriages slowed down. Wu's main envoy, Hu Shifan, the Minister of Rights, was sitting in the carriage in front of him. Lifting the curtains of the car, he glanced out. The people came and went, wearing coarse clothes with patches all over them. Seeing this, Hu Shifan showed disdain on his face and said, "Indeed, it is a barbarian land, a small country with few people, all the way to the capital, and the people are still so barren." Aside, Deputy Envoy Li Zhang said, "The Qin Kingdom is indeed a barbarian land, but it is not a small country. Does Lord Hu know that the vastness of Qian's land is 3 times the size of my Great Wu territory?" Hu Shifan said disdainfully, "What's the use of having a lot of land? It's not like you can't grow food." Speaking of this, he seemed to have thought of something, and a smug smile appeared on his face as he said, "The only good land that was left was also converted to grapes." Li Zhang heard this and delivered a well-timed horse's ass. If it weren't for Lord Hu's delivery of a brilliant plan, how could the court have destroyed a large amount of good land in the Qian Kingdom without much effort? Your Excellency, whose overwhelming talent really teaches my humble servant to admire it. Hu Shifan was pleased in his heart and waved his hand. It's just a small scheme that is not worthy of the stage. And in the whole world, only that stupid fool, the Prime Minister of Qiangua, can take the bait. At that point, he seemed to think of something and asked, "By the way, what was the name of that Prime Minister of the Qian Kingdom?" Li Zhang said, "Fang Xiu." "Yes, Fang Xiu." A touch of coldness appeared in Hu Shifan's eyes, and he said in a chilling voice, "This official has heard that the indiscriminate killing of my great Wu grain merchants was this Fang Xiu's idea. It seems that he still didn't learn his lesson last time, and doesn't know that my great Wu is not something he can mess with as a small prime minister." Speaking of which, he looked toward Li Zhang and said in a petulant tone, "Li Zhang, watch how this official takes him when he arrives at the Honglu temple." Li Zhenglu hesitated and persuaded, "Lord Hu, when my humble servant came, Lord Shofu commanded him." Just as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Hu Shifan. "You don't need to say it. This official knows that it's just a matter of taking the good with the bad, lest the Qin Kingdom jumps over the wall in a hurry and starts a war with my great Wu, putting the court in a situation where it is attacked from the back." Li Zhang said, "Your Excellency is right. Since this is the case, my humble servant thinks that it is better not to cause trouble, lest there be any changes." Hu Shifan glanced at him and said, "Li Zhang, you're still too cautious, and sometimes caution isn't a good thing. That Chancellor of the Qin Kingdom is nothing but a fool. What else does he know but to scavenge the people's fat and wealth? What's there to fear from such a man? Furthermore, this official only wants to see him make a fool of himself. It's not like he necessarily wants to do it himself." When Li Zhang heard this, his face showed concern and he wanted to say something else. Only, before he had a chance to speak, he heard a cacophony of voices from outside. The carriage also gradually came to a halt. "Arrived?" Hu Shifan lifted the curtain of the car and looked at it. In front of us are the lofty walls of the city. 5 paces from the city walls stood the guards. At the city gates, a handful of armor-clad soldiers were patrolling. There was a steady stream of pedestrians coming and going. Although Chang'an City is not big, it is really prosperous. Even if it is placed in my Great Wu, it can be ranked 5th or 6th, Hu Shifan exclaimed. Li Jiang returned. After all, it is the capital city of a country, so it is normal to be more prosperous. It's just that there's nothing else in Great Qian that can be taken besides Chang'an. As he spoke, he looked towards the entrance of the city, eyes searching for something. A few moments later, his brow wrinkled slightly. Eep, and queried, according to the etiquette, when my Great Wu envoys visit the Honglu Temple, even if it does not treat them with the rights of the 9 guests, should send people to greet them, beat the drums and play the music. So why is there no movement at all now? When Hu Shifan heard this, he looked at the location of the city gates, and apart from the pedestrians coming and going, it was really empty. In the past, when our Great Wu envoys visited, which time did the Honglu Temple not treat them as 9 guests? This time, the Chenghua people have eaten bear heart and leopard guts. How dare they be so negligent? Hu Shifan's face was gloomy, his eyes filled with anger. On the way here, he had already thought about how to give the receiving officials of the Honglu Temple of Qiangui a hard time. Who would have thought? We're already at the gates of the city, and we haven't even seen a hair on someone's head. When Li Jiang heard this, he thought, we can't let this magistrate's violent temper spoil things. He busily opened his mouth to pacify. Lord Hu, don't be anxious. Honglu Temple may have something else to do. Busy and forgetful. My official will send someone to notify. Let them hurry over. Hu Shifan snorted coldly and said, tell them that my Great Wu mission has arrived, and that they should quickly greet them as 9 guests, or else this official will be waiting at the city gates all the time. Yes, Li Jiang responded, stepped off the carriage, summoned a guard, ordered a few words, and returned to the carriage. Immediately after, it's just a long wait. Hu Shifan and Li Jiang first chatted about the past of the brilliant plan to destroy the good land, and then to the war with you, and then to the 10 years of hard study, and finally to talk about nothing else. That guard hasn't sent word back yet. Not to mention Hu Shifan, even Li Jiang, who had always been calm and collected, was somewhat unable to hold his temper at this moment. Hu Shifan's brows were furrowed and his face was grim as he said in a cold voice, why hasn't he come yet? Li Jiang said, my humble servant will go and press again. After saying that, he stepped off the carriage again and ordered the guards to go to that Honglu Temple, followed by another long wait. They arrived at the gates at dawn. It is now the 6th hour. From 5 or 6 o'clock when the day breaks, until 90 o'clock when the sun is high in the sky, a full 4 or 5 hours. Not to mention running to the Honglu Temple, even if it is crawling, it should be enough for 3 or 4 round trips. At this very moment, Hu Shifan and Li Jiang were both a little hungry. Hunger is a close second. The point is, as time passed, this number of people entering and exiting the city gates increased. The pedestrians coming and going, men and women, old and young, all surveyed the carriage with a strange look, as if they were looking at some new and strange animal. This look, even through the curtain, made them sit up and take notice. Finally, Hu Shifan couldn't bear it any longer, slapped the table and cursed, barbaric land, foolish and ignorant, frivolous and impolite, say what you will, and this officer will not serve. Li Jiang, returned to the capital with this official. Li Jiang also knew that Hu Shifan was speaking in anger and was about to open his mouth to dissuade him and give him a step. The voice of the guard sent to the Honglu Temple suddenly came from outside. Great, my lord, you must do right by us. When Hu Shifan and Li Jiang heard the voice, they glanced at each other and both could see the color of shock and anger in each other's eyes. Go down and look. When the two of them stepped out of the carriage, they saw 2 guards kneeling on the ground, beaten by who knows who, and their clothes torn into rags. When Hu Shifan saw this, a ball of anger rose in his chest and he gritted his teeth. Who hit him? A big, burly guard with a beard cried. Nope, didn't see it. Hu Shifan held his breath and cursed. I don't even know who hit them. You guys are useless. Another thinner guard cried out in aggravation. My lord, they put a sack over it and then hit it. I can't see anything. Hu Shifan took a deep breath, suppressed his inner rage, and asked, what's going on? The bearded guard said with a sniffle and a tear, when I arrived at the Honglu Temple, I followed Lord Li's instructions to have them greet the legation with a 9-guest salute, and before I could finish my sentence, I was bombarded by them, saying that they didn't know there was a legation. Pei Zhang argued with reason. They simply ignored it, and only told me to get out early. I was really angry, so I kicked in the door of the Honglu Temple. Then a dozen big men appeared out of nowhere, put a sack over my head, and just beat me up. If it weren't for the hardness of my humble servant's body, I would have died in front of that Honglu Temple by now. Speaking of which, he cried out in aggravation, obviously having been beaten up. What about you? Hu Shifan looked at the skinny guard and asked, why did you get beaten up too? The skinny guard cried, I was later to that Honglu temple. Before entering the door, not a word was used to put a sack over the head, hanging on the tree to beat, and they made my humble servant sing, what was it called? A conquest, and they would not let my servant back until he sang, Ta Gen Hu, Ta Gen Li. My humble servant was so close to being hanged from that crooked neck tree. Hu Shifan was tempted to ask, so did you sing at the end? But seeing the two of them in this state, there was no need to ask. They must have sung in order to come back. He looked at the two guards who had been beaten beyond recognition. His eyes erupted with a blazing rage and he was about to seize. Suddenly, he heard the bearded guard cry out ow and cry even more, crying and accusing at the same time. They even pulled down my pants and whipped my ass with thorns. Lord Hu, they're not spanking my humble servant's ass, they're spanking your face. This statement was made. The people watching around them couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Look around at the pointing pedestrians. Hu Shifan could no longer restrain the anger in his heart and stepped forward, kicking him to the ground. Useless thing. Aside. Li Zheng looked at these two people, and for a while, he didn't know what to say. It was the first time I had ever heard of such a thing as beating up an envoy, not to mention bumping into it. However, technically, these two were not considered ambassadors. They were just guards in the mission, and if you look into it, it was one of them who kicked in the door of the Honglu temple first, so it's not a big deal to get beat up. The question is, it is impossible for the Honglu temple to be unaware of the mission's recent arrival in the capital. Saying you don't know is clearly playing dumb. What are they doing this for? Is it just to humiliate the mission? Give the mission a hard time? Aren't they afraid of the Great Wu's Iron Horsemen? Could it be that they already know about Viet Cong? Li Zheng's face changed as he thought of this, his mind spinning rapidly as he thought of how to respond. And the other side, Hu Shifan, on the other hand, couldn't help but crack up. Barbarians. Simply barbarians. Sooner or later, my Great Wu Iron Horseman will step on. Hearing this, Li Zheng woke up with a start, stepped forward, covered Hu Shifan's mouth, and reminded, Lord Hu, trouble comes out of the mouth. Hu Shifan was about to get angry when his mouth was covered and he suddenly saw, in the surrounding crowd, there were a number of robust men who were eyeing themselves intently. It was as if at any moment he would come up, put a sack on him, and beat him violently. Moment. Hushpuppi sobered up. He took a deep breath to calm himself and gritted his teeth. Go back. The two returned to the carriage one after the other. Just sit down. Li Zheng then said, Lord Hu, the situation is not right. The Qin people should have known about the imperial court going to war with you. Otherwise they wouldn't be so arrogant. Hu Shifan is just grumpy. His brain is still sharp. Hearing this, his brow furrowed slightly as he said, what should we do then? Return to the capital? Since the matter of going to war with you was exposed, it was impossible for the prime minister of the Qian kingdom to compromise with Wu again, even if he was stupid. There's no point in staying here. Li Zheng asked rhetorically, if we go back just like that, how can we explain to His Majesty? Hu Shifan was silent when he heard this. Indeed, no matter what, they are as a mission, out to Qiangua, not even see the people of the Honglu temple, just so grayback, even if there are millions of reasons, it is not good to explain to His Majesty. Seeing that Hu Shifan did not speak, Li Zheng opened his mouth and said, what I mean is that we go to Honglu temple first, and if someone receives us, we will stay first and see how the follow-up develops. If there is no one to receive us, we will find a place in Chang'an to stay for one night first, and then go to the Honglu temple the next day. If there is still no one to receive us, then we will return to the capital. In this way, the imperial historians will have nothing to say. Hu Shifan thought for a moment and waved his hand. Do as you say. When he finished, he closed his eyes. Li Zheng glanced at him and didn't say anything as he stepped out of the carriage. Seeing that the two guards were still crying there, he did not have the good sense to say, shame on you. It's not just a beating. Manly man, why would you do that? The bearded guard cried. They even spanked my humble servant's ass. The skinny guard said in pain. And they made my humble servant sing conquests. Li Zheng was sort of completely speechless to the two of them, and ordered the other guards to say, drag them both to the car. The other guards stifled their laughter and arched their hands. Yes, my lord. After dragging the beaten two guards onto the wagon, Li Zheng also returned to the carriage. The group continued on their way, heading for the Honglu temple. With the previous lesson, along the way, the mission's guards are tense, fearing that a group of big men will come out and rob Hu Shifan away. Good on. It went all the way to the Honglu temple without any hiccups. Unsurprisingly, to the Honglu temple, the only person Li Zheng saw was the petty official who opened the door. No matter what, That petty official only replied with 2 sentences. The lord of the court has something to do and can't see you. I haven't heard of Wu sending an envoy. You guys aren't fakes, right? He saw that the official was going to report to the government and arrest them for impersonating the Wu delegation. Li Zhang had no choice but to leave with the mission. By this time, it was almost dark. The delegation could only find a restaurant in Chang'an City to stay. Evening. Sunset. The restaurant was buzzing with activity. Hu Shifan sat on the chair, looking at the wine and food in front of him. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and gritted his teeth. Barbaric land. Vulgar. Sooner or later my great Wu Iron Horseman will step on the Qian kingdom. Aside. When Li Zhang heard this, he sighed in his heart and spoke. Your honor Hu, you destroyed the good land with one plan, and it is only natural for that prime minister of Qiangua to hold a grudge. It's just that my humble servant can't figure out how the people of Qiangua learned about it when the Yu invasion was less than half a month ago, and even many of the people in the capital didn't know about it. The capital here refers to the capital of Great Wu, the city of Gusu. Hu Shifan picked up his wine cup, took a sip, and casually said, what is there to think about? It must be that the merchant who fled back from the Yu country told on us. Li Zhang's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yeah, after the war between Wu and Yu started, the Wu merchants who used to trade in Yu went to Qian to do business, and those who are attentive to the matter will surely be able to find out what is going on. Worthy of being Lord Hu. 7 orifices. One thought and you're through. Li Zhang looked at Hu Shifan and complimented him. Hu Shifan ignored him and just held his wine glass, continuing to drink, his eyes looking towards the stage. A few enchanting dancers, accompanied by the tunes, showed off their beautiful dance moves. At this point, Li Zhang suddenly thought of something, looked at Hu Shifan, and asked, since Lord Hu guessed that the news of Yu's invasion might have been leaked, why didn't you persuade His Majesty and Lord Chief Minister to give up their mission to the Qian kingdom? Hu Shifan picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of chicken, chewing as he said, so what if the news is leaked? That the Prime Minister of the Qian kingdom used to sign an agreement to pay compensation when he had won a battle, let alone if he hadn't fought yet. When Li Zhang heard it, it made sense. He sighed and said, I don't know what kind of madness that Prime Minister of the Qian kingdom has been smoking. He has to target my great Wu. If not for the scorching war in the south, my humble servant will definitely request your majesty to conquer the Qian kingdom. He said this to Hu Shifan, meaning, the war in the south can still be scorching it. Hu Tajian, you must not cause trouble. What leveling of the words of the great Qian, and so on back to the capital to say it is not too late. I expected Hu Shifan to respond, but realized that he didn't say a word. Li Zhang was a bit puzzled and raised his eyes to look at Hu Shifan, only to realize that all of his attention was on the dancers on the stage. Seeing Hu Shifan's eyes, Li Zhang's heart thumped, and he thought, with this magistrate's nature, I am afraid that he is not going to let these dancers serve his bed. Sure enough, in the next second, I heard Hu Shifan say, Lord Li, these Qianran dancers are somewhat interesting. This official will give you 500 taels of silver. Go and talk to the restaurant's shopkeeper and let them stay. Li Zhang showed a difficult look on his face and said, Lord Hu, this is not a greenhouse. Those are all good women selling their art. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Hu Shifan. A good woman is good. What's good for this official is a good woman. When Hu Shifan spoke, he inexplicably raised his voice, and his entire person seemed unusually excited. This time, if you look closely, it will be noticed that there is a lot of abnormal blood in his eyes. When Li Zhang heard this, he felt a little embarrassed, and for a while he didn't know what to say. I had long heard that this Hunai was beyond ridiculous in this matter. Meat and vegetables, young and old, even men and women, but it was a bit too unapologetic to yell such words in front of so many people. When Hu Shifan saw that Li Zhang didn't say a word, an angry look appeared on his face and he chided. What are you thinking? Don't go yet. Li Zhang sat in place, only feeling in and out of a dilemma, and advised, Lord Hu, we are in Qian after all. It's better to be more restrained. When Hu Shifan heard this, he became even angrier, slamming the table and cursing. What did this official do? Just tell this official to restrain himself. What virtuous women! It's just a few dancers. I am the son of the chief cabinet counselor. My status is noble. It's their good fortune to look at them. Li Zhang was confused by these words of scolding, mouth slightly open, a face of surprise, not yet slowed down. Heard Hu Shifan added, Li Zhang, this official tells you, don't you see that this official was born with a short neck, fat and white, and ugly appearance? In the city of Gusu, the women who want this official can line up from the west gate to the east gate. This statement was made. The whole restaurant went quiet. When the dancers heard this, they all felt greatly insulted and stood on the stage hiding their faces and sobbing. The surrounding diners, on the other hand, looked at Hu Shifan with disgusted eyes. As for Li Jiang and the guards of the mission, they were all confused. How they didn't expect it. Who sure would say such arrogant and domineering words in front of so many people? They also spent some time with Hu Shifan. Weekdays, Hu Shifan is acting with some arrogance, but in front of outsiders, always the image of a courteous gentleman. What's going on today? Li Jiang had an anxious look on his face, stood up, and advised, Lord Hu, let's keep our voices down, don't let others see the joke. When Hu Shifan heard this, his face flushed red and he gritted his teeth. Daring, you little deputy envoy, how dare you call this official a joke? Li Jiang panicked. My humble servant did not mean that. Hu Shifan's eyes widened as he angrily said, then what do you mean? Seeing more and more people watching around him, Li Jiang didn't dare to offend Hu Shifan anymore, and compensated. It was my humble servant who was wrong. My humble servant shouldn't have talked about you. It's good to know your mistakes. Li Jiang snorted coldly and withdrew his gaze. Immediately afterward, looking at the wooden chair not far away, his eyes suddenly lit up. A springtime smile spread across his face as he took a step up. Li Jiang looked at his back. His heart thumped, not knowing what he was going to do again, and he was busy shouting, Lord Hu. The words fell. Hushpuppi had walked to the front of the chair. Standing still, he looked at the chair for a moment. Suddenly he unfolded his arms and hugged the chair. This was followed by a flurry of movement without saying a word. While moving, he also shouted, Beauty! The surrounding diners, including the guards of the mission, were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. His eyes were wide and his mouth slightly open in disbelief. After a brief moment of silence, the clamor erupted with a boom. What kind of operation is this? Holding a chair and disliking it hard? What a little knife-law ass an eye-opener this day. Countless diners laughed and pointed at Hu Shifan. Some people thought of Hu Shifan's previous statement of the son of the cabinet chief minister, and with a sneer on their faces, they shouted, or you Wu people can play. Admirable, admirable. Some of the restaurant's diners were merchants from Wu. When they heard this, they just felt their faces burning and wanted to bury their heads under the table. It's humiliating enough for any ordinary person to do that. On the contrary, that person also claimed to be the son of the chief minister of Wu. That's if it's true. They, the Wu people who were temporarily living in Xiangua, were afraid that they wouldn't be able to raise their heads in 10 years. And Li Jiang looked at Hu Shifan, who was hugging the chair in front of him with a burst of movement, and only felt his brain coaxing. After a moment of trance, he suddenly reacted and went forward to tug on Hu Shifan, trembling. Lord Hu, stop it. Seeing Hu Shifan's movements, he became more and more intense. Li Jiang finally sensed that something was wrong. Lord Hu has been bewitched. Li Jiang came to a sudden realization, looked to the guards on the side, and said angrily, What are you all standing there for? Quickly pull Lord Hu away. Yes. When the guards heard the order, they didn't dare to be slow, and they were busy going forward, trying to pull Hu Shifan away from the chair. But, Hu Shifan looks weak, but he still has a handful of strength when he starts to go crazy. Several people yanked on him and froze, and just like that, he hadn't stopped moving. At this very moment, even the diners on the sidelines were a bit underwhelmed. So the chair has a grudge against him? Such playful dislike. Heartless. It's insane. A few moments later, amidst the diners pointing, the guards finally pulled Hu Shifan away, expecting it to die down for a while. Without noticing, Hu Shifan hugged the table again, his movements becoming more and more ferocious, mouth still shouting, Beauty! Quick! Pull away! Li Jiang's forehead was covered in sweat, gasping for air, pointing at one of the guards, Go get the hemp rope, tie him up. After a bit of chicken scratching, Hu Shifan was tied up by the guards and thrown into the compartment. Just when everyone thought they could stop for a while, suddenly another murderous howl came from the compartment. Beauty! My beauty! Just like that, for the whole night, Li Jiang and the guards were not able to rest for a moment, keeping watch over Hu Shifan, fearing that he might do something shocking again. It went on until the early morning of the next day. It was only then that Hu Shifan passed out. Li Jiang was sitting on a chair in the compartment, looking at Hu Shifan in front of him, and had begun to doubt life. Before coming here, he only knew that the Qian kingdom was a land of barbarians, but he did not expect them to be brazen to this extent, to give a country's envoys mesmerizing soup. This kind of thing is simply unheard of and unheard of. On the contrary, he couldn't find any evidence and could only admit this dumb loss. The only point of comfort for him is, luckily, it was Lord Hu who was bewitched, not him. He didn't really know how to live otherwise. After resting for a few moments, the guards brought in the pilgrimage food. Li Jiang casually ate 2 bites, looked at the guards, and asked, Did you find the person who delivered the wine? The guard shook his head and said, The shopkeeper said they don't sell that kind of wine here, and they don't know who sent that jug of wine. Hearing this, Li Zhang sighed in his heart and helplessly waved his hand. Got it. Go down. Yes, my lord. The guards turned to leave. Li was sitting in his chair and began to think. Do you want to make another trip to the Honglu temple later? Qianran have done things to such an extent, and then go to the Honglu temple, is not to put the face over to others to beat? But if we don't go, the imperial court will take the opportunity to attack the mission. Go and get scolded too. It's a scolding if you don't go. Li Zhang was torn for a while, but finally decided to make the trip. No matter what, he was an ambassador of Great Wu, and was fundamentally different from those guards. Even if Qianran was more heartless, he would not attack him as an envoy in Honglu temple. Think about it. Li Zhang summoned the guards and ordered, prepare the horses, this official is going to Honglu temple. Half an hour later, Li Zhang took a few guards and arrived at the Honglu temple. After knocking, the door slowly opened. A middle-aged man in official robes stood there, saw Li Zhang, and asked, but is it Lord Hu of the mission? Li Zhang glanced at his official robes and replied, Lord Hu had something that prevented him from coming for the time being, so this officer, Deputy Envoy Li Zhang, has come to visit in Lord Hu's place. The middle-aged man asked again, do you have any credentials? Li Zhang nodded and took out the credentials from his arms, handing them to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man reached out to take it, glanced at it, and returned it with a smile on his face, saying, my official, Zhou Zhang, the junior secretary of the Honglu temple, has been instructed by His Majesty's decree to receive your country's envoy. So it's Lord Zhou. Nice to meet you. Li Zhang had the same smile on his face, but in his heart, he always felt that something was not quite right. Yesterday, they were stopped outside, but today, they let the Shaoqing personally greet them. This difference is too big. However, looking at Zhou Zhang who had a kind face in front of him, Li Zhang didn't think much about it, exchanged a few pleasantries and followed him into Honglu temple. Main hall. The two men took their respective seats, followed by a few pleasantries. Chill out. Zhou Zhang directly stepped into the main topic and opened his mouth. What is the purpose of your country's mission to my Deqian this time? After what happened yesterday, Li Zhang now only wants to return to the capital earlier. Also do not bother to beat around the bush. Bluntly said, your country's prime minister some time ago for no reason to behead my great Wu grain merchants 327 people. My emperor sent a delegation. Is to ask a clear. What is the crime of these grain merchants to be subjected to such a big punishment? Zhou Zhang said with a straight face. They jacked up the price of grain. The evidence is conclusive. According to the law should be beheaded. Li Zhang said, not to mention the truth or falsity of the evidence. Let's say that those grain merchants are all my Wu people. Even if they committed a serious crime, they should also be handed over to my Wu to ask for the crime. Yuqian Kingdom did not even send a letter. And then all of them will be beheaded. This kind of brutality is not the behavior of a state of etiquette. If you do this, how will my emperor explain to the people of my great Wu? How will you explain to the dead souls of the unjust? How can I explain to their loved ones? Talking about talking. Li Zhang's tone became extremely harsh, almost as if he was reprimanding Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang's brows furrowed slightly, and with a cold snort, he asked, what can be done now that the matter has come to this? When Li Zhang heard this, he still acted furious, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. In the end, Chengguo still only dared to use some underhanded tactics to discuss the mission. When it comes down to it, you're still going to have to give in. That prime minister of the Qian kingdom is still the original prime minister of the Qian kingdom, without a single change. Think about it. Li Zhang no longer hesitated and took out the previously drawn-up agreement and sent it to Zhou Zhang, saying with a stern face, for the sake of the generations of friendship between our two countries, Wu Qian, as long as the Prime Minister of the Qian Kingdom is willing to personally pay tribute to the 327 wronged souls who died and pay 2 million taels in compensation, this matter, my emperor can forget about it. Zhou Zhang picked up the letter and skimmed it from top to bottom. Then, looking toward Li Zhang, he said, in this official's opinion, there are 3 places in this agreement that need to be modified. Li Zhang had expected this and spoke. Tell me. He knows. Negotiation is all about asking for what you want and paying for what you get. Trying to get Dryland to recognize this loss as soon as he comes on board is almost impossible. As long as the final indemnity is in the range of 1 million taels, the court can accept it. Li Zhang thought so. Suddenly, he heard Zhou Zhang say, first of all, the amount of compensation has to be changed. According to this official, 2 million is too little. 3 million is more appropriate. Secondly, in addition to the indemnity, there must be another article added. The tariffs paid by Ardakian goods entering the Wu Kingdom shall be negotiated by the 2 countries. Finally, on the agreement, the positions of Qian and Wu should be switched. Li Zhang heard the first 2 changes, still a little confused, thinking, also the first time to see someone wants to lose more silver. That Qianguo Prime Minister is not a lost heart crazy. But when he heard the third alteration, his whole body was dumbfounded at once. Subconsciously, he looked at Zhou Zhang and said in astonishment, "What did you say?" Zhou was expressionless and repeated himself. "This official says that on the agreement, the positions of Qian and Wu should be switched." For once, Li correctly believed he had heard correctly. His eyes widened as he said angrily, "Ridiculous." Zhou Zhang didn't bother to talk nonsense to him and said expressionlessly, "You cannot sign, but in 10 days, my Qian King's division will move south to attack Wu." As soon as the words attack Wu were uttered, Li Zhang's entire body was confused again. To be honest, before coming to Honglu Temple, it wasn't that he hadn't thought that Qianguo might act tougher, but he thinks, with that Qianguo Prime Minister's weak character, if he is even more forceful, it will only mean that he will not make any compensation or give thanks for his sins. Didn't expect that in any case, the Dryads had the audacity to turn around and demand compensation from them. Not only do they demand compensation, but they also want to agree on tariffs. Even though Qianguo didn't have many goods to sell to Wuguo, once this agreement was signed, it was tantamount to losing power and dishonoring the country. Not to mention him, even the chief minister, and even his majesty, will be cursed by the people. Think about it. His entire body jolted. His mind cleared a bit, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You're dreaming. No matter what, there is no way this official will sign this agreement." Zhou said expressionlessly, "This official is still the same. You cannot sign. 10 days later my Dakian King's division will go south to attack Wu. Just you guys?" Li Zhang tried to calm himself down as much as he could, putting on an air of disinterest, and said disdainfully, "Ha, this official is afraid that you won't even be able to gather enough food and grass for the war." The words just fell. Zhou Zhang suddenly stood up, glanced at Li Zhang, and faintly said, "You can go back." When Li Zhang heard this, his face showed anger and he opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Before he could open his mouth, he heard Zhou Zhang gently say, "In 10 days, my Daqian will officially attack Wu." After Zhou Zhang finished speaking, he turned around and left the main hall. To the very end, it did not show the slightest hesitation, as if it was ready to go to war. Li Zhang looked at his departing back and was in a trance. He understood clearly, if the Qian kingdom chose this time to move south, it would form a back-and-forth attack with the Yu kingdom. In that case, Great Wu is in danger. Think about it. Cold sweat seeped out of Li Zhang's forehead. No longer able to remain calm, stood up and walked towards the outside of the Honglu Temple. Something so important, how could he, a small deputy envoy, dare to make a decision? In the end, he had to go back and consult Hu Shifan. Half an hour later, Li Zhang returned to the restaurant, and without saying a word, he pushed open Hu Shifan's room and walked in. Look around the room and suddenly realize, Hu Shifan sat paralyzed on the ground, his eyes dull and lifeless, as if he was demented. Obviously, by this time, Hu Shifan had come to his senses and had recovered his memories of yesterday. Li Zhang looked at him, thought about it, but walked up and spoke. "Lord Hu, you must pull yourself together. The mission is still waiting for you to take charge." Hu Shifan stared blankly ahead, not even moving, as if a heart had already died. Seeing this scene, Li Zhang sighed in his heart and didn't know how to comfort him, so he could only tell him the result of today's negotiation first. "Lord Hu, the Qin kingdom wants our Great Wu to compensate 3 million taels of silver and agree on tariffs, or else they will send troops south. What should I do? Should I sign this agreement or not?" Hu Shifan was still staring blankly. Seeing this, Li Zhang anxiously said, "Lord Hu, what should be done? You must give a word." When Hu Shifan heard this, he finally had a little reaction. He glanced at Li Zhang and his mouth moved slightly. Seeing this, Li Zhang was pleasantly surprised and came up. "Lord Hu, what did you say?" Hu Shifan slowly spat out one word, "Get out." When Li Zhang heard this, his expression instantly froze. Up to this point, he also finally realized that Hu Shifan could not be counted on. There are still 10 days left. It should be too late to write to the chief minister. As Li Zhang thought of this, he picked up a quill pen and jotted down the negotiations on paper, writing 2 copies in total. He handed them to 2 guards and instructed, "This letter concerns the survival of my Great Wu. Be sure to deliver it to the hands of the chief minister within 2 days. The 2 guards arched their hands and said, "Yes, my lord." After saying that, he reached for the letter and left the restaurant. Li Zhang watched the 2 of them leave, and the fatigue that had built up over the past 2 days suddenly came rushing in like a tidal wave. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer and fainted as his eyes went black. 2 days later, the kingdom of Wu, the imperial palace. In the hall of the Clear Heart, Emperor Zhao Ji looked at the letter in his hand, his brows knitted together, his face full of worry, sighed, "The war in the south is still burning, and this has happened in the north. What can we do?" Hu Song, the chief cabinet counselor, looked at Zhao Ji and arched his hand. Your Majesty, the words of the letter cannot be fully believed. In my opinion, even if the Qian kingdom knows about the war in the south, it will never dare to rush in. There were 3 reasons for this. First, the Qian kingdom was low on food, and once the war was over, the fields of the military families would have to be deserted, and the northern part of my Great Wu is more barren and cannot provide them with food and grass. Once the war started, all the state capitals had to do was hold their ground, and the other side would be in trouble themselves. It's 2. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhao Ji, Pavilion Master who, if I remember correctly, this denunciation of the Prime Minister of the Qian Kingdom was your idea, wasn't it? I told you long ago that the war with you is not yet over, so don't cause trouble. You swore to tell me that with the character of that Qian was Prime Minister, he would be obedient and send money and grain. But what happened? Instead of giving it away, they even bid us in return. When Hu Song heard this, he opened his mouth and tried to defend himself, but I don't know what to say. After all, facts speak louder than words. Although he didn't know why the Prime Minister of the Qian Kingdom had suddenly gotten tough, the fact was that it was so. So what could he say? Zhao Ji saw this, sighed, waved his hand and said, Hu Pavilion Elder, do not add fuel to the fire. Is not just a few million taels of silver, really cannot be from my internal money. When Hu Song heard this, he became anxious and said, Your Majesty, there is still that tariff. If we agree to the Qian Kingdom's request, how will our merchants in Great Wu think? Zhao Ji said, the Qian Kingdom is barren and cannot even afford to eat, so how can there be any goods to sell? After all these years, have you seen any merchants from the Qian Kingdom in the capital? But, Hu Song still wanted to persuade again. Zhao Ji, however, waved his hand and said, I am tired. This matter is settled. Let Shirfan sign the agreement. After that, he reclined on the dragon chair and took a nap. When Hu Song saw the scene, he knew that there was no point in persuading him further, so he could only sigh and leave the Qingxin Hall. Another 2 days later, Li Zhang received a reply with only 2 words. Signalable. Chang'an City. The Palace. The Hall of Nourishment. The summer solstice has just passed and it is the hottest time of the year. Outside the window, the cicadas chirped. Wu Mingkong was sitting on the dragon chair, reviewing the medals, her fair face, seeping with sweat, making her hair slightly messy, although there is ice to cool down in the nursery. However, seeing these Zhangji, Wu Mingkong still felt a pang of heat. 6 or 7 sangas were approved in a row, either drought or rebellion. It was as if the whole of Deqian, under her governance, was already in disarray. All day long, I'm faced with this kind of zoning. How could she not be upset and sweaty? Aside, Lin Wanner held a folding fan and gently fanned the Empress. A few moments later, he saw the Empress put down the Jingji and closed her eyes to rest her mind. She hesitated for a moment and spoke. Your Majesty, next month will be your birthday. Do you think you should inform the Ministry of Ceremonies and organize a banquet to celebrate? When Wu Mingkong heard this, he sighed and said, the drought in Qinzhou has not yet ended, and rebellions have risen all over the place, so where would I be in the mood to celebrate my birthday? That said, she couldn't help but think, when the late emperor was still alive, every birth, fangxiu that sycophants would all organize grand banquets to celebrate the late emperor. Even, the 6 ministries were united to submit a petition together to set the birthday of the late emperor as the Thousand Autumn Festival. Provisions, on this day, the court and the countryside will celebrate together, and all the states in the world will make banquets and take a 3-day vacation. The people are in deep water and suffering, but the court and the government are in love and enjoyment. If she does the same, what's the difference between her and the late emperor? When Wu Mingkong thought of this, he snorted coldly, picked up the Jingji, and continued to grate it. After reviewing it for a while, she couldn't help but think again, and I wonder what that sycophant will do on my birthday. A feast, or a gift. With the way that sycophant is acting, he would have given both a banquet and a gift, right? When the time comes, will I suffer or not? If he does nothing, should I be happy or angry? After thinking for a while, Wu Mingkong shook his head violently and muttered to himself, we've all decided not to celebrate, so what's the point of thinking so much? Aside, Lin Wanner didn't hear and asked, Your Majesty, what did you say? When Wu Mingkong saw Lin Wanner ask a question, he was inexplicably a little weak and said, it's nothing. Then, picking up the sunga, he continued to grate it. A few moments later, approved the sunga presented by Lu Chengwen, the assassin of Shuzhou. Wu Mingkong's pupils shrunk slightly, no longer able to restrain his inner anger. He slammed the Jingji on the table and said angrily, fight the thieves, fight the thieves. After more than a month of fighting, it's amazing that there are more and more of these thieves. In this way, he, Lu Chengwen, dares to claim credit for me. He wants to reward the generals who fought the bandits. Does he think I'm a fool? On the side. It was the first time Lin Wanner had seen the Empress get so angry. Putting away her folding fan and taking a step back, not daring to speak, the Empress sat on the dragon chair, her eyes fixed on the Zhangji on the case, and she gasped for a few mouthfuls of rough air before calming herself. Suzhou is 3 or 4 state capitals away from Chang'an Prefecture. The court's influence there was extremely weak. So, whether that Suzhou assassin is really incompetent or raising a bandit, Wu Mingkong didn't even quite dare to push him too hard. If he pushes too hard, Lu Wencheng directly joins the rebels and plots against them together. And even a small matter becomes a big one. Think about it. Wu Mingkong forced down his inner anger, picked up the Zhangjiang and annotated on it, "The court has no silver. The reward matter. Raise it by yourself." Finished approving the Sangha. The Empress's anger took a long time to calm down. In his mind, he wondered if he should send a royal historian to explore the situation in Suzhou. Just then, a rush of footsteps suddenly came from outside the Yangxin Hall. The voice of the courtesan rang out immediately afterward. "Your Majesty, a report from the Ministry of Rights." Jet? Wu Mingkong was slightly stunned. Generally speaking, the word good news is used only when a battle is won. Therefore, this report of success is either presented by the state capitals or by the Ministry of War. What kind of report is this from the Ministry of Rights? Wu Mingkong thought so, and with some curiosity in his heart, he said, "Present it." "Yes, Your Majesty." The courtesan presented the paperwork with both hands. Lin Wanner stepped forward, took the paperwork, and presented it to the Empress with both hands again. The Empress reached out and took it, and after opening it, browsed it from top to bottom. Watch for a while. Her fair face, a touch of redness surfaced due to her excitement, and she excitedly said, "Good, great. I knew that I would never make a mistake if I let that traitor do this." The word traitor came out. It was only then that Wu Mingkong realized that people had accomplished such a great thing. It's unkind to call someone a traitor, so he was busy changing his mind again. "No, it's not a traitor. It's my phase." That said, it ended abruptly. Holding his face red, he swallowed back the last 2 words hard and changed his tone again. "It's my brawn." Aside, Lin Wanner was very curious when she saw this scene. What exactly is written in this shortcut report that could make His Majesty so excited? Almost referring to the original hated Feng Xiang as the father of the phase. But, to Lin Wanner, it didn't matter what the shortcut report said. It was most important that the Empress was happy. Therefore, with the same smile on her face, she asked, "Your Majesty, but has Minister Fang accomplished something great again?" People are most eager to share good news when they receive it. Lin Wanner's question at this time poked right into Wu Mingkong's heart. Wu Mingkong suppressed his inner excitement and looked at Lin Wanner, saying, "The Wu delegation has just signed an agreement to pay compensation of 3 million taels of silver for the interruption of the great trade back then, to be sent to the capital within half a month. In addition to this, the tariffs paid by my Great Qian's commodities entering the kingdom of Wu shall be mutually agreed upon by the 2 countries." Although Lin Wanner didn't quite understand these things, she was able to guess from the Empress's behavior. This agreement must have been of great benefit to the court. So, with a delighted smile on his face, he delivered a well-timed ass-kicking. "Your Majesty is wise and powerful, and with the assistance of such wise ministers as Minister Fang, you will surely be able to fulfill your civil and military endeavors. The slave girl believes that there will be more similar shortcuts in the future." Wu Mingkong was not an emperor who loved to listen to horse's ass. Still, it was a joy to hear it. After all, the late emperor reigned for decades and signed countless agreements, almost all of which were disempowering. These decades, never only Qian compensation for other countries' silver, or for the first time there are other countries' compensation for Qian silver, and it also compensated 3 million taels in one breath. These 3 million taels are nothing to the affluent Wu, but to the barren Qian kingdom, it was called a valuable asset. Okay, don't pat me on the back. I'm afraid that if I hear this too much, I'll slowly and truly think I'm that good. Wu Mingkong knew it very well in his heart. This matter could be accomplished, and Fang Xiu's credit accounted for 90% of it. If he had not insisted on staging his troops at the border to carry out the cowardly game to the end, Wu would not have been able to compromise so easily. In the final analysis, this time, I have taken his light. Wu Mingkong thought so. Another courtesan brought fresh ice. When Wu Mingkong saw the ice, he suddenly thought of something, raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to ask, "How much ice is left in the official cellar?" The palace maid replied, "Back to your Majesty. Enough for 20 days. July is on fire. The weather should also turn cooler in 20 days. In other words, there was just enough ice in the official cellar. If it were any less, the Empress would have to work in the heat." Wu Mingkong thought for a moment and commanded, "Starting today, send 1 ice a day to the Shanghua mansion as well." The palace maid was slightly stunned. Then with a tangled look on her face, she said, "But your majesty, in that case, the ice in the Hall of Nurturing Heart will only be enough for 10 days. Wu Mingkong glanced at her and faintly said, "You just do as I say." When the palace maid saw Wu Mingkong's eyes, she didn't dare to hesitate any longer and was busy saluting. "Yes, your majesty." Wu Mingkong retracted his gaze and thought, compared to 3 million taels of silver, some ice is nothing, but after all, it's something only found in the official cellar, and it's a little bit of me. Think of it this way. She picked up the sunga again, wanting to continue reviewing it, but after a long time concentration was impossible. Eyes looking at the sunga, all that was going on inside his head was the shortcuts. After several attempts, Wu Mingkong finally gave up and stood up from the dragon chair, commanding, "Wan'er, get ready. I'm going to make a trip to the Shanghua mansion." Lin Wan'er was slightly stunned when she heard this, obviously not expecting the empress to take the initiative to meet Fang Xiu, but only for a moment. She responded, "Yes, your majesty." At this very moment, the Sanggunian, in Fang Xiu's house, a large basin was placed in each of the 4 corners. The basin held a large amount of ice and was giving off a gush of coolness, even the hottest midday. The house was also very cool. These ice cubes are made out of saltpeter. It's not much, but it's enough. Fang Xiu drank the chill juice while opening the system, intending to draw prizes a few more times. Just then, an icy electronic beep suddenly sounded. Emotional value plus 10,000. Fang Xiu was slightly stunned and quickly reacted that it should be a shortcut report sent to the empress. Emotional value, 71,600. Fang Xiu looked at the system's emotional value and a smile appeared on his face. Another 10,000. Just enough for a quintuple draw. Think about it. He no longer hesitated. And with a thought, he began to draw. The raffle begins. Receive random beauty summoning card *1. Get aspirin tablet *20. Ding. 5 draws completed. Starting to reset the prizes. Fang Xiu's expression became a bit complicated when he heard the system's beep. One can barely hold it, and then another one. But, there really wasn't much worth drawing from the previous prize tray, either. These 2 prizes can only be described as moderate and poor. I also wonder what goodies the reset prize tray will have. Fang Xiu thought so and clicked on the prize disc. One more time. White Tiger Cub summoning card *1. Sophie's cards, day/night, *200. Architecture, Summer Palace. Thank you for your patronage. Shu Qizhen summoning card *1. Random celebrity summoning card *1. Furlong machine cannon design drawing *10. Jinmi summoning card *1. And, Leo's chips *100. Still 10 prizes. After Fang Xiu read them all, his brows furrowed slightly, and he thought, it seems like there are some strange things mixed in this time, and compared to last time, the prizes always felt less attractive this time around. Of the 10 prizes, only the random celebrity summoning card was of any interest to Fang Xiu. After all, according to the introduction in the mall, the random celebrity summoning card, but it has the chance to summon Newton, Einstein and a host of other greats. If they could be summoned, it would be worth a lot more than drawing a few drawings and a few books. God forbid, have a random celebrity summoning card. Fang Xiu thought so and started the lottery. The raffle begins. The pointer turned slowly and stopped after a few moments. Obtain Sophie's card, day/night, *200. Fang Xiu was speechless for a while. Not that it was useless. After all, it could still be given to Daji and Shangguan Haitang. The point is that in the mall, the same thing can be unlocked for as little as 100 emotions and purchased for as little as 10 emotions. In other words, drawing this is equal to a blood loss of 7,900. Harm. That's the way it is with raffles. There are gains and losses. The usual. Fang Xiu took a deep breath and continued to draw. The raffle begins. Obtain Fran machine gun design drawing *10. Fang Xiu was once again speechless as he looked at the prize that had arrived. The last flintlock design drawings hadn't been used yet. And then came the Fran machine gun design drawings. This was forcing him to solve the problem of Deqian's war power first. The question is, nowadays, Deqian can't even make the people have enough to eat. Even if they have designed flintlock pistols and furlong machine guns, they can't do mass production. If you can't mass produce it, you're just giving it to someone else, aren't you? If a spy from another country steals it, there's no place to cry. Think about it. Fang Xiu sighed helplessly, put the drawings away, and continued to draw. The raffle begins. Obtain White Tiger Cub summoning card *1. This one. Fang Xiu was completely broken in defense. 30,000 emotes. What the hell has been drawn? He is the prime minister of a country. Where can I get a tiger cub? Favoritism spends 10,000 emotional value to draw from the system. Look at it this way. It's still right to replace most of the emotional value with sweet potato seedlings. If it's all used for the raffle, You can be pissed off yourself. Who dash? Fang Xiu took a deep breath to calm himself. After thinking about it, I decided to use the white tiger cub summoning card first. It's useless to keep it, so you might as well summon it for a bit of fun. As for the beauty summoning card, as per usual, wait for the evening. Do you use the white tiger cub summoning card? Yes. Fang Xiu's mind moved. A white light suddenly appeared. A moment later, the white light faded away. A small tiger cub the size of a golden fur appeared in front of Fang Xiu. Ink-like patterns sprawled across the white fur, full of luster. The slender tail wagged around. Quite lovely. It seemed to know that Fang Xiu was not hostile to it. Raising his head and glancing at Fang Xiu, he walked over to the window and found a seat with sunlight, licking his little paws while basking in the sun. Obviously a 6 or 7-month-old tiger cub. Movements and demeanor, but it seems to have entered the twilight years. Fang Xiu always felt incomparably out of place when he looked at it. It's like a 6 or 7-year-old child, like an old man, holding a teacup, sipping tea, playing chess and reading the newspaper at the same time. Gotta. Smoking a tiger cub isn't exactly normal. Fang Xiu was somewhat speechless as he looked at the little tiger cub in front of him. The eyes saw it lying like an old man, and it didn't scream or make any noise. Fang Xiu still couldn't hold back and moved up, reaching out his hand and gently stroking its head and fur. The little tiger was very obedient and let Fang Xiu play with it. It's better this way. No fuss. Just a puppy. As Fang Xiu thought this, he suddenly heard a rush of footsteps from outside the room. Immediately after, butler old Lu's anxious voice came. Master, His Majesty is here. What's she doing here? Fang Xiu was stunned, thought for a moment, and faintly said, got it, tell her to wait in the main hall. Yes, master. Butler Lu made a bow and turned to leave, thinking in his heart, in the whole world, the only one who dares to keep His Majesty waiting is his lordship, right? In the meantime, in front of the Sangunyan's gate, Wu Mingkong stood still. Behind them were Lin Wanner and a group of palace maids. Soon, the door of the Sagittarius house slowly opened. Butler Lu walked out, saluted, and then respectfully said, Your Majesty, my master said that he would like you to rest in the main hall for a few moments, and that he would be there later. When Wu Mingkong heard this, a flash of anger appeared on his face. I'll see him in person, and I'm even told to wait. If it weren't for the fact that he has made great achievements, I wouldn't have spared him in any way. Wu Mingkong gave himself a step in his heart, snorted coldly, and took a step into the Sangu mansion. Seeing this, Lin Wanner and the other palace maids all followed. Just stepped through the door of the mansion. Wu Mingkong then felt a gust of coolness hit his face. Upon closer inspection, the party realized that the sides of the aisle were filled with ice. See all that ice? The Empress was stunned for a moment, not to mention the entire Shanghua mansion. Just this small section of the aisle. The ice used is more than that of the Yangxin Palace. Where did Fang Xiu, get so much ice? The Empress took a deep breath, suppressed her inner astonishment, and continued to walk forward, all the way to the main hall. The ice didn't even break. It's the hottest time of the year. The Sagittarius house, however, is as cool as it is in the fall. Wu Mingkong sat on the eunuch's chair without any expression on his face, but in his heart, he was depressed. She had originally thought of sending half of the ice in the official cellar to the Sagittarius. In hindsight, it was a joke. The ice used here in a day is about to equal all the ice stored in the official cellar. Even if you want to send it, you should send the ice from the Sangunyan to the palace. The Empress thought so. A magnetic voice suddenly came from not far away. I greet your Majesty. The Empress raised her eyes and saw Fang Xiu in a gorgeous dress, standing in front of her with a smile on his handsome face. Sure enough, it's the same traitor. When you see me, you don't even salute. Simply rampant. Emotional value plus 1000. Wu Mingkong looked at Fang Xiu in front of him, a little annoyed, but without any expression on his face. He asked, what is so important to Secretary Fan that he didn't even bother to greet me? Why does that sound a bit whiny? Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow and told him truthfully, I have a kitten, and I was feeding it just now. You. When Wu Mingkong heard this, he could no longer restrain himself, and an angry color appeared on his face. Emotional value plus 2000. When Fang Xiu saw that she was angry, instead of caring, he revealed a smile. Not bad. Another 2000 emotions. The Empress saw Fang Xiu's expression and was finally certain. The traitor was deliberately trying to piss her off. The angrier I get, the happier he gets. You can't get angry. You have to calm down. The Empress took a deep breath, suppressed her inner irritation, and spoke. What cat? Carry it to me. Fang Xiu Dao, the cat is a bit big. I can't hold it. If your Majesty wants to see it, you can come to my bedroom. How big of a cat can a man who is 8 feet tall not be able to hold? It is obvious that I am being put off by inexplicable reasons. And, anyhow, I am also a daughter. How can I go to his bedroom? It would be unseemly if people knew about it. The traitor said this. It's clearly molesting me. The empress glared at Feng Xiu. Seeing that he looked like he didn't care, there was nothing he could do about it. You can't fight and you can't beat it. You can't scold and you can't get away with it. What else can be done? One can only pretend not to understand the meaning of the words. Wu Mingkong said expressionlessly. I'm not in the mood today. Another day. Feng Xiu shrugged and said, I will listen to your majesty. When Wu Mingkong heard this, his heart inexplicably felt better. After thinking about it, she stretched out her delicate little hand, pointed to the basin filled with ice in the room, and asked, Can you tell me where this ice comes from? If she remembered correctly, in the entire capital, only the royal kills could store ice. As it is, and where did all this ice come from? Feng Xiu looked at the curious-looking empress and replied, Back to your majesty. I changed it out of thin air. When Wu Mingkong heard this, his brows furrowed slightly. Out of thin air? How does it change? Just as she was puzzled, Feng Xiu's voice sounded again. Actually, there is something that I have been hiding from your majesty. When the empress heard this, she was startled and looked towards Feng Xiu, her heart instantly apprehensive. This treacherous thief wouldn't have hidden a sword in Axeman, preparing to ambush me, would he? If this is true, will he kill me or imprison me? He just said for me to come to his bedroom. Could it be that he wants to treat me as his forbidden domain? The empress was creeped out by the thought. Subconsciously, he looked at Feng Xiu, seeing his handsome face with a smile if anything. Somehow, an absurd thought suddenly popped into the empress's head. If that's true, it doesn't seem impossible. Although he is bad looks quite decent. This emperor and do so tired. It is better to let him do. I every day just read books, teasing birds. One thought to this. Wu Mingkong shook his head violently and cursed in his heart. Wu Mingkong, what goes on in your head all day long? How can you be so depraved? Think about it. She glared at Feng Xiu, gathered her courage, and gritted her teeth. Don't you dare. I will not be even if I die. The words were not finished. Feng Xiu's voice was heard at the same time. I am actually a god in the sky who committed a felony and was sent down to the mortal world. Changing ice out of thin air is just one of my minister's fairy tricks. When Feng Xiu finished speaking, he heard the empress chortle. A moment of confusion. Recess what? Be my what? What's going on in this little empress's head? Immortal means? When the empress heard Feng Xiu's words, she was first stunned, and then randomly and immediately realized that she had overthought things. The white face flushed red and her eyes became watery. This time, Feng Xiu also reacted, raising an eyebrow as he leisurely said, What did your majesty think I was going to do? The empress' tilted face, drunkenly red, held back 3 words. Nothing. Emotional value plus 5,000. An icy system beep sounded. Feng Xiu raised an eyebrow and said, If this wool is not gathered at this time, when will we wait? And so, pressure didn't give Wu Mingkong a chance to play dumb. An eyebrow raised in pursuit. Could your majesty thinks that I'm going to plot against you? To make your majesty your ministers. The last 2 words didn't come out. The empress was heard gritting her teeth. Shut up. Emotional value plus 5,000. Seeing the little empress react so violently, Feng Xiu immediately realized that he had guessed correctly. A smirk curled the corners of his mouth, and he didn't continue the flirtation. After all, in this day and age, women are still very traditional. If she pushes it, and the empress gets annoyed and does a jadeite, then it will be a problem. So, Feng Xiu just smiled and changed the topic. Does your majesty want to take a look at my divine means? When Wu Mingkong heard this, he skimmed his lips and said in a bad mood, If you're a god, then I'm the emperor in the sky. She simply didn't believe that Feng Xiu could change ice cubes out of thin air. Must have stolen some trick to coax her. Feng Xiu had expected Wu Mingkong's behavior. He raised an eyebrow and said, Your majesty dares to make a bet with the minister. If I really did turn ice out of thin air, your majesty will make up for the 3 calls of Sangfu that I owed before. The empress mentally shouted. There was clearly only one sound. She thought for a moment and said, And what if it doesn't turn out? Feng Xiu Dao, what does your majesty think? Wu Mingkong was tempted to say, Call out to me 3 times as my sovereign father. But seeing Feng Xiu with a winning look, she mentally winced again. After hesitating for a few seconds, he said, I'm not going to play these childish tricks with you. Feng Xiu raised an eyebrow and said, Your majesty is afraid? Wu Mingkong snorted coldly and didn't say anything, saying in his heart, I'm too lazy to bother with you. It's actually fear. Though her perception told her that it was impossible for someone to make ice cubes out of thin air on a hot summer day, but facing Feng Xiu, she still didn't have full certainty. It's like, if someone had told her 3 days ago, the court was able to get 3 million taels of silver from Wu without spending a single soldier. She must not believe it either. But it was Feng Xiu who did it. Aside. Seeing that the Empress didn't take the bait, Fang Xiu just smiled and said, "Since your majesty is afraid, forget it. You." The Empress glared at Fang Xiu, clenched her teeth, and spoke, "Change the conditions, and I'll make a bet with you." In fact, she already believed in her heart that Fang Xiu could do it. She wants to see it too. How on earth can you turn out ice cubes on a summer day? Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow and said, "Your majesty hasn't honored that condition last time, and now you want to change it again?" Wu Mingkong knew that he was being unreasonable, and pulled out a gold medal from his pocket, placed it on the table, and said with a straight face, "Those who hold this gold medal can freely enter and exit the palace, and this is the only one of its kind in the whole of Dakian. If I lose, I'll give it to you." Fang Xiu thought to himself, without this gold medal, this prime minister is just as free to enter and exit the palace, in my mind, but not on my lips. Laughing, he said, "This gold medal was originally intended to be bestowed on the minister, right?" The Empress was poked through her small mind. Her fair face appeared red, and she said in a bad mood, "Love it or leave it." This gold medal was indeed something she was prepared to bestow on Fang Xiu as a reward for this negotiation, and she knows it. A gold medal to enter or leave the palace didn't mean anything to Fang Xiu, a traitor with power over the dynasty. But, aside from this gold medal, there was really nothing else she could reward Fang Xiu with. Even the ice cubes, which she thought were unique to the official seller, were a rare object in the Sengoku mansion, let alone anything else. The only thing of some value is the knighthood. But according to the ancestral tradition of Dakian, no military service, no knighthood. Fang Xiu didn't lead the troops into battle. Without military service, naturally you shouldn't be knighted. And, if we were to give Fang Xiu a knighthood, wouldn't he be even more unafraid to bully himself in the future? It turns out that everything I have is nothing in front of him. When the Empress thought of this, her heart was inexplicably a little hard. Emotional value plus 5,000. It doesn't seem to say anything, so why the condescension? Fang Xiu looked at Wu Mingkong's pitiful appearance and suddenly felt a little less inclined to bully her. A salute was made and a proper color was given. "Then I thank your majesty." When Wu Mingkong heard this, his heart felt better. But on second thought, that's not true. He hasn't won yet. He was about to open his mouth to speak when he suddenly saw Fang Xiu leaving the main hall. A few moments later, 2 new pots were brought back. Just when she thought Fang Xiu was going to start performing, Fang Xiu turned away again and dragged in sacks full of stuff. Fang Xiu put the sack down and looked at the Empress, raising an eyebrow as he said, "Your Majesty, watch. I will perform only once." The Empress had a curious look on her face and came up behind. Lin Wanair was also curious and moved forward, poking her little head out, wanting to see exactly how to turn ice out of thin air. Then, they saw it. Fang Xiu placed the small basin inside the large one. Pour a large amount of rocks in a large basin. Pour water over a small pot. Then water was added to the large basin filled with rocks. Wu Mingkong and Lin Wanair watched this operation with puzzled looks on their faces. Just add some rocks to water and it turns into ice? No way. Fang Xiu finished pouring the water, stood up, and said, "Done." When Wu Mingkong heard this, he frowned. "That's it?" Fang Xiu nodded. "That's it. How come we haven't seen any ice?" Wu Mingkong looked at Fang Xiu and then at the stone in the basin, always feeling like he was being toyed with. "Fang Xiu Dao, don't be in a hurry. Let the stone fly for a while." This statement was made. Wu Mingkong was even more convinced that Fang Xiu was toying with himself. It's outrageous enough to make ice cubes out of thin air, not to mention making rocks fly. Think about it. Wu Mingkong stretched out his finger and pointed at Fang Xiu, saying angrily, "You're teasing me." She had come to the Sengoku mansion originally to ask about the Shuzhou rebellion. As a result, in the end, nothing was asked, and the traitor was teased 2 or 3 times. Even if it is bullying, it's not that much of a bully. Fang Xiu saw Wu Mingkong looking like a pissed-off little daughter-in-law. He was somewhat unable to laugh or cry, and was about to open his mouth to explain. Lin Wanair, who was on the side, suddenly let out a shriek. "Your Majesty has ice. There's ice." Wu Mingkong was stunned and subconsciously looked into the basin. Sure enough, the water in the little tub had developed a smoothie. It's rare, but it does happen. Moment. The Empress' eyes widened in disbelief. "I can't believe that ice has actually been transformed out of thin air." The Empress looked at her for a while and turned her head to look at Fang Xiu, her eyes filled with curiosity and doubt as she asked, "Why is that?" Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows and asked, "Want to know?" The Empress nodded heavily. Fang Xiu laughed. "Call out to your Fei's father and listen." Emotional value plus 1,000. Love to talk. Wu Mingkong skimmed his lips, and stiffly held back from asking further questions. She knows, as long as he didn't ask himself, it was Fang Xiu who was anxious, then the minister will leave it at that. Fang monasticism. Ha! Trying to catch a break? You're too young to play that trick with me. Sure enough, when the Empress heard this, she turned her head to Feng Xiu and gritted her teeth. If you don't tell me, I won't give you the gold medal. Feng Xiu looked like he didn't care and shrugged. Then the minister doesn't want it. Emotional value plus 1000. Feng Xiu, I am. The Empress looked at Feng Xiu in front of her and couldn't do a thing with him. But again, really curious. How water can turn into ice when you put a rock in it. After all, it's just a 16-year-old girl. Even when you're an emperor, you still have a childish side. It's just that in front of others, she has to show maturity unlike her peers. Let yourself become a moderated emotional being in the eyes of others. This is the basic cultivation of being a good emperor. Such basic cultivation came to naught in the face of Feng Xiu, a man more powerful than the emperor. Wu Mingkong looked at Feng Xiu in front of him and unconsciously softened his tone, almost sappy. Just tell me. Aside. Lin Wanner looked at the Empress, her eyes filled with surprise. For so many years, even in the face of the late emperor, His Majesty was cold. What's going on today? Wu Mingkong stood still, her tilted face reddened. She didn't know why she was suddenly speaking in that tone. At this moment, it only felt incomparably shameful, and it was so desperate to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. If you like to talk, I don't want to hear it. Wu Mingkong wants to pretend that nothing happened and get himself a fix. Feng Xiu raised an eyebrow and said, Your Majesty has begged me so much. How can I bear to disappoint Your Majesty any longer? When Wu Mingkong heard this, his ears turned red with shame as he glared at Feng Xiu as if he wanted to eat him alive. Unfortunately, in Feng Xiu's eyes, this action, instead of being the slightest bit intimidating, was also somewhat adorable. Feng Xiu couldn't help but let out a light laugh and opened his mouth to explain. In fact, the stone that I used was not an ordinary stone, but saltpeter. When saltpeter meets water, it absorbs heat, and when the water loses its heat, it's common sense to condense into ice, which is unsurprising. Nitro? Heat absorption? Wu Mingkong opened his mouth and asked curiously, How do you know that this saltpeter has such a function? Feng Xiu Dao, I am the father of His Majesty's phase, the auxiliary minister of Diqian, a small saltpeter to make ice. What is it? When Wu Mingkong heard this, she blankly glanced at him and pouted. How shameless. Feng Xiu only treated it as if he hadn't heard and continued. The function of this saltpeter is not just to condense ice. It's even more powerful. I haven't shown it yet. That said, it ended abruptly. Wu Mingkong's tilted face surfaced with curiosity and asked, What role? Feng Xiu looked at Wu Mingkong with a faint smile on his face and did not reply. When Wu Mingkong saw this scene, he immediately understood what he was thinking, which was nothing more than asking himself to call out to his phase father. Giving him a blank look, he said without any good humor, Love to say it or not, no matter what, I won't satisfy you. Feng Xiu just smiled and didn't say anything. Aside, Lin Wanner looked at Wu Mingkong and then at Feng Xiu and sighed in her heart. Heartway. Done. Your Majesty is being held by Minister Feng. When Wu Mingkong saw Feng Xiu's expression, his heart became even more irritated and he wanted to take a whip to him. And she knows it, without the strength to back it up. His own threats, in his eyes, were a joke. So, with a cold snort, he consoled himself by saying, I won't talk to him. At this point, Feng Xiu Dao, after a while, when I build something like that, Your Majesty will know how powerful it is. When Wu Mingkong heard this, although he was curious in his heart, he didn't ask any more questions. At this point, Feng Xiu seemed to remember something and opened his mouth. By the way, I haven't asked yet. What is Your Majesty's purpose in personally visiting the Sangoku mansion today? There was a pause at that. An eyebrow was raised in teasing amusement. Could it be that His Majesty misses the minister after not seeing him for a few days? When Wu Mingkong heard this, he glared at Feng Xiu and shouted in his heart, I have never seen someone as brazen as you. She forced down the irritation in her heart, looked to Lin Wanner on the side, and commanded, Take the Jingji to him. Yes, Your Majesty. Lin Wanner took out a zhang from her bosom and presented it to Feng Xiu with both hands. Feng Xiu reached out and took it, opening it and browsing it from top to bottom. After reading the zhang, he raised his eyes to Wu Mingkong and asked, What is the purpose of Your Majesty letting me read this zhang? Wu Mingkong said, What do you think? Is that Shuzhou assassin raising an enemy? Feng Xiu raised his eyes to look at Wu Mingkong and said lightly, Your Majesty is overthinking it. Even if he has the heart, he doesn't have the strength. Wu Mingkong was puzzled. If that's the case, it's just a few dozen peasants who can't eat. So why is there a delay in eradicating them? In her opinion, those farmers can't even get enough to eat and must be thin and weak. As for weapons, armor, not to mention, it would be nice to have a nail rake. How much of a threat could such a fighting force be even if it rebelled? Don't say there are 2 folders stationed in Shuzhou. Even if they were to temporarily recruit a group of militia, they could easily eliminate them, right? But that Shuzhou assassin spent half a month. But instead of eliminating the rebels, instead, the number of rebels grew. What is this, if not the raising of an enemy? When Fang Xiu heard this, he sighed inwardly. This little empress looks like she has a deep heart, but in reality, her vision is limited to the acres and thirds of the courtroom. Your Majesty, in your eyes, the soldiers of the folding house must be better than the peasants who can't eat? Fang Xiu looked at Wu Mingkong and asked so. Wu Mingkong was tempted to say, isn't it? However, seeing Fang Xiu's eyes, her eyes revealed a hesitant look. After thinking for a moment, he said, even if it's not strong, it shouldn't be too weak. Fang Xiu looked at Wu Mingkong and asked, has your Majesty visited the folding offices around the world? Wu Mingkong was silent for a second and shook his head. Not to mention folding houses everywhere. It was the right and left Primus guards stationed in Chang'an province that she had never seen. In the past 6 months after ascending the throne, she had been fighting with Fang Xiu. How could she have time to care about other things? Sure, the so-called battle of wits was something only she thought of as such. On the sidelines, she had been pressed by Fang Xiu. Your Majesty would not have this problem if you were to visit the folding house, or the left and right Primus. Fang Xiu sighed in his heart and said so. The military system practiced in the Dacian Empire is somewhat like a combination of the government military system and the guard system. A military family will always be a military family and cannot be disenfranchised. During the weekdays, the cantonments were farmed and occasionally gathered together for training by the folding captains. Only when it's time to fight do they become real soldiers and go into battle to kill the enemy. And their armor and weapons, which were not provided by the court, had to be prepared by themselves. The vast majority of military households, the armor and weapons used, were passed down from their ancestors. A long knife, probably used by his great-great-great-grandfather when he killed his enemies, not to mention the armor. Very few have survived the long haul. With such weapons, such armor, and such training, how strong can they be expected to explode into battle? If that's all there is to it, so be it. In these 10 years, the late emperor, the dim emperor, paired with Shang Xiu, the treacherous prime minister, only knows the sound and the sex, indulging in pleasures, and is also extremely indulgent to the gentry everywhere. Which worldly family is not taking advantage of this opportunity to desperately raid the people's fat and wealth? By now, land annexation has become extremely serious. Many of the military families, originally, at least had their own fields. Even if they are bullied by the upper peaks on weekdays, they can tolerate it when they look at their own fields. When they fought, they thought that they were protecting their own fields, but they also fought bravely and had a spirit of not being afraid of death. However, in these 10 years, the fields of these military families have been seized by the gentry by various means. It's already a luxury to even farm in peace, and you expect them to sell their lives for the court? It's just ridiculous. So, in Fang Xiu's eyes, these pawns are not really comparable to farmers who can't even eat. After all, people are weak, but they have the courage to break through. Wu Mingkong didn't know anything about this, and at this moment, when he heard Fang Xiu's words, he couldn't help but feel skeptical in his heart. Frowning slightly, he said, what Minister Fang said is a bit alarmist. Fang Xiu glanced at the Empress and faintly said, I still say the same thing. Your Majesty will take a look at the left and right Primus to see if I am being alarmist. When Wu Mingkong saw that Fang Xiu spoke with such certainty, he already believed 9 times out of 10 in his heart. But without seeing it with your own eyes, you always take a chance, thinking that no matter how bad the military households in Dacian are, they are not so bad that they cannot even compare to the farming households. After pondering for a moment, she looked at Fang Xiu and spoke, you accompany me along. Fang Xiu was somewhat speechless as he listened. It's not like you're a kid anymore. You have to be accompanied by an adult when you go out. When Wu Mingkong finished speaking, he also felt that it was a bit strange, and added, the lieutenant is still imprisoned in the dungeon today, and as prime minister, you should accompany me on my rounds on his behalf. Fang Xiu shrugged his shoulders and said, Your Majesty doesn't need to explain. I know that your Majesty can't leave me. As Wu Mingkong looked at Fang Xiu, an urge to rush up and bite him to death suddenly rose. She took a deep breath, forced down her inner irritation, and slowly spat out one word, get out. Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow and said, Your Majesty seems to have forgotten that this is my residence. Wu Mingkong was not willing to show weakness and said, Under the sky, there is no place other than the king's land, and this mansion is also given to you by me. When Fang Xiu heard this, his expression changed and he faintly said, I suddenly feel that the matter of the Jumbo Jade official camp needs to be reconsidered. Wu Mingkong, she snorted coldly and turned her head, not daring to be stubborn with Fang Xiu anymore. Emotional value plus 5,000. An icy beep sounded. Fang Xiu revealed a satisfied smile and added, Actually, I would like to accompany your Majesty, but I just have a several $100 million business to talk about tonight, so I really can't find the time. Your Majesty would prefer another day." When Wu Mingkong heard this, he turned his head back again and asked curiously, "But about the sugar, monosodium glutamate and refined salt business?" "Pretty much. It does have something to do with refined salt." Fang Xiu's face did not turn red and his heart did not jump. A solemn look appeared on Wu Mingkong's face, and he said with a straight face, "In that case, it's still business that's more important, so let's do as you say. Another day." Fang Zhengzhu was about to drink tea to moisten his throat when he heard this and almost spat out a mouthful of water. When Wu Mingkong saw him react like this, his tilted face revealed a puzzled expression. Tiny little head. Big question mark. Fang Xiu forced a smile and said, "I thank your Majesty for your understanding." Wu Mingkong looked at him, belabored an inexplicable remark, and opened his mouth. "Since you still have business to talk about, I won't bother you. In a few days, I'll summon you to join me on the tour." Wu Mingkong said as he made calculations in his mind. Hundreds of millions of dollars in business must be an exaggeration, but hundreds of thousands, if not millions, should still be available. 91%, when it comes to the treasury, is a lot of money. Think about it. Wu Mingkong couldn't help but look at Fang Xiu again and urged, "The business of jumbo zhai is not a child's play. You must take it to heart and talk about it properly." When Fang Xiu heard this, he said with the same solemnity, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will." Wu Mingkong felt a little happy when he heard that. "I thought to myself, finally, this guy isn't fighting against himself at every turn. You get busy. I'll go back to the palace first." Wu Mingkong gave Fang Xiu an encouraging look and got up to leave. Just then, suddenly, an unbearable cramping pain came from the small of his back. Moment. Cold sweat seeped from Wu Mingkong's white forehead and he sat back down again. Lin Wanner was startled when she saw this scene and busied herself by going forward. "Your Majesty." Wu Mingkong felt the gusts of cramping pain coming from his abdomen, and in an instant, he understood what had happened. A blush appeared on her fair face. One hand covered her belly and the other waved, forcing herself to say, "No harm done." When Lin Wanner saw this, how could she not understand what was happening? A color of embarrassment appeared on her face, and she did not know what to do for a while. "I'm a little tired from sitting, so I'll just rest for a few moments." Wu Mingkong forced himself to endure the pain and gritted his teeth. Lin Wanner glanced at Fang Xiu, hesitated, and simply said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Fang Xiu looked at the two of them, somewhat speechless. "Isn't it just your period? What's the point of being so evasive?" But, he also knew that in this day and age, men and women alike viewed menstruation as a form of impurity and kept it a secret. Therefore, one can also understand the Empress. Prepare to pretend you didn't notice anything and turn away. But, just then, on the eunuch's chair, Wu Mingkong's brows were however knitted together. His hair was wet with sweat and looked a little messy. Both hands were covering the small of the abdomen with great force, a look of agony. Seeing this scene, Fang Xiu sighed in his heart and didn't say anything, only saying, "I'll retire." Wu Mingkong opened his mouth and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Granted." Fang Xiu glanced at her and turned to leave. One time, the only two people left in the main hall were Wu Mingkong and Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner had followed the Empress for many years, so she naturally knew that at this time of the month, the Empress would experience unusual pain. At this moment, he was heartbroken and anxious. "Your Majesty, please bear with me for a little while longer. The slave girl will let someone go get the medicine." The Empress covered her belly and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "There's no need. It's like this every month. Just bear with it and it'll pass." Seeing this, Lin Wanner was even more distressed, but there was nothing she could do. She knows. The main reason why His Majesty is in such pain is that he has to sit on the dragon chair every day and scrutinize the Sangha until very late at night, and he can't eat or sleep well, without proper rest and recuperation. Even drinking more remedies won't help a bit. "Your Majesty, slave girl will go get you medicine." Seeing Wu Mingkong's expression becoming more and more agonized, Lin Wanner finally couldn't help herself and wanted to leave the Shanghua mansion. Just as he pushed open the door of the room, he saw Fang Xiu, who had already left a moment ago, return to the doorway. She was first stunned, then she busily said, "Greetings to Minister Fang." Fang Xiu looked at her and handed over the tea in his hand, faintly saying, "This is the new tea brewed by this Prime Minister. Bring it to Your Majesty for a taste." Lin Wanner was a bit torn when she heard this. After all, it was Fang Xiang who made the tea. She couldn't very well refuse. This time, Fang Xiu took out another pill from his pocket and handed it over to her hand, saying, "With this, the effect will be even better." Lin Wanner was stunned and subconsciously looked at the pills in her hand, a look of surprise on her face. Isn't this the divine medicine that Minister Fang brought to His Majesty that day? Just when she was a little confused, Fang Xiu shoved another thing into her hand and said indifferently, "There is also this item. Place it on your belly to soothe it a bit." After saying that, and without stopping, he turned around and left. Lin Wanner looked at the tea light in her hand, the divine medicine, and the water bag that she didn't know what it contained, and was a bit bewildered. For a while, it took her a moment to respond. Fang Xiang has never done anything without a target. These are sure to ease His Majesty's pain. Think about it. Without further hesitation, she carried the 3 items and returned to the Empress. Excitedly, he said, "Your Majesty, the divine medicine is here." Looking at the pill in Lin Wanner's hand, Wumingkong hesitated for a moment, reached out and took it, putting it in his mouth. The warm tea carried the pills across his throat. Just a moment. Wumingkong then felt the cramping pain in his lower abdomen diminish a lot. At this point, Lin Wanner again placed the warm bag of water on the location of the Empress's belly, and opened her mouth to ask, "Your Majesty, are you feeling better?" "Aha!" Wumingkong felt the burst of warmth coming from his belly, his brows gradually relieved, feeling less pain. "I didn't realize that the pain that has plagued His Majesty for years, and which even many imperial physicians have been unable to do anything about. Fang Xiang easily solved it with just a small pill." When Lin Wanner saw this, a look of surprise appeared on her face and she blurted out, "Fang Xiang's divine pill is really powerful." Wumingkong didn't say anything. Non-committal. Lin Wanner hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Your Majesty, the slave girl feels that Fang Xiang still cares about you quite a bit. This medicine is so effective. It must be very precious. It's not allowed to say that Fang Xiang himself can't afford to eat it." "Enough." Wumingkong skimmed his lips and said without any goodwill, "He just thinks that I am in better control than others." She said so with her mouth. In fact, some warmth was felt inside. But, think of the finger pointing that happened earlier. Still clenching her teeth, she mentally admonished herself. "That Fang Xiu guy, he just knows how to bully me all day long. I must not be bought off by this small favor." The other side. Fang Xiu returned to his house and after thinking about it, he decided to use the beauty summoning card. It's a good idea to keep it. Wouldn't it be a waste if you didn't use it? Last time it was dodgy. I wonder who I can summon this time. With excitement and anticipation, Fang Xiu opened the system. "Do you use the random beauty summoning card?" "Yes." "Get Yang Yuhuan summoning card." "Is it summoned?" "Yang Yuhuan?" The Yang Yuhuan who smiled back and gave birth to 100 winks, and whose 6 palaces had no color. When Fang Xiu heard the system beep, his heart grew even more expectant. "I also wonder what this Yang Yuhuan, who is considered one of history's top beauties, will look like." "No wait. Summon." The familiar white light reappeared. It faded away after a few moments. A graceful figure appeared in front of Fang Xiu. A clear and pleasant voice followed. "My slave has met the Sangha." Fang Xiu raised his eyes and looked. Found standing in front of him was a stunningly beautiful young girl with a goose-egg face, phoenix eyebrows and bright eyes, delicate nose, skin like white snow, and breath like an orchid. The arms were as white as fluffy lotus roots. A pair of jade legs were straight and slender, dressed in a bright yellow sari. Just standing there, she had an overwhelming elegance. One look at the city, another look at the country. Fang Xiu had always thought that it was just a rhetorical device, but now that he had seen Yang Yuhuan, he realized that there was not the slightest exaggeration. At such a young age, you are so beautiful and moving. What it has to look like when it grows up. Fang Xiu looked at Yang Yuhuan in front of him and couldn't help but let out this exclamation in his heart. When Yang Yuhuan saw that Fang Xiu had been staring at her, a faint blush appeared on her pouring face, as if there was watery light in her eyes. She said in a gentle voice, "The slave will be Master Xiang's person in the future, and I hope that Master Xiang will have mercy on her." Have to admit it, Yang Yuhuan is, in some ways, even more alluring than dodgy. It made people just look at her and couldn't help but want to hold her in their hands and take care of her. It was getting late. Fang Xiu looked at Yang Yuhuan in front of him, thought for a moment, and opened his mouth. "There are still 3 free compartments in the mansion, so you can pick them later and stay in whichever one you like. Also, there are many differences between the customs of Deqian and Detang. In terms of food and accommodation, if you are not accustomed to it, you can talk to this minister. Don't aggravate yourself." When Yang Yuhuan heard this, a warm current surged through her heart. She hesitated for a moment. A faint sadness appeared on her face, and she said softly, "Deqian is after all a foreign country and a sparse life for my slave. For the rest of my life to come, the only person my slave can be close to is Master Sang." When Fang Xiu heard this, he sighed in his heart and was about to open his mouth to comfort. Before he could speak, he heard Yang Yuhuan continue. "Although the slave is young, but also recognize the big body, know that the phase master day-to-day cannot find time to accompany the slave. The phase master as much as do not need to care about the thoughts of the slave. The slave can also live well alone. The words fell. Yang Yuhuan seemed to feel that she had said the wrong thing, raised her eyes to look at Feng Xiu, and carefully said, "What my slave said just now was just the nonsense of seeing the Sangha for the first time. So don't be mad at the Sangha. Just let her pick her own room. What does it mean to say these things?" Feng Xiu felt confused. Just as he was wondering, Yang Yuhuan spoke again. Actually, slave just wanted to say that slave is afraid of the dark." When Feng Xiu heard this, he subconsciously looked at Yang Yuhuan. Seeing her shy expression, he suddenly understood something and said understandingly, "Then this minister will find a considerate maid to accompany you." When Yang Yuhuan heard this, her fair face reddened, and it took a while for her to stifle a sentence. "The slave only wants to stay by the sage's side." She said so much, and from beginning to end, she only had one meaning: she didn't want to live alone. She wanted to be with the Sangha. Feng Xiu's heart jumped when he saw the blushing Yang Yuhuan, faced with such a beautiful and desirable beauty. Who can restrain his heart from fluttering? Although Feng Xiu was horny, he had his own bottom line. It was too much to face a young girl of that age. Feng Xiu bit the tip of his tongue, pretended not to understand, and changed the topic. "This prime minister has bought a hookah in the capital called Iron Residence, which is being refurbished in the past few days. This prime minister knows that you are good at singing and dancing, proficient in music and rhythm. After a while, it will be Irenju to you to take care of. Do not need you to show your face, as long as the occasional pointing those flower leaders a few sentences." The words were not yet finished. He saw Yang Yuhuan in front of him, her phoenix eyes becoming watery with a watery look. "Slaves are the Sangha's people, and they will do whatever the Sangha tells them to do. Even if I can't stay by the sage's side, my slave won't be sad, much less accumulate worry. Although the slave is young, but also know how to behave. The slave is very well behaved. The phase master does not need to care about the slave." Feng Xiu: "Well, you'll stay in the Shanghua mansion for the time being, and after some days, when you've adapted to life in Dakian, this prime minister will arrange a place for you to go." Feng Xiu looked at the pitiful, aggrieved Yang Yuhuan in front of him and said rather helplessly. Yang Yuhuan whispered, "Nu Jia doesn't want to go anywhere. She just wants to stay by Master Xiang's side." Feng Xiu pretended not to hear and glanced out the window. The sun was setting and it was dusk. "It's going to be dark, so go ahead and choose a compartment." Feng monasticism. Yang Yuhuan looked at Feng Xiu. A pair of charming phoenix eyes blinked, and said with an innocent face, "Slaves are afraid of the dark." Feng Xiu looked at the pure and innocent beauty embryo in front of him, and a heart throbbed. Could it be that the beauty summoning cards produced by the system come with their own buffs? How come everyone summoned is a bone-knocking, bone-sucking goblin? Feng Xiu bit the tip of his tongue to keep himself awake and said, "This minister will definitely pick a sweet maid for you." When Yang Yuhuan heard this, her eyes instantly became watery, as if she was about to shed tears in the next second. She looked at Feng Xiu and said accusingly, "Does Master Xiang dislike your slave?" Feng Xiu felt a bit of a headache and said, "How come?" Yang Yuhuan commiserated. "Then why is the Sangha not willing to let the slave serve?" Feng Xiu opened his mouth and didn't know what to say for a moment. Yang Yuhuan looked at Feng Xiu. Her small face was aggrieved and pitiful, and her eyes watered as she sobbed. "My slave came here to serve Master Xiang. If Master Xiang dislikes my slave, what's the point of my slave living in the world?" When Feng Xiu heard this, his heart jumped and he suddenly understood Yang Yuhuan's thoughts. All along, he knew that the system summoned flesh and blood characters, but more often than not, they are still treated as tool people, with little concern for their inner thoughts. Whether it was Shangguan Haitang at the very beginning, or later on, Dianwei and Hai Rui. But, all three of the men above had their own ideals, their own missions in their original worlds. When you come to Dakian and go back to your old job, you'll quickly get used to it. To them, it didn't make much difference whether Feng Xiu cared about them or not. But Daji and Yang Yuhuan are different. They're not exactly vase-like, but they're not far off. Being summoned to Dakian was like a floating duckweed that had broken its roots, and the only thing he could rely on was Feng Xiu. That's why, as soon as Daji arrived, she pestered Feng Xiu every day and night, because in this strange world, the only thing they cared about was Feng Xiu. Thinking of this, Feng Xiu sighed in his heart and looked at Yang Yuhuan, who was sobbing in a small voice in front of him, and felt great pity in his heart. Reaching out his hand, he gently stroked her small head and said, "This minister just thinks you're too small." The veins on Feng Xiu's forehead jumped, and he helplessly said, "This prime minister is talking about age." Ha! Yang Yuhuan immediately realized that she had thought wrongly, and blushed with shame, wishing to bury her head under the table. Feng Xiu Dao, "Well, this prime minister knows your heart. You want to stay by this prime minister's side. Stay, when you feel bored, then go out and look around." Hearing this, Yang Yuhuan broke into a smile and said, "As long as I can stay by the side of Master Xiang, My slave will never be bored. When Fang Xiu heard this, he had to sigh in his heart. This little ninny is even better than Dodgy at holding a man's heart. Got it. You pick out the house first. Yang Yuan thought about it and nodded her head. Nuns listened to the sangha. After, Fang Xiu took Yang Yuan for a stroll around the Shanghua mansion. 3 vacant compartments. She still picked the one closest to Fang Xiu, even if this one was not as decorated as the other 2. By the time Fang Xiu sent his maid to clean the room, it was already nightfall. The night sky is dotted with stars. The bright moonlight, sprinkled on Yang Yuan's body, set her off like a descending fairy. Fang Xiu looked at her, and for a moment, he was also a bit smitten. It was a while before he said, "Get some early rest." Yang Yuan noticed Fang Xiu's gaze, and a faint blush appeared on her pouring face as she nodded. Aha! A few moments later, Fang Xiu returned to his room, washed up, and laid down on his bed, ready to sleep. Today, Dodgy was tired after a long day because she was busy counting the books of Jumbo Jade, and it was a rare day when she didn't pester Fang Xiu. For Fang Xiu, he could finally take a day off and give his kidneys a vacation. He closed his eyes and it didn't take long for drowsiness to set in. Just then, instead, there was a sizzling movement outside the door. When Fang Xiu heard this, he subconsciously opened his eyes and looked towards the door. I don't have to think about it to know that it must be Dodgy. That siren, after all, with the shadow guards around, the only one who could get to him was Dodgy. What a day. For some reason, Fang Xiu, who was lying on the bed, felt a vague pain in his waist. At this point, the door opened slowly. A small head poked in. Sangha, the slave is afraid. Yang Yuan stood in the doorway, hugging her pillow in a pitiful manner. When Fang Xiu saw this scene, his forehead veins jumped again and he helplessly said, "Come over here." "Thank you, Sangha." When Yang Yuan saw Fang Xiu's promise, the corner of her mouth hooked up in a smile, hugged her pillow, and laid down on his side. This night, Yang Yuan slept very peacefully, her tilted face, always with a faint smile. Fang Xiu, however, was tortured and didn't sleep well for a night, so much so that the next day, when he came to the Empress, his eyes were red. Chang'an City, the outskirts of the city, the left Primus quarters. Wu Mingkong, who was dressed in men's clothes, looked Fang Xiu up and down and said with a suspicious expression, "What did you do last night? Why do you look so tired?" Fang Xiu glanced at her and thought to himself, accurately speaking it should be what he didn't do that made him so tired. He sighed and said, "I went to catch a demon last night." Knowing that he was babbling again, Wu Mingkong skimmed his mouth and didn't bother to ask again. Set your eyes ahead. In the middle of the vast farmland, there were 2 or 3 old men, sitting on benches, just basking in the sun. Wu Mingkong walked up and opened his mouth to ask, "Does the old man know where the left Primus guard is stationed?" The old man opened his eyes, glanced at Wu Mingkong, and said indifferently, "This is the camp of the left primary guard." When Wu Mingkong heard this, he was slightly stunned. In front of them, besides the empty fields, there were only dozens of wooden houses in a state of disrepair. How can it be a camp of the left primates when it's not even a bigger village? You know, the left Primus has 5,000 elite soldiers. This is the left Primus? Wu Mingkong's brows furrowed slightly, his tone filled with disbelief. When the old man heard this, he held out his hand and pointed to the villages to the south and north. Over there and over there, both left Primus as well. Wu Mingkong subconsciously looked in the direction of the old man's finger. The villages on either side were indeed larger, but they were still a far cry from what she had imagined the camps of the left primates to be. She thought for a moment and asked, "Since this is the camp of the left Primus, why don't we see anyone training?" When the old man heard this, he snorted and said disdainfully, "Training? What's the figure? Working for that dog emperor and dog prime minister?" Wu Mingkong's face was immediately gloomy, thinking, "I have only been on the throne for half a year. You scolded Fang Xiu even if you scolded me for what?" She took a deep breath and suppressed her inner irritation, asking calmly, "What makes you say that, old man?" The old man glanced at Wu Mingkong and said in a bad mood, "If it weren't for that dog emperor and dog prime minister, we wouldn't even be able to afford to eat." Wu Mingkong's face was grim as he spoke. Chang'an province in the past 2 years, although the price of food is a bit higher, but the field is after all the military households themselves. After the harvest, in addition to paying a portion of the field levy, the vast majority of the food can be retained by themselves, so how can they not afford to eat? The old man said disdainfully, "A military household's own field? Look up and see. Of these dozens of acres of fields, which acre is the military household's own? In the end, it's not for those lords to grow." With such a small harvest, and having to pay land rent and field taxes, there was not a single stone of rice left at the end of the year. You want them to train with that? Ha! Training my ass. When Wu Mingkong heard this, his face became hard to see, saying, These fields are distributed by the court to military households. Who dares to hijack them? The old man raised his eyes to look at Wu Mingkong and said, "You are an official sent down by the court, right?" Wu Mingkong was non-committal. Seeing that she didn't deny it, the old man's tone became even more disdainful, saying, "Still a rash kid who doesn't know anything." Wu Mingkong frowned slightly and was about to retort when he heard the old man say, "As long as the captain is given some favors, this military family's field can still be occupied by anyone. In a good year, the lords occupy the land and have to give more silver to the military households. In the year of disaster, when the land is not harvested and the imperial court does not pay salaries, those lords can take over the land with just a little grain. Where in the whole world is it not so? And what you say about who dares to hog it is ridiculous to me." When Wu Mingkong heard this, he wanted to ask, "Why don't you report it to the authorities?" But, on second thought, those who occupied these people's fields were all squires from prestigious families. The vast majority of officials up and down the court had the shadow of these families behind them. These military households with no background to report to the official, to the public hall, but also just to face the who was on the stage. Why suing this official? What's the point? What's more, the vast majority of these lands were sold to the gentry at very low prices by military families who couldn't survive during the disaster years. Can't find much wrong with it from the Torah either. Think about it. Wu Mingkong suddenly understood what Fang Xiu meant by what he said earlier. How can these military families sell their lives for the court when they can barely survive themselves? Relying on them to quell the rebellion is simply delusional. Wu Mingkong took a deep breath, suppressed his inner anger, and ordered, "Have the left Snapdragon general gather his troops? I want to see just how far my Daqian's armament has been wasted." Lin Wana responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." When the old man who spoke before heard this, he was first stunned, and then his eyes widened with disbelief. Are you? Wu Mingkong looked at him and faintly said, "I am the dog emperor you are talking about." The old man was full of concern just now, but when he learned of the empress's identity, he was terrified, trembling and falling to his knees in a trembling voice. My humble servant suffered from a loss of heart before saying such a thing. Your Majesty, forgive me." Seeing that he called himself humble, Wu Mingkong asked, "Are you also from the left primary guard?" The old man trembled and said, "My humble position is the left Primus Guard's lower house regiment, team leader Lu Dahu." When Wu Mingkong heard this, his heart sort of sank to the bottom. The left Primus was under the jurisdiction of the upper, middle, and lower provinces, each with 500 men under the command of a captain. There are 3 regiments under the first house, 1 regiment of 500 men, commanded by a lieutenant, a regiment of 10 squads of 50 men each, under the command of the head of the squad. In other words, the old farmer in front of him, who looked like he could be blown down by a gust of wind, was in charge of 50 soldiers. Wu Mingkong took a deep breath to calm his emotions and said, "You don't have a few years left to live, so I'll let you off this time. If you dare to commit a crime next time, you'll be severely punished according to the law." The old man was relieved to hear this and busily kowtowed. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty." On the side, when Fang Xiu saw this scene, he walked over to the empress's body, leaned down to her ear, and whispered, "Does Your Majesty still think these military families are better than the rebels now?" A gust of hot air that reached his ears. It made the empress feel numb in her heart with an unspeakable feeling. She turned her head and glared fiercely at Fang Xiu, snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Emotional value plus 1000. Lu Daho glanced at Fang Xiu and quickly lowered his head again, his heart curious. Who is this man? It's amazing to be able to stand next to His Majesty. Just then, not far away came a group of soldiers in armor. Standing at the front was a middle-aged man with a deep scar on his face that looked rather frightening. The middle-aged man quickly stepped in front of Wu Mingkong and Fang Xiu and saluted. "My lord Yu Chengqian. See Your Majesty. Greetings to the sage." Lu Dahu heard this and once again, his eyes widened. This man, who looked younger than his son, turned out to be the dog prime minister who was a scourge to the people. Wu Mingkong glanced at Yu Chengqian and ordered, "Gather the left Primus guards. I want to see how you train on a regular basis." When Yu Chengqian heard this, he hesitated and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." After saying that, he stood up and gave a wink to a few captains behind him. The capital immediately understood and turned away, followed by a long wait. Half an hour later, they finally gathered their pawns and brought them to the empress. The upper, middle and lower houses, together, should have 5,000 people. However, there were less than 3,000 people standing in front of the empress at this moment. The other 2,000 are nowhere to be found. It doesn't take much thought to realize that either the military families couldn't stand the hardship and fled the area. Either that or the generals are misrepresenting their numbers and taking empty paychecks from the court. For either reason, the empress could not accept it. It would be fine if that was all there was to it. After assembling these soldiers, each one of them was still scattered to the extreme, standing in a horizontal line. The armor on his body and the weapons in his hands were varied and worn out. Knowing that this is the elite guards of Chang'an, the left primus, those who don't know think this is the village gangster. The Empress looked at these soldiers. Her face had no expression, but in her heart, she was angry to the extreme. Aside, General Yu Changqian, the left primus general, looked at the soldiers under his command and said sternly, "All stand straight, one by one." What an appearance! The words just fell. A whisper rang out from the queue then. "It's not like we're being paid, so what's the point of making a fool of ourselves at us? That is, in the middle of the day, tossing people around like that. It's already a favor to you to be here." The soldier's tone was full of disdain. Yu Chengqian just pretended that he didn't hear and continued to lecture. Wu Mingkong stood on the sidelines, looking at the absurd scene in front of him, a heart cold to the bone. It just feels like torture to stand here. Her eyes burned with bearish anger, but she said nothing, only coldly, "Back to the palace." The palace, the hall of nourishment. Wu Mingkong sat on the dragon chair with a gloomy face, though the mind was prepared before going to the left primus. But it was not expected that armaments could be wasted to such an extent. This is true of the left primus guards that arch over Chang'an, not to mention the folders around the country. No wonder this guy Fang Xiu always compromised when facing foreign enemies before. It turned out that it wasn't that he was weak, but that he knew that it was impossible for the army of Deqian to defeat any enemy. Think about it. Wu Mingkong couldn't help but look at Fang Xiu and spoke. "I know. You have a way. Tell me what you plan to do." "Fang Xiu Dao, I don't understand what your majesty is talking about." Wu Mingkong said. "You understand." "Fang Xiu Dao, I don't understand." Emotional value plus 1000. Wu Mingkong took a deep breath and said, "As long as you tell me, I can reward you with the Hu dancers who entered the palace last year." Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows, looking like a righteous man, and blurted out, "Could it be that in your majesty's eyes, I am a womanizer who only knows the sound of sex?" Wu Mingkong nodded seriously. "Of course. I still remember now, that day at the Irina residence. Your eyes didn't even leave the legs of those dancers. The Hoosier dancers in my palace have longer legs than they do." Fang Xiu. It seems that this little empress has some misunderstandings about herself. The posture of those dancers, not to mention comparing to Daji and Yang Yuhuan, or even Lin Wanner, may not be comparable. How could one look at them? Fang Xiu was silent for a moment, looked at the empress, and asked, "How about comparing to your majesty? The empress also has long, straight legs. If you molest me again, I'll fight you." Wu Mingkong clenched her silver teeth and glared angrily. Emotional value plus 3000. The system beep sounded. The idea of a fine line. Seeing the good in the world. Fang Xiu returned to the topic and said, "Does your majesty want to know how to improve the war power of the folding house?" Wu Mingkong took a deep breath to calm his emotions and returned, "Yes. Fang Xiu Dao, your majesty has seen the current state of the folding house. Not to mention the ministers, even the immortals may not be able to change it." Wu Mingkong said in his heart, "You even said you were a god before." She thought for a moment and spoke, "So how do you plan to reorganize the armament?" When Fang Xiu heard this, he subconsciously glanced at her. "Why is your majesty so sure that I have the means to reorganize the armament?" "There's no why. I just know it." Such thoughts suddenly popped up in Wu Mingkong's heart. But say it and it becomes, "I'm just asking casually." Fang Xiu Dao, does your majesty really think so? Wu Mingkong didn't say anything and just looked at Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu was a bit embarrassed by her look, cleared his throat and opened his mouth. "The armament is so wasted that it is almost impossible to reverse it. In that case, why don't we abolish the folding house and replace it with a conscription system? Conscript young men and women throughout the country. Provide weapons and equipment by the imperial court. Pay them regularly, train them daily, and in less than half a year, you'll have a real elite." Recruitment? Wu Mingkong was slightly stunned, then his face was thoughtful. A moment later, he said, "The court doesn't have that much food or silver to feed them. Fang Xiu Dao, don't worry about the issue of food. The first batch of sweet potatoes will mature soon, although they can't be used as a staple food, but the yield is high enough, and paired with rice, it can effectively solve the food crisis. As for silver, with the 3 million taels of silver sent by Wu, it is just enough to feed an elite force of 10,000 men." When Wu Mingkong heard this, he showed hesitation and said, "That silver can only solve the immediate problem, not a long-term solution." Although she had ascended to the throne for less than half a year, she handled the Sangha on a daily basis and was very familiar with political affairs. Mind clear, the Great Qian is barren. Even with sweet potatoes, it is not always possible to feed a stripped elite division. Fang Xiu Dao, has your majesty ever wondered why I have been suppressing the production of sugar and monosodium glutamate and selling them only in Chang'an? When Wu Mingkong heard this headless sentence, he thought for a moment and replied, "You're afraid of arousing covetousness from other countries, and can't protect Jumbo Jade's interests." At that point, she seemed to think of something and said in a daze, "I understand. You're going to use Wu's silver to feed an elite to protect Jin Bazai's business. Jin Bazai earns the silver and in turn feeds the elite." The corner of Fang Xiu's mouth hooked into a smile as he praised, "The children are teachable." When Wu Mingkong heard this praise, he felt a little proud in his heart. "That's natural. I'm smarter than you think." The next second, a sudden reaction. He himself is the king and he is the subject. How could he say that about himself? So, giving Fang Xiu a blank stare, he said, "I'm the king, you're the subject. Next time you're not allowed to talk about me like that." Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow and said, "Your Majesty, don't forget that I am your Majesty's phase father." Wu Mingkong glared at Fang Xiu but didn't say anything else, only asking, "Then when are you going to recruit soldiers?" Fang Xiu Dao, "Yesterday." "Yesterday?" Wu Mingkong's white face revealed a bewildered look, a small head, and great doubts. Fang Xiu Dao, "I have already asked the Ministry of War to draw up a notice yesterday to recruit young and strong men throughout the country to form a new army." When Wu Mingkong heard this, a look of annoyance appeared on his face as he questioned, "Why didn't you tell me?" Fang Xiu shrugged and said, "I didn't say that." Wu Mingkong gritted his teeth and said, "I mean before that. Fang Xiu Dao, I wanted to speak to your Majesty yesterday, but seeing that your Majesty was not feeling well, I thought better of it." Wu Mingkong glared at Fang Xiu as a wave of irritation ran through his heart. "Don't think I don't know what you think. It's nothing but to show off your power in front of me. 30 years east, 30 years west. Don't fool the young girl who is poor. One day, I will break away from your control and pull you down from your position as a powerful minister. Let you serve me tea and water and pound my back and pinch my legs every day from now on." She thought so in her heart, but she didn't dare to say so on her mouth, and only glared at Fang Xiu with such a deadly glare to express her anger. Emotional value plus 1000. Fang Xiu pretended not to be able to read her eyes that seemed like they wanted to kill, and with a concerned face, he asked, "What happened to His Majesty's eyes?" When Wu Mingkong heard this, his eyes became even angrier. Seeing this, Fang Xiu stood up, walked to her, and said, "Is there sand in it? I'll blow on it for your Majesty." "Fuck off." When Wu Mingkong heard this, he couldn't get angry all of a sudden for some reason. A blush appeared on her fair face and she cursed in her heart. "Denizen, even dare to flirt with me, and still say you're not a lecher." Chang'an City, North Gate. Dozens of people gathered, looking at the new notice on the wall and pointing. Can anyone who can read what the notice says? What else can be written? Nothing but another tax increase. Which year is not so? Are used to it. Lord Prime Minister beheaded a group of treacherous merchants some time ago, so he shouldn't have done such a thing. Yes, I think the Prime Minister is quite sympathetic to us poor people now. In the midst of the debate, a scholar in patched robes stood in front of the notice, looked at it for a moment, and spoke. It says that the Prime Minister has ordered that young men be recruited nationwide to form a new army. Those who pass the test will have 2 taels of silver per month, with food and lodging included. The words fell. The crowd erupted into a lively murmur. 2 taels of silver a month? Food and lodging included? There is such a good thing in heaven. The people on the sidelines were a little disbelieving when they heard this. At that moment, someone said, "It's not so easy to get out of a military household when you're in it. I heard that those military households have to farm in addition to training on weekdays, and when they meet a war, they still have to sell their lives, and their lives are not as good as those of cows and horses. It's not just worse than a cow or a horse, it's worse than a pig or a dog." The people on the sidelines heard. A hot heart instantly cooled down. "Yeah, there is no pie in the sky. 2 taels of silver a month, with food and lodging included. If there really is such a good thing, how would it fall on their heads? It doesn't take much to figure it out. The notices are well written, but when you go there, you're just a cow." The poor scholar who was reading the notice heard this and spoke up. "It is written in the notice that after joining the new army, you can sue for old age and return to your hometown as long as you reach a certain age. On weekdays, when you're not fighting, you can still take a vacation and get 3 days off a month." When this was said, the people exploded again. To be fed for nothing, and to receive silver, and to have rest. What kind of a life is this for a human being? It's a godsend. If that's true, I'll join the new army if I have to. The poor scholar looked at the man who spoke. This new army is not something you can join just because you want to. There is still a test to be done. The man asked, "Where is the test?" The poor scholar glanced at the notice and replied, "The schoolyard in the northern suburbs." Hear that? The young and strong present looked at each other, and in the next second, without saying a word, they pulled out their legs and ran. After a furious run, he finally arrived at the schoolyard. At this moment, The not-so-large schoolyard was already overcrowded. There were people next to people, people squeezing people, and it seemed as if they couldn't see the end of the road at a glance. A few of the youths saw the scene and pounded their chests in depression. Couldn't even catch my breath along the way. And fucking late. The moment. At the end of the schoolyard, there was a long table. Lieutenant Zhou Ding sat behind the long table, taking notes as he asked, "Name, imbecile Zheng." Without lifting his head, Zhou Ding asked, "Which sheng? Which rice? Which bucket? I can't read or write. I just know that people in the village call me a rice bucket." Zhou Ding heard this and raised his eyes. A man in a rough undershirt stood there, 17 or 18 years old, with rough skin, long limbs, and a thin build. When Zhou Ding saw him, he sucked in a breath of cool air and subconsciously asked, "How tall are you?" Zhang Ricebucket scratched his head, a little embarrassed, and said, "I don't know." Zhou Ding looked him up and down and made a note on the paper. Zhang Fantong, 9 feet tall, thin. After thinking about it, I added a note that I could eat it. Registration is complete. Zhou Ding said, "Run laps or lift the stone lock. Choose one." Zhang Fantong thought for a moment and said, "I'll carry the stone lock." Zhou Ding nodded and reached out to point to the stone lock on the side, saying, "Go ahead, lift it up 3 times, and you'll be considered to have passed." Zhang Fantong looked at that stone lock and was slightly stunned, surprised. "Just lift this?" The people around them were a bit speechless when they heard this. "What do you mean? Just lift this? Do you really think this stone lock is that easy to lift?" Zhou Ding glanced at him and faintly said, "You'll know if you try." This stone lock didn't look heavy, but it was actually more than 100 pounds. From morning until now, 70 men had been recruited at the North Suburban Schoolyard. Over 60 of them were running laps to pass the test. In other words, there were no more than 10 people who could lift the stone lock. The man was tall, but weak. 100 pounds of stone locks. I'm afraid it's enough. As Zhou Ding thought this, he suddenly heard a cry of alarm from beside him. He subconsciously turned his head to look. He saw Zhang Fantong raise the stone lock over his head, put it down again, raise it over his head again, and put it down again. It was repeated 4 or 5 times in a row. Zhou Ding looked at this scene, his eyes wide, his mouth slightly open, unable to speak in shock. Zhang Fantong, as if he was afraid that Zhou Ding hadn't seen it, raised it twice more. Then the stone lock was gently lowered. Baring his teeth in a silly grin, he asked, "Is that so, big brother? Holy shit, what kind of monster is this?" The surrounding people were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. How could they not expect that this kid who was 8 feet tall, with slender limbs and looked incomparably skinny, would be able to lift the stone lock above his head? Is this still human? Zhang Fantong saw Zhou Ding did not speak, also thought it was where to do wrong. Busy saying, "Big brother, is not I where wrong? You give me another chance. I'm good to lift." When Zhou Ding heard this, he almost choked on his saliva and waved his hand. "Don't raise it." Zhang Fantong panicked at once and anxiously said, "Don't, big brother, do me a favor and give me another chance. If I go back like this, my mother will definitely beat me to death. You're not allowed to lift because you've already passed." Zhou Ding put a check mark behind Zhang Fantong's name, tore it off and handed it to him, saying, "Take a day to deal with your family's affairs, and tomorrow, bring your credentials and report here." When Zhang Fantong heard this, his face showed surprise, as if he couldn't believe it. It's over? The people around him heard it and wanted to go up and give him a kick in the ass. "What more do you want? Just a dozen more times. Over and out. Go back." Zhou Ding nodded. "Get an affirmative answer." Zhang Fantong's face showed excitement as he reached out and took the note, carefully placing it in his arms. Then he rushed at Zhou Ding, bowing vigorously. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother." Zhou Ding waved his hand and said, "It's just one day. Don't waste it here." Next, the recruitment at the schoolyard in the northern suburbs lasted for 4 or 5 hours, until the sun sets. It is the last person in line that completes the test. There were not 10,000, but 9,000 young men who came to enroll. In the end, only 1,000 people passed the test. However, this number was also just in line with Fang Xiu's expectations. After all, he was training a group of true elites. There's no point in recruiting if you can't even pass the most basic physical fitness and strength. The Sanggunian. Fang Xiu looked at the training program he had created and with a satisfied smile on his face, he handed it to Qian Haonan, the secretary of the Ministry of Military Affairs, and commanded, "The recruits recruited, train according to the above, and after 3 months, this prime minister will personally review them." Qian Haonan reached out and took the training program, skimming it from top to bottom. The more he looked, the stranger his expression became, a look of desire to speak. Fang Xiu looked at him and said, "Say whatever you want to say." Qian Haonan hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Minister Fang, My humble servant feels that it might be more appropriate to let them practice their weapons a bit more. From his perspective, this training program is very comprehensive. Physical fitness, strength, obedience, etc. are all taken into account. The only thing missing is the weapon. This weekday physical fitness, strength training again, on the battlefield, is ultimately to meet with the blade. How can we not let them practice their weapons? Fang Xiu thought about it and asked, do you think these new recruits, after half a year of training, are stronger or weaker compared to the human army of Great Zhou? When Qian Haonan heard this, his face showed a difficult expression, and for a moment, he actually didn't know how to answer. The Great Zhou human army had once created the myth of defeating was 300,000 strong army with 50,000 soldiers. The elite of the elite, so to speak, the new army, not to mention training for half a year, or even training for 5 or 10 years, may not be able to match them. However, since Fang Xiang had asked, it was not good to play dumb. Qian Haonan hesitated for a while before he said, my humble servant thought that it was still the human army that was stronger. This answer didn't surprise Fang Xiu. He looked at this minister of war and said, to tell you the truth, the reason why this minister formed the new army is to use it against Zhou and Yan. If it can't match the human army after 6 months of training, what's the point of forming a new army? When Qian Haonan heard this, he subconsciously looked at Fang Xiu with an unbelievable expression. He had always thought that the new army was formed to suppress rebels everywhere. How could I not expect that it was to fight against Zhou and Yan? Prime Minister Feng, I think that the Zhou and Yan countries have strong armies, and even if I, Daqian, form a new army, I won't be able to fight against them in a short period of time. Fang Xiu said indifferently, how can I know if I don't try? Qian Haonan was dumbfounded when he heard this. It took a while before he reacted to the fact that Fang Xiang wasn't joking, but had actually moved to do so. He showed a panicked look and advised, Prime Minister Feng, my official thought. Before he could open his mouth, he was interrupted by Fang Xiu. This minister knows what you're trying to say, which is nothing more than that it's impossible for the new army to defeat the armies of Zhou and Yan. But this minister can tell you very clearly, as long as you train the new army according to this minister's method, half a year later, equipped with new weapons, not to say that you will win against the human army, at least you won't lose. Fang Xiu said this with great confidence, confident to the point that Qian Haonan created the illusion that the Great Zhou human army was not that strong. But, as the Minister of War, he knew better than anyone. In reality, the Great Zhou human army was far more terrifying than the rumors. 50,000 men, chasing after 300,000. That's not something anyone can do. Square phase. Qian Haonan opened his mouth and tried to persuade again. Fang Xiu, however, glared at him and said in a cold voice, did you not hear what this minister said? Moment. Qian Haonan closed his mouth, not daring to say another word. Seeing this scene, Fang Xiu sighed in his heart. He could understand Qian Haonan's thoughts. In a world without any firearms, no one would believe that a new army trained for half a year would be able to defeat the invincible Iron Horsemen. After all, the contest between cold weapons relies heavily on the physical quality and military literacy of the pawns. Firearms, on the other hand, are different. An army that is not very physically and militarily literate, with enough muskets and artillery, and with simple training, is able to perform at a very high level of combat effectiveness. This was also the reason why Fang Xiu dared to say that he would use a new army that had been trained for half a year to fight against Great Zhou's elite human army. Well, this prime minister's mind is made up. The new army will not practice weapons, only body and mind. In 3 months, this minister wants to see a new army that absolutely obeys orders. This minister believes that you can do it. Fang Xiu's sharp eyes gazed at Qian Haonan and said so. When Qian Haonan heard this, he hurriedly got up, stood straight and saluted. My humble servant will surely live up to the party's beliefs. Fang Xiu nodded and said no more, waving his hand and saying, go, I am excused. Qian Haonan saluted again and turned to leave. Fang Xiu looked at his back and secretly calculated in his heart, it's almost time for the fall harvest. With enough food, it's time to put the development of flintlock pistols and furlong machine guns on the agenda. Great Zhou, Imperial Palace. In the Qianqing Palace, Emperor Li Ming of Zhou looked at the food box in front of him. A smile appeared on his face and said, I didn't expect to be able to eat dishes made by my imperial sister's own hands one day. It's really rare. Opposite. Li Yingyue's expression was clear and cold, and she didn't say a word. Emperor Zhou opened the food box and raised an eyebrow when he saw the dishes inside. Ah, invitation moon. It's not that imperial brother dislikes it. These few dishes of yours, they are all cooked with only water, without adding any seasoning at all. Even if you personally cook them, imperial brother really can't eat them. Li Yingyue said indifferently, I've added seasoning. Your Majesty will know once you taste it. Emperor Zhou glanced at her and said in surprise, "You really made this dish?" Li Yingyue faintly said, "In front of His Majesty, I don't dare to speak rashly." When Emperor Zhou heard this, he raised his eyebrows and instantly realized that there must be something unusual about these dishes. Otherwise, with his sibling's character, how could he not personally cook and bring it to the palace for him to taste? Since Imperial Sister has said so, I'll try whatever I say. After Zhou Huang finished speaking, he picked up the chopsticks in the food box, picked up a piece of boiled chicken, and was about to put it into his mouth. The eunuch on the side was shocked to see this scene and was busy saying, "Your Majesty, we haven't even tried the dishes yet." Emperor Zhou glanced at him and said, "Do you mean that my sibling will still harm me?" When the eunuch saw the look in Emperor Zhou's eyes, a coldness rose in his heart and his legs softened. Directly kneeling down, "The slave girl never meant that. The slave girl deserves to die. The slave girl deserves to die." Seeing this, Emperor Zhou didn't bother with him and put the chicken into his mouth. Chewing it, chicken touches the tongue. An indescribably wonderful flavor that instantly sweeps the taste buds. Emperor Zhou's eyes lit up as he blurted out, "Not bad. Just couldn't be simpler than boiled chicken." It was marvelous that he had tasted abalone and sea cucumber from it. Emperor Zhou swallowed the chicken, picked up another piece of bok choy, and put it in his mouth. Surprisingly, it also tastes like abalone and sea cucumber. Emperor Zhou's eyes widened, a look of surprise on his face as he looked at the green vegetables on his plate. There was nothing else but a patch of green. It's true that there are only Brussels sprouts. Moment. Emperor Zhou understood Li Yingyue's intention and looked at her. "The same seasoning has been added to all these dishes?" Li Yingyue said. "Yes." Get an affirmative answer. Emperor Zhou still felt a bit surprised. What a seasoning! It's amazing how it can be turned into something. It makes the bland, tasteless boiled vegetables so fresh. He thought about it for a moment and asked, "This seasoning was developed by the Drunken Flower Pavilion?" Drunken Flower Pavilion was a store controlled by Li Yingyue. It was spread throughout the entirety of Great Zhou, with a handful of branch stores in Wu and Yen as well. Li Yingyue shook her head. No. When Emperor Zhou heard these words, he had basically guessed the reason why this imperial sister, who had nothing to do with anything, was looking for him. It's just that they can't get the formula for this stuff and want to use imperial power to apply pressure. But, since this imperial sister took charge of the Drunken Flower Pavilion, it was the first time in so many years that she wanted to use external forces. In that case, the owner of this thing, I'm afraid, is not easy to deal with. Think about it. Emperor Zhou said. Imperial sister, tell us about the origin of this thing. Li Yingyue said indifferently. This item is called monosodium glutamate, and it comes from the jumbo jade. Jamboree? Emperor Zhou was stunned. It was the first time he had heard the name. Li Yingyue added. Located in the Qian country. Emperor Zhou was a bit surprised and said, the Qian kingdom is barren, but it can also develop this thing? Li Yingyue didn't say anything. Zhou Huan looked at the dishes in front of him. His face was thoughtful, and after a moment he said, Qiangui is just a small country in the assortment. It is not difficult to get the recipe for this flavor essence. Just, that said, it ended abruptly. The latter words, without having to think about it, were nothing more than a demand for favors. Li Yingyue seemed to have prepared for this and opened her mouth. 70-30%. 7 for His Majesty and 3 for me. A smile appeared on Emperor Zhou's face as he said, I am your brother-in-law. My silver is not yet your silver. Li Yingyue said, Your Majesty is 8, and I am 2. Emperor Zhou still didn't agree and remained silent. At this point, Li Yingyue said, Your Majesty only needs to hand over the formula to me, and the rest of the matter is not for Your Majesty to worry about. It meant that if the great families and clans within the Great Zhou wanted to compete for the formula, she would deal with it, offer no protection to the Drunken Flower Pavilion and still take 80% of the profits from it. A smile reappeared on Emperor Zhou's face as he said, just as Imperial Sister said. After saying that, he looked at the eunuch at the side and said, Did you hear what the eldest princess said? That eunuch was busy saying, The slave girl heard you. Within a month, the Eastern Seizure Factory will definitely get the formula. Emperor Zhou nodded, his eyes refocusing on the dishes as he thought about the recent intelligence he had received about the Qian Kingdom and Sked. This Qian Kingdom Empress is a bit interesting. Having ascended the throne in less than half a year, she has accomplished quite a lot. I don't know if Imperial Sister can defeat this person if she is the Empress. When Li Yingyue heard this, he glanced at Emperor Zhou, rose and saluted. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he turned around and left the Qinqing Palace. Emperor Zhou looked at her back and shook his head helplessly. Invitation to the Moon is good at everything, but she's just too strong. Exclamation over. He seemed to think of something, and a bright light erupted from his eyes as he said, However, if inviting Moon wants to be an emperor so badly, I can give her a chance and tell her to take down the Qian kingdom and make herself an emperor. The words fell. The corners of Emperor Zhou's mouth hooked into a smile as he looked at the eunuch at the side and asked, "What do you think? What do you think of this idea of mine?" That eunuch heard this, so scared that his legs were soft, kneeling on the ground. Slave girl for half a day. A word could not be said. Emperor Zhou laughed out loud when he saw this scene. The sound of laughter drifted far through the Qianqing palace. Qiangua. The palace. The hall of nourishment. Wu Mingkong looked at the Zhang and coldly said, "I have heard that the new army only practiced their bodies and not their weapons. Why is that?" Opposite. When Minister of War Qian Haonan heard this, he was shocked and instantly realized that His Majesty also had eyes in Chang'an City. He thought for a moment and replied, "The new army has just been formed. The weapons are not yet in place, so they will train when some days pass." Wu Mingkong put down the Jingji. His icy eyes looked at him, and pursued, "When is it in a few days?" Qian Haonan hesitated and said, "It depends on when the weapons are in place." The words fell. Wu Mingkong slammed the table and said angrily, "Qian Haonan, do you think that with Fang Xiu backing you up, I won't dare to touch you?" When Qian Haonan saw that the empress was angry, he was shocked and busied himself by kneeling on the ground, saying, "I don't dare." Wu Mingkong's sharp eyes stared at Qian Haonan with a deadly murderous aura. "I'm telling you, Fang Xiu has the Danshu iron ticket. You don't. If you dare to prevaricate and perfume again, I will cut off your head now." The words fell. The palace maids on both sides suddenly drew daggers from their arms and stared at Qian Haonan with murderous eyes. How can Qian Haonan not expect that he just returned 2 words, and then he incurred the trouble of killing himself? Seeing that His Majesty is about to get real, he hesitated and told the truth. "It was Minister Fong who ordered me to do so." When the empress heard this, she resumed her seat back in the dragon chair, her ice-cold, frosty face with a cold smile, and she said in a murderous manner, "I want you to remember that I am the king and Fang Xiu is the subject. Since ancient times, there is only loyalty to the king, not to the subject. If you dare to act without authorization next time, I will have your entire family beheaded." Have to say, the empress, though young, had an air of superiority about her. Even Qian Haonan, who had experienced great storms, was a bit startled at this moment. Kneeling on the floor, he shuddered. "I know I was wrong. I will never do it again. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." Seeing this scene, the empress was very satisfied in her heart and let out a cold snort. Deadly sins can be spared, but living sins cannot be escaped. Punished with a 3-year salary and a 60-year cane. Qian Haonan was busy saying, "I take the blame." The words fell. Then 2 courtesans came forward with their courtstaffs and flanked them. The empress's icy voice sounded once again. "Hit it hard." Yes, 2 courtesans, one at a time, slammed down the cane hard. 1 incense stick later, the 60 court canes are finished. Qian Haonan was already dying, half dead. When the empress saw this, her heart was suddenly a bit bottomless. It's just a matter of hitting, not hitting with your heart, not to death, right? This Qian Haonan is also a man who has fought in the battlefield. Why is his body so weak? She thought this in her heart, but her face was expressionless as she coldly said, "Someone come, send Shanshu Qian back to his residence." "Yes, Your Majesty." 2 guards came forward and put the half-dead Qian Haonan stage on a stretcher and carried it away from the Yangxin Hall, all the way out of the palace. The 2 guards were still thinking of sending Qian Haonan back to the Qian mansion. Who knows? Qian Haonan, who had just been dying as if he was going to burp in the next second, climbed up from the stretcher by himself. When the 2 guards saw this scene, their eyes widened with a look of living hell. One of the guards cautiously said, "Lord Qian, are you all right?" Qian Haonan glared at him and scolded in a bad mood. "This official beat you with 60 court canes? Are you all right?" The 2 guards were a bit embarrassed and lowered their heads. This time, Qian Haonan took out the broken silver from his arms and threw it to them. "For the road behind. This official will walk by himself. You 2 find a shady place to rest." The 2 guards reached out and took the broken silver. Their faces hesitant. Qian Haonan said, "This official is a man of war. It's unlucky to have people carry him back to his house." Hearing this explanation, both guards didn't say anything else and arched their hands. "Your humble servant understands." Qian Haonan glanced at them and didn't say anything more, covering his ass and walking towards the distance step by step. After leaving the palace, he didn't go back to the money house. Instead, he came straight to the Sanggunian. Before 1 foot was in the door, he wailed at the top of his lungs, "Minister Fong, you must do right by my humble servant." A few moments later, Fang Xiu looked at the face of aggrieved, as if the angry daughter-in-law like Qian Haonan, no good sense, well, is not 3 years of salary, 60 court canes, this prime minister to make up for your 30 years of salary. Do not be disgusted with this prime minister. When Qian Haonan heard this, he suddenly grinned, arching his hand and saying, "Thank you, Minister Fong." Immediately after that, it was said, "Minister Fong, I came to see you mainly to say that His Majesty seems to be getting real this time. You must be careful when you enter the palace later." When Fong Xiu heard this, he thought to himself, that little empress can only play around in front of you. If she were to be replaced by the Prime Minister, she wouldn't necessarily be spanking whoever she's spanking. In his heart, he thought this, but did not say it, but only said, "This Prime Minister knows. You go back and recuperate. I am excused." Xian Haonan arched his hand, covered his ass, and turned to leave. He didn't leave for a while. The palace maid then brought the decree to the Shanghua mansion and summoned Prime Minister Fang Xiu for an audience. A few moments later, Fang Xiu arrived in front of the Empress. The first sentence is, "I've heard that His Majesty has been very powerful these past 2 days. Wu Mingkong snorted coldly and said in a tit-for-tat manner, "Compared to Fong, I'm not even close." Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows and said, "Why don't I remember that I spanked His Majesty?" "You." Wu Mingkong's pretty face turned red as she glared at Fang Xiu. Emotional value plus 1000. Humph. Knowing that he could not argue with him, Wu Mingkong gave a cold snort and asked, "Why don't you let the new army train their weapons?" Fang Xiu told him truthfully, "I intend to equip them with new types of weapons. There is no point in practicing now." "What new type of weapon?" Wu Mingkong's fair face revealed a curious expression as he opened his mouth to ask. Fang Xiu Dao, "When the time comes, Your Majesty will naturally know." Staged. Wu Mingkong gave him a blank stare and didn't pursue the question any further, instead asking another question. How can the new army deal with the rebels in Shuzhou without practicing their weapons? She had planned to use the new army to quell the rebellion, but now it seemed that the new army would not be able to utilize much of its combat power in a short period of time. "But, we can't let those soldiers of the folding house go into battle to kill the enemy, can we? Don't get to the point where there are more rebels before the rebels are destroyed." Hear the question. Fang Xiu sighed in his heart and said, "Your Majesty must understand that the people will not rebel if they have any chance of survival." Wu Ming blankly glanced at Fang Xiu and didn't have the heart to say, "It's not like I'm the one who forced the rebellion against the people. It's clearly you who fish for the people, raiding them and forcing them to live." With this tone of compassion, "It's as if I'm not." Fang Xiu was rarely choked by the Empress and couldn't speak. He cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness and said, "Ahem. What I mean is, wait until the fall harvest, when the first sweet potatoes ripen, and the rebels will be destroyed without attack." When Wu Mingkong heard this, his face revealed a thoughtful expression. After a moment, he raised his eyes to Fang Xiu and said with some concern, "Can the yield of sweet potatoes really reach 15 times that of rice, as you said?" As if Fang Xiu had been insulted, he stood up with a pang and said angrily, "Your Majesty does not trust me. There's no point in my staying here. Farewell." Somehow, seeing Fang Xiu react so violently, Wu Mingkong suddenly felt a bit flustered and was busy saying, "I don't mean that." Fang Xiu questioned, "What does that mean?" Wu Mingkong somewhat flustered explained, "I certainly believe you. Just this number is too exaggerated. Speaking of which," she suddenly noticed Fang Xiu's eyes, where there is a semblance of anger and aggravation. "It's clearly a tease." In a split second, Wu Mingkong's face turned red as he gritted his teeth and said, "Fang Xiu, I will fight you. Emotional value plus 2000. Wu Mingkong took out a delicate dagger from his pocket and made a move to stab Fang Xiu. And of course it's just a scare. Fang Xiu didn't expect that the titular son of heaven would carry a dagger with him. Startled and quick-eyed, he clutched the Empress's delicate wrist. "Your Majesty, just kidding, don't be impulsive." Wu Mingkong had lived for 16 years, but it was the first time he had physical contact with a man, and his heart was inexplicably itchy. Her pretty face turned red as she gritted her teeth and glared at Fang Xiu. It took a while to calm down. Putting down the dagger and sitting back in the dragon chair, Fang Xiu looked at her and was tempted to ask, "Why would your Majesty carry a dagger with her?" But it didn't take much thought to realize that it must be in his defense. After all, some of the palace guards did work for the Fang party. Since the Empress was not willing to be Fang Xiu's puppet, it was normal to take precautions. The Empress, who sat back on the dragon chair, seemed to have seen Fang Xiu's thoughts and coldly said, "That's right, I'm just trying to prevent you." Fang Xiu took a step back and said, "If I wanted to harm your Majesty, a dagger would not be able to defend me. I'm afraid." Wu Mingkong pouted and didn't retort, clearly agreeing with what Fang Xiu said. Seeing that Wu Mingkong didn't speak, Fang Xiu returned to the topic. "Whether the sweet potato yield is real or not, we will see in a month's time. There is no need for your Majesty to be too anxious during this time. Too much anxiety is not good for the skin." Wu Ming blankly glanced at him, thinking, "What does it have to do with you if my skin is good or not?" Then there was a long silence. Fang Xiu saw that she had nothing to say and stood up. "I will retire." Wu Mingkong was still sulking and pretended not to hear. Seeing this, Fang Xiu saluted and turned to leave. Until he walks away. It was only then that Wu Mingkong raised his head and looked in the direction he had left, mindful of the fall harvest in a month. Inexplicably, anticipation rose. Time passes. A fall rain kicks off the fall season. Outside the palace of nurturing the heart, the leaves were falling one by one, rendering the earth golden with the unique charm of autumn. Wu Mingkong stood under the eaves of the house, her agitated nose slightly moving, sniffing the gusts of osmanthus aroma coming from the air, and closed her starry eyes. The slender lashes fluttered slightly. The face of the city was tilted with a faint smile. Behind, Lin Wanner held a delicate yellow booklet in her hand and said softly, "Your Majesty, tomorrow is your birthday. The congratulatory gifts sent by the 100 officials are all recorded in the booklet. Do you want to take a look?" When Wu Mingkong heard this, he opened his eyes and faintly said, "Didn't I say that I don't congratulate birthdays?" Lin Wanner whispered, "It's just the intentions of the 100 officials. There are no overly expensive gifts." When Wu Mingkong heard this, he didn't say anything more. It is a tradition that on the birthday of the Son of Heaven, all the officials congratulate him, as long as she doesn't make a big feast like the late emperor and have some kind of Thousand Autumn festival. She is not considered to be proud of Tai's extravagance and greed without art. Think of the 1001 festival. Wu Mingkong's mind couldn't help but conjure up Fang Xiu's figure again. In the beginning, it was Fang Xiu who united the 6 ministries to submit a petition together to set the birthdate of the late emperor as the Thousand Autumn festival. It was also unknown what kind of congratulatory gift Fang Xiu would send for this first birth anniversary after her ascension to the throne. Think about it. She looked at Lin Wanner and said, "Bring it to me." Lin Wanner was busy presenting it with both hands. Wu Mingkong reached out and took the yellow book, searching it from top to bottom. For a full incense stick of time, Fang Xiu's name was not found. Her face turned a little hard and she looked again from the beginning. Another incense burner. Still no Fang Xiu's name. The Empress could finally be sure. Fang Xiu didn't send anything. The move was just right for her. Though, but somehow, she wasn't happy at all. Not only are you not happy, instead, there was an indescribable unpleasantness. She blamed this hard time on the fact that Fang Xiu, by behaving this way, was belittling her as an emperor. This traitor, I told him not to send it, and he really didn't. On weekdays, why don't I see him so obedient? Wu Mingkong looked at the yellow book in front of him, and all of a sudden he was not in the mood to view the osmanthus flowers. "Wanner, bring over today's sangha. I want to approve it." When Lin Wanner heard this, she was a bit surprised, hesitated, and whispered, "Your Majesty, didn't you say that you are resting for half a day today?" Wu Mingkong glanced at her and was about to say something. A palace maid's voice suddenly came from not far away. "Prime Minister Fang Xiu seeks an audience with your Majesty." When Wu Mingkong heard Fang Xiu's name, his heart became even more annoyed. But on second thought, maybe he forgot the congratulatory gift and came back to make up for it? And so, spoke up. "Granted." A few moments later, Fang Xiu, who was dressed in an immortal crane scarlet robe, arrived in front of the Empress. "I greet your Majesty." Wu Mingkong sat behind the dragon chair, raised his eyes and asked carelessly, "What is it?" Fang Xiu did not answer and asked instead, "Does your Majesty know what day tomorrow is?" When Wu Mingkong heard this question, his heart inexplicably throbbed. "I knew it. How could this sycophant forget my birth anniversary?" With a bland expression, she looked at Fang Xiu and pretended to say carelessly, "What day?" Fang Xiu said somewhat painfully, "How could your Majesty forget such an important day?" Obviously questioning. For some reason, Wu Mingkong couldn't get angry. The corners of his mouth hooked up into a faint smile, but his white face was very cold and said, "What day is so important that I must still remember it?" Fang Xiu painfully said, "Tomorrow is the first day of the fall harvest. The sweet potatoes on the outskirts of the city are all ripe." Wu Mingkong's eyes were lost in thought for a moment, and it took a while for him to react. Originally he was talking about the fall harvest. The Empress, who aspired to be a wise ruler, should have been thrilled to hear the words autumn harvest, but at the moment, she always felt some loss inside. And yet, I don't know where this loss is coming from. Emotional value plus 2000. Wu Mingkong looked at Fang Xiu and squeezed out a smile, saying, "So it's the fall harvest. I was so busy that I forgot." Fang Xiu sighed and said in a serious tone, "Your Majesty, agriculture, the world's great foundation, the people rely on to live also. Such an important thing, how can you forget it?" If it was in ordinary days, when Wu Mingkong heard this, he would have disliked it back with a few words of defiance, but at the moment it was not in the mood for that and simply said, "You have a point, in this matter, it is I who have been negligent." Fang Xiu looked at the somewhat lost Empress and asked, "Why do I see that your Majesty is not feeling well? But is that one coming?" Wu Mingkong's bright and clear eyes showed a touch of bewilderment. "Which one is that one?" It took a while to respond. He's talking about menstruation. This asshole. Wu Ming blankly glanced at Feng Xiu and cursed him in his heart for being a denizen, not bothering to bother with him. Seeing that the Empress ignored him, Feng Xiu added, "Does your Majesty have anything to say to me?" Wu Mingkong opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end he didn't, and just said, "No." Feng Xiu Dao, "Then the minister will take his leave first." After saying that, he got up, saluted, and turned around to leave. Wu Mingkong looked at his back and hesitated, but still called out to him, "Wait." Feng Xiu turned his head and looked at Wu Mingkong. Wu Mingkong gritted his teeth and said, "You made a trip to the palace just to tell me about the fall harvest tomorrow?" When Feng Xiu heard this, he slapped his head and said, "I have one more thing. If not for your Majesty's reminder, I almost forgot." Wu Mingkong couldn't wait to ask, "What is it?" Feng Xiu Dao, "Tomorrow at dawn, the farmers on the outskirts of the northern city will begin to plow the ground, and I would like to ask your Majesty and the 100 officials to labor with the farmers. Let's see if the acreage yield of this sweet potato is 15 times that of rice." As the minister said. When Wu Mingkong heard this, he was a bit confused. "Tomorrow is my birthday. How dare you ask me to go out of town to plow the ground?" That's okay. What annoyed her the most was that Feng Xiu, this asshole, seemed to have really forgotten about her birthdate. When the late emperor was around, this sycophant was clearly not like this, bullying her day in and day out, but can't even remember her birthdate. So angry. Wu Mingkong sitting on the dragon chair, only feel a chest rises a depressed gas, cannot swallow, cannot spit, difficult. This time, Feng Xiu's voice came again. "Your Majesty?" Wu Mingkong looked askance at Feng Xiu and said coldly, "I know, I will be there at dawn tomorrow." When Feng Xiu heard this, a smile appeared on his face and he said, "Then I'm relieved. I'll take my leave." After saying that, he didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Wu Mingkong sat on the dragon chair and watched his back drift away, his heart bursting with annoyance, but he didn't know who to confide in. After all, it was her decision not to congratulate her on her birth. Even if Feng Xiuzhen forgot about her birthdate, she shouldn't complain. She should be happy. But, somehow, she just can't be happy. Wu Mingkong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the boredom and loss within his heart. He looked at Lin Wanner and commanded, "Bring the Jingji. I won't rest today." In the blink of an eye it was the next day. Uptime. It's just dawning. A gust of mist in the air, mixed with the scent of earth after rain, drifted across the fields. In all parts of Deqian, countless farmers were already carrying hoes and laboring in the fields. A sweet potato field somewhere on the outskirts of Chang'an. Wu Mingkong stood at the head of the field. Looking at the lush greenery in front of him, his heart was inexplicably a little apprehensive. In her eyes, the fall harvest must be more important than her own birth. This year's fall harvest, in particular, is even more important, because the first sweet potatoes are just about ripe for this year's fall harvest. According to that asshole, the moo yield of sweet potatoes is able to reach 15 times that of rice. If this is all true, it also means that from now on, Deqian will never fall into a crisis of lack of food. Agriculture is the foundation of the world. Food is fundamental to everything. The main reason why Qiangua has never been able to develop and grow is that the land is barren and there is too little good land. So much so that the food produced was not enough to feed the people. Can't even feed the people, let alone rearm and develop commerce. The people have to be kept from starving before they think of doing anything else. It was only when Qiangua was able to flourish as she thought it would. It doesn't need to be 15 times as much as rice, just 5 times. No, 3 times, would be enough. Wu Mingkong's bright eyes gazed at the sweet potato leaves in the field. Although there was little expression on his face, he was very apprehensive. The civil and military officials stood not far from the empress, looking at the laboring farmers, with a look of sadness and compassion on their faces. A royal historian sighed, "There are few idle months in the fields, and people are doubly busy in August. It's really not easy for these farmers." This statement was made. All the 100 officials were deeply impressed and made exclamations. Hoeing the sun when noon, sweating under the soil. This peasant household, although illiterate, do not read the sages, but also can be ranked in the second place of the 4 people. Because of this, it's not easy, it's really not easy. Sigh for a moment. The imperial historian who had spoken first, suddenly having a feeling of compassion for heaven and earth, gave a poem on the spot and exclaimed, "There are few idle months in the fields, and people are doubly busy in August. What merit do I have now that I once did not work in agriculture? The official salary is 300 stones, and there is surplus food in the yearly peace. I am privately ashamed to think of this, and I cannot forget it for all the days of my life." This poem came out. Numerous royal historians looked over and praised. Lord Bai's brilliant writing and concern for the people are truly a model for us. Where, compared with the hard-working farmers, I am just a handless scholar who sees the suffering of this world and can't help sighing a few words with feeling. That imperial historian waved his hand, still looking compassionate. When the 100 officials from the surrounding ministries heard this, they looked sideways. Household Secretary Qin Xingyan looked at him. Did not say anything on the mouth? The heart is scolded. This bunch of sons of bitches imperial history. All day long just know to move their lips. Really so poor farmers. Also do not see you go down to help them. The 100 officials of the ministries looked at this group of royal historians and more or less held the same mentality. Just then, Fang Xiu's voice suddenly rang out. Since Imperial Secretary Bai is so concerned about the people, let's distribute these 300 stones of official pay to the people this year. When that Bai Imperial historian heard this, his face turned red, and it took him a while to stifle a sentence. Minister Fang, my humble servant's salary for a year adds up to just over 200 stones. Fang Xiu looked at him askance. Didn't you just say 300 stones in your poem? The Bai Imperial historian said with a red face. It's just for the sake of leveling and rhyming. Fang Xiu waved his hand and said, 200 stones is 200 stones. Qin Xingyan, you remember. Imperial Inspector Bai is noble and charitable. He took the initiative to donate this year's salary to the victims of the disaster. So when you have the chance, erect a plaque for him. Aside. When the 100 officials heard this, they all stifled their laughter. Their faces reddened. And they said in their hearts, let you pretend. Qin Xingyan also stifled a laugh and saluted. My humble servant has remembered. Fang Xiu looked at the group of imperial officials just now and added, Imperial official Bai is indeed a role model for all of us by developing his style in such a way. Is there anyone else who wants to follow Imperial official Bai's example of donating their salary? This time, the royal historians are afraid to be sad and compassionate anymore. Just look up at the sky and pretend you didn't hear anything. Aside. When Wu Mingkong saw this scene, he also felt a bit amused. There are just some people in this world who like to take the moral high ground and point the finger. They really want them to put it into practice, but they are 100 times more reluctant to do so. The vast majority of these royalists are such people. But, the duty of the imperial historian is to hear the news and impeach with integrity. And it is understandable that he has developed the habit of being compassionate. And because of that, Fang Xiu didn't give them much of a hard time, and just said, you all have families, so it really isn't appropriate to have you donate your salaries. However, this prime minister sees that you are so sympathetic to the people that it would not be appropriate to let you do nothing. How about this? Today is the first day of the fall harvest, so you all experience what it's really like to hoe and sweat. How about it? When the 100 officials heard this, they looked at each other. They're all readers. Where have they done farm work? To make them plow the ground is not forcing them to do anything. A royal historian hesitated and said, Minister Fang, my humble servant would also like to labor with the farmers and feel the sweat drop under the soil together. But there are just no farming tools, so my humble servant can't do anything about it. This statement was made. Many of the imperial historians' eyes lit up and they agreed. Yeah, well, you can't just plow it by hand without farm equipment. We have never done farm work before, so if we use farmers' farm tools, it will definitely delay the progress of the fall harvest, and it is not appropriate. This time, Qin Xingyan stood out and shouted, it's just farming tools. The Ministry of Revenue has ready-made ones. This official will let someone go fetch them. When the imperial historians heard this, they all glared at Qin Xingyan and couldn't help but curse in their hearts. But it shows you dog. Just you grow a mouth. Doggy. Eagle dog. Bah. Finally, promoted by Qin Xingyan. Hundreds of officials still did not escape this, have held the hoe, stepped on the muddy ground, and learned to plow the ground piece by piece like the farmers. After only a few moments of drying, it felt like my whole body hurt everywhere. Weekdays, 100 officials sat behind the desk and dealt with the affairs of the court, feeling that no one under the sky worked harder than they did. But, today, when they arrived at the field, they realized what it means to really work hard. It's already fall though. The sun is still hot. Just standing in the field, doing nothing, all drenched in sweat. To move is a great pain. After the 100 officials had been at it for a while, they couldn't hold out and stopped. Looking at the farmers who kept laboring on the side, I only felt an overwhelming complexity of emotions. Before that, they pitied these farmers, partly out of pity and partly out of superiority of heart. Scholars, farmers and businessmen. Agriculture is secondary, but the first place is the first place. The world is ultimately to be governed by them, the scholars. And although farmers worked hard, they were only selling their physical strength without any technical content. How could they be compared to them, the scholars who had studied hard for 10 years of holy books? But, standing here in the field, they realized that they were wrong. Very wrong. The reason why these farmers sell their physical strength is not that they are stupid, let alone not hardworking. They work with skill, too, and they labored hard. It's just that they come from humble beginnings and don't have the opportunity to study. If you read, you may not be inferior to them, the scholars. Other than that, the biggest epiphany is this sweat drop. It's really more work than you think. At this very moment, whether it was the imperial historian, or the rest of the 100 officials, looking at the farmers who kept on laboring, a real sense of shame rose from the heart, and silence prevailed. Just then, an excited voice suddenly broke the silence. Fong Xiang, it's so big. When the crowd heard the voice, they were stunned and subconsciously turned their heads to look. Then he saw Qin Xingyan holding a huge sweet potato, his pale face full of excitement. Qin Xingyan held the sweet potatoes, not caring about the mud in the field, and ran to Fong Xiu's face as if inviting credit, and exclaimed, Minister Fong, such a large sweet potato is a good omen. It signifies that, this year's fall harvest, my great Qian will surely have an abundance of grains, and this is all due to you, Minister Fong. Without you, how could there be sweet potatoes? And without sweet potatoes, how could there be a good harvest? And without a good harvest, how could I, De Qian, rise to power? Minister Fong, you are the guardian god of my great Qian. The 100 officials looked at Qin Xingyan dumbfounded, only feeling a trance. It's amazing that there are such shameless people under the sky. How can you say that you are also the head official of the Ministry of Revenue? A second-ranking official. And how can you be so sycophantic? Bah! We are ashamed to be in the company of this man. The imperial guards cast scornful glances, but at the same time, there are also many people. Picked up the hoe again, searching up in the field, thinking, must find a bigger sweet potato, into the offering to the phase master. Fong Xiu looked at Qin Xingyan, who was inviting credit, and the corner of his mouth twitched as he reached out to take the sweet potatoes and said, You're not too young, take a rest. Qin Xingyan looked flattered and was busy saying, My humble servant is not tired. Fong Xiu looked at him, naturally knowing what was on his mind, waved his hand and said, If this prime minister remembers correctly, Yongxin has been the head of the Ministry of Households for 3 years, right? Yongxin refers to Qin Yongxin, the eldest son of Qin Xingyan, the head of the Ministry of Revenue. This time has been followed by Hai Rue in Qinzhou disaster relief. Qin Xingyan's face was hesitant, not knowing whether to answer or not. Fong Xiu glanced at him and said, The ceremonial department of the Ministry of Ceremonies is short of a Longzhong, so when he comes back from Qinzhou, let him fill the vacancy. The principal is the 6th rank, the groom is the 5th rank. There's a whole great difference in the middle. Although it was transferred from the Ministry of Household to the Ministry of Rights, that was also a great promotion. When Qin Xingyan heard this, his expression became even more agitated and he was close to kneeling down for Fong Xiu, saying, Thank you, Minister Fong. Fong Xiu waved his hand and said impatiently, At such an old age, you're not afraid of fainting in the field, get lost and sit down. Qin Xingyan looked flattered, tears seeped out of his eyes and he was moved. Fong Xiang, not far. When Wu Mingkong saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he cursed in his heart, In front of me, wolves are working together, ganging up on each other, and cronyism. The traitor is still the same traitor, without a single change. Disgusting. Ugh. Just then, Wu Mingkong saw it. Fong Xiu took a step toward her. Moment. Alerted. She took a step back, thinking, he wouldn't want to take this opportunity to bully me again, would he? Fong Xiu walked to the empress and handed her the sweet potato. Would your majesty like to make a bet with the minister? Wu Mingkong subconsciously reached out and took the sweet potato, hesitated and asked, What's the bet? Fong Xiu Dao, let's bet on whether the yield of sweet potatoes can reach 15 times that of rice. Wu Mingkong raised his eyes to look at the farmers laboring in the ground and then back to Fong Xiu. His bright eyes suddenly flashed with a touch of cunning. The corners of his mouth hooked up in a smile as he said, Good, I'll bet that I can reach it. Fong Xiu didn't expect the little empress to be unconventional, and after a second of silence, he said, Okay, if your majesty wins, when you return to the palace, take the minister's carriage. Who cares to ride in your carriage? Wu Mingkong pouted and asked, Then what if I lose? Fong Xiu Dao, then I will ride in your majesty's carriage. Wu Mingkong was a bit dazed by the detour, and it took a while for him to react to the fact that he had become his prize. Bah! Nice try! Wu Mingkong spat at him and stuffed the sweet potatoes back into Fong Xiu's arms. It did seem a bit too big for her small hands to hold. Fong Xiu took the sweet potatoes and said, Then his majesty has agreed? Wu Ming blanked him and was about to refuse. On second thought, if this sweet potato is really 15 times as productive as rice, with all this guy's merits, even if he was given a Duke of Jinghua, it wouldn't be much of a problem. In that case, what's the harm in going into his carriage and sitting there for a while? She just couldn't believe that in broad daylight and a clear sky, this sycophant would dare to do something to her in front of the 100 officials and guards. Think about it. Wu Mingkong looked at Fang Xiu and nodded. Okay, I promise you. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. Really? Wu Mingkong's expression was solemn. A gentleman has no words. Fang Xiu looked at her askance and said, His Majesty said the same thing last time. When Wu Mingkong heard these words, the image of that day at the Yiren residence came to his mind. When you think about it, it seems to be word for word. Her tilted face surfaced a touch of redness, lowered her head, and said in a mosquito-like voice, Last time, I counted what I owe you, and I will make up for it in the future. Fang Xiu looked at the somewhat shy face in front of him. His heart inexplicably throbbed, and he was about to say something. There was a sudden cacophony of voices not far away. Fang Xiu and the Empress turned their heads to look at the same time. I saw a group of farmers gathered together with iron scales, weighing the sweet potatoes that had been plowed out. The farmer weighs as he goes. The head of the household ministry recorded it as he did so. When the civil and military officials saw the scene, they also all put down the hoes in their hands and came up. I don't know how much the acre of sweet potatoes will weigh. This official remembers that Minister Feng said it was 15 times as much as rice. 15 times should be the most ideal state. My Daqian land is barren. I am afraid it is not easy to reach 15 times. South Orange and North Hedgehog, this sweet potato can reach 15 times the yield overseas, but not necessarily in my Daqian. In this official's opinion, if there can be 3 or 4 times as many, Prime Minister Feng will have already made an unparalleled achievement for the benefit of the world, and will surely go down in history. The one who spoke was Sun Zhengying, the Minister of Justice and a core member of the Feng Party. When these words came out, all the 100 officials of the non-Feng Party fell silent and stopped speaking. They know it in their hearts. These guys are laying it on the line early, just in case when the time comes to weigh it, the yield isn't much higher than rice. They can also find a bunch of reasons to prove that Feng Xiang is not exaggerating. The reason why yields are not high is either a problem with the farmer or the land, or else the climate, fertilization, etc. All in all, it was never about the square phase. The 100 officials are as clear as a mirror in their hearts, but they won't say so, let alone point their fingers and say anything. After all, with the powerful ministers in power, all they can do is to keep their heads above water. Have you not seen how those who disobeyed the Feng minister before ended up in a good situation? Even the first-ranked lieutenant is still locked up in the heavenly jail. For most of the 100 officials who are not part of the party, no citing, no fawning. It is both worthy of the holy books they read and leaves them alone. What's not to like? A few moments later, 100 officials with either excited or apprehensive moods came to the side of the farmer, scrambling to squeeze forward, wanting to see how much this sweet potato yield could actually reach. Qin Xingyan is old and walks slowly, and when he waited, a bunch of people had already gathered in front of him. Those gathered outside either stretched their necks to look in, or played on their youth and pushed their way in hard. Some people didn't even realize that their shoes were being squeezed off, and they were still yelling at each other. How much? How much? When Qin Xingyan saw the scene, his brows furrowed slightly as he chided. They are all pillars of the imperial court, so what's the point of bickering? After all, he is a grand official of the second grade. His voice is loud and powerful, and he immediately shocked the 100 officials. Quite a few people heard Qin Xingyan's voice and subconsciously took a few steps back, making way for a path. Qin Xingyan's expression was serious as he snorted coldly and said, This is still a bit of a pillar. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Fang Xiu, who was not far away, and a fawning smile appeared on his pale face. Minister Feng, the seat is vacated for you. You come. 100 officials see this scene, is completely speechless, heart-cursed, never seen such a brazen person. Even Sun Zhengying, the Minister of Justice, who was the core of the Feng Party, was a bit intolerant of looking at him, and silently moved to the side to keep his distance from Qin Xingyan. When Wu Mingkong saw this, he hated his teeth. She was standing right next to Fang Xiu, and Qin Xingyan, this old dog, even directly ignored her and fawned over Fang Xiu, simply ignoring the monarch. Detestable, abominable, but she knew it in her heart. The main reason why Qin Xingyan was like this was because Fang Xiu had backed him up the last time he pointed a deer at a horse. The rest of the 100 officials, even if they fawned over Fang Xiu, would not be like him, treating the son of heaven as nothing. After all, the idea of loyalty still dominates. It's just that she's too young and has not been on the throne long enough for her power to be consolidated. So, even if there was a portion of the 100 officials who were dissatisfied with Fang Xiu, they only dared to be angry and did not dare to speak out. She believes, with the passage of time, she would one day be able to consolidate her position and realize her dream of having Fang Xiu enter the palace and serve her tea and water, pounding her back and pinching her legs. That's all. The Empress wandered off to the farmer's heels. 1 stone, 2 stones. Mishi. Farmers are still weighing. The officiating officer is still taking notes. The weighed sweet potatoes were tossed aside. Unweighed sweet potatoes piled up to form a small mound. The 100 officials looked at the small mound with wide eyes and nervous expressions, muttering uncontrollably. 4 stone. 5 stone. 6 stones. The number of records is still rising. The acreage of rice had been reached, yet the hill still stood as if unchanged. See this scene. The 100 officials were all holding their breath, not daring to make the slightest sound again. His eyes turned red and he stared dead at the iron scale in the farmer's hand. Even the empress on Feng Xiu's side, her breathing became ragged. 10 stone. 11 stone. 60 stones. 61 stones. The recorded numbers are still rising. The 100 officials stared at the sweet potatoes, their eyes red, only to feel out of breath. The land of Qianland was barren, and generally speaking, a mu field could only produce 4 to 5 stones of rice, and now an acre of sweet potatoes had reached a staggering 60 stone before it was even weighed. They couldn't imagine what that number could be after weighing. Granted, too much sweet potato makes for a hard stomach and lots of farts, but that's food. After all, the flavor is light, sweet and filling. You won't get diarrhea if you eat it, much less bloat to death. Not all of the 100 officials came from families, and some of them came from humble families. These officials from the cold family have a far better experience of famine than others. They were realistically hungry. Know what hunger feels like. At first it was like a fire burning in the stomach, then it gradually spread all over the body, and then it was like the bitter waters of a river, constantly churning. It was torture, a long and endless torture. This time, to make yourself comfortable, they would take leaves, bark, dirt, even rocks, and stuff them into their stomachs, but it was in vain, and with it came even more raging torment. Then it's just stuffing more dirt, more gravel. Of the 100 officials present, just one royal historian once watched his sister, who had eaten too much dirt, bloat to death. That scene, etched in his mind for the rest of his life. At this very moment, he looked at the sweet potato in front of him and just felt his mind go blank. What holy books, what matters of the world, what fame behind, all forgotten. Some are just sweet potatoes. It's life-saving stuff. It can save the world. 70 stones, 71 stones, 80 stones. After the last sweet potato was weighed, the recorded number stopped at 80 stone. The whole field, silent. A refreshingly cool breeze blew by, driving the yellowed leaves to rustle. Suddenly, someone bawled their eyes out, kneeling down, head to the ground. The pathos of his voice carried across the entire field, that the cold-hearted royal historian who had once witnessed his friends and relatives starving to death one by one only felt that the emotions that had been suppressed in his heart for decades suddenly burst out. At this moment, he didn't want to do anything. He didn't want to care about anything. He just wanted to cry, until his voice was hoarse, until his tears ran out. Seeing this scene, the surrounding colleagues wanted to go forward to pull him out, hesitated for a moment, but still stopped where they were. Feng Xiu stood in the middle of the 100 officials and looked at him without speaking. Wu Mingkong stood beside Feng Xiu and witnessed this scene, and his original excitement was washed away for a few moments. She was the eldest princess and was highly favored by the late emperor since she was a child. 16 years of life can be summed up in more than just a tinsel. What it feels like to be hungry. Naturally, she didn't experience it, but she's not Emperor Qianhui who doesn't eat meatloaf. The people are suffering, and she knows it, but for some reason, the sight of the bawling imperial historian made her inexplicably panicked and weak. Subconsciously, I wanted a shoulder to snuggle up to, if only for a moment, but she is the emperor, the son of heaven, and whose shoulders, in this world, can support her? Thinking so, Wu Mingkong sighed inwardly before subconsciously sticking to Feng Xiu's side. For a while, that imperial's cries finally stopped. He knelt on the ground, facing Feng Xiu, and bowed heavily. Blood seeped from his forehead as it smashed into the gravel in the ground, but he didn't notice it in the slightest, and said in a hoarse voice, Minister Feng saved all the people from fire. The merit is marked in history. The merit is immeasurable. My humble servant is so grateful and thankful that I don't know what to say. Aside. When Qin Xingyan heard this, he was first stunned, and then he looked askance at that imperial historian, thinking, you said the words, let this official say what? Feng Xiu looked at him, sighed in his heart and slowly said, sweet potatoes are just one of the many overseas crops. This prime minister has also planted several crops behind the Yunnan mountain. The yield is not as good as the sweet potatoes, but the sense of satiety is much stronger, and you won't be bloated if you eat more than one, so it's a real grain that can be comparable to the 5 grains. When sweet potatoes are widely planted in Deqian, and every one of my people in Deqian has food to eat, this prime minister will then hand over those crops to the Ministry of Households. This statement was made. The 100 officials were agitated again, and the color of excitement could be seen in their eyes. If it was before, Feng Xiang told them that there are other grains in this world besides the grains, they beat them to death. However, Today I have witnessed the yield of this sweet potato. Not a single person will ever question a face again. After all, sweet potatoes yield 15 times more than rice. So outrageous are the words confirmed. What else? Can't be trusted? Yes, yes. The 100 officials heard Fang Xiu's words and were immersed in great joy, unable to stop themselves. Just then, an incomparably excited voice suddenly rang out. Prime Minister Fang is wise. When the 100 officials heard this excited voice, they subconsciously looked at Qin Xingyan, hesitating for a moment. In unison, Prime Minister Fang is wise. The words fell. Several older ministers glanced at each other, and then, with courage, said in unison, Your Majesty is wise. Only this time, the voice was much weaker compared to before. Wu Mingkong looked at the 100 officials and didn't care. After all, the credit was Fang Xiu's and had nothing to do with her. Adding the phrase Your Majesty's holy wisdom, it would appear that she was hypocritical and petty, wanting to grab the credit. And so, she looked around and said in a cool voice, Prime Minister Fang Xiu pushes for sweet potatoes and blesses the world with 10,000 taels of gold and one gold-rimmed scarlet robe. The so-called gold-bordered scarlet robe is embroidered with gold borders on both sides of the official uniform. Throughout the 12 generations of Deqian, counting Shang Xiu, only 7 ministers enjoyed this treatment. The other 6 were all princes who followed Emperor Taizu to fight the world. The reason for rewarding this is also that Wu Mingkong really does not know what can be rewarded. Originally, she had planned to give Fang Xiu the Hu dancers in the palace, but for some reason, the thought that Fang Xiu would be singing night after night with those Hu-man dancers made her heart indescribably uncomfortable, and she finally decided to deliver the clothes instead. When Fang Xiu heard the Empress' voice, he turned his head to look at her and saw a touch of apprehension in her eyes, suddenly feeling a bit amused. Is it because you're afraid you won't give her face? Fang Xiu thought about it, but still made a bow. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wu Mingkong looked at him, inexplicably a little happy. At least in front of outsiders, he still gave himself face. But on second thought, this guy is pointing at the deer. How can he give himself any face? Moreover, it was clear that he was also an outsider, and his own nemesis, a traitor. So why would he come up with such inexplicable thoughts? The Empress looked at Fang Xiu and couldn't help but ramble again. Time passed, and it was already sunset in the blink of an eye. The sweet potato tally continues. The mu yield basically stays around 75 stones, which is almost 15 times that of rice. 100 officials looked at these sweet potatoes. The excitement could not be calmed for a long time, until they left the field, but also disgust. While Wu Mingkong stood at Fang Xiu's side, looking at his carriage, he couldn't help but ask curiously, Why did you let me ride in your carriage? Fang Xiu looked at her, raised his eyebrows, and said, Because I have a treasure that I want to show Your Majesty. Wu Mingkong looked at Fang Xiu and took a wary step back, reaching out to tighten his dragon robe. What do you want? Fang Xiu drilled into the carriage, poked out a head, and laughed. Your Majesty will know when you come in. For some reason, seeing that bitchy expression made me want to kick him in the face. Wu Mingkong took a deep breath to calm his inner emotions and still followed. The interior of the carriage is spacious and lavishly decorated. In the center was a table of heather, with a window on each side, covered by curtains. The floor was covered with a gorgeous and clean blanket. Even if 2 people rolled around on it, it wouldn't feel crowded. Wu Mingkong walked into the carriage and first surveyed the interior. Then he looked at Fang Xiu with a suspicious expression and asked, What kind of treasure? Fang Xiu glanced at the Empress and said, It's not like I'm going to eat Your Majesty, so why are you so far away? Who knows if you'll... Wu Mingkong skimmed his lips, didn't say anything, sat down on Fang Xiu's side, and said, Is it okay now? Fang Xiu nodded and took out a scented capsule from his bosom, waving it in front of the Empress and said, This is my treasure. Wu Mingkong looked at the exquisite scented capsule and was first stunned, and then seemed to think of something. A blush appeared on her face. Is this bomb his congratulatory gift? I've heard that folkloric women who express their love to their sweethearts present scented pouches. He is a courtier. Why would he send this kind of thing to the Son of Heaven? He is really a denizen, a sex maniac, and only knows these tactics of coaxing little girls. The moment. The Empress's little head floated a lot of thoughts, but her face was pretending to be cold, a little disdainful. I thought it was what it was, but it's just a scented capsule. Fang Xiu Dao, if Your Majesty doesn't want it, then I'd better keep it for myself. With that, he was about to stuff the scented pouch back into his arms. Seeing this, the little female emperor was in a hurry, reaching out to snatch the scented capsule and blurted out, I want it. Fang Xiu looked at the Empress and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. Wu Mingkong grabbed the scented bag before realizing it afterward. Under the sky, there is no one who is not the king's land, and there is no one who is not the king's subject, and she is the Son of Heaven, and she wants nothing, so why should she care about a mediocre scented capsule? That traitor Fang Xiu must be thinking in his heart right now that His Majesty is easy to fool. Wu Mingkong was a bit upset at the thought, but robbed it all. So be it. She forced herself not to look at Fang Xiu's expression. Putting the scented pouch on the tip of his nose, he sniffed. No flowers scent. There is only a pungent odor that smells a little bad. This would be a gift from someone else. She must have thrown it right out the window without saying a word. But to think that it was sent by that traitor Fang Xiu. Wu Mingkong hesitated for a moment, but still put it on the table. Then looked at Fang Xiu and asked, "What is this scented capsule made of? It feels like it tastes weird." Fang Xiu Dao, "I didn't say it was a scented bag." Wu Mingkong was slightly stunned. "It's not a scented bag? This thing is called gunpowder. It is of great use to the country and to the people. It is a treasure that I have spent a lot of effort to develop." Fang Xiu picked up the scented bag and after opening it, put it back on the table. The Empress turned her head to look, and sure enough, inside were pellets of a mixture of various herbs. "So, it's not for me." Wu Mingkong looked at the gunpowder in a daze. For some reason, his heart was suddenly empty all of a sudden, with a sour feeling. Emotional value plus 5,000. An icy system beep sounded. Fang Xiu wasn't sure for a moment where the 5,000 emotion values came from. After all, he hadn't even explained the use of this gunpowder yet. Even if the Empress was happy, she shouldn't add so much emotional value, right? Think about it. Fang Xiu asked. "Doesn't your Majesty want to know what this gunpowder is used for?" Hearing this, Wu Mingkong turned his head toward Fang Xiu, squeezed out a smile, and asked, "What's the use?" Fang Xiu Dao, "Your Majesty will know later." Aha! Wu Mingkong nodded and didn't bicker with Fang Xiu as usual. He just moved to the side and sat by the window. It was hard on her heart, but she didn't know why it was hard. Was it simply because Fang Xiu hadn't sent her a congratulatory gift for her own birth? That's a little too ridiculous. She was the son of heaven. What kind of exotic treasures hadn't she seen before? So how would she care about a small congratulatory gift? Is that because you feel slighted? Think about it. Even pointing a deer for a horse has survived. This little thing, how should not be put in the heart? But, she was just so hard and sad that she couldn't say why. The smell of this gunpowder lingered in the compartment, making people feel a bit suffocated. Wu Mingkong suppressed his inner emotions and reached out to lift the curtain for some fresh air. This time, she suddenly realized that both sides of the wagon were empty, only darkness beyond her reach. The original 100 officials, guards, and even Lin Wanner had all disappeared. It was as if the only thing left in the vast expanse of heaven and earth was this one carriage. Is it time to make a move on me? Instantly, Wu Mingkong's heart hung in the air. She lowered the curtain and leaned against the side of the carriage as if she were asleep, slowly closing her eyes. One hand reached into his pocket and removed the dagger he had hidden earlier, clutching it tightly. His mind couldn't help but recall the bits and pieces of time he spent with Fang Xiu after he ascended the throne. Since the beginning of Finger Deer for Horse, she hated Fang Xiu so much that she dreamed about that day for several days in a row, and when she woke up, she couldn't sleep for a long time. No exaggeration. During that time, she really hated to pull out the skin of that traitor, eat his flesh and drink his blood. But, a lot has happened since then. It also made her feel that Fang Xiu, the traitor, was not useless. At least he still thought of the people in his heart. At that time, although she still hated Fang Xiu, it wasn't to the point where she had to skin him. And then, it was Fang Xiu who brought her medicine, took her to the hookah, and taught her to make ice. It was just a small thing, but the laughter and playfulness washed away the hatred. It also changed her mindset. There are times, she even thought that when she regained power and authority, she could keep him alive and let him enter the palace to serve her. She also always believed that although Fang Xiu bullied her and molested her, it was all to satisfy his perverted psyche. Fang Xiu would not do anything to hurt her. But, what was happening at the moment made the Empress realize how ridiculous her previous thoughts were. A powerful minister who already controls half of the court. If you want to go just one step further, is there any other choice than regicide and usurpation? One day, that traitor will figure out how to kill himself. It's just that she was too naive and foolish to think that Fang Xiu wouldn't do this. Now it's time to pay the price for naivety. At this very moment, Wu Mingkong clutched his dagger and slumped to one side, his eyes tightly closed. She feels like she should be angry right now, but somehow there's just sadness. Sadness. It was as if a heart had been clutched hard and then hit the ground hard. She wanted to cry, but felt that she was the son of heaven, and it would be too humiliating and weak to cry in front of the usurping thieves. Therefore, she could only hold back her tears, hoping that Fang Xiu would do it sooner and end the torture she was currently enduring. Just then, Fang Xiu noticed the little Empress's abnormality and moved to her side, getting a little closer and softly calling out, "Your Majesty?" The burning breath, which reached the Empress' ears, made her feel a tingle all over her body. She bit her lip, the dagger in her hand clenched tighter. and her breathing ragged a few moments. If you want to make a preemptive strike, now is the best time. Just plunge the dagger into the traitor's chest and all will be over. But, somehow, it's come to this. Wu Mingkong still had a hint of luck in his heart. Maybe the traitor was just trying to surprise her? Maybe wait for the wagon to stop. She'll be able to see the congratulatory gift this traitor has in store for her. Holding such inexplicable thoughts, Wu Mingkong ghostly did not make a move. The long eyelashes fluttered twice and slowly opened her eyes. With watery eyes, she looked at Fang Xiu, suppressed her complicated emotions, and said in a clear and cold voice, "What is it?" Fang Xiu looked into her watery eyes and asked, "Your Majesty is crying?" Wu Mingkong coldly said, "No." Fang Xiu looked to her hand hidden under the dragon robe and asked again, "Has your Majesty always rested with a dagger?" Wu Mingkong was first stunned, and then tension and fear swept over her like a wave, causing her breath to stop for a second. This instant, she couldn't even speak. Just then, the carriage slowed to a stop. Fang Xiu was next to Wu Mingkong, put one hand into his dragon robe and took the dagger down, saying, "There are only ministers in the carriage. No one will harm your Majesty." Wu Mingkong looked at the dagger that was taken away by Fang Xiu, gritted his teeth, crossed his heart, and said in a good humor, "It's you I'm defending against. Fang Xiu Dao, that one dagger. I'm afraid it's not enough." Wu Ming air bulged. "Some other day I'll prepare 3 of them." When Fang Xiu heard this, he let out a light laugh and said, "I didn't realize before that your Majesty is quite cute. Bah! I am the son of heaven. I'm the king of the 9 or 5. How can the word cute be applied to me?" Wu Mingkong gritted his teeth and was about to retort, but before he could open his mouth, he heard Fang Xiu Dao, "We're at the place. Please step out of the car. Your Majesty." Wu Mingkong was stunned and turned his head to lift the curtain and look outside. It was dark and empty. The moment has finally come, hinged on the fact that there was previous padding. When the moment actually comes, Wu Mingkong did not have the complicated emotions from before, and only felt sour in his heart. Yes, Wu Mingkong steeled himself to look less weak, got up and walked down from the carriage. The moon is bright and the stars are shining brightly. Wu Mingkong stood at the peak of a small mountain. Not far away, the night view of Chang'an, as far as the eye can see, the bright yellow lanterns, falling into the eyes, turned into stars of beauty. Accompanied by a hazy night and a cool night breeze, Wu Mingkong smelled the faint fragrance of osmanthus flowers. It's her favorite flavor. It would be nice to die here. With this thought in mind, Wu Mingkong turned his head to look at Fang Xiu. The inclined and slightly childish face suddenly revealed a smile and said softly, "Do it." Fang Xiu walked in front of her and looked at the little empress who had her eyes closed, her head held high, and who was peacefully going to her death, and suddenly felt a little amused. "Your Majesty is rambling again." Fang Xiu spoke softly and suddenly reached out his hands, wrapping her in his arms. Wu Mingkong was first stunned, then began to struggle violently. The tears that had been held back could no longer be held back and came pouring out. 2 delicate arms fluttered as they spoke with a sobbing voice. "A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. You can't do this to me." Just then, not far away suddenly came a blast that had never been heard before. This was followed by a succession of loud noises. Wu Mingkong was stunned and subconsciously stopped struggling, turning his head to look behind him. Bang! Fireworks burst into the night sky. A sparkling firework illuminates the night. It sets off Chang'an as beautiful as a fairyland. Wu Mingkong's eyes, like a river of stars, stared blankly at the beauty in front of him, his stunning face brighter than fireworks. For a while, Fang Xiu leaned down to her ear with a smile on his brow and whispered, "Does your Majesty like it?" When Wu Mingkong heard Fang Xiu's voice, he only felt like his heart was going to melt. But in just an instant, she reacted to the fact that she was in Fang Xiu's arms. A pair of delicate pink fists smashed into Fang Xiu's chest like rain. The moment, all the emotions came rushing in like a tidal wave. The little female emperor sobbed pitifully. "You scared me to death." In the meantime, an icy beep sounded. Emotional value plus 20,000. Fang Xiu, however, didn't hear it and only held the delicate body in his arms, tighter. For a while, Wu Mingkong stopped struggling and snuggled his little head into Fang Xiu's chest, listening to his heartbeat and feeling more grounded than ever. The moonlight is gentle and lingering, stretching the 2 men out for a long time. Finally, Fang Xiu still hadn't heard that long-awaited phase father. For only a moment later, the little empress fell into a deep sleep in his arms. "It's laborious and frightening again." "It's normal." Fang Xiu looked down. Her stunningly beautiful side face still wore a peaceful and serene smile, as if she was immersed in a beautiful dream. Fang Xiu smiled and picked her up in a crossbody and returned to the carriage. By the time he returned to the palace, it was late at night. Qianqing Palace. Lin Wanair stood in place, her small hands clenched together, her entire body nervous and apprehensive. Fang Xiang wouldn't be staying overnight and the dragon collapsed today, would he? If that was the case, what should be done? Though it is a good thing for His Majesty, but without His Majesty's consent, would it be unseemly for Minister Fong to do so? Lin Wan-er's mind was messy and her mood was even more complicated. Looking at Fong Xiu, who was sitting beside the dragon's collapse, she was a bit at a loss for words. Fong Xiu's attention, however, was on the little empress. The little female emperor's slightly childishly stunning face was still wearing a smile, not knowing what she had dreamed of. The corners of her mouth hooked into a string moon, and her eyebrows were filled with happiness. Fong Xiu reached out to cover her with the quilt, looked to Lin Wan-er at the side, and instructed, "Take care of your majesty." The tone of voice was generally the same as that day in the Izzy residence. Lin Wan-er heard the figure and was a bit dazed, thinking that she had returned to the compartment of the Yiren residence. After being stunned for a moment, he reacted that Fong Xiang did not intend to stay overnight today. He was busy saying, "Yes, Fong Xiang." Fong Xiu nodded without saying anything else and turned around to leave the palace. By the time he returned to the Sagittarius house, it was already dawn. Fong Xiu also didn't expect that sending the Empress back to the palace had delayed for such a long time. It was a pretty good day. Sweet potatoes are producing as expected and gunpowder has been developed. The little Empress's body, too, was indeed as soft as imagined. The only regret I have is that I haven't heard that sang fu yet. If you miss this opportunity, you don't know when you'll have to wait for the next one. But that's how life is. It wouldn't be much fun to get everything right off the bat. Fong Xiu laid down on the bed, closed his eyes, and soon entered dreamland. The next day, early morning, Fong Xiu opened his eyes and finally remembered that he seemed to have gotten quite a bit of emotion value yesterday. It's time for the raffle. Fong Xiu thought so. Emotional value, 76. 500. Not bad, just enough for a 5-pack. Fong Xiu opened the system and took a look. The mind starts the lottery. The raffle begins. Get random celebrity summoning card *1. Receive thank you for your patronage *1. Ding. 5 draws completed. Starting to reset the prizes. Hear the system beep. Fong Xiu's mood was a bit complicated. Celebrity summoning cards, not quite the same as martial arts summoning cards or beauty summoning cards. It's much broader. There are good and bad characters that are summoned. Good luck summoning Newton, Einstein, Zhuge Liang and a host of other greats. With bad luck, it's Xu Qizhen, Jiang Gan, Zhao Gao, and these useless characters. With 20,000 emotional value, summoning the former would be a blood profit, and if the latter was summoned, it would be a blood loss. Keep it for now and use it after the raffle. Fong Xiu thought about it and decided to smoke the remaining 3 times first. Open the system. The prize tray has been reset. One more time. Diaochan summoning card *1. Chuanjia cavalry *2000. Building, Copper Sparrow Terrace. Thanks for your patronage. Classical masterpieces *20. Cubic airplane *1. Steam locomotive *10. Wu Zetian summoning card *1. Dus Ray *100. Seems to have mixed in the weird stuff again. Fong Xiu looked around and always felt that the 10,000 prize was not as good as once. When we finish this round, save up 100,000 and draw again. With this thought, Fong Xiu's mind moved and drew again. The raffle begins. The pointer slowly turned, skimming over, again, to Sable summoning card. Fong Xiu's heart jumped. I appreciate the kindness of the old system, brother. Any more is really too much to eat. It seemed to have heard Fong Xiu's heartfelt voice. The pointer continued to turn and eventually stopped at the next frame of prizes. Obtained Xuanjia cavalry *2000. Fong Xiu raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect to draw the core. 2000 basilisk armored cavalry. When used well, can do wonders. 10,000 sentiments is a bloody good deal. Better yet, the last 2 times, they drew core. Fong Xiu thought so and continued to draw. The raffle begins. Get Dusky Ray *100. Obtaining classic books *20. The system beep sounded. Fong Xiu was speechless. What's the point of having them? Might as well be a sable. At the very least it's pleasing to look at. 50,000 sentiments. Almost 30,000 down the drain. Fong Xiu was a bit depressed. This much emotional value, when placed in the mall, could be exchanged for a blue jade. But, random celebrity summoning cards haven't been used yet. It would be nice to open a 100, 000, 200, 000 level character. It's a snap to earn it back. Summoning cards, they must be powerful. With this thought, Fong Xiu took out the summoning card. Do you use random celebrity summoning cards? Yes. Fong Xiu's mind moved. Get Qi Jiguang summoning card. Is it summoned? Qi Jiguang? Fong Xiu was slightly stunned. Then his face showed surprise. The historical Qi Jiguang not only has a good hand at practicing soldiering, but also fights a battle, not inferior to any famous general, and his Qi family army, which just happened to be the same as the new army Fang Xiu was going to form, went into battle to kill the enemy with a combination of firearms and cold weapons. The 10,000 men of the new army have just been recruited, and are worried that there is no one to lead them, and Qi Jiguang is on. Just right. Who says there's nothing good in a $10,000 jackpot? And here it is. Fang Xiu suppressed the joy and excitement within his heart and began to summon. Mindfulness. The familiar white light reappeared and faded away after a few moments. A middle-aged man with a goatee and decent features appeared in front of Fang Xiu. He stood straight in place, instrumental and majestic. Looking toward Fang Xiu, he made a bow and said without being humble, "My humble servant Qi Jiguang. Greet the Prime Minister." Fang Xiu's tone was slightly agitated as he said, "With Yuan Jing's help, this minister's great endeavor can be accomplished." Qi Jiguang said, "Your Excellency the Prime Minister has flattered me." Fang Xiu reached out and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "This Prime Minister is speaking from the heart. Nowadays, when the armaments of Deqian are in disuse, we need people like Yuan Jing to fix things properly." For Qi Jiguang, reorganizing armaments is not a difficult task. He was happy to be his own man. Archly, Grasshopper is willing to serve the Prime Minister. Bow down and die. Fang Xiu looked at him and solemnly said, "In that case, then this minister will appoint you as the commander of the Divine Mechanism Battalion to lead the new army. Shinji Battalion is the name of the new army. The number is small, 10,000, and will be expanded in the future." "Thank you, Lord Chancellor." Qi Jiguang saluted again. Fang Xiu looked at him and said, "After all, it's your first time here. Life is not easy. Yuan Jing will first rest for a few days, and when the court's appointments come down, this minister will accompany you to the new army schoolyard and review the new army." Qi Jiguang arched his hand. "I will obey." In the blink of an eye, it was already 3 days later. North of the city, the new army schoolyard. It was midday, and the sun was high and scorching the earth. Thousands of soldiers stood straight and motionless. Several lieutenants, with whips in hand, patrolled the line, and as soon as they found anyone fidgeting, it was a whip. The new army trains in formation 3 times a day, once in the morning, once in the middle of the day, and once in the evening, for half an hour, regardless of whether the sun is blazing or the rain is pouring down. This type of training is a little hard for most people to tolerate, but the thought of getting a meal after the queue, you can eat 3 meals a day, the physical exhaustion became less intense again. After all, before coming here, the vast majority of people never dream of the day when they can eat 3 meals. Zhang Fantong is one of them. He's tall and he eats a lot. Still half a big boy. A meal can eat half a bucket of millet. More than the 3 brothers of the same compatriot together. When he was 11 years old, because he could eat so well, his father took him dozens of miles to make a living with some big family. It was already dark before we got there. His brain is not very good, and he is timid. He is afraid when it gets dark, and he can't even find his father when he walks. Just wandering around out there by myself. It was not until the next day, when his mother had worn out a pair of straw shoes, that he was found and led back. A few days after that, his parents had a big fight over his ability to eat. That was also the time. Gradually he realized, being able to eat is not a good thing. Also from that time, he learned to control his appetite and tried to eat only as much as his brother in general at a meal. Even if you're hungry, you don't take more than 1 bite. I was so hungry that I filled my stomach with water. And so it was, for another 7 years of living. Until now, joining the new army and coming to the Shinji Battalion, he kept the same habits as before, even though the military master told him he could eat as much as he wanted, 3 times a day, as long as he completed his training. But he was still scared. Fear that there will come a day when they will be thrown out of the NVA because they ate too much. On the day he joined the new army, Dad told him that people fight for their lives, and that if they go out, they don't come back. It was a phrase that he kept in his mind. He was dumb, but not stupid, and knew that his father was afraid that if he came back, there wouldn't be enough food in the house. But there was no resentment in his heart. He knew that it wasn't easy for Dad to support the brothers on his own, so he did everything he could each day to complete his training and keep himself here. At the moment, the sun was shining. Sweat ran from his forehead into his eyes. Zhang Fantong remained wide-eyed and stood straight. Time becomes long in this moment. I don't know how long it's been. The lieutenant's voice finally sounded. Dinner is served. Zhang Fantong's spirit lifted and he turned his head to look. Not far away, several cooks carried a large vat and came over. Immediately afterward a rich aroma wafted in. Indescribably good. Meat today? It smells so good. I wonder if I can share a bite with us. The soldiers gathered together and looked at the vat, their eyes glowing. Most of those who joined the new army were poor people. Smelling is a luxury on weekdays. Not to mention eating meat. Smelling the meat, one swallowed his mouth. The cook stood by the vat, holding a spoon, and shouted, "1 piece for each person. Don't grab it." The words fell. The crowd was first stunned. Then their eyes widened. This meat is for them? Happiness comes too suddenly. The crowd stood still, looking at each other in disbelief for a moment. This time, the lieutenant walked over and shouted, "Get in line with the bulls, everyone." The words fell. It took the pawns a moment to respond. This stew is really reserved for them. It's good to join the new army and eat meat. The soldiers looked excited, picked up their bowls, and lined up. This time of training has made it a habit for them. Nothing can happen. As soon as you hear the order to line up, you immediately have to stand in line. There was not a single person in the entire schoolyard who cut in line and appeared to be in good order. One incense stick later, Zhang Fantong received a piece of meat and 3 nests and returned to his seat. Smell the meat in the bowl. He unconsciously closed his eyes, feeling that there could be no greater happiness in the world. Aside, when a young man saw this scene, he said disdainfully, "Look at you. It's just a piece of meat. Why bother?" Zhang Fantong scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "It's the first time I've eaten meat." The youth heard this and became even more disdainful. "Just like you. You'll never get 2 dishes in your life." The young man's name was Louis, and he was originally a grain trader in Chang'an, and was quite well off. Then his business fell into disarray because the court was regulating grain merchants. Eventually fell to the point where there was nowhere else to go. There was no choice but to join the new army and get a full stomach. Because of this, he was the one who whined and complained the most out of the group. On weekdays, there is nowhere to vent, so they used the good-tempered Zhang Fantong as a punching bag, sneering from time to time. Zhang Fantong was not a fool and knew that Louis was bullying himself. But to him, a few snide remarks were nothing. He could endure anything as long as he could stay in the new army. No matter what Louis said, he just laughed it off. Stupid. When Louis saw Zhang Fantong showing a smile, his heart became even more furious and he said in a bad mood, "Do you really think that if you can eat 3 meals a day, it's considered to be a god's day?" Zhang Fantong nodded and said, "Yes." Louis said, "Then do you know who gave these meals?" Zhang Fantong thought for a moment and said, "Lord Prime Minister," though he had never met the Prime Minister. But the military lords all say that their food, clothing, and shelter are all paid for with silver from the Prime Minister. They train to fight. The war was fought for the Prime Minister's sake. Then, naturally, these meals are also from the Prime Minister. Louis looked at him and asked again, "Then do you know what kind of meals Lord Prime Minister eats on a regular basis?" Zhang Fantong shook his head and said, "I don't know. I'm telling you, compared to the Prime Minister, what we're eating isn't even pig food. That's all, and you're still grateful to people, like a dog, born with a slave's life." Louis's tone was filled with sarcasm. The words fell. The crowd looked at him in unison, an angry look on their faces. If it wasn't for the strict discipline of the new army, which didn't allow for fights and brawls, they would have given this kid a beating that would have made his own mother unrecognizable. When the always good-tempered Zhang Fantong heard this, his expression changed. He looked at Louis, his tone a bit cold. "I don't know what Lord Prime Minister eats. I don't know, but I do know that before I came here, I could only eat 2 meals a day, and 1 meal could only be a nest egg. After I came here, I can eat 3 meals a day, and I can eat 3 nests at 1 meal, and I have only been here for a month, and I still eat meat, and these are all given by the Prime Minister." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Louis. "From the Prime Minister? Ridiculous. What do you think you are? A walking dog? When the time comes, you'll have to stand in front of your master and sell your life. A piece of meat and a couple of nests will buy you a life. Why are you so cheap?" Speaking of which, Louis again remembered his grain business, doing well, inexplicably ceased. Several years of old savings went down the drain overnight. Originally, in 2 years, he could have bought a mansion in Chang'an province. But now it's good that he's crowded with this group of chowderheads and eating this shit. They still have to listen to those lackey lieutenants, brainwashing them all day long with some bullshit about how good the Prime Minister is and how wonderful the Prime Minister is. If he wasn't still in debt, he wouldn't have stayed in this hellhole if he hadn't said anything. The more Louis thought about it, the more angry he became, and he couldn't help but curse. What a shit Prime Minister. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have fallen to this state in Deqian. The old man collects grain, sells grain, clearly marked price, sells 3 times what's wrong. It's my freedom to sell it 10 times, 100 times. Who's he to say? This statement was made. The people around them stood up in an uproar and surrounded them. Furious, "Dog, try cursing again. It's not just them." Zhang Fantong, who had always been good-tempered and did not return blows or curses, also stood up in a prancing manner, eyes turning red from anger. He glared deathly at Louis and said angrily, "You can scold me, but not the Prime Minister. If it weren't for Mr. Prime Minister, I'd still be starving. When Louis heard this, he was about to sneer back, when he suddenly saw a bunch of big men gathered beside him, each of them staring at him with angry eyes. Instantly, he knew he had incurred the wrath of the people. Goaded. With a curt smile, he said, I'm just saying it off the top of my head, don't worry about it. When the rates are paid out, treat your brothers to some meat. Who cares about your broken meat? Apologize to the Prime Minister. The crowd stared at Louis and said angrily, apologize to him? Lousy's business of burning incense for tens of taels was ruined by him. Why didn't he apologize to Lousy? Louis thought of everything he had experienced during this period of time. Stubbornness also came up. Unconvinced, I did not say anything. Why apologize? When the crowd saw how arrogant he was, they became even angrier. But they couldn't do much about him. After all, the new army expressly forbids gathering people to fight, and those who violate the law will be punished with 10 military clubs, or expelled from the new army. They were poor people who could not find better work than this when they left the NVA. No one would risk that for a few words. The reason why Louis dared to say this was because he had taken advantage of this mentality of theirs. Seeing that no one is talking, a look of disdain appeared on his face as he sneered. I'm not going to apologize. What can you few chowderheads do to me? The words just fell. An angry cry was heard. Can beat you up. This statement was made. Before Louis could react, he took a solid punch to the right eye. The intense pain came like a tidal wave. He reached up and covered his right eye, howling his heart out. Only after a while did he slow down, stretching out his finger and pointing at Zhang Fantong, who had hit him. He gritted his teeth and said, You dare to hit me. Zhang Fantong stared at him, gasping for air and not speaking. Louis gritted his teeth and said, Dog-like thing, try hitting it again. The words just fell. The sandbag-sized fist was seen rapidly growing larger in the pupil. Bang! Zhang Fantong threw another punch at Louis's left eye. Ah! Louis let out a miserable wail and covered both of his eyes, crouching down in pain. The crowd saw the scene and spoke in an excited tone. Good. Well played. Zhang Fantong stood in front of Louis and looked at him condescendingly, saying indignantly, I said, you can scold me, but not the Prime Minister. Louis covered his eyes. His mind went blank inside, and it took him a while to get over it. While stepping back, he shuddered. Sick. All fucking sick. In his eyes. This group is full of brainwashed goons. That Prime Minister is high and mighty and has nothing to do with them chowderheads. Just for giving them a bite to eat. They are so defensive. Did it not occur to them that the fact that the people of Chiangwa could not afford to eat had a lot to do with that Prime Minister? It's just a bunch of idiots. Foolish. At this point, the lieutenant not far away also noticed this side and came over, saying in a bad humor, Howl for what? When Louis heard the lieutenant's voice, it was as if he had found his savior, and he rolled and crawled and leaned over, accusing, Sir, Zhang Fantong hit someone. The lieutenant looked at Zhang Fantong and questioned, What's going on? It was the first time Zhang Fantong had met this kind of thing and stood in place, his face suffocated red, unable to speak. On the side, someone defended him. My lord, it was Louis who spoke out of turn and insulted the Prime Minister first. Right, we all heard it. He was the one who insulted the Prime Minister first, and Zhang Fantong couldn't stand to hear it before he moved. When the lieutenant heard this, his eyes erupted with a cold light as he looked at Louis, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, and asked, Can this be true? Faced with the accusations of so many people, he wanted to defend himself and did not know where to do so. Simply deadpan, loudly said, I did not scold the Prime Minister. They slander me. The lieutenants who were able to enter the new army were the elite of each fold. After leading the army for many years, the ability to read people's words is still there. The lieutenant saw through who was lying at a glance, and his expression became colder as he looked at the rest of the men and said in a cold voice, Don't you have long hands? The crowd was a little confused as to what it meant. The lieutenant snorted coldly and said, Your salary and your pay, your food and your clothes, all come from the Prime Minister. As the ancients said, the Lord insults the minister. Now that the Prime Minister has been insulted, you're all just going to watch from the sidelines? These soldiers, though unread and illiterate, could understand the meaning of the words. The food they eat, the clothes they wear, the housing they live in, the pay they receive, are all given by the Prime Minister, and they all deserve to die when the Prime Minister is insulted. More commonly known as, what are you waiting for? Beat the shit out of him. Understood, my lord. The crowd rolled up their sleeves with cruel smiles on their faces as they walked towards Louis step by step. Louis sat paralyzed on the ground. His eyes were red and swollen, and he could not see anything. And when he heard this, he was scared silly. A cold wind hit him, causing him to shiver, and he said in a trembling voice, Da, my lord, I was wrong. You spare the little one. The lieutenant stretched out his hand, stopping the crowd that wanted to make a move, looked at Louis, and coldly said, "So, you admit that you insulted the Prime Minister?" Louis was first stunned, then deflated generally, kneeling on the ground, wailing, "I was wrong." The lieutenant snorted coldly, looked at the crowd, and ordered, "Press it down to military justice." "Yes, my lord." Several people stepped forward and yanked Louis up from the ground, pressing him towards the law enforcement hall. The lieutenant walked up to Zhang Fantong, looked him up and down, and faintly said, "You've done a good job." Zhang Fantong gave a simple smile, scratched his head, and said, "Lord Prime Minister gave me food. This is what I should do." The lieutenant nodded and added, "Do you know that the Divine Opportunity Battalion strictly forbids soldiers from fighting?" Zhang Fantong was not a fool and quickly reacted that the school captain was trying to punish him. "If you make a mistake, you'll be beaten. That's the rule. As long as you can stay in the Divine Mechanism Battalion, you can do whatever you want." Zhang Fantong said, "I know. A light case is 10 military sticks. A heavy case is expulsion from the new army." The lieutenant nodded, walked forward, patted his shoulder, and said, "Although you were trying to defend the Prime Minister, you did violate the military rules, and the Divine Mechanism Battalion has always been about distinct rewards and punishments. Later on, you will go to the law enforcement hall to receive 10 military batons, and then go to the reward hall to receive 1 or 2 silver pieces." Since Zhang Fantong had chosen to make a move, he was definitely prepared to take a beating, but what he didn't expect was to receive a silver or 2 after the beating. The whole thing was confused when he heard that. A tale of silver. How much grain can you buy? Even if you buy meat, you can buy a good-sized piece. That said, the meat is really flavorful. Someday when I'm on vacation, I'll definitely buy a piece and go back to give my parents a taste. When Zhang Fantong thought of this, a happy smile appeared on his face and he saluted. "Thank you, Your Honor." The lieutenant nodded and was about to say something. A heavy bell sound spread in vain throughout the entire schoolyard. "Hear the bells." Zhang Fantong and the lieutenant all changed their faces, and without saying a word, they drew their legs and ran. When the bell rang, no matter what you were doing, you had to run to the middle of the schoolyard and stand in formation within half a T. That was the rule. A few moments later, Zhang Fantong ran to his position and stood straight and motionless. Fellow officers have also taken their places. Less than half a T. 3,000 men in the north schoolyard, all assembled. The sun is high. The soldiers stood straight and stared ahead. There, a middle-aged man with a goatee and decent features stood equally straight. Qi Jiguang looked around and was very satisfied. The new army, though only trained for a month, was much stronger than the Dengzhou guards when he first took over. He believed that under his training, in half a year at the most, this new army would have a combat power not weaker than that of the Dengzhou guards. Once everyone is assembled, Qi Jiguang opened his mouth. "This general's surname is Qi. His name is Jiguang. He is the Prime Minister's personally appointed commanding officer of the Divine Mechanism Battalion. From now on, the Divine Mechanism Battalion will be under the command of this general. No rules. Today, this general will set the rules for you first. If you disobey your superiors, if you fail to obey orders, or if you forbid more than you can do, you will be beheaded. Anyone who fraudulently claims illness on the battlefield shall be beheaded. Anyone who abandons his weapon on the battlefield shall be beheaded. Ambush combat. In the event that the bandits do not rise and rise early, the team will be beheaded, and all soldiers will be bundled up and beaten." Qi Jiguang said dozens of military rules in a row. The soldiers listened intently, afraid to miss any of them. Fang Xiu stood on the side, looking at the scene in front of him. His heart was very satisfied. With Qi Jiguang, it won't take long for the Shinji Battalion to form a fighting force. The only problem is that the development of firearms is just getting started and there is still a long way to go before they can be mass-produced. However, with 2,000 Xian armor cavalry in place, unless it was an invasion by Yin and Zhou with their countries, they could barely cope. The problem of food has been tentatively solved. Time to focus on armaments next. Fang Xiu thought this in his heart as he looked at the Divine Mechanism Battalion in front of him. In the meantime, the palace, the Hall of Nourishment. Wu Mingkong's heart, but all he thinks about is Fang Xiu. Gorgeous fireworks, cool evening breeze, lightly scented with cinnamon, and the indescribable throbbing. A scene from a few days ago keeps churning like the waves of a river. Thinking about it, Wu Mingkong's eyes, which were as starry as the sky, were somewhat mesmerized. For a while, she woke up from her memories and looked at the piles of medals on the case, feeling more and more that she was too indisputable. That treacherous thief humiliated her in every way, and gave her only a little sweetness, and she indulged in it, and could not extricate herself from it. Where's the semblance of a king? Just a stupid little girl. Mingkong, how could you fall so low? Today we must finish approving the Zhang. Never think of that traitor again. Wu Mingkong gritted his teeth and admonished himself inwardly, and then with a firm conviction, he picked up a copy of the Jingji, and after opening it, he browsed through it from top to bottom. The sermon came from Shuzhou. Stripped of useless nonsense, there is only one meaning: the rebels have been eliminated. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Wu Mingkong's eyes lit up after reading the Zhang Fang Xiugai said a month ago, as long as we wait until the fall harvest, the rebels will not attack and destroy themselves, and now it is really true. Humph. Look at it this way, that treacherous thief, though abominable, still has some tact. Think about it. Wu Mingkong's absolutely beautiful face suddenly froze. How can one think of him even when reading a Zhang? Inexplicable. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little depressed, as if there were shadows of Fang Shou everywhere in her life. Yet things shouldn't be like this. He is a traitor, is a minister of power, is my greatest enemy. Stop thinking about him. No. Wu Mingkong forced himself to recall the image of fingering a deer for a horse. A moment later, he felt a wave of anger rise in his chest, hated him so much that he gritted his teeth, and decided to stop thinking about him. With this anger, Wu Mingkong picked up another Zhang. This sanga came from Yangzhou. Some people saw Zhou's soldiers and horses gathering at the border between Yangzhou and Zhou, not knowing what they were going to do. Wu Mingkong's expression was somewhat disdainful after reading this Zhang. If it had been a year ago, Zhou's troop buildup would have made the court look like an enemy. However, since that Zhou emperor introduced a new policy, the internal conflicts of the Zhou kingdom have been increasing day by day. The scholars were almost on the opposite side of the Zhou court. Under these circumstances, even if Emperor Zhou wanted to restart last year's war, his heart was still in the right place. For Zhou to gather troops at the border at this time of the year, there are only two possibilities. 1. The Zhou emperor wanted to use this to pressure the court to achieve some unknown goal. 2. Emperor Zhou wanted to use the army at the border to deal with the internal lineage clans. Which one exactly, with the information available, is impossible to tell, but either way, it won't have much of an impact on the court anytime soon. Wu Mingkong kept this matter in his mind, casually approved 2 sentences, and put it aside. Just then, Lin Wanner carried a bowl of cinnamon porridge to the Empress's side. Your Majesty, the porridge is ready. Wu Mingkong looked up. The white kanji was dotted with a few grains of osmanthus, and when smelled carefully, it had a faint aroma, a flavor similar to the one he had smelled in the mountains a few days before. Wu Mingkong sniffed the osmanthus aroma. His thoughts once again drifted back to that night, his eyes somewhat lost in thought. Your Majesty? A soft call pulled Wu Mingkong back to reality. A blush appeared on her fair face. Pretending to be bland, she nodded and said, Got it. Lin Wanner looked at the Empress with a somewhat strange expression. These past few days, whether it was reviewing the papers, or having a meal, or taking a bath, His Majesty would always have a misty-eyed look in his eyes, and he didn't know what he was thinking about, although she was curious, but after all, she was a slave girl. If His Majesty didn't say anything, she couldn't ask. She could only hold it in her heart. It's causing her to be very difficult right now. Wu Mingkong reached out to receive the osmanthus porridge, picked up the spoon and placed it on his lips and blew on it before bringing it to his mouth. After swallowing it, she seemed to have thought of something and said absently, "Sugar was added to today's porridge?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Lin Wanair felt a little strange. Since Feng Xiang sent the white sugar, the porridge had always been added. Why does Your Majesty ask this question? Immediately afterward, the Empress was heard asking again, "How's the business of the Jumbo Jumbo in the past few days?" Lin Waner thought for a moment and replied, "It's not bad. I heard that yesterday another 10,000 taels of silver came in." Aha! Wu Mingkong nodded inside. Although Fang Xiu is a trader, he has some means in the way of business. Although the back of the Jumbo Jade is the Sangoku mansion, it is not run by Minister Fang himself, so why would His Majesty suddenly talk about this? Lin Waner was puzzled in her heart and opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but before she could open her mouth, she heard the Empress ramblingly say, "I don't know what that trader has been doing these past few days, other than running the Jumbo Jumbo." Lin Waner replied, "These past few days, Minister Fang has been inspecting the new army, from morning to night." Speaking of which, she suddenly thought of something and looked at the Empress with a dawning look in her eyes. His Majesty spoke from sugar to jamboree, and from jamboree to business. Actually, it was to ask what Feng Xiang was doing these days, right? Think about it. Lin Wanair was as if she had been enlightened. Suddenly, I realized what His Majesty had been thinking these past few days. Turns out it was thinking about the Feng phase. Looks like His Majesty had a good time with Minister Feng on his birthday. Feng Xiang is also. His Majesty is 28 years old and in love. It is the time when he needs the company of his beloved. He favored not coming to the palace for several days in a row and ran to the outskirts of the city to inspect the new army. as if he was not the one who carried his majesty back to the palace that day. Sure enough, no man is good. You just got it and you're gonna start a new one. Nope, don't seem to have gotten. Then it's not even a start and stop. Lin Wan fell into deep thought. Patrolling the new army. Wu Mingkong muttered, remembering his tour of the North City school grounds some time ago. The soldiers of the new army only know that they are loyal to the Prime Minister, not to the Son of Heaven, and not to the court. A sudden irritation rose in his heart. She was angry because the traitor took the court's silver and kept private soldiers running to the schoolyard all day and night. It was never because he didn't come to the palace to see her. The moment the Empress wanted to shout Feng Xiu to her and question him properly, whether this new army belonged to the court or to the Sanggunian. Why is it that the soldiers of the new army only know the Prime Minister and not the Son of Heaven? But on second thought, the new army from top to bottom, whether it is the new commanding officer, or captains and lieutenants, they are all his close friends, so there is no point in asking, but rather, it is a self-inflicted humiliation. Simply don't bother with him either. Anyway, that traitor is already powerful, so adding a new army is no big deal. Besides, when that traitor enters the palace as a queen, won't all this still be mine? Thinking about it, Wu Mingkong suddenly came up with strange thoughts again. The white face turned red with a brush and secretly spat. It's all because that traitorous thief has been molesting her all day long, causing her to have a nervous breakdown as well. She would never be with an old man who was about to enter his prime, even if she were to die alone. Then again, he's 28 years old and still hasn't married or had a child, so it can't be that he's got something to hide. I'll have to have the imperial physician give him a good look someday. Don't really have any problems? Wu Mingkong was holding the osmanthus porridge in his hand. His thoughts drifted to nowhere, and his eyes got lost again. Lin Wanner stood on the side, looking at the Empress and sighed in her heart. It's over. It's over. His Majesty has fallen in love. She hesitated for a few moments, but called softly, Your Majesty. Wu Mingkong looked at him, his eyes blank. Lin Wanner said, Drunken Flower Pavilion has brought in a set of glazed marigolds today. Do you want to take a look? Wu Mingkong had never been interested in exotic treasures. In her opinion, what glazed lamps are like vases. Someone cares, is a treasure. No one cares, is worthless. This kind of thing, chicken ribs in general, tasteless and discarded. But, just because she doesn't like it doesn't mean others don't. For example, Feng Xiu, that traitor, has always been extravagant and vain. Something like a glazed marigold, he would have loved it. Think about it. Wu Mingkong looked at Lin Wanner and said indifferently, Bring it to have a look with me. Yes, Your Majesty. Lin Wanner saluted and turned to leave, holding a set of glazed marigolds. A few moments later, arriving in front of the Empress, the sunlight passes through the glaze and radiates a brilliant light, as if the soft waves of the sea and the golden luster of light were blooming in this moment. See it? Wu Mingkong couldn't help but think of the fireworks that day. Same beauty, as moving as it is. The glazed marigolds were said to be a set, but in fact there were only two. One larger and one smaller, beautifully carved with the same crystal clear patterns. Wu Mingkong stretched out her slender catkin and picked up the glazed marigold. Looking at it, the corner of her mouth hooked into a smile. On the side, Lin Wanner looked at the Empress with some curiosity in her heart. His Majesty has always disdained these exotic treasures. What's wrong today? Just as he was wondering, he heard the Empress coldly say, Flamboyant but not real, as if chicken ribs, and that traitor is generally the same. All are gold and jade outside, but defeated in the center. Chicken ribs and traitors, just the perfect match. Pack up later and send this to the Sagittarius. Lin Weiner, obviously you want to give someone something, and you go around in such a circle. Your Majesty, aren't you tired? The heart spat, but the mouth responded. The slave girl knows. Wu Mingkong put down the two glazed marigolds and suddenly thought of something, looked at Lin Wanner and said, You said just now that the glazed marigolds were sent by someone? Lin Wanner said, Back to Your Majesty. It's the Drunken Flower Pavilion. Drunken Blossom Court? Wu Mingkong frowned slightly, not having much of an impression of this Drunken Flower Pavilion. Lin Wanner explained, It's the biggest merchant store in the Zhou Kingdom. The business involves a wide range of business. Over the years it's opened almost all over the Zhou Kingdom, and there are also their stores in Chang'an City. Saying this, after a pause, he added, And according to the slave girl's understanding, the proprietor behind them is the eldest princess of the Zhou Kingdom, Li Yingyu. When Wu Mingkong heard this name, his face showed a dazed look. So it was her. The Empress was deeply impressed with this Li Yingyu. She was in the year of her golden hairpin when she heard the name for the first time. It is said to be deep-minded and tactful. There were quite a few people in the Zhou Kingdom at that time who pushed for Li Yingyu to join the Eastern Palace. However, the late emperor of that Zhou Kingdom still established his firstborn son as the crown prince. the current emperor of Zhou. Corresponding. On the other hand, Wu Mingkong, the only daughter of the great Qian emperor, was weak and useless. Wu Mingkong and Li Yingyue, both imperial daughters, were only different because of their status. A man with talent but no place to put it. One is incompetent but is in charge of the Eastern Palace. There is a strong contrast between the two. Therefore, many people often compare these two together, lamenting the injustice of fate. It was only after Emperor Zhou ascended the throne that these voices gradually subsided. I haven't heard from her in 2 years, so it turns out she's gone off to run a mercantile. She is as competitive as I am, and even if she doesn't ascend to the throne, she is not willing to be ordinary. It's not easy to run a store to this extent. Think about it. Wu Mingkong sighed in his heart, looked at Lin Wanner, and asked, "Do you know why the Drunken Flower Pavilion is offering this item?" Lin Wanner hesitated and said, "The slave girl speculated that it should be for the formula of monosodium glutamate and refined salt." When Wu Mingkong heard this, he laughed coldly in his heart. MSG and refined salt, very involved. Not to mention a set of glazed marigolds, even if it was 100 sets, 1,000 sets, in front of the formula, it was still worthless. Think about it. Wu Mingkong coldly said, "Anyone from the Drunken Flower Pavilion who wants to see me will be rebuffed." Lin Wanner said, "Yes, Your Majesty." After a pause, he asked, "Then this set of glazed marigolds?" Wu Mingkong glanced at her and faintly said, "Didn't I say just now? Send it to the Xianghua mansion. What comes to hand? Don't take it for nothing. The slave girl understands." Lin Wanner nodded, put away the glazed marigold, and was about to leave. Wu Mingkong looked at her back, seemed to have thought of something, and called out to her again. "Wait." Lin Wanner held a glazed marigold and looked at the Empress, somewhat bewildered. Wu Mingkong hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Leave the glazed marigold. Send someone to the Xianghua mansion, and let him come and get it himself." Lin Wanner instantly understood. A smile appeared on her face and she responded, "Slave girl understands." Wu Mingkong saw her knowing smile and immediately understood what she was thinking. "It's tempting to explain. I called in here to discuss Zhou's troop deployment at the border. Not to see him, but on second thought, I have a clear conscience. Why do I have to explain to her? And if I really say it, I always feel that there is a little bit of the meaning of this place is not silver 300 taels. Granted." Seeing Lin Wanner with a smile of slave girl understands everything, the Empress still felt a little annoyed, and with a stern face, coldly said, "The ground is dirty." Lin Wanner was stunned and subconsciously lowered her head, looking at the ground. "I just swept it. It's clean." "Ah." She raised her eyes to the Empress, wanting to say something. Before she could speak she saw the Empress's eyes and instantly understood what was going on. Commiserating. "The slave girl will clear it." South of the city, the Sanggunian mansion. Afternoon sunlight, creeping up the window edge. Dappled projections warmed the corners. Courtyard. Daji reclined in her rocking chair, holding the talking book in her hands and concentrating on it. The story describes a little fox, reincarnated as an adult, entrusted by the gods to use her beauty to seduce the high-powered but cruel and tyrannical prime minister, looking for an opportunity to kill him and return peace to the world. But in the process, there is an accident. The little fox indulged in love with the prime minister, cannot be extricated, resulting in the failure of the plan of the gods. The world is in chaos, and ultimately the two people are both martyred. The story is corny, but Daji just loves it. As soon as I had a spare moment, I held it in my hands and read it intently. Half the time. She's halfway through the book. The plot of this story is, the little fox snuggled into the prime minister's arms, picked up a bunch of grapes with her slender soft razor, and placed them at the prime minister's mouth. Then the prime minister smiled evilly, hugged the little fox tightly and put his big hand. As Daji looked on, Fang Xiu's figure couldn't help but appear in her mind, and her soft eyes became watery. In the talking book, the little fox and the prime minister are just at the crucial moment, and are about to put it into practice. Daji subconsciously swallowed her saliva, stretched out her soft razor, turned to the next page, and was about to enjoy it. A melodious piping sound suddenly rang out in the courtyard. Moment! The intention collapsed. The excitement is all but gone. Daji gritted her teeth and looked at Yang Yuan on the side, saying angrily, "You have to practice now." Yang Yuan took the cave shao, glanced at Daji, ignored her, and blew to herself. When Daji saw the scene, a ball of anger rose in her chest, stood up, walked to her, snatched her caveman, and said angrily, "You're not allowed to blow." Yang Yuan stood up in a flash, glaring defiantly at Daji and puffing, "You're jealous of me, hear that?" Daji was slightly stunned, her eyes downward, fixed on the center, the corner of her mouth hooked into a disdainful smile. "Jealous you're not voluminous?" Not a handful refers to a woman's slender waist, but from the look and tone of Daji's eyes, Yang Yuhuan tasted something different. Annoyed, she gasped, "You're jealous that I'm good at sound and you're not." After saying that, he felt that he still fell behind and forced himself to make up for it. So what if it's not voluminous? The Sagittarius likes it that way. Daji looked at her and shook her head in mock sympathy, not saying anything. Yang Yuhuan reached out and pointed at Daji. Her face reddened and she was too angry to speak. It took a while to hold it in. "Wait until I've practiced my caveman. Let's see if the Prime Minister still favors you." Humph. When Daji heard this, her expression became a bit strange as she looked Yang Yuhuan up and down and asked, "Who told you that Master Xiang likes cavemen?" Yang Yuhuan grunted. "I won't tell you, Daji." Yang Yuhuan saw Daji's expression and felt a little strange, and after hesitating for a moment, she still opened her mouth. When Xior and the girls were talking, they said that men like women. I'm sure it's the same for the Sangha. When Daji heard this, her white face turned red, and for a while she finally couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. Yang Yuhuan was even more infuriated at the sight, but she didn't know what she was laughing at and could only sulk alone. It took a few moments to calm down and sit back down, removing another new caveman from his back, ready to continue practicing. Though she was young, she came from a noble background, and since she was a child, she was proficient in music and rhythm, good at singing and dancing, and especially good at playing the pipa. In her opinion, cave pipes and pipas are nothing more than sound and rhythm, and with diligent practice, they will surely have a small success that the Sangha will enjoy. Think of it this way. Yang Yuhuan put the caveman to her lips and was about to start practicing. Daji, however, suddenly laughed. "Don't practice, it's useless." Yang Yuhuan looked at Daji and said defiantly, "Bah, don't think I don't know. You were afraid that if I practiced my caveman, Master Xiang would like me more, so you stopped me 3 times. When Daji heard this, she wasn't annoyed, she just stared at her lips for a while before laughing. "Sister doesn't lie to you, it's really useless." Seeing that her expression was sincere and didn't look like a lie, Yang Yuhuan asked suspiciously, "Why?" Daji said, "You." Yang Yuhuan's pair of phoenix eyes are all bewildered, puzzled. "What does this have to do with?" Daji smiled and didn't explain. Seeing this, Yang Yuhuan did not have the good sense to say, "You're coaxing me again." Daji looked at her and suddenly thought that this little girl was quite cute, was about to explain to her. Before he could speak, he saw Yang Yuhuan suddenly stand up. The eyes became watery with a pitiful look of resignation. "Sister, Yunu knows it's wrong. Yunu will definitely not practice Shao, while sister is reading in the future. Even if it's for the sake of the Sangha, it's not okay. Sister, forgive Yunu and return the Shao to Yunu, okay?" When Daji saw the scene, although she was a bit puzzled by the change in her attitude, she still felt a bit happy and had a feeling of being in charge. "That's more like it." Daji handed back the whole pipe and said, "No more practicing in the future. Got it?" "Aha, got it. Thanks sis." Yang Yuhuan pitifully took the whole Shao, seemed to think of something, eyes seeped out tears, sobbed. In fact, Yunu also just wanna make the phase master happy just. Daji. She was a little confused. This little girl is usually open-mouthed and ferocious, and she looks defiant to everyone. Just now, you were against her. How come you're so obedient in a while? For a while. It was only then that Daji suddenly reacted that it might be the master coming. Subconsciously, he turned his head to look behind him. Sure enough, Feng Xiu, who was dressed in a gold-trimmed scarlet robe, just stood there, looking at the two of them. When Daji saw the scene, she suddenly felt a little aggrieved. It's clearly that little Hoof's fault. In the end it was as if she was the one who was bullying her. It's so infuriating. This time, Yang Yuhuan seemed to have only just seen Feng Xiu. Her stunningly beautiful little face revealed a look of surprise, and holding a cave Shao, she stood up and said crisply, "You're back, Master Xiang." Feng Xiu looked at Daji and Yang Yuhuan in front of him. A faint smile appeared on his face and changed the topic. "It will be the Mid-Autumn Festival in a while, so if you two have anything you want to eat, tell the Prime Minister so that he can order in advance." Daji knew that her master was giving her a step, opened her mouth and was about to speak. Before he could open his mouth, he heard Yang Yuhuan on the side crisply say, "As long as I can be with the Sangha, everything tastes good." Daji squinted over at her and hated to pinch her arm. "Sooner or later, I'm going to be pissed off at this little hoof." Daji looked at Feng Xiu and opened her mouth. "Master, something has happened to Jumbo Jade lately, and the slave wants to report to you." Yang Yuhuan stood in place, as if she hadn't understood, with a confused look on her face. Daji gritted her teeth and added, "This matter is very important, and my slave can only tell it to you alone. That's all that's been said." To stay any longer would be to look like she didn't know any better. A wave of irritation rose in Yang Yuhuan's heart, but her face still held a sweet smile, crisply saying, Master Xiang wants to discuss business with sister. You knew we'll leave first. After saying that, she gave a standard woman's salute at Fang Xiu and Daji and turned around to return to her house. As soon as he entered the house, he ducked into the doorway and pressed his little head against the window, listening to the commotion outside. He didn't hear a sound for a while, and was deflated. Huffing and puffing, he lay back on the bed, holding the caveman and thinking about what Daji had said earlier. Why, can't you practice caveman? I'll make it. The other side. In the courtyard, Daji, as if she was a victorious little fox, revealed a victor's smile and came up to Fang Xiu, calling out in a delicate voice, Master. Seeing her look of triumph, Fang Xiu felt a little amused and reached out to gather her in his arms, saying softly, It's been a hard time. When Daji heard these gentle words, she only felt a heart melt. Pushing her head against Fang Xiu's chest, she softly said, Working for the master. People don't work hard at all. The two embraced each other on the patio for a while. Only then did Daji think of the main thing and said softly, Master, the identity of those spies, Haitang has already found out. All of them are from the Eastern Seizure Factory of the Zhou Kingdom. The East Anti-Trafficking Factory is the secret service organization of the Zhou state, directly commanded by the Zhou Emperor, in charge of guards, arrests, and penal institutions. Fang Xiu's brows furrowed slightly as he coldly said, So, it's Emperor Zhou who's manipulating behind this incident. Daji snuggled into his arms and responded, That's what Begonia said. She's been busy cleaning up the eyes of various countries buried in China lately and couldn't find the time to come and see Master. So she asked someone to bring the message that Emperor Zhou has been stockpiling soldiers and horses at the border with bad intentions, and that Master must be careful to be on guard. A year ago, Emperor Zhou brazenly started a war, using the Huban army as the vanguard to invade Deqian. The court was unable to cope with the situation and could only sign an agreement to pay compensation of 3 million taels of silver and cede most of the land in Yangzhou. Even so, the Zhou emperor did not agree, and finally compromised only under the pressure of 100 officials. The wolf's ambition is clear. Fang Xiu had always been clear. He would not be satisfied with one state and would one day invade. But according to the intelligence provided by Haitang, the Great Zhou is implementing a new government, and the scholarly class is in fierce revolt, with many internal conflicts. Even if Emperor Zhou wants to start a war, it shouldn't be at this time. If Zhou invades, it's not really easy to deal with. Fang Xiu's brows furrowed slightly as he began to compare the strengths of the two countries. Zhou's army was strong and there were no external threats. If Emperor Zhou was determined to start a war, unless flintlock muskets and flamethrower cannons could be mass-produced ahead of schedule to equip the new army, Xianguo could not be stopped. Early mass production is not realistic due to metallurgical technology and productivity constraints. If you want to resist Zhou, you can only use the power of the system. If it's not possible, lock up the little empress in the Sanggunian Palace, and I'll personally go to work and flog her every day. With the emotional value gained, exchange the core. 20,000 Xuanjia cavalrymen should be able to counteract Great Zhou's Huban army. This thought appeared in Fang Xiu's mind and was quickly rejected by him again. There is a limit to how far people can go with their mood swings. If she really put things to an end, the Empress would grieve more than she would die, and it would be difficult for her to gain emotional value in the future. It is not desirable to dry up the water. A thin stream is the way to go. Beyond that, there's another reason. People's hearts are made of flesh. During this time, the little Empress had clearly developed emotions towards him other than that of a ruler and subject. Fang Xiu wasn't too tolerant of letting her face such a change all of a sudden. In case it plays out, the original arrogant little Empress can't come back. Fang Xiu thought so. Not far away suddenly came the butler's voice. Master, there's someone from the palace, saying that His Majesty wants to see you. Got it. The butler saluted and retired. Fang Xiu looked towards the flirtatious little face in his arms and lowered his head to kiss her bare forehead. This prime minister will enter the palace first. A blush appeared on Daji's fair face, and she lowered her head, softly humming. Half an hour later, Fang Xiu, who was wearing a gold-trimmed scarlet robe, arrived in front of the little empress. Fang Xiu, see your majesty, the dragon chair. Wu Mingkong raised his eyes to look at it and handed the zheng in his hand to Lin Wanner, saying, take it to Minister Fang. Yes, your majesty. Lin Wanner held the zhengji and came to Fang Xiu's front, presenting it with both hands. Fang Xiu reached out and took the zheng, and after opening it, he browsed it from top to bottom. The petition was presented by the assassin of Yangzhou, mainly saying that the Zhou kingdom had suddenly hoarded a large amount of troops, horses, and grain on the borders of Yangzhou, and requesting your majesty's advice on how to deal with the situation. What does Minister Fang think about this matter? Wu Mingkong's pair of beautiful eyes looked at Fang Xiu in front of him, his tone flat. Fang Xiu closed the zheng and spoke. I thought that since the Zhou emperor started to implement a new policy last year, The Zhou state has been in constant internal conflict, and in a short period of time, the Zhou emperor has no reason and cannot spare the energy to start another war. He made this judgment based on common sense, but this person, Emperor Zhou, has always been crazy and doesn't act according to common sense. Less than a year after ascending the throne, he tore up the alliance with the Qian kingdom and invaded brazenly. Hundreds of officials advised and were pressured to sign a truce, and then turned the tables on them. In less than a year, new policies were introduced, such as the law of collecting soldiers, the law of protecting armor, and the law of equalizing the tax on square fields, stood in opposition to the clerical class. Any emperor in his right mind, even if he wanted to make some achievements, would not be so hasty. So, Feng Xiu added, however, this person, Emperor Zhou, is crazy and has always acted inconsistently. Even if I judge that he will not start a war for the time being, I should have the Ministry of Military Affairs prepare ahead of time and set up some more troops in Yangzhou. Even though the army of the fold has no battle power, but it is there, it can always be useful. Even if it's tens of thousands of hogs, put them on the road. They'll serve as a buffer. When the little female emperor heard Feng Xiu's analysis, she was a little happy in her heart and said, I think so too. Feng Xiu was speechless. The little female emperor added, there is another thing. The drunken flower pavilion of the Zhou kingdom presented a set of glazed marigolds, scheming for the formula of monosodium glutamate and refined salt, which I did not agree to. I think that they will not give up easily. When you go back, let the people of Jumbo Jade be more cautious. Guard the formula and don't let others steal it. When Feng Xiu heard this, he thought for a moment, looked at the Empress, and faintly said, Your Majesty is teaching the minister to do something? Little Empress. Emotional value plus 2000. Wu Mingkong looked at Feng Xiu with some annoyance and said in a bad mood, I'm the king and you're the subject. Why can't I teach you how to do things? Feng Xiu Dao, I am an auxiliary minister and the father of your majesty's phase. Has your majesty ever seen a daughter teaching her father how to do things? You. Wu Ming'er was so red in the face and ears that he stretched out his finger and pointed at Feng Xiu, half speechless. This traitor! I can't believe I'm comparing myself to a father and I'm comparing myself to a daughter. It's just rampant. Is he still thinking that one day? I will call him dad. Think about it. Wu Mingkong was even more annoyed, and it took a while to calm down, saying in a bad mood, I won't see eye to eye with you. Feng Xiu Dao, your majesty still owes me a name of Sangfu, and has been dragging this out until now. So it's only right that I don't see eye to eye with your majesty. Emotional value plus 1000. When these words came out, Wu Mingkong was instantly absent. In any case, she did promise to call out to this traitor as her phase father. It's not a good idea to keep dragging it out like this. Otherwise, every time they quarreled, this traitor would take this as a point, and she couldn't refute it. If you can't, find an opportunity to call him out sometime later. Think about it. A blush appeared on Wu Mingkong's fair face, and he pretended to be bland. I promise you that I will definitely do it next time. Feng Xiu glanced at her and asked, which time is the next time? Wu Mingkong gritted his teeth, finally made a decision. Red-faced, with a mosquito voice, at the latest, the Mid-Autumn Festival. Feng Xiu raised his eyebrows and said, Your Majesty's voice was too soft. I didn't hear it. Emotional value plus 1000. Wu Mingkong glared at him and said in a bad mood, What else do you do all day long besides bullying me? Will earn silver, control food prices, grow sweet potatoes, train a new army, build fireworks. Feng Xiu said a lot in one breath. The little empress was dumbfounded to hear this. It took a moment before she blushed and raised her voice. At the latest, at the Mid-Autumn Festival, we will definitely fulfill our promise. Got an affirmative answer. A smile appeared on Feng Xiu's face as he asked, Does your majesty have anything else? If not, I will leave first. He's just here and he's leaving. The traitor is that busy. It's not like we have a beautiful woman hidden in a golden house and are in a hurry to go back and warm up. For some reason, Wu Mingkong always felt that time passed quickly when he was with Feng Xiu. She thought for a moment and spoke. I have one more thing to ask you. Your majesty, please. Wu Mingkong hesitated and asked, What do you think of the effect of Zhou's new policy if it were to be placed in my Dakian? Hearing this question, Feng Xiu showed a thoughtful face and decided to answer the empress in a euphemistic way. Is his majesty feeling too secure in his throne? Wu Mingkong instantly understood what Feng Xiu meant and gave him a blank stare, saying, I am of the opinion that the local government has been rotten to the roots, so we might as well uproot them. It might even work wonders. It's called unbreakable. Don't look at the little empress as a sufferer and a little pitiful in front of Feng Xiu, but there are actually some means. There is also a better understanding of the local situation. It is nothing but collusion between officials and gentry, corruption and oppression of the people. In her opinion, there was only one way to change the situation, change the law. Emperor Zhou's New Deal. Wu Mingkong studied it carefully. In all respects, it is more perfect and well suited to the Great Qian. When implemented, it can significantly increase the strength of the court. That's why it was asked. Unbroken. When Fang Xiu heard this, he smiled slightly and said, "If your majesty isn't afraid of being hanged from a crooked-neck tree, just go ahead and do it. Emotional value plus 2,000. The empress blankly glanced at him and said without any goodwill, "If I am wrong, you can correct me, so why be gloomy?" She knew it in her heart. The state of Zhou was strong and powerful, and after the implementation of the new policy were all contradictory, and the court was in an uproar. Great Qian is weakened. Naturally it is even more unworkable. But she had only casually mentioned that why should this traitorous thief be sneering, gloomy and annoying. When Fang Xiu heard this, he tightened his smile and walked over to the empress, looking at her from above as he faintly said, "Your majesty seems to have misunderstood something." Shocked by Fang Xiu's sudden aura, Wu Mingkong shrunk his neck and whispered, "What is it?" "Fang Xiu Dao, I am not your majesty's father and am not obligated to take care of your majesty as I would a daughter. Does your majesty know what would happen if the conversation between you and I today were to spread outside and the 100 officials knew that your majesty had a change of heart?" Wu Mingkong would like to say, "You usually not call yourself my Fei's father, and now say that I am not your daughter. Feelings only want to take advantage of me, do not want to be responsible?" While thinking this in his heart, his expression was cold. "In my opinion, Minister Fang is a bit of an alarmist, isn't he?" This statement was made. Fang Xiu slammed his hands on the table with a thud, his body leaning forward, his sharp eyes gazing at the empress as he coldly said, "I'm not joking with your majesty. Don't look at the current de Qian on the surface calm, as if there is no problem, but in reality, it's rotten to the core. Without a strong new army, it is undoubtedly suicidal to try to change the law and snatch me from the mouths of the scholars, not to mention the little empress. Even Fang Xiu didn't have the heart to change the law until he was strong enough. Don't look at the Fang party's strength in the courtroom." When Fang Xiu raised his arm and called out, the responders gathered, and even if he pointed a deer as a horse in the courtroom, there were countless people fawning and boasting. It really touches the core interests of the clergy. Except for Qin Xingyan, Qian Haonan, and a few other public ministers who were tied to Fang Xiu, all the others were going to turn against him. After all, the person who provided for them to study hard, take the imperial examinations, and enter the dynasty as an official was the family behind them, not Fang Xiu. The fundamental interests they had to defend were the interests of the family behind them, not his Fang Xiu's, much less the emperor's interests. To them, it made no difference whether the master of the court was surnamed Fang, or Wu, or even Li. Just don't move them and everyone will be fine. If you move them, they just fight to the death and will not compromise easily. The empress knew that Fang Xiu was looking out for herself, and although she was ferocious, her heart was sweet. She pretended to be cold and said with a stern face, "What are you yelling so loudly for? I am not deaf." "Fang Xiu," Wu Mingkong said, "I know. I will not mention the matter of changing the law in the future. When Fang Xiang mentioned it, I will mention it again, okay?" Fang Xiu stood up with a relieved look on his face. "I am doubly pleased that your majesty has come to this realization." "Fuck off," Wu Mingkong spat. Fang Xiu arched his hand and said, "Then the minister will leave first." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. "Wait." Fang Xiu looked toward Wu Mingkong. Wu Mingkong pretended to be cold and said, "The glazed marigolds that Drunken Flower Pavilion presented. I'm useless in keeping them, so take them back, and consider them as my reward to you." On the side, Lin Wanner carried a glazed marigold and came to Fang Xiu's front, presenting it with both hands. Fang Xiu looked at it. Suddenly, I realized that the so-called glazed marigolds seemed to be glass bowls produced by Zen Bazhai. The manufacturing process of glass is not that complicated. Fang Xiu let Jumbo Zhai produce glass a long time ago, only as a luxury item, sold to some wrongdoers. I didn't expect that this set of glazed marigolds, after a few twists and turns, had returned to my hands. Fang Xiu picked up the glazed marigold and wanted to say something, but when he raised his eyes, he saw the anticipation in the empress's eyes. She seemed to wish she had taken the gift. Fang Xiu thought about it and swallowed back the words he originally intended to say, revealing a smile. "Thank you, your majesty." Fang Xiu returned to the Shanghua mansion, and it was still dark. Yan Yuan is practicing her caveman in the yard. Daji was lying in a rocking chair with a talking book in her hand, cotton stuffed in her ears, and a pair of long legs swaying and swaying. See this scene. Fang Xiu suddenly felt a bit cozy and didn't disturb them. Returning to his room, I was just about to make myself a pot of tea and take a break. Just saw a letter on the table. It is inscribed in the name of Hari. A letter from Hari? Fang Xiu was slightly stunned as he picked up the letter and after opening it, he browsed through it from top to bottom. There is a lot of content on the letter and it's no nonsense. It's all dry. The writing is all about what he saw and heard in Qingzhou. The first is the ills of local government. From the assassins of Qingzhou down to the petty officials of the county offices, all of them are corpses and corrupt. He had to send people to keep an eye on all the relief grain that was being transported to Qingzhou, or else he couldn't say when there would be a change of heart. The officials at all levels of his orders, all of them, disobeyed him. He had to be prodded a dozen, if not dozens, of times for even something as trivial as erecting a porridge hut. There is no need to say that all the kanji dishes are just handled in a perfunctory manner. Regarding the ills of the local government, Hai Rui listed many in one breath. It took a full incense stick of time for Fang Xiu to read them all. But, early on, before sending Hai Rui to provide relief, Fang Xiu had thought about the possibility of these situations, so he wasn't too surprised. Keep looking down. It's the rampant banditry in Qingzhou. In a small Qingha county, there are a dozen gangs of bandits. Hai Rui and his entourage, I do not know how many times they were looted along the way. Fortunately, the guards accompanying them were quite capable, and although they suffered heavy losses, they were able to protect them to the Qingzhou rule. The end of the letter. Hai Rui suspects that someone is trying to murder them and wants the prime minister to send an army to keep them safe. The first two items were expected by Fang Xiu. The latter item, however, was something Fang Xiu hadn't expected. Someone in Qingzhou had the audacity to murder the special envoy sent by the imperial court to provide disaster relief. It's simply lawless. Fang Xiu's face showed anger as he slammed the table and said in a chilling voice, "Seek death." The special envoy for disaster relief, though without rank, represented the imperial court when he arrived in Qingzhou, and had a high status and great power. They plotted to kill the special envoy today, and what they would do tomorrow, Fang Xiu didn't even dare to think about. Prepare the horses, this minister wants to leave the city. Half an hour later, Fang Xiu arrived at an open wasteland on the outskirts of the city. No one lives nearby. Summon the core and you won't be noticed. Mindfulness. A system tone followed. Is it summoning the Xuanjia Cavalry *2000? Yes. Next, a white light enveloped a clearing not far away. A moment later, the white light dispersed. 2,000 heavy cavalry appeared in front of Fang Xiu. They were covered in metaphysical iron armor from head to toe, with only 2 eyes showing on their entire body. Horse lance in hand. Short sword at waist. The warhorse at his hip was clad in iron armor. From a distance it looks like a moving iron tower. Greetings, Lord. The 2,000 Xuanjia cavalrymen controlled their warhorses and saluted in unison. Their movements neat and tidy, as if they were one person. The aura of solemnity and murder is chilling. Each and every one of these Xian armor cavalrymen had crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, possessing extreme strength. On the sands, they are the grim reapers of life. Indestructible. What goes around comes around. Using them to deal with the bandits in Qingzhou is just too big a deal. However, Fang Xiu couldn't find an army that he could rely on for a short period of time, so he could only use a bullseye to kill chickens. Cavalry alone won't do. We need to summon another general. Think about it. Fang Xiu opened the system mall and browsed up from top to bottom. A few moments later, Fang Xiu chose a martial arts general that seemed to him to have a good price/performance ratio, and with a thought, he began to exchange it. Will you consume 20,000 emotional values to exchange for a Gao Shun summoning card? Yes. Get Gao Shun summoning card. Is it used? Use. The familiar white light reappeared. Wait for the white light to dissipate. A fierce general clad in heavy armor appeared in front of Fang Xiu. He is stout in appearance. His body is awe-inspiring. His chest is broad and horizontal, and he seems to have the courage that is hard to be defeated by 10,000 men. When he saw Fang Xiu, he immediately arched his hand and saluted. My Lord Gao Shun. Greetings to the Lord. The heavy armor clunked and gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Fang Xiu looked at him and said with a straight face, Gao Shun, this minister orders you to be a trapped general. Lead the Xian armor cavalry and head to Qingzhou to protect Hai Rui and quell the mountain bandits. Gao Shun's expression was serious as he arched his hand and saluted with a straight face. My lord, Qingzhou is located in the northwest, bordering with Yangzhou, and has more hills. The state capital is located in the county called Beichuan County, which has 2 counties under its jurisdiction, in addition to the county seat. At the moment, it was midday and the sun was blazing. Beichuan County Town. Inside the post station, Hai Rui and a few officials from the Ministry of Revenue were sitting around a round table to eat. Next to it was a large pot of broth and water, not even a few grains of rice. The round table was also set with 3 stacks of small dishes and nothing else. Holding the bowl, Hai Rui picked up his chopsticks, clamped a bit of salted vegetables and put them into his mouth, chewing while speaking. You run, Lu Jin. You two gather the guards after dinner and follow me on another trip to Qingha County. Qingha County is located in the southern part of Beichuan County, where disasters are severe and bandits are rampant. Hari just went to Qingzhou and made his first stop there. Now all the counties and prefectures in Qingzhou have been run through. Another trip to Qinghe County. If the situation has improved, it is almost ready to return to the capital to resume. Yes, my lord. The official whose name was called responded and continued to drink the porridge. Said porridge, and water is not much different. You have to drink a few bowls, to be barely full. Even so, not a single person at the table complained. It's not that they don't want to complain, they're just too embarrassed to ask. Other people, Lord Hai, the Prime Minister's personal order of the Special Ambassador for Disaster Relief, ate the same thing with them all the time, and the clothes on their bodies are rotten with holes, which have not been mended until now. It's a true two-sleeved, high-flying affair. It's useless for them to complain, so why make a fool of themselves? Why don't you save your energy and use it for disaster relief? Several officials were of the same opinion, and they buried their heads in kanji one after another. Only one youth put down his bowl, raised his eyes to Hai Rui, and asked, "What about the underling?" Hai Rui looked at the young man and said in a calm tone, "You continue to stay in the county and guard the granary. These days are the critical time. No mistakes can be made." With that, he stood up, walked over to the cauldron, and added a bowl of porridge to himself, drinking it as he did so. "Young Xin, I know you want to go out of the city to provide relief, but guarding the granary is a big deal." Before the words were finished, a thud was heard from behind him. Qin Yongxin slammed the bowl heavily on the table and stood up with a pang of anger. "What's at stake is a pretext. There are guards guarding that granary. Why even let me go? Don't think I don't know how you think. It's just that I think I'm the son of a minister, and I'm a government official, and I'm just adding to my resume so that I can be promoted in the future. You despise me, so you won't let me do anything. Which of the people here, except me, has not been out of the city on disaster relief, and I alone have remained in the county? Disaster relief, relief until now, not even a shadow of the victims to see. You call this disaster relief? Bullshit." The crowd subconsciously glanced at Qin Yongxin, and then quickly lowered their heads as if they hadn't heard anything. Hai Rui held the bowl, turned his head to look at Qin Yongxin, and said in a calm tone, "Bandits and robbers are rampant outside. There's nothing wrong with staying in the county." Qin Yongxin exclaimed, "I'm not afraid to die." Hai Rui was silent for a moment and added, "Before I left the capital, I promised Lord Qin that I would bring you back properly." Qin Yongxin gritted his teeth and said, "He's my dad, but he can't control everything about me. I can come this far, and it's not by him. I'm a second-rate scholar from the 19th year of Dezheng, and I." Hai Rui interrupted him, "Watching the granary is also disaster relief." When Qin Yongxin heard this, his eyes turned red and he clenched his teeth and said with determination, "If you don't take me with you today, I'll die here." Hari gave him a look and didn't say anything. Qin Yongxin, however, saw a familiar undertone in his eyes. That was the way his dad looked at him, still treating him like an overgrown child. He was a second-grade scholar in the 19th year of Dezheng, and was a master of the 6th grade in the Ministry of the Household. Not a magistrate, much less a child. Think about it. Qin Yongxin could no longer restrain his inner emotions and knelt on the ground, his head pressed against the ground, and said with a sobbing voice, "Lord Hai, I know, it's the last time we go out of the city to provide relief, so take me with you." Aside, the rest of the officials felt a bit speechless when they saw this scene. This yamen is not spoiled into a fool by Lord Shangshu. There are bandits everywhere out there, and the last time there was disaster relief, Lord Hai was almost slaughtered by bandits. Other people can't even avoid it. You still have to come up to it, somehow. No, it's the brain that's sick. Hari saw the scene, but was silent. Ryoga sighed and said, "When you get to the place, do as you're told and don't wander off." When Qin Yongxin heard this, he raised his head violently and looked at Hai Rui with an agitated expression and a trembling voice. "I will do as I am told." Late August. The weather is still hot. The sun was blazing, curling up the leaves. Qinghe County, City Gate. Several large pots were set up with dry wood underneath burning a roaring fire. As time passes, the aroma of the porridge gradually radiates out. The victims gathered around the area stared at the cauldron with dead eyes, swallowing their saliva continuously. Among the victims were old people, children, and more still young and strong. All of them were disheveled, ragged, and bone-thin. Qin Yongxin stood behind a large pot, holding a wooden stick and stirring it constantly. His forehead was covered with sweat, but he didn't feel tired. This was the first time he had gone out of the city to provide relief, the first time he had met the victims, the first time he had transported food, and the first time he had given kanji. Everything is full of novelty. Look at the pot of grains and greens that keep tumbling from the boiling. A sense of pride came over me. At the moment, He was providing relief instead of staying in the county to guard the granary and do nothing. For a while, feeling the pot of porridge, simmering almost, Qin Yangshin put down the wooden stick, walked over to Hai Rui's side, and said, "My lord, it's almost time." "Aha." Hai Rui nodded and looked to the mandarin on the side, giving him a wink. The mandarin immediately understood, and with a few men, he shouldered the sack and walked to the cauldron. "What's this about?" Qin Yangshin looked at a few people, his face puzzled. Before the fellow officer next to him could answer, he saw the mandarin draw open the sack, carry it up, and pour it into the pot. When Qin Yangshin saw this scene, he was first stunned, then took a few steps to come up. It was discovered that the sacks were actually filled with chaff for the pigs. Instantly, Qin Yangshin caught fire and said angrily, "What are you doing with the porridge that this official has just boiled?" The mandarin was a bit confused when he saw Qin Yangshin get angry, a blank look on his face, and he didn't know what to say for a while. "A bunch of dogs. A good porridge is ruined by you." When Qin Yangshin saw that they didn't speak, he became even more enraged, rolled up his sleeves, and was about to punch someone. The officials from the Ministry of Revenue next to him were busy stopping him. Adding chaff to the porridge was Lord Hai's idea. It had nothing to do with them. Spent over a month with Hari. To his character, Qin Yangshin was still very much recognized. Heard it was his idea. Qin Yangshin stopped immediately, looking toward the fellow officer with a puzzled face. He asked, "Chaff is for pigs, not people. So why add this to the victim's porridge?" "There are two reasons. One is that chaff is cheaper. Add chaff. Can relieve more victims. The second is that the real victims, line will starve to death. Even the chaff feel delicious, pretend to be a victim of disaster, find it difficult to swallow. They will not grab porridge." When Qin Yangshin heard this, he was greatly shocked, and opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but not knowing how to speak. It was a while before he muttered, "But this chaff is not for human consumption." That household ministry official sighed, leisurely said, "Qin Tajen, you are not aware of what it is like to be hungry to the extreme. This line will starve to death. It is not a person. It is an animal. It is a pig and dog, not to mention the chaff. It is a human being." That said, it ended abruptly. Without saying the latter words, Qin Yangshin understood. He was a scholar in the 19th year of Dezheng, well read in poetry and books. So how can he not know that there is a word called ez to eat? Analyze the skeleton to cook. The word is so far away that I've only seen it in books. So close again, so close that it's just around the corner. Qin Yangshin stood dumbfounded, unable to speak for a while. This time, several pots of gruel with chaff are simmering pretty much. Hai Rui walked to the front of the victims with a serious expression and said in a solemn voice, "My name is Hai Rui, by order of the Prime Minister. In Qingzhou disaster relief, the relief porridge must be thick enough to insert chopsticks. The chopsticks float, the heads fall to the ground." The words fell. Several mandarins took out their chopsticks and threw them into the pot, all of which were firmly inserted. Although the chaff is added, but with Hai Rui and other people usually drink porridge then, but also a lot thicker. When the surrounding victims saw this scene, they all gulped, but none of them fought for it, simply because standing in front of them was Master Hai Rui Hai. A month ago, it was this same Master Hai, who said he came to provide relief on the orders of the Prime Minister. At first, none of them were hopeful. After all, before that, whether it was a lord from the county or a lord from the state, the gruel was administered in the same way. At first it was all talk, and you did get 2 or 3 bowls of good porridge, but what happens after that? It's still the same clear soup, and if you want to fill your stomach, you have to settle for bark and dirt. However, what happened later was beyond their expectations. Instead of making kanji or saying anything about the scene, Master Hai chopped off the heads of several other lords in front of them, and that was the day it started. The porridge given by the lords is no longer a clear soup. It wasn't as thick as Master Hai's porridge, but it was still good enough to fill their bellies and keep them from starving to death. They have not read and cannot read, but they are not stupid and know that this is all due to Master Hai. It's also a credit to the Prime Minister, as Master Hai calls him. So, this time, Master Hai came back to give kanji again, and not one of them fought for it, not one of them grabbed it. They knew that this Master Hai was true to his word and would keep them fed and watered. Hai Rui exclaimed as his eyes flicked over the victims' bodies. "The kanji is ready. Line up for your kanji." The words fell. Thousands of victims moved forward trembling, carrying broken bowls, and stood in front of the cauldron. These victims are partly from Qinghe County, and partly from outside counties. There are many people. More people would be needed to keep order. Even the guards who originally protected Hai Rui were pulled to give kanji. The only person standing beside Hai Rui was Qin Yangshin, who hadn't slowed down yet. Hai Rui saw that Qin Yangshin looked disoriented and walked up to him. Opening his mouth, he wanted to say something, and before he could speak, he saw Qin Yongshin's eyes redden. "My lord, my humble servant is truly damned," Hai Rui said. "You come from a wealthy family, have not seen such a scene, the heart is difficult, get used to it later will be good." Qin Yongshin shook his head and said in a trembling voice, "That's not what my humble servant meant." After a pause, he gritted his teeth and said, "My father," just opened his mouth. Then I heard Hai Rui say, "There are some words that are kept in the heart and do not need to be said." As an old greaseball, what kind of things Hari has not seen when he came to this world? Besides Feng Xiu, the first person he met was Qin Yongshin's father. Qin Xing, minister of the household, said, with just one glance, Hari could tell that it wasn't a good one. But this is Dakian, which sucks even more than Deming. Qin Xingyan was not the only one who was not good. The prime minister paid the price and summoned him out because he wanted him to do something, not to fixate on someone. He also believes, one day, when the time is right, the prime minister will fix the court. If not, the prime minister would not have called him in the first place, but would have called Li Linfu's stream. When Qin Yongshin heard this, he opened his mouth to say something. The words came to his lips, but he still couldn't spit them out. There was just silence. Just then, a growing number of victims crowded toward them. The crowd, several youths, daggers clutched in their hands, faced the cauldron, but their eyes were fixed on Hai Rui, who was not far away, approaching step by step. In just a few moments, they arrived in front of Hai Rui with a fierce expression and a stern voice. "Die, Shasta!" A dagger stabbed out in vain. In a flash of lightning, Hari subconsciously took a step back just to avoid the sharp edge. Only by a millimeter. The sharp dagger would have pierced the small of his back. Aside, when Qin Yongshin saw this scene, his eyes widened. A look of fear appeared on his clear face. He wanted to shout something, but he couldn't make a sound, and his mind went blank inside. Eventually it was the more distant mandarins who reacted first and yelled, "There's an assassin! Protect Lord Hai!" A blow missed. The assassins charted and clutched their daggers, rushing towards Hari. Each one was agile and purposeful, obviously having planned this for a long time. When Hai Rui saw this scene, his face showed anger, but he did not try to be brave and turned around to run. "Don't let him get away. Kill!" The assassins looked fierce, clutched their daggers, and gave chase. "Motherfucker! Get out of the way!" Hai Rui's guards, blocked by the victims who were receiving porridge, stamped their feet in a hurry. Sometime after that, in front of the city gates of Qinghe County, there was a rare and strange scene. A middle-aged man in robes clutched the corner of his coat and ran as fast as he could with his legs pounding. 4 or 5 stout assassins, clutching daggers, were in hot pursuit. Not far away, the constable of the county office stood still, coldly watching. In the crowd, the guards were distraught, driving away the victims with their sheaths. Qin Yongshin stood frozen in place, as if he was scared silly. His mind was blank, and he only felt a buzzing sound in his ears. It took a moment to come back to his senses, gather his courage, and hiss loudly, "Catch the assassin!" The words fell. The guards had rushed out of the crowd and caught up with the assassin. Although these assassins had gone through some training, they were still too far from the guards of the Sangoku Palace. Less than half an incense stick. The guards then held them down. Seeing this, Hari's whole body relaxed, his hands on his knees, breathing heavily. A few moments later, Haley, who had slowed down, came to the assassins and stared at them with an expressionless face. There were 5 assassins in total, and all of them had their heads down at the moment, not saying a word. "My lord, give my humble servant an hour, and I will surely interrogate them clearly." One of the guards came up to Hari's side and said so. Hai Rui's face was expressionless as he coldly said, "Kill them all." The guard looked puzzled and opened his mouth to say something. Before he could speak, he heard Hari repeat himself, "Kill now." The guards' faces were puzzled. It was clear that they could interrogate the mastermind behind the scene before killing. Why were they in such a hurry? But hearing Hai Rui in such a determined tone, he didn't say any more and arched his hand. My lord." Next, the guard drew his sword, walked up to the assassin, and without saying a word, his hand rose up and his head fell to the ground. The rest of the guards drew their swords at the same time. 4 more heads fell to the ground. The bodies of the assassins slammed to the ground in a cloud of dust. In the meantime, at the city gates, an angry voice suddenly rang out. In broad daylight and a clear sky, these thieves dared to assassinate the imperial envoy. Simply bold and reckless. No matter what, this official will find out who's behind them and bring them to justice. Hai Rui and the guards turned their heads to look, and saw a middle-aged man in official clothes, hurrying over. "Lord Hai, my humble servant really didn't expect that Qinghe County would have such poor and vicious people, and I'm really ashamed for not protecting them well." The middle-aged man who spoke was the governor of Qinghe County, Zhao Yue. Hai Rui glanced at him and faintly said, since my disaster relief. This kind of poor and vicious people, I have seen a lot. It is not surprising. When Zhao Yue heard this, he opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but the words reached his mouth and swallowed back. Ryoga smiled twice before saying, "Poor mountains produce unruly people. Qinghe County is like that. My humble servant will definitely learn a lesson tonight and send more constables to protect your lordship and atone for his sins." Hai Rui said, "I've already made an appointment with Lord Wang, the assassin of Qingzhou, to return to the county and attend a dinner party before tomorrow, so I won't be staying in Qinghe County tonight." Zhao Yue opened his mouth and wanted to say something else. Hai Rui, however, reached out and interrupted him. "My mind is made up. Lord Zhao doesn't need to say more." After saying that, he no longer looked at Zhao Yue, but looked at the officials and guards accompanying him and exclaimed, "Today's kanji giving will end here. Pack up our things, let's try to rush back to the county before it gets dark." My lord." Without a moment's hesitation, the officials and guards began to pack their bags. Even Qin Yangxin, who had just been dumbfounded, sensed that something was wrong and, no longer pretending, ran to lead the horse. Less than an incense stick, the group then packed up. "My lord, it's all ready." Hai Rui nodded and looked at Zhao Yue, saying nonchalantly, "Tajin Zhao, I'll see you later." After saying that, he arched his hand and turned around to get into the carriage. The wheels turned slowly. The group of people just followed the official road, heading in the direction of the county. Zhao Yue stood still and watched Hai Rui and his group leave, his expression gloomy to the extreme. Seeing this, a constable came up and said archly, "My lord, what should we do now?" Zhao Yue glanced at him, and without saying a word, he went up and kicked him, cursing, "Useless thing, what a bunch of shit to look for." The constable was kicked, but he didn't dare to say a word, and said in a trembling voice, "I deserve to die." Zhao Yue glared at him for a while before he calmed down and said, "Send someone to inform Zhao Yoli. Cut off the roots and kill them all. Even if it's an egg, it must be shaken loose and yellowed." My lord. On the official road from Qinghe County to the county seat, Qin Yongxin sat in the carriage, recalling everything that had happened before. His face reddened and he said in shame, "The next official is really not competitive. Once I met the matter, I was scared silly." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Hari. "This is not the time for that." Qin Yongxin was slightly stunned and hesitated for a moment, saying, "What your excellency means is that the one surnamed Zhao will send people after us?" Hari didn't answer. Seeing this, Qin Yongxin muttered, "In broad daylight and on an official road, he shouldn't have the guts." Hai Rui glanced at him and said, "A dog jumps over the wall in a hurry, and when a person reaches the last moment, anything heartless can be done." Qin Yongxin's face was puzzled. Hai Rui didn't explain to him, lifted the curtain and asked, "How many miles?" The guard said, "Back to your excellency, it's already 20 miles from Qinghe County." "Got it." Hai Rui lowered the curtain, looked at Qin Yongxin, and asked, "How are your writing skills?" Qin Yongxin didn't understand why he suddenly asked this question, but still answered, "Moderately." Hari said, "Then you sit in the back." As the words fell, the carriage gradually came to a halt. Hari stepped out of the carriage, taking out the dagger in his pocket. He cut the connecting rope. Off to the side, the guards saddled the horse again. Hai Rui rolled onto his horse, looked at Qin Yongxin, stretched out his hand, and said, "Come up." Qin Yongxin was stunned, and without hesitation, he followed suit and rolled onto his horse. Immediately after, the group left all their provisions behind again and sped off in the opposite direction. Road. Qin Yongxin tried to say several times, the Qingzhou assassin and the Qinghe magistrate, even if they had more guts, would not dare to plot against the special envoys sent by the imperial court in public. His excellency has been a little too cautious in throwing down his provisions and turning his course. But think of your humiliating performance earlier, how he was embarrassed to open his mouth. Until half an hour later, it was getting farther and farther away from the Qingzhou rule. Qin Yongxin finally summoned up the courage and opened his mouth. "Your excellency, my humble servant thought that even if that Qingzhou assassin and Qinghe magistrate had great courage, they would not dare to conspire to murder." One sentence remains to be said. Suddenly there were sibilant noises coming from the woods on either side. Immediately afterward, there was a monstrous shouting and killing sound. "Cut off the roots. Leave no one alive. Kill." Qin Yongxin subconsciously turned his head to look, and seeing the attire of those people, his eyes widened and his mouth slightly opened. Unable to speak in shock, the people who were ambushed in the forest, clamoring for decimation, were all wearing the clothes of the government soldiers. The weapons used, too, were all standardized long knives. These people are not bandits or constables. It's the government soldiers. They did not even change their clothes before intercepting the special envoy sent by the imperial court on the official road, which is bold. For a moment, Qin Yongxin couldn't find an appropriate word to express his shock and anger at this moment. Actually, before he could slow down, the government soldiers had rushed forward and fought with the guards of the Sengoku mansion. Each one is as good as 10. But what lay before them was a dozens of times the enemy. These people could grind the guards to death even if they used a wheel battle. It's over. It's over. It's hard to escape death today. Unfortunately, by the shade of my ancestors, I have not been able to make an inch of merit until my death. I am not willing to do so. After what happened before, Qin Yongxin has grown a lot, and at this moment, facing a situation of certain death, his mind is no longer blank, and even has a few moments of frankness. There are times when people are just so strange. Only when you actually face death do you realize what kind of person you really are. Qin Yongxin could finally be sure at this moment. He's not a cowardly punk-ass yakuza. He's just too well protected. Yongxin, after rushing out, informed the Prime Minister at the first opportunity that Qinzhou has rebelled. Qin Yongxin was thinking about life when he suddenly heard Hai Rui's voice and turned his head to look, only to realize that he had rolled over and dismounted. Instant red eyes. Lord Hai was still thinking about his father's words up to this moment. That's what the book says. A promise weighs 1,000 words, right? Lord Hai, my lord is not leaving. Qin Yongxin, his face firm, also rolled over and jumped off his horse, exclaiming, I want to be with your excellency. Not far. A lieutenant looked at them and snorted in disdain. 2 men. So pretentious, evil or not? Qin Yongxin glared at the lieutenant and cursed. Traitor, rebellious thief, evil thief, and dares to spout bullshit in front of your father. That lieutenant was stunned, obviously not expecting a civil official to curse so harshly. His face showed anger and he was about to counterattack when a cool breeze came from his side. It was the guard's long knife. He had to withdraw his gaze and focus all his attention on his enemy, raising his sword in response. Next, Qin Yongxin's voice was heard once again. Traitor, rebellious thieves, wicked thieves. His mother. The lieutenant was furious, but he had no time to fight back, and his teeth were itching with anger. Seeing this, Qin Yongxin continued to curse. The voice echoed and fell on the ears of every government soldier, making them even more depressed. There were 1,000 or 2,000 government soldiers in the ambush. The guards that followed Hai Rui were only 50 or so. With such a disparity in numbers, they hadn't gotten the slightest advantage. Instead, the guards were killing red-eyed, each of them brazen and bloodied, killing the sky and the earth. One time, the government soldiers listened to the angry curses and held their long swords, but they were somewhat afraid to approach. This time, not far away, the captain suddenly let out a furious cry. Whoever kills Hai Rui will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. Moment. The government soldiers rushed at Hai Rui again as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. Kill. When the guards saw this, their hearts sank and they contracted their formation, surrounding Hari in the center. Lord Hai, my humble servant has failed in his duty. I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you today. One of the guards held a knife, red-eyed and with determination in his tone. When Hai Rui heard this, his eyes turned red in vain, a guilty look appeared on his face, and his voice trembled a little. You have done well, and it is I, Hari, who have wronged you. The Prime Minister only told me to provide disaster relief. I preferred to investigate corruption, although I collected evidence, but not the slightest use, but even dragged all of you, dragged down the Prime Minister. I, guilty, Qin Yongxin said. It's all these traitors, rebels, and evil thieves, bold and heartless. What does it have to do with you, Lord Hai? Hari opened his mouth to say something else. The government soldiers, however, did not give him another chance. One by one, they rushed up with their knives, wailing. Seeing this, the guards could only raise their swords to meet the battle. Hai Rui and Qin Yongxin looked at each other and both picked up their knives from the ground as well, clutching them in their hands. Although these government soldiers were low in combat power and weak in will, there were simply too many of them. Killed a bunch of them, and there's a bunch more. Plus the temptation of 100 taels of silver is too great. There are always some humongous ones that rush ahead. One incense stick later, the guards were more than half damaged. It was no longer possible to protect Hari. Hai Rui also held the belief of certain death and raised his sword to kill the enemy. It's just that his 2 strokes are slightly inferior to the government soldiers. It didn't take long for one of the lieutenants to kick him to the ground. The lieutenant carried his sword, looked at Hai Rui on the ground, and with excitement in his eyes, he raised his sword and slashed down hard. Die. In an instant, the blade was only a punch away from Hari. A time of life and death. Qin Yongxin suddenly appeared and blocked the enemy with his sword. But he was also slashed by another house soldier as a result. Ah! The intense pain came like a tidal wave. Qin Yongxin let out a miserable wail, his brows knitting together. Bang! The government soldier saw this and seized the opportunity to go up and kick. Qin Yongxin staggered a few steps and slammed to the ground, landing right next to Hai Rui. He ate a mouthful of dirt and shouted in a slurred voice, "Traitor! Rebellious thieves! Wicked thieves! His mother! Hari, it's that time of year, and you still don't forget to shoot your mouth off." This Qin Yongxin is a quick change, dead in the water and still fucking screaming. The lieutenant's face showed anger, and he stepped forward with his sword, raising it high in the air, and said angrily, "I'll kill you first today." The knife has not fallen. The ground suddenly shook. The lieutenant felt the vibration and was first stunned. Then his brows furrowed slightly as he looked in a certain direction. That's the official road to Zhangzhou. The end. A yellow sand rolled in, and a noisy gale, mingled with sand and gravel, let out a roar. Between the shroud of smoke and dust, it was as if there was a moving tower that loomed large. The earth is trembling. The yellow sand is roaring. The gale was raucous. At this very moment, all the government soldiers, all stopped, clutching their swords, staring blankly in a certain direction, their hearts suddenly becoming incomparably apprehensive. They weren't sure what was hiding in the smoke at the end, but just feel that unstoppable aura, and a thought of defenselessness rose in them. The more knowledgeable captains and lieutenants looked at the yellow sand, but knew it well. Only heavy cavalry launching a charge would have this earth-shaking effect. But they don't understand. How could there be heavily armored cavalry in the land of Qiangua? To know, the silver to support one heavy cavalryman is enough to support dozens of government soldiers. The barren Qian kingdom couldn't afford to take out this amount of silver. The last of Qiangua's heavily armored cavalry had disappeared a decade ago. As far as they know, the only nearby states with heavy cavalry were Zhou and Yan. Could it be that Zhou and Yan have invaded? Even so, it should appear in the direction of Yangzhou, not Zhangzhou. The moment. A lot of thoughts went through the lieutenant's head, but he soon realized that none of that was the point. The point is to escape. No matter who the enemy is, there's a silver lining to running now. The sobered-up lieutenant, without the slightest hesitation, threw away his long sword, turned on his horse, and galloped off toward the forest. In the meantime, the government soldiers who stayed in place finally got a good look at the visitor at the end. It was a moving castle. His entire body was covered in arcane armor. There were only two eyes, bubbling with an ethereal light. Tiger. Suddenly, the cavalry let out a low roar, neat and loud, like a hammer. It hit the hearts of the government soldiers. Moment. A dozen or so government soldiers were so scared that their livers and gall bled. Their legs went limp and they knelt on the ground, shitting and urinating. The Xuanjia cavalrymen with horse lances in their hands were like the god of death that reaped life. The soldiers are invincible. The government soldiers showed fear in their gazes and hissed in hoarse voices, "Run!" Facing the charging heavy cavalry, the government soldiers instantly gave up their resistance, dropping their armor and fleeing in all directions. It's just a shame. It's too late to escape at this point. Kill! A cry of rage. The Xuanjia cavalrymen, like iron towers, rushed into the crowd and killed in all directions. Between the shroud of sand and dust, a blood-red fishy odor began to spread across the noisy official road. Countless wails bloomed in the wind. It was so thick it was almost suffocating. In the short time it took to burn incense, there were no more living government soldiers on the official road. Hari, Qin Yongxin, as well as the remaining dozen or so officials and guards who had survived. It took a while for them to react in the face of this sudden turn of events. They were saved. The Xuanjia cavalrymen stopped charging, maneuvered their warhorses, and stood in place. A man rolled over and dismounted, walked up to Hai Rui and arched his hand. "My Lord Gao Shun, meet Lord Hai." Hai Rui was slightly stunned when he heard the name, and then quickly reacted. This General Gao, like him, was responding to the Prime Minister's signs from a long history. Is General Gao following the Prime Minister's orders to protect me and clear out the mountain bandits? Exactly. Got an affirmative answer. Hai Rui no longer hesitates. Said, "Qingzhou assassin plotting treason. Clear as day. Please General lead the troops with me to go to Beichuan County. Nip it in the bud. In the boundaries of Qingzhou, there are 3 folding houses stationed. All the government soldiers together are only 6,000. 2,000 Xuanjia cavalry is enough to sweep." Gao Shun said. "Good. Just listen to Lord Hai." After saying that, he rolled onto his horse, looked around at the Xuanjia cavalry, and said aloud, "Target Beichuan County. Depart. Qingzhou seat, Beichuan County." The back hall of the government office. A middle-aged man with a big belly, clad in official clothes, paced back and forth. "It's been 2 hours. Why is there still no news?" The middle-aged man's brows tightened in an apprehensive manner. He is precisely the mastermind behind the plot to murder Hai Rui, the third-ranked feudal official. Wan Lu, the assassin of Qingzhou. Aside, Zhao Yue, the governor of Qinghe, was equally terrified, his forehead covered in sweat. Hearing the words of his top boss, but he forced himself together and squeezed out a smile. Lord Assassin, please rest assured. Captain Zhao has always done a steady job, and this time, he even personally led the troops and ambushed them on the road that must be traveled to leave Qingzhou. So no surprises will surely be able to take down Hai Rui. Wang Lo looked at him askance and said coldly, what if there's an accident? Zhao Yue was choked and didn't know how to answer for a moment. When Wang Lo saw his appearance, he was furious and said in a bad mood, I told you to find more good hands and not to skimp on the silver. Did you listen to this official? Zhao Yue muttered. Listen to shit. Wang Lo scolded. That Hai Rui is as thin as a bone. 5 trained assassins can't even catch up. Do you think this official is a fool? It must be because you found 5 random punks to save money that the assassination failed. It's just as well that the assassination failed, but you have to let the tiger go. What else are you saying? You've already sent people to intercept them on the official road leaving Qingzhou. How smart do you think you are? Why don't you just send soldiers to intercept them as soon as they leave? When Zhao Yue heard this, his heart was really aggrieved to the extreme. With his life at stake, how could he possibly save silver on this? The assassin hired was clearly first class. That hurry did run faster than a rabbit, too. As to why this is so, who would have thought? And Qinghe County is not the residence of the folding house at all. Just a dozen constables. How can they beat Hai Rui's guards? When this dog says these things, he is clearly taking it out on himself. Zhao Yue thought more and more angry. Muttered. The next official would like to send soldiers to intercept. Where the soldiers are. How fucking stubborn you are. Wang Lu was enraged and lifted his leg, about to kick it up, but because he was too fat, he accidentally lost his balance and fell towards the back. Bang! Wang Lu planted himself on the ground, splattering a cloud of dust, and wailed, ouch! Old ass! Aside. When Zhao Yue saw this scene, his face was suffocated in red, and it took a while before he went up to assist. My lord, my humble servant helps you up. A few moments later, Wang Lu stood up, one hand holding his waist, one hand covering his butt, his brows furrowed. Zhao Yue was on the verge of holding back tears when he saw this. When Wang Lu saw this scene, he became even angrier and broke into a rage. You dog, laugh your ass off. With that, he was about to reach out and hit Zhao Yue. Zhao Yue subconsciously reached out to block, before he could raise his hand. A rush of footsteps was heard from outside. My lord, something big is wrong. When Wang Lu and Zhao Yue heard this, their hearts thumped, subconsciously glancing at each other. Both could see the uneasiness in the other's eyes. My lord, an armored cavalry has come from outside the city, raging, and is attacking the city. Wang Lu was shocked and said, when did my Deqian provide for an armor-clad cavalry? How come this official doesn't know about it? Who is the leader? Can you see it clearly? The official gasped for air, and it took a while for him to calm down and return. It's Hai Rui. Shit. Wang Lu instantly realized that the situation was not right. His brows furrowed, and he began to think of a way to deal with it. After thinking about it, there was only one plan that was the most appropriate. Run! Wang Lu looked at the Mandarin and shouted, go back and tell General Lu that reinforcements will arrive soon. This official will fight with him in blood. The people are in the city. The official said, yes, my lord. After saluting, he turned to leave. Wang Lu watched as his back disappeared from sight and started to take off his official robe without saying a word. Aside, Zhao Yue was still puzzled. Lord Wang, where are the reinforcements coming from? Wang Lu glared at him and cursed in a bad mood. Stupid bastard. There's a fart of reinforcements. Don't run yet. Zhao Yue was stunned and blurted out. Then why did you tell General Lu to make sure to hold it? You've been kicked in the head by a donkey. He's not taking the front. How can we escape? Wang Lu stepped on the official robe. How could he not take it off? So he could only look at Zhao Yue and said in a good-natured manner, come and help this officer. Oh who? Zhao Yue came up to help him, his brain still a bit foggy. It took a while to respond. Lord Wang is selling General Lu short. My lord, how can you say that General Lu is also your sibling? Will you do this? Will it be a little? Wang Lu glared at him and scolded. This official sees that your brain is really broken. So what if you're a brother-in-law? Is there a life that matters? If you pity him, go defend the city for him. When Zhao Yue heard this, he fell silent. Just then, there was a sudden cacophonous clamor from outside. Immediately after, the door was kicked in from the outside. A strong voice suddenly came out. Search from room to room. Never let that dog thief Wang Lu escape. When Zhao Yue heard the voice, he was slightly stunned and thought, why is this voice so familiar? Next, he suddenly reacted. The one who spoke was Assassin Wang's brother-in-law, Beichuan Folding General Lu Geng. This, Zhao Yue's face was odd as he subconsciously looked at Wang Lu who was on the side. Wang Lu obviously also heard that it was Lu Barge's voice, and his face was as ugly as if he had eaten Shang. Next, Lu Gon walked into the house, looked around and immediately locked his eyes on Wang Lu. Sister, brother-in-law. Wang Lu looked at his brother-in-law and squeezed out a pleasing smile. There was a misunderstanding. The words just fell. An angry cry was heard. Who's your brother-in-law? There's a fucking misunderstanding. You monarchless, fatherless, disloyal dog thief. Shut the fuck up. The series of outputs made Wang Lu so angry that he couldn't speak. You. Lu Chong pressed him not to give him a chance to speak, raised his voice and said angrily, as the assassin of Qingzhou, you are the third grade of a feudal official. You should have served as an official for the benefit of one side, but they are heartless, embezzling money and food, and oppressing the people. I am sorry to His Majesty and the Prime Minister at the top, to the ancestors at the center, and to the people at the bottom. It's cheaper to say you're kingless and unfaithful. You're simply unforgivable. It's the beasts, pigs and dogs. When Wang Lu heard this, he was so angry that his head was dizzy, and he stretched out his finger to point at Lu Chong, saying in a trembling voice, You have been half a day. And before you could say anything, you heard Lu Bang said, Men, take this thief down, hand it over to Lord Hai. Yes. Several government soldiers stepped forward and held Wang Lu down, yanking him outside. This time, Wang Lu finally regained his speech and angrily said, Wolf-hearted thing, you think that with this, Hai Rui will spare your life? Dream on. You are the old man, scolded the pig dog. That Hai Rui should be killed, but also the same kill you. Spineless thing, double-crossing and backstabbing. This official should never have married Xiao Wan to you in the first place. Lu Gang said disdainfully, in terms of double-crossing and backstabbing, who can compare to you, dog thief? Even if this general doesn't die at the hands of Lord Hai, he will definitely die at your hands. If that's the case, why don't you let it go? When Wang Lu heard this, he was speechless for a moment. Aside, when Zhao Yue heard the conversation between the two, his mouth opened slightly, quite shocked. That's quite a pair of lapels. It's like a brotherly love. Just as the two were fighting, there was a sudden clatter of horses' hooves outside the courthouse. Immediately after, a group of heavily armored guards then rushed in and took control of the situation. Lu Gun looked at the heavily armored guards and immediately realized that Hai Rui had arrived. He turned his head, stepped forward quickly, held down his lapel's shoulder, and went up to his knee. On your knees. Wang Lu ate the pain, wailed, and flopped down on his knees. Lu Bao held him down and looked toward the middle-aged man in a tattered tunic at the doorway and exclaimed, Lord Hai, the criminal has been captured by the last general. May I ask how to dispose of it? Hari looked at him coldly, and with a big wave of his hand, he said, Take that. Yes. A few heavily armored guards came forward with their swords and put them on the necks of the three Lu Gang men. Seeing this, Lu Chong still wanted to struggle for his life, and said loudly, My lord, the plot to kill you is all planned by that dog thief Wang Lu. The last general is wrongly accused. Hari pressed on, waving his hand again. Take it away. My lord. 1 hour later, Yamen lobby. Hai Rui sat behind the table. A beat of shock, coldly said, Wang Lu, Zhao Yue, Lu Chong, do you know your sins? The words just fell. Lu Bao then ghosted. My lord is unjustly accused. Qinghao magistrate Zhao Yue knows that his position is low and he has committed such a great crime. There is no point in arguing. He just lowered his head and did not say a word. Wang Lu, the assassin of Qingzhou, raised his head instead and looked at Hai Rui with a defiant face and exclaimed, I am not guilty. Hari's sharp eyes, gazing at him, said coldly, leaving aside the fact that you conspired to murder the special envoy for disaster relief. Let's say that in your 5 years as an official, you have embezzled 15,000 taels of silver, and 11,000 stones of grain. According to the law of Deqian, it is enough to behead you 3 times. How dare you say you are not guilty? Wang Lu straightened his body and looked at Hai Rui, unconvinced. If you're not greedy for silver, why would I buy this official? That's a righteous thing to say. At first glance, it makes some sense. Moment. The entire courthouse fell into silence. For a while, it took Hai Rui a moment to return to his senses, slapping down the shock and fury. Selling officials, you've got a point. It's a death either way. Might as well argue the point. Wang Lu also figured it out, angling his neck and straightening up. I've done nothing wrong, so why don't I have a point? It was the first time that Hai Rui had seen this kind of shameless person, and he was speechless for a while. This time, Wang Lu continued, since Lord Hai said that the subordinate officer is guilty, then the subordinate officer really needs to talk about it. Saying this, he looked at the trembling Mandarin on the side and shouted, Go! Find an abacus for this official. The Mandarin subconsciously looked at Hai Rui, not knowing what to do. Seeing Hai Rui nodding, Fong went to find an abacus and handed it to his original top boss Wang Lu. Wang Lu reached out and took the abacus, chopping and snapping and counting. The next official originally operated the ancestral store, and could earn up to 3,000 taels a year. Then I won a jinshur in the imperial examination, and was arranged to work in a Clearwater government office where the salary could be practically ignored. For 6 years. After that, he went to the Ministry of Households as the chief minister. Barely had some income. A year is more than 2,000 taels. Did 5 years. Later, I spent 30,000 taels of silver to buy a household ministry linezone. The 5th grade. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. After 5 more years in this position of Lanzhong, and spending 50,000 taels, only then was he placed in Qinzhou to be this feudal official. Speaking of which, he smiled to himself and shook his head. When my humble servant arrived in Qinzhou, he realized that the 1,100,000 people of Qinzhou had long since been drained of their oil and water. The next official desperately raided the people's fat and wealth, and only earned 15,000 taels in these 5 years. And counting the grain you just said you'd embezzled, it's less than 40,000 taels, and even the principal of the official's purchase hasn't been returned. Count on it. Wang Lu put down the abacus and sighed with a disappointed look on his face. Counting. The next official 10 years of hard study. Ups and downs. Fearful. To today has been the 21st year. Earns silver, but not as good as has been operating the ancestral stores. If I had known that, I might as well have stayed in my hometown all along, and taken advantage of the frequent calamities in the past few years to buy more land, and earn more silver than being an official. The words fell. The entire courtroom fell into a dead silence. This time, Wang Lu again seemed to have thought of something, looked at his brother-in-law Lu Chong on the side inside, and this Lu Chong, originally just a small lieutenant, the next official in order to fold the general's position, inside and outside invested tens of thousands of taels into it. The original confiscated back is just, but also raised such a wolf-hearted dog lungs things. When Lu Gang heard this, he became angry and cursed. Dogs? You talk about you. What are you pulling this general for? A folding general's position. 10,000 taels at most. And tens of thousands of taels of silver. Why don't you say millions of taels? Heartless thing. I'm your brother-in-law. Sis-ass husband. Bah, bah. The entire courtroom was dead silent. Only the sound of the two quarreling and bickering echoed in the courtroom for a long time. Hai Rui sat behind the table, his face already hard to see. Given the current state of affairs in Dakian, it is not surprising that there is a situation where officials are selling their titles. To Hari's surprise, it is amazing that these people can take the selling of government offices so much for granted. Even how much silver you earn is calculated. And yet I don't know. The phrase desperately scavenging the people's fat and wealth has caused many people in Qinzhou to lose their wives and children. Selling their children. Finally, Hari couldn't take it anymore. His eyes were cold, and he looked at Gao Shun who was on the side. Gao Shun immediately understood and began to hold back the crowd. A few moments later, only Hai Rui, Gao Shun, the Xian armor cavalry, and Wang Lu were left in the lobby of the Yamen. Hai Rui slowly got up and walked to Wang Li's front, looking at him condescendingly and asking coldly, "Who did the officer buy it from?" Wang Li said impatiently, "A third-ranked feudal official. Who else can you buy from?" Knowingly, Hai Rui's face was expressionless and cold. "Speak clearly." Wang Li stretched his neck and didn't have the heart to say, "Are you stupid?" The words just fell. There were just 2 knives at his neck. Moment. Wang Lu wimped out, lowered his head, and replied, "Bought it from the Prime Minister." Hear that? Without saying a word, Hai Rui went up and kicked him to the ground, scolding him. "How dare you climb up and bite at the end of your life? Say, who the hell did you buy it from?" Wang Lu was kicked to the ground with an angry look on his face, but seeing the Xian armor guards on both sides, he didn't dare to say anything more, but just shouted, "It's the one that was bought from the Prime Minister, and who else has that power besides the Prime Minister?" After a pause, he added, "Of course, this kind of thing, the open face of the Prime Minister Lord certainly cannot be involved, so the silver are given to the Ministry of Ministers, called Li Jiang." Li Jiang. Hari's brow furrowed slightly as he made a mental note of the name. Wang Lu raised his eyes to him and asked, "If my humble servant comes forward to identify Li Jiang, can Lord Hai give my humble servant a way out?" Saying this, seeing Hai Rui's icy expression, he added busily, "Of course, all the silver that my humble servant earns can also be given to your excellency." Seeing that Hari was still unmoved, he slapped his head and cursed, "What a fool, dying and making a losing deal." Hai Rui snorted coldly and said, Handing over the evidence of buying an official will save you from the pain of skin and flesh, Wan Lu said. Where is the evidence for this kind of thing? Hari looked at him with a thoughtful face. You mean, all the selling of offices is unrecorded? Wan Lu said. The next official originally wanted a note. Lest Li Jiang received the silver and did not do anything, but that Li Jiang said nothing to write, but also swore to tell the next official. He is the embodiment of the Prime Minister Lord. What he said will certainly be able to do. Speaking of this, he seemed to have thought of something, and with an angry face, he cursed. Now that I think about it, I'm still calling that dog Li Jiang a pit. Qingzhou, this poor countryside. Others seniority enough are not willing to come over. But he coaxed the official said what 3 years back to the capital. Back to the fart of the capital. Seeing that Wang Lu spoke in a decent manner, it didn't seem like he was making things up. Hai Rui already had a number in his heart and looked to Gao Shun on the side and gave him a wink. Gao Shun immediately understood, and with his Xuanjia cavalry, he walked forward and dragged the 3 men up. Go! Where to? Wang Li's trio was a bit confused. Gao Shun didn't answer and dragged them to the unoccupied room in the back hall. Immediately afterward, a thud was heard as something hit the ground and rolled. A few moments later, Gao Shun returned to the main hall and looked at Hai Rui, saying, Lord Hai, the deed is done. Hai Rui, expressionless, nodded, walked behind the table, took out a piece of paper, and put up his pen to write a letter. 1 incense stick later, he put down his pen, picked up the paper, blew on the ink, folded it, and handed it to Gao Shun. General Gao, please hand this letter over to Lord Prime Minister, and never let anyone else see it. Gao Shun reached out and took the letter, putting it into his arms and arching his hand. Don't worry, Lord Hai, I will definitely get it done. 2 days later, Chang'an City, Xianghua Mansion. A breeze blew through the trees and the leaves rustled. Lying on the rocking chair, Fang Xiu felt a sense of coziness. Aside, Daji stretched out her slender and soft razor, peeled a grape, gently placed it by Fang Xiu's mouth, and softly said, Master, open your mouth. Fang Xiu opened his mouth and swallowed the grapes into his mouth while chewing. Eat all the grapes you can these days, and have the people below prepare some other fruits as well. Aha! Daji nodded, flirtatious eyes, looking at his face. His mind could not help but recall the scene in the talking book. A touch of redness appeared on his fair face. Leaning down and putting his little head against Fang Xiu's belly, he said in a clear and gentle voice, Master, can you have someone change the ending of the Seal of the Gods? The legend of the Sealed God was one of the 20 classics that Fang Xiu had drawn in that lottery. Daji was a favorite on weekdays, and often read with fascination. Hear that? Fang Xiu looked down at the flirtatious little face. His heart suddenly throbbed, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Knowingly, he said, Why change? Daji softly said, Don't let the little fox and the Prime Minister be separated, and don't let them die. Speaking of which, she seemed to think of something and her eyes became watery as she said, To keep the 2 of them together forever. Fang Xiu reached out and gently caressed her little head, smiling, It's just words, there's no point in changing them. Daji grunted, Why do all the books of words have to write this kind of ending, teaching people to look at it annoyingly? Both the little fox and the Prime Minister have clearly been living a life without shame. This is the time to end and all is happy. Favor the 2 of them together. Every time she thought of this ending, Daji felt moody and bored, and she didn't even want to do business with Jumbo Jade. Fang Xiu laughed. It's you who feel annoyed because you're substituting yourself for the little fox. If the ordinary people saw the demon fox and the traitorous minister being killed, they would feel great joy. Hear that? Daji didn't comment, but just pressed her little head tighter and whispered, People don't care, they have to change. Speaking of which, she suddenly got up. Her charming eyes looked at Fang Xiu, reddened her little face, and said in a mosquito-like voice, If Master promises me, I will promise Master to use. The latter words had not been said. There was a sudden cough from outside the yard. Ahem! Fang Xiu and Daji turned their heads to look at the same time. The Shangwan Haitang in a white shirt stood there with her head lowered, clenching her fists and coughing. Seeing that it was her, Daji turned her head again, leaned down to Fang Xiu's ear, and finished her sentence. Then, red-faced, he got up and went back to his house. Ahem! Fang Xiu thought of what Daji had said and had a heart attack, almost choking on his saliva, itching to put it into practice now. But he also knew that Shangwan Haitang's appearance at this time must be urgent. Standing up, he walked over to her and asked, What is it? Shangwan Haitang took out a letter from his bosom and presented it with both hands, saying, A letter from Qingzhou, written by Hai Rui. Aha! Fang Xiu reached out and took the letter, and after opening it, he read it from top to bottom. Same as last time. There is a lot of content in the letter. No nonsense. It's all dry. It began by talking about the results of the disaster relief. Then there was the experience in Qinghe County and the fact that Gao Shan rushed to the last minute and managed to save them. Write this. Hai Rui also expresses his gratitude to the Prime Minister and General Gao Shan for saving his life. Immediately afterward, the words changed, begins to describe the interrogation of Wang Lu, the assassin of Qingzhou, at the Beichuan County Yamen. It focuses on that Wang Lu, in front of the crowd, took out his abacus and calculated the cost and income of buying an official. And then there's this. The result of another interrogation after the crowd was dismissed, said that Wang Lu was climbing up the ladder indiscriminately, not saying that the Prime Minister was selling his office. Only after repeated interrogation did he confess that it was Li Jiang, the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, who was doing this in the name of the Prime Minister. Finally, Hai Rui also spends a large part of his speech describing how the lives of the people of Qingzhou are in dire straits. Read the letter. Fang Xiu's heart sank to the bottom, his expression gloomy to the extreme. How come the original body's memory doesn't have anything about selling out? For a while, Fang Xiu just reacted. It was not the original body that sold out. Rather, it was that dog Li Jiang, who hid the original body and used his name to sell his office. Damn dogs, even I dare to pit my old man. Fang Xiu, with an angry look on his face, looked at Shangguan Haitang and asked, "Do you know about Li Jiang's selling of officials?" Shangguan Haitang was slightly stunned, hesitated, and replied, "I know. Why didn't you tell me?" Fang Xiu's tone held a questioning tone. Shangguan Haitang lowered his head and whispered, "My humble servant thought. Think that Li Jiang's selling of his office was at the behest of this Prime Minister?" Shangguan Haitang buried her head even lower. "My humble servant deserves to die." Since summoning Shangguan Haitang, she's almost always busy, and there's not a moment to spare. Several times, it was the information she provided that turned the Feng party into a safe place. At this moment, how could Fang Xiu bear to blame her? He sighed inwardly and took a step forward, saying in a gentle tone, "Keep your head up." Shangguan Haitang slowly raised his head, a guilty look spreading across his handsome face. Fang Xiu looked at her eyes and said gently, "In the future, no matter what, as long as you feel the need, tell this minister, don't have any scruples. Between you and me, there are no secrets. Understand?" Shangguan Haitang looked into Fang Xiu's eyes and a warm current surged through her heart as she nodded her head. "Understood." Then again, this minister is curious. Fang Xiu Dao, Li Jiang is only a minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and himself is only of the third rank. So why could he sell the position of a third-rank assassin to Wang Lu? Shangguan Haitang replied, "Qingzhou is always suffering from disasters. The people are barren. There is no oil and water to be gained. Officials with enough seniority would rather stay in the capital than go there to be a feudal official. That Wang Lu all day long only think about how to greed and ink money and grain. Know nothing about the local situation. Was Li Jiang a fool? On the head." Then, when Fang Xiu heard this, he raised an eyebrow and said, "So, Li Jiang actually placed him in a place where no one would want to go?" "Yes, master." Shangguan Haitang nodded and said, "This is almost always the case with the official positions that Li Jiang sells, and many people hate him to the bone because of this, but for the sake of face, they put up with it." Fang Xiu continued, "In this way, there are parental figures where no one wants to go. The officials who were pitted, knowing that it was a head-killing offense, dared not speak out in anger. Li Jiang has earned silver and fulfilled the mandate of the Ministry of Mandarins, and he can also ensure that he will not be exposed to the public." Speaking of which, Fang Xiu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. That son of a bitch is quite a talent. Aside, Shangguan Haitang heard this and was non-committal. This time, Fang Xiu looked at her and asked, "Haitang, what do you think this minister should do with this person?" Shangguan Haitang thought for a moment and said, "I think that it should be dealt with according to the law and dismissed from office for investigation." The corner of Fang Xiu's mouth hooked into a cold smile as he said, "Dismissed and investigated. Cheap. This dog, in the name of this Prime Minister, sells his office and levies exorbitant taxes. He fishes for the benefits, and this Prime Minister carries the black pot. If it were not for a letter from Hai Rui, this minister would not have known until now that this dog is the incarnation of this minister. Playing with eagles makes them peck their eyes out. Shame on you." Fang Xiu became angrier and said angrily, "Copy the family. The family must be copied. He is not earning silver in the name of this Prime Minister. Then how he earned this silver? How he has to spit it out. Don't leave him a single brick. Hear that?" Shangguan Haitang's handsome face showed a touch of coldness as he saluted. "I understand." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Later, Fang Xiu called out to her again and asked, "Does Du Chainan know about this?" Du Chainan was the name of the Minister of Mandarin and one of the core members of the Feng party. The number 2 man in the Feng party, to be precise. Shangguan Haitang thought for a moment and replied, "I should know." Fang Xiu asked, "Why?" Shangwan Haitang said. Although he is not involved, he often receives Li Jiang's silver, so he should know some insider information. When Fang Xiu heard this, his brows furrowed slightly as he thought for a moment before saying, "Don't move Li Jiang first. Send someone to keep an eye on the Ministry of Appointments, and report immediately if there is any movement." "Yes, Master." The office of the Ministry of Justice. Main hall. A wide-bodied, fat middle-aged man knelt on the ground, his face filled with apprehension, and said in a trembling voice, "Lord Minister, you must save me." Du Chainan sat on the eunuch's chair, looking down on him, picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and said nonchalantly, "What's the matter that's so panicky?" Li Jiang lowered his voice and said, "That thing is sent." Du Chainan's pale face revealed a puzzled look, eeped, and said, "Your words. This official can't understand. What does it mean that something has happened?" Li Jiang heard this, his heart thumped, his knees moved forward 2 steps, said, "It is the sale of officials. Let that disaster relief special envoy Hai Rui know. Now the Prime Minister adults should also know." Selling officials? Du Chainan was shocked. Seeing that Du Chainan was going to play dumb, Li Jiang immediately said, "My humble servant has not sparingly sent silver to the ministry over the years, and all of this silver is gained from the sale of officials. And every single one of them has been recorded. Meaning, don't try to renege. If you don't help me, I'll hand over the ledger to the Prime Minister and everyone will die." Hear that? Du Chainan's face instantly grimaced as he coldly said, "What do you want to do then?" Li Jiang saw that he loosened his lips. His face showed excitement, saying, "The ministry hall is in a high position, second only to the Prime Minister in the Imperial Court. As long as the ministry hall is in front of the Prime Minister to plead for mercy for the subordinate official, the subordinate official's little life should still be able to be preserved." Du Chainan sneered and said, "Lord Prime Minister is no longer the same Lord Prime Minister as before. What he recognizes, not to mention this official, even His Majesty, cannot change a single bit. Said to kill you. How you won't survive." Li Jiang's face turned pale and he fell to the ground. It took a while before he gritted his teeth. "Then why don't we just do it one way or the other and go straight to?" The words were not finished. It was a solid slap on the face. Du Chainan glared at Li Jiang and said angrily, "You seek death. Don't drag my family of several hundred people into this." Li Jiang received such a slap, no longer able to restrain his inner rage. He climbed up with a prancing movement, reached out and pointed at Du Chainan, gritting his teeth. "You old bastard. Usually the silver did not receive less. Met something to let you help. You pretend to be a fool. This time, this official is to die. Also want to pull you back." "Humph." Du Chainan showed disdain on his face, snorted coldly and said, "Just you, pulling this official's back? Not qualified. You." Li Jiang was so enraged that he couldn't stand it and reached out to punch Du Chainan. Seeing this, Du Chainan took a step back and waved his big hand, saying, "Take it down." Next, several guards with swords suddenly sprang out from behind the screen and held Li Jiang down. Seeing this scene, Li Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he said, "The walls have ears. You don't want to die." Du Chainan walked up to him, looked at him condescendingly, and said, "Jumping clown, how this official is doing. There's no need for you to worry about it yet." After that, a big wave of the hand. "Take it away." My lord." A few guards with swords yanked up Li Jiang and headed out. "You old undead. Think the Prime Minister can spare you? Dream on. Hundreds of your family will have to be buried with me." The shouting and cursing grew farther and farther away. Du Chainan stood still and watched his figure disappear from sight. After a long time, Fang sighed and commanded with a look of apprehension on his pale face, "Hold the whips and thorns in place. This officer is not dizzy. Don't stop." My lord." The 2 guards took the whips with a fierce look on their faces and lashed down hard. Snap! The whip cracked on Du Chainan's back with a bang. A mournful wail spread through the Mandarin's office. When the rest of the officials of the ministry heard this wail, they were horrified and all lowered their heads and covered their ears. Apparently, they also knew what was going on in the main hall. Snap! 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 The whip lashed against Du Chainan's back, splattering blood and leaving a gruesome trail. Miserable wails resounded through the courthouse. Not for a moment. Du Chainan was then dying and breathless, effortlessly. He waved his hand and said with a weak breath, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting!" Snap! Another hard lash from one of the guards. Du Chainan let out an ouch, lost consciousness, and smashed on the ground. The 2 guards looked at each other. One hesitated. "I think it's just fainting?" Another person anxiously said, "Take a look. Don't kill him." The 2 of them were busy coming forward, stretching out a finger and placing it in front of Du Chainan's nose. Still breathing, not dead. Both of their faces showed excitement. "Quickly, wrap the thorns around it and send it to the Sagittarius mansion. Don't wake up on the way." The 2 of them were on their hands and knees, wrapping a thorn around Du Chanan's body and carrying it away. Road. When countless people saw this scene, they all revealed creepy looks and pointed. All beaten up like this, and still not letting go, and wrapping thorns around them. What a grudge! What a grudge! Under the feet of the Son of Heaven, in broad daylight, with a clear sky, bullying an old man like this is too rampant. Heartless. It's insane. The two guards pretended that they didn't hear and carried Du Chanan towards the Shanghua mansion. Half an hour later, the two men settled the fainting Du Chen on the floor and knocked on the door. A few moments later, the door opened slowly. Old Zhang, the concierge, asked, "What is it?" The guards arched their hands and said, "Please inform me. My lord seeks to see the Sangha." "Which is your lord?" Lao Zhang asked. The guard said, "Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Du Chainan." Lord Du? Old Zhang apparently also knew this number 2 figure of the Fang party, the Mandarin's heavenly official. The guard said, "Exactly." Old Zhang glanced back and wondered, "Where is Lord Du? How come I don't see him?" The guard reached behind him and pointed. "There." Old Zhang looked in the direction of his finger and saw the fainting Du Chainan all over his body, with barbed thorns wrapped around his body. His heart was shocked, his face showed a creepy look, and he was busy coming up and calling out, "Lord Du, what is wrong with you? Which dog had the audacity to beat you like this?" When the two guards heard this, they looked at each other and both felt a bit embarrassed. Old Zhang reached out his hand and placed it on Du Chanan's nasal cavity, and after realizing that there was still nasal breath, he breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the guard, asking, "What's wrong with Lord Du?" The guard hesitated for a moment and replied, "It's complicated to say. Please inform the Sangha that my lord has come to ask for forgiveness." Brambles? Old Zhang was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked at Du Chainan, who was lying on the ground breathless. A big question mark appeared on his face. Negligence is not a formality. What kind of person makes himself half dead? If not, people can achieve the position of a heavenly official. Just ruthless. Got it. I'll go in and inform. You two help Lord Du to the eaves. It's midday. Don't die in the sun. After the concierge finished speaking, he busily turned around and entered the mansion, fearing that if he delayed for a while, Du Chainan would die in front of the door. The two guards were slightly stunned when they heard this and subconsciously looked at Du Chainan on the ground. Sure enough, my face is red from the sun. The two men were then busy carrying him to the shade courtyard. Fang Xiu took a piece of paper and put up a pen to write something. "I have just written down the 4 words of the Great Qian Monthly." A rush of footsteps was heard from outside. "Master, Lord Du is here." Fang Xiu put down his pen and said in a breezy manner, "Have him kneel at the door." Seeing no response from the concierge, Fang Xiu turned his head to look at him and frowned slightly. "Why don't you say something?" The concierge said with a tangled expression. "Master, I'm just afraid that Lord Du can't do it." Fang Xiu snorted coldly and said, "What? Making him kneel is still condescending to him? That's not what the little one meant." The concierge was busy explaining. "Lord Du has thorns wrapped around his body and is lying in the doorway, alive or dead. I shouted a few times but he didn't respond. That's why I said so." Fang Xiu was stunned and asked, "Who hit him?" The concierge said, "It looks like it hit itself." The corners of Fang Xiu's mouth twitched, and his tone eased a bit as he said, "Carry him in." "Yes, master." The concierge turned to leave. A few moments later, a few guards then carried the fainted Du Chainan into the mansion. Fang Xiu came closer to take a look. The blood marks from the whip were as dense as fish scales. The blossoming flesh and blood, wrapped in thorns, was beyond gruesome to look at. "I can't even find a good spot on my whole body." Seeing this tragic situation, even Fang Xiu, who was accustomed to seeing great storms, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air at this moment. Tough enough, have to say. Du Chanan's bitter trick was used appropriately. Even though Fang Xiu had heavenly grievances, he couldn't help but soften his heart a few points when he saw the scene. Count the days. Du Chainan had been with him for 7 or 8 years, and had always been conscientious, not stirring up trouble, and not afraid of it. Although last time, when Qin Xingyan was impeached, he did not stand up to support him, but that was also based on the fact that he thought Fang Xiu wouldn't wake up. Fang Xiu arrived at the courtroom. Whether it was pointing a deer at a horse or asking to behead a grain merchant, he was on Fang Xiu's side. The attitude is firm, though it is in defense of its own interests. Unlike wallflowers like Zhang Shuo, who saw the wind and turned the helm. Think about it. Fang Xiu sighed in his heart and commanded, "Untie the thorns from Lord Du's body, get another pot of warm water, help him to the bed, and clean his wounds properly. When he wakes up, report to the minister." "Yes, master." Several guards carried the fainting Du Chainan and retreated. Fang Xiu thought for a moment, then took out the gold medal that the little empress had given him from her bosom, handed it to the concierge, and commanded, "Take this gold medal and call the imperial physician here to give Lord Du a good look." "Yes, Master. The concierge stretched out his hands, carefully caught the gold medal, saluted, and turned to leave. Feng Xiu looked at his back, shook his head, and sighed. Turning his head, he continued to write his own monthly Dakian magazine. Half an hour later, Feng Xiu put down his pen and looked at the area delineated on the paper with a satisfied smile on his face. I was about to instruct Daji to find some interesting content to fill out the bars. A miserable wail suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Minister Feng, my humble servant is guilty of 10,000 deaths. Feng Xiu turned his head to look. The bruised Du Chainan knelt on the ground, his pale face filled with guilt as he cried out in pain. I have failed Minister Feng's trust. I deserve to die. Feng Xiu got up, walked over to him, looked at him condescendingly, and raised his eyebrows. Just now you were half dead. Only half an hour later you were alive again. It seems that your injury is not too heavy. When Du Chainan heard these slightly flirtatious words, a heart instantly settled down, and while breathing a sigh of relief, he replied, it's all because of Feng Xiang's blessings. Feng Xiu said nonchalantly, this prime minister has no blessings, not a silver or two. A black pot is on his back. Du Chainan was busy saying, my humble servant deserves to die. Feng Xiu looked at him and said lightly, this minister heard that Li Jiang gave you a lot of silver? Du Chainan raised his eyes to Feng Xiu and said with a trembling voice, Prime Minister Feng, those silver are all hidden in the cellar of the bedroom. Not one or two of them have been touched. My humble servant will send someone to your residence tomorrow. Feng Xiu raised his eyebrows and said, one or two didn't move. Du Chainan trembling said, I know that these silver is Li Jiang behind the back of the minister to sell the proceeds of official. Lard blindfolded after accepting. The next official day and night terrified. Worried. A day cannot rest. Dreaming of one day is the east window. Such silver, not to mention one or two, or even half a tael, the next official does not dare to spend. All in the cellar to put. Speaking of which, he cried bitterly up, the next official comes from a coal family, although it is a scholarly family, but even the general merchants cannot compare to the time of study. To the winter, a bowl of thin porridge are frozen into pieces, divided to eat. My humble servant is really poor and scared. Scared of being poor. Hear this. The corner of Feng Xiu's mouth twitched, and he said in a good-natured manner, almost got it. Du Shen is still crying in pain. Feng Xiu waved his fist and said without any goodwill, cry again and I'll beat you up. Instantly, Du Chainan stopped crying, only with tears on his face and snot bubbling up his nose, which is like a high-powered official of the Ministry of Mandarins, is clearly a small old man who has been aggrieved. When Feng Xiu saw this scene, he was so angry that he laughed and said, you're still aggravated? Du Chainan's head was pressed against the ground. My humble servant wouldn't dare. I am aware of the depth of my sins, and I implore Feng Xiang to look at the fact that I have done my best over the years and kill only one person, leaving the 21 sons and 97 grandchildren of the official a way out. The corner of Feng Xiu's mouth twitched, and he said without any good humor, where did you get so many sons? Du Chainan said, it's all because of dragging Feng Xiang's blessings. Fuck you. Feng Xiu went up and kicked him to the ground. Du Chainan cried out in pain again. Feng Xiu only felt a headache as he listened, waved his hand and said in a bad mood, this prime minister will only give you this opportunity. You will give a clear account of what you hid from this prime minister before. If you let this prime minister find out similar things afterward, this prime minister will never forgive you lightly. When Du Chainan heard this, he instantly stopped crying and asked, is Minister Feng serious about this? Feng Xiu looked at him askance and asked rhetorically, so what if you don't take it seriously? Du Chainan was busy saying, my humble servant's brain is dizzy from crying, so I'm saying all the confusing things. Feng Xiu Dao, cut the crap and speak quickly. Du Chainan did not dare to delay any longer, busy saying, in addition to Li Jiang in your name to sell the title, there is also the Dezheng 19th year. That year the imperial examination. The next official is the main examiner. Qin Xingyan stuffed 50,000 taels of silver into my official's hand and asked him to grade his son's examination paper higher, and I agreed to do so without your knowledge. Feng Xiu raised an eyebrow and asked, how do you know which exam paper is Qin Xingyan's son's? Even in the rotten Tarut Stichian, the imperial examinations are all first-class events. The imperial examination fraud, once the incident, is the great crime of the whole family. No one would dare tamper with it. Du Chainan said, my humble servant does not know. Feng Xiu Dao, then how do you grade his exam papers high? Du Chainan said, the next official did not do anything. How to read the scrolls on how to read the scrolls. That Qin Yongxin finally won a second grade. His father thought it was the next official's credit. In fact, all rely on his own. The corner of Feng Xiu's mouth twitched as he asked, then how are you going to explain if he falls off the list? Du Chainan said, it's normal to fall off the list. The examination paper is so bad that even if it is deliberately rated high, there is no way to recover. At that time, Qin Xingyan was the same as the next official. He was a retainer. He couldn't beat up the next official. And if he asks you for silver? Du Chainan looked puzzled. Silver? What's silver? When Fang Xiu saw his serious demeanor, he half-heartedly stifled a sentence. This prime minister sighs in awe. Du Chainan heatedly smiled, only to feel that the wound didn't even hurt anymore, and replied, Prime Minister Fang has flattered him. Who complimented you? Fang Xiu resisted the urge to kick him again and asked, what else? Du Chainan thought for a moment and said, just those two things, nothing else. Fang Xiu Dao, got it, a total of 150,000 taels, tomorrow sent to this minister's residence. Du Chainan was stunned and blurted out, counting Qin Xingyan's 50,000 taels. My humble servant has only taken 100,000 taels. The words just fell. He suddenly reacted, raised his hand and gave himself a slap, saying, the subordinate is talking nonsense again. It is 150,000 taels. The subordinate just remembered wrongly. So says the mouth. In his heart, he said, the piece of breathtaking, or Fang Xiang is better off. Then I will retire? Seeing that Fang Xiu didn't say anything for half a day, Du Chainan carefully said. Fang Xiu glanced at him and said, there's one more thing. Du Chainan said, please speak, Minister Fang. Fang Xiu seemed to have thought of something and his expression became a bit odd as he curiously said, you're not afraid that those two guards will really beat you to death? Hear the question. The image of the previous beating surfaced in Du Chainan's mind, and he was furious as he said, those two dogs don't know how to be flexible at all. The subordinate said that having them knock out the subordinate was just an exaggerated grammar, and the two of them really took it seriously. The next official was begging them, don't fight, don't fight. They still don't stop. The next official at that time a heart really sank to the bottom of the valley, and thought to myself, this is the end of the line. The negative brambles become afraid of the crime of hanging oneself. Breathtaking. Fang Xiu waved his hand. Get lost. Okay. Du Chainan got up from the ground and ran his ass off. Fang Xiu looked at his back and felt more and more. There didn't seem to be many sane ones in the party other than myself. He sighed and stopped caring about them, taking the paper in his hand and looking for Daji. In the meantime, the palace, the hall of nourishment. Wu Mingkong, who had just finished reviewing the Zhangji, put down her pen, stretched her back, and let out a comfortable chortle. Aside, Lin Wanner was busy presenting a cup of tea, saying, Your Majesty, this is the new face-improving tea from Jinbo Zhai. Try it. Wu Mingkong reached out and took the tea, took a sip, and seemed to think of something, saying, the last time I asked you to ask the Shang Palace why any man reaches the age of 28 and does not take a wife and have children. Did you ask? The slave girl asked. Wu Mingkong turned his head to look at her and casually asked, What did Shang Gong say? Lin Wanner said, Shang Palace said there are several possibilities. The first is a person with a heavenly disability. There is no desire in this regard. Even if there is, it cannot be done. Wu Mingkong's eyebrows rose slightly. When he was at the Yiren residence, that pervert was staring at the dancer's legs all the time, showing that he still has desire. Nonetheless, it's big. This cause can be ruled out. The second possibility, the usual day to let loose, overworked, resulting in damage to the yang energy, cannot give birth to children. Wu Mingkong's pretty face slightly reddened as she glanced at Lin Wanner and said, Who asked you to ask about having a child? Lin Wanner's eyes revealed a blank look as she said, Didn't she marry and have children? I am asking. It's just a matter of time. So go ahead and tell me. Wu Mingkong reddened and waved his hand in a somewhat unnatural manner. Lin Wanner continued. The third possibility is that person's heart belongs to someone else, so he restrains himself and is unwilling to marry someone else. Restrain yourself when your heart is in the right place. Wu Mingkong was slightly stunned, and a blush suddenly appeared on his fair face. Could that be her? The thought had just surfaced when she vetoed it. The old man was 28 years old, more than 10 years past the age when he should have taken a wife. More than 10 years ago. She's still a child. If the heart really belongs to her, that's not romantic. It's perverted. If not her, who could it be? The thought that the old man might have someone in mind. Wu Mingkong was instantly unhappy. Aside, Lin Wanner didn't notice Wu Mingkong's abnormality and continued. There is one last possibility. Overworked and exhausted. Unable to spare time for a wife and children. Hear that? Wu Mingkong's eyes lit up. In her memory, since Fang Xiu, that traitor, became prime minister, he has not rested for a moment, and has wasted his sleep and food in forming parties and camping for personal gain, embezzling money and food, and fish and meat for the people. To say it was exhausting would not be an exaggeration. Think about it. Of the 4 reasons, this is still the most plausible. Sure, on top of that, a second, and possibly a third. Think about it. Wu Mingkong looked at Lin Wanner, pretending to be careless, and casually said, What's the response? Lin Wan'er's heart was as clear as a mirror. The 28-year-old man that His Majesty is talking about is actually Feng Xiang. Asking Sangong these words is also for the sake of Feng Xiang, but having suffered the loss of sister understanding last time, she grew a memory this time, feigned ignorance, and replied. Shanggong said that there are different methods for each of these four. Wu Mingkong was slightly stunned, his eyes showing a bewildered look as he queried. There's a method for the first one as well? Lin Wan'er was silent for a second. Her pretty face slightly reddened, and she whispered. The slave girl remembered wrongly. The first one is hopeless. Wu Mingkong, you go on. Aha. Lin Wan'er continued. For the second kind, as long as you take more medicinal prescriptions that nourish yin and replenish yang, pay attention to restraint on weekdays, adjust your diet, and eat more tonic things, you'll be able to recover in a month at most. In response to the third, the heart disease needs to be cured by the heart, and there are different ways for different people to do it, probably to get out of the mind and start over. For the fourth one, you don't have to do anything else, just rest a lot. Wu Mingkong's white face revealed a thoughtful look as he muttered. Medicine, diet, rest. Lin Wan'er stood on the side, thinking, His Majesty wouldn't be seeking medicine for Feng Xiang, would he? Just thought so. In the next second, Wu Mingkong's voice could be heard. You'll go to the Imperial Hospital later and ask the Imperial doctor to prescribe a few doses of young tonic, and then ask what men eat to be the most tonic. When Wu Mingkong finished, he felt that this little thought of his was too revealing. A blush rose to her fair face, thinking of a reasonable sounding reason to prove that she wasn't begging for medicine for someone else. But after racking my brain, I couldn't think of anything. The face was suffocating red. Aside. Seeing this, Lin Wan'er gritted her teeth, her heart crossed, and she whispered, Your Majesty doesn't need to explain. The slave girl understands everything. The slave girl has gone to fetch the medicine. Goodbye, Your Majesty. When he finished speaking, he didn't dare to stay for a moment, turned around and left. Wu Mingkong sat on the dragon chair and looked at her back. Her silver teeth clenched and she said without any goodwill, This dead girl. The guts are getting bigger and bigger. A few moments later, Lin Wan'er fetched the prescription and carefully glanced at the Empress, seeing that she looked as normal before she dared to speak. Your Majesty. The prescription was fetched. The great tonic. The slave girl also asked. The imperial physician said that the people of Yangzhou like to eat a kind of green vegetable called leek, can tonify the yang, and there is a thing called oyster on the seashore of Yen. The taste is fresh and delicious, and can also tonify the yang. Speaking of which, she paused, hesitating. One more thing. Say, will this prescription be sent to the Sagittarius, or send it to the Sanguinian for what? Wu Mingkong blushed and glared at Lin Wan'er, saying in a bad mood, What does the prescription have to do with the Shanghua Palace? What are you babbling about? Lin Wan'er was busy saying. The slave girl was confused. The slave girl knows her mistake. Please punish Your Majesty. Humph. Wu Mingkong snorted coldly and said faintly, Remembering that you do your best on weekdays, I'll let you off with impunity. Bring the prescription over and show it to me. Yes, Your Majesty. Lin Wan'er took the prescription and presented it to Wu Mingkong with both hands. Wu Mingkong reached out and picked it up, reading it for a moment before placing it on the table as if nothing had happened, saying, Go down. After all, Lin Wan'er had served the Empress since she was a child, and she still had a good understanding of the Empress's mind. She hesitated, gritted her teeth, and moved forward, lowering her voice. Your Majesty. This prescription always needs to be delivered by someone. You can't let you deliver it yourself. Wouldn't that be more embarrassing? You. Wu Mingkong blushed and glared at her, whispering, I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Wan'er said, The slave girl is really damned. The slave girl doesn't know what she's talking about. The words fell. The master and servant subconsciously glanced at each other and quickly separated again. Wu Mingkong clenched his silver teeth, picked up the prescription, handed it to Lin Wan'er, and said, The prescription is for you. Do whatever you want. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Lin Wan'er reached out and took the prescription. A smile appeared on her face as she said, The slave girl understands everything. You know what? Wu Mingkong wanted to curse. His face was suffocating red, but in the end he couldn't say anything and said in a bad mood, Get lost. Yes, Your Majesty. After Lin Wan'er left, Wu Mingkong sat on the dragon chair and looked at her back, seemingly caught up in memories, his eyes becoming mesmerized. After a long time, he sighed, picked up the cup of skin-improving tea, and gently sipped it. The prescription didn't make it to the Sangha after all. It was because Lin Wan'er realized that it was already dark when she exited the Hall of Nurturing Heart. She stood under the eaves of the house, looking at the dots of stars in the sky, her clear face suddenly showing an ant-like smile. It was a while before he collected himself and muttered to himself, Anyway, we have an early morning court tomorrow, so it's just as well to deliver it then. Go back and rest. Lin Wanner collected the prescription and bounced away. Time passes, and before you know it, it's tomorrow. Early in the morning, just after dawn, the Empress was already sitting on the dragon chair in the Fengtian Hall. The civil and military officials lined up to enter the hall and stood on either side. Stand still. The palace maid's shrill voice followed. Have a book please. No Ben withdraws from the court. The words just fell. Li Qianan, the right capital royal historian, stepped out, bowed and saluted before exclaiming, I have a present to present. The Empress's clear and cold voice rang out. Granted. Dezheng 24 years, Jinyang Lake flooding. The Ministry of Public Works spent 200,000 taels to build dikes. The duration of 2 years, said that it can ensure that the Jinyang Lake 10 years without disaster and no trouble. Now in only its 6th year, a heavy rainfall has actually caused cracks in many parts of the dam of Lake Jinyang. Although I do not have the experience of serving in the Ministry of Public Works, but I also know that a dike of 1,000 miles, destroyed in an ant hole, cracks will mean the destruction of the dike. Spend so much silver to build the dike, even 10 years did not last to. I thought that someone in here must have cut corners and enriched himself. Speaking of which, right capital royal historian Li Qianan was already extremely angry, deeply bowed down and shouted, I implore your majesty to severely punish those who built the dike back then. The words fell. There was a second of silence in the Fengtian Hall. Immediately afterward, he saw Zhao Zizheng, the minister of the Ministry of Public Works, stand up and shouted, I was also involved in building the dikes back then. And I can assure your majesty that every one of the 200,000 taels of silver allocated by the Ministry of Revenue was spent on the dikes. There was absolutely no jerry building, much less anyone enriching themselves. Li Qianan glared at Zhao Zizheng and said angrily, if that's the case, why is it that after only 6 years, there are already cracks in that Jinyang Lake Dam? Zhao Zizheng said, every time the flood season comes, the water of the Jinyang Lake will become unusually turbulent. Before that, the dike had not been repaired for 3 years. There was a danger of destroying the dike, and it is already extremely difficult to support it for 6 years nowadays. Li Qianan angrily said, nonsense. Back then, you swore that you could support it for 10 years. I remember it clearly. Zhao Zizheng glanced at him and didn't answer positively, but just said lightly, if the Ministry of Public Works and its staff really want to enrich themselves by building dikes, then the Jinyang Lake Dam won't last for 6 years, and there will be cracks in it in 2 years at the most. Li Qianan snorted coldly and said, building a dike once every 2 years. You must have the guts to do that too. Zhao Zizheng returned. So it seems that Lord Li does know nothing about building dikes. And what's so strange about once every 2 years? The dikes of Changdong Lake and Wu have to be repaired every other year. And the dikes of North Taihu Lake, every half a year. And there are many other similar examples. So this official will not repeat them. Lord Li, even if he doesn't understand, he should have looked up more records in ancient books before making his appeal. And if he had looked them up, he would have known how hard it is to build a dike once and keep it safe and sound for 6 years. You! Li Qianan was speechless from the dislike and stretched out his finger towards Zhao Zizheng, saying angrily, you're the ones who said it would last 10 years. Zhao Zizheng nonchalantly said, that's just the general situation. The water is not we can control. Who knows which year's situation is good, which year's situation is poor. The flood season is long, the water is fierce, may cause unanticipated damages to the dike. 10 years is just an imaginary number. Longer, shorter, are very normal. Now, Li Qianan was truly speechless, standing in place, staring, not saying a word. The imperial inspector of the Metropolitan Inspectorate had the power to wind up the matter, and as long as the questioning raised was still reasonable, even if it was wrong, there would be no punishment. So he didn't cling to the issue and just stood. The dragon chair. Seeing this, Wu Mingkong said in an icy voice, limit the Ministry of Public Works in January. Repair the Jinyang Lake Dam. The flood season is approaching. If there is flooding, severe punishment will not be punished. When Zhao Zizheng heard this, he stood upright and saluted. I obey. The words fell. The two retreated to their original positions. Immediately afterward, another person stepped forward. I have a book to present. Granted. The very last row of the civilian column, Zhang Yuton, the imperial inspector who had just entered the Duzha Academy, stood still, listening to the voices of the 100 officials working on the matter coming from his ears, his face showing excitement, only feeling that his life had reached a new peak. Before he entered the capital, he was just a small county office bookkeeper. He worked as an official in Liang County under Chang'an Prefecture, and was truly a 9th grade sesame official, because of the writing of a few articles to criticize the current situation. Got the right Royal Inspector Li Qianan's appreciation, promoted to enter the academy, as the 8th grade of the supervision of the Imperial Inspector. Although it is only the 8th rank, but because of the status of the speech officer, also gained the opportunity to enter the hall with the princes. Otherwise, with his original official position, even until his death may not be able to stand in the Fengtian Hall, listening to the public officials. So, everything within the Fengtian Palace was very new to him. Here he met many great men whom he could never have met before. The ministers of the 6 ministries, the Lord Prime Minister, and that high and mighty true Dragon Emperor. He stole a glance as he entered the hall. In an instant, he was shocked by His Majesty's Supreme Majesty, His Majesty's cool and noble aura, and Supreme Majesty. It made him feel ashamed to look at himself even now. At the same time, listening to the eloquent talk of all the officials, the mouth is all about the great things of the family and the country. He wants to excel and make a great cause of the conviction is even stronger. Come before, he had already learned from his fellow countrymen and friends about an event big enough to shake the entire courtroom. If no one mentioned this matter, it would be the best chance for him to become famous in one battle. As long as he could show his face in front of the princes and His Majesty, he would surely be able to further his career. A future at the helm of the capital is just around the corner. Think about it. His mood was once again excited, and the original apprehension in his mind had diminished quite a bit. The minutes ticked by. 1 hour later, the sounds of the proceedings subsided. Silence fell in the Fengtian Hall. All the things that the princes want to play have been played. If your majesty has nothing else to do, it's time to retire from the court. See the silence of the 100 officials. The courtesan raised her voice and shouted again. There's the present enlightenment. No Ben withdraws from the court. Zhang Yuton, the supervisory royal historian, saw that no one spoke up, and a heart beat wildly. That great event that no one has mentioned. Don't they even know what's happening in Qingzhou? In that case, is it okay for me to say that thing? This is a great opportunity to show your face. When Zhang Yutong saw that the princes did not speak, he was a bit puzzled in his heart at first, but that little doubt was quickly squashed by the desire to excel. Seeing that the courtesan was about to shout out the word retreat, Zhang Yutong took a deep breath, made up his mind, gathered his courage, and stepped forward. I have a book to present. Wu Mingkong's clear and cold eyes looked at him and said nonchalantly, granted. Zhang Yutong swallowed his nervous saliva, raised his voice and shouted, I would like to impeach Hai Rui, the special envoy for disaster relief in Qingzhou. This man killed the Qingzhou assassin, a third-ranked official, without petitioning the court. He should be beheaded according to the law. This statement was made. The entire Fengtian Hall fell into a dead silence. The princes all stared at Zhang Yutong with wide eyes, with unbelievable eyes. Where did this kid come from? How could such inexplicable words come out of his mouth? Zhang Yutong saw that all the gentlemen were looking at themselves in shock, and he was somewhat pleased in his heart. It seems that the princes are really unaware of this news. Otherwise how could they act so shocked? Think about it. He became more confident and raised his voice. I would also like to impeach him for keeping private soldiers and getting a heavy cavalry of 2,000 men out of nowhere, and I thought that he, an unranked special envoy for disaster relief, must not be so bold or capable, and that there must be someone behind him to instruct him. I implore your majesty, investigate this matter thoroughly, uncover the mastermind behind it, punish them severely. This statement was made. The silence in the Fengtian Hall was to the extreme. It's really a pin drop that can be heard clearly. Inside the temple of Fengtian, all the males were staring at Zhang Yutong with a strange look in their eyes. Next, the minister of the household, Qin Xingyan, stood out, his icy eyes, looking at him, nonchalantly. Who are you? Hear that? Zhang Yutong's heart beat wildly. Although he didn't know the identity of the man who was asking the question, he could tell from the official uniform and the position he was standing in that it was a second-ranked dignitary. The second-ranking grandee, asking for his name. Is this a sign that he values himself and wants to be cultivated? Think about it. Zhang Yutong could no longer restrain his inner excitement and returned with a trembling voice. My humble servant, Inspector General Zhang Yutong. There was a pause. He added, my humble servant's mentor is Lord Li Qianli. Although Lord Li only appreciated him and instructed him a few words, but in his eyes, then there was the bond of master and disciple. Now that he had such a chance to show his face and make a great achievement, he naturally had to bring his benefactor along. Lord Li must be very touched at the moment to see the talent he personally promoted shine and not forget to bring him along. Zhang Yutong looked at Li Qianan and thought so in his heart. Aside, when Li Qianan heard Zhang Yutong mention the matter of Qingzhou, he had long been anxious and thought, that Hai Rui is the special ambassador for disaster relief ordered by the Prime Minister himself. When you work in Qingzhou, you are the embodiment of the Prime Minister, and no matter what you do, who dares to talk too much? You're just a little Inspector General. You dare to mess with him. Aren't you looking for death? It's just a matter of seeking death, but it also involves him. the chief official of the Metropolitan Police. No, we'll have to find an opportunity to clear the capital with him later. He was just thinking about how to draw a line with this rash young man, and before he opened his mouth, he heard the word master. A moment of confusion. It took a while for him to respond. The benefactor in this kid's mouth is referring to him. Grace. Li Qianen's expression froze. His mouth slightly opened, and he subconsciously looked at the 6 ministries on the side. Sure enough, I saw it. Du Chainan, Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Qin Xingyan, Minister of the Household. Qian Haonan, Minister of the Ministry of War. Sun Zhengying, Minister of the Ministry of Punishment. And the other core of the Feng party looked at themselves in unison. The eyes were cold. There was a murderous intent in his eyes. Moment. Li Qianen's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, only feeling like falling into an ice cellar, like facing an abyss. Next, he suddenly reacted that if he didn't say something, the original Zhang Shuo would be his downfall. And so, he no longer hesitated and turned his head to glare at Zhang Yutong, cracking his mouth. Who are you? This official knows you. You just climbed here indiscriminately. Bloody mouth. When Zhang Yutong heard this, his entire body was confused. When he made his mark, he thought to take his benefactor with him. How is it that instead of appreciating the favor, the benefactor scolded him so harshly? Is it because you think you don't want the credit for something you didn't do? He hesitated and said, although my subordinate and lordly do not have the name of master and disciple, they do have the reality of master and disciple. If it were not for lordly, my subordinate would still be just a small chief bookkeeper in Liang County today. And how could I have the opportunity to stand here and impeach that vicious Hai Rui? This statement was made. The entire Fengtian Hall once again fell into a deathly silence. Qin Xingyan stared at Li Qianen and let out a cold smile as he coldly said. This official was still thinking. A small supervision of the royal historian. How dare to be so inverted black and white, framing the loyal and good. So it is you dog, behind the back of the instigation. To give him backing. Say, what do you intend to do? Li Qianen wanted to cry without tears, and shouted in his heart, I am not. I did not. Don't spit blood. But he also knew. Zhang Yutong had said it all to this point. No amount of explaining himself would clear him of suspicion. In desperation, he remembers when he was fingering a deer. As the right royal historian, he should have been forthright in his admonition, but in order to protect himself, he has been silent. Later, when he saw Zhang Shuo, the left royal historian, was copied by the prime minister, he was also secretly glad that he had recovered the lives of his family, and after that, as long as he did not provoke the prime minister, he would be safe and sound. Who would have thought it? After months of trembling with fear and treading on thin ice, he was actually victimized by a flunky who was promoted by his own hand. Zhang Yutong, you seek your own death. Don't blame this official for being heartless. After all, my official's family is in the capital, so my official can die, but not them. Think about it. Li Qianen didn't care about face or reputation, and without saying a word, he rolled up his sleeves and walked over to Zhang Yutong. At this very moment, Zhang Yutong had realized that something was wrong, but he didn't know where he was wrong yet. Seeing Li Qianen walking towards himself, his face showed fear and guilt, lowered his head, and whispered, subordinate even tired of the adults. Seeing this, Li Qianen suddenly had some softness in his heart, but the thought of his own family wiped out that little sympathy. He rolled up his sleeve and aimed at the left side of Zhang Yutong's face, going up and slapping him. You dog, are you out of your mind? What are you talking about? Zhang Yutong was confused by the slap. This is the Temple of the Bounty. His Majesty is sitting on the dragon chair, and you, Sir Li, are a royal official and a public official. Is it a good idea to make a move like this? Seeing that Zhang Yutong was still unenlightened, Li Qianen aimed another slap at the right side of his face and said angrily, when the special envoy for disaster relief arrives at a place, he represents the court, and for the Qingzhou assassin to attempt to harm him is no different from plotting against the court. For a rebel official, what's the harm in executing him? Not to mention killing him, or even lynching him. This kind of important matter. Where is your turn as a small supervisory official to talk too much? Zhang Yutong was slapped twice and his mind went blank, just instinctively thinking, isn't it the duty of the Inspector General to hear news and impeach? If they are all afraid to speak up, won't this courtroom become a hall of one voice? And, the point is not to kill the assassin of Qingzhou. Isn't the most important thing to keep private soldiers? After all, the little government soldiers in Qingzhou can't be a threat to the court. The 2,000 heavy cavalry, on the other hand, were a different matter altogether. Beyond that, that's 2,000 heavy cavalry. How many weapons, equipment, horses, food are needed? How frighteningly strong it was to be able to do that so silently. In the entire court, It is estimated that only the Prime Minister is able to keep such a private army from His Majesty. Think about it. Zhang Yutong's entire body was stunned. He subconsciously looked at the figure standing at the very front. The straight body, to the end, did not move, as if oblivious to what was happening in the hall. So it's him. No wonder. No wonder. This time, Zhang Yutong was thoroughly understanding. Why is the court keeping mum about what happened in Qingzhou? Why did Lord Li react like this when he saw that he had come forward to impeach? One thing after another, it came back to Zhang Yutong's mind. In an instant, a coolness swept over his entire body. It's like falling through the ice. It's like being in an abyss. Dog-like thing. This official will beat you so much today that you won't even recognize your own mother. When Li Qianan saw that Zhang Yutong still did not recognize his mistake, his face showed anger and he went up and slapped him twice. 2 slaps finished. As if enlightened, Zhang Yutong suddenly knelt down on the ground, his head pressed against the ground, and exclaimed in a trembling voice, I've lost my mind and committed a crime. I don't know what I was talking about. I was rambling. It took half a day to hold it in. Fart. Having said that, he looked again at the back standing at the forefront and said, almost pleadingly, Lord Prime Minister. Just as he opened his mouth, he was kicked to the ground by Li Qianan. You're still not well from losing your mind? Talking about Qingzhou, talking about your nonsense, talking about you losing your mind. What's the point of bringing up Lord Prime Minister? Zhang Yutong immediately understood and exclaimed, Your Majesty, I have been suffering from apoplexy since I was a child, and every once in a while I would have an attack. When I have an attack, I look just like a normal person, but in reality, my mind is a mass of mush, and I can only talk nonsense. What I said just now was all bullshit without thinking. Please Your Majesty, forgive me. The original plot against the Prime Minister. Suddenly it becomes a ludicrous farce. The princes looked at Zhang Yutong, who was kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear and trembling, and the coldness in their eyes receded. With a few more points of helplessness, things have come to this. They have been convinced that the young imperial historian in front of them is not a straight impeachment. Upright and unyielding frank minister. Just not very good brain. The more so, the more depressed the males became. Such a person. To kill, or not to kill? Killing, some cannot be justified, but also will lead to the court. Everyone is in danger. If you don't kill, you always feel bad in your heart. Finally, it was still the minister of the Ministry of Mandarins, Du Chainan, who stood out, looked at Li Qianan, and did not have the good sense to say, Lord Li, when you recommend someone, can you pay more attention? A person who is out of his mind can also enter the temple to play. If it spreads out, won't it become a joke? In one sentence, he dumped the pot on Li Qianan and warned the 100 officials that the matter should not be spread. In the meantime, the designation of Zhang Yutong as having lost his mind also showed that the Fang party did not want to take advantage of this incident to launch another wave of purges. It's a big deal and it's over. This statement was made. Inside the Fengtian Hall, the officials of the non-Fang parties were all relieved. Li Qianan similarly took a long breath and smiled sarcastically. This matter is the fault of this official? Saying this, he looked toward the Empress on the dragon chair and bowed. Please punish Your Majesty. Wu Mingkong, who witnessed the farce from beginning to end, had an icy expression, but in his heart, he had mixed feelings. Honestly, just now when Zhang Yutong came forward to impeach Hai Rui, she was also stuttering in her heart, a little worried that this would end up being a big deal and she didn't know how it would end. But, if it was put before, her first reaction would never be that. Even if we don't make a big deal out of this, we should at least find ways to weaken the Fang party's power and try to support the non-Fang party's power to achieve a balance with the Fang party. Instead of thinking about making peace, I am largely ill. Another deer in the headlights. Another gorgeous firework. A stick in the mouth and a sweet date. I have been made to feel less like myself by his various tactics. Where are my ambitions? Where is the great power I want? Where's my inspirational thoughts? It can't go on like this. I am the son of heaven. Is the emperor? I can't be held back by my children's love and be depressed for a long time. Starting tomorrow, I will support my own forces, and never let the Fang party continue to dominate. The Great Jian Dynasty Hall must not become the one-word hall of that traitor Fang Xiu. Think about it. Wu Mingkong looked towards the right royal secretary who was pleading guilty and Zhang Yutong who was kneeling on the ground. Wanted to say something encouraging. Before he could speak, he suddenly saw Fang Xiu's sharp eyes. The eyes seemed to see through everything. Her little bit of mind was insight in an instant under those sharp eyes. Somehow, Wu Mingkong's heart trembled, gritted his teeth, and still decided to deal with it coldly, nonchalantly. The right royal historian, Li Qianan, has failed to recognize people and is nepotistic. He will be punished with a salary for half a year. Inspector General Zhang Yutong, dismissed from his official position, never to be employed. When Li Qianan and Zhang Yutong heard this, they were both relieved and knelt down to thank them. "Thank you, Your Majesty." For Zhang Yutong, after such a thing, he had it in his heart that he was not fit for the court. The ambition to do something great went up in smoke the moment he fell to his knees. All he wanted to do now was to get away from this place, to be at ease with his Ji-shu, and to make articles. For Li Qianan, although it is an unearned disaster, the penalty of 6 months' salary and no deputation is equivalent to no substantial punishment, which is already the best result. For the other party, such a disposition, which has not tarnished the prestige of the party, is perfectly acceptable. Only Wu Mingkong on the dragon chair, for some reason, had a feeling of disappointment. It was as if the original inspiring Wu Mingkong was getting farther and farther away from himself. But after everything, what's a little blow? Soon, she adjusted her mindset and made a secret vow in her heart to get herself patched up. "I'm just doing this to hold back and build up my strength. And one day I'll hit the ground running, rectify the court, take power back into my hands. When that time comes, I will tie up all the hands and feet of that traitor and chain him to my side, and see him still running around and looking around." Think about it. Wu Mingkong was in a much better mood. At this point, the palace maid's shrill voice sounded again. "Retreat! I will retire." The 100 officials saluted and left the Fengtian Hall in a line. Zhang Yutong knelt on the ground, stood up trembling, walked out of Fengtian Hall with fear and trembling, and then busied himself with catching up with the right royal historian Li Qianan. Facing guilt, he said, "The student has even burdened His Excellency." Li Qianan glanced at him with a cold expression, but in his heart, he sighed and waved his hand. "It would not be a bad thing for you to go back to being a teacher." Zhang Yutong nodded his head in deep thought, and then seemed to think of something. His face showed fear again, and he lowered his voice and said, "The student is afraid." Li Qianan faintly said, "You are only a minor official of the 8th grade. In this court is like a mole cricket. No one will care about you." His Majesty's words, no one to refute. It is already final. You do not have to be afraid. Go back to peace of mind Ji-shu. Hear that? Zhang Yutong has been hanging heart, only then is considered to be completely landed. Would like to deeply worship, but was afraid of involving Li Qianan. Just arching his hand and said, "Thank you, Your Honor." After saying that, he slowed down his pace and distanced himself from Li Qianan. As he walked, he looked at the upright figure standing at the forefront not far away. Envy and longing showed in his eyes. A great man should be like that. It's just a shame I'll never get another chance. Zhang Yutong sighed and followed with his head hanging down. That Li Qianan is also really. I do not know where to get back such a stupid. If not for the generosity of our Minister Feng, this day in any case, he will not want to walk out of Fengtian Hall. Hear that? Qin Xingyan, the Minister of the Household, let out an exclamation. The world is full of idiots who get screwed over and happily give away their silver. How many people can be as wise as Minister Feng? It's just a few of us, barely able to look at Feng Xian's back. Aside, when Minister of the Ministry of Revenue Du Chainan heard this, he subconsciously shrunk his neck for a moment, then quickly recovered his naturalness and concurred. Your Honor, Qin's words are very true. Feng Xiu walked at the front and heard the conversation coming from behind him. Remembering that Qin Xingyan had been punked and was still kept in the dark, the corner of his mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. Just keep moving forward. This time, not far away but a familiar voice suddenly came. Minister Feng, please stay. Feng Xiu stopped and turned his head to look. He saw Lin Wanner, who was dressed in a luo skirt, standing there and waving her hand towards him. There seems to be some shyness in the expression. Feng Xiu walked over and asked, "What is it?" Lin Wanner looked around, saw that no one was paying attention, took out a piece of paper from her bosom, handed it to Feng Xiu, and lowered her voice. Prime Minister Feng, please be sure to accept this, and don't let anyone else see it. Mysterious. Sneaky. Could it be that this little ninny is also in the throes of spring? Thinking of sending love letters to this minister? Feng Xiu was a bit speechless, but still reached out and took the paper, and after opening it, he read it. Although the golden lot pill takes care of both the symptoms and the root cause, it is biased towards fixing astringency to treat the symptoms, and if the slippery discharge has stopped, it should be used to treat the root cause by replenishing the deficiency and fixing the kidneys. If it is a damp heat underflow, or if there is a fire in the heart and the liver, watch and see. Feng Xiu's brows furrowed slightly. Why does this look so much like an aphrodisiac prescription? It is? Feng Xiu took the prescription and looked at Lin Wanner with a puzzled expression. Lin Wanner's fair face crawled with redness, gritted her teeth, and lowered her voice. Feng Xiang, it's a young tonic prescription. It's still true. Feng Xiu's expression froze, and for a moment, he actually didn't know what to say. Lin Wanner hesitated for a moment and added, the imperial physician said that in addition to the prescription, you can also eat more leeks. Well, This kind of vegetable, we are not common in Chang'an, and there are more in Yangzhou. Then there are oysters, which grow on the seashore, and we don't have them in Deqian, so we can only buy some dried ones from the merchants in Yen. Hear this. Fang Xiu already had a number in his heart, and with a raised eyebrow, he looked at Lin Wanner and asked, "Did His Majesty ask you to give these to this minister?" This sudden questioning caused Lin Wanner to be stunned for a moment. With that, the little head shook fast. "It was the slave girl who took it upon herself to beg for you." When Fang Xiu heard this, he suddenly felt a bit amused and took a step forward to Lin Wanner's face, asked, looking down on her condescendingly, "Then why did you send this minister a prescription for aphrodisiacs?" Lin Wanner's pretty face was red and she couldn't hold her words. It took a while before he corrected himself in a whisper. "It's a yang tonic, not an aphrodisiac." Fang Xiu asked again, "What's the difference?" "There is a difference." Lin Wanner racked her brain and argued, "One is a tonic, the other is a strong." Speaking of which, she herself felt that this explanation was not the least bit convincing, and slowly lowered her head, whispering, "It was from His Majesty." Confirmed. Fang Xiu subconsciously looked in the direction of Feng Tian Hall. Vaguely, it seemed as if a figure was seen, probing behind a pillar. "Ha! How long has it been since we've bullied her? And you've grown in guts. How dare you provoke Sangfu with such a little trick?" Fang Xiu sneered, took the prescription, and walked towards the Hall of Nourishing Heart. Seeing this, Lin Wanner was startled and busily followed. "Minister Feng, His Majesty's dragon body is ill and it is not convenient to see you." Fang Xiu waved his hand and said indifferently, "No harm done. This Prime Minister has medicine." Lin Wanner was stunned, and actually didn't know what to say. A few moments later, Fang Xiu's magnetic voice resounded from outside the Yangxin Hall. "I, Fang Xiu, beg to see Your Majesty." The words fell. A coughing sound suddenly rang out in the hall. "Ahem, ahem." Immediately afterward, a palace maid came out and saluted before saying, "Minister Feng, His Majesty is in ill health and is not in a position to see you. Please come back tomorrow." Fang Xiu gave her an expressionless look without responding and walked directly inside. Fang Xiang. Seeing this, the palace maid's face showed apprehension and anxiety, but she didn't dare to reach out to stop her. Fang Xiu walked to the door, pushed it open with one hand, and stepped in front of the table. The ink on the zhangji is still not dry, apparently approved to half, put down the pen, and hurriedly left. Fang Xiu's face was expressionless as he continued to walk inside. That courtesan's eyes widened when she saw the scene, and a sense of fear swept over her as a look of disbelief appeared on her face. She opened her mouth and subconsciously tried to yell, "Help!" Before he could yell out, his mouth was covered by Lin Wanner's hand on the side. "Don't yell!" That palace maid's eyes widened as she looked towards Lin Wanner, her gaze filled with fear. Further inside is the dragon couch where His Majesty rests. Fang Xiu, even if he is still in a high position of power, he is still a man. How can he be like this? Lin Wanner saw this expression on the palace maid's face and looked like she was used to it. Never mind, just get used to it. When the palace maid heard this, her eyes were full of disbelief, and she only felt that her worldview had collapsed. The other side. Fang Xiu had arrived at the dragon couch. Through a layer of muslin, a small head could be vaguely seen poking out from under the comforter imprinted with a 5-clawed golden dragon. It was followed by a coughing fit. Ahem! Fang Xiu was a bit speechless and said in a bad mood, "Just now in the morning court, His Majesty was still alive and well, but this is only a while ago when he was holding a sick bed. Doesn't Your Majesty think that this illness came too suddenly?" The words fell. The coughing stopped abruptly. Immediately afterward, a weak voice was heard from behind the muslin. "Ahem! I don't know what you're talking about." Hear that? Fang Xiu sneered and walked forward, lifting the tool with one hand. Looking at the stunningly beautiful face that was shrinking under the covers, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Your Majesty's face is rosy. It doesn't look like you're sick in any way. How dare this traitor? Simply wanton. When the Foster's palace is his home?" Wu Mingkong obviously did not expect Fang Xiu to dare to lift the thin veil in front of the dragon couch. Eyes like the starry sky grew large and vain, and all kinds of emotions surged like a tidal wave. Shame, surprise, and a touch of apprehension. Emotional value plus 5,000. This traitor dares to lift the thin veil in front of the dragon couch today, and what he dares to do in the future, I dare not think. Wu Mingkong's silver teeth clenched as she glared at Fang Xiu, lowered her voice, and squeezed out a word through her teeth. "Get out!" Hear that? Instead of leaving, Fang Xiu took a step forward and got closer to Wu Mingkong, who was lying on the bed. He looked at this rosy little face close at hand, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a smile, and said, "Your Majesty gave me the prescription. Wasn't that what you wanted me to do? Why is Your Majesty angry again when I came?" Emotional value plus 5,000. Wu Mingkong looked like she had been poked in the heart and became irritated. As she lifted the quilt, her small pink fist slammed hard at Feng Xiu. Shut up for me. Feng Xiu raised his eyebrows as he clutched her white and tender wrist. I just want to show your majesty that I don't need a young tonic. Shut up. Shut up. Stop it. Wu Mingkong's face was red and he couldn't wait to bite Feng Xiu to death. Feng Xiu suddenly felt that the annoyed little empress was quite cute and continued to tease. Doesn't your majesty want to see it? Look at what? Wu Mingkong glared angrily at Feng Xiu, but a touch of doubt passed through his eyes. Not quite sure what he meant by those two sentences. Seeing this, Feng Xiu instantly realized that this little empress didn't understand anything. So, the question was asked. Your majesty doesn't understand? Wu Mingkong said unconvincingly. I am the son of heaven. I know everything. I know nothing. Hearing such a proud tone, Feng Xiu was almost certain that the little female emperor really didn't understand the difference between men and women. He asked with some curiosity. Your majesty doesn't understand why you are sending me a prescription? I understand. The little empress is still talking tough. Feng Xiu raised his eyebrows, an inexplicable smile on his face as he asked. Really? Seeing his strange expression, the little empress immediately understood that what he said was probably not something good. Biting her red lips, she didn't reply, but just snapped. You stay away from me. Hear that? Feng Xiu took a step forward and sat directly on the dragon couch, saying, Your majesty has not answered my question. You. Wu Mingkong's pretty face turned red as if it could drip blood. Hugging the covers, he cowering his body in the corner. How dare you? Emotional value plus 3,000. I've hugged them all. As for that, Feng Xiu looked at the youngest daughter emperor and said, I am your majesty's phase father. So what's the harm in caring about your majesty? You. Wu Mingkong stretched out her slender fingers and pointed at Feng Xiu, her body trembling with anger. For a while, only then did she bite her red lip and force herself to calm down. The prescription is from me. So what? I'm only doing this to sympathize with my subjects. Feng Xiu's brows furrowed slightly and his voice grew cold. His majesty has sent prescriptions to other ministers? Wu Mingkong glared at him and said without a trace of anger. You put. What syncope? Of course I've only sent it to you. That sounds a little strange. Feng Xiu didn't know whether to be relieved or depressed. Seeing Feng Xiu's strange expression, Wu Mingkong immediately understood what he was thinking and raised an eyebrow, teasingly saying, As far as I know, full of civil and military personnel, qualified to enter the temple to playthings. Only Feng Xiang has not yet married a wife and children. This call me how can I not sympathize with Feng Xiang? Men have hidden diseases, is a common human condition. Feng Xiang cut must not avoid medical treatment. In accordance with the imperial doctor's prescription, take good medicine, rest well. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Feng Xiu. Your majesty is so concerned about my personal problems. Could it be that you want to give me a child? Wu Mingkong, who was originally gushing and thought he had the upper hand, instantly broke his defense when he heard this. Blushing, voice trembling. You. I'm going to. You and I are halfway through the day, but we can't even say anything. Emotional value plus 6,000. Listening to the system beeps coming from his ears, Feng Xiu raised an eyebrow, and his body probed forward, meeting the little empress's watery eyes and teasing. Why is your majesty so agitated? Is it because I have said what is on your mind? Shut up. Wu Mingkong's eyes became watery and wide, trying to put on an angry expression. It was just that this furious, overbearing look, in Feng Xiu's eyes, was like a little milk cat that was trying to maintain its dignity and was waving its teeth and claws at the owner who was feeding it. Seeing her look as if she was about to cry with anger, Feng Xiu also stopped teasing and laughed. It's okay if your majesty doesn't understand. I will teach your majesty in the future. Wu Mingkong knew that he was giving himself a leg up by mentioning his previous words, skimmed his mouth, gave him a blank stare and said, Who wants you to teach? I can learn by myself. Hearing this, Feng Xiu was basically certain that the little empress was as ignorant as a sheet of paper about things between men and women, couldn't help but laugh softly without retorting. Inexplicable. When Wu Mingkong saw him laughing, he felt odd in his heart, but he didn't ask any further questions. He just didn't have the good sense to say, You came to see me? You don't just want to tell me that you don't need a young tonic, do you? Feng Xiu Dao, of course not. What else? Feng Xiu collected his laughter, his bright eyes, gazing at the little empress, and said in a gentle tone, I missed his majesty and came to see him. Hearing that gentle tone, the little empress's little head exploded and went blank. Shasta! What inspirations! What power! What ambitions! She couldn't remember any of it, only the sweet words echoing in her ears. But soon, she pulled back from the tingly feeling. Secretly, he admonished himself not to be deceived by the flowery words of this traitor. Who wants you to look? And, not just met. The little female emperor's pretty face slightly reddened as she turned away her face and muttered in a small voice, Feng Xiu smiled and said, His Majesty in the courtroom is the true Dragon Emperor, like a fairy descending to the earth, so that when one looks at him, he is ashamed of himself and cannot bear to blaspheme. Not so with His Majesty before me. The words were not finished. Just see the little Empress don't turn her head, eyes watery, with a mosquito fly-like voice. Forbid you to say. Emotional value plus 6,000. Hearing the system beep coming from his ears, Feng Xiu raised an eyebrow and thought, saying a few words of love? You can gain 10,000 to 20,000 emotion values. Isn't this faster than pointing at a deer and pissing off a little Empress? So look at it. You've gone off on a tangent before. Nurtured by modern culture. What kind of sweet words can't Feng Xiu say? Saying one sentence is 5,000 emotions. Blood money. Still, this kind of thing has to be gradual and subtle. Tease at intervals to maximize efficiency. Think about it. The corner of Feng Xiu's mouth hooked into a smile, and his voice grew gentler. I listen to Your Majesty. If Your Majesty doesn't let me say anything, I won't say anything. Hear that? Wu Mingkong's eyes became even more watery. Her pretty face floated red, and that tingly feeling in her heart came back. But the next second, she seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes suddenly flashed as she raised an eyebrow. You say you listen to me all the time. Then can you give me the command of that heavy cavalry? To me? Feng Xiu. Wu Mingkong suddenly laughed when he saw his defeated expression. The smile was as bright as a blooming flower, causing Feng Xiu to lose his concentration for a moment. Feng Xiu stared at the little Empress for a while, until the little Empress couldn't resist his hot eyes, bit her red lips, and turned her head to the side, before she stood up, took a step back, and saluted. I hope that Your Majesty will remember that I am in good health and do not need a young tonic, and that I will not do such things in the future. Your Majesty has official business to attend to, so I won't bother Your Majesty. I'll take my leave. After that, he turned to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to resist eating the little Empress. Wu Mingkong shrank in the corner of the dragon couch, staring blankly at his back. It took a while before he came back to his senses and looked at Lin Wanner, who was hiding behind the door, and said without a trace of anger, Stop hiding and come out. Next, Lin Wanner cautiously poked her head out and smiled sarcastically. Your Majesty. Wu Mingkong glared at her and said, Who told you to tell that traitor? The prescription is from me. Lin Wanner lowered her little head, and said in an aggrieved manner, If the slave girl just doesn't say it, Minister Fong can also guess it. How dare you talk back? Lin Wanner instantly didn't dare to speak and lowered her head. Weak, pitiful and helpless. Seeing this, the little Empress could not bear to be harsh on her anymore, and after a moment of silence, she commanded, Call the Shang Palace here. There is something I want to ask her. Lin Wanner was stunned and seemed to have thought of something. Her pretty little face showed an expression of slave girl understands everything. Saluted. Yes, Your Majesty. State of the week. Palace. Qianqing Palace. Emperor Zhou was sitting on the dragon chair, looking at the intelligence presented by the Eastern Seizure Factory, his face somber. A month ago, he couldn't have imagined it. With his full support, the scouts of the East Anti-Factory couldn't even get their hands on the tiny MSG formula. What annoyed him even more was this. The first Zhuang of the Qiangua, an intelligence organization that originally didn't exist at all, appeared all over the Qiangua as if it was springing up, uprooting many of the scouts sent by the East Chamber. Even the spies who had originally been lurking in Qiangua for more than 10 years were uncovered. Even in the latest intelligence presented by the East Chamber, the power of the first Zhuang of the Qiangua had already infiltrated into the Great Zhou. Although most of them have been removed by the East Chamber, it is not yet known whether there are any fish that have missed the net. It is important to know that building such a powerful intelligence organization takes a lot of time, effort and money. For example, the Zhou State's Eastern Seizure Factory was developed to its present size only after several generations of constant investment by the Great Zhou Emperor. This Qiangua number 1 Zhuang, however, seems to have appeared out of thin air, and in just a few months, it has woven an airtight intelligence network in Qiangua, which is really mind-boggling. The East Chamber's interpretation of this is that the first Zhuang of Qiangua has always existed, but before it was hidden in the shadows, collecting some fine intelligence. It was only when the female emperor of the Qian kingdom ascended to the throne that they revealed themselves and began to really do things. As for who exactly is the person behind the first manor of Qiangua, so far, no surprise, it's the chancellor of the Qian kingdom. To be precise, it was the prime minister of the Qian kingdom and the female emperor of the Qian kingdom. Don't look at these two people in the courtroom often tit for tat. Qiangua prime minister even staged a show in front of the 100 officials pointing at a deer as a horse. Actually, it's highly likely that the two made some kind of deal behind the scenes, or even simply wearing the same pants. The momentum in the courtroom was just a trick to confuse the princes and nobles as well as the neighboring countries. Otherwise, And how can we explain that the Prime Minister of the Qian Kingdom has raised private soldiers, formed parties, and practiced nepotism, but the Empress of the Qian Kingdom turns a blind eye to it, and even supports it in secret? To know, even if that Qiangui Empress was no longer vulnerable, she was still the son of heaven of a country. If you really want to use the Emperor's mind to balance the power of the court, how would you let the Fong party dominate? All of this points to one thing. The Empress is the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister is the Empress. I can't tell you. Both of them sleep under the same blanket at night. Wang Minkong, Fong Xiu. One of them is in charge of the Eastern Palace, and one of them is in a high position, but they can still lie dormant for many years and hold back until the death of the late emperor, and only then did they come into their own. What a good tactic. In that case, it seems that I have really underestimated you in the Qin Kingdom. Emperor Zhou put down the information in his hand, and while his face was gloomy, a sharp cold light erupted from his eyes. The original thought of wanting to cut down Qian was even stronger. With these two in the Qian Kingdom, they will surely become a great danger to my great Zhou in the future. For an enemy with such great potential, the consistent attitude of the Zhou Emperor was to simply exterminate it. The more you delay, the more likely you are to have an accident. Think about it. He no longer hesitated, and commanded, "Let the Grand Maestros come here. I have something to command them." "Yes, Your Majesty." A few moments later, several university professors came to the Qianqing Palace. "My lord, and I greet your majesty." Emperor Zhou's gaze swept over their bodies one by one, waved his hand, and said indifferently, "Sit." "Thank you, your majesty." Several university professors saluted and took their seats. Emperor Zhou glanced at them without any nonsense and went straight to the point. "I want to send troops to attack Qian in October this year, when the fall harvest is over, and I also ask all university students to draft a diatribe and announce it to the world." This statement was made. The pupils of all 5 university scholars shrunk slightly, obviously not expecting that Emperor Zhou had summoned them for this. For a while, someone in the party said, "Is His Majesty going to attack Qian again?" The one who spoke was Wei Dongzheng, a university scholar of the East Cabinet. Emperor Zhou looked at him and said faintly, "Why not?" Seeing that Emperor Zhou did not deny it, Wei Dongzheng stood up, saluted, and then said with certainty, "For the country and the people, it is not allowed." Emperor Zhou snorted coldly, his face showing displeasure, and coldly said, "I did not ask for your opinions. I just asked you to draft a diatribe, and you just do as you are told." Wei Dongzheng said, "Your Majesty may not listen to your subjects when they give their opinions, but you cannot block your subjects' mouths and prevent them from speaking." After a pause he added, "And if His Majesty didn't care about the opinions of his ministers, he wouldn't have summoned them to deliberate." Like Wu, Zhou abolished the province of the Central Committee, abolished the Prime Minister, and set up a cabinet to assist the emperor in political affairs. According to reason, although the cabinet ministers have the reality of the Prime Minister, the right is greatly weakened. But the case of Zhou is different. Emperor Zhou's implementation of the New Deal aroused the grievances of the gentry class. He needed the support of several cabinet university professors to hold the fort in front of him, otherwise the New Deal would not move an inch. This was where Wei Dongzheng's bottom line was when he dared to contradict Emperor Zhou. "There are 4 reasons for what I said just now. That neither the country nor the people should cut down Qian. For one thing, although Qian is weak, it used to be a big country, and the people have a strong sense of belonging to the court, especially since the empress has ascended to the throne, and is thriving, and is loved by the people. So if we attack Qian at this time, we are bound to get a great deal of resistance. Secondly, my great Zhou signed a truce with the Qian kingdom less than a year ago, and tearing up the truce at this time and blatantly attacking the Qian kingdom is inappropriate in terms of sentiment and reason, and I fear that it will be despised by the people of the world. Thirdly, the strength of the Qian kingdom is not unbearable, as evidenced by the recent events in Qingzhou, where 2,000 heavily armored cavalrymen, coming out of nowhere, would mean that, in places unknown to the public, the Qin kingdom may still be hiding more elite. Ancient saying, "Know yourself and know your enemy." 100 battles will not be in danger. Do not know your enemy and know yourself. A victory and a loss. Do not know your enemy. Do not know yourself. Every battle will be in danger. My great Zhou can only be regarded as not knowing one's own self, and if we go to war rashly, whether we win or lose is yet to be seen. Fourthly, our great Zhou is implementing a new government, and the gentry in all the counties and states are full of grievances, so if we attack Qin at this time, these people will definitely oppose it. His Majesty's efforts for the new government will most likely be wasted. In war, it's all about timing, location, and harmony, and now there's neither timing, location, nor harmony, so why would your Majesty start the war lightly? Wei Dongzheng's words were convincing and justified. The remaining 4 university professors present were all deeply impressed. When Emperor Zhou saw this scene, His face became even more somber as he coldly said, I repeat, I did not confer with you. It is my will to attack Qian. The words fell. Grand Maester Xie Qian of the Hall of Huagai stood out, first saluting and then saying, I thought Wei Gong said, or a few points of truth. Since ancient times, the fish and the bear's paw cannot be both. Now is the key moment of the new government, this time to cut down the Qian. It is very likely to lead to the court's efforts. Foregone, the Qian kingdom is now flourishing and changing rapidly. And we can see that there is the weather of the river clearing up and the sea being calm. His Majesty is concerned about this and wants to cut down the Qian kingdom and nip it in the bud, which is only human nature. I also thought that it is imperative to cut down Qian. Just now the time, place and people are not in my great Zhou. Not if you first give the East Chamber some time to collect more information on Qian, until the time is ripe, and then cut Qian. Hearing this, Emperor Zhou's expression eased a bit, but it was still gloomy. Seeing this scene, Xia Qian, Wei Dongzhang, and the rest of the three grandmasters glanced at each other and all got up, standing in front of Emperor Zhou and saluting in unison. I implore your Majesty, think twice. Seeing that the five grand maestros had reached an agreement, even if Emperor Zhou wants to conquer Qian again, there is nothing he can do in a short time. His face was grim, his icy gaze swept over several university professors, suppressing his anger and spitting out a word. Get out! What a temperament this new emperor has. Several university scholars are clear in their hearts and are too lazy to bother with him, and they all salute. I will retire. After a few of the grand maestros left, Emperor Zhou violently picked up the inkstone on the case and heavily smashed it to the ground, roaring with rage. How dare they? How dare they? When the eunuchs around them saw this scene, they all knelt on the ground, their faces terrified and trembling. Emperor Zhou smashed a few more objects before his anger subsided a bit. Think of the information provided by the East Chamber earlier. The female emperor of the Qian kingdom and the prime minister of the Qian kingdom are incompatible on the surface, but in reality, they are in collusion. Suddenly a brilliant ploy came to his mind that seemed to him to be brilliant. Think for a moment. A smile appeared on his face and he resumed his original gentle appearance as he commanded. Let the Rapunzel come to see me. Aside. The eunuch was busy saying, Yes, your Majesty. A few moments later, Great Zhou's eldest princess Li Yingyu arrived at the Qianqing palace. I greet your Majesty. Didn't I tell you that you are my sibling, and that you cannot worship me when you see me? Emperor Zhou had a smile on his face and a gentle tone. Li Yingyu didn't say anything and just stood. Seeing this, Emperor Zhou gave her a deep look, then revealed a smile and asked, Oh inviting moon, do you want to be an emperor? Li Yingyu's face was expressionless as she said nonchalantly, There will always be only one son of heaven in Great Zhou, and that is His Majesty. Emperor Zhou laughed twice and said, I'm not talking about the Emperor of Great Zhou, but the Emperor of Great Qian. Li Yingyu raised her eyes and glanced at Emperor Zhou, her expression joyless and sad. Still not speaking, Emperor Zhou continued, I'll give you a chance to be the Emperor of Qian. How about it? Li Yingyu faintly said, If His Majesty wants to cut down Qian, he should discuss it with the Grand Maester. When Emperor Zhou heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes and he said in a nonchalant manner, Those guys only say some grand words, but whenever I want to do something, they stand up to block it. If not for that, my Great Zhou would have already opened up its borders and expanded its territory, incorporating the neighboring countries into its territory, especially that East Cabinet University scholar Wei Dongzhang, all day long in my ears drumming, really do not know this Great Zhou Jiangshan is my Li family, or his. Li Yingyu was silent, not objecting or agreeing. Seeing this, Emperor Zhou raised an eyebrow and said, Imperial sister doesn't seem surprised that I want to cut down Qian? Li Yingyu said, I'm not surprised by anything your Majesty does. When Emperor Zhou heard this, he laughed out loud. After laughing for a while, he stopped smiling and said, I knew that the one who knows me, the Imperial sister is also. Li Yingyu raised her eyes to look at him, her eyes revealing an inexplicable meaning. Emperor Zhou, however, seemed as if he didn't notice and continued, Then can Imperial sister guess what I want you to do? Li Yingyu was silent for half a second before she said, I don't know. Emperor Zhou said, I know. You know. Li Yingyu was just silent. Seeing this, Emperor Zhou didn't bother to beat around the bush and said, I'm going to let you marry the Prime Minister of the Qian Kingdom. What do you think? Li Yingyu was still silent. Outside the window, the breeze whipped by, bringing down a few fallen leaves. There were birdsongs that suddenly sounded distracting. Emperor Zhou smiled and continued, I believe that with my royal sister's means, when she arrives in Qian, she will definitely be able to stir up the whole of Qian. And after that, I will work with you inside and outside, and will easily be able to take down Daqian. And at that time, I will let my royal sister be the Empress of Daqian, and show off her ambitions. How? As if she had known what he was going to say, Li Yingyue's expression was bland. There was a moment of silence before he asked, "Has your majesty ever thought of one thing?" Seeing that Li Yingyue had rarely said more, Emperor Zhou's face smiled even more and said, "What is it?" Li Yingyue said nonchalantly, "Perhaps the Empress of the Qian Kingdom will not agree to this marriage at all." Hear that? The smile on Emperor Zhou's face gradually solidified, his expression joyless and sad. Li Yingyue looked at his cellular brother in front of him and said nonchalantly, "I'm willing to give it a try." Marrying the Prime Minister of the Qian Kingdom might not be a good thing as long as she could stay away from this arrogant, self-important fool. It seemed to have seen Li Yingyue's thoughts. Emperor Zhou's expression became even colder, and he was silent for half a second before his smile reappeared and his tone was gentle. "Since Imperial Sister has agreed, I will send a mission to the Qian Kingdom in a while to discuss this matter with the Qian Kingdom's female emperor. I believe that the Empress of the Qian Kingdom will not refuse when she reads the conditions offered by me, if it was put before." Hearing this, Li Yingyue would only remain silent, but at the moment, listening to the drumming birdsong coming from the window, for some reason, she suddenly felt a pang of distraction. Coldly, he returned, "I hope so." After saying this, he got up, saluted, and said, "I have something else to do, so I will leave first." Turned away without a moment's pause. The dragon chair. Emperor Zhou watched her back drift away, and a burning rage erupted from his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Fong calmed down and looked at the eunuch on the side, nonchalantly saying, "You heard what I said just now?" The eunuch was busy saying, "I heard you." Emperor Zhou said, "Go get ready." "Yes, Your Majesty." Great Qian, Chang'an City, the Sanggunian. Autumn is in full swing and the sun is mild. Pieces of fallen leaves floating down from the air, the wind blowing like a butterfly dancing, constituting a beautiful picture. In the courtyard, Fang Xiu took a pen and sketched on a piece of paper, perfecting the details of the Great Qian Monthly. Aside, Daji was holding a large red lantern in her hand, looking mesmerized, a smile unconsciously appearing between her eyebrows. Yang Yuan stood beside her, holding a caveman in his hand, and also poked his little head out, looking at the patterns on the lantern's corner. In the shade of the tree, the white and black tiger cub stretched and slowly got up, then walked to another sunny spot and continued to lie down. Everything was so peaceful and serene, until a clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang out. "Who are these two little people?" Yang Yuan stretched out her delicate soft razor, pointing at the two small and large villains painted on the lanterns, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Daji returned, "Naturally, it's master and sister me." Yang Yuan also pointed to the little man holding a wooden stick in his hand to the side and asked, "What about this one?" Daji glanced at Yang Yuan, the corner of her mouth hooked up in a smile, and said, "A good time, a good mid-autumn festival. Naturally, there is no shortage of people caving in to help with the festivities." Yang Yuan was slightly stunned before reacting to the fact that the little man with the wooden stick was himself with the caveman. "You." Yang Yuan pointed at Daji and was angry enough to say something, but when she saw Fang Xiu not far away, she still held back, grunting, "I want to paint lanterns too." Daji raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you want my sister to teach you?" Yang Yuan made a face at her, picked up a blank lantern from the corner, and went into the house. Daji couldn't help but giggle at the sight. For her, bullying this little girl, who was a bit of a ditz and a bit of a heartbreaker, had been a daily source of joy. "What's so funny?" Fang Xiu took the drawn newspaper and walked behind Daji, asking curiously. Daji said, "The slave girl thought of happy things." Fang Xiu was curious. "What happy thing?" Daji's charming eyes looked at him and softly said, "The Mid-Autumn Festival in 7 days. To be able to spend it with Master is the happiest thing." As she spoke, a strong love flowed from her eyes, and her tone was serious, as if she were pronouncing some kind of oath. Hearing this, Fang Xiu reached out and stroked her little head and laughed. "When did you learn the same thing as that little girl?" Daji softly said, "What my slave said is all in my heart. It has nothing to do with her." Fang Xiu laughed and didn't continue the topic, instead spreading the newspaper out on the table and showing it to Daji. "This is what this Prime Minister told you about. The first issue of the Great Qian Monthly." Daji stood to Fang Xiu's side and browsed from top to bottom. A newspaper is a very large piece of paper that can be folded up and have various things printed on it. At the top, written in large letters in a dragon's flight, were the words, "De Qian Monthly." Very striking. An area is framed with lines at the bottom. The middle part is what the court has done recently, such as today's court meeting, where Zhao Zizheng, the minister of the Ministry of Public Works, promised His Majesty that the dam of the Jinyang Lake would be repaired within a month. On either side are talking books. On one side, there's Chatelaine, an excerpt from the first half of Nie Xiaoqian. On the other side of the spectrum is Shooting Heroes. Only the first 7 times. It comes to a screeching halt when it comes to the tournament. As a devoted reader of the sealed No one knows better than her what it's like to be interrupted halfway through a talking book, desperate to find out what happens to the plot afterward. But all I can do is wait. The heart felt like a cat scratching at it. It's like torture. Master is so bad. Daji giggled twice, her voice flirtatious. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows and said, "It's not that this minister is bad. It's really hopeless. If he doesn't break the chapter, he wants the newspaper to catch fire all over the north and south of the Yangtze River. He still doesn't know how long it will take. This break in the chapter, the effect is immediately different. This minister does not need to think to know that after the release of the first issue of the monthly magazine, there must be countless people blocking the door of the bookstore, urging for the release of the second issue. The master is right. It's a bit unkind, but this chapter break is a must." Daji agreed with a look of deep concern. Fang Xiu reached out and picked up the newspaper, turned a page, showed the back to Daji, and said, "Look at the back again." "Aha." Daji nodded and gazed away. The back of the paper is similarly divided into two areas. The left side of the content is very simple, with eye-catching official script. It is written, Zenbazhai new product, drunken flower red, a good rouge that first-class ladies are using. The right side was even simpler, just a drawing of not a landscape but a woman with a beautiful figure. Daji looked at the portrait. A faint blush appeared on her pretty face, and softly said, "Master, people think that this portrait is somewhat inappropriate." "Yes?" Fang Xiu was stunned and looked at the newspaper. The portrait is very plain, with only a few strokes outlined. Although the woman's posture is delicate, her clothes are not out of the ordinary, just an ordinary dress. In later times, it would be fine to use it as an illustration for a fairy tale. What's inappropriate about that? Daji seemed to see the confusion in her master's eyes and explained. People just think that it is not too dignified to print a woman's portrait on it, and it is also a bit revealing. Hear that? Fang Xiu was a bit surprised in his heart. I didn't realize that Daji, who was so charming and skillful on the bed, actually had such a conservative side. When you think about it, it's normal. Daji's flirtatiousness was never revealed only in his presence. Essentially, she was no different from the women of this era. Just as traditional, just as conservative. Since she doesn't think it's quite right, let's leave it unprinted for later. After all, the whole point of showing the paper to Daji was to get her input. Although Fang Xiu still knew the newspaper fairly well, but after all, it was the thinking of modern people, and the ancient people who lived in the feudal era. There was ultimately a difference. What's appropriate and what's not still needs to be referenced by someone. Think about it. Fang Xiu nodded and said, "Then I'll listen to you. The Qian Monthly will not print the portrait first. Wait until the other newspapers are released later." "Aha." Daji snuggled up to Fang Xiu's side and asked softly, "Does master intend to let Jumbo Zhai print this newspaper?" Fang Xiu Dao, "The newspaper is a big deal. It's best to keep it separate from Jumbo Jade." Speaking of which, he looked to the delicate little face on the side and smiled. This Prime Minister intends to get a store that specializes in distributing newspapers. Do you have a suitable name for it? Daji's delicate face revealed a thoughtful look. A moment later, she seemed to have thought of something, raised her eyebrows, looked at Fang Xiu, and said with slight excitement, "Master, how about calling it Seed Bamboo Xian, Bamboo Pavilion, proud of snow and frost, evergreen, have the gentleman's style." The name of the store where the newspaper will be distributed will be called Seed Bamboo Hen. It also wanted to inspire the people of Deqian to be a graceful gentleman like bamboo. Daji was very satisfied with this name, and there was a look of anticipation between her eyebrows, eager to receive Fang Xiu's praise. Fang Xiu, however, didn't think about it that much. He just felt that the name was a bit strange. Planting bamboo. Fang Xiu muttered, feeling more and more awkward, and said, "Why don't we just call it Bamboo Wind Xian? Bamboo Wind Hen. Sounds great too. Just listen to the master and call it Bamboo Wind Hen." Two of the three words were adopted by the owner. Daji already felt satisfied. However, compared to Seed Bamboo Xian and Bamboo Wind Xian, she still felt that the former had more flavor. "Master, then how much silver is the right amount to sell this newspaper for?" Fang Xiu didn't have many people around him who were worthy of complete trust, and after Bamboo Wind Xian was built, Daji would definitely still be in charge for a short period of time. Daji understood this and wanted to ask for more specifics while her master was free. Regarding pricing, Fang Xiu had already thought about it and without hesitation, said, 1 penny a serving. A penny a serving? Daji was slightly confused. She hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. "Master, a book of uninteresting words out there is sold for as much as 300 wenzi, and the better ones are even sold for 1 or 2 silver pieces. Although the newspaper is only 1 sheet of paper, the content is wonderful and far better than any talking book on the market. Even if it is sold for 100 cents, there will be people clamoring to buy it. Moreover, to print this newspaper, in addition to the cost of paper, There is also labor, material resources, and live plates. And when you do the math, you won't even get your money back for a penny. Fang Xiu looked at her and smiled, saying, not to mention that there are also advertisements in the newspaper for Jinbao Zhai, which can make Jinbao Zhai's sales whiter and hotter. Let's just say that the value of the newspaper itself is not something that can be compared to silver. This minister publishes a newspaper, and from the beginning, he did not think of earning silver. Although Daji couldn't understand what the advertisement meant, she could probably understand the mystery when she thought of the page of publicity about Jumbo Jade in the back. Yet she didn't think that a small newspaper would bring much revenue to Jumbo. After all, the literate people in the Dacian Empire are not many. Even if you buy a newspaper, it is estimated to read the words above. For that so-called advertisement should not be interested. Beyond that, what else could it be for if it is not to earn money by going to so much trouble, tossing and turning, and purposely opening a store to distribute this newspaper? Think about it. Daji subconsciously glanced at the newspaper on the table. Suddenly, a line of text came into view. It was about the courtroom, where Zhao Zizheng, the minister of the Ministry of Public Works, repaired the dike. Moment. An aura flashed in his mind. Daji understood. Master is going to use the newspaper to proclaim the great Qin dynasty? Fang Xiu smiled and said, it's more than that. The newspaper is far more important than you can imagine. Well, people understand. Daji answered. But in her heart she still held a hint of skepticism. After all, it's just a piece of paper. Can it really make such a big difference? Fang Xiu saw Daji's expression and instantly understood what she was thinking. But he didn't say anything. He just picked up the newspaper and handed it to her, ordering, let the first issue be so printed, as many as can be printed, and sold everywhere at the price of a penny. Darla reached for the paper, folded it carefully and placed it in her arms. With charming eyes, she looked at Fang Xiu and solemnly said, don't worry, Master, people will definitely do this matter well. Fang Xiu was still relatively relieved that Daji was doing something. A smile appeared on his face as he reached out to gently caress Daji's small head and said in a gentle tone, hard work. Daji's delicate little face revealed a color of satisfaction as she softly said, it's not hard to work for your master. In the blink of an eye, it was 7 days later, Mid-Autumn Festival. It was still dark, and Chang'an City was already filled with fire-red lanterns. On both sides of the street, the horizontal flying buttresses fluttered high with storefronts. All around were sparkling cars and horses, streams of pedestrians. A fresh breeze swept through, swirling the smoky clamor of the city into the distance. To the south of the city, in the busiest marketplace of Chang'an City, sat the highest building in the entire city besides the Fengtian Temple, the Moonwatch Tower. This is a restaurant that has been inherited for nearly 100 years and has witnessed the rise and fall of Deqian in recent years. The shopkeeper was a stunningly beautiful woman, surnamed Tang, who was said to be proficient in all aspects of music, chess, calligraphy and painting. On a regular basis, it never shows. Only 3 months ago when Lord Prime Minister visited Moonwatch Tower did she play a song. That gentle and some sad piano sound, so cold and noble, such as the snow dance and a flurry of that little red plum. Unforgettable. The diners there still think of it with admiration. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Moon View Tower, as the best place in the capital to view the moon, will surely attract many dignitaries to come here. I just don't know if on the occasion of this great event, can shopkeeper Tang offer another song. In the Moonwatch Tower, a young scholar picked up his wine cup and took a sip, with a look of anticipation on his face. Saying so, at the next table, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man spoke. Don't think about it. In the whole of Deqian, there are only 2 people who can make Boss Tang play the zither. One is His Majesty the Emperor and the other is the Prime Minister. Do you think these 2 can come to Moon Viewing House? Why can't I? Prime Minister Lord not just came a while ago. I heard that at that time also promised to take the Tang shopkeeper as a concubine. Only the Tang shopkeeper character lonely and proud, unwilling to be a concubine. Before the young scholar could finish his words, he was interrupted by the middle-aged man. You believe this kind of rumor? What kind of status does the Prime Minister have? How could he take a merchant as his concubine? Moreover, for a merchant, to be the Prime Minister's concubine is a great gift. How could Boss Tang refuse? Hear that. The young scholar was a bit upset, frowning and arguing. It's true that the Prime Minister is in a high position of power, but pallbearer Tang also has the reputation of being the #1 beauty in the capital. So it's only human to be a bit lonely and arrogant, right? The middle-aged man snorted and said disdainfully, what is the #1 beauty of the capital? In our eyes, she is high above the world and not to be blasphemed, but in the eyes of a truly great person, she is just a plaything. The young scholar's face revealed his anger as he stretched out his finger towards the middle-aged man and said in annoyance, how can you be so light-hearted towards Boss Tang? It's simply vulgar. When the middle-aged man heard this, he glanced at him and snorted, seemingly disdaining to argue with him, picked up his wine glass, took a sip, and paid no more attention. When the young scholar saw this, a ball of anger rose in his chest and he stood up with a pang, wanting to go forward to argue. At this point, a blazing cold light suddenly appeared. The wineglass in the middle-aged man's hand exploded without warning. Shards erupted, slicing his cheek. In an instant, blood flowed like a stream, staining his slightly vicissitude's face red. Ah! The middle-aged man was stunned for a breath before he reacted to what had happened, covering his face that had been scratched by the debris and letting out a miserable wail. Who is it? He covered his face and looked around, hissing madly, but saw no one holding a weapon. The surrounding diners all cast disgusted looks at him when they saw him making a fuss, thinking only that he was out of his mind. The scholar who had originally argued with him saw the scene, but he revealed a relieved smile and said, "Serves you right for being mouthy." The third floor of the Moonwatch house, on the side against the inner river. The compartment. Tang Ishue, who was known as the first beauty of the capital by the people of the capital, stood by the window and looked at the setting sun. The two bird-catching net eyebrows seemed to knit. A pair of dewy eyes seemed to cry and not cry. The state is born of two dimpled sorrows, and the eyebrows have a depressed air. Hey! After a long time, she seemed to have thought of something and let out a mournful sigh. The red dust has a hate when to stop. Sideburns add gray hair to know the autumn. National hatred and family feud. Words that should have been distant to her were now near. 3 months ago, she was just one step away from entering the Sangoku mansion, but it came to an abrupt end when that prime minister suddenly fainted. 3 months later, the prime minister seemed to forget about her, never sent anyone to look for her, and not even a letter was sent. If it wasn't for the fact that his identity as a remnant of the Night Kingdom had been revealed, there was only one possibility left. At first, the prime minister didn't even look at her, and the reason why he promised to take her as a concubine was just a whim after listening to the song. Think about it. Tang Ishue let out another sigh. Hey! Enter the Sangunyan. Approach the Qian Emperor. Kill the Qian Emperor. The 3-step program set by my father is now 6 months old, and not even the first step has been completed. I don't know when I'll have to wait to avenge this national hatred. Coo-coo, coo-coo. Outside the window, there was the sound of birds chirping. Tang Ishue's willow eyebrows curved up slightly, a touch of helplessness showing between her brows. She stood up, walked to the side behind the little maid and ordered, go to Chen's rouge shop in the north of the city and pick out a box of rouge." The little maid, who was called Yuer, was reading the newspaper and was mesmerized. When she coldly heard Tang Ishue's voice, she was startled and screamed, jumping away from the chair. Tang Ishue was also startled by her and took a step back, her hand covering her heart and frowning. "What's wrong? Hear that?" It was only then that Yuer reacted to the fact that it was the young master who had called out to her. Her clear face revealed a look of shame, lowered her head, and whispered, "I'm sorry, young master. The slave girl was reading the newspaper just now, and was so engrossed in her reading that she disturbed you. I really should be damned." Tang Ishue frowned slightly and said with some doubt, "What is this newspaper? And why have you all been obsessed with it these past few days?" Obviously, this is not the first time something similar has happened in the past few days. The little maid explained, "Young master, the so-called newspaper is actually a piece of paper printed by Bamboo Wenxian. What is it about a piece of paper that has you all so engrossed?" Tang Ishue's brows furrowed in even more confusion. The little maid blushed slightly and said, "Because there are a lot of interesting words on it." Tang Ishue doesn't like talking books. In her opinion, it's the moon in the water, flowers in the mirror, the fantasies of useless scholars, the untouchable delusion. Therefore, she did not understand the little maid's indulgence. Why would a person invest so much emotion into something so vain? But just because you don't understand, doesn't mean you don't respect. She sighed inwardly and didn't say anything, just said, "Leave it here until you get back." "Well, thank you, young lord." A happy smile appeared on the little maid's face as she turned around and was about to leave. Just after taking a step, she thought of something again, turned her head, looked at Tang Ishue, and asked, "Young master, can the slave girl go to the jumbo store to buy rouge?" Tang Ishue looked at her and asked, "Why?" The little maid said, "The newspaper said that Genbazai recently released a new rouge called Drunken Flower Red, and even the first-ranked ennobled lady is using it." Newspaper again. Tang Ishue obviously didn't expect this newspaper to have such a great impact on the little maid, and after hesitating for a moment, she asked, "You few have been reading the same newspaper lately?" The little maid nodded and said, "Yes it is, young lord. The boys in the backyard, the books they've been gathering to listen to these past few days, are all from the newspaper, too?" Tang Ishue was a bit curious. How can a newspaper be liked by different personalities at the same time? The little maid saw Tang Ishue's doubt and explained, "Young master, There are different contents in the same newspaper. The book that the slave girl reads is called Nye Xiaoshen, which is very scary, and the one they listen to is called Legend of the Eagle Sculpting Heroes, which is very uninteresting, but they all like it, and I don't know why. After so much explanation, Tang Yishues sort of understood and nodded. You go. Well, goodbye young lord. The little maid pushed open the door to the room and walked out. In the meantime, the window on the side by the river was suddenly kicked in from the outside. With that, a black shadow scurried in, as light as a swallow, and landed firmly on the ground. Tang Yishue looked at the figure that broke the window and entered, her brows showing helplessness, saying, there is a door to the Moonwatch Tower, so there is no need to be like this. In front of her, a woman wearing a strong suit with a veil over her face, carrying a long sword, stood straight in place, her voice clear and cold. The First Estate spies are everywhere, and it's impossible to say that somewhere. There's someone keeping an eye on the Moonwatch Tower's door at all times. Tang Yishue said. There's no one staring at the window? The powerfully dressed woman said. It's always safer. Tang Yishue sighed and said. Do you know why I don't let you read books? Read more. Always feel that everything is written in the words of the book. The world where there are so many intrigues and tricks. Just your own overthinking. Under the veil, the powerfully dressed woman bristled and didn't retort. The atmosphere in the compartment fell silent. A few moments later, Tang Yishue said, what did father ask you to do? The power-suited woman said, father told me to tell you that there's been a change in plan. Kill the prime minister first, then the Qian emperor. Hearing this, Tang Yishue brow more sadness, walked to the edge of the bed and sat down, silent for a long time before saying, the Night Kingdom has been extinguished for more than 20 years. You and I were not yet born when the Qian Kingdom sent out its troops. To you and me, do national hatred and family feuds really exist? Is it really worth it to pay such a great price just to satisfy your father's obsession? The powerfully dressed woman didn't say anything, just was silent. It was only after a while that he said, father has formed an alliance with Zhou's East Chamber, and as long as he can kill either of the Prime Minister of the Qian Kingdom and the Emperor of the Qian Kingdom, the Zhou Emperor will support father's restoration of the country. Tang Yishue said, what will happen after the restoration of the country? It's just a small place. Sooner or later it will be annexed by other countries. What's the point? There was another long silence from the powerfully dressed woman. Seeing this, Tang Yishue sighed and said, Roar, you've always wanted to be the heroine who wanders the countryside, who sees injustice on the road and fights for justice. My sister believes that you must have your own judgment. So tell my sister, this kind of life, is it really what you want? The powerfully dressed woman was silent for a moment and then said in a clear and cold voice, for 15 years, I have practiced my sword every day. No matter how hard or tired I am, I have never rested, just for the sake of killing the Qian Emperor. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Tang Yishue. You practiced your sword just to kill an innocent man you had never met? This time, the powerfully dressed woman did not speak again, remaining silent throughout. Obviously, deep down in her heart, she agreed more with Tang Yishue's words, but ever since she was born, she was instilled by her father with the belief of executing the Qian Emperor in order to restore her country. A few words would not make her change her original mind. Tang Yishue saw the situation, leisurely sighed, walked to the window, looked at the sunset that was already about to disappear. There are thousands of sadness depressed in the heart for a long time. The powerfully dressed woman gave her a look and said nothing more, walked over to the chair, intending to sit and rest for a while. Tonight, she was the main force in assassinating the Prime Minister of the Qian Kingdom, so naturally, she had to raise her strength. After sitting down, I wanted to close my eyes and rest my head, but when I glanced at it without thinking, I saw the newspaper on the table. With curiosity on her face, she came up and with a cursory scan, she saw the 5 words The Legend of the Eagle Shooting Heroes and was immediately attracted to it. Shooting heroes? Kind of a funny thing. It's still early, so watching for a while shouldn't be a problem. The powerfully dressed woman thought so and looked from top to bottom. In the meantime, outside the Moonwatch Tower, in some corner that could not be easily discovered, a few shadow guards shrouded in black robes, hiding in the shadows, their sharp gazes, staring deathly at the door of the Moonwatch Tower. For the past few days, they had been guarding the entrance of the Moonwatch Tower. It is to look for a suitable opportunity to eliminate these remnants of the Night Kingdom in one fell swoop. In fact, there were very few of these people who were highly skilled in martial arts, and they could not pose much of a threat to the shadow guards of the First Estate. The reason for the caution was that there was a top-notch expert among them. The name is Tang Rou. It's known as the world's greatest sword, although according to the information from the first Zhuang, this overbearing title was taken by Tang Rou herself. But with her strength, she does deserve the title. Her sword was fast, so fast that it sealed her throat with a single stroke, and her enemies might not even see her. and they would not know who had killed them until they died. The shadow guards were afraid of her strength, which was why they delayed making their move. At this moment, a certain black shadow was seen sweeping past. The leading shadow guard immediately realized what was going on and lowered his voice. Go back and report to Master Zhuang. The world's first sword, Tang Rou, has entered the Moonwatch Tower. The people from the East Chamber haven't shown up yet. Should we do it? Yes. A black-robed shadow guard turned away silently. One incense stick later, he returned and lowered his voice. Master Zhuang's orders. Keep an eye on Tang Rou and wait for the East Chamber's men to take the bait. Then wipe them out. After a pause, he added. Master Zhuang also said that Tang Rou's sword is unrivaled, and that if you are not 10% sure, you must not confront it. The lead shadow guard responded. Understood. The sun sets to one end of the earth and disappears. Vast starry sky. A bright full moon hanging high above it. Layers of clear clouds, like smoke and mist. The palace. The hall of nourishment. Wu Mingkong's good-looking eyes, looking at the zhangji in his hand. A heart has long drifted outside the palace. A day earlier, she then sent someone to the Sangunyan to inform Feng Xiu. Tonight she's going to take a little trip to empathize with the people. Talk about a crown. Actually, I just wanted to take advantage of the Mid-Autumn Festival to go out and have a fun time at the Lantern Festival. And by the way, fulfill the promise you made earlier. The time to leave the palace was set for the hour of midnight. At this time of the year, the various celebrations of the festivities are still going on, but not as many people remain outside as before. It's a great way to experience the joy of being out on the town without having to worry too much about safety. If it was set at the 11th hour, although the crowd would be loud and lively, it would also add more burden to the palace guards. It's inevitable that when there are too many people, things are prone to change. Just in time, she could also take advantage of this time to review more of the zones. Think of it this way. She picked up her pen and continued to annotate. After a moment, he put down his pen and looked at Lin Wanner, who was at the side, and asked, "What time is it?" Lin Wanner replied, "Back to your majesty. 3 minutes past 10 at 5 o'clock. The little female emperor was a bit depressed and said, "Wasn't it just 3 moments past the hour?" Lin Wanner whispered, "So, your majesty, you just asked Wu Mingkong." She put her pen on the case and said with some unhappiness, "On weekdays, I always feel that the time is very fast, and I don't have enough time to criticize the Zhangji. What's going on today? It's just half an hour. How come it hasn't passed yet?" Lin Wanner wanted to say, "That's because your mind is filled with thoughts of your rendezvous with Minister Feng in half an hour. Of course you feel that time passes very slowly." But since the last time she had been punished for sweeping the floor, she had never mentioned the word Feng Xiang so easily. It's been a while, and she can kind of see it. Whenever His Majesty suffers a loss from Feng Xiang, he will surely seek to make up for it from her. It was clearly Feng Xiang who bullied you. You have the ability to bully back. Bullying a small personal maid. What is that? Woohoo! Why don't you say something? Seeing that Lin Wanner didn't respond, the little empress turned her head to look at her, raising an eyebrow as she asked, "It's not okay to say. It's not good enough not to say it. Then it might as well be said. At least you don't have to hold it in." Lin Wanner looked towards the little empress, gritted her teeth, and said what was in her heart. In the slave girl's opinion, the reason why your majesty feels that time is slow is that he is too much looking forward to his rendezvous with Minister Feng. Wu Mingkong obviously did not expect Lin Wanner to be so courageous. First he was stunned, then his white face turned red with a brush. Not in a good mood. "What are you talking about?" Lin Wanner's heart crossed and she continued, "Although the slave girl has served at His Majesty's side since she was a child and hasn't come into contact with men, she has read many talking books and still knows a lot about this aspect of things. As the saying goes, when a man pursues a woman, there is a mountain between the layers, and when a woman pursues a man, there is a veil between the layers. So if your majesty misses Minister Feng, why do you have to wait for Minister Feng to come? Why don't you take the initiative and still get a head start?" Wu Mingkong's eyes widened as he looked at Lin Wanner and squeezed out 2 words through his teeth. "Bold." Lin Wanner said with a resigned face, "The slave girl is only seeing His Majesty suffer from the pain of lovesickness all day long, and it is hard to see the heart, so she has the courage to say these words from her heart. If your majesty wants to punish the slave girl, then so be it. The slave girl has no complaints." Wu Mingkong, her starry eyes gazed at Lin Wanner. It took a while before he sighed inwardly, with a blank look in his eyes, and said, "Do you think that I am really fond of that traitor? There are times when I always feel that I have emotions for him that are different from others, simply because he is too strong in front of me. In his presence, I will be afraid. I will be apprehensive. I will be uneasy. I will feel that I am still like before, a carefree girl, and after a long time, these emotions have changed, whether I like it or not. I can't tell the difference." Lin Wanner saw that the youngest daughter emperor's eyes were blank. and suddenly felt inexplicably heartbroken. Hesitating, she opened her mouth to ask, "Does His Majesty miss Fong Xiang when he is away?" Wu Mingkong opened his mouth to say something. Before he could open his mouth, he heard Lin Wan say, "The slave girl is the only one here, and no matter what your Majesty says, there will not be a second person in the world who knows, so your Majesty can answer truthfully, whether you want to, or you don't want to." Wu Mingkong was silent for a breath and replied, "I want to." Lin Wanner asked again, "Does your Majesty want Fong Xiang to appear at your side?" Wu Mingkong pondered for a moment and replied, "Occasionally, I think about it." Lin Wanner said, "Please answer truthfully, your Majesty." Wu Mingkong skimmed his lips and said instead, "Most of the time I would want to." Receiving this answer, Lin Wanner's clear face revealed an ant-like smile and asked again, "Then does your Majesty want to go out of the palace to look for Fong Xiang now?" This time, Wu Mingkong didn't hesitate any longer and replied very directly, "I want to." 3 questions in a row, all of which were answers Lin Wanner expected. With a look of "I'm sure it's like that," a smile appeared on her face and she said with certainty, "The slave girl can be sure that His Majesty likes Minister Fong. Even if it's not to the point of liking, there must be a good feeling, and it's between a man and a woman, not an elder and a younger one." Bah! The little female emperor's stunningly beautiful little face surfaced with a touch of redness, spat, and said in a bad mood, "Just he is also worthy of being my elder. And, with just 3 simple questions, how can I know whether I really like it or not? I don't even know myself." Lin Wanner was confident as she raised her eyebrows and said, "The slave girl just knows." Wu Mingkong looked at her and asked, "Why?" Lin Wanner opened her mouth to say something. Before he could open his mouth, he was interrupted by Wu Mingkong. "Have you ever had a favorite?" Lin Wanner was slightly stunned, gently shook her head, and said dismally, "There is no." "Do you know what it's like to like someone?" "No." Lin Wanner's answer was very certain. "The slave girl likes His Majesty. His Majesty spends all day reviewing his papers. He can't eat well. He can't sleep well. The slave girl will feel bad in her heart. When it rains, the slave girl thinks about His Majesty's fear of thunder. She will worry in her heart." Okay. Wu Mingkong interrupted her. "You know that's not what I'm talking about." Lin Wanner, who had been gushing just a moment ago, lowered her head in dismay when she heard this and said, "I don't know. If that's the case, why are you so certain that I like Fong Xiang?" Wu Mingkong looked at Lin Wanner and asked this deadly question. For a moment, Lin Wanner didn't really know how to answer. She was tempted to say, "Slave girl just knows. Slave girl just understands." But even if you say it, it's not remotely convincing and adds to the laughter. The little female emperor saw her a defeated look. The beautiful face suddenly bloomed a bright smile. Said, "Your understanding of the relationship between men and women is also limited to the words of the book. Compared to me, not good enough, but also all day long good teacher." Pointing out how. Lin Wanner pouted, unable to retort. Seeing this, the little female emperor smiled even more brightly. Then he seemed to have thought of something, and his little face revealed a look of determination as he opened his mouth. "Whether or not I like it, I have to explore it myself, no matter what the result is. At least at this moment, my heart is thinking of him. I don't want to review the Zhang today, and I don't want to wait until the 11th hour. Tell the guards to get ready. I'm going out of the palace. Go to the Sagittarius mansion. Find Fong Xiao." Right at the same time that the little empress left the palace with Lin Wanner, Silian River, Daji stretched out her delicate catkin and placed the lantern, which had just been lit, gently on the water. The blue waves rippled, carrying the bright lanterns towards the depths of the river, gradually merging with the rest of the lanterns, turning them into stars and illuminating the entire Silian River. Aside, Yang Yuhuan stared blankly at the lanterns that were moving away, her stunning eyes showing a different look, murmuring, "So beautiful." In her hand she likewise carried a lantern. It took her 3 days to decorate it. For this reason, she was even too busy to practice Sha. The moment, watching all the young girls around them put their lanterns in the water and let it flow with the waves, the same thought had risen in her mind, and she felt just a little reluctant. After all, it's the result of 3 days of busy work. Just put it in the river. A moment to lose sight of the shadow. Such a pity. Her small face showed a tangled color, not knowing what to do for a moment. At that moment, a magnetic voice suddenly came from behind him. "Think what you want, do what you want, people live their lives, just be happy, there's no need to force yourself." Yan Yuhuan subconsciously turned her head. Fong Xiao was holding 2 bunches of sugar gourds in his hands, standing there with a gentle smile on his handsome face. "Sunga." Yang Yuhuan's stunningly beautiful eyes had watery light rippling in them as she softly called out. Fong Xiao handed the sugar gourds in his hand to the 2, 1 string per person, and laughed, "Watch for a while longer. Let's go guess the lantern riddles." Daji reached out and took the sugar gourd, licked a mouthful. Her charming little face revealed a color of satisfaction, and laughed. Master, guessing the lantern riddles are all youngsters who are not yet married get together, and use the excuse of guessing the riddles to look for the person of their choice, which is very boring for us. Aside, Yang Yuhuan skimmed her mouth and whispered, how old are you yourself? You look so old-fashioned. Daji raised an eyebrow and said, it's good to be older than you. Yang Yuhuan subconsciously glanced at her, pouted, and stopped talking. Mentally, this girl is just young. When it grows up a bit, it's definitely bigger than you. What else do you guys want to do? This prime minister accompanies you. Feng Xiu's tone was gentle. Daji, a pair of charming eyes, gazing at this handsome face in front of him, for a while before saying, the slave girl has done everything she wanted to do. Boarding the painted boat with Master Sang, swimming in the lake, enjoying the moon, drinking osmanthus brew together, carrying lanterns, walking on the busy streets, embracing each other in the cool evening breeze, and eating Master Sang's sugar gourds. Today is the second happiest day for people to come to Deqian. Except for the moment when they met with Master Xiang, there's no happier moment than today. People don't want to do anything now. They just want to go back and rest, and remember all the goodness all in their hearts. Aside, Yang Yuhuan pouted, and said in her heart, you say it so nicely, let people do what? She thought for a moment and agreed. Nuya also wants to go back to rest. Nuya doesn't think as much as Sister Daji. She's just tired. And Slave would like to say that even if there is no painted boat, no lanterns, no osmanthus brew, no sugar gourds, as long as she is with Master Shang, every moment of Slave is the happiest. Hear the deep confessions of the two. A heart throbbed in Feng Xiu, and a wave of guilt suddenly rose in his heart. He knew that Daji and Yang Yuhuan weren't really tired. They just wanted to give him, the Master Administrator, plenty of time to run off to their next rendezvous. He reached out and stroked the two's little heads, a smile on his face, and said in a gentle tone, it's still early. I'll take you guys to pick out some nice jewelry. It's been so long and I haven't given you anything yet. Daji hesitated and said, on His Majesty's side, Feng Xiu Dao, she sent someone yesterday, saying that she would wait until the hour of noon before leaving the palace. Counting the time, there is still half an hour. Hearing this, Daji was sort of relieved. Her charming face revealed a smile, gently nodded her small head, and responded, good. People and that little girl are not ordinary housegirls. It's not easy for the master to pick out the jewelry that makes us like it. Aside, Yang Yuhuan grunted, Master Xiang, don't listen to sister nonsense. As long as Master Xiang picks, you knew all like. Daji couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Feng Xiu looked at them, the corners of his mouth similarly hooked into a smile. Just drew the beauty summoning card. He wasn't really very happy. He was the prime minister, with a high position of power. What kind of beauty did he want that he didn't have? So why would he waste his emotional value and extract it from the system? However, after spending time with Daji and Yang Yuhuan until now, he realized that his life has been filled with them everywhere. Some things, like a stuffed horse, are not known until certain moments. How is it not a blessing to have two people who love you with all their heart and soul, standing by your side? He suddenly reached out and took both of them in his arms at the same time, holding them close to each other. Softly, the Prime Minister is happy to have you all. Daji and Yang Yuhuan both shuddered, pressing their little heads against Feng Xiu's chest. Their eyes rippled with watery light, a ripple in their hearts, and they didn't know what to say, but just softly called out, Sunga, Master. Aside, a few passing pedestrians saw this scene and all of them stared at it with wide eyes and unbelievable expressions on their faces, let out a sigh of relief. To have a woman of such exquisite beauty and splendor, to have one is already a blessing that was cultivated in one's previous life, and for this man to have two at the same time is truly enviable. Looking at Feng Xiu, who was embracing Feng Xiu left and right not far away, someone said sourly, no need to think, it must be some uneducated, lazy, Yaman who was shamed by his ancestors. Otherwise how could it be possible to make two stunning beauties fall in love at the same time? That may not be the case. Maybe people really do have real talent? Anyway, it's always right to be handsome. When the sour scholar of the party heard this, he sighed inwardly and subconsciously exclaimed, I also want to be a government official. On the side, the crowd couldn't help but laugh out loud when they heard this. Not far, the little female emperor, who was dressed as a man, looked at the several people with a curious look on her face and asked, what are they laughing at? Lin Wanner said, the slave girl will go and ask? Forget it. The little empress waved her hand and sat down in front of a restaurant. Her little hand propped up on her head with a bored look on her face. My lord just wants to be quiet now. Lin Wanner knew that His Majesty was depressed that he had just gone to the Sanghua mansion without finding Minister Feng, and after hesitating for a moment, she consoled, Perhaps Minister Fong is not at the Manhwa mansion, and is preparing for his meeting with His Majesty? The Mid-Autumn Festival is nothing more than enjoying the moon and drinking wine. What's there to prepare for? The little female emperor skimmed her mouth and said with some unhappiness, "He must have gone behind my son's back to hang out in a greenhouse." At that, she gritted her teeth and didn't have the heart to say it. "I knew he was not a good thing. In just half an hour, all he has to do is go out and dabble in women. I'll have to tie him up in the palace one day sooner or later." Lin Wan didn't know what to say for a moment. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, when Fong Xiang was not in his residence, there was only one possibility that he was hanging out. In her shallow knowledge of men, when they came out to hang out, they were usually with women. Unless there was no woman to look at, they would travel in the company of fellow students and friends, seeking some solace for their loneliness during the lively festivities. Although Fong Xiang was not a prodigal son, when he went out to play, the probability was that he would still be accompanied by a beautiful maid. His Majesty is annoyed, but that's only human. She hesitated for a moment before she said, "My lord, then should we go back to the Manhwa mansion and wait? Or, who wants to wait for him?" The more Wu Mingkong thought about it, the more angry he became. He stood up with a pang and walked back while saying, "Go back to the palace." Lin Wanner took a few steps to follow her and opened her mouth to persuade. "After all, Mr. Fong didn't know that you would come out early, and it's only human to be absent from the mansion, so you might as well give him a chance." Wu Mingkong glared at Lin Wanner and said, "You took his silver?" Lin Wanner's little head shook like a rattle. "The slave girl didn't." Wu Mingkong didn't have the good sense to say, "Then why are you speaking for him?" Lin Wanner thought to herself, "It's not to give you a step. If the slave girl doesn't stop you, if you really go back to the palace, it's not you who will have a hard time." She thought so in her heart, but on her mouth she said, "What the slave girl said is all from her heart. You just give Mr. Fong a chance. It's not possible that it's really as the slave girl said. He's preparing a surprise for you again." Speaking of surprises, Wu Mingkong seemed to have remembered something, stopped his steps, stood still, looked at Lin Wanner, and asked, "The fireworks that I asked you to prepare earlier, have you prepared them yet?" Lin Wanner nodded and said, "Place it near the Moonwatcher's tower, and when you and Mr. Fong ascend the stairs, one incense stick later, light it on time." Hear that? Wu Mingkong's mind couldn't help but conjure up a picture. The attic of the Moonwatch house. She and Fong Xiu sat side by side on the eaves of the house, snuggling up to each other and looking at the full moon in the vast starry sky. The bright moonlight poured over the earth, enveloping the two. Fong Xiu spoke sweet words as he did the last time he was in front of the dragon couch. Then, gorgeous fireworks suddenly rose and bloomed over the two. Dots of stars sprinkled down like flowing water from the Milky Way, landing on the shoulders of the two men. That must be a beautiful picture. The little empress bit her red lips and whispered, "If I had known he was so annoying, I wouldn't have prepared." Lin Wanner stayed silent and didn't say anything. The little empress gave her a look and said to herself again, "Forget it, that pile of fireworks cost quite a bit of silver. It can't go to waste, so my lord will give him a chance and wait for him to come back." Lin Wanner's clear face revealed a smile and asked, "Then, sir, should we go back and wait?" Or, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the little empress. "It's all out. What's the point of going back and waiting? Why don't we just wander around? We might not be able to see that traitor left and right." Speaking of the last sentence, the little empress's mind couldn't help but brainstorm images of Fong Xiu embracing people left and right, and her teeth itched with anger. How? Lin Wanner was busy saying, "Mr. Fong is not that kind of person." "Humph." The little empress snorted coldly and said, "That's because you don't know him." Lin Wanner was a bit curious. "What you mean, sir, is that you know Mr. Fong very well?" The little empress didn't avoid the question and blurted out, "That's for sure." Lin Wanner was slightly stunned. Why is that tone even a little smug? Wu Mingkong also noticed that her tone seemed a bit off. A touch of redness appeared on her fair face, and she averted her face to the side, changing the topic. "Why are there so many people over there? What are they doing?" Lin Wanner followed the empress's gaze and saw thousands of women gathered together, bustling and clamoring. She replied, "The slave girl doesn't know. Go over and take a look." The youngest daughter emperor hadn't wandered around Chang'an City since she ascended the throne. When you see a crowd, you want to go over and join in the fun. With that said, he took a step up. "Aha!" Lin Wanner answered and followed. Soon the two came to the front of the crowd. Before he could stand, he heard a loud voice from not far away. "Today's Mid-Autumn Special is limited to 1,000 copies. First come, first served." The words fell. The woman in front of the empress suddenly went crazy and shouted as she pushed forward, "Get out of my way, all of you. I've been waiting in line for 3 days. I'll grab it today no matter what." Aside, another woman looking in her mid-20s heard this and pinpointed, Which one of the people here hasn't been waiting in line for days? What are you yelling about blindly? Not far. A young girl, looking in her teens, held a sign in her hand and yelled with all her strength. My master is Lord Zhao, the Minister of Industry. Make way for all of you. Let me buy first. What's the Minister of Works? My master is still the Minister of Rights. The rules of the Jumbo Jade, even if you are a dignitary, you have to line up obediently. Not to mention a few of your little maids, even if it's your madam, your master himself, also have to line up. Hundreds of women of different ages and statuses put forth their best efforts just to be able to grab a seat in front of the test. The little Empress and Lin Wanner were all confused when they saw this scene. There are quite a few people here who look like ladies of the house and are usually afraid to speak in a soft voice. How did they all turn into shrew-like women when they got here? Then again, what exactly is being sold up front and why is it attracting so many people? Wu Mingkong said softly. Wanner, did they mention the Jumbo Jade just now? Lin Wanner was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked ahead as she nodded. Yes it is, Gongzi. Up ahead is the Jumbo Shop. Wu Mingkong curiously said. What new novelties have come out of the Jumbo Jade recently? Lin Wanner thought about it and shook her head. I haven't heard about it. It's not a novelty. So why is it drawing so much competition? Wu Mingkong looked at the women who were on the verge of a big fight and became more and more curious. Finally, someone in the front grabbed something and pushed their way out of the crowd, laughing and looking excited. Grabbed it. I got it. Immediately there were people all around. Give me the stuff and I'll triple the silver. I'll quadruple it. I'll offer 5 times that. See this absurd scene. Wu Mingkong and Lin Wanner glanced at each other, both able to see curiosity and doubt in each other's eyes. What on earth could be so fascinating? Wan Air, go and see what's being sold in front of you. The little female emperor's fair face revealed a curious expression as she opened her mouth to command. Aha! Lin Wan Air answered and came up. Please ask. Just opened his mouth. The young woman then revealed a wary look, tightly covering something in her arms as she exclaimed. Not for sale. Not for any amount of silver. Lin Wanner was a bit speechless, but still patiently said. I just want to ask. What is it that you guys are robbing? The young woman covered the object in her arms and looked Lin Wanner up and down with a suspicious expression. Seeing this, Lin Wanner took out a small piece of broken silver from her bosom and handed it over, saying, no offense, just curious. The young woman reached out to receive the broken silver, and then quickly retracted back, somewhat puzzled. Jumbo Jai Nu Rouge, called Drunken Blossom Red. This you do not know? It's just a rouge. Why do I need to know? Lin Wanner belabored the question and asked. What's so special about this rouge? The young woman shook her head. I don't know. Lin Wanner was a bit surprised and asked. Then why did you rob it? The young woman said. Limited to 1,000 copies A. If you don't grab it now, it'll be gone later. Lin Wanner was a little confused as to what she thought. Limited edition to be grabbed? That Jumbo treats dirt as rouge and makes a limited edition. Are you going to grab it too? It seemed to have seen Lin Wanner's disbelief. The young woman added. Although I don't know what's so special about it, but the first grade and join ladies are using it, so it must be too much better than ordinary goods. Plus, everyone is grabbing it, and if you don't grab it, you always feel like you're missing something. Wouldn't it look vulgar if one day the sisters met and they were all wearing this kind of rouge and you weren't? Please, compared to not having rouge, fighting over rouge is more vulgar. Okay? Lin Wanner belabored the question and asked the last one. How do you know that all the first-class ladies are using this rouge? The young woman was a little taken aback and asked rhetorically. Don't you read the paper? Newspaper? Lin Wanner was stunned. As the youngest daughter emperor's eyes and ears, the news collected by the scouts in Chang'an City would all be summarized to her. Newspapers? Naturally, she had heard of them. A piece of paper with various contents printed on it, produced by Bamboo Wen Shen, selling 1 copy for only a penny, and taking Chang'an by storm in just a few days. But, she couldn't figure out what robbing a rouge had to do with the newspaper. When the young woman saw Lin Wanner's expression, she thought she didn't know about the newspaper and raised her eyebrows. Sister doesn't live in Chang'an City, does she? Lin Wanner wanted to deny it, hesitated, but still nodded and said, usually live outside the city. Today the Mid-Autumn Festival, into the city to get together. The young woman said with a look of determination. I told you, who else in the entire city of Chang'an doesn't know about the newspaper? There was a pause. The so-called newspaper, in fact, is a piece of paper, printed with words, and other things, a copy of only 1 penny. Illiterate, it does not matter. To the tea house, hook, everywhere people are reading the newspaper. A day can be read several times. Live in Chang'an City, want to not know all the difficult. Lin Wanner was still bewildered. But what does this have to do with rouge? The young woman said, of course there is a relationship. The newspaper wrote about the new drunken flower red from Jinbao Zhai. The good rouge that all the first-grade ladies are using. It's a mid-autumn special. Limited to 1,000 copies. This one, Lin Wan Air sort of understood. Mrs. One Piece. Sale. Limited. The words came together in a way that she thought she was clearing her mind to hear. Not to mention the ladies of the world who usually climbed over each other. So it seemed that the reason why this rouge called Drunken Flower Red was selling so hot was by no means a coincidence. Without the newspaper, the rouge might have sold 1,000 copies as well, but it was never possible to cause such a sensation. Then again, would it have had the same effect if the newspaper had printed rouge from some other store instead of rouge from the jumbo shop? Such a question suddenly popped into Lin Wan Air's mind. Her face was thoughtful, and she quickly came to a conclusion. Will, the main reason why rouge is selling like hotcakes is because newspapers are selling like hotcakes. So, even if they were to switch to rouge from other stores, these people would be just as likely to loot it. Not just rouge. Switching to other commodities would be the same. No, it's not just about merchandise. It's about switching to other content, too. As the young empress personal maid in eyes and ears, Lin Wanner's mind turned quickly, and in just a moment, she thought of a lot. If one day, the content of the newspaper's merchandise becomes the court, the 100 officials, or even His Majesty, what's going to happen? There was no need to think about it to know that the contents of the newspaper would definitely spread rapidly within Chang'an City, which in turn would cause a great sensation. For example, pointing to a deer as a horse, the entire Great Qian, in addition to the princes and nobles, civil and military officials, know very few people. But if it is printed in the newspaper, I'm afraid it is not 5 days will be able to spread throughout the whole of Dakian, and make the people of Dakian known to everyone. As a result, His Majesty's majesty will collapse completely. From now on, the people of Daqian will only fear the Prime Minister like a tiger, and will no longer feel that His Majesty is the true dragon son of heaven and is inviolable. This little newspaper is as terrifying as it is. Thinking of this, Lin Wan Air sucked in a breath of cold air in her heart. Without further hesitation, the little mincing steps ran back to the little empress. Wu Mingkong looked at her and inquired? Aha! Lin Wanner nodded heavily, took a few breaths, and told what she had just heard. One by one, they're grabbing a new rouge called Drunken Blush. It's hot mainly because of the newspaper. Those who can read can buy it for a penny, and those who can't can go to the hookah and listen to it. No one in the entire city of Chang'an knows what's in the newspaper anymore. At first, at Lin Wan Air's words, Wu Mingkong didn't put much stock in them, and even found them a bit ridiculous. A rouge, just by adding the words special sale and limited edition, can attract countless women to scramble for it, and for this reason, even go so far as to fight. It is clear that the world is still full of people who follow the crowd blindly. But, hearing the latter, Wu Mingkong's expression gradually became grave. Apparently she didn't realize that a little newspaper could make such a big difference. Later, by the time Lin Wanner finished what she had seen and heard, the little empress's expression was already grave to the extreme. She raised her eyes to look at Lin Wanner with a serious expression and asked in a deep voice, "Who is the person behind Bamboo Winxian?" She doesn't believe it. Anyone who can think of selling a newspaper cheap for a penny would be a nobody. Lin Wanner hesitated for a moment and replied, "The exact person is still being investigated by the slave girl, but unsurprisingly, it has something to do with Duke Fong." "Is he?" The little empress was slightly stunned, and for some reason, she suddenly felt as if her mood wasn't so heavy anymore. Seeing this, Lin Wanner hesitated for a moment, but still said, "My lord, aren't you worried?" Wu Mingkong glanced at her and asked rhetorically, "Worried about what?" Lin Wanner opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't open her mouth. His Majesty has been overwhelmed by love. There's no point in saying anything. Wu Mingkong saw her strange expression and instantly understood what was going on in her mind. Smiling to himself, he said, "Worried that he'll tell the newspapers about how he fingered a deer, or that he'll say he sat on the dragon's couch?" Lin Wanner was startled and looked at Wu Mingkong, hesitating for half a second before saying, "My lord, one day you will regain power." Wu Mingkong laughed to himself. "I have also been thinking this way, but now it seems that it is not as practical as holding him down on the dragon couch. Is His Majesty giving up on himself?" Lin Wan Air was startled again, her little head looking left and right, afraid that this would be heard. "Duke you." Lin Wan Air opened her mouth to say a few words of comfort, and was interrupted just as she opened her mouth. "I'm fine. There are some things, the more obsessive you are, the more painful it is. I've figured it out now. Since he likes to toss and turn, let him toss and turn. Anyway, it's already been tossed and turned for 10 years. What's the harm in a few more years? What's more, since I ascended the throne, he has done more things that are still favorable to the court and to the people, and it's nothing for me to suffer some aggravation." Speaking of which, the little female emperor seemed to have thought of something, and a touch of frustration spread across her tilted face as she slowly said, "It is ridiculous. The imperial grandfather, father, are 3 palaces, 6 houses, 72 consorts, every day for the country to work hard, in the end, but still a single lineage, have no choice but to let me a body of daughters, to do this emperor, inherit the throne, not what I want, if it is not to see the people of Dakian living in deep water, when I will not fight with those sidelined for the throne." At this point, she sighed and did not continue, a touch of fatigue in the depths of her eyes, and said leisurely, "I am being pretentious again today." Lin Wan'er's heart ached for a moment when she saw this. As the little empress's personal maid, no one knew the empress better than her. Since His Majesty ascended to the throne since the days of boredom in the palace of Yangshin, day and night to read the papers, both physical and mental have been exhausted to the extreme. The reason why? It's not that His Majesty is trying to be brave and take everything on himself. Rather, it is a last resort. After all, before fingering a deer, many political matters that should have been dealt with by the CSC, simply because they did not involve the interests of the courtiers. That tired, treacherous look, amount. Feng Xiang is unwilling to ask questions and has left it all to the incompetent people under his command, who are all corpses. For the people of Dawn, His Majesty had no choice but to take it all in one fell swoop. Everything is personally asked and personally annotated, and because of that, it is only when Feng Xiang has so much time that he goes about forming parties and raising private armies, and His Majesty is not allowed a moment's rest. Well, after pointing the finger at the deer, Feng Xiang had changed a lot. I don't know if it was out of love for His Majesty or some other reason. Some political matters that did not involve the interests of the princes, but only the common people. Minister Fong would also stay in the central secretariat and deal with them on his own, giving His Majesty some leisure time. There are times, Lin Wan'er would even feel grateful. It's fortunate that Your Majesty was born so beautifully that even Minister Fong couldn't help but be touched by it and love it, or else with Your Majesty's nature, sooner or later you would have died of exhaustion in the palace of nurturing the heart. Think about it. Lin Wan'er's eyes erupted with a strange light, came up and lowered her voice. Your Majesty, the slave girl thinks you are right. Cultivating one's own forces, again, is a drain on silver and energy, and in the end, it may still be a basket of water. So why not just grab Feng Xiang and not let go of his hand, and hold him down on the dragon couch, and let him? Before the words were out of her mouth, she received a solid brain crash to her little head. Wu Mingkong was red in the face and ears, aiming at Lin Wan'er's head melon, 2 more times, and cursed without any good breath. Let you bullshit. Let you bullshit. Ouch. Lin Wan'er covered her little head with an aggrieved face. You didn't say this yourself. That was self-deprecation on the part of my son. Do you know what self-deprecation means? Wu Mingkong's stunningly beautiful face was red as if it could drip blood, and she did not have the good sense to say, "It's not like you really think that. It's not really that bad. You know it in your heart." Lin Wan'er covered her head and skimmed. When Wu Mingkong saw this, he raised an eyebrow and said, "What are you thinking about?" Lin Wan'er complained. The slave girl didn't think of anything. Wu Mingkong snapped. You obviously wanted to. Exasperated, barefaced annoyance. Lin Wan'er had an aggrieved look on her face and lowered her little head, not daring to retort. Humph. Seeing this, Wu Mingkong snorted coldly and didn't pursue the matter any further. A breeze wafted the faint scent of osmanthus. The little empress closed her eyes and sniffed gently, suddenly feeling a sense of refreshment. The previous depression in his heart was swept away. I also don't know if it was because I thought of Feng Xiao, or for beating up Lin Wan'er, or maybe it's just the smell of a favorite cinnamon scent. Right at this moment, Lin Wan'er beside her suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Duke! The little empress subconsciously turned her head to look, and saw Lin Wan'er's expression surprised and complicated. Follow her gaze. Immediately afterward, she saw a scene that made her breath stop. Not far, somewhere in front of the store, Feng Xiao, who was dressed in a green shirt, stood there, holding a hairpin in his hand, looking left and right, with a smile on his face if anything. On either side of him, 2 women in saris accompanied them. The one on the left was taller, clad in a purple thin smoke veil, with slashed shoulders and a thin waist, and a graceful figure, with 2 slender white tender lotus roots next to Feng Xiao on the side, exudes an elegant and charming demeanor with an indescribable flirtatiousness. The one on the right was a bit lower, with a light turquoise green veil that trimmed the tiny waist of the surplice. It is like a white lotus flower in the lake, standing in a pavilion, with a different and moving flavor. A long way off, even the little empress could feel the 2 women exuding different charms, even without seeing the face, just by virtue of this nicknamed figure. It could be compared to any of the top beauties in the world. No wonder that traitor didn't take a wife and have children, so he has been hiding a woman in a golden house. In an instant, a blazing fire of anger rose in Wu Mingkong's chest. At the same time, there was a sour feeling at the bottom of his heart that spread quickly. It made her eyes sore and she couldn't help but feel the urge to shed tears as it irritated her. She was angry, not because Fang Xiu was hiding a woman in a golden house, a 28-year-old man. If he didn't have a few beautiful maidservants by his side, it would in turn make people wonder if he was a normal man or not. Wu Mingkong had also never thought of keeping Fang Xiu away from women. As long as he didn't take a wife, even if he took a concubine, it was within the range of acceptance in the little empress's opinion. She was annoyed that, in this mid-autumn festival, this traitor took another woman and picked through a pile of jewelry with a spring in his step. Does he have me in his heart or not? Does it mean everything he did that day was just a means of coaxing me to let my guard down? Think about it. Wu Mingkong couldn't stand it anymore, and holding back her tears, she turned around and was about to leave. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would not be able to hold back her tears. This time, Lin Wanner, however, was brave enough to tug on the little empress and lowered her voice. Your Majesty, that hairpin, it looks like your usual favorite style. Wu Mingkong's feet lurched and he turned his head to look. The hairpin held in the traitor's hand was really similar to the one she usually used. Her face was torn, and after a moment of hesitation, she lowered her voice and said, Go over and take a look. After saying that, with small, broken steps, he walked over. Seeing this, Lin Wanner busily followed. Gongzi, slow down. The store that sells jewelry. Fang Xiu held an exquisite jade hairpin, scrutinized it for a moment, and then put it down again, faintly saying, the style is good, the material is not. Aside, Daji, who had already finished picking out her jewelry, gave her opinion. Master, people think that this style is too plain for a girl who is 8 years old. Yu feels the same way. Usually girls of this age like more delicate jewelry. Yang Yuan concurred. Fang Xiu smiled and said, she's different from the others. She grew up in fine clothes. The last thing she lacks is flashy things. Plainer. Instead, she has a different flavor. Hearing this, Yang Yuan skimmed her mouth, thinking, who hasn't grown up with brocade clothes, but she just likes gorgeous things. In his heart, he thought this, but his mouth said nothing. After all, she didn't know anything about that Empress Majesty's character and couldn't give any advice. What she had said was only from her own point of view. Aside, Daji thought for a moment and said, there's a nice piece of jade in the jumbo jade store, so have the fellows polish it to this style. It should be in time. Hear that? Fang Xiu opened his mouth to say something. Before he could open his mouth, he heard an icy system beep ringing beside his ears. Emotional value plus 3,000. Immediately afterward, a pleasant voice came from behind him. No need. This style of hairpin, my lord already has 3. Fang Xiu, Daji, and Yang Yuan were slightly stunned and subconsciously turned around to see 2 gentlemen with fair complexion and delicate features standing not far away. The one standing in front was currently looking up and down at Daji and Yang Yuan with a pair of good-looking eyes, with a slightly complicated expression. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows and deliberately said, it's not like it's for you, making a fool of yourself. The little empress grunted, knowing that he was deliberately pissing himself off, and didn't bother to pay attention to him. On the side, Daji instantly reacted that the gentleman in front of her with delicate features and an unassuming demeanor was the great Qian Empress Wu Mingkong. She made a bow and said in a gentle tone, Nuja Jumbo Zhai Boss Daji, meet Mr. Wu. She's the head of the jumbo shop? The little empress looked Daji up and down, and was instantly overwhelmed by her delicate and charming little face. Even knowing that she might be very close to that traitor Fang Xiu, the little empress still can't help but praise in her heart. So beautiful. You know my lord? Wu Mingkong resisted the urge to compare himself to her and opened his mouth to ask. Daji said, Mr. Wu is like a swimming dragon, extraordinary temperament, standing in the crowd. It is like a crane in a flock of chickens. Slaves even if they did not know before, at this moment can see that the status of the gentleman is noble, never ordinary people, not mortal. It's the true dragon's son. Obviously, the stunning beauty in front of her, who called herself the treasure's storekeeper, was aware of her identity. Even so, being praised so much by a stunning beauty, Wu Mingkong still felt very happy. All the original depression in his heart had dissipated quite a bit. A faint smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, and was quickly hidden again. With an expression devoid of joy or sadness, he said indifferently, this Gongzi doesn't really like being touted. Daji said, the words of the slave are from the bottom of my heart, absolutely no falsehoods. Aside, Yang Yuan chimed in, people also think that, your excellency is very good looking, like a fairy in the sky. Wu Mingkong turned his head to look, and when he saw Yang Yuan's appearance, a flash of amazement passed through his eyes. A certain perspective. This girl, who was a little younger than her, had a more distinguished appearance than the treasured shopkeeper. And this little girl's beauty has nothing to do with temperament. With just a perfect face, it's the best on earth. A moment of seeing her. Two words naturally appeared in Wu Mingkong's mind. Flowery face. National colors. This little girl is also beautiful. The little empress couldn't help but let out an exclamation in her heart. Before coming here, she thought that Fang Xiu the traitor is in a high position of power. If it is a golden house to hide a woman, will never be mediocre powder? Must be a first-class beauty. But I didn't realize that the two were so stunningly beautiful. Even the little empress, who had always prided herself on her beauty, had to admit it when she saw them both. The two of them were fully comparable to themselves in terms of posture. By the way, a beautiful woman who sees a person of the same sex who is not inferior to her is mostly jealous or else disgusted. But the bias. Wu Mingkong really couldn't get sick of the two of them. After all, people come up and shower themselves with compliments. And before that, offer advice on picking out jewelry for themselves. Reach for the stars. Not to mention the fact that they hadn't had any conflicts before. It's all because that traitor Fang Xiu is dishonest. If you want to beat him, you should beat him too. Think about it. Wu Mingkong hesitated for a moment, slowed down his tone, and softly said, "This male is not as good looking as you guys say. At the very least, compared to you guys, this male's appearance is not considered outstanding." Behind. When Lin Wanner heard this, her mouth slightly opened and her eyes showed surprise. The scene in front of her didn't seem to be the same as what she had imagined. A similar situation occurs in the talkbook. It doesn't always end up being a big fight between two parties. One side pulls one side's hair, one side chokes the other. Mouth yells, "Beat you to death. You little bitch." It didn't stop until it drew countless crowds of spectators. How can there be such harmony? Lin Wanner was all ready to fight, and at this moment, she saw that His Majesty and those two were getting along well. For a certain moment, the urge to arch the fire actually rose. Wanted to yell, "Fight! Fight!" Luckily, reason eventually won out over emotion, and she did nothing but stand back and watch. Daji smiled and said, "Mr. Wu is modest. My slave is self-aware. Compared to your son, my slave is still slightly inferior." When Wu Mingkong heard this, he opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Before he could open his mouth, he heard Fang Xiu on the side. "Okay, you're all beautiful. Stop commercially blowing each other off." The little female emperor was slightly stunned, her eyes showing a puzzled look. "What do you mean by commercial blowback?" The question appeared in her mind and quickly disappeared, because she thought of something more important. "Why are you here?" Wu Mingkong glared at Fang Xiu and questioned without any good humor. Fang Xiu asked rhetorically, "Why can't I appear here?" Wu Mingkong said, "Didn't you promise my lord that you would sympathize with the people together at Ohio?" Fang Xiu did not panic and said lightly, "Then may I ask Mr. Wu, what time and moment is it now?" Wu Mingkong choked on his words. "Emotional value plus 1,000. Aside." Seeing this, Daji was busy explaining for Fang Xiu. "Don't misunderstand, Sir Wu. My master left the house early in order to pick out jewelry for you. In fact, just now, I heard what Fang Xiu said when he picked out the jewelry. The little empress is no longer angry in her heart, but only when she saw Daji and Yang Yuan. She had no place to vent her depression, so she took it out on him." Daji was understanding and naturally understood this. Reaching out and tugging on Yang Yuan, she opened her mouth. "There are still things to be done in Jumbo Jade, so I won't bother master and sir. I'll leave you to it." Although Yang Yuan was a bit reluctant, she was also sensible and knew that this was not the time to play small. The Sagittarius has been shopping with them for a long time. It's time to be satisfied. So, concurring, Nuya also has something to do. Nuya also retires. After saying that, the two of them didn't stop and turned around to leave. Their return to the house was agreed upon in advance. All of them are also protected by shadow guards in the dark. Therefore, Fang Xiu did not open his mouth to retain it. On the contrary, it was the little empress, who somehow thought of it, and ghostly retained it. "How about, stay together?" This statement was made. Everyone present, including Fang Xiu, Daji, Yang Yuan, and Lin Wanner, they were all confused. For a while, it was only then that Daji reacted, not knowing what had come to her mind. Her flirtatious little face revealed a smile and said, "Mr. Wu, slave really has something to do. We'll play together again sometime." On the side, Yang Yuan wanted to say, "Yes, yes, play together." Before he could say anything, he was yanked out of the store by Daji. "What are you waiting for? Don't move." The two left the store. Wu Mingkong turned his head toward Fang Xiu with contempt in his eyes and teased, "To actually have a subordinate call himself master. How disgusting." Fang Xiu took a step forward and arrived in front of the little empress, looking at her condescendingly, and said tit for tat, "It's better than some people dressing up as men when they come out. You. Wu Mingkong couldn't say anything to him, pouted her little mouth and averted her little head to the side. Emotional value plus 1000. Seeing this, Fang Xiu actually felt a bit cute and slowed down his tone, lowering his voice. However, your majesty dresses. I like it. Emotional value plus 3000. When Wu Mingkong heard these gentle words, a heart instantly throbbed. A blush appeared on Qingqing's face, but her mouth said, "Who cares? This male son is not like your two beautiful ladies. Give a little sweet." Then master shouting, "Can't wait to stick with you all the time. Whether you like it or not has nothing to do with my lord." The mouth was hard, as if it was full of Fanshao's words. Unbeknownst to her, the insanely increasing emotional value had betrayed her true thoughts. Fang Xiu didn't break it down, smiled, and asked, "Where does Mr. Wu want to go and play?" The little empress turned her head and corrected herself. "It's compassionate." "Good. Where does Mr. Wu want to go to sympathize with the people? Let this gentleman think." The little female emperor's face was thoughtful, and her mind was still blank after a few moments. Having no choice but to raise his eyes to Fang Xiu, he asked, "What's fun in the city?" Used to live in the palace and rarely had the chance to come out. Occasionally, when they went out of the palace, they were all watched to death by the female officers. Therefore, she had no idea that there were any other activities for the Mid-Autumn Festival besides enjoying the moon and drinking wine. Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow. "Isn't it compassionate?" The little female emperor's pretty face slightly reddened and hummed. Not picking up on this, Fang Xiu couldn't help but let out a light laugh and said, "Enjoying the moon, drinking wine, lighting lanterns, guessing riddles, tying lanterns, and dancing fire dragons. Is Mr. Wu interested?" In ancient society, it was not easy for the people to fill their stomachs, and the means of entertainment were exceptionally scarce. Several of the activities just mentioned are new to the average family when they get to play them once in a while, but for the little empress, it is a commonplace thing. Naturally feel uninterested. Even so, the little empress was still eager to get out of the palace and play. One is a figure of speech. Second, enjoy the atmosphere. The third is with Fang Xiu. There are some things that are boring as hell to do on your own, but with the one you like, it's the ultimate romance. Wu Mingkong pondered for a moment and said, "This male wants to tie a lantern, then swim in the lake together, then go to the Moonwatch Tower to enjoy the moon, and also want to drink some osmanthus brew." Saying this, she seemed to have thought of something, and a blush appeared on her fair face as she added, "Just a little drink." The fiery red lantern gave off a faint glow, reflecting on the little empress's absolutely beautiful face with a different kind of beauty. Fang Xiu looked at her and felt a warmth in his heart as he nodded and said, "Yes." The little empress asked, "Where do you sell the ingredients for tying lanterns?" Lin Wanner's weak voice came from behind her. The slave girl just saw it, right outside. The little female emperor was slightly stunned, almost forgetting Lin Wanner. Turning his head to her, he opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he didn't. When Lin Wanner saw this, how could she not know what she was thinking? She immediately felt a wave of aggravation. When you have a Fang Xiang, you don't care about people and you have to kick them out. Oh. No matter what His Majesty thinks, she's all set to follow His Majesty, or who knows what accidents might happen. Though if an accident did occur, she probably wouldn't be able to do much to help, but she just had to follow. The main thing about leaving the little empress was that she didn't know where she could go. Wu Mingkong obviously understood this, so he didn't chase her away and spoke. Go take a look." The three of them walked out of the store and purchased the materials for tying the lanterns. Sitting on the edge of the bridge, clumsily tying lanterns by the faint glow of the lanterns, a fresh breeze brought a gust of osmanthus fragrance. Not far from the bridge, there were young men and women clinging to each other under a tree. Wu Mingkong's pair of good-looking eyes stared at the lantern in his hand, with full concentration. I just felt an immense peace in my heart. Even the noises, birdsong and wind chimes in my ears seemed so pleasant. For a while, Wu Mingkong finally finished his masterpiece and excitedly raised the lantern in his hand, showing it to Fang Xiu, smugly saying, "How is it? This Gongzi is still very talented." "Right, tied lanterns, crooked, the most basic horizontal and vertical are not done. The confetti and ribbons used for decoration, not to mention the fact that there is no beauty in tying them on." Even so, Fang Xiu still felt that this lantern was one of the most beautiful lanterns he had ever seen, just because, holding the lantern was the dainty little empress. "Look at the lanterns, look at what I'm doing." The little empress was a bit shy from Fang Xiu's burning gaze and subconsciously turned her head away, her white face crawling with redness, showing a touch of flirtation under the light. Emotional value plus 2000. Laurel, lanterns, bridges, young girls, pedestrians, and breezes form a peaceful and absolutely beautiful picture. Good looking. Fang Xiu looked at the scenery in front of him and let out a heartfelt sigh. The little empress raised her eyebrows and asked, "Really? Fang Xiu nodded and said seriously. Really? The little female emperor's face revealed smugness. Her eyebrows raised. This Gongzi is indeed a genius. Emotional value plus 1000. Fang Xiu smiled and didn't say anything. Where to next? The little empress was in such a good mood that she felt her whole body had inexhaustible strength, and she wanted to run through all the places in the city. It's time to swim in the lake. Lin Wanner's weak voice came from behind her. Wu Mingkong glanced at her and thought, it's not like you were asked. Lin Wanner saw the look in her eyes and became even more aggravated. His Majesty is so fond of the new. Just now he called her Wanner, but now he thinks she's in the way. Woohoo! When Fang Xiu saw this scene, he felt a bit amused, but he didn't say anything, only saying, there's a painted boat in front of us. It's a jumbo boat. Let's go there together. Aha! The little empress nodded and walked to Fang Xiu's side with a brisk pace. The two walked side by side, walking through the busy streets, followed by an aggrieved little wretch. Walked for a while. A circle of passers-by suddenly appeared in front of them. I don't know what's in between. The little empress revealed an interested expression and subconsciously tugged on Fang Xiu's arm, pampering her like a little girl. Go check it out. Fang Xiu turned his head and saw a bright little face. A blush appeared on the little female emperor's pretty face, and her expression was slightly expectant. She had lived in Chang'an City for 17 years, and it was the first time she had wandered around as an ordinary person. Everything in the city was very new to her. The fireworks of the human world are the most soothing. Only when she took off her dragon robe did she feel like Wu Mingkong, putting on the dragon robe. She's just Her Majesty the Emperor. Fang Xiu looked at her, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile, and answered. Good, he said, squeezing her small, soft hand and walking towards the crowd. Wu Mingkong felt her small hand being held by Fang Xiu, and a heart instantly throbbed as her cheeks felt like they were burning with fire, bursting with heat. She subconsciously wanted to break free, and after a few entangled breaths, she still made no move and let him do it, as if nothing had happened, quietly following his side. The two men stayed close together and traveled downstream to the crowd. The clearing in front of us. Dry wood burns with a roaring fire. A cauldron was set up on top. There was oil rolling and boiling in the cauldron, radiating a wave of heat. A middle-aged Taoist priest wearing a Taoist robe, standing next to the frying pan, holding a whisk, with a solemn expression and the appearance of a man of the world, with a cold and distant voice, slowly said, this seat, Taoist green lotus, has come here to subdue the demons and subdue the devils. Regardless of the demons and devils, this seat can cause their souls to fly away with just one sword. The words fell. With his other hand, he took out a peachwood sword from his back and waved it in the air, dancing with brilliant sword blossoms, combined with the immortal and Taoist temperament. It really had the look of a worldly superior. The people on the sidelines all showed reverence when they saw this, worthy of being a high achiever. This sword flower dance is much better than my son's. It's not nonsense. He's a Taoist master who can remove demons and immortals. A 4 or 5-year-old boy looked at the Taoist master not far away and asked with some curiosity, Mother, are there really demons in the world? The woman on the side said with a certainty in her tone, of course there is. Demons and ghosts specialize in eating disobedient children. And if you don't behave next time, the ghosts will come and eat you. When that child heard this, his tender face revealed a look of fear, and he subconsciously took a step back, staying close to the woman on the side. The woman reached out and touched his little head, soothingly saying, don't be afraid. Even if there are demons and ghosts, Mother will protect you. If they want to eat my baby, they'll have to go through Mother first. When the little boy heard this, he was moved to tears, and with tears seeping out of his eyes, he flung himself into the woman's arms and called out with a trembling cry, Mother! The woman hugged the little boy with a satisfied smile on her face. Aside, when the little female emperor saw this scene, she seemed to have thought of something, and her expression became a bit strange. She looked at Fang Xiu at her side, skimmed her lips, and muttered, do you often use this tactic to coax this Gonzi as well? What? Fang Xiu was stunned, not understanding what she meant. The youngest daughter emperor looked askance at him, came up and lowered her voice, you always say in front of me how terrible the 100 officials are, how terrible the gentry are, how terrible the kingdoms are, making me feel that there is not a single good person in the whole world, and that I can only be safe and sound if I follow you, the treacherous traitor, closely. And isn't that the same as the tactics of that woman just now? Using one party's shallow cognition to cajole and achieve ulterior motives. That woman's purpose is to make the child obedient and more dependent on herself. And your purpose is the same, to make me obediently listen to you and be dependent on you, the traitor of the country. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Fang Xiu's low voice. So, Your Majesty admits to the shallowness of your perception? You know, I don't mean that. The little female emperor pouted and said with some unhappiness. Emotional value plus 1000. The corner of Fang Xiu's mouth hooked into a smile as he said, "Then your majesty is feeling that. In the presence of my minister, you are just like a child, and need to be dependent on an adult in order to gain a sense of security. You, emotional value plus 2000. The little empress would never admit in death that she did occasionally rely on Fang Xiu like a child clinging to an adult. But for a moment, he didn't know how to refute Fang Xiu's words. So, gamblingly, he pulled his soft little hand out, his face not moving, but in his heart he cursed, "Dogs! I won't let you hold it." Seeing this, Fang Xiu was dumbfounded and bent down to the little empress's ear and whispered, "Although your majesty is young, he should have his own judgment since he can inherit the throne, and your majesty knows in his heart how I treat you. If I have to say that I am using the tactics of coaxing children and cajoling your majesty, then I can only say that I am trying to protect your majesty." The words were not finished. The empress then spat and said in an ungracious manner, "Then tell me, what is the point of pointing a deer as a horse other than removing dissidents and suppressing imperial power?" Fang Xiu was speechless. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the empress gave him a blank stare and turned her head, murmuring in a voice that only she could hear, "Don't take me for a fool. What's in your heart? I'm clear. There is never good or bad in the world without a reason." In the opinion of the little empress, the reason why Fang Xiu had changed so much after pointing at the deer, there's only one reason. He saw that about 50% of the 100 officials in the courtroom did not take sides. Feeling that his prestige was not that strong, he hastily forced himself to abdicate, which would lead to public outrage and the world's condemnation. That's why he changed his strategy and found another way to try to get himself to fall in love with him and further control the court. Wait until some future day. He was really completely devoted to him. It's time for the Dacian royal family to change their last name to Fang. Fang Xiu's scheming had always been clear in Wu Mingkong's mind. The reason why there was no resistance. On the one hand, she also wanted to utilize Fang Xiu's power to grow herself. On the other hand, she enjoyed spending time with the current Fang Xiu. It made her feel comfortable and she didn't have to be on edge every day like before. Most importantly, who says prey can't be hunters? Until the last moment, it is not yet known who will die. Can't tell if the end result is Fang Xiu being taken down by her? Take a step back. Even if Fang Xiu did achieve his goal in the end, that finally ascended to the throne, should also be the child of the two of them. From a certain point of view, even if the Dacian royal family to change the name of the party, as if also what difference? Think about it. Wu Mingkong suddenly felt his face getting a little hot, shook his head vigorously and spat on himself. Blah blah blah. Wu Mingkong, what have you been thinking all day? If he really wants to usurp the throne, he will not make the child with you the crown prince, no matter what he says. Somehow, the figures of those two stunning beauties suddenly surfaced in Wu Mingkong's mind, and a nameless fire instantly surged to his heart and blazed. She wrinkled her eyebrows and took a step to the side, keeping her distance from Fang Xiu. Emotional value plus 10,000. Hear the system beep. Fang Xiu was a bit confused and subconsciously looked at the little empress on the side, opening his mouth to say something. Before he could open his mouth, he heard the little empress's angry voice ring out. "You denizen, negative man, stay away from my lord." Denizen. Fang Xiu could barely accept it. What the hell is a negative? Fang Xiu looked at the little empress with a bewildered look on his face and was about to open his mouth to argue, when a sharp voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Taoist master, you must save the little one." Fang Xiu and the little empress subconsciously turned their heads to look. A young beggar in rags, who at some point knelt down in front of Taoist Green Lotus, cried out in a ghostly voice, "Taoist, you can't see death to save ah." Qinglian Taoist condescendingly looked down on him, expression without joy or sadness. A get high people's demeanor, light and breezy, do not be alarmed. There is this seat in the demon. Demons and monsters cannot help you. You recently met the things. Tell us in detail. When the young beggar heard this, he raised his eyes to look at Taoist Green Lotus and blurted out with a sobbing voice, "Taoist master, a few days ago I passed by a lonely grave in the northern suburbs, and suddenly I heard someone whispering in my ear, 'Come with me, come with me,' and when I looked back, I couldn't see anyone. I just thought it was tired of working." The sound of the wind as a whisper. Did not pay attention. Who had thought that after coming back, a few days in a row have the same nightmare? A small ghost lying on the body of the little one, holding a chain wrapped around the little one. Want to let the little one to accompany him to the burial of the netherworld. If it is just so it is just, but these days, my body is not as good as a day. See the bone setter. The bone setter cannot say a reason. I realized that I was being targeted by the ghosts. Taoist master, if you don't make a move, I'm afraid I won't survive the night. These words were spoken in a voice that made the people present shudder when they heard them. Only Fang Xiu, the little empress, Lin Wanner, and a few others looked at the beggar with a playful look in their eyes. As a few of the most powerful people in the Dacian Empire, If there really are ghosts and monsters in the world, how could they not know? It was self-evident what the man in front of him, who was either hysterical or a drag on the Taoist, wanted to do. It was nothing more than cajoling the people on the sidelines to buy amulets, jade pendants and such things. Such tactics have been recorded in ancient books and belong to the old ways. The people of the gods and ghosts have always been quite taboo. Met such things, although the heart also do not believe, but most will buy a cheaper amulet, as a breakthrough to eliminate disasters. Feng Xiu and the others didn't dismantle them either, and just treated it as a good show played out in the hook. Looking down the road, the people on the sidelines, however, revealed a look of uneasiness and subconsciously stepped back, pointing and talking at the beggar. Taoist Green Lotus frowned slightly and spoke. The little ghost you met is called the roadblocker, and that chain is called the soul locking chain. As long as it hooks your soul away and brings it into the hell, he will be able to be reincarnated, while you will have to suffer for him. When the beggar heard this, he was so shocked that he knelt on the ground and wailed, "Taoist master, save me." Xinglian Taoist master said nonchalantly, "For this seat, solving a small roadblock ghost is like picking up a bag of gold. Effortless. Just to go out and help you is the same as staining the karma. Not good to do. Not good to do." Saying this, a difficult look appeared on his face and he shook his head. The crowd of onlookers. Someone questioned, didn't they just say that they were subduing demons and removing devils? And now why are they talking about cause and effect? Someone next to him then said, it's not just trying to collect silver. Don't need to think about it to know that this person is his drag. This trick is too old-fashioned. No fun. Let's go. The two were not too loud, and quite a few people could hear them, but they didn't say anything and continued to watch. Taoist master, then how can I get you to make a move? The young beggar had an anxious face and couldn't wait to ask. Taoist Green Lotus took out a jade pendant from under his Taoist robe and said nonchalantly, this jade pendant is warmed by this seat. 1 or 2 pieces of silver, please go back. It can ensure that you will not be invaded by 100 ghosts and will be safe and sound. The words fell. Many of the onlookers let out disdainful cuts and turned away. In an instant, only half of those left were left. The expressions of this half of the group also became playful, pointing and talking. Thought he was a master of the way, but it turns out he's a charlatan. It's no fun to take such an old trope and use it now and not know how to push the envelope. That middle-aged Taoist priest didn't feel embarrassed either. Raising his eyes to the surrounding people, he faintly said, it seems that all of you have quite a misunderstanding of my Taoist sex methods, which is truly chilling. Someone said disdainfully, what Taoist tactics? Isn't it just a jungle trick? When the middle-aged Taoist priest heard this, he didn't get annoyed and sighed leisurely. I didn't want to get involved in karma, but in order to maintain the dignity of my Tao sect, this day I will risk the loss of my life to perform Tao sect tactics. The words fell. He fiercely took out a yellow paper from his bosom, took out a pen, and made a drawing on the paper in the space. His strokes were like traveling clouds, as if he were a shocking dragon, and he had the appearance of a few calligraphy experts. The people on the sidelines let out a gasp when they saw it. Soon, Taoist Green Lotus then drew the talisman, threw the pen away and stuck it on the young beggar's head. Before the crowd could react, he suddenly squirted out a mouthful of water, soaking the yellow paper. Gee, that's gross. Some people frowned at the sight, but what happened next took the onlookers by surprise, only to see the original yellow paper without any pattern. After being soaked with water, it slowly revealed a red pattern. Looked like a green-faced brat. When the people on the sidelines saw this scene, all of them were wide-eyed, with unbelievable colors on their faces. Many people were even so frightened that their hearts trembled and they subconsciously took several steps back. Green Lotus Taoist looked around the week, his eyes finally fixed on the body of the young beggar. Not coldly and indifferently said, the little ghost that haunts you has been sealed on this yellow paper by this seat. You can rest assured. Seeing this, the young beggar's face showed great joy, kneeling on the ground, kowtowing uncontrollably, and said loudly, thank you, Taoist master. Thank you, Taoist master. Seeing this, the people on the sidelines looked at Taoist Green Lotus with a touch of reverence in their eyes. Whether the sealing of the brats is true or not, people always play the setup out of the box and put it on the hook, and it deserves an applause line. The little female empress looked at the yellow paper that revealed the pattern. Her little face revealed a look of curiosity as she looked at Feng Xiu, who was on the side, and asked, what is the principle of this? Feng Xiu Dao, I don't know, the little empress said with certainty. You know. Feng Xiu looked at the little empress, raised his eyebrows, and said, what's the benefit of telling you? The little empress hesitated and whispered, big deal. I'll call you that again. Feng Xiu Dao, the last one is still owed. It's no fun. The little empress glared at him and crossed her arms. So what do you want? Feng Xiu thought for a moment. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile, leaned down to her ear, and whispered, How about shouting master? Hear that? The little female emperor stared at Feng Xiu with wide eyes, incredulously surprised. Are you crazy? Feng Xiu. The little empress surveyed Feng Xiu with a strange look and said, making people call you master without moving. Are you a pervert? Or do you have some special fetish? Feng Xiu's mouth opened slightly, wanting to say something but not knowing how to do so. Seeing his deflated expression, the little female emperor felt a surge of excitement and continued. Before this gentleman felt that you are not right. This gentleman praised you. You are not happy. You have to be this gentleman to beat you, scold you. You feel happy. I did not expect you are even more perverted than this gentleman thought. You. The words were not finished. Feng Xiu then reached out and cupped her cheeks on both sides. Wu Mingkong's small mouth was instantly squeezed together as she let out a slurred sound. Let go. Emotional value plus 2,000. Feng Xiu pinched the little empress's cheeks with a joyless expression and said nonchalantly, shut up and let go. The little empress beamed, her two slender little arms fluttering back and forth, trying to struggle out of Feng Xiu's hands, but that bit of strength seemed so weak in front of Feng Xiu. Half a dozen flutters to no avail. Behind the two. When Lin Wan saw this scene, her face was stifled red, wanting to laugh but not daring to do so. For a while, the little empress finally gave in and said in a slurred voice, well, don't say any more. Only then did Feng Xiu let go of his hand and said nonchalantly, next time you talk nonsense, don't blame me for gagging you. Emotional value plus 3,000. The little empress stared at Feng Xiu with glaring eyes, gritting her teeth. How dare you? Feng Xiu raised his eyebrows, his expression seemingly smiling as he faintly said, you can try. You. The little female empress clenched her silver teeth, but in the end, she lost the battle, grunted, and stopped looking at him, muttering, if you can't speak to others, you use force, just like a child. Childish. Feng Xiu turned his head to look at the little female empress and said coldly, how come I didn't realize you were so eloquent before? The little empress looked at him askance and grunted, there's a lot more you haven't realized. Feng Xiu was speechless and turned his words around, saying, do you still want to know why the yellow paper can show the pattern of the little ghost? When the little empress heard these words, she suddenly felt like she had the initiative. Her eyebrows raised, and her little white face showed a color of joy. It was the first time she had gained the upper hand in an encounter with Feng Xiu. It is said that when a slate is smashed, the one who is hit must be the one who shouts the most. Look at it this way. Feng Xiu the traitor is a pervert no doubt. Hey! Feeling as if she had caught Feng Xiu's handle, the little empress was in a good mood and opened her mouth. There's no need for you to tell this Gongzi. Send a few people later. Hang that old Taoist priest and smoke him. You'll get the answer just the same. She said this without any deliberate control of pitch. When the few people around them heard this, they all subconsciously glanced at the little empress, then silently pulled away, thinking, this little girl looks gentle, like a lady of the house. How can she say things that sound like a pervert? The corner of Feng Xiu's mouth twitched as well, and in a rare moment, he didn't retort. Seeing this, the little female emperor raised her eyebrows, her stunningly beautiful little face revealing a smug look as she turned her head to look at Lin Wan and commanded, later on, we'll find some men and hang this old Taoist priest from a tree and smoke him. Lin Wainer. She hesitated and whispered, my lord, do we have to hang and smoke? Wu Mingkong said, what do you mean? Lin Waner said, maybe we don't have to do that, and we can get an answer by giving a little silver? Wu Mingkong. She was speechless for a moment, and looking at Lin Waner who was holding back her laughter, she became annoyed and said, if you dare to laugh out loud, I'll hang you up and whip you later. Moment. Lin Waner stifled her laughter and said with a pitiful, resigned face, woohoo! Standing in the middle of the crowd, Taoist Green Lotus was currently enjoying the reverent gazes of the onlooking people, oblivious to the fact that in the eyes of some people, he had already been hung from a tree. For a while, he took the yellow paper in his hand, gazed around the room, and said in a nonchalant voice, next, this seed will also put the sealed brat into a frying pan. Only then will the brat be annihilated and no longer cause harm to the party. Said, he walked over to the frying pan and placed his hand, holding the yellow paper, slowly into it. In the frying pan, the hot oil rolls and boils, bubbling and radiating heat. Taoist Green Lotus hand, without any protection, just straightened out. When the onlookers saw this scene, they all stared with wide eyes and unbelievable faces. I'm not mistaken. The Taoist priest put his hand in the frying pan? This, isn't the Taoist master afraid of the heat? Divine means, it's really a divine trick. I didn't expect that this Taoist Green Lotus is really a worldly master. After the previous 2 or 3 waves, the vast majority of those who remain are gullible. At this moment, when they saw the Taoist priest put his hand into the frying pan, all of them were scared enough to think that they had really met a fairy-like character. The little female emperor is disdainful. Faintly said. This Jianghu magician in order to trick, but is a lot of work. These several means, should be his own pondered. Never heard of before. Speaking of which, she seemed to have thought of something and turned her head to Feng Xiu, raising an eyebrow as she teased. Mr. Feng, what do you need to know the principle of going down to the frying pan? Isn't it better to call out to your master as well? Feng Xiu looked at her askance and said nonchalantly, not only do you have to shout, you have to cry. Bah! The little empress spat at him and said in a bad mood, pervert. The people on the sidelines were in a state of shock and no one spoke. Plus, the two conversed with no deliberate restraint in tone. The voice was just a little loud in the crowd. Taoist Green Lotus looked toward the two Feng Xiu, his brows slightly furrowed as he said nonchalantly, it seems that this little brother is quite skeptical of this seat's methods. Since this is the case, why don't we ask this little brother to come up here, follow my seat's example, and stick his hand into the frying pan to see what will happen. This statement was made. The people on the sidelines all set their eyes on Feng Xiu's body. When Feng Xiu saw him aiming his spear at himself, the corner of his mouth hooked into a faint smile and he responded. Yes, he said, taking a step with the intention of going up. Haven't taken a step out yet. The corner of his coat was then tugged tightly by the little empress's soft little hands. Don't go. The voice was cold and commanding. Feng Xiu turned his head and saw the little empress looking at him expressionlessly. At the same time, an icy system beep sounded in his ears. Emotional value plus 3,000. Is this stressful? Feng Xiu was stunned, and the smile at the corner of his mouth intensified as he raised his eyebrows and said, doesn't Mr. Wu know that this is a tactic used by Jianghu practitioners to recruit and deceive people, so why do you still want to stop me? The little empress gritted her teeth and said in a commanding tone, you're not allowed to go. Feng Xiu patted her small hand that was clutching the corner of his coat and soothed her. Don't worry, play with him, it's fine. Bah! The little female emperor spat and said in a bad mood, who's worried about you? This Gongzi just doesn't want you to go. No reason? No reason. Hear that? Feng Xiu actually didn't know what to say for a moment. The people on the sidelines heard the conversation between the two of them, but they thought of something, and their expressions all became a little strange. The young beggar standing beside the Taoist priest, the corner of his mouth twitched, did not have the good sense to say, you two big men to talk to each other. Make it seem like hot lovebirds. Evil not disgusting. When the little female emperor heard this, her expression instantly chilled, and she looked at the young beggar with a chill in her eyes. When the young beggar met the eyes of the little empress, he suddenly felt like falling into an ice cave and subconsciously took a step back. But in the next second, looking back, he felt a little annoyed. He was actually scared off by a greasy-headed male, and he must not be ashamed of himself when he said it. Thinking of this, his eyes widened as he stared at Wu Mingkong, wanting to say something to retrieve the scene. Before he could open his mouth, he heard a cold voice suddenly ring out. Come on people, hang these two dogs on the tree and give this Gongzi a hard whipping. When the young beggar and the middle-aged Taoist priest heard this, they glanced at each other and both saw a puzzled look in each other's eyes. This male is not a fool, is he? Next, the crowd of onlookers suddenly rang out in a neat and tidy voice. Yes. Immediately afterward, several men dressed in cloth came out, and without saying a word, they came to the two men and held them both down on the ground. The young beggar and the middle-aged Taoist priest who were held down on the ground were bewildered, and it took a while for them to react. These men in front of me were the greasy-headed guards. How dare you do this at the feet of the Son of Heaven and in the clear sky? The young beggar shouted with an indignant face. Several strong men, however, as if they did not hear him, combined their efforts to lift him up, took out the hemp rope, and hung him on a side tree. Immediately after, one drew the whip from his arms and aimed it at him. A hard blow. Ah! The whip cracked on the young beggar's body. Instantly, a miserable wailing sound spread throughout the entire clearing. Seeing this, the people on the sidelines were all creeped out and subconsciously took a few steps back. Keep your distance from Feng Xiu and the little empress. Nowadays, in their eyes, the little female emperor in a green shirt was even more terrifying than a green-faced brat. That middle-aged Taoist priest obviously did not expect that things would turn out like this either. His face revealed a look of panic as he looked towards the little female emperor and said in a trembling voice, what do you want to do? This Gongzi, just command. There's no need to be like this. The little female emperor snorted coldly and said coldly, you want us to make a fool of ourselves in public. This male wants to do the same. Don't worry. It's just hanging up and lashing a few times, leaving you a little life. Eyes closed and it's over. The corners of Taoist Green Lotus's mouth twitched, and for a moment, he was actually speechless. Seeing that several strong men were going to hang him, he was busy shouting, I confess, I'll do it all. The ghosts on the yellow paper were drawn by me in advance, so I can't see anything when they are dried in the sun, but only when they are wetted with water will they appear. The frying pan isn't actually oil. It's vinegar. Only the layer floating on the surface is oil. The vinegar doesn't burn hot, and it's okay to put your hand in it. When the people on the sidelines heard this, they felt cheated and pointed at the middle-aged Taoist priest and talked about it. I thought it was some kind of worldly man, but it turns out to be a charlatan as well. But then again, people always put in the work. It's much better than other charlatans who just hire a drag. The young beggar who was hung up and smoked suddenly reacted and followed with a loud shout. I confess. I am To. I am To. When the little female emperor heard this, the corners of her mouth hooked up into a smile as she looked at Feng Xiu and smugly said, "See, this Gongzi can know the answer just as well without calling you master." The corner of Feng Xiu's mouth twitched. The emotional master. This stock could not be passed. Just then, Taoist Green Lotus carefully sized up Feng Xiu. A few moments later, his face changed, his eyes revealed shock, and he muttered, "It shouldn't be, it shouldn't be." When the little empress heard this, she turned her head to look at the Taoist priest and asked, "What shouldn't be?" Taoist Green Lotus blurted out, "He should be dead already." The little empress and Feng Xiu's face changed at the same time, except that the two had different ideas. The little empress glared at Taoist Green Lotus, her eyes filled with rage, her expression turned icy cold, and she chilled. At this point in time, you still want to play the tricks of a Jianghu practitioner. This eunuch sees that you're tired of living. Men, hang him up for me and give him 20 hard lashes. Yes, my lord. A few strong men immediately stepped forward and hung Taoist Green Lotus from a tree, using their whips to whip him vigorously. The whip flung against Taoist Green Lotus' body, splattering a shower of blood. In an instant, miserable wails resounded throughout the clearing. Feng Xiu looked at Taoist Green Lotus, who was hanging from a tree and wailing uncontrollably, and his mind couldn't help but recall what he had just said, and a brilliant light erupted in his eyes. Only he knows. Taoist Green Lotus' words were actually correct. If he hadn't happened to cross over into the body of Feng Xiu, the original Feng Xiu was indeed at the end of his days. There were three possibilities for Taoist Green Lotus to say this. The first possibility, off the cuff. I say to everyone, brother, you have a plague of blood, and thus draw attention to it, thus furthering the purpose. This is a common tactic used by charlatans to woo people. The second possibility was that the original fainting of Feng Xiu was not a coincidence, but a deliberate plot by someone. Taoist Green Lotus was the one in the know, which was why he was surprised to see him still alive. The third possibility was that Taoist Green Lotus truly had transcendent means to see through people's lives and deaths. Three possibilities. Still, the second one is the most reliable. When the little empress's people are done smoking, then we'll have the people from the first estate give this guy a good trial to see what this guy is all about. Feng Xiu thought this in his heart and didn't bother with him anymore. The other side. The little female empress looked at the wailing Taoist priest, thought of the words he said earlier, and for some reason, the image of parting with Feng Xiu in life and death suddenly surfaced in her mind. Feng Xiu, the traitor, was 12 years older than himself and would, unsurprisingly, go ahead of him. On that day, how should one face it? Think about it. The little empress was instantly in a bad mood, looking at Feng Xiu and skimming her lips, saying, the good mood was all ruined by this dog. Emotional value plus 5,000. An icy system beep sounded. Feng Xiu was slightly stunned and looked at the little empress with a bit of surprise. The little female emperor beamed and said, I don't want to go swimming in the lake. Let's go to the Moonwatch Tower to enjoy the moon. After enjoying the moon, this prince is going to go back to the house to rest. There are still a bunch of things to be busy with tomorrow. Moonwatch Tower. Feng Xiu's expression was hesitant, not knowing if he should agree to her request. Seeing this, the little female emperor asked, what's wrong? Feng Xiu Dao, Moonwatch Tower is not suitable for moonwatching today. Puzzled, the little empress asked, why? Feng Xiu didn't reply. The little female emperor's heart sank when she saw this. Had she been caught preparing fireworks for him? Is it still a surprise to be found out? The little empress was even more upset. Emotional value plus 5,000. Another 5,000 emotional values. Is it important for the little empress to enjoy the moon at the moon palace? Feng Xiu hesitated for a moment, looked at the little female emperor, and agreed. Listen to Mr. Wu. Let's go to the Moonview Tower to enjoy the moon. Testimonials. It's been 50 days, and the female emperor's father is finally hitting the shelves. The time is tentatively set for tomorrow at 12 noon. First of all, I would like to thank all the readers and lords for their great support, not minding the author's new book period is short and feeble, and have been chasing after the book, so that this book can have such a good result now. The figure of 30,000 favorites is an unimaginable surprise for a small puffer. A million thanks. Tears. Also want to thank the editor Loach greatly. From 50,000 words, the recommendation has not been broken. In addition to the flash screen and seal push, can be on all on. Remember to write the first book of the net is to vote for the Loach greatly. In the blink of an eye 3 years have passed, outside the circle, and back to the original point of origin, but also is not forgotten. There's not much to say other than thank you, my fellow readers, and thank you, Mr. Editor. For one thing, I'm brazen enough to ask for a little extra subscription support, an egg and a cup of coffee for the author's midnight snack. After all, to rely on this to eat, subscription results better. The author stayed up late to code, but also more motivated. Second, let's talk about updates. 5 shifts on the shelf, 3,000 words a shift. If I can get a dirtbag bigot to reward an ally, 3 more chapters will be added. First booking over 2,000, plus 1 more chapter for every 300 over. The author does not have a lot of stock. If you are lucky, the readers of the old love, willing to give a subscription, plus more chapters will be owed first, within a week to pay off. On the shelf, no surprise, 3 shifts a day, 3,000 words a shift, 2 morning shifts, 1 shift in the afternoon. Finally, thanks to all the readers of the Lords of the Reward, thanks to the book friends of the White Personality, the Lost Anointing, the Old Boing Bee, to help manage the book review section, in the group to encourage the author. Touched. Every penny of reward is an extra incentive for the author, who keeps it all in mind and appreciates it. The line of writing to this point, the pro computer snot, do not know what to say, 1,000 words in one. Thank you all. The following is a list of those who have rewarded their lordships, and due to space limitations, only a portion of them can be listed. For those not listed, the author is equally grateful, and I am truly sorry. The Anointing of the Lost. Lit. Wish to drink immortality. Yais. Book Club 202204042130560011. Lit. Ink returns to the mountains and rivers. Tung Chai. 95 full. Thank you. Poetic and picturesque. Drama. Zealous. Don't scratch the carver. Void. Clay figure 5 or 6. Warm light of floating winter. Struggling for motivation. Book Club 201802062304245568. Lonely Battle. Lit. Flower Vendor's Stretcher. Ram_as. Lit. A south wind but no north arrival. Ito rain can be expected. Coyote and Rabbit. A mediocre schoolgoer. Understated white eye. Book Club 2022061161739959. Book Club 202205311910014001. Wine and Poetry. Depth. Internet dating bad guy. The dawn is also dark. Reward yourself 10,000 times. Book Club 20210301106550900558. Lit. Morning Breeze is like a martial art. Simon DD41, the owner of the Mo Eater. Lit. With a sudden face like a reckless person. Ghost God. PWL. Phantom of the Fantasy. Cunin QAQ. 712,816. 1,000-mile books. Zijilang, name. A future that I won't see with you. Leafy leather. Be unable to sleep. First glimmer of dawn. Japanese Kakuji PR Shime or Shite. Tight pants control. 1,000 missed resolution, TCM. Make things difficult for SB. Boanan with meat and salted fish. Fantasist. God. Give me a girl. Nothing to read. Sage, formal writing. Book Club 201907180921467442. Figure, of a person or group of people, have become gray in the face of frost and snow. Jack Mard. The top of a building. Sadako. Carla Sir. Sydney. Lit. Burying the dead for a long night. 5 flavors of tea floating life is like a dream. The Millennium Bookworm. Sun St. Kaiser. Sixth Father. Tarantula. Huafeian, 1905-1968. Female revolutionary and martyr. Book Club 20170110165850870. A Happy Little Penguin. Flying Bear Zero. Book Club 1611282248141177. Book Club member 1610010620388861. Lit. BOBO of the Western Shoe, idiom, figure win a title for the first time in the history of the country. 7. Bankers Anti-Fraud numeral. Nickname no more than 8 characters. Book Club 1607211805265550. Cats Meow. Meng 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 Lingxian, 1935. Chinese-American mathematician. Astronomer and mathematician. Twilight Snow Dying. Clank. Red Buff. 7 Summers Purring. Me Jr. I'm How Run 123. Little Tree with Little Moonlight. Bowls from the Countryside. Book Club member 140822100919951. Starburst Lights. Sword of the Falling Rain. Uncle Totoro. 1,000 Shadows Love Blood Oath. Lit. The Rock Rises with the Wind, idiom, figure large numbers of people emerge from the same situation. Brother Chung Ma. Dark Wang. Book Club member 202206101242100030. The Seventh Weight of Dreams. JXXS. Book Club 202205190321083353. Book Club 2022042922250560. Book Club 202204280844244736. Book Club member 202112281058125898. Link Suxel. And finally, a recommendation for a friend's book. The Great Han, I Solved the Problems of the Martial Emperor. It's a female author. Ohio. Moonwatch Tower. The night sky looks like a navy blue curtain, dotted with shining stars. The moonlight poured down on the street, adding to the stillness. In the restaurant, there were already very few diners who were still raising their glasses to each other. There were several drunken scholars sprawled across the table, speaking slurred drunken words. Just then, two young men clad in green shirts, one taller and one lower, laughed, and walked side by side into the Moonwatcher's tower. The two of them casually found a place to sit down, ordered a pot of osmanthus flower brew, and a stack of osmanthus flower cakes, and savored them. The minutes ticked by. The two of them pushed their glasses of wine. The lower ones, as if drunk, slumped on the table and didn't move. The taller ones are still sipping their wine. Outside the building, the shadow guards hidden in the shadows stared at the movements in the building with dead eyes, holding their breath, ready to strike at any time. But, after waiting a while, the building was quiet. Finally, a shadow guard couldn't help but whisper, "Why haven't they made their move yet? Could it be that the intelligence is wrong?" On the side, the leading shadow guard said indifferently, "The East Chamber Scouts and the remaining members of the Night Kingdom have already entered the building, and the fact that they are not pressing their troops can only mean that they are aware of the abnormality. So wait a little longer, and if it's not possible, take direct action, and arrest as many as you can." Okay, wait a little longer. In the Moonwatch house, around the corner, a few scholars were lying on the table as if they were drunk, not moving a muscle. In fact, it was whispered exchanges. "The fish is in the net, so why don't you do something about it? Who knows? If we don't do it, the fish will run away. What do you care? Just listen to Eunuch Lu's orders." Third floor, a white-faced, beardless middle-aged man, staring dead at the green-shirted male downstairs, with a gloomy gaze, lowered his voice, and asked, "Why hasn't Tang Ro appeared yet?" On the side, the boy returned. "Second miss is still getting ready. Hear that?" Eunuch Lu glared at him and said in a bad mood, "If you prepare again, people will run away." The boy's face was hesitant as he spoke. The second young miss had previously ordered that no one was allowed to enter the house and disturb it without her order. Seeing this, Eunuch Lu revealed a look of hatred and gritted his teeth and said, "If you don't go and rush, we'll go ourselves." The boy was busy saying, "Eunuch Lu, second Mrs. Sword is very fast." Before entering the compartment, "You'd better think clearly. Eunuch Lu was so angry that he stretched out his orchid finger and pointed at the boy, his voice trembling. "Do you guys still want to restore the country or not?" The boy lowered his head and whispered, "That's the master's business. I only know that I can't disturb the second young miss without her command. That's the rule." Seeing this, Eunuch Lu was so angry that his lips trembled, but there was nothing he could do. Although he is the town eunuch in charge of one side, there is really nothing he can do with these remaining members of the Night Kingdom. After taking a deep breath and calming his emotions, he looked to the scouts on the side and commanded, "Wait for another quarter of an hour. Whether Tang Ro appears or not, make your move." When the scout heard this, his face showed hesitation and whispered, "Your Excellency, without Tang Ro, just with my subordinate and the others, I'm afraid we won't be able to beat them." Eunuch Lu's eyes suddenly became sharp, staring at him dead on, his voice icy cold. "Our word is no longer good enough?" A chill came over me. That scout was terrified, and he was busy saluting. "My subordinate knows the mistake, and I will order them to get ready. Go." Yes. The moment. The compartment. Tang Ro, the world's #1 sword that Eunuch Lu has been waiting for, was lying on the table, looking intently at the newspaper in his hand. In the talk book, in the ring of the martial arts competition, the sudden appearance of the male son, and the young girl who set up the ring, are fighting fiercely. Wu Jing opened his mouth wide, was watching with glee, suddenly saw the male long sleeve was that young girl grabbed, two snatched, snorting, ripped off half. That young girl leaped away to the side, half the sleeve into the air. See this. A strong sense of anticipation rose in Tang Ro's heart. Who won the bout between the two? If the gentleman wins, will the maiden marry him? If the maiden wins, and the two are so well matched, will the maiden fall in love with the gentleman? That said, competing in the martial arts, it was fun to listen to. Children of the Jianghu, chivalrous and unconventional. It's not a bad idea to use a tournament to seek a good match. As Tang Rou thought of this, she reached out her slender catkin and flipped to the next side. When he fixed his eyes on it, he saw a few big words written on it in a dragon's hand. Jumbo Jade new product. Drunken Flower Red. A good ruse that all the first-class ladies are using. Tang Rou was first stunned, then seemed to think of something. Her eyes widened and her mouth slightly opened in disbelief. Just gone? Tang Rou's heart sank as she picked up the newspaper and searched through it, finally seeing a line of small print at the end of the legend of the eagle shooting heroes. Unfinished business. So stay tuned. Tang Rou's pair of cool phoenix eyes. Looking at this line of small words, a monstrous rage rose in her heart, her face suffocatingly red. How dare you break the chapter in such a crucial place? The dog author shall not die. Tang Rou wanted to curse, but holding herself as a martial arts master, she was unable to do so. After holding his tongue for a while, he finally couldn't help himself and broke into a yell. Dog-like thing. Don't let this girl catch you, or I'll have to chop up that thing underneath you and feed it to the dogs. Tang Rou's delicate little face, suffocating red from anger, couldn't wait to pull out the dog author who wrote this now and stomp on his face. Then take a chain and chain him to his desk, and write this book every day, not letting him rest for a moment, and when he has finished writing, then when he will be set free. But the next second, she fell back into deep self-reproach for having ventured such an evil thought. This girl is a warrior of the Jianghu, a chivalrous person who serves the country and the people. How can she do such underhanded deeds? While thinking this, Tang Rou began to ponder how thick a chain would be appropriate to buy then. Just then, there was suddenly a fierce shout from outside the house. Those who kill the Chen Emperor and the Prime Minister will be rewarded an additional 10,000 taels. Kill. Immediately afterward, a clanging sound of clashing weapons could be heard. Hearing voices, Tang Rou's eyes showed a blank look, a little confused. Obviously I've only been reading the paper for a while. How come there's already a fight going on over there? Just before she could react, the shouts of murder downstairs grew louder and louder. By the sound of it, there were at least hundreds of people involved in the battle. Immediately after, the door to the compartment was kicked in from the outside. A boy holding a long knife, his face covered in blood, covering his belly, exclaimed, "Young lord, second miss. We've been tricked. There's an enemy ambush. You guys get out of there fast." Tang Rou's heart sank, and a cold light erupted from her cool phoenix eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, she picked up the rapier that was sitting on the table. Taking Tang Yishua's slender waist aside, he fiercely exerted himself and threw her out of the window. Puff! Tang Yishua smashed straight into the Tsilian River, splashing a wave. Tang Rou followed closely behind and jumped down. After entering the water, without any extra movements, she tugged on Tang Yishua's lapel and swam to the other side of the shore. She didn't question her sister about why she didn't warn me when the agreed time to strike had arrived. That doesn't make sense. The most important thing now was to take her and leave this place of wrongdoing. Gulp! Tang Yishua didn't know martial arts and was caught off guard by this sudden change. Before he could react, he was thrown into the river, followed by being dragged and swam towards the shore. Caught off guard, he took several gulps of river water and choked his nose. Even so, she forced herself not to make a sound either, letting her sister tug harder. Tang Rou practiced martial arts for many years and had a lot of strength, and soon led Tang Yishua to swim to the other side of the bank. Unsurprisingly, the shore had long been guarded by the shadow guards of the First Estate. The shadow guards, shrouded in black robes, held their prepared strong crossbows, aiming them at the Tang Rou sisters and snapping them down. Whoosh! A sharp arrow sped like thunder, reaching the Tang Rou sisters in an instant. Tang Rou's eyes stared, freeing up a hand and casually waving her scabbard a few times, actually blocking all the arrows. The shadow guard's eyes glazed over when he saw the scene. They knew Tang Rou's martial arts were strong, but they didn't expect it to be to this extent. Blocking a speeding arrow with just the scabbard. Was that something a human could do? The shadow guards had no time to think and were busy loading their arrows for the second round. Whoosh! Same arrow, same speed, same position. Tang Rou casually swung her scabbard again, blocking the arrow. Seeing this, the shadow guards were finally convinced that what had happened before was no coincidence, and that Tang Rou just had the strength to block the arrows. They subconsciously glanced at each other, and both could see three words in each other's eyes. Inhuman. Electricity. Tang Rou had already tugged Tang Yishua and climbed onto the shore. After disembarkation, Tang Rou was finally able to let go and draw her rapier. A cold light appeared when the sword blade was pointed. Seeing this, the shadow guards did not hesitate for a second and retreated backwards. Based on intelligence, within 10 paces, Tang Rou's sword was unstoppable. Tang Rou looked around the room and let out a cold laugh, yanking up Tang Yishua's arm and fiercely exerting a force, holding her against her shoulder. Immediately afterward, without the slightest hesitation, He turned around and sped towards the busier streets. The shadow guards saw the scene and were busy following it. Just then, not far down the road, a white dress suddenly appeared and stopped in front of Tang Ro. "Drop your weapon and spare your life." Tang Ro carried her sister and looked at the white dress in front of her, her eyes erupting with a brilliant light. She could sense that the greasy-headed, dashing male in front of her was as much of an expert as herself, the best of the best. She had been walking the rivers and lakes for many years and had met quite a few people, such as the White Clothes. Together, less than 10, Tang Ro's cool phoenix eyes, staring at Shangguan Haitang, coldly said, "You can't stop me." Shangguan Haitang's face was expressionless, and he said nonchalantly, "How do you know if you don't try?" Hear that? A strong sense of wariness suddenly rose within Tang Ro. She carried Tang Ishui, clutching her rapier in her hand, and said in a chilling voice, "Just try it." The words fell. The sharp sword violently stabbed Shangguan Haitang. Shangguan Haitang's eyes glazed over and she took a step back, cupping two peacock plumes in her left hand. "See the sharp sword stabbing at you. Fling one out violently." The peacock plume sped out and slammed into the sharp sword Tang Ro clutched. Next, Tang Ro let go of the rapier. Tapping her toes, she actually ran wildly in another direction. She actually threw down her sword. Shangguan Haitang was stunned, obviously not expecting Tang Ro, who claimed to be the world's greatest sword, to act like this. Without hesitation, she flung another peacock plume out almost by instinctive reaction. The peacock plume drew a straight line in the air and stabbed into Tang Ro's shoulder. Tang Ro stifled a grunt, gritted her teeth, carried Tang Ishui, and continued to run wildly forward without the slightest pause in her steps. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from Shangguan Haitang's sight. The moment, the shadow guards all rushed up as well, wanting to continue the chase. Shangguan Haitang, however, said indifferently, "There's no need. You guys can't catch up with her." The shadow guard stopped his steps and hesitated. "Master Shuang, what should we do next?" Shangguan Haitang glanced at them and faintly said, "Don't worry about her. She is heavily poisoned. She can escape for a while but not for a lifetime. All you have to do now is to clear the remnants of the Moonwatch Tower within an incense stick. I don't want, when the master arrives, to see corpses all over the place." The shadow guards arched their hands. Master Shuang, Moonwatch Tower." The bodies of the East Chamber scouts lay strewn across the ground. Blood stained the floor. The tables, chairs and benches are all marked by knives and axes. A few of the remaining members of the Night Kingdom and the East Chamber scouts who had managed to survive were kneeling on the ground, trembling. One was so immersed in the sudden change that he could not return to his senses for a long time. How they didn't expect it. The Emperor of the Qian Kingdom and the Prime Minister of the Qian Kingdom and the Moonwatch Tower turned out to be just bait for the first Zhuang. As the old saying goes, the mantis catches the cicada. The yellow bird is at the back. They always thought they were the yellow bird, but it turned out to be the autumn cicada. The plan that he thought was seamless had actually been insight by the First Estate long ago. After all the careful planning, in the end, it was declared a failure without even seeing the target's face. There is no better way to kill a man than to kill his heart. Thinking about what just happened, the remaining members of the Night Kingdom and the East Chamber scouts all lowered their heads and paralyzed on the ground with disheveled expressions. Just then, a shadow guard suddenly walked into the Moonwatch Tower and said with a straight face, "The master will be here soon. Drag away the corpse and dry the blood. Don't dirty the master's eyes." "Yes," the shadow guards responded, and immediately afterward, they put away their scimitars, took out rags from their arms, and began to clean. Hear that? The surviving remnants of the Night Kingdom and the East Chamber scouts all raised their heads and looked around at the first Zhuang shadow guards who were dragging away the corpses and cleaning up the bloodstains as if nothing had happened. The last line of defense inside completely collapsed. His eyes filled with blood, and he stared at the shadow guards in death. His teeth clenched. It turned out that the assassination they had been plotting for nearly a month was a joke in the eyes of the First Estate. Putting in such tremendous efforts, in the end, they were unable to make the slightest ripple in Chang'an City. Even the target of their assassination, at the end of the day, didn't even know they existed. What could be more agonizing for an assassin? A remaining member of the Night Kingdom finally couldn't restrain his inner rage and hissed madly. "A man can be killed but not dishonored. You guys kill me. Kill me." The words just fell. A cold light flashed. The head of that remaining member of the Night Kingdom fell to the ground, maintaining a sad and angry expression on his face until he dies. But, to the end, the shadow guards didn't even look at him. They just used a rag to dry the blood he left behind and dragged the body out. When the rest of the people saw this scene, their hearts had sunk to the bottom, and they felt that their entire being was numb. They wanted to say something, opened their mouths, but felt like their throats were blocked by something and they couldn't make a sound. I don't know how much time has passed. The shadow guards finally cleaned up the blood and bodies, and turned to them again, looking at them with an icy gaze. The few people kneeling on the ground, seeing such eyes, instantly fell into an ice cave and lowered their heads, trembling. Seeing this, the shadow guards didn't strike again, but just tied their hands and feet with twine and dragged them away. Less than an incense stick, the entire Moonwatcher's tower then returned to its previous tranquility. Only the gusts of blood in the air, as well as the marks of knives and axes on the tables, chairs, and benches, highlight that a fierce battle has occurred here before. A one-sided massacre, to be precise. The moment. The street outside the Moonwatch Tower. As Wu Mingkong walked, he frowned and wondered, why aren't there many people on this street? Fang Xiaodao, it's the hour of midnight. It's normal for no one to be there. Wu Mingkong still felt puzzled and spoke. It's not like there's a curfew, and even if it's the hour of the night, there shouldn't be so few people. Fang Xiao turned his head to look at the little empress and said in a gentle tone, is it bad to have fewer people? Good time and beautiful scenery. Just you and me, strolling side by side. The words were not finished. Behind her, Lin Wanner muttered with an aggrieved face. What's that supposed to mean? People don't count as people. The little daughter Emperor Tilting's little face also revealed a wary look and moved a step to the side, saying, for no reason at all. Why are you suddenly sweet-talking me? Fang Xiao. He raised an eyebrow, his eyes showing a playful color as he teased. Your Majesty just now said that I am a pervert, that I am a toast and only like to be scolded. In my opinion, isn't your Majesty the same nowadays? If your Majesty doesn't like to hear sweet words, I can reluctantly scold your Majesty. Emotional value plus 2,000. The little female emperor blushed and said in annoyance. I don't have such strange fetishes as you. Fang Xiaodao, how can we know if we don't try? Why don't I scold your Majesty twice and see how your Majesty feels? Excited, happy, or... The little empress eyes widened with a face of shame and indignation as she stared at Fang Xiao and squeezed out 2 words through her teeth. Shut up. Seeing this, Fang Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Dogs! The little female emperor blushed and rushed up, waving her little pink fist and thumping it twice against his arm. Emotional value plus 2,000. Fang Xiao took 2 punches and sucked in a breath of cool air, baring his teeth in pain. Hiss! When the little female emperor saw this, a flash of panic passed through her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She hadn't even pressed hard enough, and the blow was still to her arm, even if it would have hurt, which would have been such an exaggeration. Prime Minister, you're overacting. The little female emperor coldly grunted and said in a conspiratorial manner. Hear that? Fang Xiao instantly changed his face. His handsome face revealed a smile inside. I didn't realize that I couldn't even fool your Majesty with such good acting skills, so it seems that I need to practice again. You! When the little female emperor heard this, she was furious enough, but there was nothing she could do about him, so she hummed and stopped paying attention to him. Continue in the direction of the Moonwatcher's house. Walked less than 10 paces, the smell of blood in the air. Her brows furrowed slightly, becoming more and more certain of her inner suspicions as she turned her head to Fang Xiao and asked, are you hiding something from me? Fang Xiao played dumb and said, no. The little empress took a step forward, looked straight at Fang Xiao, and exclaimed, you have a weak heart. Fang Xiao looked as if nothing had happened and said, it's your Majesty who is thinking too much. The little female emperor was silent for a second, and said with a straight face, I'm not a child. What exactly happened at Moonwatch Tower? Why can't you tell me? Fang Xiao kept silent. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the little female emperor sighed and leisurely said, if you don't say it, I can still guess it. The Moonview Tower has always been a place for the capital's dignitaries to enjoy the moon, and by asking me out and not letting me get close to the Moonview Tower, you have done nothing more than send assassins to party with you on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, plotting against the loyalists who are not used to seeing you. Have to say, it's a shame that the little empress doesn't go to write talking books with her brainpower. Fang Xiao had a helpless look on his face and interrupted her. If I want to party together, do I still need to avoid your Majesty? The little female emperor was slightly stunned. Good point. Wasn't the finger pointing in the first place partisan in her face? Next, she felt a little annoyed again. Even if it's the truth, you shouldn't say it in front of me. I don't want to lose face. Humph. The little empress let out a cold snort and asked, what's going on? Fang Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said carelessly, it's really no big deal, but it's just a group of remaining Night Kingdom and East Chamber scouts gathering at the Moonwatch Tower, and my minister's men are clearing them out. The little female emperor was slightly stunned. Remnants of the Night Kingdom? Thinking for a moment before responding. The Night Country is a small bullet country that was destroyed by Dechen more than 20 years ago, and is only equal to the size of half of Yangzhou. The fact that there were still remnants in the bullet-ridden area was something that the little empress had never expected in any way. What didn't even occur to her was that these remnants had even gotten mixed up with Great Zhou's scouts. What are they gathering at the Moonwatcher's house for? The little female emperor looked at Fang Xiao and opened her mouth to ask. Fang Xiao looked at her and didn't say anything. When the little female emperor saw this, She was slightly stunned, and then she reacted violently. Back half a month ago, she then secretly sent someone to buy a batch of fireworks at the Jumbo Jade and place them around the Moonwatch Tower, intending to give Fang Xiu a surprise. Today, in other words, if Fang Xiu hadn't sent people to clear out the Moonwatch Tower, it was highly likely that she would have stepped into the traps of the remaining members of the Night Kingdom and the scouts of the Zhou Kingdom today, facing a group of well-prepared and well-trained assassins, just by virtue of the palace guards. I'm afraid it's a bad idea. So he has been secretly protecting me. Somehow, the little Empress's ears suddenly rang with the words the woman had said earlier. Don't be afraid. Even if there are demons and ghosts, Mother will protect you. If they want to eat my baby, they'll have to go through Mother first. The words had to change naturally in the ears of the little Empress. The word Mother has somehow become Faye's father. Don't be afraid. Sagittarius will protect you. In a trance, the little Empress's ears seemed to ring with Fang Xiu's gentle voice. In an instant, one of her hearts throbbed and her eyes misted with water. Emotional value plus 5,000. But, not having seen it with her own eyes, she felt again that she was overthinking and self-motivated. So, turning his head to look at Fang Xiu, he said, I want to go to the Moonwatch Tower to take a look. Fang Xiu Dao, Your Majesty is not afraid to see a corpse? Wu Mingkong grunted. You really think of me as a child? Fang Xiu looked Wu Mingkong up and down. The little face, though delicate, was slightly childish. And in a later age it would not be out of place to say that it was a child. After all, in Fang Xiu's time, people reached the age of 28 and in the eyes of some parents, they are still babies who haven't grown up. Wu Mingkong met Fang Xiu's eyes, and a flash of red appeared on her fair face as she muttered, What's there to see? Emotional value plus 2,000. Next, the little Empress finally couldn't resist Fang Xiu's slightly hot eyes and took a step towards the moon viewing building. Seeing this, Fang Xiu shook his head helplessly and followed. The closer we get to the Moonwatch Tower, the thicker the blood. Wait until you get to the front door of the Moonwatch house. The smell of blood was already thick as hell. Wu Mingkong's pair of good-looking eyes surveyed the Moonwatch Tower in front of him. Everything is as it should be. Just many places left deep traces, and it didn't take much thought to realize that a fierce battle had taken place here before. Fang Xiu stood behind the youngest daughter emperor, sighed, and slowly said, Your Majesty rarely goes out of the palace once, and I didn't want to disturb Your Majesty's pleasure. But the people under my command were afraid that if they missed this opportunity, they would spook the snakes, and would not be able to eliminate the remaining members of the Night Kingdom and the East Chamber Scouts again. I can only let them fight quickly and try to leave Your Majesty a clean place, so that Your Majesty can enjoy the rare cozy. But unfortunately, today's wind is small, and the bloody gas is not dispersed for a long time. The words were not finished. The little female emperor then turned her head, her starry eyes, looking at Fang Xiu in front of her, dense with a layer of water mist, said in a pleasant and gentle voice, I am very happy. The words fell, her eyelashes fluttered and she slowly closed her eyes, her nose twitching slightly as she sniffed at the scent of blood that filled the air. The absolutely beautiful face showed a faint intoxication. Opening his eyes again, a look of determination passed through them. Taking a step forward, he almost pressed against Fang Xiu's body. The delicate little face became red as if it could drip blood. In a trembling voice, slowly, Thank you, Sangfu. The little empress in a green shirt shyly lowered her head, gently biting her pink lips, her graceful figure trembling slightly. The bright moonlight, sprinkled on her shoulders, set off her absolutely beautiful little face more and more bright. Emotional value plus 10,000. An icy system beep sounded. Fang Xiu suddenly felt a string being gently plucked in his heart. No longer reserved. He took a step forward and pressed closer to the little empress, slowly lowering his head and kissing her bare forehead. A fresh breeze brought a faint scent of osmanthus. The little female emperor stood in place, her turquoise-colored green shirt swaying slightly with the wind, her bright little face as red as blood. A pair of moving eyes were watery, lightly biting her pink lips, her voice trembling. Next time don't do this. Fang Xiu pressed himself against her body and looked down on her from above, his gaze burning. No witch. The little empress bit her lips, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, her bright cheeks flushed, her head lowered, and she didn't say anything. Fang Xiu looked at her and slowly bowed his head. The little empress, who had originally seemed to have gone soft, got strength from somewhere and struggled to scramble out of Fang Xiu's arms, taking a step back, looking at Fang Xiu with wide eyes, her small mouth slightly opened, her heartbeat accelerated. She breathed heavily and gathered her courage to say, You know, it just can't be like that. She'd heard it from the Shang Palace. Men and women are only allowed to be so close when they are married. Letting him do that just now was as far as the little empress could take it. Though in Fang Xiu's arms, she felt never before grounded. And there was also an unspeakable feeling, tingly, like a cat scratching at her heart, but not being married yet. Even if that feeling was comfortable, She would never accept Fang Xiu's likeness. Fang Xiu looked at her and let out a light smile, his tone gentle. I heard that His Majesty has prepared a surprise for me. The words fell. Not far away, the Moonwatcher's tower suddenly resounded with voices. Bang! The fireworks rose up in splendor, straight into the sky, blossoming over the two men, dancing wildly in the darkness, illuminating the night sky like meteors streaking by. Fang Xiu raised his eyes and looked at the bright full moon and the splendid fireworks in the night sky, a faint smile appearing between his brows. Aside, the little empress suddenly wrapped her arms around Fang Xiu, stood on her tiptoes, and leaned down to his ears, exhaling her breath like orchids. Did the Sagittarius like it? Bang! A firework rose suddenly into the air and blossomed in the night. Fang Xiu didn't hear it and turned his head to look at the bright and stunning face, raising his voice and asking, What did you say? Nothing. The little female emperor's cheeks were tinted with two blushes, and her brows were filled with laughter. One short month. Splendid fireworks bloomed for the second time over the city of Chang'an. Countless people stood on the busy streets, raising their eyes to look at this stunning night scene with pleasant smiles on their faces. City North. Somewhere in a solitary house, borrowing the dim candlelight, Tang Rou gritted her teeth and pulled out the peacock plume embedded in her shoulder. The peacock plume was pulled out, bringing up blood and flesh. Blood gushed out like a waterfall from the location of the wound. It was very appalling to watch. Aside, Tang Yixue saw this scene, and a wave of fear ran through her. But thinking of his sister's earlier admonition, he gritted his teeth, and with a hot handkerchief soaked in wine, pressed it down hard. Moment. An unbearable pain swept through his body. Tang Rou's forehead was drenched in sweat. Her white face began to distort due to the pain. Her silver teeth clenched, and the muscles on both sides of her cheeks trembled continuously. Bang! Another firework bloomed. Tang Rou finally couldn't restrain herself and let out a mournful cry. A few moments later, blood was no longer seeping outward from the location of the wound. Tang Yixue picked up the long-prepared, washed silk scarf and wrapped it around the wound. The green silk at Tang Rou's temples was dampened by sweat. A touch of trance spread across her cool face, and the hand clutching the peacock plume trembled slightly. For a while, wound dressing completed, Tang Rou sighed in relief. Slowly, he spoke in a disheveled tone. I may not make it back. Say what? Tang Yixue cleaned her blood-stained handkerchief while saying in a firm tone, As long as we're still alive, we'll definitely be able to get out of here. Even if Chang'an City is heavily guarded, Father will still send people to rescue us. You have to persevere. Don't say these demoralizing words. Before the words were finished, they were interrupted by Tang Rou's cool voice. I can feel that the concealed weapon is poisonous. Tang Yixue moved, put down her handkerchief, looked at Tang Rou, and comforted. Qianrun is not good at using poison, so as long as we can leave Chang'an, we will definitely be able to find an antidote. Tang Rou gently shook her head and said, The First Estate is treacherous in its methods, and the poison used will never be unusual. Tang Yixue said, It's not that it hasn't kicked in yet. Tang Zhou said, There are two possibilities as to why it hasn't kicked in yet. The first possibility, the toxicity hasn't spread yet. The second possibility is that this poison has a slow onset. If it's the former, it means the First Estate wants to put me to death. If the latter is the case, it means that the First Estate wants to use this poison to coerce me into doing something. As to whether it's the former or the latter, it just depends on whether I survive the night. Hear that? Tang Yixue's delicate body trembled. Her disguised toughness instantly collapsed. Tears seeped out of her eyes, and she said in a trembling voice, Don't say such bad luck words. Tang Rou looked at her sister who was the young lord of the Night Kingdom. The cool eyes showed a touch of softness. Slowly said, Sister, I know that you don't remind me to assassinate the Chen Emperor. It's for my sake. Don't want me to go against my heart and indiscriminately kill innocents. Your good intentions, I know, all of them. When a man is about to die, there are some things he sees through. You were right before. The kingdom of the Night Kingdom has nothing to do with you and I. We should live our own lives instead of muddling through our days to satisfy our father's single-minded obsession. When you leave Chang'an, stop sacrificing yourself for your father and live the life you want without him. Sister. When Tang Yixue heard this, she could no longer restrain her inner sadness, and her tears fell like broken beads. Sister, don't cry. Tang Rou looked at Tang Yixue and continued, If I don't make it through tonight, there's one more thing I want to ask you for. Tang Yixue wanted to say, Don't be ridiculous, you'll be fine, but she knew that was just self-deception and pointless. Holding back tears, he took hold of his sister's long, slender catkin and said in a trembling voice, You say. Seeing her promise, Tang Rou seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes showed a color of annoyance as she said in a single word, Find the author of the newspaper talk book and chop that thing off his bottom and throw it to the dogs. Tang Yixue was stunned, her eyes showing a blank look, not understanding the meaning of her words. Just as he was about to open his mouth to inquire, he heard Tang Rou say indignantly, "I didn't get to see the results of the martial arts competition until I died. I'm not willing to do it. The dog author shall not die." Tang Ishue, looking at the serious sister in front of him, this absolute swordsman who was known as the world's greatest sword, she didn't even know what to say for a moment. It took a while before he made up his mind and gently patted the back of her hand firmly. "Sister, don't worry. Sister promises you that she will find him and take out this bad anger for you." Tang Rou received an affirmative answer. Her fair face revealed an expression of contentment as she lay down on the bed and closed her eyes to rest her mind. The minutes ticked by. Not for a moment. Tang Rou, who was exhausted to the extreme in body and mind, fell into a deep sleep. Tang Ishue looked at her side face. In front of her eyes cannot help but appear a dozen years in her to get along with every bit, the color of the god more and more determined. She got up slowly, pushed open the door to her room, and walked out. The First Estate is a force cultivated by the Prime Minister of the Qin Kingdom, and the only way to save his sister is to beg him to be magnanimous and let her go. Sure, and she knows it. No one takes it easy on an assassin who wants to kill them, but other than that, she couldn't think of anything better. As long as she could save her sister, she would have no problem even if she had to work as a cow or a horse for the Prime Minister of the Qin Kingdom. This life of hers was originally picked up by her sister. When it comes to the Sangunyan, the worst outcome is nothing more than the word death. In that case, what's the harm in taking a shot? Hold on to that belief. Tang Ishue left the courtyard and walked on the busy streets, rushing in the direction of the Shanghua mansion. Not for a moment. Just two shadow guards shrouded in black robes appeared in front of her. Not a small amount of guts. How dare you take the initiative to show yourself? One of the shadow guards coldly grunted, with an eerie chill in his tone. Tang Ishue looked at him, her face expressionless, trying her best to look less weak. Gathering her courage, she spoke, "Take me to see the Prime Minister. I have something to say." The words fell. A cold voice came from behind him. "Lord Prime Minister is in a high position and is in charge of everything. How can you, a small remnant of the Night Kingdom, just want to see him?" Shangguan Haitang looked at the Moonwatch Tower manager in front of her, who was known as the #1 beauty of the capital, with an expression that was devoid of joy or sadness. Tang Ishue heard the voice, turned her head to look at Shangguan Haitang, and forced herself to calm down. "I'm the remaining member of the Night Kingdom and the #1 beauty in the capital. The Prime Minister will want to see me." Shangguan Haitang looked at her, a touch of playfulness showing in her eyes, and said nonchalantly, "Don't think highly of yourself, not to mention in the eyes of the Prime Minister. Even in my eyes, you can't be called the first beauty." When Tang Ishue heard this, her heart sank to the bottom. She knew that if she didn't see the Prime Minister, both she and her sister could die here. She gritted her teeth and said in a firm tone, "You know what I want. As long as I am given the antidote, I am willing to serve Lord Prime Minister." It seems to find this argument too sparse to be convincing. She clenched her silver teeth and held her tongue, willing to be his dog. This was said so naturally, as if she wasn't the head of any Moonwatch house, or the #1 beauty in the capital, but just a lowly windswept woman. If the scholars in the capital hear this, I am afraid that a heart will be broken into several pieces and spend days in tears. The capital's #1 beauty, who was so high in their eyes that she could not be desecrated, was humbled to the dust in front of the Prime Minister. Shangguan Haitang's pair of sharp eyes gazed at Tang Ishue and slowly spoke. "Did it ever occur to you that maybe you don't need to be given the antidote, and you'll have to be the Prime Minister's dog?" This statement was made. Tang Ishue finally realized that everything she had was worthless in the eyes of the other party. If you want to live, you can only wag your tail like a dog. Think about it. Tang Ishua's original only remaining point of self-esteem instantly vanished, looked disheveled to the extreme. The whole body cannot lift a little strength. A few moments later, she finally made up her mind, fell to her knees, and begged, "Please, spare our lives." Shangguan Haitang condescendingly looked down on her and said nonchalantly, "Go back and tell Tang Rou to come to the Shanghua mansion at noon tomorrow to apologize to the Prime Minister." Tang Ishue raised her eyes to look at Shangguan Haitang, a touch of hope showing in her eyes as she asked, "Plead guilty and live?" Shangguan Haitang said nonchalantly, "Regardless of the outcome, you don't have a second choice." Tang Ishue listened and fell into silence. Seeing this, Shangguan Haitang no longer cared about her and turned to leave. Tang Ishue knelt on the ground in a trance. Just then, the cool voice came out leisurely, "You only get one chance." Tang Ishue raised her eyes. The figure of Shangguan Haitang was no longer in front of her. I don't know how much time has passed. She finally snapped out of her trance and slowly got up, moving back one step at a time. The next day, the Sangunyan courtyard. Fang Xiu was lying on a rocking chair, leisurely basking in the sun. Aside, Shangguan Haitang, dressed in white, stood straight and said with a straight face, "Master, The entire Chang'an city has been searched twice, and there's still no sign of Taoist green lotus. Fang Xiu opened his eyes, glanced at her, and asked, could it have been silenced? Shangguan Haitang hesitated for a moment and replied, it's not that there isn't this possibility, but the probability is extremely small. Fang Xiu frowned slightly and said, in that case, where did the person go? Shangguan Haitang looked guilty and returned, duty dereliction of duty, duty deserved to die. Fang Xiu waved his hand and said, didn't mean to blame you, just curious as to how a large living person could disappear into thin air in plain sight. Can it be that he's really a Taoist master, able to shrink the ground? Shangguan Haitang was silent when she heard this. She hadn't figured out why. Exactly. Forget it, a charlatan pretending to be a god. There's no point in finding it. Let's talk about that world's first sword. What's it called? Tang Zhou. Yes, Tang Rou. Where is she? Fang Xiu picked up his tea and asked leisurely. Shangguan Haitang said, in a certain courtyard in the north of the city. I have already sent people to keep an eye on her. Fang Xiu put down his tea and asked, how does her martial arts compare to yours? Shangguan Haitang hesitated and replied, only higher. Fang Xiu was curious, then how did you tackle her? Shangguan Haitang said, surprise and attack. After a pause, he added, she can't exert herself with a man on her shoulders. Fang Xiu's face dawned as he nodded. In that case, it does have a bit of use. The words fell. There was a rush of footsteps outside. Old Zhang, the concierge, stood there, saluted, and respectfully said, Master, 2 girls have come outside, saying they want to see you. Fang Xiu and Shangguan Haitang exchanged glances. Let her in. Yes, Master. The concierge turned away. A few moments later, 2 young women appeared in front of Fang Xiu, about the same height, both tall and slim-waisted. One is wearing a light turquoise color luo yi long dress. Both eyebrows are long and slender like a painting. The skin is fair and snowy, thin lips with some pallor, and there is a faint sadness between the brows and eyes. The other was dressed in an ink-colored power suit, with a thin veil covering her face, so that she could vaguely see a delicate melon face hidden underneath. A pair of clear eyes with a few sharp points. The beauty of the show has a heroic, radiant look. The 2 walked to stand in front of Fang Xiu. The black power suit, veiled woman took the lead and spoke in a cool voice. I'm coming. The 3 short words that came out of her mouth seemed to carry the vicissitudes of having tasted the world. Somehow, suddenly, Fang Xiu's mind floated back to the martial arts novels that he had secretly read in class in middle school. It's a great picture. According to the setup, he should now come back with, you shouldn't have come. Think about it. Fang Xiu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He had already passed the age of middle-aged sickness. Why would he come up with such strange thoughts? His lips twitched a few times as he rose from the rocking chair and looked at the powerfully dressed woman in front of him. After all, I couldn't restrain my inner urges. You weren't supposed to come. The tone of his voice was similarly vicissitudinous. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he regretted them. I was about to open my mouth to remedy the situation. Suddenly seen, a bright light erupted from the eyes of the powerfully dressed woman in front of him, as bright as dots of starlight. But I'm already here. The powerfully dressed woman followed. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows and was a bit surprised in his heart. Surprisingly, it's a match. Could it be that she has also seen the mercurial swordsman's merciless sword? Fang Xiu resisted the urge to continue with the lines and brought the conversation back on track. You're Tang Rou? Tang Rou, who looked like she had found a soulmate, heard these words and felt that the sense of atmosphere she had originally created instantly collapsed, and she was a little unhappy in her heart, but she still said in a vicissitude tone, I'm Tang Rou. Fang Xiu looked at her and always felt that there was something not quite right about this girl. I don't know if it's her own fault, or if she's doing it deliberately. What was clearly a normal conversation came out of her mouth as if it were lines from a martial arts novel. Leave her alone. Fang Xiu took a deep breath and said to himself, the poison you've been hit with is called broken intestine scatter, and it strikes once a month. And when it does, your liver and intestines will be strangled so violently that it's hard to bear. Speaking of which, Fang Xiu took out a small delicate porcelain vase from his bosom and placed it on his palm as he continued. This medicine can alleviate the severe pain during an attack, but it cannot cure it. This minister can give it to you, but the prerequisite is that you let this minister see your worth. Now that you've decided to come here, Tang Rou was then prepared to be coerced. To her, being coerced by her father wasn't much different from being coerced by Fang Xiu. As long as she wasn't allowed to do anything harmful, she was fine with it. Think about it. Tang Rou spoke again, her voice clear and cold. Give me a sword. Fang Xiu gave Shangguan Haitang a wink. Shangguan Haitang immediately understood and picked up a branch from the ground, handing it to Tang Rou. Tang Rou reached for the branch and suddenly stabbed it in a certain direction. One breath later, she withdrew the branch, her expression cold as if nothing had happened. Feng Xiu and Shangwan Haitang, however, saw it clearly. The tiger cub, lying in the corner and basking in the sun, had an additional mark left by the dust. See this scene. Feng Xiu's brows furrowed slightly. He didn't expect that someone would be so fast with their sword. Too fast for the naked eye to catch. Is that speed within the bounds of science? Feng Xiu looked at Tang Rou, who had a cool demeanor in front of him, and was suddenly a bit skeptical. Is this a normal world? No matter what, this Tang Rou is considered a talent, so we can keep her alive as a killing weapon. Feng Xiu took a deep breath to calm his emotions, looked at Tang Rou, and said indifferently, "This Prime Minister intends to send you to work in the Zhou Kingdom, and as long as you are obedient, every 3 months, someone will send you an antidote." Tang Rou had expected this. Her expression was joyless and silent. Seeing this, Feng Xiu raised an eyebrow and asked, "Aren't you curious about what this Prime Minister is asking you to do?" Tang Rou faintly said, "Since it's a foregone conclusion, what's the point of being curious?" "Good point." Feng Xiu nodded his head and looked at Tang Yixue, who hadn't said anything until now, and opened his mouth. "You take the poison too and go with her." Hear that? Tang Yixue opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't open her mouth and just answered, "Good." Feng Xiu's eyes were fixed on the two sisters' bodies for a second. Seeing that both of them looked lost in thought, she laughed softly and opened her mouth. Assassinating this Prime Minister should have resulted in a lynching, but this Prime Minister has left you a way out. You should be happy. Come on, give the Prime Minister a smile. Feng Xiu's words sounded like teasing, but his tone carried an eerie chill. Tang Yixue raised her eyes to Feng Xiu, hesitated for a moment, and her white face squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. There was a faint sadness on his brow. Tang Rou, on the other hand, ignored it as if she hadn't heard it. Seeing this, Feng Xiu let out a cold smile and forced Tang Rou with a sharp gaze, saying nonchalantly, "Tang Rou, before going to the Zhou Kingdom, this Prime Minister wants you to remember one thing." Tang Rou raised her eyes to him, still silent. Feng Xiu coldly said, "This Prime Minister gave you the antidote not only because you have value to utilize, but also because this Prime Minister is in a good mood today. But this minister is in a better mood than to see a cold face." Speaking of which, Feng Xiu walked forward and reached out to remove the veil from her face. When Tang Rou saw this, her expression didn't change, but in her heart, she was already angry to the extreme. She subconsciously took a step back, wanting to pick up the branch on the ground and give him a sword. Just then, Tang Yixue, who was on the side, suddenly reached out and tugged on the corner of her coat, casting a pleading look. Seeing the look in my sister's eyes, Tang Rou stopped in her tracks, clenching her hands and clenching her silver teeth, not saying a word. Allowing Feng Xiu to walk in front of her, she removed her veil. "The face is quite tender. I hope the next time I see you, it will still be this tender face." Feng Xiu casually threw away the veil and said in a frivolous tone. Tang Rou's cheeks trembled slightly from the humiliation. Her hands clenched so tightly that her nails were almost embedded in her flesh. But for the sake of her sister, she restrained the impulse within her and stood still, not moving her feet one bit. Seeing this, Feng Xiu laughed coldly in his heart, but he didn't say anything else, just waved his hand and said carelessly, "Go down." The words fell. Tang Rou turned around and left, disappearing in an instant. Tang Yixue hesitated for a moment, and turned to Feng Xiu, making an upright bow before leaving. Feng Xiu looked at the backs of the two. His eyes erupted with a brilliant light, and his tone was icy cold. It's time to make Emperor Zhou pay for his repeated provocations. State of the week. Palace, Qianqing Palace. Emperor Zhou sat on the dragon chair, looking at the information presented by the East Chamber. His expression was joyless and sad. Pre-case. A flying fish suit of the secretary of the palace pen eunuch, Wang Ji knelt on the ground, his voice feminine. The plan for the assassination was set a month ago, and at that time, the East Chamber didn't know enough about the First Estate to realize that they were so well informed. The words were not finished. Emperor Zhou slowly put down the information in his hand. His gaze was gloomy, and he said nonchalantly, "What do you mean? The failure of the assassination was unexpected and had nothing to do with you?" Wang Ji's white beardless face revealed a color of fear and shivered. Slave Girl absolutely did not mean this. Slave Girl also leads the East Chamber governor. Assassination failure. Slave Girl should take full responsibility. Slave Girl should die. Please your majesty chastise. Hearing this, Emperor Zhou glanced at him, picked up the Zhang again, and said carelessly, "To assassinate the Qian emperor in the capital city of the Qian kingdom, I did not expect much, and it is only human nature that I did not succeed." When Wang Ji heard this, he understood that Zhou Huang did not intend to pursue responsibility, and a stone in his heart fell to the ground. Reaching out to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, he squeezed out a fawning smile and opened his mouth. The slave girl understands in her heart. The Holy Spirit feels sorry for the slave girl before saying so. To be able to serve at the side of the Holy Spirit is a blessing that the slave girl has cultivated in her 8 lifetimes. The slave girl really doesn't know how to repay the Holy Spirit's kindness. Emperor Zhou looked at the intelligence in his hand and said coldly, "Cut the crap. I'll ask you, what is the newspaper mentioned here?" Wang Ji busily replied, "Back to the words of your majesty. The so-called newspaper is actually a piece of paper with all kinds of contents printed on it, including talking books, notices, drawings, and the introduction of goods. Nowadays the popular newspaper in the capital is called Dakian Monthly, on which the words are printed, named Nie Xiaoqian and the Legend of the Eagle Shooting Heroes, which are quite interesting, and the people of the capital, from 60 to 70 years old to 13 or 14-year-old teenagers, are addicted to them, and they can't extricate themselves from them. In addition to that, the slave girl also found out that the Great Qian Monthly was printed by the Bamboo Wen Xian of Great Qian, and this Bamboo Wen Xian is inextricably linked to the Jumbo Jade. It is currently known that the Jumbo Jade is backed by the Qiangua Sangoku Mansion. Therefore, the slave girl can deduce that this newspaper is a contraption created by the Prime Minister of Qiangua, with the purpose of utilizing the talking books to attract the people and promote the imperial court. Have to say, Wang Ji, as a governor of the East Chamber, still had a brush for reporting. In a few short sentences, the ins and outs of the newspaper and the stakes involved were clearly stated without any delay. When Emperor Zhou heard this, he put down the information in his hand with a thoughtful look on his face. A few moments later, he looked at Wang Ji and asked, "What are the difficulties in printing the newspaper?" Wang Ji replied, "As far as the slave girl knows, there is nothing difficult." Emperor Zhou's brow furrowed slightly as he asked, "If that's the case, why is the Great Qian Monthly the only type of newspaper popular in the capital?" Wang Ji replied, "The slave girl thought that there are 3 reasons. One is that the newspaper has just become popular and many merchants and businessmen have not reacted yet. Thus no one has followed suit. Secondly, the Qianlong Monthly is sold really cheap, a copy of as long as a penny. Not only the hook and the storyteller, even the beggars on the side of the road can afford to buy, and therefore widely circulated. Thirdly, Nie Xiaoqian and the Legend of the Eagle Shooting Heroes are wonderful enough to be far superior to the rest of the talking books on the market, and the rest of the merchants and businessmen want to follow suit." The words fell. Emperor Zhou revealed a thoughtful expression. A few moments later, he made a decision, looked at Wang Ji, and commanded, "Enlist the scribes of my great Zhou who can write talking books. Whoever can write a talking book comparable to Nie Xiaoqian will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. Send someone to secretly print the Great Qian Monthly again, and change the notices of the court of the Qian Kingdom to proclaim the New Deal. You should know how to do that." Wang Ji busily responded, "Slave servant understands. Go on." The slave girl excuses herself. After Wang Ji left the Qianqing Palace, he raised his eyes and looked at the turquoise blue sky with a kind of joy after the robbery. Though he was the eunuch of the Palace of Justice, and also led the East Chamber of the Governor, the power of the heavens, but that was only in front of outsiders. All this power comes from the Zhou Emperor. In front of Emperor Zhou, he was a lapdog that could be discarded at any time. As the saying goes, accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. No one knew what this temperamental majesty would be angry with him for. So, every time Wang Ji entered the Qianqing Palace, he was on tenterhooks for fear of something going wrong. It's a good thing that this crisis has finally passed peacefully. Wang Ji exhaled a long breath, recalling what Emperor Zhou had just said. He was busy fighting his way back towards the East Chamber Yamen. Arrived at the East Chamber Yamen, as soon as he entered the door, he bumped into Chang Changren, the head torturer. When Chang Changren saw Wang Ji, he busily stood up and saluted respectfully. "Greetings, factory master." Wang Ji looked at him and commanded, "Go to the account office and receive 1,000 taels of silver. Find a few scribes in the capital who can write talking books, put them in jail, and when they write talking books comparable to Nie Xiaoqian and the Legend of the Shooting Eagles and Heroes, when will they be released?" When Chang Changren heard this, he was slightly stunned and asked curiously, "The factory owner wants to read the talking book?" Wang Ji looked at him askance and said without a good mood, "Read AF** King Word Book. This is His Majesty's decree." Chang Chengren's eyes revealed a bewildered look as he asked, "Your Majesty wants to read a talking book?" Wang Ji was infuriated, pinched his orchid finger, and scolded, "You idiot, what else is in your head but talking books?" Chang Changren lowered his head and said nothing. Seeing this, Wang Ji sighed inwardly and explained, "Your Majesty is trying to find out scribes who can write talking books for the Great Zhou Monthly." Only then did Chang Changren react and busily said, "My subordinate understands." After saying that, with a hesitant look on his face, he said, "There is a question that my subordinate doesn't know whether to ask or not." "Say," Chang Changren asked, "what is the factory owner doing with the 1,000 taels of silver he wants his subordinate to receive?" Wang Ji took a deep breath to calm his emotions and asked rhetorically, Tell our family, how did you become this 1,000 household? Chang Changrun did not hesitate and replied. Back to the words of the factory lord. My subordinate is a hereditary 1,000 household. Wang Ji resisted the urge to slap him and said impatiently. The silver is a reward for the scholar. Whoever can write a wonderful book of words, 1,000 taels of silver will go to him. Chang Changrun was stunned for a moment, and his eyes showed surprise as he thought. Rewarding a scholar who writes talking books still requires 1,000 taels of silver? That stinking bunch of word writers aren't just going to give a mouthful of rancid food to get rid of? Thinking this in his heart, he didn't say it out loud, but just saluted. My subordinate understands. Wang Ji glanced at him as if he understood his thoughts and warned. Let's say this ugly thing up front. This 1,000 taels of silver is His Majesty's reward. If you dare to swallow it into your own stomach, beware of the head on your neck. Chang Changrun smiled sarcastically. My subordinate wouldn't dare to do this even if he had 100 guts. Wang Ji snorted coldly and said, You'd better really not dare. If something goes wrong, don't blame our family for not reminding you. Chang Changrun, face solemn, colorful, said, factory official's words. Subordinate all in mind. Never dare to violate. Wang Ji waved his hand and said, Get lost. My subordinates will retire. Chang Changrun saluted and turned to leave. Walk out of the main hall. A look of contempt appeared on his face as he spat and cursed in his heart. Bah! Doggy bastard. Immediately afterward, without stopping, he walked towards the other room. House. A man in his 30s, like Wang Ji, was wearing a flying fish suit, was lying on the table, looking at the newspaper in his hand with a bored look. Zhao Baifu, I'll give you 300 taels of silver. Go out on the street and pull a few scholars who can write words and put them in jail. And if they can't write words, they won't be let out. Chang Changrun walked into the room, looked at the man lying on the table, and commanded. Hearing this, Zhao Baifu was a bit confused and asked curiously, why would Chito-sama do that? Is it the writing of the book of words that has offended His Excellency? Chang Changrun said indifferently, This is His Majesty's decree. What does it have to do with this official? His Majesty's decree? Zhao Baifu was even more bewildered. Why did His Majesty arrest the scribe who wrote the words? Chang Changrun saw his look and impatiently said, Give an accurate word, can you do it or not? If you can't, this official goes to find other 100 households. Zhao Baihu hesitated for a moment and asked, Lord Qianhu, those 300 taels of silver are? Chang Changrun said, It is His Majesty's reward for the scholar. Zhao Baifu's face showed a dawning realization. What a bunch of stinking wordsmiths to ask for a reward. A couple bowls of rice would have been a good idea. If you can't, you can give a couple of silver dollars. In the end, the vast majority of the 300 taels of silver still had to go into his own pocket. 300 taels of silver. That's a fat job. Think about it. Zhao Baifu no longer hesitated, and busily said, I can do it. Chang Changrun glanced at him and instructed, Try to find some powerful scribes. Do not just pull some beggars to make up the number. Write out the words are to be sent to the factory, and even His Majesty. If something happens then, you're not to blame. Zhao Baifu hemmed and hawed and laughed twice, saying back, Lord Qianhu, don't worry. It's not easy to find a three-legged toad, but two-legged scholars are everywhere. Not to mention the scholars who can't get a title and only know how to write words. That's even more of a big catch. I will make sure that this matter is done beautifully and properly for you. Chang Changrun looked at him and said, There are many people who are more skillful than you. This official is seeing that you like to read talking books on weekdays, and only then did I give this matter to you. So don't let this official down. Zhao Baifu was busy saying, I will remember all of your kindness in my heart and will definitely repay you in the future. Chang Changrun revealed a satisfied smile, nodded, and waved his hand. Go. Yes, my lord. Zhao Baifu arched his hand and saluted, folded the newspaper on the table, stuffed it into his arms, picked up his saber, and walked out. After leaving the house, the first thing he did was to call in the Yaman's fandango. The expression was serious and solemn. His Majesty's decree. Go out into the streets and arrest the scribe who writes the talking books and put him in jail. Catch one and reward with 101. Until we catch 100. When the dozen or so fan servants heard this, they looked at each other in disbelief, all of them finding it a bit unbelievable. What did the scholar who wrote the book do to deserve this? Why did His Majesty arrest them? And to make up 100? Seeing their expressions, Zhao Baifu's brow wrinkled slightly, and he coldly snorted in a chilling voice. Did you not hear what this official said? The fans were all aghast, and they were busy saying, I hear you, humble servant. Zhao Baifu's sharp eyes looked around and exclaimed, Good to hear. Depart. Great Zhou capital, Jinyang Palace. Inside the River Moon Pavilion, a purser in a turquoise sari sat on the stage, her veiled hand stroking the zither. The gentle sound of the zither like a mountain spring flowed from his fingertips, sending ripples through the restaurant. Scholar Wui listened to the melodious sound of the zither coming from the stage. His face showed a mesmerized look as he exclaimed, Zhang Huakui's zither is truly a masterpiece. One can't help but be immersed in it without realizing it. His best friend at the table gave him a languid look. Zhang Huakui's zither is indeed good, but it's still far from being the best in the world. Wu Yi raised an eyebrow and asked, then, according to what Brother Sun said, looking at the world, whose zither sound is better? Sun surnamed the scholar leisurely said, far away not to mention. Next door to the Qianguo Guanyue Lu's boss Tang Ishue, zither sound gentle sadness, cold and noble. Just listen to it once. It is hard to forget, even if you can't be called the world's champion, but also far better than the river flower Kuei. Wu Yi curiously said, is boss Tang's zither really that moving? The scholar surnamed Sun said, if you had heard it once, you would not have asked this question. When Wu Yi saw how certain he was, his face showed a look of longing and said, it is a pity that Jinyang and Chang'an are so far apart, and that I have no family to speak of, or else I would have gone to Guanyue Lu to listen to the zither of shopkeeper Tang. The scholar surnamed Sun said, recently there has been news that boss Tang is leaving the Qian kingdom to open a new restaurant in my great Zhou. If this is true, Brother Wu would not have to run to Chang'an province. It would be great if it were true. Wu Yi's face showed excitement, but then he thought of his impoverished situation and sighed languidly. Study hard for more than 10 years in the cold window. In the end, even the coils to leave Jin Yangfu cannot get together. It is really sad and lamentable. Hey! When the scholar surnamed Sun heard this, he looked at him, his eyes showing a touch of heartache, and comforted. The sword sharpens from sharpening. The fragrance of the plum blossom comes from the bitter cold. Brother Wu was momentarily disillusioned. There is no need to take it to heart. Wu Yi sighed inwardly and fell silent. Seeing this, the scholar surnamed Sun added, suddenly I remembered that Brother Wu said some days ago that he wanted to write some talking books. I wonder how they are written. Mentioned the talking book. Wu Yi became even more depressed inside. The idea was conceived for a full month. But so far I still haven't put pen to paper. Still haven't put pen to paper? The scholar surnamed Sun was a bit surprised. Wu Yi raised his eyes to look at him. Leisurely said, I originally thought that the words of the book is a small road. Randomly write, will be able to become a book. To the time of writing, only to find that the brain is blank. Really do not know what to write. The scholar surnamed Sun pondered for a moment and gave his advice. The Nie Xiao Qian, which has been widely circulated recently, looks very good. So Brother Wu might as well try to write a sequel. Wu Yi sighed. That Nie Xiao Qian, I also read. The plot idea are wonderful. Want to write a sequel. Is not easy, if the writing is not as good as expected. Is the dog tail continue sable, to be scolded to death. What's more, that Nie Xiao Qian is only serialized in the Deqian Monthly, and the sequel will come out next month. So what's wrong with me writing it? When the scholar surnamed Sun heard this, he fell into silence for a while. Seeing this, Wu Yi suddenly laughed and said, Brother Sun's family is well off, so he doesn't have to bend over for 5 buckets of rice and can prepare for the imperial examinations without worrying about it. So why does he look so sad? The Sun scholar was tempted to say, it's fretting over you, hesitating again and again. He still didn't say anything, but just squeezed out a smile and flirted. What Brother Wu said is reasonable. I should laugh. The two looked at each other and both smiled. Wu Yi picked up the tea, took a sip, opened his mouth, and wanted to say something. A rush of footsteps suddenly came from outside the restaurant. Immediately after, several policemen carrying knives, striding into the restaurant, their eyes searching through the crowd. When the diners in the restaurant saw this, they lowered their heads, not daring to make a single sound for fear of being stared at. A few moments later, a few of the errand boys locked their eyes on the two of them, Wu Yi, and walked up with large strides. Wu Yi and the two of them all kept their heads down and acted as if nothing had happened. Just then, the errand boy suddenly spoke up. A long shirt pulped white, sitting in a restaurant, but only drinking tea, at a glance, is only a poor scholar who can only write words. Come on man, take away. When Wu Yi heard this, he was instantly confused. With wide eyes, he looked at the errand boy and said incredulously, Your Honor, these days, there's still a crime for being poor? The errand boy snorted coldly and said, Poor people are not guilty. Not so much for writing talking books. Wu Yi, he was silent for a second, suddenly reacting to the fact that he hadn't put pen to paper yet. I didn't write a playbook. Wu Yi defended himself. The errand boy said coldly, knowing how to write counts. Now, Wu Yi really didn't know what to say. He looked at the errand boy in front of him and just felt that what he was experiencing was so absurd that it couldn't even be written in a playbook. Opened his mouth to argue. Before he could speak, he was slapped by the errand boy. Dogs! Shut up! You! Wu Yi's face was furious as he glared at the errand boy, but he didn't dare to resist. In Great Zhou, the East Chamber doesn't need any reason to take someone. If you resist, you will most likely be sent to the imperial prison. A poor scholar with no power or background like him, who went into the imperial prison, would have a hard time coming out alive. His eyes were bloodshot and he stared at the errand boy dead in the face, gritting his teeth, but he could only allow the errand boy to tie him up. When the errand boy saw this, a look of disdain appeared on his face and he said, "Not convinced?" Wu Yi's eyes were filled with blood and he didn't say a word. The errand boy sneered and said, "If you don't hold your breath, you'll be convinced when you enter the imperial prison." Aside, Scholar Sun was instantly confused when he heard that he was going to the imperial prison. With an anxious look on his face, he said, "My lord, is there some kind of misunderstanding? This good friend of mine is normally a peaceful person, and has never done anything to violate the laws of Great Zhou." The errand boy said coldly, "There is no misunderstanding. If you can write a talking book, you have to go to the imperial prison." The scholar surnamed Sun was busy saying, "But my lord, he doesn't know how to write." The errand boy looked at him askance and said coldly, "Do you want to go in too?" When the scholar surnamed Sun heard these words, a wave of anger rose up from his chest and blazed. These East Chamber lackeys, are they still unreasonable? Look at the poorer scribe who is about to be sent to an imperial prison. How in heaven's name is that possible? It's too much of a bully. It's downright deceptive. He opened his mouth to stand up for his best friend. Wu Yi saw this, but he stopped him. "Brother Sun doesn't have to say much. I walk the walk. I sit upright. Even if I go to the imperial prison, they can't do anything to me." With an anxious look on his face, the scholar surnamed Sun opened his mouth. "Are you stupid? Even the cleanest person who goes to the imperial prison and gets a few beatings will have the same result. When people say you're guilty, and when they say you're not guilty, you're not guilty. Even if you have 100 mouths, you can't tell the truth. This imperial prison, it must not be entered." When the several officers heard this, they glanced at each other and actually revealed a smile. "You're really not wrong about that. So it seems that you know quite a bit about the imperial prison. Why don't you go in with him and take a look?" When that errand boy said this, his expression flinched in vain, and with a big wave of his hand, he said in a chilling voice, "Take this man with you." Yes. Several policemen rushed up and held the two men down on the table, tied their hands and feet, stuffed cotton cloth into their mouths, and escorted them toward the East Chamber Yamen. In the restaurant, the rest of the diners, witnessing this absurd scene, all revealed looks of indignation, but none dared to stand up and say a word, for no other reason than their scared fear of going to the imperial prison. In just one day, the same thing was staged in all the major restaurants in Jinyang Prefecture. Dozens of shabbily dressed scholars were imprisoned in the imperial prison by the East Chamber's agents without any reason. For a while, everyone in the capital was in danger. In the imperial prison, Wu Yi and his duo realized it when they arrived. The dimly lit cell was filled with desks. There were also ink, paper and inkstones prepared and neatly arranged on the desk. What's going on here? The poor scholars were all confused when they saw the scene. This time, a low voice sounded in the dungeon. "I asked you to come over. Nothing more. It's to give you a chance to show your talents and write your words here in peace. There's a reward for good writing. If you write poorly, keep writing, and when you write until this official is satisfied, then I will let you out." This statement was made. The poor scholars murmured. A few moments later, the cacophony of chatter subsided. Wu Yi looked at the 100th household who had spoken and asked, "How do you eat? How do you live?" Zhao Baifu looked at him and faintly said, "Food and lodging are in the imperial prison, with meals and food, without you having to pay a cent." This statement was made. Another loud murmur went up in the imperial prison. Smiles appeared on the faces of many poor scholars. To be really inclusive, they can live in the imperial prison for the rest of their lives. Wu Yi thought for a moment and then asked, "Your Excellency just said reward. May I ask what is the reward?" Zhao Baifu hesitated and spoke. 30 taels of silver." The words fell. The many scholars, including Wu Yi, all showed excitement. Food and lodging are included. There is an inexhaustible supply of ink, paper and inkstones, and if you write well, you can even have 30 taels of silver to take. Isn't this the life I dreamed of? This is not an imperial prison. It's like a peach blossom. Good. Yes. Zhao Baifu looked at the excited crowd with some chagrin. These poor scholars who write talking books are grateful when they are given mouths to feed. His own brain was so dim that he thought of giving them a reward. 30 taels of silver is still too much. I should have refused to give 1 or 2 just now. Thinking so, Zhao Baifu said in a good-natured manner, "Be quiet, all of you." The words just fell. The entire imperial prison was instantly silent. All the poor scholars looked at him with hopeful eyes. Without saying a word, Zhao Baifu met their pure and innocent eyes, and suddenly felt as if something was blocking his throat. Unable to speak for a moment. "These guys, it's kind of pathetic." Zhao Baifu sighed in his heart and leisurely said, I'll give you 7 days to write the first 3 rounds of the talking book, which this official will send to the top. Without further ado, start writing. Inside the Qianqing Palace, Emperor Zhou put down the words in his hand and looked at the East Chamber governor kneeling on the ground, his face grim. Wang Ji, you are also a man who has read books. Tell me with a clear conscience, how much silver do you think these books of words you have presented are worth? When Wang Ji heard this, his heart instantly sank to the bottom. What His Majesty meant couldn't be clearer. It's nothing more than saying that these talking books are full of crap. But that was all the scribes in the imperial prison were capable of. And given more time, they could only write garbage that was hard to read. So what could he do? Wang Ji lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, New maid feels that it is worthless. The words fell. Emperor Zhou Tang stood up and slammed the words on the case heavily at Wang Ji, saying angrily, you still know that it's worthless. Such garbage. I feel disgusted even reading it. And you still want me to print it on the newspaper? If I really do this, how should the people of the world look at me? Where are you going to put me? The slave girl deserves to die. I'll be damned. Wang Ji did not expect Zhou Huan's reaction to be so intense. His face was terrified, and he kept kowtowing, his body trembling. A few moments later, the forehead gradually swelled and oozed blood. Even so, it still didn't stop, kowtowing while shouting that the slave girl deserved to die. Seeing this, Emperor Zhou's anger subsided a bit and he sat back in the dragon chair again, coldly saying, I'll give you another chance to urge the scholar to write properly. Even if you can't get a book of words such as Nie Xiaoxian, you can't be so bad. Thank you, Your Holiness. The slave girl will do her best to supervise the scholar. Wang Ji knelt on the ground, having a kind of joy after the robbery. The whole person was much more relaxed. Seeing this, Emperor Zhou picked up his tea, took a sip, and asked leisurely, is the mission to the Qian kingdom ready? Wang Ji did not dare to have the slightest negligence. Busy back to the words of the saint, has been prepared. The ambassador is known as a good argumentation of the Ministry of Rights Wei Xinglai. Guards are the Huban army carefully selected elite, accompanied by the Drunken Flowers Pavilion of the Flower Leader, Yan Bei House of Poetry Leader. The words were not finished. Emperor Zhou then interrupted him. Cut the crap. I'll only ask you one thing. When the mission arrives in the Qian kingdom, will it be able to manifest the heavenly authority of my great Zhou? Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Ji said with certainty, yes. Will it be possible to thwart the emperor of the Qian kingdom and the prime minister of the Qian kingdom? Yes. Emperor Zhou got a satisfactory answer and looked at Wang Ji, whose forehead was covered with blood, and said nonchalantly, I hope you remember today's answer. If anything goes wrong again during this mission to Qiangua, I want your head. Although Wang Ji was Emperor Zhou's beloved, but one after another, they hit a wall on the issue of Qiangua. Emperor Zhou had lost patience with him. If he failed to achieve satisfactory results in this mission to Qiangua, it would not be too much to chop off his head. Wang Ji's heart trembled as he kowtowed. Slave servant understands. Emperor Zhou put down his tea and asked, how has the eldest princess been lately? Have she been acting unusually? Wang Ji shook his head and said, no, still concentrating on running Drunken Flower Pavilion as usual. Emperor Zhou nodded and waved his hand. Got it. Go down. Yes, Your Majesty. Wang Ji slowly got up, saluted, and turned to leave. After leaving the Qianqing Palace, he didn't stop for a moment and immediately returned to the East Chamber Yamen and found Chang Changrun, the head of the Punishment Thousand. You dog, did you embezzle His Majesty's bounty? Chang Changrun instantly understood what was going on when he saw Wang Ji's forehead oozing blood and a miserable appearance. He said with an innocent face, the factory governor has repeatedly urged me, so how could my subordinate dare? When Wang Ji saw his innocent look, he was furious and went up and kicked him, scolding, at this point, you are still playing tricks with us. I'm telling you, if we lose our heads because of this, you won't want to live either. The word is out. Chang Changrun finally realized the seriousness of the problem and hesitated. Factory governor, it's just writing a small talking book. It shouldn't be so bad that you have to lose your head. When Wang Ji heard this, the anger in his chest grew even more, and he asked through gritted teeth, how much silver have you embezzled in the end? Chang Changrun's mouth moved and replied, no, not much, just 700 taels. 700 taels? Wang Ji barely raised his breath and gritted his teeth. The bounty is only 1,000 taels in total, and you've embezzled 70% of it in one breath. And you still don't think it's much? Chang Changrun said in an aggrieved manner. My subordinate didn't think that the consequences would be so serious. When Wang Ji heard this, his eyes widened as he stared at Chang Changrun, itching to take a knife and cut him down. You're looking for death. Chang Changrun lowered his head and said nothing. The expression was one of disbelief. He was a hereditary Qianhu, and because his father died early, he entered the East Chamber at the age of 17. Now 41 years old, Calculated. In the East Chamber has been in 24 years, longer than the days of Wang Ji to enter the Sili Jian. After staying in a place for a long time, even if you are stupid, you can get hold of many hidden secrets that are not known to the public. Because of this, even though Wang Ji hated to kill him by 1,000 cuts, he didn't dare to do anything to him. He glared at Chang Changrun and said without a trace of anger, "Take the 700 taels of silver you've embezzled and go with us to the imperial prison. There will be a brave man under the heavy reward." We still don't believe that. With the silver in place, what kind of words can't be written? East Factory Imperial Prison. The scholar surnamed Sun put down his pen and looked at the words he had just written. The more he looked at them, the better he felt, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. After enjoying it for a few moments, he suddenly felt that it was better to be happy alone than to be happy together. How can you enjoy such a great book all by yourself? So, take it to Wu Yi who was at the side. "Brother Wu, can you see how well I've written this book?" Wu Yi reached out and picked up the talking book, skimmed it from top to bottom, and commented, "The idea doesn't work. The intention is too bad. The line drags on. There is no highlight. It can only be said to be mediocre." When the scholar's surnamed Sun heard this, he instantly fell into self-doubt. He looked at the words he had written, a little disoriented, and muttered, "Is it that bad?" Seeing this, Wu Yi opened his mouth, wanting to comfort a few words. Before he could speak, he heard a footstep from the door. Immediately after, he saw a couple of errand boys walking in with their meals. "Dinner is served." The errand boy served the meal in a porcelain bowl and distributed it to the scribes who were buried in their writing. The scribes reached for the porcelain bowl and saw the contents. "I can't believe there's meat. I haven't smelled meat in over a year since I started writing my storybook. I didn't think I'd get to eat it today." A scholar said this. Tears could not stop falling, and it took a while before he could control his emotions inside. "If I could, I'd really like to stay in the imperial prison for the rest of my life," the scholar next to him said as he ate his meal. "There is food and shelter and an endless supply of ink, paper and inkstones. This is all thanks to Zhao Baifu. If we have the opportunity, we must repay him properly." The poor scholars who wrote the talking books ate their meals, and when they thought of their previous poor situation, their tears could not help but fall. The entrance to the imperial prison. Zhao Baifu stood in place, listening to the voices coming from inside, and sighed languidly. Although long before the arrest of these scribes, he was clear, let these scribes obediently write the words of the book. Any reward is not necessary to give a mouth of rancid rice. But, at this moment, hearing the words of gratitude from the scribes, a small guilt still rose in his heart. Kind of don't know how to face them. Hey! After hesitating for half a second, he didn't end up walking into the imperial prison. Just about to turn away, suddenly, he saw two familiar figures rapidly approaching not far away. How did they get here? Zhao Baifu was slightly stunned. A wave of uneasiness instantly rose in his heart, and after hesitating for a moment, he greeted them. "My humble servant Zhao Fu has met the factory lord." "Greetings, 1,000 households." Wang Ji glanced at him and faintly said, "Our family has something to tell the scholars. You lead the way in front." When Zhao Baifu heard this, his heart thumped, but he didn't dare to disobey the order and answered, "Yes." Zhao Baifu walked in front. Wang Ji and Chang Changrun followed behind. The three had just entered the imperial prison when they saw hundreds of tables set up in front of them. Behind the table, hundreds of poor scholars in rags were eating and shedding tears at the same time. A few of the scholars, not knowing what tragic experiences they had remembered, looked at the meal in their hands and cried out, crying miserable, extremely infectious, so that people cannot help but listen to move. Hit the bottom of the heart to rise a wave of sympathy. The corner of Wang Ji's mouth twitched when he saw this. Looking to the side, Chang Changrun did not have the good sense to say, "No wonder these scribes write books like shit. One can't have the heart to write a book when they're crying like that. Tell us what you think and why you mistreated them." Chang Changrun looked bewildered and defended. "My subordinate didn't do anything to them," Wang Ji said in a bad mood. "Then why are they crying like this? Don't tell our family that they were moved to cry." Chang Changrun raised his eyes to the crying scholars and felt aggrieved. Although he had embezzled 700 taels of silver, he left 300 taels for the scholar, and also food and shelter. Provide pen, ink, paper and inkstone. According to reason, should not cry so miserable. Ah, it must be this dog Zhao Fu. He's used to being a bully in his day-to-day life, bullying these scholars all day long. Thinking of this, Chang Changrun glared at Zhao Baifu and angrily rebuked, "You heartless dog, what have you done to these scholars?" Zhao Baifu was stunned, and his eyes revealed a bewildered look. "You dog, you dare to do it but don't dare to admit it. This official must beat you to death today," Chang Changrun said, copying the wooden bucket with rice on the ground and about to smash it against Zhao Baifu. Just then, the scholars, who were still crying, all stood up with a crash. "Stop! Don't you dare bully Zhao Baifu. Baifu Zhao is our benefactor. If you want to hit him, hit me first. The scholars were furious and pointed at Chang Changren. You guys? Zhao Baifu looked at the scholar who defended himself in front of him. His eyes instantly reddened, and as if there was something in his throat, he choked on his words. When Chang Changren saw this, his mouth slightly opened in an unbelievable manner. Are these scribes cheap? Zhao Fu took them to the imperial prison and made them write a book without paying a penny. And they're even thankful for it? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Aside. Wang Ji looked at the group of angry scholars, but his face showed a thoughtful color and opened his mouth to ask, how has Zhao Baifu been gracious to you? A scholar exclaimed, Baifu Zhao feeds us, drinks us, and gives us ink, paper, and inkstones. This is kindness. When Wang Ji heard this, he looked the scholar up and down. The shabby long shirt is white with pulp, the cheeks are sunken, the bones are as thin as firewood, a poor look that has fallen to the extreme. In an instant, Wang went white. The reason these scribes can't write good books is because they don't even try to write them properly. As long as you don't write properly, you can stay in the imperial prison. And that's exactly what they want. A bunch of damn things. Want to eat for free? Not so easy. Wang Ji's eyes showed a touch of ruthlessness as he looked at Zhao Baifu and ordered, Zhao Fu, take your men, with whips, and watch these scholars, and every 2 hours, spot check them, and for those who cheat, whip 20. This statement was made. The crowd was all confused. If you can't write a talking book, you'll be whipped. What kind of reasoning is that? Zhao Baifu looked at the scholar and then at Wang Ji, his face showing difficulty, and whispered, factory official, this isn't right. Wang Ji looked at him and said in a chilling voice, what? What our family said doesn't work anymore. Zhao Baifu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, hesitated again and again, but finally did not open his mouth, only arching his hand. My humble servant understands. After saying that, he lowered his head, not daring to look at the scholar. Seeing this, Wang Ji let out a cold snort and cursed. Losing you are still 100 households, being touted a few times. You can't tell the difference between the East and the West? After so many years in the East Chamber, even the 4 words of coercion and enticement cannot penetrate. We see, when this matter is over, you'd better go home to raise pigs. When Zhao Fu heard this, he gritted his teeth and replied, I am a hereditary 100 household. You dog, how dare you talk back? Wang Ji's eyes widened as he looked angrily at Zhao Baifu and said sternly, men, drag this dog down and give him 20 lashes first. This statement was made. The scribes swarmed again. Dog eunuch, what else can you do but bully people? The new emperor ascended to the throne, and my great Zhou is going down the drain because of the reuse of you dog eunuchs. Baihu Zhao, don't be afraid of him. When we leave the imperial prison, we will surely write your name. Even if Wang Ji had a good temper, being scolded by a person with a mouthful of dog eunuch, his heart was also burning with anger. He glared at the scholars and said angrily, you dogs, do you know who our family is? The scribes looked disdainful, spat, and cursed. Who cares who you are? You're a dog eunuch anyway. The emperor's lackey. Bah! Wang Ji was infuriated by them and said angrily, a group of things that do not know good and bad. His Holiness ascended to the throne, for the sake of you, a group of poor people, carrying the pressure of the 100 officials to implement the new policy. I do not know how many curses he has borne. It's just as well that you're not thankful, but you even insulted His Majesty. It's just like a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs. It's okay not to mention the New Deal. At the mention of the New Deal, the scribes became even angrier. One by one, they stared at Wang Ji with wide eyes and cursed with murderous eyes. You dog eunuch, how dare you have the face to mention the New Deal? Lao Zi painstakingly studied the scriptures for more than 10 years. It is not easy to have some results. I see that the coming year will be able to the imperial examinations and the first place, but the result is good. The new emperor ascended to the throne. The implementation of the new policy, even take the imperial examinations to start. The Mingjinga section to cancel. I have no place to utilize my talents. Speaking of which, the scholar's eyes are red, cannot help but fall tears. Trembling voice, the hard work of more than 10 years of study once turned into a bubble. You say, I look for who say reason to go. The words just fell. Another scholar followed, the new emperor to implement the new policy. Do not dare to move the scholar gentry and powerful acres of land. Do not dare to move the clan's salary. As much as the people can be tossed. There was the youth seedling law, the law on the collection of labor. And recently I heard that there was going to be some kind of law on agricultural land and water conservancy. Forced the people to build water conservancy. The people and money, and labor. In the end the repaired aqueducts, reclaimed wasteland, all fell into the hands of the gentry and powerful. You say, who to find reason to go? There is also that green seedling law, which says that grain loans by the government will reduce the people's burden. But what actually happens? The court stipulated 2 points of interest. To the local, the government all sorts of ingenious. Raise the interest rate. Even then the original squire loan interest is even higher. If this is the case, it is just. The people to the gentry loan grain. At least you are willing. Think the interest rate is high. It is difficult to bear. The big deal is not loan. And after the implementation of this green seedling law, the local government went so far as to force the people to lend grain in order to fulfill the court's mandate, forcing how many of the people's wives to be separated. And almost all of those taken to the imperial prison were poor scholars who had given up the imperial examinations. Being a member of the poor people himself, he naturally has a deep feeling for the hardships of the people. He also has his own understanding of the reasons behind the poverty because he has read some books and can read some words, counting up the faults of the New Deal, one sentence after another. It was a convincing argument. Wang Ji looked at the monstrous scholars in front of him, beardless face reddened. For a time he was speechless. As the governor of the East Chamber, he knew better than these poor scholars the drawbacks arising from the implementation of the new policy. Because of this, he's the one who feels annoyed. His Majesty's new policy, if put into place, will certainly reduce the pressure on the people and increase the revenue of the treasury. But the problem is, the New Deal was great. It was a different story at the local level. Officials and gentry collusion, misinterpretation of the new policy, intensified raiding of the people's fat and wealth. And when things go wrong, they dump the pot on His Holiness. And what can His Holiness do with them? After all, the great Zhou is with the scholar ruled the world, not with the people ruled the world. Seeing that the scribes were getting more and more agitated and angry, Wang Ji could no longer sit back and watch, raising his voice and changing the subject, cursing, "You dogs, saying so much as just thinking of excusing Zhao Fu, losing you still call yourselves scholars. How dare you fawn over an East Chamber 100, the eagle dog in your mouth, for 300 taels of silver, disgusting, lowly, yuck." This statement was made. The entire imperial prison was suddenly quiet. The scribes asked with a bewildered look on their faces, "What 300 taels of silver?" Aside. When 100th man Zhao heard this, an unprecedented shame rose in his heart. His face was red, his head was down, his toes were buckling, and he wanted to find a rat hole to crawl into. Seeing this, Wang Ji immediately realized what was going on and violently turned his head to look at Zhao Fu, questioning, "You swallowed all the silver rewarded by His Majesty?" Zhao Baifu lowered his head, wanting to argue, but really couldn't open his mouth, and after a long period of silence, he said, Pe also left them 30 taels of silver. 30 taels of silver. Wang Ji's eyes were wide open and his breathing was so rapid that he actually felt breathless. The saint rewarded 1,000 taels of silver, and when it came to the scholar's hands, only 30 taels were left. It was still in the East Chamber, under his nose. If this matter is left to the Jinyang government office, 1,000 taels of silver, to the hands of the scholar, I am afraid that only 3 taels will remain. Since when has the court up and down the line been as rotten as Jianhua? You. With a trembling hand, Wang Ji pointed at Zhao Fu and Chang Changren, too angry to speak. Aside. When the scribes saw this, they all understood. It turns out that His Majesty gave them a reward of 300 taels, not 30 taels. The 272 taels were swallowed up by the Zhao Baifu in front of me. No wonder Zhao Baifu left in a hurry every time he appeared. So he has a ghost in his heart. Think about it. The scholars all raised their eyes to Zhao Fu, their gazes complex, not knowing what to say. At this moment, even with his head lowered, Zhao Fu could feel a disappointed gaze converging on his body. Recalling that these scribes had defended him 100 times just now, he felt like something was burning in one of his hearts. A stabbing pain. After more than 10 years as an official, he felt for the first time that he really wasn't a thing. The minutes ticked by. Zhao Fu felt that every moment he stood here was an ordeal. Finally, he could no longer endure this unspeakable torment. Snapping his eyes up, he looked at Wang Ji and wailed, "I deserve to die." There are no extra words. In the next second, it suddenly moved and slammed its head against a steel door to the side. Bang! A muffled sound. Zhao Fu fell straight to the ground and fainted. In moments, a large bag bulged on his forehead, obviously not badly hurt. When Wang Ji saw the scene, he laughed coldly in his heart and secretly sneered. An East Factory 100, the court eagle dog, by the scholar touted a few words, cannot recognize their own position, learn the Qinglu play up to hit the pillar and die that set. Simply ridiculous. He snorted coldly, not bothering with him, and looked to the side at Chang Changren, with derision in his gaze, and asked, "How does it feel to see this scene?" Chang Changren replied in a serious manner, "100th household Zhao knows shame before courage. It is indeed a model for his subordinates." Wang Ji took a deep breath, resisted the urge to slap him, and asked, Then why don't you follow his example and hit the pillar? Chang Changren said with a straight face. My subordinate is afraid of pain. This statement was made. Wang Ji couldn't hold back any longer and went up to give him a kick, cursing, dog-like thing, talking all that nonsense. Go and get us a whip. According to what we said, watch these scholars, within 7 days, cannot write good words. I'll cut off your head. After saying that, he turned his gaze to the bookworms with complicated expressions and exclaimed, let me tell you the truth. These words were intended by His Majesty to be printed in the great weekly magazine. Whoever writes well and is chosen by His Majesty will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. The writing is slightly worse, but it can enter the purpose. Our family will pay out of our own pockets. Choose 3 people and reward them with 100 taels of silver. Those who act perfunctorily, as before, will not only be whipped, but stripped naked and hung from a tree. We know that you readers have the best face. What to do? You weigh it yourself. Don't think that we are bluffing you. We are the governor of the East Chamber, the head of the eunuch party as you call it. If we are pushed to the limit, we can do anything. After saying that, he swept a glance at the scribes present, and with a wave of his hand, he turned to leave. The scribes looked at his back and stared at each other. After a few moments, he sighed, sat back down, picked up his pen, and scribbled away. It is said that human potential is unlimited. You never know how much of your talent you can utilize until you push it. The phrase could not be more appropriate for the scribes. Just 3 days. The scribes in the imperial prison then wrote a number of wonderful books of words, which were not quite as good as Nie Xiaoxian, but they were printed in the newspapers without too much trouble. The words were presented to Emperor Zhou. He picked out 2 pieces and threw them at the Hong Lincoln. Another 3 days. The Great Weekly Monthly is officially launched. In the meantime, Tang Yixue and Tang Rou arrived at Jiangyu Pavilion in Jinyang City, almost at the same time. A newspaper printed with the romance of the 3 kingdoms, the Jiangyu tabloid, took Jinyang City by storm without warning. Half a month later, Jiangyu Pavilion, a certain compartment. The little maid Yuer looked at the newspaper in her hand that was ready to be sent to print, and with a puzzled face, she looked at Tang Yixue and asked, young lord, what is amortization? Tang Yixue sat on a chair, revising the new issue of the Jiangyu tabloid as she replied, in short, it's a consolidation of the original poll tax into the fields. In this way, the poor people with little land pay less tax and their burden is lightened. The gentry and powerful with much land pay more tax, and the annual income of the treasury remains unchanged. The little maid's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, so it seems that this newly enthroned Emperor Zhou is truly a good emperor who thinks about the people. When Tang Yixue heard this, she raised her eyes and glanced at her, faintly saying, Emperor Zhou is not trying to enforce the spreading of the rice into acres. The little maid's eyes showed a puzzled look as she shook the newspaper in her hand and said, but young master, isn't that what our newspaper says? Written this way is the Chancellor of the Dry Kingdom. When Tang Yixue said this, she hesitated and changed her words. It's the Sungha's intention. Ha? With a puzzled look on her face, the little maid asked, why did he do that? Tang Yixue put down the newspaper in her hand, looked at the little maid who had served her since she was a child, and asked rhetorically, who do you think will benefit the most from the implementation of the apportionment of grain into mu? Who will suffer the most? The little maid blurted out, those who benefit are naturally the poor people. The ones who are harmed should be those powerful and noble. Tang Yixue asked again, then do you think that the poor people are more powerful or the powerful are more powerful? The little maid blurted out again, naturally, it's the powerful. After she finished speaking, she seemed to understand something, a dawning look on her face as she said, what the young master means is that the implementation of amortization into acres of land will cause opposition from the powerful and wealthy. Compared to the poor people, the emperor cared more about the powerful and the rich. So even if the emperor knew that there were many benefits to be gained from amortization, he would not implement it. Tang Yixue said, I should say, don't dare. The powerful nobles of the Great Zhou control most of the acres of land and money, and the implementation of the New Deal by the Zhou emperor has already aroused their scorn, and the further implementation of the apportionment of rice into acres of land will surely lead to fierce resistance. If Emperor Zhou really dares to implement the apportionment of rice into mu, within a few days, he may fall into the lake in the back garden and drown. Is it that serious? The little maid was a little less convinced. The Supreme Emperor would be killed by his ministers for implementing a new policy. Tang Yixue looked at her and said, now that we're working for the Sangha, there are some words that you should always keep in mind. When the little maid saw Tang Yixue's serious tone, her expression also became solemn. If you say so, young lord, the slave girl will definitely remember. Tang Yixue slowly said, this is a world that eats people without spitting out bones. There are some things that, if you don't do it, the years are quiet, and once you do it, you have to be ready to suffer the consequences. For example, If we publish the newspaper's report, it will surely cause the Zhou Emperor's wrath, and then the East Chamber's spies will surely search our whereabouts with all their might. So when you hand over the newspaper to the bookshop, we should prepare our luggage to leave Jinyangfu. The little maid was slightly stunned, but we've only just arrived in Great Zhou. Without waiting for Tang Yixue to speak, she mumbled as if she understood something. Could it be that the task given to the young lord by the Prime Minister of the Qian Kingdom is to spread the false news that the Zhou Emperor is going to implement the apportionment of Ding into Mu throughout the Great Zhou? Tang Yixue looked at her and corrected. It's not the Prime Minister of Qiangua, it's the Minister. The little maid had a complicated expression and opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end she didn't open her mouth. Seeing this, Tang Yixue knew what was on her mind inside, laughing to herself, since you've become someone's dog, you have to recognize your own position, or sooner or later you'll be in trouble with the killers. Seeing that her young master was a bit disoriented, the little maid's heart was sore, tears seeped out of her eyes, and she said in a trembling voice, "Young master, don't say that." Tang Yixue raised her eyes and glanced at her, her delicate face revealing a smile as she said, "What's the point of crying? To me, it's already a blessing that I'm still alive today. What's more, the Sangha didn't do anything to me, but merely pulled me out of a cage and put me in his. I've been living for someone else for 19 years, and a few more won't hurt." Hear that? The little maid suddenly realized. The young lord said so much today, probably not to her, but to the second young lady. After all, the second young miss was high-minded and proud, and would never willingly stay under others for long. According to the young lord, it means that if you can't recognize your own position, you will be killed sooner or later. The young master was advising the second young miss that after having lived so many years in a stifled manner, there was no harm in enduring it for a little longer. Think about it. She subconsciously looked to the window. There, Tang Rou, who was dressed in an ink-colored power suit, was sitting on a chair, looking intently at the latest issue of the Dakian Monthly in her hand, her expression joyless and sad. I don't know if the young master heard these words from the second young miss. The little maid sighed in her heart, turned her head, looked at the young master in front of her, wiped her tears dry, and said, "Young lord, in fact, there is something that the slave girl has been holding in her heart. I don't know if it's appropriate to ask." Tang Yixue glanced at her and said, "Say it." The little maid hesitated and said, "Has the young lord ever thought about how he should face the state lord one day in the future? We have left Chang'an City for more than half a month. The state lord should know by now that you and second miss are still alive. If he sends someone to look for you, will you see them? If one day Qian Sangha asks you to assassinate the state lord, will you do it?" Hear that? Tang Yixue two curved bird's eyebrows slightly knit up. Between the eyebrows rose a depressed gas. After a long time, she seemed to have thought of something and let out a mournful sigh. "Hey!" The little maid waited a long time for an answer, having understood in his heart, and the young lord not yet having thought of what to do. He took up the paper he was to send to print, and made a bow. "Young lord, the slave girl is delivering the newspaper." After she left, Tang Yixue's pair of almond eyes looked at her sister in front of the window and slowly said, "Zoe, do you have anything to say?" The words fell. Tang Rou slowly put down the newspaper in her hand and turned her head to look at her sister. Her silver teeth clenched in indignation. "Damn dog, author breaks chapter again." Tang Yixue. There was a long silence before he said, "Pack up, we should leave." Dakian, Chang'an City, the palace, the hall of nourishment, the dragon chair. The small female emperor in a loose dragon robe looked at the zhang in her hand. Her brow slightly wrinkled as she opened her mouth and asked, "Why did the Zhou kingdom suddenly send a delegation of more than 500 people to visit my Diqian?" Behind, Lin Wanner said, "The slave girl has already sent someone to check." Wu Mingkong put down the zhang in his hand, picked up the teapot containing the skin-improving tea, took a sip, and casually asked, "About how long will it take to get the results?" Lin Wanner hesitated and whispered, "At least half a month." Wu Mingkong put down his teacup, looked at Lin Wanner, and said without any good humor, "If you can't find out, just say you can't find out. In half a month, the mission will be in the capital, so what else is there to check?" Lin Wanner lowered her head, pitiful, not daring to speak. Wu Mingkong thought for a moment and then asked, "Do you think that traitor Fong Xiu will know?" Lin Wanner replied back, "The first estate controlled by Fong Xiang, with scouts all over the world, should know about it without any surprises. This treacherous thief, keeping so many scouts, I don't know what he's up to." Wu Mingkong cursed without a good breath, but his expression didn't change much as he commanded, "Send someone to the Sagittarius house to inform the traitor to come and see me." Behind, Lin Wanner skimmed her mouth when she heard this. She found out, since the Mid-Autumn Festival, His Majesty has been calling Minister Fong a traitor at every turn. I don't know if Fong Xiang really did something to annoy His Majesty, Or is His Majesty doing this on purpose to appear less intimate with Minister Fong? She saw it all that day, the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, in front of the Moonwatch Tower, when Her Majesty took the initiative to throw herself into Fong Xian's arms. The body is still twisting and turning. No matter how many times His Majesty calls him a traitor, it will not change this fact. Lin Wan-er thought so and answered, "Yes, Your Majesty." Aha! Wu Mingkong nodded his head and continued to review the sangha. A few moments later, all the sonnets were processed. She picked up her tea, took a sip, took out a copy of the River Moon tabloid, and read it. One incense stick later, she seemed to have thought of something and said with a slight frown on her brow, "If I remember correctly, it seems that the guard commander beside Fong Xiu is also called Dian Wei?" Lin Wan responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." Got an affirmative answer. The little female emperor let out a light laugh and said, "In that case, the Chow Chow in this book of Romance of the Three Kingdoms is written by Fong Xiu." Lin Wan had never read Romance of the Three Kingdoms and chose to remain silent. A capable ruler of the world, a traitor to the world. So that's what that traitor said about himself. Ugh, shame on you. The little empress spat, picked up the paper, and continued on. When she saw the fourth time, her expression became a bit complicated. "It is better for me to teach the world to lose, than to teach the world to lose me." Is that what he really thinks? I don't know. In his eyes, if I am considered a world that can be negative. Think about it. The little empress suffered again. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps from outside the temple. Immediately afterward, a magnetic voice could be heard. "I, Fong Xiu, beg to see Your Majesty." The little empress thought for a moment, put away her newspaper, and spoke. "Granted." Fong Xiu lifted the curtain and walked into the Hall of Nurturing Heart, came to the front of the little empress, saluted and then said, "Your Majesty has summoned me for what purpose?" Hear that? The little female emperor almost blurted out, "I miss you." It reached his mouth and swallowed back. Pretending to be high and mighty, he said faintly, "The Zhou Kingdom sent a delegation of over 500 people to visit my Dakian. Is Minister Fong aware of this matter?" Fong Xiu nodded and said, "I have heard a little about it. Such a large mission would take at least half a month between preparation and departure. Even if the first Zhuang didn't have many eyes in the Zhou Kingdom, it would be easy to find out." The youngest daughter emperor asked, "Does Minister Fong know what the mission's visit is about?" Fong Xiu thought for a moment, raised his eyebrows, and asked rhetorically, "If I tell Your Majesty, how does Your Majesty intend to reward me?" Hear the word reward. Wu Mingkong didn't know what came to her mind. A faint blush appeared on her fair face, and she asked with a feigned coldness, "What kind of reward do you want?" Fong Xiu's pair of deep eyes looked at the little empress's pink and moist mouth without speaking. "Lustful. Denizens. Yuck. Emotional value plus 2,000. Wu Mingkong said without a trace of anger. "If you look around again, I'll poke your eyes out." Fong Xiu took a step forward and laughed lightly. "If Your Majesty is willing to give it up, just poke it." You. In the face of this naked molestation, Wu Mingkong was a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Biting her pink lips, her mouth hardened. "What is there to give up?" The words fell. Fong Xiu walked up to her, propped his hands on the dragon case, probed his body, stared into her eyes, and lowered his voice. "Your Majesty, do it." You, don't." The little female emperor bit her pink lips, her eyelashes fluttered gently, and 2 flushes of red appeared on her delicate little face. Emotional value plus 3,000. A casual tease can have a 3,000 mood value. If you go into a cave, that emotional value shall not soar. Fong Xiu stared at her from a close distance and softly said, "Doesn't Your Majesty like it when I'm like this?" This time together, Fong Xiu had a certain understanding of the little empress's character. Even if he didn't say sweet words, just a softer tone of voice could cause this little girl to have mood swings, earning much more mood value than pissing her off. If that's the case, why not do it? We agreed before that we couldn't do this until it was like that. The little female emperor blushed, her lips trembled, and she said in a mosquito-like voice. Fong Xiu couldn't help but let out a light laugh and said, "That's just what His Majesty said himself. I didn't promise." Wu Mingkong took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, took out the emperor's aura, and solemnly said, "I am the son of heaven. What I say is what I say." Just as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Fong Xiu. "I am still the father of His Majesty's phase." His Majesty himself admitted it. Could it be that he's denying it? Hear that? The little female emperor's accumulated aura instantly collapsed and said with a red face, "I didn't admit it." Fong Xiu raised an eyebrow and looked toward Lin Wan, who was watching behind the little empress, and said, "Tell me, a few days ago, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, in front of the Moonwatch Tower, did His Majesty call out to this Prime Minister as his father?" This statement was made. Lin Wan was instantly confused. Be nice. Why did it even involve her? On that day, though separated by a certain distance. I could vaguely still hear that His Majesty did call out for Sangfu, but to say that would surely upset His Majesty. After all, Her Majesty's dream is to press on top of Feng Xiang and make him call her Jun's father. If he admitted that he had called out to Sangfu, wouldn't he be pressed head over heels forever, and never have a chance to make a name for himself? But it doesn't seem right to say in good conscience that you didn't hear it. What should I answer? Lin Wanair pondered for a few breaths and replied. At that time, the slave girl's ears were deafened by the smoke and fire and did not hear anything, and the slave girl did not know whether His Majesty shouted or not. That's right. She ended up taking the safest option and playing dumb. This answer was expected by Feng Xiu. He didn't say anything and looked at the little female emperor, saying in a serious manner, "A gentleman has no jokes. Your Majesty, think clearly before answering whether or not you called out to your minister's face father that day." The little female emperor gritted her teeth and admitted, "I did shout at you, but that was only to fulfill my promise, and it doesn't mean I agree that you are my whatchamacallit. Your Majesty, make it clearer. What is that? What? Is it the Sunga father? Or the Sunga? Or some other nonsense? And what His Majesty said before? Not before that. Which is that way and which is this way? I was born stupid. I really can't understand. Please tell me more about it. Your Majesty." These words made the little empress blush, a heart thumping, and for a moment she didn't know how to reply. Emotional value plus 5,000. You know full well what I mean. The little female emperor held her tongue for half a day before she managed to stifle such a sentence. Feng Xiu looked at the little empress's slightly childish and stunningly beautiful face, took a step back, and laughed. Your Majesty's unamused appearance is very cute. I like it very much. You. The little empress felt her little face bursting with heat, her whole body tingling, and a heart thumping non-stop. Emotional value plus 5,000. After a while, his emotions calmed down a bit, and he said in an annoyed voice, "I've realized that you're getting bolder and bolder." When Feng Xiu heard this, he was a bit surprised and asked curiously, "Your Majesty just realized it now?" The little empress was speechless. There was silence for a while, before the party made a stern face and said in a serious manner, "You're not allowed to call me cute from now on. I am the emperor. Is the real dragon son of heaven?" Shoulders carrying the countryside, by thousands of people's admiration, the court officials, in addition to those who are in cahoots with you, dog. Which ones see me? Not afraid of me as a tiger, fearful of the end of the day. I'm not cute, and I can't be cute. I am a snowy mountain as cold as frost, a majestic eagle in full bloom, a fierce tiger descending from the mountain and a dragon entering the sea. Feng Xiu interrupted. It's the easily frightened white rabbit. The little empress was infuriated enough by these words. Stretching out her slender catkin and pointing at Feng Xiu, she said in a good-natured manner, "I don't want to care about you anymore. Get the hell out of here. This dog, every time he sees me, he opens his mouth to molest. No matter what. I'm also the king of the 9 or 5. Even though you are no longer powerful, you should give me some respect." At the moment, the little empress had all but forgotten. Just 3 months ago, Feng Xiu had been pointing out deer in the courtroom, putting her on edge. How can he be expected to respect himself? A smile spread across Feng Xiu's pair of eyes as he said heartily, "The way your Majesty gets angry is also very cute. The look of anger. Is it cute too?" The little female emperor was slightly stunned, and then she violently shook her head. Silver teeth clenched, squeezing out a sentence. "No calling me cute. Emotional value plus 3,000. Seeing the little empress with her teeth and claws, she looked as if she was about to storm out. Feng Xiu's brows were filled with smiles, no longer teasing and returning to the topic. "Tell me, Your Majesty, what reward do you intend to give me?" "Ugh, no reward whatsoever for you. You're already in control of half the court. What else can I reward you for? I can't just put..." She was going to say, "I can't give myself to you. Can I?" On second thought, that seemed a bit ambiguous, and he changed his mind. "You can't have the remaining half of the court as well," Feng Xiu said in a serious manner. "Your Majesty knows what I want. Denizens, sex maniacs, blah blah blah." Wu Mingkong cursed in his heart, but his face was forced to pretend to be calm, cartwheeling back and forth. "I don't know, honestly." Feng Xiu didn't expect it. Hugged too. A small kiss too. It's amazing that the little empress is still so reserved. And it's not superficial reserve, but reserve from the heart, always sticking to the bottom line of not sticking it to Feng Xiu. Sticky here means superficially, close together. On second thought, it's normal. In this day and age, women from ordinary families were very conservative. Not to mention the 9 to 5 of a country, Her Majesty the Empress, Daji and Yang Yuan, who behaved very obediently in his presence, were only special cases. You can't take them and compare them to the Empress. Think about it. Feng Xiu was no longer aggressive and intended to take it one step at a time, taking his time. That's just it. Who made your majesty so lovely? There is no reward, so I will reluctantly tell your majesty. When Wu Mingkong heard the first half of the sentence, her willow eyebrows went up and she wanted to slap the table and shout, I am not cute. However, when they heard the second half of the sentence, they remained silent, with curious faces and sidelong ears, listening to what exactly Zhou was going to do. Fang Xiu looked at the little female emperor and slowly said, the purpose of the Zhou mission is to hook up my minister. Wu Mingkong's tiny head was greatly puzzled. Hook him up? What do you mean? Could it be that? In the next second, the little empress looked at Fang Xiu's handsome face and seemed to think of something. Her mouth slightly opened, revealing an unbelievable color as she blurted out, could it be that the new emperor of Zhou has a dragon in Yang? Ahem. Fang Xiu didn't expect the little empress to have such a clear-cut brain circuit and almost choked on his saliva. Seeing this, the little female emperor became even more certain of her suspicions, and with a cold face, chilled her voice. Emperor Zhou has bullied people too much. I will not let him have his way no matter what. Fang Xiu was speechless and opened his mouth, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. There are too many grooves to be able to spit them out. When the little empress saw Fang Xiu's expression, she immediately knew that she had thought wrongly, but she felt happy to see him get defeated. You've had times when you've choked so much you couldn't speak. She slammed her face in a serious manner. Don't worry, Secretary Fang. I will protect you. If not as a last resort, I will never hand you over to that hateful Emperor Zhou. Of course, if the conditions offered by Emperor Zhou are too good, I think that Minister Fang will willingly commit himself for the sake of the people of Dawn. Fang Xiu, Your Majesty, if you say that again, don't blame me for spanking you. Emotional value plus 2,000. Hearing this, the little empress instantly broke her defenses. Wide-eyed and angry, he gritted his teeth. Don't you dare. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows and said, Your Majesty can try and see if I dare. Dogs, traitorous thieves. Bah! With a red face, the little empress cursed twice in her mind. Knowing he couldn't talk his way out of it, he changed the subject. What good could it do for Zhou to hook up with you? Hear that? Fang Xiu's face changed and he coldly said, What a thing to say. Your Majesty, I am red-blooded and loyal to my king and country, and in just a few months I have solved the food crisis that has plagued the court for several years, and honed a group of brave and unparalleled new armies. He was in a high position, but he did everything himself, making sugar, refining monosodium glutamate, printing newspapers, rescuing people from disasters, and getting back 2 million taels of silver from Wu. And as a father and mother, with hard work for several years, see the big Qian will be pulled back on track. With such great achievements, not to mention being crowned a one-word king, but at least be called a pillar of the nation, right? How is it that when it comes to your Majesty's mouth, it turns out that it can be of any use? This de Qian, don't stay. I'm going to Great Zhou. Speaking of which, Fang Xiu stood up with a determined face, as if he was going to leave in the next second. When the little female emperor saw this, she was unperturbed. A blush surfaced on her absolutely beautiful little face. A pair of starry eyes looked at Fang Xiu with watery eyes. In a coquettish voice, he whispered, The goodness of my philanthropic father is in my heart. I also know that my Fei's father will not leave me. Right? Behind. When Lin Wanna heard this, she was first stunned. Then her eyes widened as she looked at the empress with an unbelievable expression. What tigers and wolves your majesty is talking about? It's not just Lin Wan. Fang Xiu also didn't expect that the little female emperor would show such a delicate side. Looking at that stunning face that seemed like it could drip blood, it instantly felt like a string in his heart was gently plucked. I didn't expect the always reserved little empress has also learned to set up. Fang Xiu took a deep breath to calm his emotions, gazed into Wu Mingkong's eyes, and said in a serious manner, Your Majesty, the atmosphere is here. Let's not be pretentious. Let's cave in. Compared to an old driver, the little empress is still too shallow. Hearing Fang Xiu's molestation, red-faced, she spat, not in a good mood. Fuck off. After a few moments of silence, he changed the subject again and said, You still haven't told me what exactly the Zhou envoy is up to. Fang Xiu looked at the little empress and knew that if he were to flirt further, it would have the opposite effect. So without further ado, back to business. I have told your majesty, but nay, your majesty does not believe me. Seeing that Fang Xiu didn't look like he was joking, the little empress frowned slightly, still a bit puzzled. Why did Emperor Zhou hook up with this traitor? Could it be that he is too comfortable with his life to get such a deer-in-the-headlights powerhouse back to add a little challenge to his throne? Given Emperor Zhou's uncertain and headstrong personality, it was really possible. Seeing the little empress frowning, Fang Xiu shrugged and said, Actually, there's no point in your majesty dwelling on this matter. When the Zhou state's envoy arrives in Deqian, everything will be revealed. The little female emperor skimmed her mouth and muttered, I'm not thinking about it. Making preparations early. Fang Xiudao, the only preparation your majesty has to make is to think about how to keep my heart when the time comes. Who wants to keep your heart? Self-indulgence. The little female emperor spat and said in an unkind manner. Fang Xiu just smiled and didn't say anything. When the little female emperor saw this, a heart suddenly became apprehensive. She knew that although Fang Xiu, the traitor, was always evil, he never said anything without a purpose, and his words must be based on something. In other words, it's really possible that the purpose of Zhou's mission was to hook up with him. If so, what should I do to keep his heart? Think about it. The little empress shook her head violently. Mentally, it's a great joy for me that this traitor has left Dichen. What I have always wanted is not to drive him out of the court and regain power. And now that the opportunity has come, why keep him? That being said, but the thought of Fang Xiu leaving himself one day, the little empress still felt inexplicably lost. Obviously the result she wanted. Why is that? While his mood was low, the little boy who had jumped into his mother's arms couldn't help but come to mind and think, done. I am now just like that little boy, held by this traitor. Wu Mingkong's face changed several times, and in the end, he was unable to restrain the impulse within him. Raising his eyes to Fang Xiu, there was a touch of apprehension in his eyes as he whispered, "You won't leave me, will you?" Fang Xiu wanted to flirt, but when he met the little empress's slightly uneasy eyes, the string in his heart was once again touched. A thoughtful look appeared on his face for a while before he said, "It depends on how your majesty behaves. If your majesty grabs a child for me, I will not leave your majesty in any way." The little empress was tempted to ask, "And what if I can't have a child?" Words to the edge of the mouth, and swallowed back. So ask, does not seem she rushed to marry this traitor. She was the emperor, the son of heaven, the 9 to 5. How could she be so easily impressed? Think about it. The little empress snorted coldly and said in an unkind manner, "You can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth." Fang Xiu looked at her, the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile as he said, "I don't think that's what your majesty thinks." The youngest daughter emperor looked at Fang Xiu, raised her eyebrows, and teased, "How come I didn't know that Minister Fang also knows the art of reading minds?" Fang Xiudao, I know a lot of knowledge. I will teach your majesty. Some other day. At that time I will definitely teach you. Never hide. Ugh, who needs your dumping? The little empress spat. Hesitating for a moment, he pretended to be bashful and said, "Tell me what I think." Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows and imitated the tone of the little empress, pretending to say, "This traitor thinks of nonsense all day long. Who wants to give him children? Self-indulgent. Then again, if I can't have a child, will he not want me? When the time comes, shall I take a chain and lock him up in the palace?" Have to say, Fang Xiu also had a few acting talents, mimicking perfectly, especially his tone and posture, which had gotten the essence of the little empress. But, behind the little empress, after holding her breath for half a day, Lin Wanner, whose face was reddened, almost recalled all the sadness she could think of in her life. However, at this moment, seeing Fang Xiu's exquisite performance, he still couldn't hold back, covered his mouth, and giggled, laughing while yelling in my mind, "Your Majesty, spare your life. The slave girl really can't do it. Emotional value plus 6,000. Did this traitor stuff something in my stomach? How come he knows my thoughts so well?" The little female emperor's stunningly beautiful face reddened in an instant, her eyes watery, and she lowered her head, not saying a word. A moment later, it felt so shy that it was sitting on what Fang Xiu had said. Raising his head, with watery eyes, he glared at Fang Xiu and gritted his teeth. "Wrong. It's all wrong. How could I possibly think that? You can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. I don't want to hear you talk. Get the hell out of my way." Fang Xiu immediately understood when he saw her look of annoyance. Guess right. I didn't realize that a few words made up off the top of my head would actually be right. The little empress is worried that she won't be able to have children? When you think about it, it's normal. After all, this is an era of ungratefulness. Not being able to have a child is something a lot of people care about in the afterlife, let alone here. As Fang Xiu thought of this, he took a step forward, his eyes looking at the little empress, and said in a gentle tone, "As long as your majesty is obedient, whether you can't give birth to a child or your appearance is ruined, I won't leave your majesty." A statement that spoke to the heart of the little empress. She listened to this gentle voice. A heart seemed to melt, feeling a tingling sensation coming from her body. Her whole body could not lift a little strength. Heartbeat accelerated, breathing rapidly, eyes dense water mist, biting the pink lips, with a mosquito-like voice. "You're not allowed to say it." Emotional value plus 3,000. An icy system beep sounded. Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow and leisurely said, "I hope that when your majesty sees the conditions offered by Emperor Zhou, you can still hold fast to your heart and not push me out of your majesty's side." The little female emperor grunted. "Speaking as if you've always been by my side." Fang Xiu asked rhetorically, "Isn't it?" The little empress was tempted to say, "Where were you when I was sleeping? Where were you when I was bathing? Where were you when I was having my meal?" When the words reached his mouth, he felt a little ambiguous and swallowed back hard. Changing the topic, he said, "If I remember correctly, is your escort commander named Dianwei?" "Yes." Fang Xiu didn't deny it. The little empress received an affirmative answer, and her little white face showed a disgusted expression as she spat. "I have never seen someone as narcissistic as you. It's just a matter of writing yourself into a talking book, and boasting that you're some kind of capable minister in a world of governance and a traitor in a world of chaos. Ugh, how shameless." Fang Xiu was a bit speechless and said, "Did your majesty misunderstand something? I don't have the slightest relationship with the Chow Chow of the talking books." There was a pause to add, "I do think that I am a bit similar to Prime Minister Zhuge in the talking books." "Who is Prime Minister Zhuge?" The little female emperor's eyes showed a blank look. Only the first 5 times of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms were printed in the Jianyue tabloid, and the martial Marquis Zhuge Liang did not appear until the 36th time. Therefore, the little empress now had no idea who this person was. Fang Xiu said from the bottom of his heart, "A pillar of the nation who is multi-intelligent and nearly demonic. What Prime Minister Zhuge? It's clearly Cao Cao." The little female emperor only thought that Prime Minister Zhuge was Fang Xiu talking nonsense and said confidently, "With my knowledge of you, I don't need to think about it to know that Cao Cao will definitely become Prime Minister later." Then with his own strength, he saved the Han dynasty and was admired by thousands of people. He was honored by that Emperor Xian of Han as his phase father, and the two lived happily ever after. Fang Xiu admired the little female emperor's brain at the same time. It was actually hard to know what to say. For the plot to really go this way, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it? Seeing Fang Xiu's expression, the little empress was even more certain of her guess and smugly said, "Look, I guessed right. You are Cao Cao." Fang Xiu sighed and leisurely said, "In fact, other than the point of becoming prime minister, everything else is wrong. Hear that?" The little empress raised her eyebrows, slammed the table, and exclaimed, "I knew it. This Romance of the Three Kingdoms was written in advance by someone you sent. What was placed on the Jiangyu tabloid was only a part of it. Hurry up. Hand over the complete edition of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I want to read it." Fang Xiu was slightly stunned and a bit surprised. "I didn't expect that." The little empress actually played with the setup as well. "Want to watch the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Why should I give it to you if I don't pay something for it? I don't know what your majesty is talking about." Fang Xiu chose to play dumb. The little female emperor skimmed her mouth and said in a bad mood, "I won't spread it out. So what's wrong with showing it to me?" Fang Xiu Dao, the Jiangyu tabloid is a newspaper circulated among the folk of Zhou, and has nothing to do with the minister. Humph. It's weird to believe you, whether your majesty believes it or not. That's the way it is. Seeing that the hard one didn't work, the little female emperor immediately changed her strategy and chose the soft one. And with a delicate voice, she pampered herself. "Just show it to me." Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow. "The Three Kingdoms, is it really that good?" The little empress nodded heavily. "Aha!" Fang Xiu thought for a moment and said, "If your majesty kisses me, I will give your majesty the complete Romance of the Three Kingdoms." "Damn horny bastard." Wu Mingkong cursed in her heart, her white face colored with redness as she grunted. "You wish. I'd rather not see it." Fang Xiu shrugged and said carelessly, "Then don't look. Emotional value plus 2,000. The little empress clenched her silver teeth and repeated the words in her mind. "Can't let him get away with it. Can't let him get away with it." Only then did he suppress the urge to oblige him, and retreated. "It's always okay to show me the next edition of the Jiangyu tabloid, right? Fang Xiu Dao, when I return to my residence, I will send someone to bring it to your majesty. Hear that?" The little female emperor wanted to say, "Didn't you just say that the Jiangyu tabloid had nothing to do with you?" But on second thought, there's no point in dwelling on such minutiae. Urging, "Hurry back then, Fang Xiu." When the little female emperor saw Fang Xiu's expression, she subconsciously shrunk her neck. It did seem a bit inappropriate to just kick him out, but on second thought, if the dog hadn't broken the chapter in the paper, how could he have looked forward to it so much? How could he kick him out if he wasn't looking forward to it? In the end, the responsibility lies with himself. Thinking of this, the little empress justified herself. "Who made you so detestable that you deliberately broke the chapter during the Three-Ing Battle of Lubu? I just want to know who actually won in the end." "Fang Xiu Dao, I can tell your majesty now." "Don't." The little female emperor was busy reaching out to stop her, saying, "There are some things that are only interesting to explore step by step on your own, and coming from someone else's mouth is like chewed sugarcane. Tasteless. In short, it's a ban on spoilers." Fang Xiu could understand and took a step back, saluting. "I know, I'll leave." After saying that, he was about to turn around and leave. When the little female emperor saw this, a heart suddenly became a little apprehensive. He's not supposed to be angry, is he? I just want to read the words. It's not like I mean to drive him away. He's a prime minister, a powerful minister under one person and above 10,000 people. He shouldn't be so careful, right? The little female emperor was torn for a while, but finally she couldn't hold back and opened her mouth to call out to him. Later, Fang Xiu turned his head to look at the little empress, a bewildered look in his eyes. The little female emperor was torn for a while before she finally made up her mind and opened her mouth. There is still a month to go before the construction of the Tangquan Palace ordered by the late emperor is completed. That said, it ended abruptly. Fang Xiu looked puzzled and queried, "What does this have to do with my minister?" "Fucking traitors," knowingly asked. A blush appeared on the little female emperor's stunningly beautiful little face as she pretended to be bashful and explained in a serious manner. Back then, the late emperor built the Soup Spring Palace on Lingyin Mountain because there were natural hot springs there. According to the late emperor, Lingyin has a pleasant view, and the hot springs swing away the evil and remove the disease, making it an excellent place to recuperate, especially for people with yang deficiency. Having said that, what the hell does that mean? Fang Xiu looked at the little empress and felt that her passage was inexplicable and unknowable. What does it mean to be suitable for people with yang deficiency? Is this a hidden message? Seeing that Fang Xiu still didn't understand, the little female emperor bit her red lips and said bluntly, "I intend to go there in the winter to recuperate for a while." Now, Fang Xiu finally understood. Indistinctly, he said, "Your Majesty means that I should accompany you?" The little female emperor had a red face and whispered, "I didn't say that." After a pause, he added, "Of course, if you have to follow, I have no way to take you." As Fang Xiu looked at the empress' bright and beautiful little face, a picture couldn't help but appear in his mind. A white mist floats in the hot spring pool. Bright and beautiful young empress, dipped in the water, exposed snow-white shoulders, starry sky general eyes, dense layer of fog, with a delicate voice, adulterer, do not allow you to look at. Moment. Fang Xiu was so distracted that he didn't even bother to think about the man of Yangshu. I have remembered. In a month's time, in the hot spring pool of the Tangquan Palace, I, a man of yang deficiency, and your majesty, will not see each other. I didn't say that. Seeing Fang Xiu say something so blatant, the little female emperor blushed and snapped, "What goes on in your head all day, you denizen?" Fang Xiu Dao, your majesty. The little empress didn't understand why he suddenly called out to himself. Fang Xiu Dao, in my mind, I think of your majesty all day long. This statement was made. A heart of the little empress instantly softened. Emotional value plus 5,000. But soon, she then realized what was going on and glared, staring at Fang Xiu without a trace of anger. Sweet words, open mouth. Behind his back, he must have lulled a lot of clueless young girls with such words. Hear that? Fang Xiu opened his mouth to say something. Before he could say anything, he heard the little empress say in a bad mood, "Don't explain. I won't listen." Fang Xiu, I just wanted to say that I suddenly remembered something and I intend to make a bet with your majesty. When the little female emperor heard this, she was a bit surprised and raised her eyes to Fang Xiu, asking curiously, "What is it?" Fang Xiu Dao, your majesty still remembers that when your majesty wanted to implement a new government before, I warned your majesty that acting rashly would cause great trouble, and your majesty did not take it seriously, thinking that I was coaxing your majesty by means of coaxing a child. This happened less than a month ago. Of course the little empress remembers. She wanted to defend herself. I'm not unimpressed. I just simply don't want to listen to you. Hesitating, he still didn't say anything, but just said, I remember. Fang Xiu continued, now that there is a ready-made example in front of your majesty's eyes, I would like to ask your majesty to take a look to see if what I said before was alarmist or not. A puzzled look passed through the little female emperor's eyes as she asked, what example? Fang Xiu said succinctly, Emperor Zhou. The youngest daughter emperor was even more puzzled and said, hasn't it been half a year since Emperor Zhou implemented the new policy? Fang Xiu Dao, although the starting point of Emperor Zhou's new policy was good, due to the lack of control over the court, it was changed when it reached the bottom, and did not touch the core interests of the gentry and nobles at all. Therefore, even if his new policy has been in effect for half a year, there is little difference between it and not being in effect. The little empress asked, you mean he's going to make a new move recently? Fang Xiu Dao, yes, neither. The little empress skimmed her mouth and muttered, a trick. Fang Xiu didn't care and asked, has your majesty ever wondered why I sent someone to print the Romance of the Three Kingdoms in Dezhou instead of publishing it in Deqian when it was such a wonderful text? The little empress was slightly stunned. She hadn't really thought about this. The biggest role of a newspaper is to publicize. Whoever controls the newspaper controls public opinion. This, the little empress knew. The question is, the basis for controlling public opinion lies in being strong enough yourself. For example, the Great Qian Monthly is backed by Fang Xiu, A traitor. There was nothing the little empress could do with it. If someone else had pounded out the same thing, no need to wait until the next day. The youngest daughter emperor would then take it back to the court and have it administered by either the state prison or the Hongwenken. How can such a powerful weapon fall into the hands of others? Same thing. Once Emperor Zhou realized that the influence of the River and Moon tabloid exceeded that of the official newspaper, he would surely use every means to bring it back to the court. It was bound to happen. And even though Fang Xiu was powerful, he was limited to Diqian, powerless to change what is happening in the weekly kingdom. In other words, no matter how well the Jiangyue tabloid develops, it may just end up being reduced to a meaningless graft for others. In that case, why did Fang Xiu start the Jiangyu tabloid in Great Zhou? With her understanding of Fang Xiu, this treacherous thief would never do a losing deal. Think about it. Wu Mingkong looked at Fang Xiu and asked curiously, why? Fang Xiu Dao, your majesty will understand when you get the latest issue of the Jiangyu tabloid. When Wu Mingkong heard this, his face was thoughtful. Combined with the previous conversation between the two of them, a thought suddenly appeared in the little empress's head. Surprise flowed from her eyes as she looked at Fang Xiu and blurted out, you're going to use the Jiangyu tabloid to force the Zhou emperor to continue with the new deal? Fang Xiu smiled and complimented from the bottom of his heart. A child can be taught. Wu Mingkong gave him a blank stare. Then he thought of something and said, what if Emperor Zhou doesn't fall for it? Fang monasticism. This man, Emperor Zhou, is an uncompromisingly strange man. His temper is cloudy. His character is headstrong. And he loves his reputation. After the Jiangyu tabloid published the news that he was going to continue with the new policy, in less than 3 days, the entire Great Zhou would know about the news. In the face of this situation, to enter is to leave a curse in the history books, and to retreat is to leave a curse in the hearts of the people, no matter how he chooses. He who loves his reputation has already lost. When Wu Mingkong heard these words, he was shocked in his heart and looked at Fang Xiu with a touch of complexity in his eyes. If you don't make a move, you're bound to make your enemy pay. Is this the Prime Minister of Diqian, my good father? It's so devious and vicious. After a half-dozen moments of silence, she asked again, what kind of bet are you going to make with me? Fang Xiu looked at the youngest daughter emperor and said, it's very simple. I bet that if Emperor Zhou chooses to go along with the public's opinion and continues to implement the new government, he will die a violent death in less than 3 months. If not so, at least you'll be bedridden and devastated. 3 months? That's too much. The youngest daughter empress believes that Emperor Zhou will encounter all kinds of trouble when he breaks with the gentry and lords. But no matter what, Emperor Zhou was the rightful son of heaven of Great Zhou. For the readers, loyalty to the king is fundamental. No matter what, it wouldn't be enough to do this to Emperor Zhou, right? What's more, just 3 months. Even if Emperor Zhou is no good, he still controls the East Chamber and the clique under his command. How could they be killed so easily? Think about it. The little female emperor's eyes showed a look of determination as she looked toward Fang Xiu and solemnly said, I'll bet you. The words just fell. Again, she felt a little lack of substance and changed her tone. Wait, you haven't said what the bet is. The corner of Fang Xiu's mouth hooked into a smile and said, it's very simple. I have a piece of clothing here. The name is black silk. If I win, your majesty put it on and just twirl around in front of me twice. Black silk? The little female emperor's eyes showed a bewildered look. Obviously this was the first time she had heard of this kind of clothing. However, it was just a change of clothes, and in front of this traitor alone, so it didn't seem like a big deal. Think about it. She got her breath back and was firm. Good. I'll bet with you. Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow and said, your majesty hasn't said what your majesty intends to use as a wager. The little female emperor lowered her head in thought for a moment, raised her eyes to Fang Xiu, and said, if I win, you will wear that black silk and spin around twice in front of me. The corner of Fang Xiu's mouth twitched, hesitating for a second. Dao? Yes. The little female emperor raised an eyebrow and said, once a word is spoken, a team of horses cannot follow up. When the time comes, don't play tricks on Fang Xiang. Fang Xiu Dao, I'm not like your majesty. One voice Fei's father dragged on for 3 months. Humph. Compared to fighting with Fang Xiu, the little empress was now more curious as to what kind of clothes black silk was. Her starry eyes showed a curious color as she looked at Fang Xiu and asked, can you show me what you just said? Black silk? It doesn't take much to figure it out. Now show it to the little empress and say that she won't agree to wear it. All the way up to the weekly royal accident. It had to be hidden from her, so she couldn't know what black silk was. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu looked at the fair face in front of him and said carelessly, I have put it in my house, and will bring it to your majesty when I have the next opportunity. Wu Mingkong looked Fang Xiu up and down and said with a suspicious face, you're not talking about black silk. It's not something weird, is it? Fang Xiu Dao, of course not. The so-called black silk is in fact clothing made of silk. showing an inky color that complements your majesty's noble temperament. Really? When the little female emperor saw Feng Xiu bragging about himself, her expression became even more suspicious. Feng Xiu nodded and said with a straight face, "Don't worry, your majesty. I am a decent person and would never let your majesty wear some messy and strange clothing." Seeing that the little empress was still going to dwell on this matter, Feng Xiu bowed and said, "I still have things to do, so I won't bother your majesty. I will retire." When he finished, he turned to leave. The little empress looked at Feng Xiu's back and was almost certain. Black silk. Never any decent clothing. Could it be a black silk bib? The idea popped up. Wu Mingkong's mind just couldn't help but conjure up the image of himself wearing a black silk belly band, revealing his snowy shoulders, spinning around in front of Feng Xiu. This colorful man. All he does is think of immodest things all day long. Wu Mingkong spat, no longer dwelling on this matter, but instead looked behind him at Lin Wanner. Coldly, he said, "Laughing a lot just now." "Ha!" Lin Wanner shivered and squeezed out a smile, saying, "Your majesty heard wrong. Slave girl didn't laugh." Wu Mingkong glared at her and said in a bad mood, "Say it again. You didn't laugh." Lin Wanner lowered her head pitifully and said, "The slave girl doesn't want to laugh either, but she really can't help it." Wu Mingkong didn't have the good sense to say, "You're still aggrieved?" Lin Wanner lowered her head, not daring to speak. "Starting today, clean the nurturing hall 10 times a day." When Wu Mingkong finished, his heart suddenly felt much more free. "Humph. I can't do anything about that traitor Feng Xiu, but I can't do anything about you." When Lin Wanner heard this, she was even more aggrieved. His Majesty's nest, when bullied by Feng Xiang, he would only take it out on his own personal maid. Woohoo! Great Zhou, Jinyang Province, River Moon Pavilion. Wu Yi and the scholar surnamed Sun, who had just come out of the imperial prison, traveled together and found a place to sit down at random. Xiao Air, serve the wine. Wu Yi took out a small piece of broken silver from his bosom and placed it on the table, rather atmospherically. On the side, a boy immediately came forward to greet him, accompanied by a smiling face, and asked, "Guest, what kind of wine do you want?" Wu Yi said, "A pot of drunken flower brew, a plate of peanut rice, and a plate of cold vegetables to mix and eat." "Okay, you wait, the food will be here soon," the boy answered, picked up the broken silver, and went to fetch some wine. Wu Yi looked at the boy's back and sighed with a disappointed look on his face. Who would have thought that I, who couldn't even afford a pot of wine half a month ago, would be able to order 2 small plates of food today? The scholar surnamed Sun smiled. "At that time, I said that the sword sharpens from sharpening. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. One day Brother Wu will excel. And now it has come true." Wu Yi waved his hand and said, "It's not even close to being a man. It's just barely enough to live like one. If the characters of the talking book were more vividly portrayed, I can't say that I could be valued by His Majesty and receive an additional 900 taels of silver. Then I would really have to make a name for myself." The scholar surnamed Sun said, "It's already very good to get 100 taels." Wu Yi opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but before he opened his mouth, he heard someone at the side table curiously ask, "You guys write talking books?" Wu Yi looked at the man and nodded. "Yes." Get an affirmative answer. Xia Jingya's eyes lit up as he moved his chair to sit next to Wu Yi, and pursued with considerable interest, "What's the name of the book you wrote?" "But Nye Xiaoqian?" Wu Yi shook his head and said, "No. That's Shooting Heroes?" "Neither. Could it be the Three Kingdoms?" It was the first time Wu Yi had heard this name, and he was slightly stunned, his eyes showing doubt. "What's a triple play?" Xia Zhangya's interest waned a lot when he didn't get the answers he wanted to 3 questions in a row. Hearing this question, he was even more surprised and asked rhetorically, "You write talking books and don't know the romance of the Three Kingdoms?" Wu Yi was speechless for a moment. Why do you need to know the romance of the Three Kingdoms to write a playbook? Inexplicable. He thought that in his mind, but his mouth didn't say it. Seeing this, Xia Zhanye thought about it and once again pursued the question. "Where do you write your books? Is it a monthly magazine of the Great Qian, or a tabloid of the River and Moon?" "The Great Qian Monthly." Wu Yi did know. "What's the River Moon tabloid again?" Wu Yi hesitated and shook his head. "Neither. So that's the bookstore that's gone?" Wu Yi said, "Not really, it's not printed yet. No surprise, if there is a chance to print it in the future. It's in the Great Zhou Monthly." As he said this, an involuntary look of pride appeared on his face. He wrote the book, and this issue was not selected for the Great Weekly Monthly, though, but as one of the 3 who received a reward of 100 taels of silver. With a little more effort, you'll have a chance to catch the next installment, Great Weekly, just by listening to the name. You can tell what kind of status this newspaper holds in Great Week. One day, the talking books will be in the newspapers, and he will be able to follow suit and become known throughout the world. It's hard to think about it. At this time, a disdainful voice suddenly rang out, pulling him back from this state. The Great Weekly Monthly? Who reads that? With a disdainful look on his face, Xia Zhenya looked at the diners at the side table and asked, "Do you read the Great Joe Monthly?" The diner shook his head. Not looking. Xia Zhenya looked at another diner and asked the same question. "Do you read the Great Weekly Monthly?" Got the same answer. No look. One of the diners said, "Who reads the Great Weekly Monthly if you love to read the talking books?" Another diner added, "So what's written in the big monthly magazine is called a talking book." The two diners smiled at each other, understood each other, raised their glasses at the same time, and clinked them. Wu Yi and the scholar surnamed Sun were all confused when they saw this scene. In the next second, reacting to the situation, their eyes rose with a bearish anger, wanting to curse. Before he could open his mouth, he heard Xia Zhengye, who was on the side, say, "It's nothing against you two. It's just that the Great Weekly Monthly sucks. What is printed is said to be a talking book, but in fact, it's all about promoting the imperial court, and it's really boring to read. For this kind of garbage, they still want to sell it for 10 cents. And the people at Hong Wenken said something like, 10 cents is the cost, and if it's less than 10 cents, you have to lose money. It's a joke. People's Dakian monthly magazines and Jiangyue tabloids, with better quality paper and more exciting discourse, are only sold for a penny. After all, isn't it just a matter of wanting to earn some more silver?" Speaking of which, sighing, he continued, "The court is also really, People Qian monthly magazine and Jiangyue tabloid, ready-made good examples, put not copy, have to their own layout, add some inexplicable content. The words published are just as uninteresting as they are uninteresting, and they have to sing the praises of the new emperor. How can this kind of thing be compared with the newspapers of other people in Dakian? I reckon that, in the end, the court will still be bullying others, banning the Dakian monthly and the Jiangyue tabloid, and then surreptitiously replacing other people's content with its own, changing the name, and then it's done. Hear that?" The two of them, Wu Yi, looked at each other and actually didn't know what to say. It turned out that their hundreds of scholars, who had wasted their sleep and food to carve out the words, were just trash in the eyes of the people of Great Zhou. When you think about it, it's normal. It's not that they're poorly written. It's just that Nie Xiaozhan and the Legend of the Shooting Heroes are so well written. For the people who love to read talking books, once they come up with mountains and seas of delicacies, big fish and meat, and then feed them some crude tea and rice, naturally, they are not accustomed to eating. What's that saying? It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Same thing. Hey! Wu Yi sighed and slowly lowered his head, his entire being lost to the extreme. At this time, the voice of the boy came from not far away. "Sir, your drinks are ready." The boy put the wine and food on the table in front of Wu Yi. Immediately after that, he took out a stack of newspapers from his arms, walked to the center of the tavern, and shouted, "The latest issue of the River and Moon tabloid. 1 penny a copy. Anyone want to buy?" The words just fell. The entire Jiangyue pavilion then raised a wave of enthusiastic voices. "I want one. I'll have one too." Seeing this, the boy took the papers and distributed them table by table. Seeing this, Wu Yi did not hesitate and similarly shouted, "Give me one too." "Okay, sir, this is for you." The boy placed a newspaper on Wu Yi's desk. Wu Yi reached out and took it over. And what came to his eyes were 8 big words: square field equalization tax. Spreading ding into mu. Equalizing the tax on square fields and spreading it out? Wu Yi was slightly stunned. His pupils narrowed, and he subconsciously felt that something big was going to happen. The words he had intended to read were left behind, and he skimmed the following line of small print from top to bottom. Clear the fields and acres. Approve the amount of tax. Equalize the tax burden. And unite the landowners. Watch and see. Wu Yi's eyes widened. His face flushed red, and his hands, which were holding the newspaper, trembled more than a little from excitement. "These are good things for the country and the people. Your Majesty is wise." A few moments later, read all about it. He couldn't help but applaud loudly. "Great, great." And next to him, Xia Zhangye, the diner who was talking loudly just now, looked at the newspaper in his hand, but his face was gloomy to the extreme. As the son of the cabinet minister Xie Qian, he's very clear. Neither His Majesty nor the cabinet can possibly pursue such a radical initiative at this time. This newspaper inexplicably prints these things. Is it not forcing the gentry and lords to revolt? No way. We must tell father about this quickly. When Xia Zhanya thought of this, he no longer had the slightest hesitation, stood up, and left the restaurant with hurried steps. Zhou Kingdom, Imperial Palace. In the Qianqing Palace, Emperor Zhou looked at the zhangji presented by the officials from all over the world. His brows slightly wrinkled as he coldly said, "My new policy is to benefit the country and the people. Why the implementation of only half a year? All over the place is even the 4 roving bandits. Bandits and robbers rampant. Wang Ji stood in front of Zhou Huang as if he hadn't heard anything. His head lowered and he didn't say a word. Seeing that he didn't speak, Emperor Zhou raised his eyes to look at him and said nonchalantly, "Why don't you say something?" Wang Ji busily raised his head, revealing a look of shame as he opened his mouth. "The slave girl is stupid and knows nothing about the affairs of the court, so I really don't know what to say." Emperor Zhou snorted coldly and said, "It's because you don't dare to say it." Wang Ji busily knelt down and said in a trembling voice, "The slave girl has not read a few years of books and cannot share the worries of His Majesty. The slave girl deserves to die." Having said that, the matter of 1,000 taels of silver being left with only 30 taels in the scholar's hands suddenly came to his mind. If this goes on for a long time, it won't be long before the great Zhou will be as corrupt as the Qin kingdom. And by then, how should your majesty conduct himself? Think about it. Wang Ji opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he didn't open his mouth. When Emperor Zhou saw him looking like he was about to say something, he knew that he had something to hide from him, and his expression became colder and colder. "I'll give you a chance to tell all you know, or else you won't be able to do your job as the governor of the East Chamber and the eunuch of the Palace of Justice." Hear that? Wang Ji no longer hesitated, looked at Emperor Zhou and opened his mouth. "Your Holiness, the slave girl was at the East Chamber Yamen yesterday, and heard the Yamen mention something in conversation, saying that this month, they left the capital to run errands, and could often see broken palms on the side of the road. From Jinyang Prefecture to Jian Prefecture, in just a few dozen miles, you can see more than a dozen severed palms, casually discarded, bloodied, and creepy to look at." Emperor Zhou's brow wrinkled slightly as he said unhappily, "I asked you to talk about the new deal. What are you doing rambling on about it?" When Wang Ji heard this, he sighed in his heart, no longer playing wit, and said very bluntly, "The slave girl heard that the reason why there are so many broken palms on the roadside is because when the local government enforced the baozha, the layers were increased, and the young and strong men who were recruited were given a small training in 3 days and a large training in 10 days. The people were so overwhelmed that they had no choice but to cut off their own palms to avoid this baozha draft. The so-called baozha, as the name implies, is to put soldiers in agriculture. In the spare time of farming, young men were recruited and trained as a supplement to the government soldiers. The starting point was to better maintain order at the local level and incidentally increase the military strength of the court. But for the people, it is an exploitation. After all, no one wants to sacrifice their time off to do training that doesn't make much sense. Sure, most of the young and strong can also tolerate it if the training is not too harsh on weekdays. In this day and age, being a poor and powerless person, who does not carry a few imposed burdens on his shoulders? One more strip, not much of a difference. The question is, the local government, in order to oppose the new policy, has added layers and layers of training, making simple training even more stringent than folding, which has naturally led to a lot of complaints from the people. Speaking of which, seeing that Emperor Zhou didn't say anything, Wang Ji hesitated and continued, "His Majesty's new policy, which is well-intentioned, will not only increase the court's annual revenue, but also ease the burden on the people. However, the new deal jeopardized the interests of those gentry and the powerful, and they tried to obstruct it by all means. At first, they were openly opposed, and after the Holy Spirit joined forces with Courtier Wei, they were afraid of losing their official positions, so they changed to secretly opposing again. His Majesty wanted to implement a new government, and they ostensibly agreed to it, and implemented it according to His Majesty's wishes, only that it was implemented in an intensified manner. For example, when the baozhao was formulated by Wei Gulao, it was clearly stipulated that training would only take place in the agricultural leisure time, and that it would be conducted once a month. But to the local, the government intensified, not only idle farming, busy farming time also training, and the frequency of training is extremely high. In this way, the people could not bear it, so they thought that it was His Majesty's new policy that was bad and boycotted it spontaneously. This is in addition to the rest of the several measures formulated by His Majesty and Courtier Wei. The Green Sao Law stipulated that the interest rate of the government was 2 cents, and when it came to the localities, those parental officials would raise the interest rate to 3 cents, or even 4 cents, without authorization, for various reasons, which was even higher than the interest rate originally put out by the scholars and gentry. Not only that, it also forced the people to borrow only from the government, forcing many of them to lose their homes. The purpose of the barter law was to curb private merchants who inflated the prices of goods, but after it was enforced, the local government replaced the private merchants with even worse government merchants. Instead of being curbed, prices are even higher, such as the price of cloth, which has risen by 50% in just 6 months. The law of exemption from military service, which replaced military service with the payment of money, was intended to reduce the burden on farmers and give them more time for farming, and also to increase the annual income of the court. But when they reached the local level, the government used this as an excuse to desperately raid the people. In the end, all the money for exemptions that should belong to the national treasury goes into the pockets of those parental officials. At that, there was a pause, a reprieve, and he continued. The 100 officials seem to be strongly in favor of the new policy and are doing their best, but in fact they are having the opposite effect. The burden on the people has not been lightened, nor has the annual revenue to the treasury been increased. It is a common tactic of the 100 officials to oppose something and then intensify their efforts to do it. In addition to this new policy, there were also previous times when His Majesty wanted to cut down on expenses and let the 100 officials economize a bit, using fewer expensive pens and inkstones and eating fewer mountain delicacies. They then deliberately forced His Majesty to make concessions by dressing in rags and eating chaff and drinking scanty food in His Majesty's presence, as if they were going to starve their wives all to death. Wang Ji rattled off sentence after sentence. At first, he looked at Emperor Zhou's face. After saying more, a moment on the head, the original hidden in the heart of many words, many things, a brain all said. The moment. If he had raised his eyes, he would have realized that one of Emperor Zhou's faces was already gloomy to the extreme. The minutes ticked by. Seeing that Wang Ji still had no intention of stopping, Emperor Zhou finally couldn't hold back his inner rage, and with an ironclad face, he slapped the desk and said angrily, "Enough!" The voice was angry, like thunder. Wang Ji was shocked in his heart, his body trembled slightly, and he kowtowed. The slave girl deserves to die. Slave servant damned. Seeing this, Emperor Zhou became even angrier and stood up from the dragon chair in a prancing manner, cursing, "You dog pretends to be in front of me all day long. Do you really think I don't know what's in your heart? I casually say a word. You will kneel on the ground, shivering, scared as if you lost your soul. In fact, in the heart do not know how to laugh at me." When Wang Ji heard this, he was truly frightened. His head was next to the ground, and his voice trembled and said, "The slave girl is the eagle dog of His Majesty, and everything the slave girl has is a reward from His Majesty." I don't know how many times I've heard these words. Emperor Zhou's voice was icy cold as he stared dead at Wang Ji and said word for word, "I want to hear what's in your heart, not perfunctory platitudes about me." Wang Ji heard this and secretly grumbled. The slave girl only said a few words from her heart, and you scolded her like this. If you really say everything that's on your mind, do you still have a life to live? In my heart, I thought that, but I didn't dare to say so with my mouth. He didn't hesitate, and with an instinctive response that he had developed over the years, he opened his mouth. In the heart of the slave girl, His Holiness is a bright ruler that is rare to see in 1,000 years, with a heart for the people, and has been unremitting from night to night. When His Majesty stayed up all night to deal with the Zhangji, the slave girl felt heartbroken even watching. However, His Majesty had just assumed the throne and was not as familiar with some matters in the court as the late emperor. Coupled with the fact that the slave girl is getting older and not as sharp as she used to be, the role of the East Chamber has not been brought into play. This is what led to many treacherous sycophants in the court, explicitly and implicitly attacking the Holy Spirit and fooling the Holy Spirit, saying 1,000 times is the slave girl's fault. The slave girl is really damned. Hear that? Emperor Zhou's expression eased a bit as he sat back down in the dragon chair again and said in a nonchalant manner, "What else do you know? Don't worry about it, tell it all." Wang Ji sighed in relief and busied himself. The slave girl will know everything. Immediately after that, there was talk of the New Deal, just compared to before. For once, he kept a lot of things to himself and only talked about issues that floated to the surface. In a nutshell, the New Deal is great. Your Majesty is wise. Only there are many treacherous sycophants up and down the court, who cannot see the good of His Majesty, and all of them are heartless and try to obstruct the new policy. As for the mistakes made by His Majesty in the New Deal, and the problems with the New Deal itself, for example, the change of law is too hasty, the implementation is not decisive enough, and so on, not a word about it. One incense stick later, Wang Ji paused and said, "That's all the slave girl knows." Emperor Zhou's face was gloomy, and his pair of deep eyes, looking ahead, remained speechless for a long time, not knowing what he was thinking. Wang Ji saw the situation, kneeling on the ground. A touch of apprehension rose in his heart, and began to regret. Today, why talk too much? Say these bullshit, as much as to invite trouble for themselves. Today I will not talk too much. Not surprisingly, it will not be long before the 100 officials will write a letter, listing all the shortcomings of the New Deal, and petitioning the Holy Spirit to restore the ancestral system. And when His Holiness sees that the New Deal is not working as well as it should, he should also choose to follow good advice and listen to the advice of the 100 officials, with the exception of Wei Dongjung, Wei Pavilion leader, who strongly advocated the implementation of the New Deal, Everyone was able to return to the original situation of being at peace with each other. I don't know what kind of changes will be triggered by this extra talk today. Hey! The minutes ticked by. I don't know how long it's been. Emperor Zhou's low voice once again resounded in the Qianqing palace. Have Wei Dongjing come to see me? Yes, Your Holiness. Wangji did not want to get involved in the new government again, and he was busy getting up and saluting, turning around and leaving the Qianqing palace. A few moments later, a scholar of the East Cabinet in scarlet official robes, Wei Dongjing arrived in front of Emperor Zhou. With a curtsy, he said in an unassuming manner, I greet your majesty. Emperor Zhou looked at him, a touch of anger flowing from his eyes as he coldly said, Is Courtier Wei aware of the matter of the people of Jian province cutting off their own hands and palms in order to escape the armor protection? Wei Dongjing breezily said, I know. A ball of anger rose in Emperor Zhou's chest as he gritted his teeth. Why don't you tell me if you know? You are trying to make me bear the bad name of Jiezhou with the people. It is said that a king dishonors his subjects. Emperor Zhou's words could be said to be extremely harsh. Wei Dongjing heard, but a look of disinterest, faintly said, Implementation of the new policy. The scholar is still controversial, let alone the people. It is normal for the people to be compelled to do self-mutilation. Since your majesty has decided to implement a new policy, you must not fear the common people and have a heart for the world. How can one's heart be shaken just because of some small change? Speaking of which, with a pair of deep eyes, he looked towards Emperor Zhou and said in a firm tone, Implementing the new deal is like breaking a man's wrist. Your majesty should have the determination to go forward. Emperor Zhou's face turned blue as he spoke in a cold tone. The official's pen is like a sword. Are you trying to make me leave a bad name in the history books? When Wei Dongjing heard this, his eyes erupted with a brilliant light and he said in a single word, Your majesty should know. Even if the official's pen goes into the sword and the words are put to death, after 1,000 years, they will be immortalized. This statement was made. Emperor Zhou was struck by lightning. His eyes suddenly narrowed and a heart beat violently. After 1,000 years, it will be immortalized. These words, to an emperor who wanted to remain famous in history, as if by magic, created a great attraction. This moment, Emperor Zhou's conviction to implement the new deal was unshakable. Just then, there was a rush of footsteps from outside the temple. Immediately afterward, a slightly anxious voice came in. I, University Scholar Xie Qian of the Hall of Huagai, seek an audience with your majesty. What's he doing here? Emperor Zhou and Wei Dongjing glanced at each other, and both could see the surprise in each other's eyes. Granted, Emperor Zhou said in a nonchalant manner. Xie Qian lifted the curtain and walked into Qianqing Palace, and the moment he saw Wei Dongjing, his eyes showed surprise. Then something seemed to occur to him, and his brows furrowed in silence. Emperor Zhou looked at Xie Qian and took the initiative to ask, Pavilion Master Xie has come here. What is the important matter? Xie Qian slowly said, I originally wanted to ask if the new policy written in the Jiangyu tabloid was true, but now it seems that there is no need to ask. As he said that, he looked at Wei Dongjing on the side with a slightly complicated expression. A sentence that has no end. Zhou Huang and Wei Dongjing once again looked at each other. Both could see the bewilderment in each other's eyes. What does Pavilion Master Xie mean by that? Wei Dongjing didn't bother to get witty with him and asked bluntly. Xie Qian coldly said, Pavilion Master Wei does things that are not clear to himself? Wei Dongjing's brow furrowed and his tone similarly chilled. Thank you, courtier, for making it clear what this official has done. Xie Qian looked at him askance, his tone icy. Wasn't it Pavilion Master Wei's authorization to publish the new policy in the Jiangyu tabloid? Wei Dongjing looked puzzled and asked, What is the Jiangyu tabloid? When Xie Qian saw his expression, his heart thumped and his expression became more complicated as he turned to look at Emperor Zhou on the dragon chair. Although he and Wei Dongjing disagreed on many things, he still recognized the man's character quite well. Since Wei Dongjing said he didn't know about the Jiangyu tabloid, he must not know about it. If that was the case, there was only one person left who had the ability to publish the new policy in the Jiangyu tabloid and would do so, His Holiness. If your majesty wants to implement a new policy, why don't you discuss it with the cabinet? Xie Qian's deep eyes looked at Emperor Zhou with a complex expression and some hatred. Your majesty knows what kind of uproar the new policy will cause when it's published in the newspapers. It's only been less than an hour, and there are already a dozen or so honored persons who have come to the Huagai Hall to question me. I don't need to think about it to know that tomorrow the memorials of the 100 officials and honored ones will pour into the palace like a tidal wave. So how should your majesty deal with them then? And how should I deal with them? Same with Wei Dongjing. Emperor Zhou had a blank look on his face and said without any good sense of humor, Are you senile? What are you babbling about here? This statement was made. It was Xie Qian's turn to be at a loss. He stood still, his mind blank, and subconsciously asked, His Majesty didn't want to implement the new deal? Emperor Zhou frowned and didn't have the good sense to say, I see that you are really old and confused. I have been implementing the new deal for half a year, and you come running today to tell me that I want to implement the new deal? When Xie Qian heard this, he immediately understood in his heart. His Majesty didn't play dumb, but really didn't know about the new deal. In that case, where did the news of the new deal come from? Xie Qian's pupils shrunk slightly, his mouth slightly opened, and for a moment he was unable to speak. When Emperor Zhou and Wei Dongjing saw this expression on his face, how could they not know that another big change had occurred in the new deal? Both of their hearts skipped a beat and they could no longer maintain their composure as they spoke in unison. What the hell is going on? With a complex expression, Xie Qian took out a folded newspaper from his arms and presented it to Emperor Zhou, explaining, today's latest issue of the Jianyue tabloid printed the news that His Majesty is going to implement a new policy. The headline is only 8 words total. Speaking of which, Xie Qian's tone slowed down and said word by word, equalize the tax on square fields, and apportion it to the acres. These 8 words were like thunder that struck the heads of Emperor Zhou and Wei Dongjing. Both of their pupils suddenly contracted, and their mouths opened wide, revealing unbelievable expressions. Square field equalization tax, apportionment into mu. Courtier Wei did mention it to me, but only just. I have no intention of implementing it, so how could it be published in the newspaper? Emperor Zhou changed from his usual spiritedness and spoke in a slightly shaky tone. Square field equalization tax, apportionment into mu. What these 8 words mean, no one knows better than him. This is no longer pulling teeth out of a tiger's mouth. Instead, they slaughtered the tiger and had to dance on its corpse. It doesn't take much to figure it out. How will the scholars react when they know the news? No need to tomorrow, just today. All kinds of zhangjiang will pour into the Qianqing Palace. The gentry of the world, one mouthful of spittle each, could drown him. Emperor Zhou took the newspaper in his hands and browsed it from top to bottom. As he watched, his hands couldn't help but begin to shake. A flash of fear actually passed across his face. There was only one thought on his mind. It's over. I've been set on fire. Seeing this, Xie Qian's expression became more complicated as he gave his advice. Since the news of the new deal was not put out by His Majesty, then I thought that the priority today was to clarify the matter in the newspapers. Inform the people of the world that His Majesty does not have the idea of amortizing the land into acres, and that this is all made up by the Jianyue tabloid. Then send troops to capture the person behind the Jianyue tabloid and behead him, to show our determination. Hear that? Zhou Huang slowly put down the newspaper in his hand, lost in thought, and muttered, if so, how should the people of the world look at me? It is a taboo for a king to change his orders, even though the amortization was not his intention. But now that it is printed in the newspaper, the world will naturally assume that this is what he thinks. The reason why it was clarified later was just a compromise made under pressure from the Shurshur. Emperor Zhou's current situation could be summarized in one sentence. Yellow mud down your pants is not a thing. This truth, Xie Qian naturally understood. He sighed and said languidly, the best I can think of is this. Seeing Emperor Zhou's expression become more and more disoriented, Xie Qian hesitated and comforted. In fact, Your Majesty needn't worry too much. How many of the people of Liming are literate? It's rare to find 1 out of 10 people who can write their name. Even if it's rare, they don't read newspapers. They just listen to the storytellers in the hookahs and tea houses, saying what they read in the newspapers. This new deal, they don't want to hear it and they don't understand it. So, in the eyes of the people of Dawn, His Majesty is still the same His Majesty as before, without a single change. Emperor Zhou still had a worried look on his face and spoke in a low tone. And what about me in the eyes of the scholar? Will they believe that I have never thought of enforcing the apportionment of land into mu from the beginning to the end? Xie Qian heard this and fell into silence. He knew it in his heart. This matter is like a nail embedded in the hearts of the world's gentry. Every time they see His Majesty, they will think of equalizing the tax on square fields and apportioning the land into acres. As time goes by, it is inevitable that there will be a gap between the ruler and the minister. Don't look at the fact that His Majesty seems to be at loggerheads with the scholars after the introduction of the new deal. But in reality, without touching their fields, it is tantamount to a small fight within the acceptance of the scholarly community. Once you move their fields, it's a different story. The scholars will never tolerate a person who thinks about their fields all the time sitting on the throne. When the time comes, they will surely make every effort to fight against His Majesty. Nothing else. Even Xie Qian, who was the chief cabinet counselor, when he first saw the news, his first reaction was that His Majesty had gone mad, not to mention others. When Emperor Zhou saw Xie Qian's silence, he instantly understood what he meant and his face became even paler. This time, the originally silent East Cabinet University scholar, Cabinet's second assistant, Wei Dongjing suddenly opened his mouth. Your Majesty, in fact, in my opinion, this matter may not be an opportunity for you. Emperor Zhou looked at Wei Dongjing, his eyes blank, and asked, "What does this mean?" Wei Dongjing said forcefully as a look of determination spread across his face. "Implementing the New Deal is supposed to be about not breaking the mold, and since we've already offended the scholars, why not offend them to the end? Although I don't know what the Jiangyu tabloid is, it must be extremely influential if it can create a furor in a short period of time. Your Majesty may wish to use the Jiangyu tabloid to publicize the new policy throughout the Great Zhou. Keep a group of storytellers who work for His Majesty and go to the countryside and fields to explain to the people the benefits of equalizing the tax on square fields and apportioning the land into acres. The words are plainer, and tell them frankly that they can pay less silver after the implementation of the new policy. Your Majesty must know that water can carry a boat, and the power of the scholar at arms, though powerful, is not worth mentioning compared to that of the millions of people. As long as we can mobilize the power of the people of Dawn, the little squires are not enough to worry about. Speaking of this, a brilliant light erupted from his eyes as he continued. Besides that, there is one more thing that your Majesty must do. It is to gather the Huban army stationed in various places to guard the capital, in case some people jump over the wall in a hurry and commit treason. As long as we stabilize these few months, the New Deal can be implemented, and even if the scholars are no longer annoyed, they can only do something behind their backs that can't be seen on the stage. The words were not finished. Xia Qian, who was on the sidelines, couldn't hear any more. He reached out and pointed at Wei Dongjing, his expression angry as he questioned, "Wei Dongjing, are you trying to make His Majesty make a complete break with the world's gentry?" Wei Dongjing looked at Xia Qian and asked rhetorically, "Why not?" Xia Qian was so furious by these words that his body trembled and gritted his teeth. The ancestral motto of Emperor Taizong is that the scholar and the Son of Heaven should rule the world together. If you say so, after you die, what face will you have to face the ancestors of Great Zhou? Wei Dongjing laughed coldly and said in a breezy manner, "Based on inquiring minds alone, you." Xia Qian's pale cheeks trembled gently from indignation. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're also a scholar and a cabinet undersecretary, so if you want to implement the New Deal, you should be the vanguard. Hear that?" Wei Dongjing's eyes showed a touch of determination as he slowly said, "That makes sense. The change of law in the Great Zhou began with my Wei Dongjing expedition. My Wei family's ancestors have left 27,000 mu of fields, all of which can be categorized as first-class good fields and paid more in field taxes. If Pavilion Master Xia doesn't believe me, he can send someone to my official's hometown to clear the Zhang again." It was a powerful, resounding statement. For a moment, Xia Qian didn't know how to respond. This time, the heavy-hearted Emperor Zhou slowly spoke. "All right, you two are the first cabinet minister and one is the second cabinet minister. What is the decency of bickering here?" Wei Dongjing turned his head to look at Emperor Zhou, bowed down deeply, and exclaimed, "I implore your Majesty to adopt my suggestion and draft the Huban army into the capital. Implement a new policy." Xia Qian followed closely behind and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, if this happens, it will cause the world to tremble and shake the foundation of the country." Wei Dongjing's demonic words and nonsense. "I implore your Majesty, expel this man from the cabinet and escort him to the heavenly prison." Before that, the two men disagreed on many issues, but after harmonizing, they often agreed, generally got along pretty well. After this, the two are considered to have made a clean break and are heading down two completely different paths. Just look in the middle of these two roads. Which one would Emperor Zhou choose? The minutes ticked by. I don't know how much time has passed. Emperor Zhou sighed deeply and spoke again. "I am tired. You two should retire first." Hear that? Disappointment showed in Wei Dongjing's eyes as he opened his mouth and wanted to say something else. Emperor Zhou, however, frowned and said with a cold face, "I don't want to talk about this again today. Stand down." Wei Dongjing had no choice but to salute. "I will retire." After saying that, he turned around and left the Qinqing palace, not willing to stay for a moment longer. Xia Qian had a complicated expression, and there was some more inexplicable meaning in his eyes as he looked at Emperor Zhou. For him, the fact that His Majesty did not take a stand immediately means that he does have a change of heart. The lack of action now is simply due to a lack of strength and a precarious position. One day in the future, when the wings are full, it may not be. "Oh, Your Majesty, in that case, some things are beyond my control." Xia Qian sighed in his heart and saluted. "I will retire." After saying that, he turned around and left the Qinqing palace. After they both left, Emperor Zhou sat on the dragon chair, always feeling his brain was in chaos for a while. He tried to take a deep breath and calm himself, but couldn't. Half an incense stick later, he finally couldn't take it anymore and stood up, looking to the eunuchs at the side and commanding, "Get ready, I'm going to the palace backyard for a break." The eunuch was busy responding, "Yes, Your Majesty." The so-called palace backyard is actually the emperor's backyard. It is planted with old cypresses and old acacias, and lists of strange stones and jade seats. The floor is made of pebbles of various colors, colorful and quaint. Emperor Zhou walked along this path, his brows locked and his face grim. After coming out and walking around twice, the feeling of being distracted grew stronger instead of lessening. He knew in his heart that it was the sudden change of heart that brought him stress. After 1,000 years, it will be immortalized. What Wei Dongjang said echoed in Emperor Zhou's ears. A nagging sigh escaped him. Wei Dongjang, oh Wei Dongjang, for your glib words, I am going to fight for my life. That's just it. Just it. Let you fight with Xie Qian's gang of old guys first. If you can resist the pressure and stick to the new policy, I will put my treasure on you. If you can't even cope with Xie Qian, then don't expect me to help you. After the decision is made, Emperor Zhou's mood cleared up a bit. While enjoying the scenery of the palace's back garden, he asked absently, Wang Ji, do you know who was behind the manipulation of the Jianyu tabloid? Wang Ji, the governor of the East Chamber, followed behind Zhou Huang and busied himself. At the moment, we only know that it's the new treasurer of Jianyue Pavilion. The exact name and what kind of person it is still being investigated. Emperor Zhou thought for a moment and commanded, send someone to keep an eye on Jianyu Pavilion. Don't act rashly yet. Wait for my decree. If someone makes a move to suppress it, don't just sit back and do nothing. I still have use for keeping the River and Moon tabloid. I can't let it collapse just like that. There was a pause and a reminder. By the way, when you do something, don't reveal your identity until you have to. Wang Ji responded. Slave servant understands. Just understand. Emperor Zhou walked to the pavilion next to the pool, stopped and looked into the distance, emptied himself inside. Since I have ascended the throne, dealing with state affairs, and being unremitting at all times, I don't know how long it's been since I've come to stroll around the back garden of this palace. Behind, Wang Ji was busy saying, His Holiness is a rare and virtuous ruler in the ages, and the people living in Great Zhou is their greatest fortune. You, less pretense, slipping and sliding, use this effort in doing things. I will not be so tired. When Wang Ji heard this, he couldn't help but spit in his heart. What about working with your heart? The last thing that is lacking in the palace and outside the palace is people who work with their hearts. And the result? You may not be able to see His Holiness even after a lifetime of work. So says, doing things with your heart matters. It's even more important to figure out what the Holy Spirit wants and to slip up, thinking so in his heart, but not daring to say so with his mouth. He just said, I'm too stupid to share the worries of His Majesty, so I really deserve to die. Emperor Zhou glanced at him and said no more as he continued to look into the distance. Suddenly, within sight, a luscious and chic pavilion attracted his attention. It has a slim and beautiful shape. Inside it lies a strange stone shaped like a pine or cypress, next to the pool water on one side, with laurel trees planted on both sides. A fresh breeze rushed by. The bright yellow osmanthus flowers are like snowflakes, dancing in the air like stars, forming a beautiful picture. Why don't I remember that there was a pavilion there? Emperor Zhou's eyes lit up as he reached over and pointed, opening his mouth. Wang Ji looked over in the direction of his finger, returning to the words of Your Majesty. That pavilion platform is called the Falling Snow Pavilion. The construction was just completed last month, and the strange stones placed inside were brought back from overseas by yen merchants and transported to the Jinyang Palace, which took quite a bit of effort. A strange stone brought back from overseas? Emperor Zhou came to his senses and said, Go over and take a look. Yes, Your Holiness. Zhou Huang walked in front and Wang Ji followed. In no time, the two arrived at the Snowfall Pavilion. Worthy of being shipped back from overseas, it's even more exquisite than I thought. Emperor Zhou looked at the strange stone in front of him with admiration in his gaze inside. Immediately afterward, trying to get a little closer for a closer look, a step was taken, but it was as if he had stepped on ice, slipping uncontrollably. His body swayed, and he actually fell straight backward. Your Holiness! This sudden turn of events startled Wang Ji. His face showed panic as he tried to reach for Emperor Zhou, but he couldn't reach at all. The odd stone is placed against the side of the pool, where Zhou Huang stood, right next to the railing. His feet slipped at the moment and he fell uncontrollably in the direction of the pool water. By the way, with the railing in place, even if you fall, you won't fall into the pool water. But on the contrary, the railing behind Emperor Zhou, for some reason, was incomparably fragile, and it directly broke off at the slightest touch. Puff! Next, Zhou Huang, along with the railing, smashed into the pool water. Save! Gollum! Save me! Zhou Huang does not understand water, cannot swim, fell into the pool water. Panic in his heart. Instinctive struggle. The pool wasn't deep, and with Zhou Huang's height, standing straight up, it wouldn't be dangerous at all. Instead of struggling so much, he choked on a few mouthfuls of water and stood more and more unsteadily. Your Holiness! When Wang Ji saw this, he was shocked and jumped into the pool without saying anything. Hugging Zhou Huang, he yanked him up. Cough 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 cough. When Emperor Zhou came ashore, he coughed and coughed, his eyes were red, and he held back his tears. The moment. A bunch of eunuchs, palace maids, and guards surrounded them, their faces terrified, kneeling on the ground. Your servant, minister, is late in escorting the emperor. Please forgive me. Your majesty. It is now late fall. The weather is getting cold. A cold wind blew through. Zhou Huang, whose clothes were wet by the pool water, shivered violently and shivered. Seeing this, a eunuch busily took off his own clothes and stepped forward to try to put them on Emperor Zhou. Your majesty. It's cold. You should first put on the slave girl's clothes. Hear that? As if he had thought of something, Emperor Zhou awoke with a start and looked toward the eunuch, reaching out to stop him and exclaiming, "Stay back." The eunuch, not knowing what he had done wrong, stopped and did not dare to go forward again. Emperor Zhou's pale, bloodshot eyes, looked around and shouted, "Get out! Get out of here! All of you!" When the crowd heard this, they looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a while. Aside, Wang Ji, however, as if he had guessed what was going on in Emperor Zhou's mind, looked at the crowd, avoided his gaze, and waved his hand. In the meantime, Emperor Zhou's angry voice sounded once again, "Each and every one of you is deaf. I tell you all to get lost. If you don't, I'll cut off your heads." This time, no one dared to stay here anymore. The slave girl, minister, excuses herself. The crowd saluted and turned to leave. In an instant, the only two people left in the large area were Emperor Zhou and Wang Ji. Zhou Huang's blood-filled eyes looked at Wang Ji, and he did not know whether it was because of the cold, or for some other reason. His voice trembled a little. "Look at a stone that can fall into the water. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? This must have been designed by them in advance. This is their warning. They want to tell me that I'm surrounded by their people and that I can't fight them." Wang Ji knew that by they, Emperor Zhou was referring to the scholars. He looked hesitant and said with deliberation, "The slave girl thinks that this should just be a coincidence. How can it be a coincidence? It can't be a coincidence." Zhou Huang stared at Wang Ji with wide eyes and shouted like crazy, "You go and check. Who has been to the falling snow pavilion in the past few days? Who participated in the construction of the falling snow pavilion? One by one, put them all in the imperial prison and try them properly. Who's behind them?" Seeing this, Wang Ji did not dare to say more and responded, "The slave servant has remembered." Another cold wind. Emperor Zhou shivered, followed by a sneeze, and continued, "Go find Wei Dongzheng later and tell him to gather the Huban army and enter the capital immediately." The slave girl remembers. Zhou Huang, who was trembling, looked at Wang Ji, who had been scolded by an unknown number of people in front of him, and suddenly held his hand, his voice trembling. "Wang Ji, when this change occurs, inside and outside the palace, there are not many people I can trust. You are one. I hope you will not let me down on your expectations." Emperor Zhou knew it well in his heart. Once you break with the Shiites, anyone can be bought by them and become their enemy. Except for big eunuchs like Wang Ji, they had been tied to themselves for a long time, and they had no other choice but to work like themselves to the best of their ability. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, they were the emperor's hawks and dogs, the dog and eunuch party, and there was no value in pulling them together at all. When it comes to the critical time, the only ones I can trust are actually eunuchs. Zhou Huang sat on the shore and looked at Wang Ji, suddenly feeling that he was really pathetic. Sighing in his heart, he leisurely said, "Help me up. I'm going back to rest." "Yes, Your Holiness." Wang Ji busily stepped forward and assisted Zhou Huang to slowly get up and walk in the direction of Qianqing Palace. The next few days, the court of the Great Zhou was in an uproar over the equalization of taxes on square fields and the division of land into acres. The Wei party, led by Wei Dongzhang and centered on the 100 officials of the Cold family, was determined to implement the New Deal. The vast majority of the 100 officials, led by Xie Qian, were adamantly opposed to the New Deal. The two groups, because of this matter, have fought 3 times in the Great Hall. No one was able to stop the favor, because the great prince of Zhou, who should have presided over the situation, is now lying on a sickbed in the Qianqing Palace, recuperating. Cough 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 cough. A violent coughing fit broke out. Wang Ji stood on the sidelines with a worried look on his face, wanting to say something but not knowing how to open his mouth. A few moments later, the coughing ended. The weak Emperor Zhou, lying on his sickbed, frowned. "Why is it that after I drank the prescription for a few days in a row, instead of being cured of the wind cold got worse?" Aside, the imperial doctor explained, "Your Majesty, sickness comes like a mountain. Sickness goes like silk. Wind chill is just like that. Even if the prescription is good, you have to drink it continuously for a dozen or so days before you can see the effect." Cough 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 cough. Emperor Zhou tried to say something and coughed violently again. It was a while before he said, "Go down." I will retire. The imperial doctor gathered his things, saluted, and turned to leave. After he left, Zhou Huang shot up and looked to Wang Ji, who was at the side, and commanded, check the imperial hospital, and if there are any problems, kill them all. Wang Ji nodded and said, slave servant understands. Cough cough cough. Emperor Zhou coughed half-heartedly and asked, has the mission departed? Wang Ji said, back to your majesty. I left yesterday, and Pavilion Master Xia sent me on my way. After a pause, with a hesitant look on her face, she said, there is something that the slave girl does not know whether to say or not. Cough 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 cough. A violent coughing fit broke out. Wang Ji's face showed worry. No longer asking, directly said, slave girl received news today. Her Highness the eldest princess changed into the clothes of a maid, followed the envoys, and left the capital. You see, should we send someone to stop it? Cough cough cough. Go with, let her be. Complex emotions flowed from Emperor Zhou's eyes as he said so. Oh yeah, one more thing. Wang Ji remembered something and reported. These days, the slave girl has already found out who the person behind the Jianyu tabloid is. Without waiting for Emperor Zhou to ask a question, he followed up. It's Tang Ixue, the remaining member of the Night Kingdom, when the East Chamber made an agreement with her to jointly assassinate the Chen Emperor, and then the assassination failed. She was captured by the Prime Minister of the Qian Kingdom, and became the eyes of the Prime Minister of the Qian Kingdom. The slave girl speculates that, not surprisingly, the publication of the news of the new policy in the Jianyu tabloid was at the behest of Fang Xiu, the Prime Minister of the Qian Kingdom. Prime Minister of the Qian Kingdom. Fang Xiu. When the weak Emperor Zhou heard this name, his face showed anger and he gritted his teeth. I will not share the same fate as you. The words fell out of his mouth, and there was another violent coughing fit. Cough 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 cough. Daqian, the Imperial Palace. Yangxin Temple. The hard-working young empress was sitting on the dragon chair, as usual, and was reviewing the Sangha, doing whatever it takes, not stopping for a moment. The minutes ticked by. Half an hour later, she put down the medallion in her hand and reached for the next one, but came up empty. Nothing? Wu Mingkong looked at the empty dragon case, her willow eyebrows slightly raised, her eyes showing surprise. She looked at Lin Waner behind her and said, why do I feel that today's Jingji is a little less? Lin Waner thought about it and gave her guess. The slave girl thought that it should be because Minister Fang sympathized with His Majesty, fearing that you would be too overworked, and left some more in the Central Secretariat. It is strange that he is so kind. It must be that the sonnets presented during this time are more important, and he has withheld them from me in the Jiangsu province. The little empress said so on her lips, but a faint blush appeared on her fair face, and a smile was carried between her eyebrows, giving people a sense of happiness that was still in the ears. That's how people are. When someone keeps bullying you, and over time, that person bullies you a few times less, you feel like it's taking care of you and are happy inside. If one day, great mercy, not to bully you, you even think that he is heavenly good, and forgetting, he shouldn't have bullied you in the first place. The same goes for the little empress. The duty of the Central Secretariat is to follow the will of the monarch and to be in charge of decision-making. A large portion of the official documents on the little Empress Dragon's case should never have been handled by her in the first place. It was only because Fang Xiu, the Prime Minister, was too lazy to deal with trivial matters and muddle through at will that she took over. In other words, these official documents should have stayed in the CSC. It has nothing to do with compassion for your majesty or fear of overworking you. In fact, the little empress understood this, but it didn't stop her from being joyful in her heart. It's better to be bullied less than to be bullied every day. Today, Fang Xiu is willing to do more trivia. Tomorrow, it's impossible to say what will come out of your heart in terms of loyalty and love for your country. Who can say for sure about such things? When the little female emperor thought of this, she couldn't help but think freely of her happy life in the future, and the smile on her face grew stronger and stronger. Behind, seeing this scene, Lin Waner let out a sigh in her heart. Sure enough, if His Majesty wants to live a more comfortable life, it's still more practical to hold Minister Fang down on the dragon couch. The little female emperor, Lin Waner, a master and a servant, each thinking about different things, all remained silent. The nurture hall was quiet for a few moments. There was a sound of footsteps from outside the temple. Immediately after that, the palace maid's clear voice suddenly sounded. Your Majesty, new news has come from the Jinyang province. Please take a look at it, said the man, presenting the information with both hands. In theory, this information should be given to Lin Waner first. Lin Waner summarized and took the essence, then presented it to the little empress. However, because of the previous bet with Fang Xiu, the little empress had specially instructed that as long as there was any news involving the Zhou Emperor, all of it would be presented at the first opportunity. That was why the courtesan in charge of Zhou's intelligence went directly to the Empress. Bring it here. Yes, Your Majesty. Lin Wanner stepped forward, took the information, and presented it to the Empress. The Empress took the information and skimmed it from top to bottom, only looked at it for a moment. Her expression then changed. His eyes widened in vain, and his mouth opened slightly in disbelief. Surprisingly, really drowning. Fang Xiu, that traitor, gave her a bet that it would be within 3 months. But today, it's not even half a month. Emperor Zhou had then contracted wind cold and was bedridden. What exactly is the coincidence of it all? Or was it really as Fang Xiu had said? Because Emperor Zhou had touched the core interests of the clergy and was backstabbed by the clergy. Even if everything Fang Xiu said is true, half a month is too fast. It's always impossible. The palace of Zhou is full of scholars. Think about it. The little empress suddenly thought of herself, and her brows furrowed slightly as she thought. It seems, it's not out of the question. After all, Fang Xiu the traitor then planted a lot of eyes into the palace. If he wants me to drown, I guess it won't take much effort. Looking at the intel in his hand, the little empress couldn't help but conjure up a picture in her mind. She was walking down the path of the royal garden when she inexplicably stepped on a puddle of sewage mixed with oil and fell uncontrollably into the pool. She lunged as hard as she could, yelling for help. The palace maids around them, however, looked as if they hadn't heard and watched with cold eyes. It wasn't until she was about to be drowned that Lin Wanner, who had hurriedly arrived, jumped into the pool and saved her. Upon returning to the nurture hall, the cold weather combined with the shock had rightly caused her to catch a wind chill. The royal doctor's prescription was again slow to take effect. Within days, she was bedridden and weak to the core, and so it went for a few more days. Suddenly, one day, she woke up from her sickbed and realized that the hall of nourishment was empty. Only a familiar figure stood not far away, looking at her with icy eyes. While approaching, he said in an eerie voice, "Your Majesty, it's time to drink your medicine." The blurry figure gradually approached and became clearer and clearer. Finally, a familiar face came to her mind. No surprises there. It's the traitor Fang Xiu. Think about it. The little empress suddenly shivered, a coolness rising throughout her body, obviously in the warmth of the nursing hall, but it seems to stay in the ice cave. A hard cold. It won't be like this. He wouldn't do that to me. The little empress paled and mentally admonished herself to stop her nonsense, but as soon as such a thought appeared, it inevitably festered. A few moments later, she shook her head vigorously. Mentally, who blindly think what? He himself is a traitor. Want to kill me? Long ago to do it. Why wait until now? The little female emperor took a deep breath to calm her emotions and muttered. Then again, why would he bet against me on this? Is he trying to tell me that if I don't obey him, he can deal with me just like the Zhou scholars dealt with the Zhou emperor? Or simply just want to see me in that black silk? The thought bubbled up and the little empress became apprehensive again. What the hell is that black silk? If it's unbearable, do I still want to wear it? In this instant, the little empress's mind thought a lot. A few moments later, she shook her head, forcing herself not to ruminate. Looking to the side, Lin Wanner commanded, "Let Fang Xiu enter the palace to see me." Lin Wanner thought for a moment, lowered her voice and whispered, "Shall we have Fang Xiang put the black silk on?" When the little empress and Fang Xiu made the bet, she stood back and heard it clearly. Honestly, she was also curious as to what black silk was, even more curious about what Her Majesty would look like in black silk. No one takes you for a dummy if you don't speak. The little female emperor looked askance at Lin Wanner and said without a good mood, "Woohoo!" Lin Wanner instantly became aggravated. After a few breaths, she braced herself and pursued the question. "So Your Majesty, should we let Fang Xiang bring the black silk?" A blush appeared on the little female emperor's stunning face, pretending to be annoyed, and squeezing out a word from between her teeth. "Get out!" Lin Wanner saw the expression of the little empress and instantly understood. Her clear face revealed an expression of slave girl understands everything and said, "The slave girl is going. Goodbye Your Majesty." Then he ran out of the nurturing hall in a flash. Wu Mingkong sat on the dragon chair and watched as her back disappeared from sight. The blush on his face faded and a touch of apprehension flowed out. With her knowledge of that traitor Fang Xiu, black silk would never be anything decent to wear. Now it's all about how immodest it is and if she can take it. As long as it's not a black silk bellyband, I can barely accept it. Thinking this in her heart, the little female emperor took out the Jiangyu Xiaoping and read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The Sanggunian. It is late fall. A wintry autumn wind blew by, and the yellowed leaves made a rustling sound and danced in the air. In the courtyard, Yang Yuan was the only one, sitting on a stone bench. The absolutely beautiful face was slightly bewildered, a pair of almond blossom eyes, staring blankly at the withered leaves on the ground, not knowing what to think. As the weather gets colder, the battle between Wu and Yu gradually comes to a standstill. Daji decided to take advantage of this opportunity to open the jumbo shop to Wu to capture the market. But opening a branch store in a neighboring country is not an easy task. What's more, Wu's commerce and trade is extremely developed, and the competitiveness of merchants is extremely strong. Even though it has been hit by the war, it is still more than one step stronger than the merchants in Dakian. In the past few days, Daji had been busy making plans, thinking to first establish herself in a few cities on the edge of Wu before opening her store to Gusa City. On top of that, it was a busy time taking care of the original store. Seeing this, Fang Xiu planned to let Yang Yuan follow and learn some business knowledge to help Daji share some of it. Yang Yuan was also excited at the beginning, thinking that she could share her worries for the phase master, but unfortunately after learning for a period of time, she realized that she was really not that material. At first, she couldn't even read the most basic books. After studying it, even if you can see and understand some of it, you still don't know anything about how to adjust the price of goods, how to dispatch goods, or how to calculate the revenue. A couple of nights, Fang Xiu could see it all, as she picked the lamp and read at night, delving into those books of Daji's, what the way of business, what the laws of survival in the workplace. It's just a shame that the growth has been minimal. Seeing this, Fang Xiu no longer made things difficult for her, only letting her continue to do what she liked, without having to learn how to do business. In the end, it was Fang Xiu who summoned people over for no reason, and even if it didn't work, there was nothing to say. In any case, the not-so-subtle Yang Yuan is still quite eye-pleasing to look at, but it's obvious. Although Yang Yuan was young, she was not willing to be a vase that could only be displayed and admired. She also wanted to be like Daji and share her worries for the Sangha. The more you do, the more you think about it in your mind. The more you think about it in your mind, the more painful it becomes. Late fall in the courtyard, Yang Yuan sat alone, not her usual quirky self, and sighed languidly, her brows furrowed. House. Fang Xiu, however, didn't notice any of this. At this moment, all of his attention was focused on the price tray in front of him. After a month or so, he once again clicked on draw. There's no telling what kind of prize this one could be, Fang Xiu thought, and with a thought, he started the lottery. The raffle begins. Getting a second chance. Get Dusky Ray * 100. Ding. 5 draws completed. Starting to reset the prizes. The last one hasn't been used up yet. And here comes another 100. This system doesn't consider whether the host's body can handle it or not. Look at the prizes drawn. The corner of Fang Xiu's mouth twitched as he mentally spat. Forget it, let's not bother with it. Let's look at the prizes after the reset. Fang Xiu's mind moved and entered the lottery screen again. The prize tray has been reset. 10 brand new prizes next to each other. Sable Cicada Summoning Card * 1. Once more. The Art of Nourishing Qi * 1. Architecture, Ye Yang Tower. Thank you for your patronage. High Altitude Man Hot Air Balloon * 1. Shu Hozhao Summoning Card * 1. Colt M17 * 1, with matching bullets * 100. Xuanjia Cavalry * 1. 000. Giraffe * 5. Fang Xiu's eyes lit up as his gaze settled on the Colt M17. If I remember correctly, if this thing is placed in the mall, unlocking it requires 100,000 emotion value. If I can draw it this time, it's considered blood money. With this thought, Fang Xiu's mind moved and drew again. The raffle begins. The pointer slowly turned, skipping over, again, and coming to, the Art of Raising Qi * 1. Obtained Qi Nurturing Technique * 1. The system beep sounded. Fang Xiu frowned slightly and cursed in his heart. There's a shitload of this ubiquitous Taoist canon. 10,000 emotes down the drain again. Fang Xiu took out the Qi Nurturing Technique, casually flipped it open and took a few general glances. It's all obscure Taoist talk with no value whatsoever. Hey, admit it. Fang Xiu sighed in his heart, tossed the Qi Nurturing Technique in his hand aside, and continued to draw. The raffle begins. Getting a second chance. Obtains a High Altitude Man Hot Air Balloon * 1. Get Colt M17 * 1, with matching bullets * 100. Obtain Xuanjia Cavalry * 1000. An icy system beep sounded. Fang Xiu's eyes snapped open, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. I can't believe I drew it. It's not easy to be in Euroking once in a while. Fang Xiu let out a sigh in his heart and took out the so-called Colt M17 from the system storage. Hold it in your hand and admire it while you play with it. There are very few men who are not interested in weapons as long as they are men. Fang Xiu was the same. He looked at the exquisitely crafted short rifle in his hand, not hiding his love for it at all. 10 paces away. Gun fast. Within 10 paces, the gun is accurate and fast. I just don't know if that world's first sword, Tang Rou, can dodge bullets with her own reflexes and stance. Fang Xiu knew. Normally, a human would never be able to match the speed of a bullet. Even if you have good sense and are fast, it doesn't mean shit. But, according to Feng Xiu's understanding, Tang Rou, this person, her martial arts had already exceeded the realm of normal humans. After all, normal humans can't just shoot their blades to block a speeding arrow. Thinking of this, Feng Xiu's eyebrows raised as he thought, when Tang Rou comes back from the big week, bang on her twice and see if you can dodge it. Thousands of miles away from Chang'an province, the Zhou kingdom, on the carriage, Tang Rou, who was concentrating on the talking book, suddenly felt her nose itch and couldn't control herself from sneezing twice. Aside, Tang Yixue looked at her, her eyes showing concern, and asked softly, "Did you catch a cold?" Tang Rou shook her head and said, "No." Tang Yixue gave a hem and urged, "It's about to be winter. You can't just wear a strong suit like before, so pay attention to keeping warm." Tang Rou faintly said, "Got it." Tang Yixue glanced at her, as if she knew what was in her mind, and sighed in her heart, a faint sadness surfacing between her brows, saying, "Sister knows that you don't want to do things with such underhanded means. You are a warrior woman, acting brightly and openly." But, the words were not finished. Tang Rou raised her eyes to her and said nonchalantly, "I didn't think so." Tang Yixue opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end she didn't open her mouth and just said, "It's good that you didn't think so." Tang Rou looked at her sister, hesitated, and added, "I really didn't think so." Tang Yixue raised her eyes to look at her, a flash of surprise surfacing in her eyes. Tang Rou continued, "Those on the list are the ones who deserve to die. Keeping them alive and letting them live a few more days is already a gift. So what's the harm in using some means on them?" Tang Yixue had a relieved look on her face and was about to open her mouth to say, "Rou, you've grown up." Before he could open his mouth, he heard Tang Rou follow up, "If it wasn't for that damned prime minister of the Qian kingdom, I would have killed them." Tang Yixue, consider it for your sister's sake. Don't say that. Tang Yixue sighed in her heart and said so. When Tang Rou saw this, her mind couldn't help but conjure up the image of her sister kneeling in front of the first manor's lord of the manor that day, begging for her life, and instantly fell silent. At that time, she was hiding in the shadows, and when she saw the people of the first manor, she was just a little bit close to rushing out and fighting them to the death. But when she saw her sisters kneeling, she stopped and, as if nothing had happened, went back inside and continued to lie down. She has been eccentric since she was a child, obviously a girl, but she likes to dance with swords. In the cottage, all the other children bullied her, except her sister, who was obviously weak, but always stood up for her. With not so broad shoulders, he shielded her from her father's scolding and her peers' attacks, so that she could keep doing what she loved. Without her sister, there would be no Tang Rou now. Even for the sake of my sister, even if I have to work as a dog for that prime minister of Qiangua, I have to live well. Got it. Tang Rou returned nonchalantly, lowered her head, and continued to look at the newspaper. The line of sight was drawn back to the Shanghua mansion in Chang'an City. Feng Xiu took the Colt short rifle back into the system and looked at the other two prizes. There's no need to mention the basilisk cavalry. Everything that happened in Qingzhou had proved their strong battle power, even though it costs a lot of silver to maintain them. That's worth every penny. But, these 1,000 Xian armor cavalry could be left unsummoned for now, waiting for when they could be used to save some silver. You don't know what you're getting into until you're home, so save some when you can. Half of all Feng Xiu's belongings had been invested in the firearms workshop built in the northern mountains, and it wasn't as rich as the little empress and the 100 officials thought. In addition to the basilisk cavalry, there is one more prize, a high-altitude manned hot air balloon, and I don't know what this thing does. After liftoff, take the little empress, or Daji, up there to do exercises and work out? It sounds exciting, but it always feels a little dangerous. It's just a matter of saving it for later. When you draw a parachute and your safety is assured, then you can take it out and play with it. Feng Xiu collected the two prizes and looked out the window. Yang Yuan had been sitting alone on the stone bench for quite a while. Logically, at this time of the day, she should be practicing her instrument, so why didn't she hear the sound of the Sha? Feng Xiu still didn't know that at this moment. Yang Yuan was in deep emo. Push open the door to the room and walk out. An eyebrow was raised in a flirtatious manner. Why aren't you practicing today? Didn't you say that you want to be the world's most person in the world? Yang Yuan turned around and looked at Feng Xiu, smiling like a flower, and said in a clear and pleasant voice, Master Sang still doesn't allow me to be lazy. Her absolutely beautiful face was filled with a smile. A pair of eyes but slightly red and swollen. Obviously just cried a lot. When Feng Xiu saw this, a cold light flowed out of his eyes and asked, Who bullied you? Yang Yuan's eye showed a touch of panic as she said, You knew as Master Xiang's personal little maid. Who dares to bully you knew? Feng Xiu looked at her and didn't say anything, but his face grimaced for a minute. When Yang Yuan saw Feng Xiu's eyes, the emotions within her could no longer be restrained. Her eyes became red and tears fell like raindrops. I'm crying like a pear. I feel sorry for you. You knew is so useless. Obviously do not want to be like this. To add to the heart of the phase master, but cannot control themselves. Seeing this, Fang Xiu sighed in his heart and walked over to her, reaching out to touch her small head and comforted her. You're still young. You're at a sentimental age. It's human nature to like to think a lot on weekdays. It's not your fault. A gentle voice sounded in Yang Yuan's ears. No longer able to restrain her inner emotions, she jumped into Fang Xiu's arms and let out a cry. You knew is really useless and stupid. What Sister Daji can learn in a day, you knew can't learn in a month. The Sangha paid a big price to call you knew to his side, but you knew would only pretend to be pitiful in front of the Sangha and say sour things behind his back. Woohoo! Fang Xiu wrapped his arms around the little girl in his arms and suddenly felt a little awkward. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to tell the truth. Actually, didn't pay very much either. Just drew a prize and accidentally drew you. Yang Yuan, who was in her arms, heard these words and raised her head, her watery eyes looking at Fang Xiu and asked, Really? Fang Xiu nodded and said, Really? Got an affirmative answer. Yang Yuan suddenly felt better inside. She's a wreck though, but it didn't cost the Sagittarius anything to summon her. It made her feel a lot less pressure on her. It turns out that the Yu was drawn by the Sangha's raffle. It's not worth a few silvers. So happy. Yang Yuan snuggled her small head into Fang Xiu's chest, her stunning face reappearing with a smile. Fang Xiu, that always sounds a little strange, but he didn't say anything, and continued to comfort. So you actually don't have to do anything for this Prime Minister. Just do what you like. The Sagittarius house is no longer good. The silver to feed a little girl is still out of reach. When Yang Yuan heard these words, she only felt that her heart was going to melt. Her body seemed to have been drained of its strength, and she was flaccidly attached to Fang Xiu's chest, trembling slightly. The weather has gotten cooler, and Yu wants to warm the blanket for Master Sang. Fang Xiu was a bit helpless and said, You don't have to please this Prime Minister. Just as he opened his mouth, he heard Yang Yuan's soft and sticky voice ring out. There is no pleasing the Sangha. The Sangha said to let Yu do what she likes. Warming a blanket for the Sangha is what Yu likes to do. Fang Xiu felt that the delicate body in his arms was trembling slightly from nervousness. Mentally, he sighed and promised her, This Prime Minister can promise you that, but there is a precondition. Yang Yuan's eyes shone brightly as she raised her eyes to look at Fang Xiu, excitedly saying, If you say so, Master Xiang, Yu will definitely be obedient. Fang Xiu Dao, before this Prime Minister enters the house, you must leave. You can't be pampered. You can't play tricks, and you can't splash around and linger. Yang Yuan was slightly stunned and skimmed her lips, her original excitement diminishing by a few points. However, she did not dare to say anything and promised, Yu listens to the Sangha. Whatever. To be able to warm the comforter for the Sangha is already a great gain. One should be content. Fang Xiu nodded and said, That's it then. Aha! Yang Yuan nodded heavily. Fang Xiu added, No more crying in the future. Aha! Yang Yuan nodded heavily again. No using fear as an excuse to get under the covers in the middle of the night. The words fell. It took a long time to get a reply. Yang Yuan's stunningly beautiful face was dyed red, and she lowered her small head, shyly saying, Sangha, Yu hasn't growing up properly. A sentence without a clue, but it caused Fang Xiu's heart to flutter for a moment. Was about to speak. There was a sudden light footstep outside. Immediately afterward, a palace maid who served the first estate and lurked in the palace, walked in. Seeing Fang Xiu and Yang Yuan in his arms, he was first stunned. With that, he stretched out his hands, groped forward, and said in a horrified tone, Nu, slave girl's eyes, why suddenly can't you see? Said the man, groping his way out of the courtyard. When Fang Xiu saw this scene, the corner of his mouth twitched and he was about to say something. The courtesan was seen re-entering again, muttering to herself, It's so strange to be able to see again. Fang Xiu was tempted to say, There's no need for that. But after thinking about it, it's better not to disappoint people's peace of goodwill, and treating it as if nothing happened, asked, What are you doing back at the house if you're not staying in the palace? The courtesan said, Back to the Prime Minister. It was His Majesty who asked the slave girl to come. His Majesty said, Let the Sangha enter the palace. There was a pause to add, Bring black silk. Fang Xiu took black silk and ran after the courtesan with his ass. Yang Yuan looked at his back, her small mouth pouted, her heart curious. What is black silk? If the Sangha liked it, she could wear it every day. Actually, as long as the Sangha likes it, she can even go every day without. Whatever, let's go warm up the comforter first. Yang Yuan seemed to have thought of something. Her delicate little face appeared red, and just like Fang Xiu just now, she bumbled into the house. Standing in the house, Looking at the place, she took a deep breath, sniffing the air, and a touch of satisfaction spread across her stunning face. With that, he flung himself onto the bed and rolled back and forth on it, clutching the covers and covering his head. It's so nice to finally get under the covers in name only. He. Yang Yuhuan's delicate arms, hugging the quilt tightly, inhaled deeply, her delicate face filled with intoxication. The whole group was immersed in a sudden and great sense of happiness. Just then, on the edge of the bed, a book suddenly caught her attention. Aura raising techniques? Yang Yuhuan took the book. A touch of curiosity showed in her eyes, and after flipping it open, she read it. It's all about obscure words and techniques. Yang Yuhuan looked at it for a while, but couldn't figure out what it was talking about. But it doesn't matter. As long as it was something from the Sangha, she liked it. Even if you can't read it every day. Simply because the book is Sangha's. As Yang Yuhuan thought this, her stunning face revealed a look of determination. Lying under the covers, he watched intently. The palace, the hall of nourishment. The little female emperor sat on the dragon chair and quietly waited for Feng Xiu's arrival with a pang of apprehension in her heart. Feng Xiu, beg to see your majesty. A magnetic voice came in from outside the hall. The little female emperor took a deep breath, calmed her emotions, pretended as if nothing had happened, and slowly spoke. Granted. A few moments later, Feng Xiu lifted the curtain and walked over to her, handsome face with, if anything, a smile, like a little fox that had succeeded in stealing food. Sex maniac. Seeing his expression, the little female emperor pouted and cursed. Feng Xiu pretended that he didn't read the little empress's expression and made a bow. I greet your majesty. Then, with a raised eyebrow, he said, Your majesty, you should have heard the news that Emperor Zhou is bedridden, right? The little female emperor gave him a blank stare and said without any goodwill, Don't you just want me to fulfill the agreement? I am the son of heaven. A promise is a promise. Will not cheat, you just say it directly. In the past, if the little empress spoke to Feng Xiu like this, even if she didn't get beaten, she would be choked. But this time, Feng Xiu, however, rarely retorted and always had a smile on his face as he said, Your majesty is right. Your majesty is the true dragon son of heaven, and your word is sacred. If I say I will wear black silk, I will wear black silk. How can I cheat? It's my minister who is measuring the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a small man. When the little female emperor saw this, she was first stunned. Then she seemed to realize something and her expression became a bit strange. She was tempted to say, Don't you do that. I'm afraid. After opening his mouth, he didn't say anything after all. Red-faced, she said, You take that out. Aha! Feng Xiu nodded heavily and took out the two types of black silk he had prepared long ago from his arms. One is just black, a thin layer. The other has letters printed on it. Bring it here. The little empress looked at what looked like silk in Feng Xiu's hand, and with a curious look on her face, she commanded. Lin Wanner busily responded. Yes, your majesty. Stepping forward, he reached out and took it, presenting it to the little empress. After Wu Mingkong picked it up, he put it in his hand and rubbed it twice, becoming more and more certain that it was made of silk. By the looks of it, it should be a silk scarf? How do you wear this thing? After the little empress unfolded it, she realized that it was only a tiny bit, and her eyes revealed a bewildered look as she looked at Feng Xiu and asked, Feng Xiu Dao, put it over your legs. Over the legs? The little female emperor was slightly stunned. Then with a dazed look on her face, she said, So it's a sock. Feng Xiu nodded and said, It's the socks. Got an affirmative answer. The little empress and Lin Wan'er were both a bit speechless. They thought it was something strange. Turns out it's just socks. What's so bad about wearing this stuff? It's so secretive. Inexplicable. The little empress belabored herself, feeling that she had worried for nothing earlier. Emotional value plus 1000. An icy system beep suddenly sounded. Feng Xiu was slightly stunned. Why did you only add this much? And, looked like she didn't think so? Just as Feng Xiu was puzzled, the little empress looked at Feng Xiu and waved her hand. You go out. You'll come back in after I've changed. The tone was bland, as if he was talking about something rare. When Feng Xiu saw this, his heart became even more puzzled. On weekdays, the little empress who couldn't even be hugged, who could blush and tremble for a while if she kissed her forehead. How did she act so blandly at this time? It's not scientific. What are you waiting for? The little female emperor glared at Feng Xiu and said without a trace of anger, Is it hard to make me change it in front of you? Feng Xiu raised his eyebrows and laughed. Your majesty, change it. I don't mind. Emotional value plus 2000. Bah! With a red face, the little female emperor spat and cursed. Fuck off. I will retire. Seeing this, Feng Xiu no longer dwelled on it and left the Hall of Nurturing Heart with a smile. Seeing Feng Xiu leave, the little empress looked to Lin Wanner at the side and commanded, You go to the door and guard it, and never let him in without my orders. Lin Wanner hesitated. Feng Xiang shouldn't do that. The little empress was silent for a second and said, just in case. The slave girl understands. Lin Wanner nodded and walked to the outside of the Hall of Nurturing Heart, with a careless look, standing in place and stealing glances at Feng Xiu from time to time. Seeing this, Feng Xiu naturally knew what she and the little empress had in mind, which was nothing more than being afraid of peeking. Joke. He is the prime minister of the great Qian dynasty. He's a gentleman. He wouldn't do such a thing. As Feng Xiu thought this, he subconsciously looked toward the curtains of the Hall of Nurturing Heart. Unfortunately, I couldn't see anything clearly through the thick layer. In the Hall of Feeding the Heart, the little empress was holding black silk in her hand. The dragon robe slowly disappeared into thin air, revealing a flawless body in the haze, white as snow. Who dash? She took a deep breath and slowly put the thing on. Subconsciously, he looked at the bronze mirror on the side. The person in the mirror's cheeks rose scarlet, with shyness in her brow, biting her pink lips, not even knowing how to put her hands and feet to just wear these socks and be ashamed. However, the material is nice and comfortable to wear, so you can stay and wear it to bed when the time comes. The little empress thought so and re-slipped on her dragon robe. After getting dressed, he looked outside and said nonchalantly, come in. The words just fell. Feng Xiu then lifted the curtain and walked in, his movements agile and flowing. The little female emperor's white face was tinted with red as she stood in front of Feng Xiu, biting her pink lip. She stepped lightly and turned around twice in the same spot. A slightly mortified voice followed. There. Feng Xiu looked at the little female emperor who had a dragon robe and was almost indistinguishable from the original, and a trance-like color flowed from his eyes as he said, that's it? When the little female emperor heard this, her stunning face revealed shyness, and she did not have the good sense to say, it's worn and spun. What more do you want? When Feng Xiu heard this, he finally understood. The little female emperor and Lin Wanner had just acted so calmly. As it turns out, they thought that the socks were covered under the dragon's robe. What I want, Your Majesty, is not this. Feng Xiu had a tearful face. When the little female emperor saw that he was defeated, a smile appeared between her eyebrows. But, next breath, she seemed to have thought of something. Her pupils suddenly narrowed and her mouth slightly opened in an unbelievable manner. Stretching out her delicate catkin, she pointed at Feng Xiu, her voice trembling. You don't think you want me, alone, to wear? At this point, it came to an abrupt end, and the words that followed could not be uttered out of shame. She just couldn't imagine it. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? That thing, is it wearable on its own? If you really want to do this, I'm afraid that even the windswept woman will feel shy. A bitter smile appeared on Feng Xiu's face as he slowly said, it's not that I think so, but that's how it wears itself. Got an affirmative answer. The little empress's face flushed red, the delicate little ears, together with the white neck rose red. Emotional value plus 5,000. You. She reached out her hand and pointed at Feng Xiu, a picture of incredulity, her voice trembling. How could you? Wearing this alone? I don't think even the biggest horny guy in the world, the denizen, could come up with it. How dare you want me to do that? You're a pervert. Feng Xiu broke and said with a depressed face, I confess, I am. The little empress, who was originally incomparably annoyed in her heart, saw him with a sullen expression, and most of her original anger dissipated in an instant. Instead of finding him repulsive, he was kind of cute. Just, this kind of thing, how can you wear it alone? Wu Mingkong had a red face and didn't have the good sense to say, I have done all your requests. Don't try to take this matter and threaten me in the future. Feng Xiu raised his eyes to look at her and sighed languidly, a look of disappointment to the extreme. Not speaking. When the little empress saw this scene, she suddenly felt a bit sorry for him. The little empress had experienced this kind of thing many times after expecting it for a long time, but the final result was not what she had hoped for. Empathize with what Feng Xiu was feeling right now. She hesitated for a moment and slowly said, why don't I promise you a small request? Feng Xiu raised his eyes fiercely and looked at the little empress, a hopeful look in his eyes as he said, I just want to see your majesty wear it. The little female emperor blushed and said without a trace of anger, no way. How can you wear something like that to someone else? Let alone me. Even a windswept woman wouldn't do that. Get this response. Feng Xiu sighed leisurely and didn't force the little empress into submission. Though a strongly twisted melon quenches the thirst, it is not sweet. What Feng Xiu wanted was that one day the little empress would wear it willingly. There's no point in forcing something. Hey. Thinking of this, Feng Xiu sighed leisurely again. It was the first time that the little empress had seen Feng Xiu lose his mind like this, and she suddenly felt a little sour in her heart. Somehow, seeing Feng Xiu lost, she inexplicably felt sad. It's not supposed to be like that. Feng Xiu was lost, she should be happy. Hesitated for a while. The little female emperor finally made up her mind and clenched her teeth. Let me do as you say. Not impossible, but have to wait for the name after. And you have to agree to a few of my demands. Feng Xiu raised an eyebrow, regained his spirits, and said, Your Majesty, please speak. The little female emperor's pair of good-looking eyes looked at Feng Xiu, her complexion suddenly becoming serious as she said with a straight face, First request, remove the eyes planted in the palace. Seeing her serious face, Feng Xiu's expression became equally serious and he said with a straight face, Since your Majesty thinks this is a deal, then I feel that just putting on black silk is not enough weight. I'm afraid. The meaning of this statement is clear. If the conversation they're having right now has nothing to do with windfalls, it's just a transaction, no matter which way you look at it. Wiggling around twice in a dress can't compete with withdrawing your eyeliner. To put it more bluntly, Your Majesty, you are not in a position to negotiate with the minister now. Emotional value plus 3,000. The meaning of the words was naturally understood by Wu Mingkong. She was slightly stunned, her eyes covered with a light mist of water, lightly biting her pink lips, her tone softened. Not a deal. Feng Xiu looked at her and said nonchalantly, If it's not a deal, then what is it? The little female emperor's absolutely beautiful face appeared red. Her breath was shortened for a moment, made up her mind, and weakly said, It's the love and care of elders for their juniors. The words fell. She blushed as if she could drip blood, bit her pink lip, and continued, You are the prime minister and a powerful minister. You have one hand in the court. Even I have nothing to do with you. So, if there is anything, I will tell you. You don't need to plant so many eyes. After a pause, another reason was given. Do not say that I am the king of a country. The true dragon son of heaven is the ordinary people of the family. Also do not want their lives to be prying into a clear. Speaking of which, with her watery eyes, she looked at Feng Xiu, shy and timid, and said in a coquettish voice, Xiang father, you just promise me. As Feng Xiu listened to the delicate words and looked into those watery eyes, a heart suddenly throbbed. Can't top it, can't top it. Feng Xiu took a deep breath to calm his emotions and said, To tell your majesty the truth, I've spent a lot of time and effort in planting eyes in the palace, and your majesty's words make my years of effort go down the drain, which is a bit inappropriate, isn't it? This statement was made. The little female emperor could no longer restrain her inner shame. Her eyes widened and she slammed the table, gritting her teeth. Forget it if you don't agree. You give me back that voice of my face father. Feng Xiu shrugged and said, It's not like I forced his majesty to shout. You. The little female emperor blushed and glared at Feng Xiu, her eyes still watery as if she was about to shed tears in the next second. I don't care. You return my name as my father. Feng Xiu said helplessly, I am your majesty's elder. With a red face, the little female emperor spat and said in a bad mood, There's you being an elder like this. Never heard. Which elder all day long think how to cajole the younger generation? Humph. Dog traitor. Sooner or later, I'm going to hear the words June's father from your mouth. The latter words were hidden and unspoken. The youngest daughter emperor glared at Feng Xiu and said in exasperation, A ruler is a subject. A father is a father. A son is a son. And planting eyes in the palace is clearly not something a subject would do. And you don't think it's shameful, but rather you think it's honorable. You. Speaking of which, the little empress wanted to swear, but again, he really couldn't say it, and after holding it for half a day, he only managed to hold out two words. Traitor. Bah. Seeing her look of impotent rage, Feng Xiu found it a bit cute and a smile appeared on his face as he said, Actually, it's not impossible to promise your majesty, but your majesty has to answer a few questions from me. Listen to the déjà vu. The little empress gave him a blank stare, mimicking his tone in a serious manner. Feng Xiang, please speak. Feng Xiu raised his eyebrows and asked, What did your majesty mean by the name you just mentioned? The little female emperor's white face reddened to her neck again in an instant, and she gluttonously said, You know full well. I don't know. Emotional value plus 2,000. The little female empress raised her eyes to Feng Xiu and her eyes became watery. Biting her pink lips lightly, she made up her mind and held her tongue. 3 books, 6 rights, 10 miles of red makeup, and a marriage in plain sight. After that, it's all in the name. It's almost like picking your words apart is no different than confessing them. Feng Xiu's heartbeat accelerated for a split second as he looked at the shy and blushing little empress. Your majesty. Feng Xiu softly called out and stepped in front of her, reaching out with both arms, wanting to take her in his arms. Instead, the little female emperor took a step back, keeping her distance from him, red-faced, and whispered, I said, before the name. It can't be that way. Feng Xiu looked at her, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile, and said, I have to say, your majesty has been making rapid progress lately, and has begun to try to hold me. With a red face, The little female emperor blankly glanced at him without retorting. Emotional value plus 2000. An icy system beep sounded. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows and let out a light laugh. In that case, as an elder, I'd better give your majesty some rewards. The palace is subordinate to the eyes of the Sangunian, so as long as his majesty finds out, he can be sent out of the palace, and I have no problem with that. As for how much can be found out, it depends on your majesty's ability. How's that? Hear that? In her heart, the little empress understood that it was already extremely difficult for a powerful official who was willing to be honest and make such a decision. She nodded, red-faced, starry eyes, looking at Fang Xiu, softly saying, "Thank you, Sunga father. It's good to have a father for a phase." The words fell. Fang Xiu got goosebumps all over his body and said, "Your majesty, it's a bit much." Humph. With a red face, the little female emperor blanked him and grunted. "Don't you just love to hear those words?" Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow and said, "I want to hear your majesty speak from the heart, not a careful maneuver to pin me down. It's not called a mindfuck. It's called a ruse." The little female emperor grunted. "Aren't you using these routines to turn me into what I am now?" Fang Xiu cried out in his heart. "The minister didn't. I am not. Your majesty, don't talk nonsense." When the little empress saw Fang Xiu's defeated expression, a smile appeared between her brows once again, smiling like a flower, pure and lovely. A few moments later, the little female emperor resumed her seat back in the dragon chair and returned to the topic, saying, "Then again, how did you know that the Zhou emperor would suffer a change of heart?" Fang Xiu faintly said, "A glimpse of the whole. Since the Zhou emperor ascended to the throne, the Zhou state's east chamber has deteriorated, which can show that the Zhou emperor's control over the courtroom is far inferior to that of his father. Under such circumstances, how can one not end up in a miserable situation when one still attempts to change the law, even touching the core interests of the scholar gentry?" Good point. The little empress heartily agreed with these words, but then she thought of something else and raised her eyes to Fang Xiu, saying, "When did he touch the core of the squire's interests? Wasn't it you who imposed the equalization of taxes on square fields, and the apportionment of the land into acres?" Fang Xiu shrugged and said, "This shows that before one's wings are full, one should not make too many enemies for oneself. If not for Emperor Zhou's repeated provocations, I would not have done so." Provocative again and again? The little empress had a slight pang, then realized that probably somewhere unknown, Emperor Zhou had also done something unfavorable to De Qian, only to be blocked by Fang Xiu. After all, that was how it was before at the Moonwatch Tower. He has a treacherous appearance on the surface, but in reality, he often silently protects himself in the dark and protects De Qian. Think about it. The little female emperor's eyes were filled with water and she called out softly in her heart, "Sangfu, emotional value plus 5000. An icy system beep sounded. Fang Xiu was slightly stunned. He hadn't done anything, so how did he get 5000 more emotion values? Raising his eyes to the little empress, he saw that her eyes were watery and immediately understood. This little girl is brainstorming again. Ahem. Fang Xiu coughed twice, got up and saluted, saying, "If your majesty has no other business, I'll take my leave first." Later, the little female emperor called out to Fang Xiu, her face showing hesitation. She opened her mouth and opened her mouth. "There is something I want to ask you." Fang Xiu looked at her and said, "Your majesty, please speak." The little female emperor took a deep breath and slowly said, "If you were the Zhou emperor and wanted to change the law, how should you face a situation like the one you're in now?" This question, which she had been hiding in her heart and pondering for several days, she could never find a suitable answer, which was why she asked Fang Xiu. She believes the same thing. If it happened in De Qian, even if it was difficult, Fang Xiu would surely be able to implement the new policy. Hearing this question, Fang Xiu raised his eyes to look at her and slowly said, "To implement a new government, the timing is right and the people are right, and one is indispensable. Otherwise it is highly likely that the court will be thrown into turmoil." The youngest daughter emperor thought deeply and responded, "I know." There was a pause. "I promised you that without your promise, I would never have a change of heart. I just want to know how to deal with the current situation if you were Emperor Zhou." After saying that, a pair of good-looking eyes gazed at Fang Xiu with a burning gaze that carried a sense of hope. Fang Xiu's face was thoughtful, and after a long time, he leisurely said, "The only way is to break the boat." Broken? The little female emperor was slightly stunned, a thoughtful look on her face as she pursued the question. "Is it to use the Huban army?" Fang monasticism. The Huban army is the royal forbidden army. All the commanders and pawns are fed by the royal family's internal funds, and the word loyalty has been engraved into their bone marrow, so they will not rebel easily. A trance-like color passed through the little female emperor's eyes as she muttered, "But then, wouldn't it be a complete break with the Shirshu?" Fang Xiu looked at the little empress with a breezy look. "So what? The little female emperor had a complicated gaze and spoke her true inner thoughts. There will be many enemies. Fang Xiu looked at her and said, if you do not have the courage to be their enemy, why do you presume to change the law? The little empress fell into silence when she heard this. Fang Xiu looked at her, and a sharp, refined light erupted from his eyes. The tone of his voice carried an eerie chill. Throughout history, when foreign enemies invade, they will kneel like dogs and wag their tails. What? They are afraid of the sword of a foreign enemy, not afraid of human sword? The words fell. A dead silence fell over the hall of nourishment. Wu Mingkong stared blankly at the handsome face in front of him, the words just now echoing in his ears, his eyes streaming with light. Next, she suddenly spread her face and smiled like a flower, and said gently and firmly, if my great Qian also have that day, even if the front is 10,000 deep abyss, I also accompany you to go together. Speaking, though she was smiling, her eyes were incredibly serious, as if she were pronouncing some important oath. As Fang Xiu looked into her eyes, a string in his heart was once again touched, and he raised his eyebrows and teased, congratulations, Your Majesty, for having learned the essence of controlling your emotions. I also have to admit that I like Your Majesty a lot now. Ugh, who wants you to like it? Redness appeared on the little female emperor's fair face, spitting and saying without a good breath. Immediately afterward, he saw Fang Xiu open his arms and said, come over and let me give you a hug. With a red face, the little female emperor spat and scolded, sex maniac. All day long a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Fang Xiu laughed, didn't flirt anymore, and returned to the topic. In fact, Your Majesty does not have to worry much, as long as Your Majesty is not as eager as Emperor Zhou, and the time is not yet ripe to rush the duck onto the shelf and force a change in the law. Our de Qian will not have such a day. When the little female emperor heard this, she hesitated for a moment and voiced the doubts in her heart. But, if they don't change the law, they can't be expected to be kind enough on their own to spit out the annexed land. Fang Xiu Dao, getting them to do this willingly is naturally impossible, but getting them to be compelled to only do this without causing turmoil is not much of a challenge. The youngest daughter emperor looked toward Fang Xiu and asked curiously, can Minister Fang tell us more specifically? Fang Xiu Dao, it's very simple. If the strength is strong enough, they can't rise up to resist. The little female emperor's face was thoughtful, and after a moment, she pouted and muttered, saying it is the same as not saying it. Fang Xiu was non-committal. The little female emperor raised her eyes to look at him and waved her hand. I'm done asking what I want to ask, so you can go back. Fang Xiu. The little female emperor looked at him, raised her eyebrows, and said without any good humor, it's almost dark. If you don't leave, do you want to stay for the night? Xiao Mingkong ah, you seem to be a bit off lately. Fang Xiu looked at the little empress and raised his eyebrows, pointing out her caution. Is Your Majesty saying this on purpose to give me the illusion that staying at the dragon's couch is just around the corner? Emotional value plus 5,000. That little thought was so starkly illuminated. Wu Mingkong's stunning face was instantly dyed red, as if it could drip blood, and her slender catkin, pointing at Fang Xiu, was irritated and her voice trembled. What are you babbling about? I can't understand you. It's just inexplicable. Get the hell out of here. I don't want to see you for a moment. When Fang Xiu saw her blush like this, the corner of his mouth hooked up to the curved moon, a faint smile on his face, and he thought to himself, has the little empress gotten the hang of things lately? She's starting to think about pinning down this prime minister, both inside and outside of her words. It's just a pity that a little white rabbit that has just become refined can't compare to a 10,000-year-old fox. You've got a lot to learn along the way. Fang Xiu let out this exclamation in his heart. Wu Mingkong was shamed by Fang Xiu's burning gaze and bit her red lips, wanting to say something but feeling that she couldn't say anything to him and would be even more angry then. So, don't turn your little head and force yourself not to look at him with a puffed up look. Seeing this, Fang Xiu couldn't help but let out a light laugh, saluted, and opened his mouth. I'll take my leave. Hearing voices, Wu Mingkong turned his head and glanced at him, then averted his head again as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Fang Xiu suddenly thought of something, raised his eyebrows, shifted his sight downwards, and opened his mouth. By the way, Your Majesty, aren't you forgetting something? Bewilderment passed through the little empress's eyes, and after careful thought, she asked rhetorically, forgot what? Fang Xiu Dao, my minister's black silk, which is still on Your Majesty's lap, please return it to me. The little female emperor was first stunned, then her eyes widened and she breathed heavily as she snapped, you're going to take back the intimate apparel I've worn. You're a pervert. Fang Xiu shrugged his shoulders, unimpressed. I've admitted it before. I am. Emotional value plus 2,000. The little female emperor was red in the face and ears, angry enough to slap the table and gnash her teeth. Get the hell out of here. Fang Xiu opened his mouth and wanted to say something else. However, she saw the little empress's eyes gradually cover with a layer of watery mist. That is the intimate clothing that I have worn. How can you be so light on me? Even if you are powerful and don't put me in your eyes. You shouldn't be like this. I'm not a woman of the wind. Not something you can bully. At will. When Fang Xiu saw her look of watering eyes, he somewhat regretted it. Women in this era place the highest value on fame and honor. To ask a young girl, who has not yet left the house, for her intimate clothing is indeed an unacceptable slight. What's more, this young girl was also the 9 to 5, the high and mighty emperor. You have to admit when you're wrong. Take a beating and stand up straight. To be fair, given how the little empress had been behaving all this time, it was indeed a bit inappropriate to treat her like that. Think about it. Fang Xiu looked at the little female emperor in front of him and said in a gentle voice, "It is I who have been ill-considered and have spoken lightly. If your majesty is grieved, chastise me, I have no complaint." This statement was made. The little female emperor subconsciously raised her eyes to look at Fang Xiu, and a touch of a strange color passed through her eyes. An image inexplicably came to mind. She held a long whip full of spikes in her hand and swung it gently. Fang Xiu prostrated himself in front of her, trembling, yelled in a voice filled with fear, "Father Jun, spare your life." Such an image had once appeared a few months ago, and I never thought that it would be possible to realize it today. Think about it. The little empress looked at Fang Xiu. A touch of excitement appeared in her eyes, and she could barely hold back her inner impulse to ask Lin Wanner to go and seek the whip. Good on. The shame within eventually overcame the impulse. She grunted and put her little head to the side in a haughty manner. "I'm too lazy to bother with you." Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow and said, "Your Majesty has thought it over. The opportunity is only this time. After leaving the Palace of Nurturing Heart, it will be too late for your Majesty to chastise me." Hear that? The little female emperor's expression became a bit odd as she turned her head, looked Fang Xiu up and down, and hesitantly said, "Why do I think you're still looking forward to it? Is it hard to believe that you want me to beat you?" Fang Xiu, seeing that he didn't say anything, the little female emperor said, "I've known for a long time that you're not right, but I didn't expect it. But you're really a pervert." Fang Xiu, seeing him look defeated, the little empress raised her eyebrows, leaving behind the original bit of unhappiness, slightly excited, chattering, "No more talking. Weak-hearted. Sure is a pervert. Dodgy is so pathetic. Following a pervert." Fang Xiu, he took a deep breath to calm his emotions and said slowly, "If your Majesty says it again, I will really have to offend you from below and spank you today." "Bah! How dare you!" The little female emperor's face showed annoyance and spat, but she didn't dare to continue, fearing that Fang Xiu would really do so. Seeing this, Fang Xiu didn't get any more aggressive. In the past, he was the one who molested the little female emperor, and today it was a rare occasion to let the little female emperor molest him once, as an apology for the previous slight. "It's going to be dark, and there are 2 beauties waiting for me at my residence, so I'll leave first." After saying that, he saluted and without stopping, turned to leave. Hear that? The little female emperor couldn't help but have Dodgy and Yang Yuan's absolutely beautiful faces appear in her mind. Immediately after that, there was the image of Fang Xiu embracing left and right, with a willow eyebrow raised and an annoyed face. He slammed the table and cursed, "Damned traitors! Emotional value plus 5,000. Cursed the traitors several times in a row. The little empress again seemed to have thought of something and looked at Lin Wanner, who was holding back her laughter behind her, and said in a nonchalant manner, "In the books you read, did they ever tell you that the more someone is beaten and scolded, the more excited and pleasurable they feel?" Hearing this question, Lin Wanner was slightly stunned, her eyes blank. Are there still people like that in the world? Why does that sound kind of sick? Wait, your Majesty can't be talking about Feng Xiang, right? Then again, why does your Majesty pay attention to these oddities? In this instant, Lin Wanner thought a lot and her expression was slightly complicated. Seeing this, the little female emperor said without any good humor, "Yes means yes, no means no. Is it hard to answer?" Seeing that the little empress was a bit annoyed, Lin Wanner busily replied, "No, humph, wouldn't it have been better to have said so?" The little female emperor turned her head, her face thoughtful, and after a moment commanded, "Let Shang Gong come and see me. I have something to ask her." When Lin Wanner heard this, she subconsciously glanced at the little empresses, her expression becoming a bit odd, but she still answered, "Yes, your Majesty." The other side, Fang Xiu walked out of the Hall of Nurturing Heart and left the imperial city. "I've just passed through the Xuanda Gate, and I haven't even gone a few steps yet. Just see the old acacia tree in the middle of the Mandarin office and the household office. Just dispersed Duty Minister Du Chainan, Minister of the Ministry of Mandarins, Minister of Households Qin Xingyan stood there, whispering, do not know what to say. These 2 old men, loose value does not hurry back to the house. What is there to talk about?" Fang Xiu looked at the 2 of them, his eyes showing curiosity. and after some thought, he came up. The line of sight draws closer. Under the old locust tree, Duchanan seemed to have thought of something pleasant, his pale face slightly flushed, quite excitedly. Old Qin, just do as I say, and you'll never make a mistake. With a sad face, Qin Xingyan raised his eyes to look at Duchanan, sighed languidly, and said, I always feel that your methods are not very reliable. Duchanan raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, but Olmi has 21 sons and 97 grandchildren. Each one was watched by old husband as he grew up, and each one was also educated by old husband himself. How to teach disobedient heirs? Is old husband not clearer than you? Qin Xingyan looked askance at Duchanan and said without any good humor, and you beat all your 21 sons as hard as you can, until they faint? Seeing the look in his eyes, Duchanan's expression was slightly proud as he said, the old man's heirs are obedient, unlike your 2 sons. Speaking of which, seemingly thinking of something, he raised his voice and shared his parenting experience to Qin Xingyan. Know why they obey? It's one word, fight. If you don't beat him, he'll be more obedient. The more you beat him, the more he'll remember your goodness. A filial son comes out from under the stick. If you don't beat him, where is the filial piety? All 21 of Lao Fu's sons were beaten out of their childhood by Lao Fu, stick by stick. When I was young, I was still in the Ministry of Rites, and my days were more leisurely than now, and I did only one thing every day besides reading, beat the children. The old man fights in the morning as well, at noon as well, in the evening as well, and at night as well. Fight even if you're happy. Fight even if you're not. When you meet a happy event, you must fight. When you meet injustice, you must also fight. He beats him even when he obeys, and he beats him even when he doesn't. 3 little hits a day. 3 days a big fight. It took more than 10 years of such persistence to make a couple of sons into Jinshi. If I hadn't broken a few sticks, with their elm brains, would they have been able to pass the entrance examination? Joke. It's good enough to get a juror. So it is. Old Qin, don't be distressed. What is the child born for? It's for fighting. This is an impassioned and lofty statement. Qin Xingyan was dumbfounded by what he heard. He looked at Duchanan in front of him, his eyes wide open, his mouth slightly open, unable to speak for a long time. It took a while before Fong said in a skeptical tone, and they don't hate you? Duchanan said with a proud face, hate me? Why should you hate me? I feed them, clothe them, educate them, and send them to the imperial examinations. If it weren't for their dad, would they have such a bright future today? Hear that? Qin Xingyan fell into a long silence. I don't know how much time has passed. He suddenly raised his eyes to look at Duchanan and opened his mouth. You tell everyone you have 21 sons and 97 grandchildren. How many of these heirs remain in your house? Duchanan was slightly stunned and spoke, when a child is older, he should have started a family. Isn't it human nature to not live with the old man? Qin Xingyan was non-committal, and after a long silence, he asked again, and do they visit you on weekdays? Duchanan was stunned again, seemed to have thought of something, his eyes showed a touch of trance, did not speak. When Qin Xingyan saw this, he already had an answer in his heart. A lot of stick can really do the trick. It is also true that many of Duchanan's 29 sons were successful in the examination for Jinshi. But so what? The bond between father and son wore away in a clubbing session. At the end of the day, the child has the ability to break away from the original family and leave without looking back. This kind of hopefulness was not what Qin Xingyan wanted. He would rather have mediocre children than be strangers to them. It seemed to have seen Qin Xingyan's thoughts. Duchanan's eyes regained their original firmness as he gritted his teeth and said, the child is young. How to understand the hardships of life? Beaten more. The heart has a grudge is human nature. When they grow up and reach Lao Fu's age, they will understand that everything Lao Fu did was for them. Relying on the mountain falls, relying on the water flows. Even if their old man is the Ministry of Mandarin's heavenly officials, they do not have a merit. No one can help them. If it were not for their old man, how could they have lived the comfortable life they have today? When Qin Xingyan heard this, he didn't know how to retort for a moment. After thinking about it, he asked, how old is your family's eldest son? Duchanan pondered for a moment and said, I can't remember. I should be past the age of no return. Qin Xingyan asked, not confused, or a child. Duchanan was speechless, and a touch of annoyance passed between his brows as he said nonchalantly, if you don't believe what the old man says, just let your Erlang be bored in the mansion and leave him alone. No matter, always won't offend. Anyway, you are the minister of household, in charge of money and food, and only 2 sons. To provide for them, more than enough. Why ask for trouble? Qin Xingyan naturally could hear the words with annoyance, and thought, casually chatting a few sentences, why still anxious eyes? The mind thinks this, but doesn't say it out loud. Smiling twice, he asked the question in his mind. Then again, You're a Mandarin heavenly official who has to be an examiner for the imperial examinations every few years, so you can obviously. Said this, ended abruptly. Probe looked around. See no one attention, only then lowered his voice. Continued. Why are you being so hard on your family's children when you could be helping them as much as you're helping Young Shin? When Du Chainan heard this question, he subconsciously shrunk his neck. Because I didn't even care about your family's Yongshin in the first place. He thought so in his heart, but on his mouth he never dared to say so, and only laughed. As the old man expects his children to become dragons, he naturally wants them to be on their own and learn more skills. When Qin Xingyan heard this, he sighed and leisurely said, "You are looking at the long term. I don't think so much. As long as Yongxin and Shoyan can win a jurin and mix a position, when I am old, they can still be self-sufficient. I will be satisfied, whether I can learn real skills or not. But I don't care." Qin Xingyan has 2 sons in total. The eldest son Qin Yongxin, followed Hari disaster relief, received a few knives, stay in Xinzhou recuperation, counting the days should also return to the capital. The second son Qin Shoyang, 6 years younger than Qin Yongxin, just 25 this year. By all rights, at this age, you should have already participated in the imperial examinations. But Qin Shoyang has also been bored in the mansion, and does not read or do homework, all day long. A few years ago, when Qin Xingyin said a few words about him, he was still able to persuade him to go to the state prison to follow the husband to do some homework. This year, but it is a complete and utter degradation. Said nothing to go to the state prison, just stay in the house. There are times when sitting in the yard, staring at a rock, all day long. I woke up the next day and continued reading. Qin Xingyan see in the eyes is anxious in the heart. There is really no way. Only to think of looking for Du Chainan to ask for advice. He hesitated, looked at Du Chainan, and asked, other than beating them to death, do you have any other method to make Shou Yang return to the state prison to study? Du Chainan thought for a moment and said, it's just 4 words, coercion, coercion. You can't be ruthless and can't afford to give up, so it's just coercion. After a pause, he asked, your Erlang, do you have a favorite? Qin Xingyan frowned, thought for a moment, and replied, likes today's. The corners of Du Chainan's mouth twitched a bit, restraining the urge to curse, and said, what about besides gawking? Qin Xingyan frowned again, falling into deep thought. It was a while before he shook his head and said, nope. Du Chainan was slightly stunned and asked, how old is your family's Erlang? Qin Xing said, 25 years, 7 months, and 19 days. Is it necessary to remember so well? The corner of Du Chainan's mouth twitched again, saying, at this age, it's reasonable to say that he should have started a family long ago. He doesn't want to start a family or a business. Could he be suffering from some kind of stimulation? Like when a girl you like runs off with a neighbor, or when you have a baby and find out it's not your own. Qin Xingyan interrupted without a word of humor. Didn't even take a concubine. Give birth to a child my ass. Du Chainan slapped his head and said, right. Forgot about this. You don't have any grandchildren. When Qin Xingyan heard this, black lines crawled on his forehead and he was tempted to say, you're a heavenly official of the Ministry of Mandarins, but your heart is so small? Thought about it, but didn't say anything. Who let people help Yongxin get a second-grade entry exam in the first place? Let him take some of the lip service. Just take some. Seeing that Qin Xingyan didn't retort, Du Chainan felt bored and didn't bother with more words on this issue and continued. In any case, a 25-year-old man should always like beautiful women, even if he doesn't like gold, silver and jewelry. If you really can't, you find a few flower queens and give them to your family's Erlang, so that they can urge your family's Erlang to study and work hard. Speaking of which, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up, his eyebrows rising in interest. The old man has another idea. Do you want to hear it? Qin Xingyan said. Speak. Du Chainan's eyes glowed as he narrated. You can find a stunning flower girl and arrange a chance encounter for your Erlang. When their feelings warm up, you will send that flower girl into the greenhouse, and instruct the pimp that if your Erlang wants to ransom that flower girl, he must ask for a higher price. 10,000 taels of silver. 20,000 taels of silver will be fine. Your second son must be anxious to see his beloved fall into the dust, thinking of buying her out earlier, but he doesn't have so much silver on him, so much so, that you will surely be asked for help. At that time, you can make a request. Silver can be borrowed from him, but within 3 years must be successful in the examination. If not, then the flower girl back to the greenhouse. In this way, he must work hard and study hard for the sake of his beloved. You don't have to mourn all day anymore. Speaking of which, Du Chainan couldn't help but feel a burst of pride, thinking to himself that he was worthy of being a heavenly official of the Ministry of Mandarins, and that he could come up with such a brilliant idea at the drop of a hat. Qin Xingyan heard this, but sighed quietly and said, I've tried all of what you said, and it didn't help a bit. I still remember now, when I spent 3,000 taels of silver to ransom the flower girl with the best posture in Luonan Prefecture and sent her to his house. What happened? The whole night, froze and did nothing, just staring at people like that, saying that there is a way in their body. That flower girl didn't understand what the Tao was, and thought there was something unclean in her body, so she was so frightened that she knelt down in front of me and begged me not to lock her up in the same room with Shou Yang again. Speaking of which, Qin Xingyan said with a sad face, I was thinking in my heart, it's nothing to endure one night, you can't endure every night, so I didn't promise that flower girl and let her stay in Shou Yang's house as usual. It's just a pity that it was like that for the next few days, and I really couldn't do anything about him, or I could have come to you. When Du Chainan heard this, his pale face revealed a thoughtful expression. After a while, he finally couldn't hold back and opened his mouth to ask, so, how did that flower girl end up? Qin Xingyan sighed, leisurely said, originally thought of redemption are redeemed. Might as well leave it to Yangxin, but the result is that Yangxin said something, take advantage of people's danger, not a gentleman, had to release that flower girl, loser, and didn't think about it, it was his father who spent 3,000 taels of silver to redeem it. 3,000 taels of silver. It's enough to buy many mansions in Chang'an City. Du Chainan asked curiously with a gossipy face. So in the end? Qin Xingyan turned his head to look at him, his expression becoming a bit odd as he said, are you trying to ask if that flower girl ended up in my room? Du Chainan grunted, with a righteous look, and said with a straight face, the old man is not as vulgar as you think. Qin Xingyan glanced at him, not bothering with him, and continued, Yangxin insisted on releasing people, and I, as a father, can't disobey him. Being a father, disobedience. The corners of Du Chainan's mouth twitched a bit, forcibly resisting the urge to educate Qin Xingyan, and continued to listen sideways. There was no choice but to release the flower girl in front of him. Du Chainan was a bit surprised. 3,000 taels of silver just let go? That's not like something you would do. Qin Xingyan said, naturally not. I later sent people to bring her back, but that flower girl was reasonable and didn't say anything, only saying that she wanted to return to Luonan Mansion. I thought that there was no point in keeping her in the house, and when things got out, it would rather cause offense, so I sent her back to Luonan House and sold her for 2,000 taels of silver. Tossing and tossing, nothing has been accomplished, and 1,000 taels have been folded for nothing. Hey, speaking of which, he looked to Du Chainan, who was listening intently, and barked, this matter, apart from the people of my Qin mansion, has only been told to you, and if I hear anyone outside chatting about it, then it must be you who spread the word. When the time comes, I'll fight you to the death. Lord Prime Minister won't be able to stop me. Du Chainan looked righteous again and said with a straight face, I am a heavenly official of the Ministry of Mandarins. Would I do such a long-winded thing? You have underestimated me too much. Qin Xingyan glanced at him and said nonchalantly, I hope so. Du Chainan ignored him and simply said, you continue. Qin Xingyan said, there's nothing more to tell. The end result is this. After tossing and turning, nothing has been accomplished. Du Chainan was a little less convinced. Is there really someone in the world who is not interested in anything but gawking? Hey! Qin Xingyan sighed leisurely and didn't say anything. When Du Chainan saw that his brows were full of sorrow, he believed a few points in his heart, and the corner of his mouth twitched as he sighed. Your family's Erlang is really maverick. At this, there was a pause, and his tone was sure again. When dealing with a kid like that, the old man still has the same original advice. Fight. It's normal when you play a lot. Of course, I know you can't spare it, so give me the stick and I'll fight for you. The corner of Qin Xingyan's mouth twitched as he opened his mouth to say something. Before he could open his mouth, he heard a magnetic voice from not far away. Fight what? When Qin Xingyan and Du Chainan heard the voice, they turned their heads to look in unison and saluted. Fang Xiang. Fang Xiu walked up to the two of them and asked curiously, again with the sticks and beating them to death, what are you guys talking about? Du Chainan smiled sarcastically and explained, the Erlang of the Qin Shangshu family spends his days bored in the mansion, gawking at tables, chairs and benches, flowers, birds, fish and insects, and deserting his schoolwork. The next officer is giving him ideas on how to get his family's second son to reform and return to the state prison. Qin Xingyan nodded and agreed. That's it. Gawking at tables, chairs and benches? Rather a talent. Fang Xiu spat in his heart and thought. Family has a difficult to read the scripture. Qin Xingyan, noble minister of the household, ranked among the princes, but cannot control their own children. It is really not easy. Somehow, when he thought of this, Fang Xiu's mind suddenly conjured up the figure of the little female emperor, thinking about how she had begun to try to break free of her control again in recent days. and even had thoughts of wanting to turn the tables and take him down. A long, languid sigh of exclamation. Children are old enough to always have their own ideas. What can an elder do? Hey, after all, it's too spoiled to give up scolding. When Qin Xingyan heard this, his eyes lit up and he subconsciously looked at Feng Xiu, feeling an incomparable sense of empathy. At this moment, he, a father in his 50s, actually empathized with Feng Xiang, who had yet to marry and have children. What Mr. Feng said is very true. Hey, in fact, the official's 2 sons, the big one is okay, although sometimes too upright, but always quite obedient. Reading is also hard work. It is this little one, since childhood is deviant, cannot be quiet to study. I thought he would pull up grown up, test a man, even if the heart is satisfied, but I didn't realize that he didn't even want to participate in the imperial examinations. Speaking of which, Qin Xingyan's slightly vicissitude face was full of sorrow, and his eyes gradually covered with a layer of water mist as he continued. I'm not afraid of Feng Xiang's jokes when I say it. I'm an old man. I had my first son when I was 20 years old, and only after another 6 years did I have my second son. After that, they tried harder, but only had a couple of daughters. How could I not know that spoiling is not desirable? But De Lang and Erlang are the meat of my heart. Growing up, I was just holding it in my hand for fear of dropping it, and holding it in my mouth for fear of melting it. Just now, Mr. Du Shangshu told my humble servant that for disobedient children, you must beat them to death, beat them until they faint. The next official do not say hit. As long as the thought of that stick in the son's body, I feel the heartache beyond measure. Convulsive general pain. My humble servant is really, can't bear to part with it. Speaking of which, Qin Xingyan was so overwhelmed with emotion that he actually cried out. Old tears. Feng Xiu looked at him, a bit speechless, and in his heart, he cursed without any good humor. 20 years old and you still call it an old man's son? What kind of bullshit are you talking? You dog. The mind thinks this but doesn't say it out loud. Just reassuringly. Old Qin, relax. Do not think so much. Throughout the ages, there is no perfect thing. Your son does not obey. Grandson must obey. This is the law. The words fell. On the side, Du Chenan's expression became a bit odd, and his face turned red, as if he was stifling laughter. Sure enough, when the old and tearful Qin Xingyan heard this, he was first stunned, and then he cried even more miserably. My humble servant. No grandchildren. Now, Feng Xiu really didn't know what to say. Looking at Qin Xingyan who couldn't stop crying, Feng Xiu also felt some sympathy, and after thinking about it, he casually exchanged a few books of chicken soup from the system and handed them over, saying, Old Qin, don't cry. These days always have to look forward. This Prime Minister has a few books here. You take them back. Read them well. And I can't help but say that this knot in my heart will open up, and I don't want to think about it so much. Hearing this, Qin Xingyan stopped crying and took the books from Feng Xiu's hand, giving them a cursory scan. Who hasn't been hurt? Who hasn't been lost? Good girl. Touch your head. Life can begin again. The Great Learning. What a mess this is all about. It's also just a copy of The Great Question that looks a little more decent. When Qin Xingyan saw the title of the book, he couldn't help but spit out a few words in his heart, and immediately afterward, he wanted to cry even more. But, in front of Feng Xiu's face, he finally restrained his inner emotions, sniffled a bit, and said, Prime Minister Feng cares so much about my official. My official can't thank him enough. There's really no way to repay him. Before he could finish his words, he saw Feng Xiu waved his hand and said, Don't talk too much nonsense. I'll tell you another piece of good news. The Qinzhou side of the matter is almost done. Hai Rui and his party have already departed, walking around, traveling the mountains and playing in the water. At most 7 days will be able to return to the capital. Yongxin body injury, or also almost the same, that a few knives only cut in the epidermis, did not hurt the inside. Listen to Hai Rui said, recuperated for a month, and even the scars have disappeared. You can rest assured. These words finally added some color to Qin Xingyan's gray heart, making him regain his spirit. Turning to Feng Xiu, he made a bow and said heartily, My humble thanks to Minister Feng for taking care of my canine son. Feng Xiu waved his hand and said, Don't thank this Prime Minister, although this Prime Minister has ordered a few words, but in the end, he is not around. All the way is Hai Rui to take care of him. If you really want to thank, then treat him to a meal. No need to have any delicacies of the sea, just have meat. He is a person. Hey, said this, seems to have thought of something, sighed, did not continue to rave. Qin Xingyan nodded heavily and said, My humble servant remembers. Well, it's getting dark, so if you have anything to say, we'll talk tomorrow, so go back to your homes. Feng Xiu waved his hand and turned around to leave the 6th Ministry Yamen. Qin Xingyan and Du Chainan looked at his back and both saluted. Greetings, Minister Feng. Wait for Feng Xiu to walk away. The two men got up and looked at each other, neither saying a word. It was Du Chainan who finally broke the silence. So old Qin, do you want me to help? Qin Xingyan cast a sidelong glance at him. Finally unable to hold back, he said without a good mood. Tell me the truth. Are you trying to use this as an excuse to beat up my kid? Du Chainan grunted with an angry expression on his face. What do you call that? Good intentions taken as a donkey's liver and lungs. On weekdays, if you ask me to fight, I'm still too lazy to do so. If it weren't for your pity, who would want to meddle in this nonsense? Saying that, he didn't bother to talk to him anymore, flung his sleeves and turned to leave. As I walked, I suddenly saw a branch on the side of the road, flat and straight, looking very smooth. After hesitating for a moment, he finally couldn't hold back and walked up and picked it up, clutching it in his hand, thinking, go back to your house and beat your grandchildren. The other side. With something on his mind, Qin Xingyan returned to the Qin mansion. As soon as he entered, the steward greeted him and called out, "You're back, master." Aha! Qin Xingyan nodded and handed him a few books in his hand, saying, "These are the books gifted by Feng Xiang. You will go to the study later to find a good position. Be conspicuous, and place them on the top." After a pause, he added, "Hold it carefully, don't drop it and touch it." The steward thought to himself, a few books, so what if he fell and touched them? Though he thought so, he took it carefully and responded, "I understand." Clutching the book, he was about to turn away. Qin Xingyan called out to him again. Later, the steward turned his head to look at Qin Xingyan and asked, "What else does the master command?" Qin Xingyan thought for a moment and said, "Find a piece of good white paper, ask a calligraphy expert to write on it." Feng Xiang gifted the book, and stick it on the top of the bookshelf. The corners of the steward's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything and saluted. "I understand." Qin Xingyan waved his hand. "Go on." "Yes, master." The steward was about to turn away. Qin Xingyan suddenly thought of something else and called out to him again. Later, the steward mixed his front foot with his back foot and almost didn't fall out, forcing himself to hold back the depression in his heart and said, "Master, please command." Qin Xingyan looked at him and asked, "What is Erlang doing?" The steward said, "Just now he was gawking at the stone, but now he doesn't know." Qin Xingyan sighed inwardly, nodded and waved his hand. "Got it, go down." This time, the steward, however, did not move and remained in place for 3 or 4 breaths. Only when he was sure that Qin Xingyan would not call out to him again did he salute and turn to leave. Qin Xingyan looked at his back and let out another sigh as he took a step and walked into his second son's courtyard. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Qin Zhengyang, who was wearing a gray tunic, squatting on the ground, staring at a stone. The eyes looked as if they were demented and in a trance. Honestly, Qin Xingyan had only ever seen this kind of look from beggars on the side of the road who suffered from disorientation. But he could be sure that his son had no such disease. And so, an unavoidable ball of anger rose in his heart. "This is your own son. This is your own son. You can't fight. You can't fight." Qin Xingyan took a deep breath, forcibly resisted the thought of copying the stick, walked forward, and asked, "Shou Yang is in enlightenment again?" Qin Shoyan's gaze was dull, looking at the stone as if he hadn't heard it and didn't reply. Qin Xingyan took another deep breath, raised his voice, and repeated, "Jiro is in enlightenment again?" This time, Qin Shoyan finally heard it clearly, raised his eyes to Qin Xingyan, and called out, "Dad! Hear that, Dad!" Qin Xingyan's heart instantly softened, and the strict words that he had originally held in his heart and drafted in his belly could not be spoken no matter what. 1,000 words turned into a sigh. "You can eat today," Qin Shoyan said. "Not yet," staring at the rocks, "so much so that you don't even eat." Qin Xingyan's heart grew colder and colder, his nose twitched, his brow wrinkled slightly, and he asked again, "Is there something in this courtyard of yours? Why does it smell a bit stinky?" Qin Shoyan thought for a moment and replied, "It should be his son's clothes." Qin Xingyan was first stunned, then his eyes widened as he asked, "How long has it been since you've had this long gray shirt laundered?" Qin Shoyan said, "More than half a month? My son can't remember." Got that answer. Qin Xingyan only felt his mind spinning and went into a bit of a trance as he asked again, "How long has it been since you bathed?" Qin Shoyan said, "It should have been a month." This time, Qin Xingyan only felt that his mind was blank, and he couldn't help but fall into a trance, muttering, "Obsessed, truly obsessed. What can I do for my father?" said the man, unable to hold back the tears. "Shoyang, father won't force you to study anymore, and won't force you to go to the state scholarship. You can take the imperial examination if you want to, and you can't if you don't want to. Don't be like that, okay? Dad's afraid." Qin Shouyang raised his eyes to look at him and leisurely said, "The sun is in enlightenment." Qin Xingyan stretched out his hand, pointed at him, and said in a trembling voice, "What kind of enlightenment is it to stare at a stone for 7 days without reading or bathing?" Qin Shouyang slowly spat out 4 words. Gratitude. The words fell. Qin Xingyan was stunned. As a serious second grade in the first grade, the hall of the Ministry of Household, the Gerber, he naturally knows. From a canonical text of the late sages, Ji is in the formation of things, and the formation of things leads to knowledge. The sages do not explain this statement in detail. The vast majority of people in the later generations believe that the so-called to realize knowledge through materialism means that one must first come into contact with all things in the world in order to realize the truth therein. But, what does the grimoire have to do with the stone? Qin Xingyan looked at his son and opened his mouth to ask, "What does this have to do with the gratitude?" Qin Shouyang said, "The great Confucian said, all things must be the surface of the essence of the course. A grass and a tree, all contain the most rational. My son thought that since a blade of grass, a tree, contains the supreme truth, it must be able to be grasped out through the grasping of things." Qin Xingyan was stunned again and asked, "Which great scholar said this? Why hasn't my father heard it before?" Qin Shouyang said, "Priest of the State Scholarship Academy, Chang Zhengdao Chang Deru." Anger flowed from Qin Xingyan's eyes as he slapped his thigh and cursed, "So it's this dog." Although Qin Xingyan was not familiar with this Chang Zhengdao, but hear his name often, because this dog often writes articles to ridicule him both explicitly and implicitly. Didn't invite him, didn't mess with him, got scolded somehow. Qin Xingyan was upset in his heart, but thinking that this guy is the state scholarship priest, disciples and officials all over the great Qian, and finally endured. Getting a few snide remarks is nothing as long as you're not impeached. But he didn't realize that his concession had been rewarded with the other party's intensified bullying, and put the idea in his son's head. Never endure. Find a chance to beat him up. See if he dares to talk nonsense in the future. Qin Xingyan said indignantly. Qin Shouyang. Qin Xingyan glanced at him and sighed when he saw that he looked as normal. "Son, you're calling for coaxing. What a grass and a tree. All contain the most profound truth. If that's true, why doesn't he himself grasping things?" Qin Shouyang said. "The grimoire is my son's own idea and has nothing to do with Priest Chang." Qin Xingyan looked at him with a face of hatred and exasperation. "To tell you the truth, that surnamed Chang, holding himself the identity of the state scholarship priest, to your father, this country of traitors, Fong party hawks and dogs, always disdain. Teaching you these inexplicable things is to use you to disgust dad. You can't fall for his schemes." Qin Shouyang still said, "Gratitude is a truth left behind by the late sages, and Priest Chang has only inspired his son." Qin Xingyan sighed inwardly when he heard this. Not to continue to dwell on this issue, he turned to ask, "Then you grasped the whole 7 days. Can you ever grasp any reason?" Qin Shouyang's eyes showed his loss and sighed. "My son is foolish and only grasped many problems." Qin Xingyan was a bit surprised. A rock? What could possibly be wrong with it? Qin Shouyang raised his eyes to Qin Xingyan and said with a serious face, "For example, where did the stone originally come from? Where does it end up? How is it different, essentially, from other stones? Why is this stone hard and the others fragile? Why is it that when a stone is broken, it cannot be put back together? Why is it that when a stone is thrown into the air, it lands on the ground instead of continuing upward? Why does the stone take on this color? Why?" Qin Shouyang actually asked dozens of questions in one breath. Listening to Qin Xingyan, he was dumbfounded for a while. He didn't expect it in any way. A small piece of stone could be graded out so much by Qin Shouyang, in favor of so many questions, none of which he could answer. Could he really be grunting? At this moment, Qin Xingyan fell into deep contemplation for a while before asking, "To be clearer, what do these questions, what do they have to do with the Gestalt?" Qin Shouyang said, "In my son's opinion, the so-called study of things to achieve knowledge means to study the principles of things in order to realize the truth. In other words, you have to identify the problem in order to solve it and understand the reasoning." There was a pause, and then continued, "Father, truth be told, my son, in these 6 months, graded bamboo, the sun and the moon, the stars, tables and chairs, benches and stones. For the rest of my life, my son wants to do everything he can to frame everything under the sun. When my son gets older, I can't say I'll be able to write a book about what I've learned from Gerber. The name of the book, which my son has already thought of, is Physics, meaning, the reason for everything under the sun." For a moment, Qin Xingyan was actually speechless. And so, his ears couldn't help but ring with what Du Chainan said. For such children, it is still necessary to beat them, and after beating them a lot, they will become normal, no longer think about those nonsense things, and only focus their minds on the science exams. When it comes down to it, it's no use talking, you have to fight. Qin Xingyan's vicissitudes of life revealed a look of determination as he clenched his teeth and made up his mind. Picking up a wooden stick from the ground, he aimed it at his son. Sternly, "No grunts allowed. Re-gramming, Dad will beat you up." When Qin Shuyang heard this, he suddenly stopped talking. A pair of eyes looked at Qin Xingyan, slightly dumbfounded, exactly the same as when he had grunted the stone just now. Qin Xingyan's heart thumped, his mouth quivered, and he asked, "What are you doing again?" With a serious face, Qin Shuyang said with a straight face, "There is the Tao in father's body, and my son is realizing the Tao." The moment, Qin Xingyan actually felt creeped out, and instantly understood how that flower girl felt. "It sure is scary." He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "Don't think that father doesn't dare to beat you. If you grub again, father will beat you so much that your father won't even recognize you." Qin Shuyang didn't say anything, still looking dumbfounded as he looked at Qin Xingyan. Seeing this, Qin Xingyan finally couldn't bear it anymore and took the wooden stick in his hand and raised it high, about to smash it down. It came to a stop at the last moment. After all, it's too old to give up. Qin Xingyan looked at him and a heart went cold. Tearful eyes, pleading, "Shuyang, father begs you, listen to father, don't grub, do more homework, and take the imperial examinations the following year." Qin Shuyang remained silent, and so, Qin Xingyan fell into old tears. "Shuyang, see this scene." Qin Shuyang finally stopped being as dumbfounded as before. Clarity returned to his eyes. He sighed languidly and said, "If my son is successful, father can no longer stop my son from grasping things." When Qin Xingyan heard this, he was first stunned, then his pale face revealed a look of excitement. His voice trembled with excitement. "Father promises you, as long as you are successful in the examination, do whatever you want to do with the objects, father will never intervene." Qin Shuyang pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, "Then my son will be successful in the coming year." Qin Xingyan heard this, although very happy, but still opened his mouth and said, "Son, the successful candidate cannot be as easy as you think. Cold windows and study hard for 10 years, only then will be the entrance." Qin Shuyang was non-committal and simply said, "My son wants to read a book." Seeing that he really no longer grimaced, Qin Xingyan didn't bother with the minutiae and nodded with an excited face. "Good, good, good. From now on, father's study is yours." When he finished, he looked toward the door and barked out a command. "Someone, take the young master to the study." Immediately after, the subordinate guarding the door walked in and led Qin Shuyang, who was wearing a gray tunic, into the study. "Father is obsessed with the imperial examinations, and if I don't participate, he'll be chanting about it for the rest of his life. In that case, take the imperial examination once and win a lift to shut his mouth. It's not too late to get a grimoire after the midterm. Think about it." Qin Shuyang sighed in his heart. His eyes looked at the stone in his hand, exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, and slowly said in a firm tone, "Everything under the sun contains truth, and I hope that in my lifetime, I will be able to frame all of it." The words fell. He sat down at his desk, and was about to look through the canon of the science exams, when he suddenly realized that there were several new books in front of him that he had never heard of before. "Good boy, touch your head. Life can begin again. The Great Learning." The first two books, just by reading the names, were not worth reading. The latter book, on the contrary, is somewhat interesting. University question. Is it the author's insights about the university? With some curiosity, Qin Shuyang turned the first page. The question was, the university. The former Confucian thought that the study of adults carry on. Dare I ask what the study of adults lies in the bright virtue? It's really about the university. Thinking so, Qin Shuyang hesitated and continued reading. Watch and see. His expression changed, from initial disbelief, to a trance, to a great shock at the end. Half an hour later, he looked at the great question in his hand and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and muttered, "Yang Mingzi, such a sage. Why have I never heard of him before?" This time, the door to the study was pushed open. The steward was holding a piece of white paper in his hand, standing there, and when he saw Qin Shuyang, he was first stunned, then he wrinkled his nose, held his breath, and called out, "Second Duke." Qin Shuyang looked at him and asked, "What is it?" The steward held up the white paper in his hand and replied, "Fong Xiang gifted a few books to the master, and I got someone to write this and post it on the bookshelf." Qin Shuyang looked at the white paper in his hand. There were a few big words written on it in a dragon's hand. Fong Xiang gifted the book. The corner of his mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything and asked, "Which books?" The steward reached out and pointed in front of Qin Shuyang, saying, "Those are the books." Qin Shuyang was slightly stunned. A look of disbelief passed through his eyes as he muttered, "Could it be that Yang Ming be the alias of the Prime Minister?" He lapsed into silence at the thought. Ryoga came back to his senses, and without further thought, slowly said, "This book, don't put it on the shelf yet, I'm going to transcribe it." The steward hesitated and nodded. "Understood." Qin Shiyan glanced at him and faintly said, "Go down." "Yes." The steward turned to leave. Qin Shiyan lifted his pen and dipped it in ink, with a serious face, to the university question, word by word and sentence by sentence, carefully transcribing. In the Qin mansion, Qin Shiyan copied all night long, wanting to learn more from it. In the palace, Wu Mingkong was similarly enlightened. Her stunningly beautiful eyes stared blankly ahead, her ears constantly echoing the words Shang Gong had said. That's the way it is with some people. The more you beat him, the more excited he gets. The more you scold him, the more excited he gets. Others, on the other hand, are the opposite. The more they hit, the more excited they get, and the more they curse, the more agitated they get. Folk often have fun with this. On the bed. This process often involves the use of a number of implements, like the whip. For example, candles, although it has been prepared for a long time. But hear it from Shogun himself. The little empress still felt greatly shocked. The original world actually really have such a person. And, listen to the meaning of the Shang Palace. This for fun. There seems to be a lot of people. It's just that I don't know whether the traitor Feng Xiu belongs to the former, or the latter, or, perhaps, both. If, after the name, he wants me to take the whip and whip him hard, will I say yes or no? The moment. The little empress was in deep thought. Behind her, when Lin Wanner saw this, her clear face once again revealed an expression of slave girl understands everything. I thought to myself, I guess I'll have to prepare the whip for His Majesty in a few days. Wu Mingkong, Lin Wanner, a master and a servant, both had something on their mind. Neither of them spoke. There was a silence in the hall of nourishment. This time, there was a sound of footsteps outside. A palace maid stood outside the hall of nurturing heart and exclaimed, "The slave girl has an important matter to ask for an audience with His Majesty." The little female emperor woke up from her trance and looked outside, saying nonchalantly, "Granted." Next, that courtesan held a piece of letter paper in her hand and walked to the front of the little empress, presenting it with both hands and respectfully saying, "Your Majesty, expedited information from Yangzhou." The little female emperor was slightly stunned. Her heart thumped and she tensed up, asking, "But Zhou has invaded again?" The courtesan shook her head. "No." The little empress asked again, "What was that about?" The palace maid said, "Returning to your Majesty's words, it's information about the Zhou state's mission." The Zhou state mission. I can't believe I found out. The little empress looked at the letter paper in the palace maid's hand and suddenly remembered what Feng Xiu had said before, her eyes showing curiosity. "I would like to see if the purpose of Zhou's mission is really to draw him in, as that traitor said." "Present." "Yes, Your Majesty." The courtesan presented the information with both hands. Lin Wanner reached out and took it, forwarding it to the little empress. After the little empress opened it, she browsed from top to bottom. After only a moment, her expression changed abruptly. Eyes wide open, mouth slightly open, with an unbelievable face, he muttered, "It's actually true."